You secretly followed your girlfriend to the hotel at night. You never expected that a man would open the door. Just as you were about to knock, an unexpected event occurred. Detection indicates the host is green, but rewards will never be green. System, please respond to claim the reward. Could it be that you've really been cheated on? You replied to the system with skepticism. But you didn't expect your girlfriend to come out and say, Lin Mo, you actually followed me. At the breakup, you were at a loss, raising a cup of soy milk, saying, let's drink some soy milk. You pathetic loser, in this state, I thought you finally grew some backbone. Did you see this hotel? Can you afford the 18,000? You opened your mouth but didn't know what to say. Detection indicates the host has a gold digger girlfriend. Option 1, apologize and receive a branded aluminum alloy liquor reward. Option 2, pour soy milk on the gold digger's face. Reward, 1 Pagani Huayra. You were stunned, realizing the system is real. I choose option 2. It's just that you're broke and can't be assertive. Once you own a luxury car, she should come back to her senses. Detection indicates the host is a licker. Please cease licking behavior immediately, or the system will disappear. You snapped back to reality. I'm keeping this system. You grabbed the soy milk on the table and splashed it on her face before walking out. You bastard. Wang, this loser is bullying me. Congratulations, host. You completed the soy milk splashing task and earned a Pagani Huayra. The reward has been placed at the store entrance, and the keys are in your pocket. You checked your pocket and found a key. As you stepped outside, you noticed the Pagani Huayra parked by the roadside. But there was an even bigger surprise, a stunning beauty squatting next to the car, with a shared bicycle fallen over nearby. Oh no, it looks like my new car got scratched by this beauty. Detection indicates a beauty named Lu Ruyan, with a score above 90, has scratched your car. Option 1, demand compensation strongly and use underhanded means to make her submit to you. Reward, a box of super strong Wei Yi. Option 2, do not demand compensation and take Lu Ruyan to her interview. Reward, a 500 million mansion at Yulu Villa. There's no need to choose, it has to be the mansion. With that mansion, who would worry about not having beauties in the future? Moreover, you don't even need to leave. Upon reaching the car, she asked, is there anything I can help with? Lu Ruyan glanced up at you but didn't pay you any mind. She thought you were just trying to flirt, but she had no time for that right now. Unable to reach the car owner, and she was in a hurry for her interview. If she missed it, it would be equivalent to giving up. At this moment, people around were discussing, this is a 25 million Pagani Huayra. Isn't that Lu Ruyan, the campus beauty from our school? You noticed a shared bicycle leaning against the sports car. Perhaps this is the campus beauty scheme. This is how idol dramas portray it. The discussions around her reached Lu Ruyan's ears, and she shuddered. Oh my god, 25 million. He can't even scrape together 2,500. Her eyes widened in shock. Seeing that he was ignoring her, she took out her car key, pressed the unlock button, and said, if you don't need any help, please step aside. I need to leave. Oh, this loser. I thought he was just thick-skinned and trying to flirt, but he's actually the car owner. Lu Ruyan said nervously, I accidentally scratched your car. How much do you think I need to compensate? I can't afford to compensate right now, but once I earn some money, I will definitely pay you back. You walked around to take a look and indeed saw a white scratch. Do you know how much this car costs? This scratch might cost hundreds of thousands to repair. Lu Ruyan's face turned pale, and she stammered, I don't have that much money. How about this? I'm not trying to extort you. Do you have any relatives or friends in auto repair? You can call to ask. You didn't rush to offer conditions, some things need to come naturally. If you hastily propose to take her to the interview, wouldn't that make you a licker again? Okay, my uncle is a mechanic. I'll call him. Cousin, this is Lu Ruyan. Shan, what happened? Cousin, I have a problem here. Can you tell me what's going on? I scratched someone's car while riding my bike, leaving a scratch over 10 centimeters long. What's the big deal? It's just a scratch. What car is it? I think it's called a Pagani Huayra. The call was abruptly ended. Lu Ruyan instantly understood that her cousin hung up, fearing it might implicate him. So, did you find out what happened? Lu Ruyan said with a pale face, I'm sorry. I will definitely compensate you for this. But I don't have any money right now. Can I pay you back once I earn some? You shook your head, noticing her anxious demeanor. It seems like you have somewhere to go. I have an interview I need to rush to. Once I pass, I can work and pay you back. You smiled and said, how about this? If you promise me one thing, you don't have to pay me back. Lu Ruyan immediately looked at you with suspicion. I, Lu Ruyan, am not the kind of person you think I am. If you have ulterior motives, I advise you to give up. I'll call the police to handle this. I haven't said anything yet, and you already think I have ulterior motives? Aren't you overestimating yourself? Lu Ruyan's face changed color, going from pale to flushed. My condition is that you get in my car, and I'll take you to your interview. This way, I won't pursue any responsibility, and there are so many people watching. I'm not someone who likes to show off. Let's walk while discussing how to handle this. Lu Ruyan then realized that many students had gathered around, most of them taking videos with their phones. You pressed the car key, and the doors opened like wings. Lu Ruyan, not wanting to stay any longer, quickly jumped into the car, flooring the gas and driving away. Just as both of you got in the car, and he chased out and saw the scene, shocked. How could that loser have a sports car? It must be rented, and the girl too. A loser is just a loser. They happened to wait for me to come out before getting in. Even if you pretend to be rich, it only makes me look down on you more. It was your first time driving a sports car, and the feeling of weaving through traffic with one hand on the wheel was simply amazing. Lu Ruyan was still wondering how she had gotten into the car so confusedly. What if you took her somewhere deserted with ulterior motives? Should she call the police first? Finally, you couldn't help but ask first, where is the company you have the interview with? You have to tell me. Only then did Lu Ruyan realize, picking up her phone to start navigation. After arriving at the destination, you drove away without saying another word. The system's task was complete, and you had no intention of lingering. Lu Ruyan suddenly looked embarrassed, realizing she had misunderstood him. But why were you in such a hurry to leave? It's because you noticed the car was almost out of gas, and you currently have no money to fill it up. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of taking Lu Ruyan to her interview and received a reward, a 500 million yuan mansion at Yunlu Villa. Just then, your phone rang. Hello, who is this? Hello, Mr. Lin. This is the sales office of Yunlu Villa. I am your butler, Li Cheng. The penthouse you purchased is ready for handover. When would be a convenient time for you to come? So soon? The system is impressive. However, you don't want to go collect the house yet. If there are any property management fees to pay, you can't afford it. Miss Li, I don't have time to come by right now. I'll find a time to visit later. Even though I now have the system, you still don't fully understand the system's functions. It already rewarded you with luxury cars and a mansion. Surely money won't be scarce. You should receive cash rewards in a couple of days. Alright, Mr. Lin, I'll be waiting for your arrival. After Li Qing finished speaking, you hung up the phone. You drove the car to the basement of the International Finance Center, as there wasn't enough gas to make it back to school. This system doesn't follow the usual rules. It gives you luxury cars and mansions first. It could have at least given you a few thousand for gas. You took the bus back to Magic City Transportation University. For the remaining days, you could only survive on the 50 yuan left in your campus card. Just as you returned to school, your roommate dragged you to a bar for drinks. At that moment, a vibrant girl jogged up to you, wearing a black pleated skirt paired with a white t-shirt. Her swaying figure caught your eye as a notification pinged. Detected a beauty with a score above 90, named Yi Mengxi. Senior, where are you going? The school gate is about to close. It's almost 10 o'clock. You were eagerly heading out, clearly in a mood not to return to school for the night. Senior Xia is throwing a birthday party for his girlfriend and invited us to join the gathering. Upon hearing this, Yi Mengxi's eyes flashed with something unusual, but she maintained her smile, jokingly saying, I hope nothing goes wrong with that gathering. If your girlfriend finds out, Senior, you're going to be in big trouble. You waved your hand. It's fine, we've already broken up. I'm single now, so I'm not worried about any drama. Hearing this, a spark lit up in Yi Mengxi's eyes. Li Wuqi wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, saying, Beast, this junior looks unfamiliar. I've never heard you mention her. You looked at his shameful demeanor with disdain and introduced, This is Junior Yi Mengxi, whom I met when she enrolled. These are my roommates, Li Wuqi and Fan Jinxiang. Isn't that the name of the new campus beauty? They looked at you in shock, unable to believe that the beast knew the new campus beauty. With such connections, how could he still be a sycophant? Oh, no, it's just my classmates lifting me up. Yi Mengxi smiled and shook her head, neither overly happy nor unhappy, quickly changing the topic. Do you have time tomorrow, Senior? A company invited me for an interview tomorrow afternoon, but my friends are all busy, and I'm not familiar with Magic City. If you have time, could you come with me? I'll treat you to dinner after the interview. Ding! Detected a beauty with a score above 90 requesting your presence. Option 1, decline her and disappoint her for a reward of 1 million yuan. Option 2, agree to accompany Yi Mengxi to the interview tomorrow. Reward, 500,000 yuan and 1 attribute point. Ah, a task has appeared. It looks like only encountering beauties triggers tasks. Finally some cash, one reward of 1 million, another of 500,000. The 1 million reward seems more appealing, just declining would secure that amount. But who am I, Lin Mo? How could I hurt a girl's feelings over a mere 500,000? I choose the second option. I only have classes in the morning tomorrow, so I'll be free in the afternoon. I'll accompany you. Yi Mingxi's eyes sparkled with joy as she repeatedly said, "Thank you, senior. Then I'll see you tomorrow." After Yi Mingxi happily left, Li Wuqi shouted, "Wow! Beast, you actually know her. You actually know the campus beauty and she's asking you out? What the hell? Am I blind? A handsome guy like me can't compete with a sycophant." The three quickly arrived at the bar mentioned, but to their surprise, a crowd had gathered outside, and a conflict was occurring. They intended to ignore it and head inside, but then they heard Xia Lu's voice apologizing to Yan Yan and her friends, or else he wouldn't hold back. "Yan Yan, the three of you rushed into the crowd, seeing Xia Lu surrounded by 4 young girls, while a blonde stood opposite her. Just a few skinny girls, why should I apologize to them? They don't deserve it." The three finally squeezed in. "What's going on, old Xia?" It turned out that this drunkard came out of the bar and saw the 4 girls next to Xia Lu, saying, 10,000 each for one night's company, and whoever performs well gets an extra 10,000. Hearing this, Xia Lu rushed to hit the blonde, but unexpectedly, the blonde shouted, "Do you know who I am?" Xia Lu's anger flared up. "I don't care who you are, apologize now." Suddenly, 7 or 8 people walked out of the bar. "You dare to mess with the girls? You must not want to survive in Magic City. Here's your chance, let those 4 girls kiss Li Xiao, and you 4 guys crawl through my legs, that's how this ends." The man next to the blonde sneered, "Even with the opportunity, it's useless." After saying that, he clapped his hands, and the crowd that came out with him surrounded them, even the bar's security followed. This scene made Ni and the others realize the blonde's status was not simple, even the bar's security stood firmly with him. The bar Xia Lu brought them to was called Red Romance. Rumor has it that the owner is a woman named Hong Lanman. A woman running a bar in Magic City and managing to stay unscathed indicates she is quite capable. Detecting that the host is facing a crisis of being beaten. Option 1, resist, regardless of success or failure, to uphold your dignity. Reward, +1 strength attribute point. Option 2, back down, request to be let go, and agree to their demands to crawl through their legs. Reward, 200,000 yuan. Upon hearing this task, you felt a jolt. You had triggered a choice task again. It seems not only encountering beauties can trigger tasks, but also facing certain situations. I, Lin Mo, a man of stature, would never crawl through someone's legs to beg for mercy. If it's a fight, then let's fight. Without hesitation, you chose option 1. The man next to the blonde sneered, "You refuse to toast, so you're getting a punishment drink." The men will have their hands and feet broken, and the women sent to Li Xiao. Around a dozen people, along with the bar's security, quickly surrounded them. Ding! The host's courage is commendable. Reward, 1 hour of Wing Chun mastery. You suddenly felt a rush of information about Wing Chun fill your mind, and your muscles instantly hardened. You pointed at them, saying, "I'll take on 10. Opposite you, besides the blonde and the person who spoke earlier, there were exactly 10 people. Li Wuqi and the others looked bewildered, unable to process the sudden rise in your aura. So arrogant. If I can't beat you, I won't stay in Red Romance anymore. A man reeking of alcohol picked up a nearby ice cream bucket and hurled it at you. Seeing this, Xia Lu and the others rushed to help, but the next scene left them stunned. You sidestepped the ice cream bucket and quickly moved forward, using your shoulder to knock the drunken man holding it away. This guy is a bit strange, let's all go together. The knocked-over drunkard got up and charged at you, and soon everyone around began throwing punches and kicks. A series of horrifying screams erupted, and in less than 2 minutes, all of the blonde's side were lying on the ground. You clapped your hands and slowly walked toward the blonde. Seeing this, the blonde shouted, "Do you know who I am? My dad is Li Gang. If you touch a hair on me, my dad won't let you go." At these words, a wave of murmurs spread through the crowd. Li Gang of Jianlong Real Estate? He has connections, and it's said he built his empire through blood and struggle. As you remained unmoved, Li Tianzong thought he had intimidated you and sneered, "Now you know my identity? Hurry and let those 4 girls help me to the hotel. I had a bit too much to drink." You smirked slightly and slapped Li Tianzong across the face. The loud sound of the slap made the surrounding air freeze, followed by Li Tianzong's piercing scream. "Ah, you dare to hit me? You're dead meat, no one can save you." Another slap rang out. You slapped the other side of his face, leaving another handprint. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the resistance task. Reward, +1 strength attribute point and ownership of Red Romance Bar." At that moment, an unexpected voice rang out, "Mr. Lin, please stop. A lazily sweet voice came from inside the bar, and a woman in a red dress walked out. Her youthful face bore a hint of maturity, and her tall figure immediately drew everyone's attention. Ding! Detected a beauty with a score above 90, named Wenrushue. Someone beside you exclaimed, "It's the owner of Red Romance Bar, Wenrushue. Is this really the legendary Red Romance? She truly is a beauty." You realized she had called you Mr. Lin, clearly knowing you. Wenrushue walked out of the bar, smiling as she approached you. "Could you do me a favor regarding Red Romance? Let's settle this matter, regardless of right or wrong." Li Tianzong had been slapped twice, and his face was swollen. Naturally, he hoped you would agree so he could later find someone to deal with you. "Why should I give you face?" You looked coolly at Wenrushue. Even though you had been a sycophant before, that didn't mean you would turn into one just because a beautiful girl was around. Wenrushue's expression faltered slightly. She hadn't expected her usual persuasive words to be countered, leaving her momentarily speechless. Xia Lu and the others stepped forward to persuade, "Just let it go. You've already fought, continuing this standoff won't end well." After a moment of thought, you shouted at Li Tianzong, "Apologize to the ladies, and you can leave. Continuing this entanglement is pointless. Your Wing Chun is real, once it expires, you'll be the one at a disadvantage." Li Tianzong's face turned red with anger. After years of being domineering, he had never encountered such a situation. He never expected to hit a wall today. Inside, Li Tianzong shouted, "I will definitely get my revenge." Gritting his teeth, he said sorry to Yan Yan and her friends before quickly fleeing the scene. After this commotion, Xia Lu lost interest in the bar and planned to find another place for Yan Yan's birthday. "Mr. Lin, wait. Red Romance can arrange an upstairs private room for your friends, with complimentary drinks." You thought, "How does she know my last name is Lin?" Although you suspected the system was involved, you still wanted to hear her confirm it. Wenrushue chuckled lightly, "Mr. Lin, you're quite forgetful. We've been in contact before," pointing at the Red Romance Bar behind her. Hearing this, you confirmed that the system was giving rewards to the host in a reasonable manner. "Since the owner of Red Romance has invited us, then let's accept her offer. You might also want to understand the bar's revenue, as it's now yours, and how you'll manage it in the future. You'll have to come to understand it sooner or later. There's no better day than today." Wenrushue instructed the bar staff to take the others to the private room upstairs, while she led you to her office. As you looked around the bar, you noticed it was packed. It was surprising that such a lively bar was run by a woman. Upon arriving at the office, Wenrushue walked straight to the desk and pulled out a stack of documents. "Mr. Lin, here are all the details for the bar. Just sign here, and it will be yours." A flicker of reluctance crossed her eyes. She wouldn't have sold the bar if she weren't in urgent need of money. You glanced through the accounts, noticing there were still hundreds of thousands in the bar's account. The bar also had some staff records. After a quick look, you tossed them on the desk. "Miss One, do you have any plans for the future?" It was clear you felt a sense of reluctance toward Red Romance Bar. You decided it would be better to stay. You knew nothing about running a bar, and if it were left in your hands, it would probably close down in no time. Wenrushue's gaze suddenly sharpened, and she coldly asked, "How did you know my last name is One? Who exactly are you?" You were taken aback by her sudden change. After all, it was just a name. Why such a strong reaction? "Miss One, you don't need to worry about how I know. Just know that I mean you no harm. I'm clueless about running a bar, and if Red Romance is in my hands, it might not last long. Would you really let a bar you've invested so much effort into close in just a few days? I'm willing to offer you 30% of the shares and hire you back to manage it." Wenrushue's eyes flickered. She was momentarily unsure what your words meant. If you couldn't manage the bar, why would you buy Red Romance? Did you have ulterior motives regarding her? After a moment, Wenrushue smiled. "In that case, from today on, I'll call you boss. Please take care of me, Boss Lin, regardless of your possible intentions." After all, she had carefully curated Red Romance Bar. Staying here would allow her to feel valued. Given her status as a Wen family illegitimate daughter, only in the familiar environment of Red Romance could she hide herself well. "Let's create a shareholding contract. I'll only take a share of the profits. I won't interfere with any operational plans, those are entirely up to you." Wenrushue walked to the desk and opened her computer. Suddenly remembering something, she shyly said, "Most of the bar's working capital has been withdrawn by me. The money left in the account is just enough for daily operations. There's nothing extra to withdraw." You were at a loss for words, hoping to take out some money from the bar. Right now, you only had your meal card with money on it, and your cash was down to just a few dozen. However, as long as you accompanied Yi Mingxi to her interview tomorrow, you could earn 500,000. You decided to let go of the bar's small funds. If there wasn't any, then so be it. You feigned nonchalance, saying, "It's fine, as long as the money in there is enough for the bar's operations, there's no need to take it out." Is that amount sufficient? Do you need me to inject some capital? This was purely a show of bravado. You were trying to impress Wenrushua, but she clearly stated that the funds inside were sufficient for operations, so there was no need for additional capital. She shook her head, saying the funds were adequate, and with the reputation of Red Romance Bar, it would soon be profitable. Injecting extra funds would be pointless. Soon, the sound of the printer echoed as Wenrushua prepared the contract. You didn't bother to read it thoroughly and just signed your name. Trust those you employ and don't employ those you doubt. Since this bar was essentially a free acquisition, you wouldn't mind if it disappeared. It was better to broaden your horizons. A flicker of something unusual crossed Wenrushua's eyes. Though it had been less than an hour since you first met, you remained calm and signed the contract without hesitation. This required a certain level of courage and confidence. In Wenrushua's view, you must be a young master from a prominent family, indifferent to such small amounts of money. After signing, you prepared to leave the office. Li Tianzong would definitely seek revenge on you. I'll help you handle this matter. Li Gang should still give me some face. However, if Li Tianzong can't deal with you openly, he might come after you secretly. Boss Lin, please take care. You shrugged and walked out of the office, appearing nonchalant. As soon as you stepped outside, you felt your strength deflate instantly. The hour of Wing Chun mastery had ended. You couldn't take on 10 right now. You'd need to think of ways to prevent future issues. As you entered the second-floor private room of Red Romance Bar, 3 people instantly pinned you down, shouting, "Speak quickly. Who the hell are you to dare take over my brother?" You feigned an angry laugh, saying, "I am an ancient demon god. You should kneel before me." The 3 of them immediately lost interest and let you go. None of them were a match for you. Beast, you've hidden yourself well. You're quite skilled, and the owner of Red Romance treats you with such respect. You previously told us you're just from an ordinary family. You certainly don't seem like one now. It's nothing, I am the chosen one, commanding the winds and rains. The 3 of them scoffed and didn't press further, quickly heading over to cut the cake as Xiaolu's girlfriend, Guan Yan, called them. After cutting the cake, everyone felt it was dull in the private room and decided to head downstairs to dance. It was the liveliest and most atmospheric time in the entire bar. Everyone was a bit tipsy, and before you knew it, you had passed out. Today, Wenrushua had brought only foreign liquor, and you had no idea when you lost consciousness. The next day, when you opened your eyes, you found yourself in a girl's room. In the kitchen, a busy woman's figure was visible, her long, beautiful legs looking straight even in slippers. The woman turned around and said, "There's a toothbrush and towel in the bathroom. Feel free to wash up, I'm making noodles. You can leave after eating." This woman was indeed the owner of Red Romance Bar. Wenrushua couldn't recall how she ended up in her own home, disoriented. Entering the bathroom, she found a brand new toothbrush and towel on the sink. However, beside the laundry basket was a small piece of black lace fabric. Suddenly, you heard hurried footsteps outside. Wenrushua, her face slightly flushed, rushed into the bathroom and carried the clothes out. "Wow, this bathroom is quite spacious," you coughed awkwardly to cover your embarrassment. After washing up, you sat down at the dining table and asked, "How did I end up here, drunk?" "I didn't have your ID, so I could only bring you back. After all, you're my boss and your friend. I made sure to settle you in," Wenrushua said as she picked up her phone and opened her WeChat QR code, pushing it toward you. "Add me so I can report back to you." You took out your phone to scan the code but noticed several missed calls. When you opened it, it was actually Yi Mingxi calling. You quickly checked the time, it was already 2 p.m. "My 500,000. You hurriedly put down your chopsticks and ran outside while dialing the number back. Wenrushua watched you dash away from the dining table, momentarily speechless. It must have been something urgent. "Still don't want to add my WeChat? Not even enough time to scan the code?" "I'm sorry, Mingxi. I drank too much last night and overslept." "It's okay, senior. Are you feeling better now?" "I've heard that a hangover is really tough," Yi Mingxi said with concern, "making you feel guilty." "It's fine. Where are you now? I'll come find you." "That's not just a promise to the girl, it's also 500,000. "Senior, I'm already on my way to the interview. You don't have to come, just take a good rest." Originally, Yi Mingxi had hoped that Lin Chen could accompany her on the subway to the interview, but upon hearing that Lin Chen was hungover, she didn't want to trouble him and hoped he would rest well. "What nonsense are you talking about? I promised you I would do it, and I've already sobered up." "Alright, listen to me, give me the address, and I'll go directly to the company entrance to wait for you and accompany you inside," Lin Chen said with righteous determination, leaving no room for Yi Mingxi to refuse. Hearing this, Yi Mingxi felt both delighted and touched. After hanging up, she quickly sent Lin Chen the address. Once Lin Chen received the address, he hurried to the subway station. On the subway, he saw a bank notification on his phone. Dear customer, hello. Your Magic City bank card ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 100,000 yuan, with a balance of 100,003 yuan. Ha! Lin Chen looked at the message in surprise. Could it be a scam company trying to swindle my last 3 yuan? I miss the days when we could talk about anything. The phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number from Magic City. Hello, who is this? It's me, Wenru Xue. The slightly gloomy voice on the other end reminded Lin Chen that he had meant to add her as a friend earlier but had rushed off without doing so. Ahem. I had to leave suddenly due to an urgent matter. Since you managed to call me, you have my number. My WeChat is the same as this number, so please add me. Lin Chen awkwardly cleared his throat twice. I've already added you, but you haven't accepted. Anyway, I just transferred 100,000 yuan to your Magic City bank account. Did you receive it? Lin Chen's expression turned to one of shock. Why are you transferring money to me? Didn't you say the funds in the bar account were just enough? Last night, she had told him that the bar's operating funds couldn't be moved, and he couldn't understand why Wenru Xue was inexplicably sending him money today. The funds for Piao Xue are sufficient. This money is what I withdrew before you bought the bar. I know it's not very honorable of me, but since I still have a share in Piao Xue and my difficulties have been temporarily resolved, consider this 100,000 yuan as the funds for purchasing that 30% stake in Piao Xue. Without waiting for Lin Chen to respond, she hung up the phone. In fact, this 100,000 yuan was Wenru Xue's own money. After seeing Lin Chen's insufficient balance last night, she decided to give him the money in this way. She was taking a gamble, betting that Lin Chen was facing some issues, like having his bank card frozen by his family, or perhaps he had another card that wasn't linked to his phone, which was why he couldn't pay for that few dozen yuan for the ride. This 100,000 yuan might just be the timely help Lin Chen needed, allowing him to owe her this favor. At the same time, she was betting that Lin Chen came from a family even more powerful than the Wen family. Moreover, since she now held 30% of Piao Xue, this 100,000 yuan would be recouped in no time. No matter how one looked at it, this 100,000 yuan was worth every penny and would allow Lin Chen to accept it comfortably. On the other side, Lin Chen was already overjoyed. He wasn't as proud as when Wenru Xue imagined, 100,000 yuan. He had never seen so much money at once in his life. He didn't expect Piao Xue to generate money for him so quickly. He had thought it would take a month or two before he saw any returns. It seemed that his decision to leave Wenru Xue with 30% of the shares last night was the right one. Given his age and social experience, if he were to manage Piao Xue, it wouldn't be long before it closed down. Now that he had money, he could finally indulge himself a little. Lin Chen glanced at the address sent by Yi Mingxi, which was conveniently near Guojin. His Pagani Huayra was still in the basement of Guojin, so he could drive it out and refuel first. Yi Mingxi had just left school. While he was almost there, he would have to wait at least another hour for her. He decided to take this time to get the car out and fill it up. As he drove out of the underground parking lot of Guojin, the parking fee had already exceeded 100 yuan. Indeed, it was an expensive parking fee, and even with the full time calculated, it hadn't been enough for a day. After paying the parking fee, Lin Chen's 6-figure balance instantly dropped to 5 figures. After filling up the tank at a nearby gas station, he headed towards the place where he was supposed to meet Yi Mingxi. While passing a road that veered off the main avenue, he suddenly found the way blocked by a crowd of people, as if something had happened. Ding! A beauty with a score of over 90 has been detected ahead of the host. Option 1, the other party seems to be in trouble. Walk over to help the beauty solve the problem. Reward, ownership of the Jinmao building. Option 2, honk wildly and drive away. Reward, 3,000 yuan. Damn, who does that 3,000 yuan look down on? This task is clearly meant to give him the building. Lin Chen parked the car behind and got out, walking towards the crowd. The Jinmao building was a grade A office building. Coincidentally, the MCN company Yi Mingxi was going to was located in the Jinmao building. If he could get that building, the rent he collected every year would be enough for him to live without worries, right? The system was so quick to arrange for him to reach the peak of his life. The days of collecting rent were a life that everyone envied. As Lin Chen squeezed into the crowd, he saw a woman in a striped business suit standing in front of a Porsche Taycan, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, her face showing a sense of helplessness that was heart-wrenching. She looked capable like a strong woman, but at this moment, she appeared somewhat lost and anxious. The right side of the Porsche Taycan had crashed into a stone pillar. Although it wasn't serious, it was enough to render the car undrivable. In front of the car, a woman around 60 was sitting on the ground, crying out for her mother, while a burly young man stood nearby. Ding! A beauty with a score of over 90 has been detected. Name, Chen Jie, score, 92, age, 25, height, 168 centimeters, bust, 36C, favorability, 0, you hit my mom, and if you don't pay, you can't leave. You have to come back with us and take care of my mom for a few days, the burly man said fiercely, his eyes gleaming with a predatory light, clearly having other thoughts upon seeing how beautiful she was. The elderly woman on the ground, hearing that they wanted to take the other party back, clearly found it different from what she had planned, and discreetly pinched the burly man's calf. I didn't hit her, I crashed into the stone pillar to avoid her. She came over and lay in front of my car, claiming I hit her. Can you help me call the police? Let the police handle this, Chen Jie said, her face flushed with anger. The person in front of her was clearly trying to scam her. She had initially been relieved that she had reacted quickly and hadn't hit anyone. But after crashing into the stone pillar, this elderly woman slowly walked over and sat down in front of her car, and the next second, she started crying out. The burly man quickly rushed to the front of the car, wielding an iron rod, and smashed it towards the position of the dashcam, shattering the glass and blocking the camera's view. Then, he casually walked up to Chen Jie, claiming she had hit his mother and demanding compensation. Chen Jie was furious. She had watched the other party lie down in front of her car, and now someone had come out and smashed her car. Of course, she was unwilling to let herself be extorted like this and took out her phone, preparing to call the police. The burly man strode forward, slapping Chen Jie's phone out of her hand. After the phone hit the ground, the man stepped forward and stomped on it twice, leaving Chen Jie feeling utterly helpless, unable even to call the police. The onlookers were merely there to watch the spectacle, and with the fierce glare of the burly man sweeping over them, no one dared to take out their phones to call for help. Lin Chen glanced around. This place happened to be in a section without surveillance cameras, and judging by the man's method of smashing the dashcam, he was clearly a seasoned criminal. He wasn't worried about being caught for extortion on camera, he was afraid of his appearance being recorded. Once he extorted money, he could hide from the old woman who might expose him, allowing him to continue living freely outside. Lin Chen's eyes shifted slightly as he stepped back, finding a corner to call the police. Then he noticed a little boy sitting on the steps nearby, looking glum while holding a drone, seemingly abandoned by his mother who had gone to join the crowd. Hey, kid, would you sell me that drone? Lin Chen thought of a plan to buy the drone from the boy first. This is a toy. Do you want to play with it, big brother? I can lend it to you. The child generously handed over the drone and the remote control. Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel at how sensible the child was, so different from those unruly kids. Kid, I might break your toy later, so why don't you sell it to me? You can buy a new one afterward. After a moment of hesitation, the boy opened the QR code on his smartwatch. Lin Chen transferred 2,000 yuan, unsure of the drone's actual value, but figured that should be enough to buy one. Kid, can you help me fly this drone over that crowd in 2 minutes? Lin Chen suddenly remembered he didn't know how to use it. If he waited to learn, it would be too late. The boy nodded, not fully understanding what the older brother wanted to do, but he could easily help with flying the drone. After making arrangements with the boy, Lin Chen once again dove into the crowd. At that moment, Chen Jie was also considering compromise. With so many people watching, not a single one was willing to help her, they were all just there for the show. To escape her predicament, she had no choice but to pay off her misfortune. Biting her lip, she asked, "How much do you want?" Hearing her question, the burly man's face broke into a triumphant grin. I already said, pay 300,000, then come back with us and take care of my mom for 3 days, and it'll all be fine. Chen Jie's face instantly turned red with anger. Are you dreaming? It was clear that they had ill intentions. If she went back with them, she wouldn't know where she'd end up in a few days. Damn it, you're asking for trouble. The burly man swung his hand toward Chen Jie's face. Seeing the approaching hand, she instinctively closed her eyes. Smack! A hand reached out from beside Chen Jie, grabbing the burly man's wrist. What? Can't extort, so you want to use force? A calm voice sounded beside Chen Jie. She opened her eyes to see a man next to her, feeling relieved yet excited that someone was finally willing to help her. After Lin Chen grabbed the burly man's wrist, the man tried to pull away but found that the other's strength was on par with his own. Where did this yellow-haired kid come from? Watching too many dramas, trying to be a hero? The burly man swung his other hand at Lin Chen, who released the wrist he was holding and pushed forward, sending the man stumbling back 2 steps. If it weren't for the extra strength points he had added last night, he really wouldn't have been a match for this burly man. From the earlier struggle, it was clear that the man's strength was at least a 7, if not higher. The burly man sensed that the person before him was not simple. He looked like a young punk, but his strength could match his own. With a flash of malice in his eyes, he said fiercely, "Kid, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, if something happens to you while you're out on the street, don't blame me for being nice now." Lin Chen scoffed, in broad daylight, trying to stage an accident, extort money, and even brazenly attempt kidnapping, truly lawless. "I've already called the police, it won't be long before they arrive." The burly man's expression changed, and suddenly a drone flew overhead and hovered above them. Lin Chen pointed at the drone. "See that? It's the police department's latest equipment, a drone. It has a camera that can record the scene and the people before the police arrive. You smashed this car because you were afraid the recorder inside would catch you, right? The record of the staged accident is already there, and soon there will be a record of the extortion as well." Lin Chen wore a half-smile on his face. The burly man's face changed drastically. The reason he smashed the car window was that he was a fugitive. If he was caught on camera, the police's surveillance system would quickly lock onto him. If he didn't expose himself, it would be harder for the police to find him. The burly man quickly covered his face with his hand, glaring at Lin Chen with malice. "Kid, I remember you. Be careful when walking at night." With that, he covered his face and quickly ran outside. Seeing this, the old woman who was his accomplice hurriedly got up and left as well. After the burly man and the old woman left, the crowd of onlookers dispersed. A little boy walked up to Lin Chen and handed him the drone. "You keep it. Let's consider this our secret. Don't tell anyone." Just as the little boy wanted to say something else, his mother, one of the onlookers, rushed over and pulled him away. She had heard the burly man's harsh words and was afraid of getting involved. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know what would have happened today." Chen Jie sighed in relief, her anxious heart finally relaxing. Lin Chen then took a good look at the 92-point beauty before him. He hadn't seen her clearly from afar, but now that he was close, it was evident that a beauty rated 92 points by the system was indeed deserving of the title. No wonder the burly man wanted not only to rob her but also to take advantage of her. It was just a small effort. At this time, young people are all rushing to work, otherwise, no one would let such a beautiful girl be extorted. "And I really did call the police, you can talk to them when they arrive." Lin Chen smiled and turned to leave. He still had to go to the Jinmao building. Although Qin Jia was indeed beautiful, there were 500,000 waiting for him at the Jinmao building, and he didn't have time to flirt. Once his financial situation improved, he could have any beauty he wanted. Hearing this, Qin Jia couldn't help but blush. Although many people praised her beauty, few were so direct about it. Seeing Lin Chen about to leave, she quickly called out, "Let's exchange contact information. I'll treat you to a meal another day to show my gratitude." Lin Chen took out his phone. He didn't suggest adding her on WeChat because he didn't want to give the impression of taking advantage of her vulnerability. Now that she had proposed to add him, why pretend? "My name is Chen Jie." After they added each other as friends, Chen Jie extended her delicate hand to Lin Chen. "I'm Lin Chen." Their hands clasped together, and just as Lin Chen was about to savor the softness of her hand, he heard the sound of police sirens in the distance. He released Chen Jie's hand and walked toward his car. Under Chen Jie's slightly surprised gaze, he got into his Pagani Huayra and drove away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission to save the beauty. Reward, ownership of the Jinmao building. As Lin Chen headed towards the Jinmao building, the system notification sound echoed in his mind, and hearing this news filled him with excitement. He was about to live the life of a landlord, playing here and there every day, and collecting rent at the beginning of the month. This dream life that everyone yearns for was about to become a reality. Unknowingly, Lin Chen had arrived in front of the Jinmao building. Although it was an MCN company with many internet celebrities and luxury cars, they all paled in comparison to his Pagani Huayra. Who is that? Is he a new internet celebrity signed by this company? Could it be? Although he doesn't look bad, that cheap outfit doesn't seem to fit. Yeah, nowadays internet celebrities have to package themselves, dressing better than anyone else and standing out. Could he just be an assistant? Driving for some big internet celebrity? Impossible, no live streaming company here can afford a car like that. This is a Pagani Huayra, a limited edition, and even having money might not be enough to buy it. The people around him were buzzing with discussion as they saw Lin Chen get out of the car. Lin Chen, having gotten out of the car, was so shocked he couldn't speak. He wasn't a local of the Magic City. He knew the Jinmao building was impressive, but he didn't expect it to be the very one in front of him. He had been astonished all the way here because he had entered the financial center of the Magic City, and this building was one he had once sighed about to his classmates, wishing he could find a job inside it one day without any regrets. Now, unexpectedly, the entire building had become his. This Jinmao building could collect over $1 billion in rent each year. Lin Chen trembled as he took his phone out of his pocket, carefully searching for information about the Jinmao building. This was a building that had won architectural awards and was a landmark in the Magic City. Not far behind him was the Huangpu River. The Jinmao building belonged to a large group, and he had no idea how the system had transferred ownership of this building to him. It was truly impressive. Senior. A call pulled Lin Chen out of his thoughts, and Yi Mengxi joyfully approached him. Lin Chen also put away his shocked expression and smiled, asking, "Am I late for the interview?" Yi Mengxi shook her head. "There's still half an hour, we have time." The two of them walked hand in hand into the Jinmao building. The lobby at the front of the Jinmao building occupied 2 floors, making anyone standing inside feel small. Lin Chen and Yi Mengxi arrived on the 17th floor, where Yi Mengxi was interviewing for an MCN company called MOG Media. It was said to be a medium-sized MCN company, with countless internet celebrities boasting millions of followers, but only one with over 10 million. The receptionist led Yi Mengxi to her interview, while Lin Chen was left at the front desk to wait. With nothing to do, Lin Chen took out his phone. When he had just received ownership of the Jinmao building, a call had appeared in his phone from Sun Ji. Sun Ji was the property manager of the Jinmao building, representing the entire building. As for whether the other party knew him or not, the system had arranged everything clearly, so Lin Chen didn't have to worry about how to introduce himself. "Mr. Lin, I'm very glad to receive your call." As soon as Lin Chen dialed the number, the other party said joyfully, "Manager Sun, I'm currently on the 17th floor of the Jinmao building. Since I have some free time, I want to learn more about it. Where are you? I'll come find you." Yi Mengxi's interview shouldn't be over so soon. He had already seen many people with resumes going in when he arrived. He wanted to take this time to understand more about the Jinmao building and see if it was time to collect this year's rent. No, how could I trouble Mr. Lin? You're on the 17th floor, right? I'll bring the materials over to report to you right away. Son, she said in a panic. Lin Chen didn't care. If they wanted to come over, then let them. He originally planned to send a message to Yi Mengxi, asking her to wait in place, but since Sun Ji had come, he no longer needed to message her. Just as Lin Chen was putting his phone away, Yi Mengxi rushed out, her face full of anger, as if she had been wronged. Meng, what happened? Lin Chen asked curiously. An interview was just about seeing if one could fit the job. If it worked out, great. If not, then move on. Even if she really wanted the job, she should be disappointed, not angry. Yi Mengxi took a few deep breaths to calm her anger and shook her head at Lin Chen. Senior, it's nothing. Let's go. Lin Chen could clearly see something was off and grabbed her wrist. What's going on? His tone was serious. Yi Mengxi was known for her good temper. For her to be this angry, she must have been wronged. His purpose for being here was to ensure Yi Mengxi wouldn't be hurt or wronged, otherwise, how could he get his reward? Yi Mengxi's eyes turned red, her lips pouted as she leaned her head against Lin Chen's chest, recounting what had happened during the interview. The interviewer was Shang Xin Yuan, the son of Shang Yuan, the owner of MOG Media. When Shang Xin Yuan saw Yi Mengxi, he was astonished. Although he had seen her in a live stream, with the advanced beauty filters nowadays, no one could tell if that online appearance was real or not. Shang Xin Yuan never expected that the woman before him was even more beautiful than what he had seen in the live stream. Shang Xin Yuan immediately passed Yi Mengxi's interview. At first, she was very happy, but slowly she sensed something was off. Shang Xin Yuan looked at her as if he wanted to devour her, and he had already left his seat, walking around her, asking all sorts of irrelevant questions. He even asked if it was her first time, if she had ever had a boyfriend, and if she had kissed anyone. Yi Mengxi felt a bit scared. There were only her and Shang Xin Yuan in the interview room. She had already started to retreat in her mind. Yi Mengxi's whole body tensed up. She secretly decided that even if she passed the interview, she wouldn't come here. Shang Xin Yuan walked behind Yi Mengxi and lewdly said, "You came all this way, you must be tired. Let me give you a massage." He placed his hand on Yi Mengxi's shoulder, and she screamed like a startled rabbit, pushing him away and rushing out. After hearing everything, Lin Chen's face was filled with anger. How dare he bully Yi Mengxi right under his nose? Yi Mengxi had asked him to accompany her precisely to prevent such situations from happening. This was intolerable. Moreover, Lin Chen had already decided that Yi Mengxi was his woman. Now that she had suffered such humiliation, if he didn't do something, was he still a man? Lin Chen headed straight in the direction Yi Mengxi had just run from. The receptionist had also heard the conversation between Yi Mengxi and Lin Chen and seemed not too surprised, as if this was a common occurrence. She chose not to stop Lin Chen but instead picked up the phone at the front desk and dialed with practiced ease. "Senior, I didn't suffer any loss. Let's go. We just won't deal with these people in the future," Yi Mengxi said, worried that impulsive Lin Chen would get hurt since this was their territory. Meng, if you encounter something like this and I don't help you vent your anger, Then what's the point of me accompanying you? With me here, no one can bully you. Lin Chen pushed open the door to the HR department. Inside, Shang Xan Yuan was reaching into the collar of a female interviewee, who was blushing and too scared to speak. Shang Xan Yuan was startled by the sudden entrance. Damn it, didn't I say that no one can come in during the interview? Which department are you from? Get the hell out of here. With such forceful pushing of the door, he was startled to the point of deflating instantly. The woman interviewing saw someone come in and quickly covered her face with her resume and ran out. She was also startled by Shang Xinyuan, but she didn't have the courage to resist and could only sit there in a daze. Now that someone had rushed in to save her, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. When Shang Xinyuan saw Yi Mingxi behind Lin Chen, the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile again. Have you come to your senses so quickly? I thought it would at least be tomorrow before you turned back to find me. It seems I overestimated you. When Yi Mingxi ran out, he didn't chase after her and directly called the next interviewee in. In his view, becoming an internet celebrity or a star was a dream that all women yearn for, and Yi Mingxi was no exception. Sooner or later, she would come back to find him, and then he could properly train her. Slap! A loud sound of a slap echoed throughout the office, leaving Shang Xinyuan stunned. Yi Mingxi covered her mouth with both hands, unable to believe what had just happened. You dare to hit me! Shang Xinyuan, regaining his senses, swung his fist at Lin Chen, but both of his fists were caught by Lin Chen. So these two pig hooves dare to touch my Meng Meng, huh? You can forget about it. Lin Chen grabbed Shang Xinyuan's fists and flipped them outward, followed by a series of cracking bone sounds, and then Shang Xinyuan's piercing scream. Although Shang Xinyuan was also a tall man at 1.8 meters, years of indulgence had already drained his body, making him no match for the vigorous Lin Chen. Just now, when Lin Chen referred to his Meng Meng, Yi Mingxi's cheeks flushed with joy. But the next scene left her pale with fright as Lin Chen directly broke the other man's hand. Outside, the receptionist rushed in with 4 security guards. These were the security personnel of the Jinmao building. When they heard the conversation between Lin Chen and the other man, the receptionist knew something was going to happen, as such incidents were common in their company, and she immediately called the security department. Who would have thought they would arrive just a step too late? The man before them wasted no time and directly beat Shang Xinyuan. Ah, what the hell? Stop looking and just beat this kid to death. I'll take the blame if anything happens. Shang Xinyuan shouted, and seeing the receptionist come in with the security guards, he immediately began to curse. These security guards had benefited from him quite a bit in the past, so every time the receptionist called the security department, they would come running eagerly. The 4 security guards rolled up their sleeves and were about to rush forward. Humph, I doubt you can handle the consequences. Everyone, stop. A middle-aged man coldly snorted as he walked in from outside. The 4 security guards looked at the middle-aged man and quickly greeted him. Manager son, what brings you here? Just leave this matter to us, you shouldn't have to come all this way. Hearing the guards say this, Shang Xinyuan thought Manager Sun was there to back him up and quickly endured the pain to say to Sun Ji, damn it, I don't know where this wild kid came from, but he just broke my hand. Manager Sun, you don't need to worry about it affecting our Jinmao. If I get hurt, it's on me, and it absolutely won't involve Jinmao. Didn't you hear what I just said? You can't handle it. Sun Ji walked up to Lin Chen and respectfully said, Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to keep you waiting and for you to encounter such a situation. Sun Ji wouldn't care about the right or wrong of this matter. In the Jinmao building, whatever Lin Chen did was right. Shock. Petrification. The entire room fell silent. Someone they looked up to was actually so respectful to a young kid. Yi Mingxi also looked at Lin Chen in surprise. Although she didn't know who this manager son was, he seemed to hold a higher status than the others, and the highest-ranking person in the room was actually treating her senior with such deference. Manager son, anyone can come to settle in the Jinmao building. I'm now considering whether I should change property management companies for the next quarter, Lin Chen said coldly. Sun Ji's face changed dramatically upon hearing this, a drop of sweat trickling down his forehead. The Jinmao building could generate tens of millions in profit for their property company in a year. If it were to be replaced just like that, he, as the general manager, would be out of a job and might even face accountability. Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize. It was my oversight in selecting the merchants for entry. I will handle this matter personally, and I hope Mr. Lin can give our property another chance. Sun Ji bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, but Lin Chen waved his hand impatiently. At that moment, a middle-aged man pushed the door open and walked in. What's going on? Who hurt my son? He had just been secretly meeting his mistress on the 68th floor of the Jinmao building, where the upper floors were all hotels. He had just taken a blue pill when the company front desk called, saying his son had been beaten. Now, he was not only seething with anger but was also furious all over. Shang Yuan scanned the room and quickly spotted Sun Ji, rushing over to him. "Oh, Mr. Sun, how did this little matter disturb you? It's just kids being reckless. We will handle this properly and won't tarnish the Jinmao building's reputation." Shang Yuan thought Sun Ji was worried they would escalate the situation, which was why he came over. What exactly happened? Speak! Shang Yuan asserted his authority as a father, shouting at Shang Xinyuan. "Dad, it was this guy. He came in and slapped me, and even broke my hand. I want him to leave on a stretcher." Shang Xinyuan pointed at Lin Chen with his crooked finger. "Humph, Mr. Shang, haven't you paid last quarter's rent yet?" Sun Ji suddenly snorted coldly and asked. Shang Yuan was confused, not understanding why Sun Ji would ask that. "Mr. Sun, haven't we already discussed this? I'll pay last quarter's rent along with this quarter's when it's due. A big project has tied up my funds." Sun Ji smiled coldly. "Tomorrow marks the end of this quarter. Including last quarter, you now owe us 2 quarters' rent. You have until tomorrow to pay it all. The contract is also expiring, so you should move out. The Jinmao building cannot accommodate you, the Buddha." Shang Yuan was stunned. What was going on? Why was he being kicked out all of a sudden? But Shang Yuan was also a cunning fox and quickly guessed it must be related to this incident. "This, Mr. Sun, is there some misunderstanding here?" Shang Yuan asked cautiously. "Misunderstanding?" Sun Ji walked over to Lin Chen and raised his hand to introduce him. "This is Mr. Lin, the new owner of the Jinmao building. Offending Mr. Lin means opposing me, Sun Ji. The Jinmao building no longer welcomes you. Hurry up and pack your things and get out. Oh, remember to settle the rent before you leave. And you 4, go to finance to settle your wages. You won't need to come in starting tomorrow." "Mr. Lin, please, let's go to the office and talk." Shock. The entire room was stunned. The 4 security guards hadn't expected that they would be fired without having done anything after just answering a phone call. Shang Xinyuan looked in shock at the person who had suddenly burst in and beaten him. He couldn't believe that this was the new owner of the Jinmao building. "Mr. Sun, you can't be serious. This kid is the owner of the Jinmao building?" Shang Xinyuan asked in disbelief. Sun Ji's face darkened. "With that statement, if you don't settle the rent and leave today, I will take coercive measures." There was an unwritten rule in the Jinmao building's leasing contract. When a resident merchant infringes on the interests of the Jinmao building, the property has the right to evict them without breaking the law. Lin Chen ignored Sun Ji's handling of the situation, turned around, and pulled the already shocked Yi Mingxi towards the door, with Sun Ji hurriedly following behind. Slap! A resounding slap echoed, causing Lin Chen to turn his head in curiosity. He saw Shang Yuan beating his son mercilessly, making Shang Xinyuan cry out for his father and mother. Lin Chen was witnessing for the first time a father beating his son so fiercely that even the chair was lifted and smashed onto Shang Xinyuan. After the beating, Shang Yuan grabbed Shang Xinyuan and made him kneel. "Mr. Lin, although I don't know where my son has offended you, it must be his fault. Since I've already given him a beating, could you please allow General Sun a few more days?" Shang Yuan bent down, knowing that staying was definitely not an option. Over the years, running this media company had not been profitable at all. Both father and son were lecherous, eyeing those internet celebrities, and starting this media company was just a way to exploit them. Moreover, creating internet celebrities required an endless amount of money, and he couldn't come up with any funds at the moment. Lin Chen ignored him and pulled Yi Mingxi, turning to walk into the elevator. 3 days. At the moment the elevator doors closed, Lin Chen's voice came from within, and Shang Yuan instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Sun Shi brought Lin Chen to the 50th floor, which was the office of the former owner of the Jinmao building and had now conveniently become Lin Chen's. However, as a student, Lin Chen found the office useless. Upon reaching the 50th floor, Sun Ji took out a card, swiped it for access, and the door slowly opened. "Mr. Lin, this is your office area and lounge. Normally, no one can come up here. The door has already recorded your face and fingerprint. You just need to use your face to open it." This entire floor was the office of the Jinmao building's owner, nearly 3,000 square meters of office space, which Lin Chen felt was a bit extravagant. He wondered if he should consider vacating this floor and renting it out. After entering the door, Sun Ji led Lin Chen on a tour. Although it was called an office, it resembled a large private club more, with a restaurant, meeting rooms, entertainment areas, lounges, and even an indoor golf area. The office only occupied a small part of it. This place was even more luxurious than many wealthy people's villa estates. Calling it an office was more like describing a private club for receiving important guests. On this office floor, there was even a wine cellar stocked with various fine wines. This made Lin Chen gasp. Selling these fine wines would amount to a significant sum. The office also had a tea cabinet and a cigar cabinet, filled with various famous teas and cigars. Even Lin Chen, who rarely drank tea or smoked, felt a sense of pleasure seeing these items. "Senior, I didn't expect you to be this impressive. This entire Jinmao building is actually yours." Yi Mengxi, who had been shocked since they arrived, finally began to recover. Lin Chen smiled and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "You're the only one who knows about this. Let's keep it as our secret, okay?" Yi Mengxi's face turned slightly red as she nodded firmly, saying, "I won't tell anyone, this is our secret." Lin Chen standing up for her had already moved her deeply, and now with these additional points in his favor, her fondness for him skyrocketed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of accompanying Yi Mengxi to the Jinmao building for an interview. Reward, +1 attribute point, cash reward of 500,000 yuan, has been transferred to the host's Magic City bank card in a reasonable manner. Dear customer, hello. Your Magic City bank card ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 500,000 yuan, with a balance of 599,053 yuan. The system notification chimed along with the phone alert. Just 2 hours ago, Lin Chen's bank card had only 3 yuan, and now he suddenly had a fortune of 600,000. Ding! Yi Mengxi, with a beauty score exceeding 90, has reached a fondness level of 90 for the host, unwavering and loyal. In light of the host's first time receiving the favor of a beauty with a score above 90, a special reward of +1 to all attributes is granted. After the host's approval, the attribute points can be increased. Should the host increase them now? Let's not talk about promotions for now, we'll discuss it later. Lin Chen shouted inwardly, not expecting Yi Mengxi to fall for him so quickly. However, it wasn't surprising since Yi Mengxi had secretly had a crush on him. After today's events, it was only natural for her to be completely smitten. Sun Shi brought Lin Chen into the office and took the initiative to sit at the tea table to brew tea. "Mr. Lin, I dare to take your seat and brew you a good pot of tea," Sun Shi said with a flattering smile. Although Sun Shi had been here before, he had never touched anything. This was his first time sitting down in this space. "Manager Sun, please make yourself at home, no need to be so formal. I can't brew tea myself, so I'll have to trouble you to make a good pot for me," Lin Chen said as he took a seat in the guest area. Yi Mengxi was very curious about everything in the room, so she didn't sit down, and Lin Chen allowed her to move around freely. After all, she was the first person whose favorability towards him had surpassed 90. He didn't know if the system meant the first to break 90 in terms of looks or among all girls. If it was the latter, Lin Chen would be at a loss. After being with He for so many years, her favorability towards him had never exceeded 90. Ding! According to the system scan, Yi Mengxi is the first woman whose favorability towards the host exceeds 90, regardless of looks. Damn, this system really knows how to hit where it hurts. Coming back to his senses, Lin Chen said to Sun Ji, "Manager Sun, what I said earlier was just in a moment of anger. I hope you won't take it to heart. However, we really should take a good look at the cultural image of the companies in Jinmao Building. As a landmark in the Magic City, Jinmao Building is not just an office building for financial centers, it also represents the image of the Magic City." Lin Chen retracted his earlier statement about changing the property management and then pressured Sun Ji again, making it clear that just because he was young didn't mean he could act recklessly. Upon hearing this, Sun Ji's hand trembled slightly as he poured the tea, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead again. He knew Lin Chen was warning him, even though the person in front of him looked young, his methods were comparable to many big bosses. "Mr. Lin, it was my oversight. I had heard about some dealings of Mo Media earlier. The father and son set up a media company just to sleep with internet celebrities. However, no one has ever caused a scene, so I can't just kick them out based on rumors. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, I will definitely scrutinize these people in the future." After finishing, Sun Ji hurriedly handed Lin Chen a stack of documents. "Mr. Lin, these are the tenant information for Jinmao Building. The rent is collected quarterly, and tomorrow is the time to collect the next quarter's rent. Please provide your bank card number, and I will transfer the rent to you." Lin Chen, who had been looking through the documents, suddenly showed a hint of excitement in his eyes and wrote down his bank card number from Magic City Bank. After chatting for a while at the tea table, Lin Chen planned to leave since Yi Mengxi had an elective class to attend in the evening. Sun Ji had originally planned to invite the chef from the hotel upstairs to prepare a meal, but now he had to give up on that idea. Lin Chen took a few packs of cigarettes from the cabinet. These were useful items, and leaving them here would be a waste. "Mr. Lin, what is your license plate number? I'll have the system record it and arrange a dedicated parking space for you." Sun Ji, being the property manager of Jinmao Building, was adept at handling these details. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen remembered that he hadn't even checked what his license plate was. He quickly took out his phone to look at the photo he had taken earlier, and the license plate clearly read MOA 10,000. When Lin Chen saw this license plate, he was stunned. Such a neat license plate number must be worth quite a bit. Sun Ji, upon seeing the license plate number, respected Lin Chen even more. In the Magic City, wanting to have such a good license plate number is not just about having money. One can tell from the plate that the new owner of the Golden Trade Building is not an ordinary person. Lin Chen and his companion arrived at the first-floor lobby with Sun Ji, just about to say goodbye when a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Mr. Sun, I called you but you didn't answer. Turns out you're here. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the person who called out to Sun Ji. It was Chen Jie, whom he had encountered on the way here. Oh, Mr. Lin, you're here too. Are you working in this place as well? Chen Jie said with some surprise, her eyes subtly scanning Yi Mingxi beside him. Lin Chen nodded and smiled but did not respond. Mr. Chen, is there something you need? Sun Ji had initially wanted Chen Jie to wait to speak, but now that he saw she knew Lin Chen, it was different. Oh, it's about what I mentioned before. We plan to expand our office space, and you said there wasn't any extra room available, right? I heard that MOG Media on the 17th floor is moving out, so I wanted to ask if I could rent it. Chen Jie had also heard about MOG Media on the 17th floor. It was said they had offended an important figure and were being kicked out. The Golden Trade Building had never had trouble renting out spaces, so when she heard the news, she kept trying to contact Sun Ji. As she was in the media business herself, MOG Media moving out meant ready-made office space for her, saving her the trouble of renovations. However, Sun Ji had been ignoring her calls because he was entertaining Lin Chen. Sun Ji glanced at Lin Chen upon hearing this. Lin Chen spoke up, Manager Sun, you don't need to worry about me, just follow the normal process. Miss Chen, I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. With that, he and Yi Mingxi walked out of the lobby. Chen Jie, puzzled, asked Sun Ji, Mr. Sun, is this Mr. Lin also a tenant of our Golden Trade Building? What did he mean by that just now? Sun Ji looked Chen Jie over and smiled, it seems you and Mr. Lin aren't very familiar, huh? Otherwise, you wouldn't need to come to me about renting the 17th floor. Chen Jie was even more confused, if not you, then who? Aren't you the one managing the Golden Trade Building? Sun Ji laughed heartily, Mr. Lin is the new owner of the Golden Trade Building. The entire building is under his control. The rent you pay goes to him. If you know Mr. Lin, you can go directly to him. But since you've come to me, considering you know Mr. Lin, I'll prioritize renting the 17th floor to you. I'll have someone bring the contract to you shortly. With that, Sun Ji turned and left. Chen Jie stood frozen in place, initially thinking that seeing Lin Chen driving a sports car meant he was just a rich second-generation heir. She never expected Sun Ji to tell her that the entire Golden Trade Building belonged to Lin Chen. Curiosity about Lin Chen began to stir within her. The Golden Trade Building was originally owned by a large group, and if that group was selling it, it usually meant they were close to bankruptcy. However, she hadn't heard any negative news about that large group recently. Moreover, the young girl beside Lin Chen seemed somewhat familiar. She wondered if she was his girlfriend. Lost in thought, Chen Jie entered the elevator, completely unaware that she had developed a strong curiosity about Lin Chen. A woman's curiosity about a man is often the beginning of her downfall. In the car, Yi Mingxi appeared somewhat despondent. It wasn't just Chen Jie who had noticed her, she had also seen Chen Jie's beautiful appearance. Her senior, whom she liked, had become so outstanding. Wouldn't it mean many people would like him in the future? Meng Meng, what are you thinking about? Lin Chen noticed her distraction but couldn't guess why Yi Mingxi was feeling this way. Yi Mingxi snapped back to reality and smiled at Lin Chen. Senior, that sister just now was so beautiful. Is she your friend? Oh, that was in the morning when I ran into her on the road. At that time, she encountered a scammer, and I happened to pass by, so I helped her out. I only know her name is Chen Jie, nothing else. Lin Chen had roughly guessed the reason for Yi Mingxi's dazed and dejected state. It turned out she was jealous. It was the first time he felt that a woman was jealous for him, and it made him feel quite pleased. Reflecting on the past, even when he was close to any girl, he wouldn't even ask about it. Meng Meng, I've been calling you Meng Meng for years, why do you still call me senior so distantly? Yi Mingxi's pretty face flushed slightly. Although senior sounded less intimate, she only called Lin Chen senior. For other seniors, she called them brother. This was her little secret. However, she didn't plan to let Lin Chen know. Then I'll call you Qin Gij from now on. Lin Chen's expression darkened. Calling him that made him sound like a beastly brother. No, just call me Qin Gij or Shou Gij. That way we can be a bit closer. Yi Mingxi chuckled, as she had done it on purpose. Then I'll call you Qin Gij. Qin Gij sounds good. Hee hee. Yi Mingxi immediately realized Lin Chen's mischievous smile. Oh, senior, you're so annoying. Yi Mingxi covered her slightly flushed cheeks. When she got into the car earlier, she had been lost in thought, and now she finally noticed the luxurious interior. Shogij, your car must be expensive, right? This is my first time in a sports car. Yi Mingxi touched everything around her. Her family ran a small business, and her father had a BMW, but compared to this car, it seemed incomparable. I think it's over 20 million, but I don't know the exact amount. It was a gift from someone. Lin Chen wasn't wrong. This was a reward from the system after he completed a task. Shogij, I didn't expect you to be a rich second generation. Why were you so low-key in school? By the way, your ex-girlfriend must regret breaking up with you after knowing how wealthy you are. After hearing that Lin Chen was single again last night, she had secretly rejoiced, as his single status meant her crush could turn into a real relationship. Lin Chen showed a bitter smile. She doesn't know. Forget it. It was fate that we weren't meant to be. I've come to see her true colors. After the breakup, he had a clearer mind and realized that he had never loved him. Yi Mingxi reached out her small hand and placed it on Lin Chen's right hand that was gripping the gear stick. Shogij, don't be sad, that woman just wasn't worthy. There will be better ones in the future. With your good character and conditions, many people will like you. Many people? Including you? Lin Chen looked at her with a mischievous smile. He had already received Yi Mingxi's favorability score from the system, like having a cheat code in a game. Yi Mingxi's face instantly turned red, and the soft hand that had been on Lin Chen's hand quickly retreated, grabbing her own clothes. I don't know. Senior, you're so bad. Lin Chen smiled. This was just the right level. If he rushed things, it might give Yi Mingxi the impression that he was a scumbag, and if her favorability dropped, that would be a huge loss. Meng, with so many suitors around you, why did you come to me for the interview? Lin Chen asked the question he had wanted to ask since he saw Yi Mingxi last night. Logically, aside from being a bit taller, he should be quite ordinary in other aspects. Even the system only gave him 6,666 attribute points. What right did he have to make a school beauty with a score of over 90 fall for him? Just because you didn't pursue me. Yi Mingxi playfully winked at him. Lin Chen chuckled awkwardly. He wasn't someone who was fickle. After getting involved with he wouldn't even glance at other girls, let alone have any other thoughts. As he put it, he was just an honest person. Today, he was no longer an honest person. Honesty only invites casual bullying, and from today on, Lin Chen would become a sea king, no longer stopping for a single tree, but developing a whole forest. I'm from the mountain city, and I've never left my parents since I was little. Coming to the Magic City for university is my first time living away from them. After arriving at school, I felt lost and helpless. At that moment, the senior was like a ray of light, guiding me to adapt to school life, even worrying that I wouldn't adjust, taking me out for meals for a month to familiarize me with every corner of the campus. Yi Mingxi gazed at Lin Chen, who was driving, her eyes radiating a hint of affection. Lin Chen suddenly realized that in this new environment, he had encountered someone who had developed a slight dependency on him. It turned out it wasn't because of his charm, it was just a girl who, in her most vulnerable moment, had unintentionally let him in. However, this also resolved a question in his heart. At least he understood why Yi Mingxi had a crush on him. Lin Chen parked the car at the school gate, and at that moment, the campus security guard, Uncle Wang, approached. Students were not allowed to drive into the campus without registration. Lin kid, where did you get this sports car? So cool. When the window rolled down, Uncle Wang was a bit surprised to see who was driving. Lin Chen was quite familiar with this security guard, often treating him to beers. Lin Chen took out the cigarettes he had just picked up at the Jinmao building and handed them to Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang, just bought a new car, can you help me register it? Uncle Wang's eyes widened when he saw the 2 packs of white cigarettes Lin Chen handed him. Cough. Registration is a small issue, you can drive in. I'll give you the entry card tomorrow. Such expensive cigarettes, don't buy them again next time. Uncle Wang said as he hugged the 2 packs of cigarettes to his chest. After Lin Chen left, Uncle Wang looked around to see if anyone had noticed him. There were other security guards, and he couldn't bear to share such good cigarettes with anyone else. Oh, I was so focused on the cigarettes that I didn't even see who that girl in Lin Kid's car was. Uncle Wang muttered. A Pagani Huayra was weaving through the university, attracting countless gazes. Lin Chen parked the car downstairs at the girls' dormitory. Thank you for accompanying me to the interview today, senior. Although I failed the interview, I'm still very happy. As Yi Mingxi was about to open the car door, she turned back and said, "Someone as good as you, many people will like, including me." As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Mingxi leaned in and gave Lin Chen a quick peck on the cheek, then hurriedly got out of the car and ran back to the dormitory. Lin Chen was stunned for a few seconds by this sudden attack, then a smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. He pressed the accelerator and left the girls' dormitory. After parking in the dormitory parking area, Lin Chen walked back to his dorm. At Jiaotong University, there were countless students who drove, so the school had specially designated parking areas for students. After all, this was the Magic City, where rich second-generation kids were abundant. Walking back to the dorm, Lin Chen found that no one was there. Suddenly, he remembered it was Friday. Xia Lu had taken his girlfriend, Guan Yan, out to have fun, Fan Jianxiang had gone out to meet friends, and Li Wuqi had gone to work. In this dormitory, only Li Wuqi's family conditions were slightly worse. Xia Lu was a rich second generation, while Lin Chen and Fan Jianxiang were relatively better off, not poor, but not from wealthy families either. "I originally made a bit of money and wanted to take my brothers out to have some fun, but they're all gone." Lying on the bed, Lin Chen suddenly remembered he still had attribute points to use. He quickly opened the system character panel. Host, Lin Chen, Strength, 7, Physique, 6, Spirit, 6, Charm, 6, the maximum attribute for ordinary people is 10, the host's values are normal among ordinary people. Vehicle, Pagani Huayra, Mansion, Yulu Mountain Villa, not claimed, balance, 599,053, aside from strength increasing by 1 point, the others remain at 6 points. The system also has an unused point for all attributes, and there's another point available for accompanying Yi Mingxi to the interview. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen decided to allocate that point to his physique. With a stronger physique, everything else would improve. System, use all attribute points, and add the extra point to physique. Ding! All attributes +1, physique attribute +1, has assisted the host in improvement. The enhancement process may be somewhat painful. The system will help the host enter a sleep state. Before Lin Chen could react, the system forcibly shut down, and he fell into a deep sleep on the bed. When he opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. Lin Chen raised his hand and found himself feeling sticky. After getting out of bed, he realized he felt incredibly light all over. Right now, Lin Chen couldn't care less about checking himself. The filth all over him was emitting a terrible stench. After taking a shower, Lin Chen threw away all the bedding and mattress from the bed. The dirt had seeped in during his sleep, and even if cleaned, it would still smell. Fortunately, he had the money to replace them with new ones. After doing all this, he finally opened the system panel to check. Host, Lin Chen, Strength, 8, Physique, 8, Spirit, 7, Charm, 7, the maximum attribute for ordinary people is 10, the host's values are normal among ordinary people. Vehicle, Pagani Huayra, Mansion, Yulu Mountain Villa, not claimed, balance, 599,053, with both Physique and Strength at 8, and Spirit and Charm at 7, Lin Chen swung his fist, even producing a sound of wind from the punch. With his current physique, he should meet the standards of a special forces soldier. If he encountered Li Tianzong and his group again, even without Yu Wen's influence, he could handle most of them. Lin Chen looked in the mirror and found that his once solid abs were now divided into 8 distinct sections. He also seemed to look much more pleasing to the eye. The increase in charm had a significant effect. Lin Chen picked up his phone and noticed several messages. Yi Mingxi, guard brother, actually, I only call you senior. Yi Mingxi, guard brother, I think I'll just call you senior from now on, it feels more intimate. Yi Mingxi, senior, are you busy? Yi Mingxi, senior, did my feelings cause you any trouble? If so, I can keep my feelings to myself. Yi Mingxi, senior, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have kissed you or confessed. Can you please not ignore me? The time span of the messages ranged from the afternoon to midnight. It seemed that his lack of response had made her overthink. Lin Chen, Meng, sorry, I fell asleep after coming back yesterday afternoon. Just woke up, silly girl, how could your feelings be a bother? I'm actually quite happy about it. Just as he sent the message and was about to check other messages, Yi Mingxi replied. Yi Mingxi, that's great. I thought senior would ignore me from now on, boo-hoo. I couldn't sleep all night just waiting for your message. So, does that mean senior accepts me now? Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. Was this what a woman with a favorability rating of 90 was like? She hadn't slept all night just because he didn't reply, which instantly inflated his vanity. Lin Chen, you should go to sleep first. When you wake up, I'll tell you in person. I'm not in the habit of expressing my feelings over WeChat. Yi Mingxi, okay, I'm going to sleep now. I'll message you as soon as I wake up. Lin Chen exited the chat page with Yi Mingxi and saw that Chen Jie had also sent him a message, thanking him because, due to him, Sun Jiao had prioritized renting the 17th floor of the Jinma building to her. She asked if Lin Chen was free for dinner that evening. Lin Chen replied that he was busy and didn't elaborate further. Although it was a beautiful woman inviting him, he thought he should ask Yi Mingxi out for a date that night. No matter how much he slept, Yi Mingxi should be awake by then. He decided to take care of this opportunity first before developing any further connections. Chen Jia, who had just arrived at the company, felt displeased after seeing Lin Chen's message. After all, this was her first time inviting a guy to dinner, and she had been so straightforwardly rejected without any explanation as to why he was busy. She had typed so many words, only to receive a two-word reply. If it were any other man, he would surely have given a long explanation about why he was unavailable. No, wait. If it were any other man, he wouldn't have rejected her at all. Lin Chen, I will make you regret rejecting me, Chen Jie thought. Lin Chen had no idea that his casual two-word reply had ignited Chen Jie's competitive spirit. She was no longer just curious about Lin Chen, her pride and desire to win had been stirred. Lin Chen, who was in the dormitory, was unaware of all this. He had transferred that 600,000 yesterday and was planning to send some money to his parents. After thinking for a moment, he decided to transfer 100,000 home first. If he sent too much, his family might hesitate to accept it. He would have to explain for a long time about this 100,000. He took out his phone to make the transfer, but a limit interface popped up, showing that his bank card in Magic City had a daily limit of 10,000. Damn, what a humiliation for him, a future wealthy man. It seemed he would have to visit the Magic City Bank today to deal with this limit issue. After the bank, he also needed to pick up that apartment. He would stay in the new place over the weekend. Lin Chen changed into a different outfit and noticed that his clothes had become a bit tight. The improvement in his physique had turned all his excess fat into muscle, and now his clothes no longer fit. He needed to buy a few new outfits. Grabbing his car keys, he headed to the parking lot and found many students surrounding his car, taking pictures. Wow! It's a Pagani Huayra. This is a legendary car. Only 100 of these luxury sports cars were made. Each one costs 25 million. Although our school has no shortage of rich second-generation kids, there shouldn't be many who can drive a 25 million sports car. That's just because you don't know, Magic City is full of rich people. There aren't many Pagani Huayras in the country. If I could take it for a spin, I'd gladly call the owner father. Dream on. You think he'd want a son like you? Excuse me. This group of students surrounded Lin Chen's car, making it difficult for him to squeeze in. Are you here to admire the legendary car too? Can't you see there's a line? I was here first, why should I give up my spot? One onlooker stood tall, blocking his way. Lin Chen helplessly took out his car keys and pressed the button, "You're blocking my car." Shock. Petrification. They had assumed the owner was a handsome, charismatic rich kid. Instead, he was just an ordinary-looking student. Although he wasn't ugly, he certainly didn't look like a wealthy person, far from their impression of a rich second-generation kid. Lin Chen ignored their shock, pushed aside the student blocking the way, got into the car, and drove off. He navigated to the nearest Magic City Bank, a place that felt somewhat familiar. Suddenly, he remembered that this was where he had dropped off Chen Shanshan last time. He wondered if she had passed the interview. After parking the car, Lin Chen walked into the Magic City Bank and immediately spotted Chen Shanshan as soon as he entered. Wearing a black uniform from the bank, in front of her stood a middle-aged woman, seemingly Chen Shanshan's superior, who was reprimanding her. Do you think you were hired for what reason? Do you know how many students graduate from finance universities every year? There are plenty of graduates who come to our bank for interviews, and they all get eliminated. What makes you think you can be hired? Just because you're pretty, your beauty is your advantage. We let you meet clients, and you dare to offend them? Do you not want to work anymore? The middle-aged woman scolded. Being reprimanded like this in the bank lobby, Chen Shanshan's expression was a mix of grievance and unwillingness. This was her second day at work, and on her first day, this very superior had assigned her the task of handling a petition. The petitioner was the son of a wealthy group, and the moment that rich second generation saw Chen Shanshan, his eyes lit up, claiming he was willing to cooperate with all her work. Naive and inexperienced, Chen Shanshan thought she was lucky to encounter an easygoing client, but when the man's inappropriate hand landed on her shoulder, suggesting they go to a hotel, she realized his intentions were not pure. She quickly stood up, slapped him, and ran away. The young master of the group immediately called the bank in Magic City to complain about Chen Shanshan, even threatening to withdraw his money and cease cooperation with the bank, which led to this scene. Li Xiao said that as long as you go over today and satisfy him with your attitude, he will designate you as his private banker. Then you can continue working here, and with private banking clients, your salary will increase several times, and you'll be able to get a permanent position soon. Think carefully about what's more important, your trivial matters or having a better material life. The middle-aged woman snorted coldly and turned to walk into the office. Ding! Detected a beauty with a score above 90 is in trouble. Option 1, ignore her and let the beauty walk into the tiger's mouth, reward of 10 million cash. Option 2, become Chen Shanshan's private banker, help her achieve her savings performance, and successfully get promoted and raise. Reward of 1 billion Do coins, reward of the luxury car Lamborghini Poison. Lin Chen, who was standing at the bank entrance watching the commotion, was startled by the sudden task prompt. Looking closely at the tasks on the panel, he felt he wanted both options. Currently, what he needed most was cash. He could get 10 million just by doing nothing. If he helped Chen Shanshan, he would receive 1 billion Do coins, which didn't mean much to him since he didn't watch live streams often, unless he found someone to team up with and crazy tip to convert the money. There was also a Lamborghini Poison, which felt a bit excessive for him. He hadn't even driven his Pagani Huayra for 100 kilometers yet, and now there was another new car. He had heard that the Poison was a luxury car worth 100 million. He would rather have that 100 million in cash, as having it in his pocket was what truly mattered. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen decided to choose the second option. Both outcomes were beneficial for him, but he couldn't stand watching a beauty walk into danger. How could such a beautiful girl just hand herself over? Lin Chen walked up behind Chen Shanshan and said, "Hello, I'd like to ask if I need to take a number to increase my card limit?" He pretended to inquire, as Chen Shanshan had a very low impression of him. If he didn't create a chance encounter, his subsequent plans would be impossible to carry out. Chen Shanshan quickly wiped away the tears of grievance from the corners of her eyes, turned around with a smile, and when she saw Lin Chen, both of them froze. Chen Shanshan was stunned to see Lin Chen, while Lin Chen was captivated by Chen Shanshan's smile. Although their previous interaction had been brief, he had never seen her smile before. It turned out that a beauty with a score above 90 was so stunning when she smiled, breathtakingly beautiful. Chen Shanshan was the first to react and said, "Thank you for that day." Lin Chen smiled and joked, "Looks like the interview was a success, so now you have money to pay me for fixing my car." Chen Shanshan immediately became a bit flustered. I just started working, I'll pay you back when I get my salary." Lin Chen waved his hand, "Just kidding. How about this, your tears haven't dried yet, and I'm a bit nosy. If you tell me why you were crying, I won't need you to fix it." Lin Chen reverted to his old routine. Chen Shanshan shook her head with a bitter smile. She wasn't used to venting to strangers. "You just said you wanted to increase your limit, right? Come over here, I'll help you with that. Just give me your ID card and bank card." Chen Shanshan walked to the side and picked up a tablet. Seeing that his old routine had no effect, Lin Chen decided to drop the subject for now. After a series of operations on the tablet, Chen Shanshan saw the balance in Lin Chen's account, over 590,000. For someone working in a bank, this amount was quite ordinary. However, for Chen Shanshan, this was the largest sum of money she had ever seen, especially since it was only her second day on the job. "Your limit here is 10,000 a day, how much do you want to adjust it to?" Chen Shanshan entered work mode, making Lin Chen beside her a bit mesmerized. "Ahem, can it be unlimited?" Lin Chen came back to his senses and thought for a moment. Having a limit was always troublesome. Even though there was only a little over 500,000 now, it could increase over time. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, today was the day for rent collection at the Jinmao building, and soon he would have a large sum of rent coming in, so having a limit would be quite inconvenient. "My authority can only help you raise it to 100,000 a day. If you want it to be unlimited, you need to have a private bank with a dedicated bank officer." Chen Shanshan had attended training about working in a bank before starting her job, so she had some knowledge about these matters. Private bank? Lin Chen was unfamiliar with this concept and didn't know what it meant. Chen Shanshan patiently explained, "A private bank means that in this bank, there is a financial director specifically responsible for your account balance. You need to have a high deposit to apply for a private bank." Lin Chen suddenly understood. With his current deposit, he couldn't qualify for a private bank, so he would have to wait for the limit. To apply for a private bank, the deposit must reach over 50 million, or you need to apply for a quota to persuade a client to deposit 50 million. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. 50 million was nothing, he could just have Sunji transfer part of the rent over in advance to solve the problem. Lin Chen's mind began to spin with a new plan. "Actually, I heard your boss scolding you earlier. Would it help you if I became your private bank client?" Lin Chen proposed. Chen Shanshan stared blankly at Lin Chen, not understanding what he meant. Coming back to her senses, she said, "Since you heard it, it's fine to tell you. That Li Xiao originally had a deposit of 50 million, which is why my boss asked me to apply to be his private bank. Who knew that Li, with his bad intentions, would get handsy, and I slapped him." She was still quite angry about this incident. Lin, first of all, I still want to thank you, but I don't need your help. I don't want to stay in this dirty place for another moment. If it comes to it, I can deliver takeout. I have hands and feet, I can't just starve. Chen Shanshan suddenly realized that asking for Li Xiao's forgiveness was impossible, so she would have to say goodbye to this hard-won job. As for Lin Chen's offer to help, she didn't take it to heart, perhaps thinking that Lin Chen couldn't really help her and was just saying it casually. Lin Chen admired her strong sense of pride. If it were him, he might have bowed down countless times for money. However, having too much pride could also make life very tiring. Moreover, he had a task at hand. He had to help Chen Shanshan resolve the trouble before them in order to earn his reward. Can you guarantee that you won't be treated like this elsewhere? You managed to leave once, but what about next time? This society is like that. No matter where you go or what industry you enter, your beautiful appearance is like a flower attracting bees. To completely resolve this issue you face, you need to make yourself outstanding. Lin Chen's expression became serious as he spoke these words. Chen Shanshan suddenly realized that the man before her seemed much more agreeable than a few days ago. She couldn't tell if it was because Lin Chen's charm had increased a bit or if her perception of him had changed. Lin Chen didn't wait for Chen Shanshan's reply and took out his phone to make a call. Manager son, please transfer the rent we received to my Magic City bank card. Lin Chen wasn't sure if the people at Jinmao building would pay their rent on time, as Mojin Media had already owed 2 quarters of rent. Who knew if other businesses were also in the same situation? Okay, I'll take the special channel here to ensure the rent reaches your card within 2 minutes. Sun Ji had originally planned to handle this by the end of the day, but he didn't expect Lin Chen to call so early in the morning. In his view, this might be Lin's way of testing his work ability, so after hanging up, he hurried to take care of the matter. Not long after hanging up, Lin Chen's phone chimed with a message notification. He looked at his outdated iPhone 8 and thought it might be time to get a better one. Previously, he hadn't had the money, and this phone still ran games fairly smoothly, but now, with his current capabilities, buying dozens of phones for gaming wouldn't be a problem. Dear customer, hello. Your Magic City bank card ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 300 million yuan, with a balance of 300,599,053 yuan. 300 million. He didn't expect that 1/4's funds would amount to 300 million. Had Sun Ji already collected all the rent so early? This left Lin Chen stunned. A bank balance of 590,000 was already considerable for him, and he hadn't even started spending yet, when suddenly, 300 million appeared. The second message on his phone was from Sun Ji, indicating that he had collected all the rent, with some remaining in the building's account, and he had transferred an integer amount to Lin Chen. Tap tap tap, the sound of footsteps descending the stairs caught his attention. A woman in a bank uniform ran down from upstairs. Lin Chen sized her up and found her to be quite a pretty girl, though she walked with a sway, seemingly doing so on purpose to flaunt herself. When the girl saw Chen Shanshan, she rolled her eyes. You had your chance, and you still couldn't do it. I was supposed to go find young Master Li, but Sister Wu wanted to give you a chance to show yourself, and you messed it up. Now there's a big client at the bank who just transferred 300 million to our account. I won't let you have this one. If you mess up another client, our branch might even get shut down. The middle-aged woman who had just scolded Chen Shanshan also opened the office door and walked out. Seeing Chen Shanshan still standing there, she frowned and scolded, "Why are you still here? Hurry up and go find young Master Li." Chen Shanshan bit her lip, her brows slightly furrowed. I'm currently processing a limit increase for this client. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman beside her burst into laughter. Ha! It seems you only deserve to do these low-level tasks. It's a pity Sister Wu had high hopes for you. It's really disappointing. The woman spoke with a mocking tone and shot a disdainful glance at Lin Chen. The middle-aged woman, referred to as Sister Wu, also shook her head in disappointment. Is this how Magic City Bank treats its clients? Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh in anger. This green tea girl didn't even try to hide her disdain for him, openly calling him a low-end person in front of him. The woman scoffed even more. Is the deposit 1 million or 2 million? Do you know how much that client I'm about to find is depositing? Compared to clients worth hundreds of millions, you're just low-end. After saying this, she took out her phone and started dialing. This was the information about a major client she had just learned from the internal sources. All along, she had not given away her private banking quota just to wait for a big client. What I miss is the ability to talk about anything. What I miss is dreaming together. Lin Chen's phone rang at the right moment. From their earlier conversation, it was clear that the 300 million client must be him, and the other party had just called him a low-end client in front of him. Lin Chen smiled coldly and answered the call. Mr. Lin, this is Yang Yan from Magic City Bank. We see that you have a deposit of 300 million in our bank, which has reached our private banking standards. From today, Xiao Yang will provide you with 24-hour service. As soon as the call connected, Yang Yan's flattering demeanor appeared on her face, and she emphasized 24-hour with a special tone. Is that so? But someone just said I was a low-end client. Lin Chen looked at Yang Yan, who had her back to him, with a mocking smile. How could that be? You are so capable. Yang Yan suddenly realized, turned around sharply, and saw Lin Chen holding the phone, looking at her coldly. Mr. Lin, this is a misunderstanding. I didn't know it was you just now, so I said some unpleasant things. Yang Yan, being the green tea that Lin Chen could identify, quickly replaced her shocked expression with a smile and bowed to apologize, revealing her deep dimples. At this moment, Chen Shanshan was already stunned. Originally, when Lin Chen said he would help her, she thought it was just a casual remark. She didn't expect that he would easily transfer 300 million into the account. 300 million. Even if she worked 2 more lifetimes, she couldn't earn that much money. Sister Wu reacted quickly and hurriedly stepped forward. Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Wu Qian, the financial director of this bank. I am very sorry, it is my fault for not managing well, allowing these employees to speak without thinking. They should quickly apologize to Mr. Lin. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, it's my fault. I am willing to accept any punishment from you, Yang Yan said, throwing Lin Chen a suggestive wink. Lin Chen pretended not to see. The attitude of Magic City Bank has disappointed me greatly. I initially transferred the funds for Shanshan's sake, but now that I see how you bully her, I won't be transferring that additional 1 billion anymore. Shanshan, go submit your resignation. There's no need to stay in a place like this. At worst, you can come work in my company as a financial officer. With me around, no one will dare to bully you. Upon hearing this, Wu Qian and Yang Yan's faces turned pale with fear. Would such a large client leave Magic City Bank because of them? Their jobs would basically be over. Shanshan, why didn't you say earlier that you have such a big client like Mr. Lin? We let our branch neglect Mr. Lin. Now Wu Qian had completely forgotten about Li Xiao. This Mr. Lin was worth 6 Li Xiaos. What's going on? Why is everyone stuck here? A middle-aged man walked into the bank, frowning and scolding. Seeing the president arrive, Wu Qian quickly stepped forward to explain the situation. Once the president understood, he immediately put on a smile and walked towards Lin Chen. Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Wu Xiugang, the president of this branch. Let's move to my office to talk. Lin Chen responded with an and took Chen Shanshan's hand, following behind Wu Xiugang. Chen Shanshan's face turned slightly red. This was the first time a man held her hand. Moreover, Lin Chen's repeated use of her name made her blush even more. However, she knew Lin Chen was helping her and was deliberately putting on a show for others, so she remained silent. In the president's office, Wu Xiugang was preparing to offer Lin Chen a cigarette, wearing a flattering smile. As the bank president, he could be flexible, arrogant in front of subordinates, and servile in front of the wealthy. Regardless of whether the billion Lin Chen mentioned existed, he indeed had 300 million in this bank. Mr. Lin, it is my failure in management that has led to the disrespect from my staff. I am willing to offer you a generous package and assign you the best financial team to help you manage risks and such. Please let me know if you have any other requests. Everything is negotiable. Wu Xiugang's obsequious demeanor made Lin Chen feel immensely comfortable. This was the feeling of being wealthy. Does President Wu think I care about so-called generous packages and financial teams? I transferred the money to your bank because of Shanshan, but now I feel very disappointed. Shanshan doesn't intend to continue, so please approve her resignation. I will take her away, Lin Chen countered, using retreat as a means to advance. His goal was the task at hand, to help Chen Shanshan resolve her predicament, even to get her a promotion and raise. It was impossible for someone just starting their job to get promoted immediately, so Lin Chen had to use this method to force the other party to promote Chen Shanshan. Wu Xiugang glanced at Chen Shanshan with a hint of meaning. He had just heard the process from Wu Qian, and this matter regarding Chen Shanshan was glossed over, indicating that the main issue lay with this girl. Wu Xiugang's eyes shifted slightly, and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. Hello, Xiao Chun, you just started working, and this is our first meeting. Magic City Bank is quite good, but some people may have acted disrespectfully due to my busyness and lack of supervision. I will provide you with a satisfactory response regarding this matter. As for the resignation, what do you think? Chen Shanshan looked at Lin Chen, somewhat at a loss. Wu Xiugang was clearly targeting Lin Chen, and keeping her was merely to retain Lin Chen as a major client. However, she didn't want to make things difficult for Lin Chen because of her own issues, so she looked to him. Lin Chen gently patted her hand and said to Wu Xiugang, President Wu, jobs can be found anywhere. Rather than let Shanshan suffer here, it would be better for her to resign. With my capabilities, I can support her. If this is your bank's sincerity, then we will take our leave. Lin Chen stood up from the sofa, pulling Chen Shanshan with him, and headed for the door. Mr. Lin, please hold on. Wu Xiaogong quickly stood up. Losing such a significant client would be a major loss for their bank. Internally, he was cursing Wu Qian and Yang Yan, two incompetent women who only caused trouble. Lin Chen stopped and turned back. President Wu, don't say I'm hard to deal with. I'll give you one more chance, provide me with a satisfactory plan, or I will have other banks come to you to transfer this 300 million. Once the money was in the bank, withdrawing the full amount would come with various restrictions. However, if Lin Chen found another bank to act on his behalf, these matters would become much simpler. Mr. Lin, in light of the arrogance of some of our employees causing you harm, I will demote Wu Qian from financial director to financial officer. Yan Yan will be demoted from financial officer to bank receptionist, and Shen Shanshan will be promoted to financial director and your personal bank steward. Does this arrangement satisfy you? Wu Xiaogong gritted his teeth and made the personnel changes. Wu Qian was his cousin, and now, to retain a major client, his cousin had to be sacrificed. A barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. He had essentially achieved his goal. Since that's the case, I'm not a difficult person to deal with. It would be excessive to remain unsatisfied. Let's proceed as President Wu suggested. With Shanshan as my personal bank steward, I feel very assured. At that moment, Chen Shanshan was also overwhelmed by the news and momentarily didn't know how to react. After realizing what was happening, she quickly refused, saying, No, President, I'm just a newcomer. I don't have the ability to be the financial director. Please retract your order. What a useless teammate. Lin Chen cursed inwardly. However, Wu Xiaogang was also a perceptive person and naturally wouldn't let Chen Shanshan refuse. It's fine, I'll have Wu Qian be your assistant to help you get familiar with the job. This matter is settled. I've already submitted the personnel appointment to the higher-ups. With my position as branch manager, it can be finalized in a day at most. Wu Xiaogong, fearing Lin Chen might change his mind, spoke while tapping on the keyboard. As soon as he finished speaking, the appointment application had already passed into review, and an announcement was published on the official website of Modu Bank. Chen Shanshan didn't even have the chance to refuse and was promoted just like that. Seeing the task completed, Lin Chen planned to leave. Then I'll trouble President Wu to take care of our Shanshan. Shanshan, I have something to do this afternoon, so I won't accompany you for lunch. You just became the director and have a lot to handle, so I'll take my leave. Lin Chen said, quickly opening his arms to give Chen Shanshan a brief hug before hastily leaving the place. After acting for so long, he was almost immersed in the role. Helping Chen Shanshan get promoted and get a raise, asking for a hug wasn't too much, right? Chen Shanshan was still in a daze. When Lin Chen hugged her, she didn't even react. Only now did her face turn slightly red. This was the first time in her life she had such an intimate gesture with a male, and she knew Lin Chen was taking advantage of her, but at this moment, she didn't seem to mind. Sitting in the car, Lin Chen was still savoring that soft embrace. Since Chen Shanshan hadn't reacted yet, it wouldn't be too much to ask for a little interest, right? Lin Chen took out his phone and searched for the phone number of the Yunlu Mountain Villa sales office from that day. Today he would pick up the house and take Yi Mingxi out for dinner in the evening, marking the beginning of their relationship and bidding farewell to the life of the fifth young lady. Ever since the Cold War with Yi lasted for a few months, he had relied on the fifth young lady to relieve the pressure in his heart. Hello, Mr. Lin, this is Li Cheng. Are you coming over today? As soon as the call connected, the other party directly called out Lin Chen's name. These top salespeople really had their skills. Yes, I'm on my way now, about half an hour. Lin Chen checked the navigation. It was less than 20 kilometers away, but the traffic in the city was complicated, so half an hour was about right. Okay, Li Qing will be waiting for your arrival. With a vroom, Lin Chen stepped on the gas and left the place. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of helping Chen Shanshan get promoted and receive a raise. Reward, 1 billion Do coins. Reward, the luxurious Lamborghini Poison. Ding. Lamborghini Poison has been placed in the host's Yunlu Mountain Villa garage. Hearing the prompt, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. The Lamborghini Poison was worth 100 million. 1 billion Do coins, at a ratio of 10 to 1, meant he needed to recharge 100 million to get 1 billion Do coins. If converted, that would be 50 million. However, for Lin Chen's current financial situation, there was no need to convert it. He could just use it to tip streamers. The most important thing was that this task had rescued a girl with a beauty score of 93. Moreover, he believed he had already left a mark in her heart. There would be plenty of time in the future, As long as he worked a little harder, he could win over Chen Shanshan. In the past, Lin Chen always thought of being wholeheartedly devoted to someone. After the incident with He Yi and gaining this luxurious system, he felt that his former self was a fool. He had actually given up a whole forest for a single tree. Half an hour later, Lin Chen arrived at the Yunlu Mountain Villa sales office. At a glance, apart from two tall security guards at the entrance, there was only one woman in a black uniform skirt, her long legs wrapped in black stockings. With a beautiful face, she had bright, large eyes and a hint of a signature smile at the corner of her mouth. After seeing Lin Chen, she walked over slowly and greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am in charge of the sales and management of Yunlu Villa No. 1, and I am at your service 24 hours a day." 24-hour service? Is that what I think it is? Lin Chen's imagination was sparked by Li Qing's words. Li Qing in front of him did not trigger the system's prompt sound, indicating her looks did not reach 90 points. But in Lin Chen's eyes, even if it was not 90, it was very close. She must have been above 85 points. With such a stunning beauty offering 24-hour service, who could avoid wandering thoughts? "Mr. Lin, this way please." Li Qing smiled, already accustomed to the way men looked at her. Everyone desired her, and although she did not reject such attention, she had to find someone with potential. Those old men could hardly move for a few years. It was better to keep herself pure and preserve her value, waiting for a good opportunity to dedicate herself. And now, Lin Chen was her target for evaluation, as he was very young and capable of spending 500 million to buy Yunlu Villa No. 1, which indicated considerable financial strength. Lin Chen withdrew his invasive gaze and followed Li Qing's footsteps as she explained the relevant information about Yunlu Villa No. 1. Mr. Lin, Yunlu Villa No. 1 is the king of the villas here. It was originally bought by a mysterious wealthy person for 880 million. However, after this villa was purchased, that mysterious wealthy person never moved in. Recently, he urgently sold it, and now the owner of this villa is you. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. He remembered the system telling him it was a luxury house worth 500 million, while the previous purchase was for 880 million, indicating the price was inflated. The price calculated by the system was the true value of Yunlu Villa No. 1. The two arrived at the massive estate, and the scene at the entrance left Lin Chen dumbfounded. He saw 2 rows of maids dressed in black maid outfits, wearing black stockings. What is this situation? Lin Chen looked at the numerous beauties, each with a score of at least 80 points, tall and with long legs clad in black stockings. Li Qing chuckled lightly and explained, these 6 women were originally hired by the previous owner to take care of daily living and meals. Just as I finished hiring them, the owner sold the house to you. These maids became unemployed, and I took the liberty to let them stay an extra day to see if you needed them. I need them. I really need them, Lin Chen shouted inwardly. Having 6 pairs of black-stockinged legs swaying in front of him every day would be a wonderful thing. On the surface, Lin Chen maintained his composure, not expressing his inner desires that were as fierce as a wolf. Let's talk about it later, let's first take a look at the house. Please introduce it to me, he said calmly as he walked past the 6 maids. This scene surprised Li Qing. Initially, she thought Lin Chen was a lecher for staring at her legs, which was easy to handle. But now, with more beauties appearing, he seemed more composed. Was he pretending, or was her previous impression a misjudgment? Li Qing quickly stepped forward to introduce Yunlu Villa to Lin Chen. As Li Qing walked beside Lin Chen, her impressive curves brushed against his arm, igniting a fire within him. Yunlu Villa could be called a villa primarily because of its vast size. Behind the house was a golf course, a huge garden, a basketball court, an indoor swimming pool with temperature control upstairs, and a wine cellar in the basement stocked with a large quantity of fine wines, all left by the previous owner. When they reached the side parking lot, a black carbon fiber Lamborghini Veneno caught their eyes. Hey, when did this car appear here? It wasn't here before. Li Qing was surprised to see the Lamborghini Veneno, as she often came here and had never seen this car before. This is my car, I had it delivered here. Lin Chen didn't know how the system managed to get the car here, so he had to take it upon himself to handle the matter. The tour of the entire villa took more than half an hour, and the two returned to the hall inside. Lin Chen sat on the 7-figure sofa, while 6 maids approached, each carrying a tray. Some held red wine, while others had fruits and snacks. When they placed the items on the table, they knelt down first, their graceful curves reigniting the suppressed desire within him. Li Qing also noticed the fire in Lin Chen's eyes and seized the opportunity to say, Mr. Lin, these maids are all high achievers, though their majors are somewhat niche. We have those from the dance department, the singing department, and even culinary and bartending programs. You might consider keeping them. As for the villa's sanitation and some landscaping issues, Our community has dedicated personnel for that. They can take care of your daily needs. Niche skills? They were all practical and entertaining, perfectly fitting the standards for maids in wealthy families. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and glanced at Li Qing. What are their salary packages? Li Qing smiled and replied, an annual salary of 500,000. 500,000 a year was relatively low in this city, and these were all beautiful women, high achievers. Even if their majors were niche, they could easily earn 200 to 300,000 in the job market. And yours? Lin Chen was not only interested in the maids, he also wanted Li Qing. After all, she was originally managing all affairs of Yunlu Villano. 1. Li Qing seemed unfazed by Lin Chen's question. Earlier, she had been leaning against him, flaunting her proud position, hoping to catch his eye. I mainly handle after-sales butler services, with an annual salary between 800,000 to 1 million. Does Mr. Lin want to recruit me as well? Li Qing blinked, feigning ignorance. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen smiled slightly. Not at all, I was just asking casually. In that case, let's keep these 6. Their previous salary was 500,000, now I can offer you 1 million a year. Give me your account numbers, and I'll arrange the transfer right now. Lin Chen took a sip of the red wine. He found the wine quite good. It had no bitter taste at first, and only after swallowing did he notice a hint of sweetness. Looking down, he saw the English label reading Romanée-Conti, a world-renowned wine, which explained its exquisite flavor. Li Qing was stunned. She had thought she could easily manipulate him, but he was not playing by the rules. Lin Chen indeed wanted Li Qing to stay as a butler, but she was too proud. Although her demeanor seemed humble, the arrogance beneath it was palpable. Someone who wanted to control the master needed to be properly tempered. From their first meeting until now, Li Qing had been setting the pace, trying to keep Lin Chen under her control, but Lin Chen was no fool. If it had been the previous, love-struck Lin Chen, he might have fallen for her tricks. Now, having just gone through a breakup, he was incredibly clear-headed, and with his enhanced attributes, he had shed that love-struck mentality. The other 6 maids were thrilled to hear that Lin Chen wanted to raise their salaries and stay, and they stepped forward to introduce themselves. Hello, Mr. Lin, my name is Li Shui, and my major is in culinary arts. I can make all kinds of delicious dishes and snacks. Hello, Mr. Lin, my name is Yang Man, and I studied dance. If you're bored, I can perform a dance for you. Hello, Mr. Lin, my name is Xia Shi, and I specialize in singing. If you want to listen to music, I can sing for you, and I can also provide accompaniment when Man dances. Hello, Mr. Lin, my name is Song Yu, and I graduated from the music department with a focus on instruments. I'm skilled in various instruments, such as the piano and guitar. Hello, Mr. Lin, my name is Yu Qian, and my specialty is bartending. I can mix all kinds of drinks, even non-alcoholic ones. Hello, Mr. Lin, my name is Han Shuang, and I am majoring in medicine. If you ever feel unwell, I can take good care of you and prepare your medicine. Han Shuang said, pulling a stethoscope from her jacket pocket. The 6 women introduced themselves while making slightly provocative gestures, leaving Lin Chen feeling parched. Ahem, let me first state my requirements. The first is how you will address me. From now on, you will all call me master. If anyone finds that unacceptable, you may leave. I won't force anyone. The 6 women exchanged glances, their cheeks slightly flushed as they sweetly called out to Lin Chen. Master Lin Chen felt a thrill deep in his bones at the sound of being called master. This feeling was simply delightful. With each maid having her own strengths, he finally experienced what it was like to live as a wealthy person. Who says you lose things when you become rich? I've lost my worries. Lin Chen shouted inwardly. My second requirement is that Han Shuang needs to change into attire that matches her profession. Also, bring me your bank cards. I will pay you your first year's salary now. Lin Chen took out his phone and looked at them. The 6 women showed a hint of hesitation, which puzzled Lin Chen. He was about to pay them, yet they seemed uncertain. Master, are you really going to pay us now? Aren't you afraid we might run away? Li Shui asked the question they all wanted to know, worried that Lin Chen was testing whether they would dare to hand over their cards. Lin Chen chuckled, realizing that was the reason for their indifference. Don't worry, this is genuinely your salary. As for whether you will run after receiving it, I can only say it's up to you. If you run with that 1 million, we won't even know whose loss is greater. Upon hearing this, the 6 women's eyes filled with determination as they quickly returned to their rooms to get their cards. They decided that if this was a test from Lin Chen, they would definitely pass it and stay. Lin Chen leaned back on the sofa, savoring the expensive Romanée-Conti, when he suddenly noticed Li Qing beside him. Miss Li, you haven't left yet. I've already gotten familiar with this place, and besides, I have these maids to help me. You can go back to your work. Li Qing's face turned a bit awkward. She thought Lin Chen was just joking earlier, but now that he was clearly asking her to leave, it was no longer a joke. Moreover, the scene of Lin Chen raising the maids' salaries had genuinely shocked her. Going from a 50,000 annual salary to 100,000 felt unreal. If she could stay here, her salary could double too. Just as Li Qing was about to say something, Li Shuai and the others returned with their cards. Lin Chen transferred 120,000 to each of them, and when the maids received the text notifications, they were all stunned. He really did pay them in advance, and it was an extra 20,000. This 20,000 is for your daily clothing and jewelry expenses. You don't have to wear just professional attire. Aren't there many cosplay outfits from the two-dimensional world? As long as they fit, you can buy them to wear. Those who perform well will also receive bonuses, Lin Chen thought. Considering how good their figures were, not trying out other outfits would be a waste. His purpose in paying them in advance was also to stimulate Li Qing. Giving an extra 20,000 was like plucking a hair from his leg for him. Not only were Li Shuai and the other maids astonished, but even Li Qing was taken aback. Although she had just claimed her annual salary was between 800,000 to 1 million, in reality, she only earned 60,000 a year from helping the owner with various tasks and recruitment, including red envelopes. When the owner of Yunlu Villa One had spent 50,000 to hire a maid, she had been tempted, but her appetite was not satisfied with just that 50,000. She hoped for more, so she held back. Nowadays, those few maids earn 1 million a year, and there's an extra 200,000 for them to buy clothes, which instantly made Li Qing feel deeply regretful. What was she pretending to be so high-minded for? Otherwise, she would have had that 120,000 by now. Thinking of this, Li Qing's gaze became resolute as she said to Lin Chen, Mr. Lin, do you think you need me to be your housekeeper? For example, I can help you with payroll and other trivial matters. You just need to give me a word, and I can arrange everything, serving you 24 hours a day. Li Qing deliberately emphasized the 24 hours. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth, but he feigned difficulty. But I can have Li Shuai and the others do the same. Upon hearing this, Li Qing's expression changed, and she quickly looked at the 6 girls with a pleading look. The 6 girls had originally stayed to recommend Li Qing to Lin Chen because of her help. They were kind-hearted and remembered this favor, but they all dared not speak up, fearing to upset their new boss. Han Shuang gritted her teeth and stepped forward. Master, we are usually managed by Sister Li Qing. If possible, could you hire Sister Li Qing as well? I can take a pay cut and give half of my salary to Sister Li Qing. Li Qing looked at Han Shuang with gratitude, and at the same time, the other 5 girls also spoke up to persuade, their meanings similar to Han Shuang's. Lin Chen's expression turned cold. Are you all trying to force me to do something? The girls' faces changed instantly, and they all stood still, not daring to speak further. Li Qing forced a smile. Mr. Lin, please don't blame them. They are just too kind-hearted and hope to keep me around with such a good boss like you. Li Qing understood Mr. Lin's meaning and prepared to leave. If you need anything in the future, you can contact me anytime. Li Qing stood up dejectedly and walked towards the door, as if at that moment her inner pride had been completely shattered. It seemed she could only return to her previous job, which, although busy, still had a decent income. She just felt unwilling to let such a good opportunity slip away because of her own actions. Wait! Lin Chen called out to Li Qing, who was about to walk out the door. Sigh, I can't resist a woman pleading with me. Miss Li, you can stay, but your treatment will be the same as theirs. Can you accept that? Lin Chen shook his head inside. Li Qing's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I will definitely perform well and take care of everything you ask. As long as her salary was the same as the other women's, she was very satisfied and had no objections. Moreover, since Lin Chen was so generous, staying would only bring her more benefits. Still calling me Mr. Lin? You were just here, you should know what to call me when working for me, right? Lin Chen smiled. He had always wanted Li Qing. From the very beginning, he thought she was a capable person. Now, after deflating her pride, winning her over would only make her feel grateful, rather than submissive on the surface while feeling superior inside. Yes, Master, Li Qing said without hesitation. Thank you, Master, for accepting Sister Li Qing. Han Shuang was the first to lean in and kiss Lin Chen's cheek. The other girls quickly followed suit, making Lin Chen feel quite pleased. In the end, even Li Qing leaned in and kissed Lin Chen's cheek. Lin Chen directly transferred 5 million to Li Qing. Inside, 120,000 is yours. The rest of the money will stay with you for now. With such a large estate, there will be many places where money is needed. I don't want you all coming to me for these small amounts from time to time. When Li Qing saw the balance in her account, she felt she had made the best decision of her life. Just for convenience, he directly transferred 5 million to her. How wealthy was this master in front of her? Li Qing left the villa. Unlike the maids, she still had a job, so she needed to go submit her resignation. Although this sudden resignation would incur some penalties, for her, who now had millions, it was just a drop in the bucket. Lin Chen arrived at the master bedroom and discovered a bathtub suitable for soaking. He immediately instructed the maid to fill it with water. He had never soaked in a bathtub before, he didn't have the conditions for it in the past, and he found hotel bathtubs dirty. Now that it was his own home, it was different. Li Shui went to prepare lunch. She was a culinary major, and as long as Lin Chen specified a cuisine, she could whip up dozens of dishes. Just as Lin Chen lay back in the bathtub with his eyes closed, he suddenly felt someone enter. He turned to see Yang Man walking up behind him, helping to knead his shoulders. "Master, we have all been trained, and we know how to massage and give foot baths. Let Man help you with a massage." Lin Chen responded with a hum and continued to close his eyes. However, inside, he was in turmoil. A woman had walked into the bathroom, and he was a young man full of vigor. "Have you all not seen the previous owner since you arrived here?" Lin Chen suddenly recalled something and asked. Yang Man shook her head. "No, we haven't seen him, but we heard from Sister Li Qing that he was a big boss. This place seems to be used for entertaining distinguished guests, but it seems that something happened to that boss, and his guests were implicated as well, which is why he sold this house." Suddenly, a flush crept across Yang Man's cheeks as Lin Chen stood up and walked out of the bathtub, oblivious to anyone else. "Since you are trained in massage, then come and give me one." With such skills, how could he not enjoy it? He had never been massaged before. His cousin had once said he would take him, but he couldn't go due to shyness. There was also a sauna room in the house. Yang Man stood up from her kneeling position and led Lin Chen to the sauna room. The massage beds here were worth 7 figures, and Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel at how the owner of this house truly knew how to enjoy life. The sauna room was right next to the master bedroom. Lin Chen lay down on the sauna bed, and the entire bed began to change, as if the internal air cushion structure was shifting. This type of bed could sense various positions of the human body, then inflate and deflate the internal air cushions to adjust to the most suitable shape and position. The air cushions underneath even warmed up, keeping the body warm even without clothes. A pair of soft little hands rested on Lin Chen's back, beginning the massage. It must be said that Yang Man's massage technique was very comfortable, and Lin Chen unknowingly fell asleep. Yang Man did not stop the massage, and even when Lin Chen unconsciously turned over in his sleep, facing up, she continued to massage him, though her cheeks were slightly flushed. After all, Lin Chen was wearing nothing. When Lin Chen woke up after a short nap, Yang Man was still continuing to massage him, standing next to his right hand. For a moment, Lin Chen felt a bit dazed and reached out his hand toward her beautiful legs clad in black stockings. Yang Man's body trembled slightly, and her face turned even redder, but the dim lighting in the room made it hard to tell. Lin Chen's hand rested on Yang Man's leg, and in his hot palm, she found it hard to steady herself. Lin Chen's eyes were almost ablaze with desire. He immediately got off the massage bed and picked Yang Man up in a princess carry, looking at her with burning eyes. Yang Man seemed to realize something, wrapping her arms around Lin Chen's neck, her face full of shyness as she buried herself in his embrace. Lin Chen could no longer hold back, quickly carrying Yang Man into the room, and soon the room was filled with his beast-like growls. All the fire ignited by Li Qing and the 6 maids that day was fully released. Downstairs, the women heard the sounds from above and felt their cheeks flush. Li Shui also paused her work. She had prepared the ingredients and could have them ready in a few minutes when Lin Chen wanted to eat. It seemed that Lin Chen wouldn't be thinking about food for a while. An hour later, Lin Chen looked at the crimson stain on the sheets and cast a surprised glance at Yang Man. From start to finish, throughout the entire process, Yang Man had shown no resistance, and Lin Chen never expected that it was her first time. Man, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was your first time. I was too rough." Lin Chen felt a twinge of guilt inside. This guilt stemmed not only from his earlier roughness but also from the fact that he had initially perceived Yang Man as a casual woman, someone he looked down upon. "Master, it's okay, Man is also very comfortable. Didn't Sister Li Qing tell you? One of the conditions for applying as a maid is to be a virgin." Yang Man blinked her big eyes, looking at Lin Chen with curiosity. Lin Chen had indeed not heard this from Li Qing, and upon learning this news, he felt even more that he had gotten more than his money's worth. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. Man, did you all come here with the expectation of doing these things?" Yang Man quickly shook her head. "No, it was clearly stated in the contract from the beginning that we cannot be forced to do things we don't want to do. Just now, it was my choice." Yang Man's pretty face flushed slightly. Lin Chen was young and wealthy, and although he wasn't particularly handsome, every aspect of him was a plus in her eyes. "You just rest here, I'll have them bring you some food later," Lin Chen thought to himself, having fully accepted her after giving himself to her for the first time. Master, I'm fine, I'm studying dance. Although it hurts a bit now, it won't affect me. Young man didn't want to appear too fragile in front of Lin Chen. Be good, listen to me. Lin Chen patted her head and kissed her. After Lin Chen went downstairs, he instructed Li Shui to bring food to Young Man and take good care of her. When the other girls looked at Lin Chen, their faces were all flushed. Young Man had been shouting for a full hour just now. Although they were all inexperienced, they had heard about such things. It was said that anyone who could last 15 minutes was a real man, and Lin Chen had lasted an hour. He must be a superman. Lin Chen was also surprised at himself. In the past, he could only manage a few minutes and had even been scolded by He. It seemed that his physical condition had improved. He had only a score of 6 back then, but now it was 8. Although it was just a 2-point increase, it made a world of difference. Lin Chen began to look forward to the next task. He wanted to see what kind of existence he would become once all his attribute points were maxed out. Lin Chen arrived at the dining table, where Li Shui had already prepared the meal. Since Lin Chen had mentioned wanting to eat Sichuan cuisine, she made several traditional dishes. Li Shui truly was a culinary talent. Her Sichuan dishes were even better than what he had eaten outside. After finishing the meal, Lin Chen remembered he needed to transfer money to his family, so he immediately transferred 100,000 yuan to his mother's account. In less than a minute, his mother, Chen Xiaoxiang, called him. Lin Chen smiled wryly and answered the phone. Xiaoqin, why did you transfer 100,000 yuan to me? Where did you get the money? You didn't do anything bad, did you? You mustn't think of doing anything foolish. Chen Xiaoxiang bombarded him with questions, leaving Lin Chen unsure of how to respond. Mom, don't worry, I developed a software with my classmates at school and sold it to a big company for some money. You can spend it however you like. That software will earn me a lot of money. Lin Chen's parents weren't very familiar with these new age things, so they believed whatever he said. Mom, you can use this money for now. Didn't you want to replace the refrigerator and air conditioner? You can do that now. I still have some money left, so you don't need to worry about me, and you don't have to send me any more living expenses in the future. Lin Chen continued to persuade her, fearing that his mother would transfer the money back to him. Alright, I'll save this money for you, to use when you get married in the future. Your dad has been growing tea at home, and now the tea is starting to sell well. The money we both have is enough, and the household expenses aren't high. In the future, the money you earn can be yours to spend. You don't have to send any back home. Chen Xiaoxiang felt quite reassured about her son, and they never believed that children should hand over their earnings every month, under the pretense of saving for them, when in fact they had no idea where the money had gone. After chatting with Lin Chen for a while and giving him some reminders, she hung up the phone. While Lin Chen was scrolling through his phone, he suddenly saw a group message from their dormitory group of 4. In the end, the goddess is still about money. This was posted on the campus forum this morning. A student caught it and put it online. Li Wuqi sent a picture. Lin Chen opened the image and saw a sports car, with a girl inside kissing the face of the person in the driver's seat. However, due to the angle of the photo, the driver's face was obscured by the glare of the light, making it impossible to see who it was. Wow! Isn't that Yi Xiaohua? I thought I had a chance with her after just getting to know her. Turns out she was taken away by a rich second generation. Fan Jianxiang, who usually spoke little, was now chattering away in the chat window. As Li Wuqi put it, Fan Jianxiang was the type who acted innocent in person but dared to say anything behind a screen. Yi Xiaohua is so beautiful, it's normal for her to have a boyfriend. Losing to a rich second generation is better than losing to a poor loser, right? If a poor loser took your goddess away, wouldn't you be even angrier? Xia Lu also chimed in, though it wasn't very pleasant to hear, it made sense. Lin Chen looked at the picture, his expression somewhat strange. Because the person in the driver's seat was him, this scene was from when he was dropping off Yi Mingxi at school. Damn, what nonsense are you talking about? Beast, I thought Yi Xiaohua was interested in us, but it turns out to be an illusion. I don't know if the beast took it seriously. If he did, then the beast has experienced heartbreak again. 2 breakups in 3 days is a record. Li Wuqi said gleefully. If I said the person being kissed by your goddess is me, would you believe it? Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. He imagined how their expressions would be if they found out the truth. What are you talking about? Even if that person isn't you, do you know what kind of car that is? That's a Pagani Huayra worth 25 million. Li Wuqi was always knowledgeable about these things. There's a saying that goes, only the poor understand life. Beast, this isn't just heartbreak, it's a case of losing your mind. Fan Jianxiang continued to comment. Sigh, let's all say less. Tomorrow night, let's take the beast out for a drink. As brothers, we need to help him out of this heartbreak. I won't say more, I'm off to Disney with Yen Yen. You guys take care of the beast. Lin Chen looked at their messages and couldn't help but chuckle. To be honest, no one ever believed him. What could he do? He felt quite helpless. At that moment, a message from Yi Mingxi came in. She had already gotten up and eaten breakfast. Her words hinted that she wanted to see Lin Chen. Coincidentally, Lin Chen also planned to go out in the afternoon to buy some clothes and maybe get a better phone. Now that he was wealthy, he couldn't let himself be deprived. Lin Chen picked up the key to the Lamborghini Veneno. He wasn't particularly knowledgeable about cars, so he specifically looked up information about this one online. He was shocked to find out that there were very few of these cars in the world, and the system had given him a Lamborghini Veneno worth 100 million. The entire car was made of carbon fiber. Lin Chen sat inside and pressed the accelerator. The roar of the engine was filled with power. This was the real show-off car. Suddenly, that Pagani Huayra didn't seem appealing anymore. Lin Chen specifically glanced at the license plate. The number for this Veneno was MOA 10001. The cars gifted by the system were all automatically registered and had all the paperwork completed. Lin Chen drove the sports car towards Jiaotong University. Yi Mingxi placed great importance on this date with Lin Chen because he had told her in the morning that he had something to say in person. In her eyes, Lin Chen was ready to accept her, so she spent a long time carefully dressing up, changing into a white spaghetti strap dress that she had never worn before. She couldn't wait to arrive at the school gate to wait. However, before Lin Chen arrived, someone else parked their car next to Yi Mingxi. A white BMW Z4 pulled up beside her, and a young man with a buzzcut got out, holding a bouquet of roses. Mingxi, great to see you. I was going to look for you downstairs, but fate brought me to you at the school gate. This bouquet of roses is for you, representing my feelings. I love you, Mingxi, please be my girlfriend. Yi Mingxi's eyes flashed with irritation. Lu Jimin, thank you for your words, but I'm allergic to roses, so I won't accept your flowers. Also, I have a boyfriend now, please stop bothering me. Today was the day she was confirming her relationship with her senior. If he saw her and misunderstood, everything she had done before would be in vain. Lu Jimin smiled confidently. Mingxi, you don't have to lie to me. In the past 2 years of college, I haven't seen any boy around you. If you have a boyfriend, why don't you call him out to prove it? A loud roar of engines approached, and a black sports car pulled up in front of Yi Mingxi. Lin Chen got out of the car, and Yi Mingxi ran over with a beaming face. Senior, you're here. Let's go. Lin Chen also saw Lu Jimin and guessed he was Yi Mingxi's pursuer. Lu Jimin's face darkened. He had never seen Yi Mingxi smile before, and the first time he saw it was directed at another man. When Lu Jimin saw Yi Mingxi take the other person's hand, he couldn't hold back any longer. Mingxi, even if you want to anger me or reject me, please don't demean yourself. Lu Jimin thought this person must be an actor Yi Mingxi had hired, specifically someone with a sports car to deter other suitors. Yi Mingxi looked at him as if he were foolish. Lu Jimin, I've already said I have a boyfriend. Senior is my boyfriend, thank you for your feelings, but I won't accept you. Think whatever you want. After saying this, Yi Mingxi wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's neck and kissed him. Yi Mingxi decided to give him a strong dose of reality, otherwise, Lu Jimin would always think that the senior was an actor she had brought in. Of course, this also included a bit of her own selfishness. It was only at this moment that she had the courage to kiss her senior. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned by Yi Mingxi's sudden kiss, but he quickly reacted and even extended his tongue. No! Lu Jimin watched the scene before him, feeling as if his heart was shattering, and the 99 roses in his hands fell to the ground. The two who were kissing slowly parted, their lips still connected by a thin strand. Yi Mingxi's cheeks flushed slightly as she looked affectionately at Lin Chen. The latter took out a single rose from behind him. Meng, I originally wanted to fill the trunk with flowers, but who knew this car doesn't have a trunk, so I could only buy one. Yi Mingxi happily accepted the rose and said, thank you, senior. How did you know that roses are my favorite? Put. Lu Jimin nearby almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Just a moment ago, she had clearly said she was allergic to roses and had dismissed his 99 roses, yet now she was so happily accepting someone else's single rose, saying it was her favorite. Lin Chen and Yi Mingxi got into the car and drove away, leaving Lu Jimin alone in a state of confusion. The surrounding students were buzzing with discussion, and many had already taken out their phones to snap photos. It seemed the campus forum was about to get lively again. The male lead, who hadn't been captured in the car before, was now thoroughly photographed from the front. Senior, others may not appreciate your charm, but I can see your good side. What do you think of me? A girl weighing around 180 pounds approached Lu Jimin with a coy tone. Lu Jimin stood at 1.8 meters tall, was an athlete, and had a robust physique. Coupled with a bit of money, he was already a catch at school. However, Yi Mingxi's heart had long been occupied by Lin Chen. Even if Lin Chen had nothing, she wouldn't look at Lu Jimin. Get lost. Lu Jimin pushed the chubby girl away. The girl, humiliated and angry, shouted, "Who do you think you are? Your car isn't as good as his, and you're not as handsome. If I were you, I'd choose him too. You deserve to be rejected." Lu Jimin's face turned red with anger, and he slapped the girl across the face. "Ah, you're killing me. I'll fight you." The girl rushed forward and started to fight Lu Jimin. This scene would also become lively material for the forum, but Lin Chen and Yi Mengxi, who had already left, were unaware of the amusing events that followed. "Meng Meng, let's go shopping at the International Finance Center. I want to buy a few pieces of clothing. Can you accompany me?" Yi Mengxi had been gazing affectionately at Lin Chen, who was driving, and upon hearing this, she nodded and cautiously asked, "Senior, does this mean we're considered a couple now?" Lin Chen chuckled lightly and teased, "Can't we kiss even if we're not a couple? That drool just now was quite something. Can you do that with someone who isn't your boyfriend?" Yi Mengxi quickly waved her hands. "No, It was my first kiss just now. You have to believe me, senior." Her fragile state made Lin Chen feel a bit heartbroken. "I was just joking. How could I not know what kind of girl my Meng Meng is?" Lin Chen reached out and gently patted her head. The two soon arrived at the underground parking lot of the International Finance Center. Just in front of his car was an orange Lamborghini, with two Lamborghinis parked side by side in the two spaces. Lin Chen pulled the door handle and opened the door, and at the same time, the passenger door of the orange Lamborghini opened as well. The distance between the two cars was a bit far, so they wouldn't touch, but the person getting out of the passenger seat made Lin Chen's expression turn cold immediately. Upon seeing Lin Chen, the other person smirked, "I thought you were so impressive, but you're still stalking me. I told you, there's no chance for us. Can you just leave my life?" The person getting out of the Lamborghini was Lin Chen's ex-girlfriend, He. The man in the driver's seat also walked over, asking, "What's going on?" He quickly wrapped her arm around the man's. "Lin Chen, this is Senior Zhou Junfeng. He's my boyfriend now, so just give up on any thoughts you have and stop following me." Lin Chen smiled coldly, "Is this International Finance Center yours? Can I come here to shop?" Yi Mingxi had also come to Lin Chen's side. "Senior, who is this?" Lin Chen took Yi Mingxi's hand. "Just a self-righteous person. Let's go." He then noticed Lin Chen's car, which seemed different from the one a few days ago, further convincing her that Lin Chen was renting sports cars. She had just seen that this car didn't even have a door handle. It had a pull rope to open the door, which, for someone who didn't understand cars, confirmed it was a junk car. "Stop pretending. Why does the car you drove to find me a few days ago look different from today's? Is it because that one was too expensive for you to rent, so you switched to this cheaper one?" Lin Chen ignored her and took the elevator to the mall with Yi Mengxi. "Xiaoyi, is that your ex-boyfriend? He looks pretty handsome," Zhou Junfeng said with a slightly raised chin, exuding arrogance. Hearing this, He noticed that Lin Chen seemed a bit different, though she couldn't pinpoint exactly how. He did look better than before. However, she was Zhou Junfeng's girlfriend now, so she couldn't say such things. "Oh please, how can he compare to my senior? He's just a loser, renting a sports car to deliberately show off in front of me, probably still dreaming of getting back together." Zhou Junfeng's gaze was fixed on the direction Lin Chen had left, and he was dazzled by Yi Mingxi's appearance. What a beautiful girl. Although He wasn't bad, standing next to Yi Mengxi, she felt completely outclassed. "Renting? That Lamborghini must cost quite a bit to rent. If your ex-boyfriend is really a poor loser, the rental fee for just one day would be enough for his living expenses for 2 months, Zhou Junfeng said. Although it was a Lamborghini, he wasn't very familiar with this particular model. If it weren't for the bull logo, he wouldn't even know it was a Lamborghini. He scoffed, "How can he compare to my senior's car? If he rents, it must be a cheap one. I saw it earlier, that junk car doesn't even have a door handle, he has to use a rope to pull it." After saying this, he even patted the car's roof. Unbeknownst to her, Zhou Junfeng's expression had changed dramatically. A rope-pulled door handle, the sixth element. Only the top-tier Lamborghini Veneno has that feature. Zhou Junfeng walked to the back of Lin Chen's car and saw the English word Veneno. "Damn! It really is a Veneno," Zhou Junfeng shouted internally. The price of this Veneno could buy him several of his own model. What kind of person is He's ex-boyfriend, able to afford a Veneno? He definitely isn't renting it. There are only a few of these cars in the world. Who would rent out a car worth over 100 million? The person who collects this car wouldn't even want to drive it. Zhou Junfeng quickly pulled He away from the car, which she was about to pat again. "This is a Veneno. Just taking it for a spin would incur tens of thousands in depreciation. If he kept patting it, he wouldn't even have enough to cover the damages for his own car." However, Zhou Junfeng didn't tell Yi what kind of car it was. He had his own selfish motives. He had pursued this woman for a long time, and if she found out her ex-boyfriend was a rich tycoon, she would definitely dump him. It was better to keep it a secret for now and secure her affection first. Senior, was that woman just now your ex-girlfriend? Yi Mingxi also picked up on the hints and realized that the woman was Lin Chen's ex-girlfriend. Lin Chen nodded. Yes, that's her. Yi Mingxi tightened her grip on his arm, and Lin Chen patted her hand, smiling to indicate that she shouldn't worry. The two entered the mall, where the Guojin Center had various luxury brand stores. Lin Chen wasn't familiar with these, so Yi Mingxi took the initiative, leading him to a Versace store. Although Yi Mingxi didn't often shop for clothes, it was in a woman's nature to be somewhat knowledgeable about these things. She picked out 3 casual outfits for Lin Chen, along with some belts, shoes, and the like. As they browsed and tried things on, they ended up buying 5 outfits, spending over 600,000, averaging more than 100,000 per outfit. Meng, I've sorted out my matters, now it's your turn. Come on, let your boyfriend buy you a few pieces of clothing, Lin Chen said, pulling Yi Mingxi towards a Chanel store. Senior, I don't need to. I still have a lot of clothes I haven't worn yet, Yi Mingxi replied. She had just learned that Lin Chen was wealthy, but she still felt sorry for his money, and she didn't want to be seen as materialistic by accepting gifts so soon after getting together. Be good, if you don't accept, I will be unhappy. I might have to go back then, I don't want to browse anymore. Lin Chen's words were quite effective, and Yi Mingxi immediately stopped struggling. As soon as they entered the store, they saw their nemesis, Yi. At that moment, she was standing in front of the mirror, looking at the clothes she was trying on. From the mirror, she also saw Lin Chen enter, and her face instantly filled with anger. Are you done yet? Is it fun to haunt me like a ghost? Zhou Junfeng, who had been sitting on the sofa in the store, looked up and saw Lin Chen, his face suddenly awkward. What bad luck! Meng, why don't we go check out other stores? Lin Chen didn't expect to run into Yi in such a large national gold center. Yi Mingxi frowned and took Lin Chen's arm. No need, let's just buy here. Why should we leave? If anyone should go, it's them. Lin Chen smiled and patted her head. He knew Yi Mingxi didn't want him to avoid his ex-girlfriend. Alright, I'll go with your decision. Only then did Yi notice the woman beside Lin Chen. She hadn't looked closely in the parking lot because she had always thought this woman was just an actress Lin Chen had rented. Humph, you even specially rented a woman to flaunt in front of me. Lin Chen, can you be a bit more mature? Have you spent all your allowance on this? Renting cars and people, it seems you've taken out a loan online. How come I never noticed how narcissistic you are? You're not even qualified for me to do that. Meng, let's go pick out some clothes. Lin Chen sneered, then took Yi Mingxi towards the women's clothing section. Senior is now my boyfriend, please mind your own business and stop being so self-righteous and bothering us, Yi Mingxi couldn't help but retort. Upon hearing this, Yi felt a wave of discomfort rise in her heart, like a child who had played with a toy for many years suddenly having it taken away, while someone else cherished it. Sales assistant, hurry up and kick these two out. They are poor and can't afford anything here, they just came in to take photos and show off. The sales assistant looked at Zhou Junwei, as he was a regular customer who had brought girls to buy clothes more than once, and each time the girls were different. Zhou Junwei pretended to be reading a magazine, not even lifting his head. He knew Lin Chen was definitely not an ordinary person. Anyone who could afford a Lamborghini Veneno was far from ordinary. However, he was now in a dilemma. If he helped Yi, he would offend Lin Chen and might even get slapped in the face. If he helped Lin Chen, he would lose Yi as a target, so he chose to remain silent and act as if he knew nothing. The sales assistant mistakenly thought Zhou Junwei had tacitly agreed and gained confidence, walking up to Lin Chen and Yi Mingxi. Sir, miss, you are disturbing our VIP customers, so we must ask you to leave. She gestured for them to leave. Lin Chen was amused. The store's sales assistant could actually drive away customers based on someone else's words. How can you do this? Why should we leave when they started the commotion? Yi Mingxi was also getting angry. The Chanel sales assistant was too snobbish. The sales assistant had some insight. Lin Chen's clothes and shoes added up to at most 300 yuan. Yi Mingxi's were a bit better, and with her small CK bag costing over 500, it topped out at around 1,000. On the other hand, Zhou Junwei was a regular customer, and it was easy to discern who was more important. Mr. Zhou is a VIP in our store, and you two are affecting our VIP shopping, so we must ask you to leave. Lin Chen coldly smiled and pulled Yi Mingxi to another sales assistant standing in the corner. Please get your store manager, I have a big deal to offer you. Zhou Chunyan is a new sales assistant, and she can't stand the actions of another female sales assistant. She has often had her sales snatched away by the other woman, and being new, she has to swallow her anger to work well in the store. Zhou Chunyan struggles internally. Although she doesn't really believe the other person can bring her any significant sales, she secretly hopes that what the other says is true. This mindset is like buying a lottery ticket. Before buying, one always feels that they might just win by chance, and that winner could be her, which is why the lottery industry remains thriving. Zhou Chunyan gritted her teeth and finally dialed the store manager's number. It was just a phone call, she wouldn't lose her job over it, and if she was resented, so be it. Coincidentally, the store manager had just parked her car and was walking towards the store. The sales assistant who had driven Lin Chen and the others away wore a slight cold smile, arms crossed as she watched them. Even if the store manager came, it wouldn't matter, she was a veteran in the store, and most of the sales were made by her. Even the manager wouldn't dare to easily fire her. A woman in her 40s quickly walked into the store. What's going on? Zhou Chunyan approached the manager and quickly explained the situation. After hearing the details, the store manager, Lin Xiaomei, frowned slightly and cast an unhappy glance at the other sales assistant. Such matters could clearly be resolved with some soothing words, yet they had to create a situation that offended the customer. Lin Chen didn't wait for the manager to respond, he pulled out a card from his pocket. I want everything in this store, including that woman's outfit. Buy it all, and count the sales under this lady's name. As the manager, you should have the right to assess the store's inventory and check the funds on my card to avoid thinking I'm joking. Shock. Petrified. Everyone present was stunned by this statement, except for Zhou Junwei, who remained calm because, in his view, it wouldn't be surprising if the other party bought the store. Crazy. The sales assistant who had driven Lin Chen away suddenly laughed out loud, having seen many pretentious people but never someone so pretentious. Sir, are you joking? Lin Xiaomei also found it hard to believe. Whether it's a joke or not, just check if I have enough money on my card, Lin Chen said, a bit impatient. Yi Mengshi quickly tugged at his hand. Senior, let it go. We can just not buy it or go to another store. Lin Chen tightened his grip on her hand and said softly, don't worry, no one can bully you except me. I will make sure to avenge you. Lin Xiaomei walked to the front desk and inserted the card into a machine, which immediately displayed a 9-digit balance. She stood there, her chest rising and falling rapidly due to excitement. Lin Xiaomei quickly walked forward and returned the card to Lin Chen. Sir, this is the assessment of the store's inventory. Since there are many items, where should they be delivered? Do you have any other requests? Upon hearing Lin Xiaomei's words, the sales assistant felt as if struck by lightning, for this meant that Lin Chen's earlier words were not just pretentious, they were true. Even more surprising was Yi, the instigator, who was not a fool and quickly understood the situation. Impossible, impossible. You are not the store manager, you are an actor hired by Lin Chen. He shouted, pointing at them. The crowd looked at her as if she were crazy. If the manager were fake, the sales assistants would surely recognize it. Zhou Junfeng felt that staying any longer would lead to a severe slap in the face. Although he was already being slapped, it wasn't his face. Let's go, let's check out the next store. Zhou Junfeng pulled the somewhat frantic He towards the door. Zhou Chunyan quickly blocked their way. Sir, the outfit that lady is wearing still belongs to our store. Please have her change before leaving. Zhou Junwei was a bit impatient. How much? I've paid for it, and I want to take this piece of clothing. It was just a piece of clothing. He had spent quite a bit in this store, yet this little hand dared to stop him. Manager Lin, if there's one less item in this store, I will take back my intention to buy everything. Lin Chen smiled coldly. Lin Chen, don't go too far. He glared at him fiercely, still unwilling to believe that Lin Chen had money. She would rather think these people were all actors. Even if Lin Chen really had money, she wouldn't lower herself to accept his charity, even if she might not even get it. Lin Chen ignored her and turned to Lin Xiaomei, saying, Manager Lin, I want everything in the store right now. If there's even one item missing, I won't take any of it. Handle it. After saying that, he pulled Yi Mingxi towards the store's break room. Lin Chen deliberately didn't mention the other sales assistant. He wanted to see if Lin Xiaomei would handle it. The other sales assistant, who was supposed to drive Lin Chen and the others away, was now flustered and hurried towards the break room, wanting to apologize to Lin Chen, but was blocked by Lin Xiaomei. You can go, you don't need to come back to work. You almost caused us to lose a big client. Although the client didn't say anything, if I don't handle this, no one will dare to come to this store in the future. No, you can't fire me. The store's performance is all thanks to me. If you fire me, the headquarters will suffer a huge loss, and they will blame you. The sales assistant hurriedly said, trying to get Lin Xiaomei to retract her order. After all, the customer didn't even seem to blame her. Why should the manager fire her? Lin Xiaomei smiled coldly. Performance? You dare to say the headquarters will suffer losses with your meager performance? Do you think I don't know what you've been doing in the store? Bullying newcomers, seeing clients about to close a deal, you send the newcomers away and put the performance under your name. These newcomers dare not speak out. If it weren't for the fact that you've been here for a long time, I would have fired you long ago. And you secretly took things from the store to smuggle them out. Do you think I don't know? Get out quickly, or I'll call the police. The sales assistant's face changed, biting her lip, looking unwilling, and finally left in disgrace. She had taken quite a few private orders here. If the other party reported her, she would end up in jail, or at the very least, face a hefty fine. You're going too far. Senior Junfeng, help me. I will agree to any request you have. He was desperate. She just didn't want to lose to Lin Chen. Zhou Juanfeng's eyes lit up. Although he wasn't lacking in women, he always gave him a feeling of excitement, so he had a special place for her in his heart. If he could satisfy He this time, he might get her today. Manager Lin, I am also a regular customer here. Give me a favor, and I will buy this outfit for 3 times the price. Zhou Junfeng said to Lin Xiaomei. Lin Xiaomei smiled slightly. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou, but all the items in the store have already been sold to Mr. Lin. If you need anything, you can purchase it from Mr. Lin. I can't make that decision. Zhou Juanfeng's face turned ugly, but to get he could only lower his head. Brother, sell me this piece of clothing. I am willing to pay 5 times the price. Lin Chen smiled coldly. Brother? Who's your brother? Manager Lin, the outfit she's wearing is not for sale. Take it off and use it to wipe the floor in the restroom. You! Zhou Junfeng angrily pointed at Lin Chen. Leave a line today, and we may meet again in the future. You might need to ask me for a favor. Lin Chen laughed heartily. Ask you? You think you're worthy? He's face turned pale. She knew Zhou Junfeng could no longer help her. She shook off Zhou Juanfeng's hand, rushed into the fitting room to change back into her own clothes, and dashed out of the store, not even bothering to acknowledge Zhou Junfeng as she left. Xiaoyi. Zhou Junfeng hurriedly chased after her. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. This outcome brought him great comfort, as if the pent-up frustration in his chest had finally been released. Zhou Chunyan brought 2 cups of coffee to the lounge area. Sir, the 2 people have left. You and the young lady can go choose what you need now. Lin Xiaomei asked her to come over to confirm once again whether they were really going to buy everything in the store. After all, it was the fault of their staff, and even if Lin Chen changed his mind now, they wouldn't have any complaints. Lin Chen frowned. Didn't I say I want everything in the store? How many times do I have to say it? Go tally up the prices. Zhou Chunyan couldn't hide her joy and quickly walked towards Lin Xiaomei. Senior, there are quite a lot of items in this store. Do you really have that many girls to give gifts to? Why don't we just listen to them and pick a few items instead? Yi Mingxi looked at the dazzling array of clothes, jewelry, perfumes, and lipsticks, with the most expensive items likely being the bags. Lin Chen smiled and patted her head. I'm buying everything, and it's all for you. You can do whatever you want with these things. Yi Mingxi was stunned. She initially thought Lin Chen was buying these items just to vent his frustration and would find a way to sell them later since they were all brand new. She never expected that he was giving everything to her. No way. These are too expensive. I can't accept them. Yi Mingxi quickly refused. Lin Chen pretended to sigh in disappointment. Since you don't want them, I guess I'll have to give them to other girls. After all, I can't use these girls' things. No! Yi Mingxi shouted anxiously. What girl could resist the allure of a Chanel store? If she ended up with more rivals, wouldn't that be self-inflicted misery? In the end, Yi Mingxi agreed because there were also some men's clothes among the items, which she planned to sort out for Lin Chen, and with so many things, she simply had no place to put them. Let's buy a house to store these things, and occasionally we can enjoy a cozy world for 2, Lin Chen thought for a moment. Although he already had Yunlu Mountain Villa, it didn't seem convenient to bring Yi Mingxi there. After all, there were 7 beautiful women in black stockings there. Now that he had money, buying a house for Yi Mingxi would be even better, keeping a beauty in a golden house. Buy a house? Lin Chen's shocking words repeatedly refreshed Yi Mingxi's understanding. Is it really that reckless to spend money? Just how much money does the senior have? Yes, I don't have a house either. We can't keep going back to school for our weekend dates, and staying in a hotel isn't convenient. Why not buy a house as our love nest? The reason Lin Chen was doing this was that a task prompt had already sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host is dating a woman with a beauty score of over 90 and a favorability score of 90. Option 1, use all your skills to enhance the other person's sense of happiness, limited to 24 hours, reward, mastery of martial arts. Option 2, have a plain date, revealing the host's stingy side, limited to 24 hours, reward, mastery of underhanded techniques. Both rewards were actually quite good, and Lin Chen wanted both. Using underhanded techniques against underhanded people wasn't a bad idea. It seemed like a simple task, but in reality, it was quite difficult. For example, being stingy when he drove out a Lamborghini Veneno, the task would be impossible to complete. If he didn't skimp on luxury cars, where else could he be stingy? The other option of enhancing happiness was also challenging because happiness is something one gives to oneself. Some people who have been living a hard life suddenly enjoy a good meal one night, and their sense of happiness skyrockets. However, everyone's perception of happiness is different, making this aspect difficult. Since Lin Chen couldn't be stingy anymore, he decided to strive for the direction of enhancing happiness. He was proficient in martial arts, and even now, recalling the scene of him taking on 10 opponents outside the Snowfall Bar would still make his blood boil. Who hasn't had a dream of being a martial hero? So now, Lin Chen was doing everything he could to enhance Yi Mingxi's sense of happiness. Ding. Yi Mingxi's current happiness index is 65. Ding. When Yi Mingxi's happiness index reaches 90, the host will have completed the task. Lin Chen felt a bit of a headache. He had given her an entire Chanel collection and even promised to take her house hunting to build a love nest together, yet her happiness index hadn't increased much. It seemed that money really wasn't everything. Spending tens of millions didn't even raise Yi Mingxi's happiness index. Yi Mingxi wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's neck and said with eyes as gentle as water, "Senior, you're so good to me. I'm so happy." After saying that, her cherry lips moved closer. Ding. Yi Mingxi's happiness index +3. Now the happiness index is 68 points. Damn, only 3 points for happiness. At this rate, when would he complete the task? Fortunately, the countdown for the task had just started at 24 hours, so he still had a whole day left. Just as the two were passionately kissing, Lin Xiaomei pushed open the door to the lounge. Yi Mingxi immediately released her hold on Lin Chen's neck, her face turning crimson. Lin Xiaomei seemed not to notice, walking up with a few sheets of paper. "Mr. Lin, here's the inventory of all items in our store, with a total value of 6.34 million yuan. I've set you up with a membership, so after applying the discount, let's call it 6 million. Lin Chen flipped through it briefly. The clothes, jewelry, and cosmetics in the store weren't too expensive, but the bags accounted for most of the price. However, this amount was within Lin Chen's expectations. This was the first time he had spent so extravagantly, and while he appeared calm on the surface, inside he was a storm of emotions. If it weren't for the hundreds of millions in his account making him feel inflated, he wouldn't be spending money so recklessly. 6 million. Although Yi Mingxi knew the items in the store weren't cheap, this price exceeded her imagination. Lin Chen took out his card and handed it over. "Swipe the card, and get a membership for Mingxi. I don't need one. Pack everything up, and in a couple of days, Mingxi will send you an address for delivery." There was no place to put these items yet, and it was getting late. Buying a house wasn't practical right now, so they would go tomorrow, Sunday. After swiping the card, Yi Mingxi picked a few outfits to take with her, and then they went to a store selling domestic phones. Lin Chen's fruit phone was already 6 or 7 years old. Although it still worked, it felt outdated and didn't match his wealthy persona. He chose 2 of the most expensive foldable phones. They were a bit bulky, but he liked the novelty and the flashy look. After shopping, they went to see a romantic movie, one where the male and female leads didn't end up together. Yi Mingxi cried her eyes out, while Lin Chen fell asleep. When they walked out of the cinema, it was time for dinner. "Mingxi, what do you want to eat?" Yi Mingxi shook her head, not having much preference. "Senior, you decide." Seeing that she hadn't yet recovered from the movie's plot, Lin Chen silently vowed never to take girls to watch such melodramatic love stories again, as they affected moods and would disrupt the following plans. Lin Chen remembered hearing about a top private dining place in the Magic City, Shuiyun Pavilion. It was said that the place only served 8 tables a day, each costing over 100,000, including fine red and white wines, along with some rare delicacies. He had only dared to think about it before, but now he had enough means to enjoy a meal there. "Let's go, I'll take you somewhere to eat. I've only heard about it." Lin Chen opened the navigation on his phone while sitting in the car. The Shuiyun Pavilion is located near the Magic City Park in the city center, nestled by the mountains and water. The rent alone costs several million each month, but they have implemented a limited hunger marketing strategy, generating daily revenues of over 1 million, allowing them to earn back the rent in just a few days. After Lin Chen parked his car, he walked towards the grand entrance of the Shuiyun Pavilion. The receptionist quickly approached and asked, "Hello, do you have a reservation?" Lin Chen shook his head, "No reservation, but I'm willing to pay double the price for a table." The receptionist was taken aback. Double the price meant a pure profit of over 100,000. She didn't dare to make a decision and immediately called the boss. The owner of Shuiyun Pavilion, Shang Ping, walked out from inside, his slightly raised head indicating that he was a proud man. However, Lin Chen now possessed a lethal weapon against proud individuals: money. "Sir, I'm very sorry, but we are fully booked today. Even if you're willing to pay double, I cannot make an exception. Some things cannot be bought with money, just like the rules of Shuiyun Pavilion. No amount of wealth can change that," Shang Ping said with an air of arrogance, as if he had come out just to refuse him face to face, to slap the faces of those who thought money could solve everything. Ding! Detected that the host is being despised. How can a wealthy person endure such humiliation? Option 1, dinner tonight must be at Shuiyun Pavilion, and I want the top-tier package, reward, 1 billion cash. Option 2, beat up the owner of Shuiyun Pavilion in front of me, reward, a pair of limited edition silver handcuffs. Damn, who is he mocking? Everyone knows to choose between the silver handcuffs and 1 billion. Initially, seeing that the other party was unaffected by his money, Lin Chen was ready to leave. Who knew the system would suddenly pop up with a task? This was the first time 2 tasks existed simultaneously, and there was also a task regarding Yi Mingxi's happiness index that hadn't been completed. But what exactly did Shang Ping say that was insulting? Was this damn system too sensitive? Upon seeing the reward of 1 billion, Lin Chen immediately made up his mind. He had to complete this task. After all, it was 1 billion, he couldn't let money slip away. Ahem, Boss Shang, I'll offer 100 million to buy your Shuiyun Pavilion. I have just one request: I want an extra table tonight. Upon hearing this, Shang Ping's pupils slightly contracted. 100 million. Although he had invested over tens of millions here, business had not been great lately, and today was fully booked only because it was the weekend. On regular days, they would only book 3 tables at most. Although there were many wealthy people in the Magic City, the traffic here was inconvenient, and it would take a long time to get stuck in traffic during mealtimes. Lin Chen's offer made him struggle internally. Transferring 100 million to Lin Chen would cover his recent expenses and losses, and he could still make a few tens of millions. Shang Ping gritted his teeth. "Sir, this Shuiyun Pavilion is my labor of love. It cannot be measured by money. You needn't say more. The rules cannot be broken. Please, 200 million. Lin Chen directly interrupted him, adding another 100 million. This was the last price he could offer. Shuiyun Pavilion was not worth 200 million, and Lin Chen only had a little over 200 million left in his card. If the other party didn't agree, it would mean it was no longer about money, and he would have to give up this task. Deal. Shang Ping immediately agreed. Hesitating over 100 million was about wanting to fight for his career dream, but hesitating over 200 million would be foolish. What dream could be worth 200 million? Lin Chen was stunned by how quickly he agreed. The other party was so proud, and he had prepared to give up the task, yet the other party accepted without hesitation. "Boss, please come in, I'll go prepare the contract in the private room." Shang Ping's face revealed a fawning smile. Lin Chen pulled the already dazed Yi Mingxi and, passing by Shang Ping, reached out to pat his shoulder. "I still prefer the rebellious look you had just now." Upon hearing this, Shang Ping immediately straightened his back, the smile on his face vanished, and he followed Lin Chen into the Water Cloud Pavilion. "Senior, am I dreaming? You spent 200 million just to bring me here for a meal?" Inside the private room, Yi Mingxi still couldn't believe what she had just experienced, even wondering if they were talking about money or joy beans. "Since I promised to bring you here to eat, I can't go back on my word. It's just 200 million, as long as you're happy, that's all that matters." Lin Chen's heart was bleeding, but as long as he finished the meal, that 200 million would turn into 1 billion. Thinking about it this way, it didn't seem so painful anymore. "Senior, you're so good to me. Let's not eat anymore, let's go back." Yi Mingxi pulled Lin Chen, wanting to leave. Lin Chen pulled her into his arms and softly said, "Listen to me, enjoy the food here. If it's as delicious as the rumors say, spending 200 million for a good meal with you is worth it. It won't be long before I can earn it back, so don't worry." He had no idea if they could actually make money here. As long as the task was completed, he would directly profit 800 million. At that time, whether the Water Cloud Pavilion lived or died was none of his concern, so he wouldn't let Yi Mingxi leave no matter what. As long as he told Yi Mingxi that this was just his investment idea, and of course also to treat her to a meal, she shouldn't insist on leaving. Sure enough, after hearing this, Yi Mingxi obediently sat back in her seat, feeling very touched. At that moment, Shang Ping walked in wearing a chef's uniform. So Boss Shang is actually a chef. Is the dinner tonight going to be prepared by Boss Shang himself? Lin Chen was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Shang Ping to be the chef of the Water Cloud Pavilion. Shang Ping smiled proudly. "I am the head chef of the Water Cloud Pavilion, honored with the title of Michelin 3-star chef. and the only chef in all of China capable of independently preparing a full Manchu Han imperial feast. This revelation shocked Lin Chen. It turned out Shang Ping was so impressive, no wonder he was so full of himself. Director Lin, let's put the contract aside for now. Shang Ping will prepare tonight's dinner for you. Shang Ping clapped his hands, and a waiter outside brought in an ice bucket containing 2 bottles of red wine. This is 82 Lafite, specially prepared for you. Originally priced at 300,000 in the store, but today, with the arrival of the new boss, it's a gift for you. Lin Chen was speechless. He had spent 200 million to buy the Water Cloud Pavilion, so everything inside should belong to him. Shang Ping's gesture was like borrowing flowers to present to Buddha, but in the end, he was giving himself his own flowers. Lin Chen waved his hand. Stop the nonsense, hurry up and serve the dishes. Shang Ping smiled awkwardly. His actions indeed felt like using someone else's face to save his own. Serve the dishes. The door to the private room opened, and dozens of waiters appeared outside, each carrying a basin. The waiter who had brought the ice bucket also poured 2 glasses of red wine and placed them in front of Lin Chen and Yi Mingxi. The first waiter placed a plate on the table and removed the cover. The dish was steaming, but Lin Chen couldn't tell what it was. Chef Shang, please introduce it. Shang Ping immediately radiated confidence. This is the first dish, steamed lamb. The Water Cloud Pavilion prepares a full Manchu Han imperial feast on weekends, but since it takes a long time to prepare, we only do it once a week. It was originally reserved for tomorrow's guests, but since you are here today, we are serving it to you. A full Manchu Han imperial feast? There are over 100 dishes, just the 2 of them couldn't possibly taste that many dishes. Don't worry, these are all small portions, because the Manchu Han imperial feast is meant for multiple diners, and those who come to Shuiyun Pavilion are not the type for large gatherings, so I prepared this dish in small servings. You can take your time eating. Shang Ping seemed to guess Lin Chen's thoughts and quickly explained. Even if they took their time, they wouldn't be able to finish all 108 dishes, but Lin Chen had only heard of the Manchu Han imperial feast. Even if he couldn't eat it all, he was very willing to try. Lin Chen signaled for Yi Mingxi to join him in eating, sipping red wine while enjoying the feast. The 1982 Lafite had a decent taste, but it wasn't as good as the Romani Conti from Yunlu Mountain Villa. By the time they reached the 30th dish, they were completely stuffed. Lin Chen could only ask Shang Ping to pack the leftovers to send to Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1, where his 7 maids were. Rather than waste it, it was better to let them enjoy it. Yi Mingxi was so full she could hardly stand, and Lin Chen followed Shang Ping to his office to sign the contract. After signing and transferring the funds, Shang Ping smiled obsequiously and said, "Boss, we have fireworks here, do you want to set off some to see?" Lin Chen's eyes lit up at once. Girls love fireworks, and it might raise their happiness index. However, fireworks could only be set off inside Shuiyun Pavilion, which meant they would have to look up, and that would strain their necks. Shang Ping then suggested, the best viewing spot for the fireworks is the presidential suite at the Bulgari Hotel across the street. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows there can see the entire sky. I've already booked the presidential suite, you can go there to rest. Lin Chen gave him a knowing look, realizing why Shang Ping had been grinning so mischievously. Shang Ping was the chef here, so he ultimately managed Shuiyun Pavilion. To keep him, Lin Chen gave him 30% of the shares. Shang Ping effectively sold 70% of Shuiyun Pavilion for 200 million. He had invested 30 million in Shuiyun Pavilion, and with the operating costs and initial profits, he had already recouped most of his investment. However, if things continued like this, he might incur losses. Lin Chen's takeover had netted him 200 million. Meanwhile, at the Modo Bank, Chen Shanshan was organizing some documents when Wu Xiaogang called her to his office. "Xiao Chen, the fluctuations in your private bank's funds are a bit large. You just spent 200 million, and now there's only over 80 million left. Do you think you should inform Mr. Lin? If it drops below 50 million, you won't be able to maintain this private bank," Wu Xiaogang said earnestly. In less than a day, Lin Chen had already spent over 200 million. Originally, they thought he was a big client, but if this continued, Lin Chen wouldn't be a big client anymore. Chen Shanshan didn't know what to do. It was his money, how he spent it was his business. How could she interfere? "Xiao Chen, your job isn't officially secured yet. If it's just this amount of deposit, your abilities might not be sufficient for this position. Do you want to talk to Mr. Lin and see if he can help stabilize your job?" Wu Xiaogang continued to persuade her. "President Wu, I will communicate with Mr. Lin. I'll step out for now." Chen Shanshan bit her lip as she left the room, hesitating for a moment before dialing Lin Chen's number. At that moment, Lin Chen was just about to leave Shang Ping's office. When he saw Chen Shanshan's call, he felt a bit puzzled. Why was this woman calling him? "Good evening, Lin classmate. Have you eaten?" Chen Shanshan didn't know how to start, wondering if she should ask to meet in person. I've already eaten. Miss Shanshan, you aren't still working late, are you? Lin Chen felt confused by her awkward greeting. Chen Shanshan bit her lip and said, "It's like this. We've noticed some significant fluctuations in your bank account and wanted to check if you've encountered any issues." When Chen Shanshan said this, Lin Chen immediately understood the meaning of the call. It must be that he had transferred too much money, and the bank was pressuring Chen Shanshan. And Chen Shanshan, being a young girl just starting out in society, didn't dare to say anything outright. "I'm sorry, I just happened to have a big investment today, and the funds are being used quite a lot." "It must be Wu Shougang pressuring you. Don't worry, I'll help you solve the problem right away." Lin Chen recalled that his task was already completed, and the reward should be coming soon, so Chen Shanshan's problem would soon be resolved. "No, Lin, I just wanted to ask if you've eaten, and I'd like to treat you to a meal as a thank you," Chen Shanshan quickly explained. Lin Chen didn't expose her, and after chatting for a bit, he hung up the phone. After hanging up, Chen Shanshan felt much calmer. Somehow, Lin Chen's casual words brought her a great sense of security. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the dining task at Shuiyun Pavilion. Reward, 1 billion cash. Dear customer, hello, your Magic City Bank card ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 1 billion yuan, with a balance of 1,082,369,053 yuan. Just after Lin Chen hung up the phone, the system's delightful notification sound rang out. Meanwhile, Wu Shougang from Magic City Bank was sitting in front of his computer in a daze when he suddenly saw an account receive a surge of 1 billion in funds. Wu Shougang quickly sat up, rubbed his eyes, and after confirming he wasn't mistaken, hurriedly printed out the appointment letter and rushed to Chen Shanshan's new office. In fact, the appointment had already been approved, otherwise, Lin Chen wouldn't have received the task reward. He had just wanted to use Chen Shanshan to draw on more of the funds. As soon as Chen Shanshan returned to her office and sat down, she saw Wu Shougang rush in holding a piece of paper. "President Wu, what's this about?" Chen Shanshan asked, puzzled by Wu Shougang's urgency. Wu Shougang took a moment to catch his breath and put on a feigned smile. "Xiao Chen, I was just joking earlier, your appointment letter has already come through. I just wanted to scare you a little. Here, this is your appointment letter, just sign it, and you'll be the financial director of the Luji Azui branch of Magic City Bank. Don't forget to send my regards to Mr. Lin." Wu Shougang dropped off the appointment letter and left the office, leaving Chen Shanshan completely confused. When Chen Shanshan opened her computer, the bank's internal website showed that her client had transferred 1 billion yuan just a minute ago. Only then did Chen Shanshan realize why Wu Shougang had suddenly changed his attitude. A man who could transfer 1 billion at any time was a major client that even the president of the head office would want to cater to. Chen Shanshan sighed in relief and couldn't help but remember Lin Chen's reassuring words from earlier. She immediately took out her phone and sent Lin Chen a message. "Thank you." After Lin Chen glanced at the message, he put his phone away. The task of 1 billion was completed, and there was still a happiness task to tackle. This was the first time Lin Chen felt so powerless regarding a task. A full banquet, along with a series of operations, had only raised Yi Mingxi's happiness by 2 points. It barely reached 70, leaving 20 more happiness points to complete the task, which was too difficult. At this moment, Yi Mingxi in the private room had a somewhat dazed look in her eyes. The aftereffects of the red wine were still quite strong, especially since she had never drunk before. Lin Chen supported her as they exited Shuiyun Pavilion, handing the car keys to Shang Ping to drive the car to the nearby Bulgari Hotel, while he and Yi Mingxi got into the Rolls-Royce shuttle from Shuiyun Pavilion. "Senior, I'm so happy." Inside the car, Yi Mingxi wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's neck, seemingly aware of what was about to happen next. The flush on her face was uncertain whether it was due to the wine or her own thoughts. Lin Chen reached out and playfully scratched her upturned little nose. "There's still a surprise prepared for you later, so don't fall asleep just yet." Yi Mingxi perked up as the car quickly arrived at the Bulgari Hotel across the artificial lake from Shuiyun Pavilion. After Lin Chen reported his name, someone led them to the presidential suite. This was Lin Chen's first time entering a presidential suite. The attendant was about to introduce the room's layout and facilities but was promptly dismissed by Lin Chen. He picked up Yi Mingxi in a princess carry and brought her to the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, which faced the Shuiyun Pavilion where they had just dined. He turned off the lights in the room and called Yi Mingxi, "We can start now." Yi Mingxi looked at the busy Lin Chen, puzzled. This was Lin Chen's idea when Shang Ping mentioned fireworks earlier. Since money couldn't solve everything, he decided to return to sincerity and romance. After hanging up, a bright light suddenly shot up into the sky from the Shuiyun Pavilion, spreading out in the high air. The sky was illuminated by the fireworks, which was the surprise Lin Chen had prepared for her. So beautiful. Yi Mingxi murmured involuntarily. Lin Chen came up behind her and embraced her, and they stood together watching the fireworks across the way, which lasted for over 10 minutes before finally ending. At that moment, Lin Chen finally heard the system notification he had been waiting for. Ding! Yi Mingxi's happiness index plus 18, current happiness index is 88 points. With 88 points, just 2 more points to complete the task. It seemed that Yi Mingxi was more of an emotional type. Despite Lin Chen spending so much money for just a few points of increase, a simple, inexpensive firework display in this romantic setting, with them cuddling, instantly boosted her happiness by 18 points. Yi Mingxi looked at Lin Chen with burning eyes. Senior, I love you. The two figures pressed tightly together amidst the fireworks. From the floor-to-ceiling window to the sofa, and from the sofa to the room, the entire space was filled with heavy breaths and soft murmurs. In the morning, Lin Chen was awakened by an itch on his nose. Opening his eyes to find Yi Mingxi gently sweeping her long hair across his face. What met his eyes was Yi Mingxi's playful smile, and Lin Chen affectionately held her tighter. Up so early? You were so tired last night, why not sleep a little longer? Yi Mingxi buried her head in Lin Chen's embrace. Senior, I feel like I'm dreaming right now, so happy, so blissful. Ding! Yi Mingxi's happiness index plus 3, current happiness index is 91 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of increasing Yi Mingxi's happiness index. Reward, mastery of martial arts. A flood of information about martial arts surged into Lin Chen's mind, and his muscles seemed to be filled with memories of those martial arts. He hadn't expected to complete the task just by waking up in the morning. He had thought he would have to wait until after buying the house today to add those 2 happiness points. Perhaps for Yi Mingxi, just waking up to see the person she liked was a very happy thing. To quote someone unknown, happiness is something you give to yourself. When you are a content person, it is easier to feel happiness. Conversely, if you are someone who is never satisfied, like a bottomless pit, no matter how many good things happen, you won't feel happiness. The task was completed, and they should celebrate, but Yi Mingxi, experiencing this for the first time, couldn't handle much more, so Lin Chen had to let it go. He called for breakfast to be sent to the hotel and then got up to wash up. Yi Mingxi had difficulty moving, so Lin Chen carried her the whole time. He hadn't paid much attention to the presidential suite last night, but now he noticed that it was quite a distance from the room to the door. No wonder it was a presidential suite costing 188,000 a night. It had everything, including an entertainment room. Unfortunately, he only needed a room and a bed. After they had eaten and drunk enough, the attendant returned the car keys to him. Lin Chen helped the somewhat unsteady Yi Mingxi into the car. They were originally supposed to go house hunting today, but Yi Mingxi's condition was not suitable for running around. Moreover, after overexerting herself last night, she had been yawning continuously, so Lin Chen could only take her back to school. I'm sorry, senior. It's my fault for being so useless and ruining your plans, Yi Mingxi said, feeling guilty. Originally, Lin Chen had planned to take her to buy a house today, but now, due to her health issues, they had to cancel the trip. What nonsense are you saying? It's my fault that you ended up like this. Just rest well. We can go when you're better, Lin Chen said, gently rubbing her drooping head. The two of them chatted for a while in the car before Yi Mingxi reluctantly got out. He also left the school and returned to Yunlu Villa. With Yi Mingxi not around, he found it troublesome to personally visit the properties, so he let Li Qing handle it when he got back to Yunlu Villa. At this moment, the campus forum of Jiaotong University was buzzing with excitement. The news that the newly crowned campus beauty Yi Mingxi had left school in a luxury car worth 100 million had spread like wildfire. Many clickbait titles emerged. Shocking! The new campus goddess falls under the spell of a rich man. Terrifying! The appearance of a rich man causes the goddess to fall. Jiaotong University's new gold-digging campus beauty. A wealthy tycoon arrives. Recruiting campus beauties. One article after another, accompanied by photos of Lin Chen and Yi Mingxi in a moment of intimacy, flooded the campus network. Hey, this guy looks a bit familiar? Now that you mention it, I think he does look familiar. What the hell? Isn't this the beast from our class? What? The loser Lin, one of the 4 beasts of the elite dorm? Isn't he from an ordinary family? I heard he just got dumped by his girlfriend for being poor, and now he's driving a luxury car? Maybe he rented it. Goddess Yi, he's a fake rich guy, don't let him fool you. Rent? Show me a Lamborghini Poison worth over 100 million that you can rent. The comments on the forum stirred up a storm, with all sorts of sarcastic remarks appearing frequently. No one believed that Lin Chen, a loser, could drive a luxury car worth over 100 million. At this time, Yi Mingxi was surrounded by her 3 close friends from the dorm. The 3 of them frowned as they approached her, sensing something was off from the moment Yi Mingxi walked in. Meng Meng, You didn't come back last night, and you're in this state today. You wouldn't. Ruan Qingqing asked nervously, anticipating Yi Mengxi's answer. Yi Mengxi shyly nodded, and this scene struck the other three like a bolt from the blue. Meng Meng, are you out of your mind? Even if that guy is really a rich second generation, if you give yourself to him so quickly, he could dump you in an instant. Yao Jingjing slapped her forehead, looking exasperated. Yeah, and we've never heard you mention this guy. Why did you suddenly get together with him? You weren't drugged, were you? Wang Ying also expressed her confusion. I've liked the senior for a long time, I just didn't tell you. And it was my initiative. When I liked him, he wasn't even driving a luxury car, Yi Mengxi explained to her friends. The three of them sighed simultaneously, realizing that a prominent campus beauty had fallen for a man. If they had her advantages, they would have had their pick of suitors. Now the forum is saying you're a gold digger. It seems your position as campus beauty will soon be revoked, Wang Ying said, looking at the lamentations on the forum. Yeah, the 4 campus beauties were all voted for because they were single. Now that you're not single and causing such a stir, you'll definitely be voted out, Yao Jingjing added while scrolling through her phone. Yi Mengxi pouted, I don't care about being a campus beauty. I never wanted to be one. I just want to be the little woman of my senior. Ruan Qingqing sighed. No. One Yunlu mountain villa, Lin Chen was lying on the massage table, enjoying the massages from Xia Shi and Yu Qian. Suddenly, his phone vibrated continuously with a flurry of messages. Lin Chen picked it up to see that it was Fan Jianxiang posting in the group. Fan Jianxiang, what the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Xia Lu, did you take the wrong medicine? Fan Jianxiang, you pervert, hurry up and check the pinned article on the campus forum. Xia Lu, what the hell? Is that a beast? Fan Jianxiang, I didn't expect that beast to actually get Yi Xiaohua, a fresh flower stuck in cow dung. Lin Chen, I won't allow you to call Meng Meng cow dung. Fan Jianxiang, I'm talking about you. Fan Jianxiang sent a picture of a middle finger. Xia Lu, Lamborghini Veneno. Beast, what's up with that car? You're not really some invisible rich guy, are you? Lin Chen, I originally wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person, but now I'm done pretending. I'm a billionaire, I'm laying it all out. Fan Jianxiang, damn. With such thick thighs, you should have let me hug you earlier. Lin Chen, I told you yesterday that the person in that car was me, but you didn't believe it. Xia Lu, where's the shameless one? In this situation, he should be the first to jump out. Why is he so quiet? Fan Jianxiang, right? If that shameless one knew the beast was a godly rich guy, he would have jumped out to claim him as his father long ago. How come there's no movement? I'll go call him. Lin Chen put down his phone, closed his eyes, and enjoyed the massages from the two, his hands also busy on both sides, making Xiaxi and Yu Qian blush. The two maids were wearing red and white maid dresses today, paired with black stockings. Lin Chen's hands seemed to have a navigation system, always heading in one direction. Just then, his phone rang again, and Lin Chen had to pull his hands back, feeling like cursing. He could only reach for the phone beside him. Beast, something happened. The shameless one is in trouble. Fan Jianxiang said anxiously. Lin Chen quickly sat up. What happened? What's going on? Fan Jianxiang's voice was a bit frantic, as if he was running. I just called, and a stranger answered. The shameless one was cornered at his job, and now they want all 3 of us to go over, or they'll break his legs. It seems to be that group from last night, Li Tianzong's gang. I don't know how they found the shameless one. Send me the address, I'm going over now. Lin Chen quickly changed his clothes, grabbed the car keys, and ran out. Li Wuqi worked every weekend because his family was poor, both his parents were farmers, and he went to college thanks to the villagers pooling money for him. Although his name was quite shameless, he was a sensible and filial person. If he could earn money by working, he would never ask his family for help. Today, Li Wuqi was working at a milk tea shop when Li Tianzong happened to come by and saw him. He immediately called Li Tianzong. Because of the connection to the bar, when Ruxue, Li Tianzong couldn't find out about these people, and it all stalled at when Ruxue. Now that he finally found someone, he had to vent his anger. Li Tianzong brought his father's bodyguard and a dozen people from that night to the milk tea shop and immediately beat Li Wuqi up. They demanded he call Lin Chen and the others over, but Li Wuqi refused to betray his brothers. Just then, Fan Jianxiang's call came in, and he learned about Li Wuqi's situation. Lin Chen was nearby and quickly arrived at the pedestrian street. Xia Lu and Fan Jianxiang also reached the place just as he got out of the car. Li Tianzong's hateful gaze was fixed on Lin Chen. Seeing the Lamborghini Veneno Lin Chen drove, he guessed that Lin Chen's identity was not simple. But now he was blinded by hatred. He had never been beaten or felt that kind of humiliation growing up. This grudge, he had to avenge. Li Wuqi was trampled underfoot by Li Tianzong, who viciously said to Lin Chen and the others, "If you want me to let him go, you three must not move. Let my people beat him up, and then I will let you go." Of course, that was impossible. Li Tianzong was a lawless person. If they didn't resist, all four of them might end up beaten to death or maimed. Fan Jianxiang raised his middle finger at Li Tianzong, disdainfully saying, "What are you dreaming about?" This scene instantly infuriated Li Tianzong, who angrily told his men, "Beat them to death. I'll take responsibility for it." Lin Chen quickly said to Xiao Lu and Fan Jianxiang, "Wait for the right moment to rescue the shameless one, let me handle the fighting." Having just mastered martial arts, it was the perfect time to test his skills. Xiao Lu and Fan Jianxiang had witnessed Lin Chen's ferocity that night at the entrance of the Snowfall Bar, so they naturally took 2 steps back. The group slowed their pace as they approached Lin Chen. They were all present that night and still felt lingering pain all over their bodies. If they rushed in again to get beaten, they might not be able to get out of bed for half a month. Li Tianzong noticed this and shouted, "Anyone who throws a punch gets 100,000. I'll cover all medical expenses." Hearing about the 100,000, these people immediately disregarded everything and charged forward. Lin Chen assumed the Wing Chun starting stance and unleashed a flurry of punches, sending a dozen people back to the ground. Although he was just as formidable today as he was that night, he was indeed much weaker in strength. What he could knock down with 1 punch now required 2. From this, it could be inferred that Yu Wen's strength that night must have been around 9 or 10. After knocking down the group of thugs in front of him, Lin Chen looked at the man in sunglasses beside Li Tianzong. Li Tianzong didn't expect this group of lowly henchmen to be of any use. His confidence came from the bodyguard beside him, hired with an annual salary of 5 million. Li Jianfu, his father, had encountered many dangers over the years, all resolved by this bodyguard. "Tiangu, help me kill this kid, and I'll arrange a few women for you tonight." Zhang Tian shook his head, "I don't want women, give me 1 million. Ding. Detected that the host has encountered a strong opponent. Option 1, use all your strength to defeat the opponent, reward +1 physique point. Option 2, turn and run, avoid the fight, deduct the previous reward. What's going on? Why is there a deduction for rewards? In the past, there would always be a relatively lesser reward. Is this forcing me to fight? The last reward was mastery of martial arts. He was reluctant to lose it. Wing Chun, a martial art that relies on skill, is useless in the face of absolute strength. Zhang Tian ripped off his shirt, revealing his strong muscles. Before Lin Chen could say anything, Zhang Tian's fist was already in front of him. Lin Chen turned his head to dodge and punched Zhang Tian in the chest, instantly feeling as if he had struck a rock. Humph! Zhang Tian puffed out his chest, bouncing Lin Chen back. In that brief exchange, Lin Chen guessed that their levels were probably similar. Both strength and physique should be around 8 points. Since Wing Chun wasn't working, he decided to switch tactics. Lin Chen raised his hands horizontally, one in front and one behind, facing Zhang Tian. Seeing this, Zhang Tian's expression grew serious. He recognized that this stance was no longer Wing Chun. Based on the balanced stance of the fists, it should be Bajiquan. While Lin Chen and Zhang Tian were engaged in their duel, Xiao Lu and Fan Jianxiang had quietly approached Li Tianzong. At that moment, Li Tianzong was still unaware of the danger when suddenly a fist the size of a sandbag appeared in front of him, knocking him down with 1 punch. Xiao Lu quickly helped Li Wuqi up, while Fan Jianxiang pressed down on Li Tianzong. "Once that kid is dead, it will be your turn to die," Li Tianzong said fiercely, holding his head. At this moment, the bruised and battered Li Wuqi recovered a bit and charged forward, kicking him between the legs. "Ah!" A heart-wrenching scream echoed, and Zhang Tian turned to look at Li Tianzong, only to see blood streaming from his thigh. In that instant Zhang Tian turned, Lin Chen swiftly used Baguazhang to punch him in the chest, sending him flying. 2 evenly matched opponents relied on experience and condition. A moment's distraction would lead to defeat. Zhang Tian got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and rushed towards Li Tianzong. Seeing this, Xiao Lu and the others quickly ran away. Zhang Tian hoisted Li Tianzong onto his shoulder, who screamed, "Killed him, killed him. The opponent's strength is on par with mine, and his martial arts are exquisite. I am no match for him." After giving Lin Chen a deep look, Zhang Tian left the scene. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the combat task. Reward, +1 physique attribute point. Lin Chen, who had been slightly out of breath, suddenly felt a surge of energy within him, sweeping away the fatigue. Host, Lin Chen, Strength, 8, Physique, 9, Mentality, 7, Charm, 7, the maximum attribute for ordinary people is 10, the host's values are normal among ordinary people. Vehicle, Pagani Huayra, Lamborghini Veneno, Mansion, Yulu Mountain Villano. 1. Skill, Mastery of Martial Arts, Balance, 1,082,369,053, opening the system's character panel, the physique attribute had already risen to 9 points. Moreover, there was an additional skill column, where future skills would also be displayed. Li Wuqi was beaten quite badly, and Xia Lu called a car to take him to the hospital. After examination, it was found that he had broken ribs and a fractured hand. He would need a cast and a chest strap. He could no longer work and had to give up his jobs for the time being. In the boys' dormitory of Jiaotong University. Damn it, these beasts. Luckily, the animal is a martial artist, otherwise, we would all be done for. Fan Jianxiong cursed. Xia Lu's expression was serious. This kind of thing never ends. We injured Li Tianzong this time, but it won't be long before he comes back for revenge. We all need to be careful from now on. Washam, you should stop going out to work for now. Li Wuqi sighed. In this state, I can't work either. It seems I'll have to tighten my belt for a while. After parking the car, Lin Chen returned to the dormitory and saw the three of them looking worried, guessing the reason for their distress. Don't worry, I'll take care of this. Washam, I've already loaded money onto your meal card. You can't work for a while, but you still need to eat. If you feel embarrassed, you can pay me back later when you start earning, with interest. Lin Chen joked. Although Li Wuqi was poor, he had a strong sense of pride and was never willing to accept help from others. In the past, when Xia Lu offered him a meal card to use freely when he had no food, Li Wuqi had refused. He felt deeply moved and secretly decided to repay Lin Chen in the future, as Lin Chen's family was not much better off than his own. At that moment, he was still stubbornly insisting, "You can't just take it upon yourself, I won't pay you back." Fan Jianxiong took out his meal card and walked towards Lin Chen. "Rich guy, please help me load some money too." "Get lost." Lin Chen laughed and scolded. At that moment, Xia Lu told Li Wuqi about what had happened on the forum, including Lin Chen's sports car and his wealthy identity. The three of them had taken a taxi earlier, initially thinking Lin Chen had something to do, which was why he hadn't joined them. Lamborghini Veneno. Li Wuqi stared at the information on the forum, his mouth agape. He was less surprised by Yi Mingxi's affection for Lin Chen and more astonished by the sports car. Foster father. I am your long-lost foster son. Li Wuqi grabbed Lin Chen with his unbandaged hand. Right, I'm just the shameless one who would recognize a thief as a father, Xia Lu shrugged, wearing an expression that suggested he saw through everything. Foster father, could you let your foster son experience what it's like to ride in a luxury car worth millions? Fan Jianxiong pulled Li Wuqi away, also calling out with a flattering tone. Damn! Xia Lu thought Fan Jianxiong would join him in mocking, but the next one to recognize a thief as a father was him. Lin Chen was no longer surprised by their antics. I'll play with you next time. For now, I need to step out and see if there's a way to resolve this. Really? Foster father. The two said in unison. Foster father, take care. Be sure to remember what you said today. Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxiong watched Lin Chen leave the dormitory. Li Tianzong's desire for revenge would only become a nuisance. Although he had repelled him twice, the enemy lurked in the shadows, like a fishbone stuck in his throat. When Rushue had said she would handle this matter, but it seemed nothing had been resolved, he had to rely on himself. After Lin Chen left the school, Xia Lu and Fan Jianxiong decided not to go out, staying in the dormitory with Li Wuqi, who had a broken arm and found it difficult even to eat. Lin Chen arrived at the Snowfall Bar. He needed to get information about Li Tianzong from Wen Rushue. However, when Rushue was not at the bar, and her phone was off, he had no choice but to head back home. Just as he was about to return to Yunlu Mountain Villa, Lin Chen saw a message from Chen Shanshan, thanking him for his help and inviting him to lunch. When a beautiful girl invites you, Lin Chen naturally had to accept, driving directly to the entrance of the finance university. Today, Chen Shanshan was not working, and since she was still a senior, she lived on campus. The car parked at the entrance immediately attracted the attention of surrounding students. A woman in a red stepmother dress, heavily made up, approached the car window. Handsome, I'm Qian Yameng. Can we add each other on WeChat? Lin Chen looked at the girl leaning on his car window. Although her looks were only around 80 points, she had an impressive figure, and her ample curves dazzled him, as if pulling him in. Sorry, I'm waiting for someone, it's not convenient. If you happen to see me again next time, I'll give you my WeChat. A girl who was this forward probably wasn't a good catch. Originally intending to refuse, Lin Chen recalled a saying from an online dating expert, good girls, don't miss out. Bad girls, don't waste your time. So he said he would add her WeChat next time they met. Qian Yameng was perceptive, since he said that pursuing further would only annoy him. Okay, handsome, remember what you said. I feel like we'll meet again soon. She winked and blew him a kiss before leaving the car. But Lin Chen's car was too eye-catching. There were more girls approaching to flirt, some even trying to open the car door. Fortunately, Lin Chen had locked the doors, otherwise, he might have been devoured by this pack of female wolves. Chen Shanshan, in a white dress with a white canvas bag slung over her shoulder, rushed out of the school gate and saw Lin Chen surrounded. After Lin Chen finally managed to chase the crowd away, he finally spotted the smiling Chen Shanshan in the back. He got out of the car and walked to the passenger side, opening the door for her. "If you hadn't come, I would have been torn apart by the female students from your school." Lin Chen sighed in relief. It was terrifying. Indeed, luxury cars should not be parked casually at the school gate. They attract too much attention. You don't know, but the finance university has a majority of female students. Many girls come here for money because most people in finance are wealthy. Moreover, the rich second generation places a lot of importance on students from such specialized schools, Chen Shanshan said with a light laugh while sitting in the car. Lin Chen looked at her in surprise. This should be the first time he was having a conversation with Chen Shanshan as friends. "What about you? Do you think the same way?" Lin Chen joked with a smile. Chen Shanshan rolled her eyes at him. "I'm an exception. My dream since childhood has been to work in a bank, and now the dream has come true." "Enough about that, what do you want to eat?" Lin Chen shrugged. "Anything, I'll eat whatever you treat me to." He really had no particular demands when it came to food. He wasn't someone who had been spoiled all his life, and having just had a lavish meal last night, he had even less desire to eat. "Then let's go to the old town. There's a noodle shop there that's not bad. The environment is a bit shabby, but the taste is decent. After all, I just started working and haven't received my salary yet, so my funds are limited." Chen Shanshan stuck out her tongue. Lin Chen felt that Chen Shanshan had become much more natural in front of him. It seemed that using his cash ability a few times had indeed increased his favorability. He just didn't know how high it was. Ding! Chen Shanshan's current favorability towards the host is 80. The system heard Lin Chen's question and immediately replied in his mind about Chen Shanshan's favorability towards him. 80 points. It was still in the negative before, right? TSK. It seems that with a bit more effort, he could win over the campus beauty of Finance University. "Alright, you treat, you call the shots." Lin Chen pressed the accelerator, and the roar echoed throughout the school gate. The Lamborghini roared away, causing a huge commotion at the entrance of Finance University. "Damn! Did I just see that right? Our campus beauty Chen Shanshan actually got into a Lamborghini. Wasn't it said that Chen Shanshan dislikes the rich second generation the most? How did she end up in a wealthy person's car? Is it possible that the campus beauty just doesn't like ordinary rich second generation? Anyone who can drive a Lamborghini Poison can't be an ordinary rich second generation, right?" Sigh, another pure campus beauty has been lost to the world. A heavy air of resentment suddenly filled the entrance of Finance University. The boys were resentful, the girls were jealous, and some even cursed Chen Shanshan as a shameless person, pretending to be aloof. But now, seeing a rich guy, she pounced faster than anyone else. The first to approach Lin Chen, Chen Yumeng, also looked with resentment at the direction the Lamborghini had disappeared. "Yumeng, what's wrong with these people? Why is there so much negative energy?" He asked curiously as she approached Chen Yumeng. "A rich guy just came by, and according to these people, that sports car is a Lamborghini worth over 100 million. What a pity. I tried to strike up a conversation with him, but he ignored me. He said he would only add me on WeChat if I saw him again next time," Chen Yumeng said, feeling a bit regretful. He suddenly remembered what had happened yesterday, making her want to vomit at the mention of Lamborghini. Zhou Junfeng had already been blocked by her. She thought he was a rich second generation, but in the end, Lin Chen had slapped him in the face so hard that he didn't dare to say a word. "By the way, didn't you go on a date with Senior Junfeng? Why are you coming out of the school? I thought you would come back from outside." Chen Yumeng suddenly recalled that her friend seemed to be dating a rich second generation who drove a Lamborghini, and they were supposed to go out together today. They should have both come back from outside, so why was he coming out from inside the school? He waved her hand with an unhappy expression. "Don't mention it. What a useless guy. I ran into my ex-boyfriend, that loser. He slapped me in the face and didn't even dare to retort, leaving me with no face at all." "No way, wasn't your ex a poor loser? How could he slap Zhou Shao in the face?" Chen Yumeng was somewhat surprised because she had also heard that he had a loser boyfriend. She had advised her more than once to dump him. "I don't know how that loser managed to rent a broken Lamborghini, with door handles that are just pull strings. He even had the audacity to team up with the manager of the Chanel store to slap me in the face." He still couldn't believe that Lin Chen was genuinely wealthy. She thought he must have found some connections to play her, but she couldn't figure out what kind of network Lin Chen had. Pull string door handles? Chen Yumeng suddenly remembered that when she leaned on that Lamborghini earlier, the door handles inside seemed to be pull strings as well. "Xiaoyi, is it possible that there's actually a Lamborghini model with pull string door handles?" Chen Yumeng had heard the discussions around her, that Lamborghini was worth over 100 million. What if the design itself was meant to be like that? Impossible. I told Zhou Junfeng about it at the time, and he didn't say anything. If there was such a model, he should have told me, right? He wouldn't let me embarrass myself. He shook her head. Chen Yuming seemed to understand something. It must be that Zhou Junfeng knew the other person's car was high-end and that his own was inferior, so he didn't want He to know. However, she didn't say anything and just took He out of the school gate. What about you? How did it go with that top-tier rich second generation at the party last night? He asked her good friend. Xian Yumeng pouted, don't mention it. He was just a little brother at that party, flattering everyone. I left to go home and sleep, but I did add WeChat with a few other rich second generations, so I can filter through them. The two chatted as they left the school gate. Lin Chen drove to the old city area. Due to the narrow roads and crowds, they could only park in an outside lot and walk in. It seemed to be an old street in the Magic City, bustling with pedestrians, and vehicles couldn't enter. Chen Shanshan led him straight to a place called Yujian Noodle House, which had a shop space of about 20 square meters, with tables set up outside. The owners of Yujian Noodle House were a couple in their 50s. At that moment, despite the many passers-by outside, the business was indeed bleak, with not a single customer. The couple frowned, but upon seeing Chen Shanshan, they immediately brightened up. Xiao Chen is here. How's it going? Have you found a job? This guy isn't your boyfriend, is he? The owner's wife, Chen Wanqing, warmly grabbed Chen Shanshan's hand, sizing up Lin Chen. Chen Shanshan's face flushed as she quickly explained, of course not, this is my friend, Lin Chen. I've already found a job at the Magic City Bank. At that moment, the owner, Wang Ding, also came over with a smile, saying, congratulations on finding a good job. Bank jobs have great benefits. What do you want to eat today? I'll make it for you. He rolled up his sleeves as he spoke. I'm here to support your business today. How can I let you treat us? 2 bowls of your signature noodles. Chen Shanshan chose a table near the door to sit down. Lin Chen was slightly surprised by the girl's behavior because it was a table that hadn't been cleared yet, while there were many clean tables available. Yet, Chen Shanshan chose to sit here. It was because this position faced the door, making it visible from outside. This was a small trick for storefront businesses, letting people outside know that someone was eating in the shop, which could slightly boost its popularity. People in Huaxia generally preferred lively places. The more people lined up, the more others would squeeze in to see what was happening, even if they didn't understand. When they saw a shop with not a single customer inside, no matter how delicious the food was, most people wouldn't choose to go in. Xiao Chen, you and your friend sit tight, I'll go get you some cold dishes, the owner's wife said as she walked toward the kitchen. I spent most of my 4 years in college working here. Aunt Chen and Uncle Wang treat me very well. Since they have no children, I can feel that they regard me as their daughter. Our family's situation is not good. I basically have to work to earn my own living expenses. Chen Shanshan looked at the busy couple in the kitchen, her eyes shining with gratitude. Although Lin Chen had just met the couple, he could tell from their brief interaction that they were warm-hearted and kind people. Chen Shanshan took out a silver gray bag from her backpack and pulled out its contents. This is a gift from our bank for private banking clients. There are a total of 10 gold bars. If you deposit 100 million, you get 1 gold bar. And this is the card you can use instead. Your regular card can be discarded. Use this black gold Supreme card. Lin Chen took the heavy gold bar. No wonder it looked so heavy when she was carrying her bag earlier. The gold bar was engraved with the character for 100 million, indicating that as long as you deposit over 100 million in the Magic City Bank, you receive this gift. Although for Lin Chen at this moment, the value of the gold bar was not significant, who wouldn't like such a shiny gift? The other black gold card had the original bank card's last 4 digits printed on it, and the black card with gold edges looked very high-end. Originally, your gift was supposed to be given after signing the deposit agreement, but the bank manager arranged it for you in advance. Please give me that old card, I will take it back to destroy it. Chen Shanshan was quite naive. If it were another financial officer, they would surely embellish their efforts in securing this gift for him. Instead, Chen Shanshan downplayed the matter. Lin Chen handed her the old card just as a bowl of noodles was brought out from the kitchen. Upon seeing the noodles, Chen Shanshan's eyes lit up, and she quickly picked up her chopsticks and began to eat heartily, completely disregarding her image. Uncle Wang looked at her kindly, eat slowly, no one is competing with you. Aunt Chen also brought out a plate of cold dishes. Since you love the noodles your Uncle Wang makes so much, later I'll have him teach you how to make them. Otherwise, you might have to come back to our hometown to eat them in the future. After Aunt Chen said this, her expression turned a bit forlorn. Chen Shanshan then noticed the worry on their faces. Why? Uncle Wang, Aunt Chen, Aren't you opening a store anymore? Aunt Chen sighed. The landlord here urgently needs money and wants to sell this place. Today is our last day of business. Tomorrow we have to move. The cost of living in the Magic City has risen, and we can't afford the rent anymore. We can only go back to our hometown to see if we can find something to do. Upon hearing this, Chen Shanshan's expression changed. How can the landlord be like this? I'm sorry, Uncle Wang, I still don't have the ability to help you. Chen Shanshan felt very disappointed, a sense of helplessness rising within her. This kind of matter that could be solved with money felt the most powerless to her. Old Wang, have you started packing? A middle-aged woman walked in from outside. Uncle Wang hurriedly stepped forward. Landlord, I still have customers here, let me finish today. The landlord sighed. I know it hasn't been easy for you, so I haven't brought clients to see the store during your business period. But it's been too long, I really am anxious. From this dialogue, it seemed the landlord was not a difficult person to talk to and was likely forced into this situation. We understand, you haven't raised our rent all these years, and we all appreciate that. Aunt Chen stepped forward gratefully. Chen Shanshan's expression flickered as she gritted her teeth. Landlord aunt, could you give us a few days? I will go to the bank to apply for a loan to buy this store. The landlord looked at Chen Shanshan, having seen her in the store before. Oh, it's little Chen. I haven't seen you in a long time. If you can get a loan, of course, that's fine. As long as you have the money, I will sell. This is a 3-story building, and I plan to sell it for 6 million. The landlord looked at her with suspicion. In the old district of the Magic City, a 3-story building is being sold for 6 million, which is actually quite cheap. However, a girl who used to work at this noodle shop doesn't believe that anyone would have the money to buy it. Even if they took out a loan, they would need something to secure it, right? Xiao-chun, this is a matter between my wife and me, and it's just a shop. We have other ways to survive, so you don't need to worry about this, Wang Ding quickly said. 6 million is a lot. Even if a young girl just starting out in society could get a loan, she would spend the rest of her life in debt, with no real life to speak of. Chen Shanshan took out her phone and called Wu Xiugang, bank manager. Can I take out a loan of 6 million in my name? There was a clear pause on the other end of the line, and then he said earnestly, Xiao-chun, you just started working, and the system won't approve your loan. At most, you can get a credit card. 6 million is a bit much for you personally. Why not ask Mr. Lin for help? For him, 6 million is just a few days' interest. Wu Xiugang couldn't help but complain internally. If it weren't for Chen Shanshan having a big client like Lin Chen behind her, he would have cursed her out for wanting a 6 million loan right after starting work. Chen Shanshan hung up the phone in disappointment, casting an inexplicable glance at Lin Chen, but she didn't say anything. Just as Lin Chen was about to speak, a system notification in his mind made him close his mouth. Name, Su Xia. Appearance, 93 age, 26 height, 169 bust, 34D favorability, 0. Su Xia walked to the podium and picked up the microphone on the table. Everyone sit down. If you don't want to attend the class, you can leave. Shenli wanted to say something but, for some unknown reason, he didn't speak up and sat down angrily. Lin Chen was already impressed by this teacher, another beauty scoring over 90. However, this time the system didn't issue any tasks, which was odd since a task usually accompanied every appearance of a beauty scoring above 90. The classroom was large enough that one person's voice couldn't reach every corner, so such large classrooms had a microphone. Seeing that the students had quieted down, Su Xia began, I will be your law teacher from now on. My name is Su Xia, and both of your classes will be attending my lectures together. If any student doesn't want to, you don't have to come. When you have to make up classes next year for failing, perhaps I won't be the one teaching you anymore. Also, due to a lack of teaching resources at the school, most of your classes will be together, so what you need to do is get along well. Do you understand? The last sentence, spoken with a hint of authority, made the students involuntarily respond, we understand. Lin Chen looked at Su Xia on the podium, amazed. A 26-year-old beautiful teacher had such authority, her commanding presence seemed innate. This group of students wasn't much younger than Su Xia, yet they were made to feel timid by just a few words, and no one dared to speak up. What puzzled Lin Chen the most were his two roommates, Li Wuqi and Fan Zhenxiong. The two of them, who would usually drool over any beauty scoring above 80, were now silent in front of Su Xia, not daring to say a word. They even suppressed the gleam in their eyes, afraid of attracting Su Xia's attention. Did you two take the wrong medicine? Is this new teacher a relative of yours? Why are you so scared? Lin Chen looked at them in confusion. Li Wuqi quickly raised a finger to his lips. Shoo. This scene left Lin Chen even more bewildered. What were these two afraid of? Fan Zhenxiang explained, don't be fooled by how beautiful this teacher is, her background is even more intimidating. She is the daughter of Su Banning, the secretary of the municipal committee of the Magic City. Did you not see that one of the 4 young masters of the Magic City, Xunli, didn't dare to make a sound? Li Wuqi added from the side, the father of the city committee secretary is just a small matter, she also has an older brother, who is the god of war in the southern military district, and her grandfather is one of the founding generals. It is said that when Su Xia was in middle school, a boy tried to pursue her and blocked her on her way home. Although nothing happened at that time, that night, a fighter jet flew out of the southern military district. Since then, that boy and his family have disappeared without a trace. Wow! Is this an official background or a gang background? With Su Xia's identity, her father is the city committee secretary, her brother is the god of war in the military district, and her grandfather is from the revolutionary first generation. No wonder Su Xia has such a strong presence. With just one word, she made Xunli, one of the 4 young masters of the Magic City, not dare to move. Hey, how do you guys know all this? For Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxiang to know this, it has gone beyond the realm of gossip. Ordinary people shouldn't know these things, after all, the descendants of the revolutionary first generation are known for being low-key. Forums. A few days ago, it was all over the place that a beautiful new teacher came to our school named Su Xia. As soon as Lao Fan and I heard beautiful, we rushed to the forum to check out the photos and join the discussion, and someone in the know spilled all this. Lin Chen glanced at Xia Lu, seemingly asking if he knew too. Xia Lu shrugged, I don't check forums, if I had that time, I would be video calling Yan Yan. Sitting next to Lin Chen, Su Weiwei also heard their conversation. Although her eyes seemed fixed on the podium, her heart was shaken. She didn't expect the new teacher to have such a powerful background. Su Weiwei couldn't help but think that if she got on good terms with the teacher, maybe Xunli and the other boys wouldn't harass her anymore. Right now, she wasn't in the mood for romance, her illness had flared up again. Su Weiwei's purpose in studying medicine was to cure her rare disease, one that hardly anyone in the world has. Ding! Detected a beauty with a score above 90. Option 1, skip class and tease Su Xia in front of everyone in the classroom, reward, mastery of chess. Option 2, skip class and tease Su Xia in front of everyone in the classroom, with physical contact, reward, mastery of chess and marksmanship. Here it comes, a mission. Damn, but is this mission asking him to go to his death? Skipping class isn't a big deal, at most, he would fail, but teasing Su Xia? The other party has a god of war for a brother. After teasing, would he even know how he died? Especially the second option, which requires physical contact while teasing. System, can I not do this mission? Ding! There will be no punishment for not completing the mission, but if the host cannot complete such a simple task, the chances of triggering future missions will decrease. The host should consider this. Lin Chen's expression changed unpredictably, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and decided to go for it. Otherwise, if the system stopped giving him tasks, he would be left with nothing to cry about. This time, Lin Chen planned to choose the first option, just teasing a bit would be fine. If he got too involved, he might lose his life. He had just obtained the system not long ago and hadn't enjoyed it properly yet. Just then, Su Xia caught sight of their group whispering. The third row from the back, that male student in the white shirt, stand up. Su Xia said sternly. Coincidentally, only Lin Chen and Su Weiwei in the back row were wearing white, the others mostly wore black or royal blue. Since it was the 4 of them speaking, and because of the same clothing color, Su Xia had no choice but to call someone based on the color of their clothes, and it just so happened to be Lin Chen. Lin Chen slowly stood up, staring intently at Su Xia. He had just been thinking about how to complete the mission when he was suddenly called out. Which class are you in, and what is your name? Su Xia was the new teacher, and in this classroom, she didn't know a single student, let alone which class they belonged to. Lin Chen, Sociology Class 1, Lin Chen said casually. Seeing his attitude, Su Xia frowned. Did you hear what I just said? Repeat it. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Sorry, teacher, your voice is so pleasant that it made me daydream, so I didn't catch any of it. The room fell silent. Even the students looked at Lin Chen with a mix of fear and astonishment. Shenli shot him a look of schadenfreude. Most people in the classroom frequented the campus forum, and even those who didn't had just learned about Su Xia's identity from those around them. Knowing Su Xia's powerful background, how could he dare to tease her? Was he tired of living? Su Xia was instantly furious. For so many years, ever since the incident with the missing male classmate who had blocked her way, no one had dared to speak to her like that. Fine, if you can't hear, come up here. Just so happens I need a teaching assistant for today's lesson, so you'll do. Su Xia thought of a way to deal with Lin Chen. She had learned some self-defense techniques from her brother, and she could use this to punish the student who dared to tease her. Her self-defense skills were certified by her brother, even ordinary soldiers couldn't handle her. Lin Chen walked to the front of the classroom, and the two stood together, creating the cutest height difference. Su Xia turned to the other students and said, "Today, I'm going to educate you on what level of harassment a girl can respond to with which laws. You, pretend you're a rogue and now assault me." Lin Chen was stunned, and all the students in the classroom were bewildered. What kind of outrageous words were these, actually asking someone to assault her? Lin Chen quickly realized there was a scheme at play, but how could he refuse the opportunity for physical contact that had just been presented? He was just worried about how to complete his task. Lin Chen reached out to touch Su Xia's waist, but Su Xia quickly grabbed his hand, spun around, and attempted to throw him over her shoulder. However, Lin Chen remained unmoved and quickly reached out with his other hand to pat her on the back. "Ah!" Su Xia exclaimed, releasing Lin Chen's arm, glaring at him in anger. Lin Chen grinned mischievously. "Teacher, you weren't really trying to throw me over your shoulder just now, were you? I don't have any special traits, just a solid base." Su Xia's face was flushed with anger. She had never been touched by a strange male before, and now Lin Chen had hit her in that sensitive area. What just happened counts as basic sexual harassment, which can lead to 15 days of criminal detention. Although she hadn't succeeded in throwing him, the lesson still had to continue. "Now, put your hands on my shoulders." Su Xia gritted her teeth. Lin Chen complied and placed his hands on her shoulders. Su Xia raised her hands, intending to push Lin Chen's hands away and then headbutt his face. However, instead of pushing his hands away, she was pulled into his embrace. "Let go of me!" Su Xia shouted, her face flushed with anger. "Teacher, didn't you say to let me play the rogue? Do you think a rogue outside would listen to you?" Lin Chen said with a cheeky smile. "Let go of me right now." Su Xia's anger was about to reach its peak. She wanted to teach Lin Chen a lesson, but instead, she found herself at a disadvantage. Seeing this, Lin Chen released her, no longer teasing Su Xia. He had already exceeded his task and was ready to skip class. "You don't have to attend today's class, get out." Su Xia pointed to the classroom door. "Teacher, I only did this to cooperate with you, you're being unreasonable now." Lin Chen feigned innocence. Everyone can see what you're thinking. Get out and stand there, after class, come to my office." Lin Chen deliberately took advantage of her, but it was she who called him up. Now, seeing him made her furious. Lin Chen shrugged and left the classroom. However, he didn't listen to Su Xia and directly left the teaching building. On the way, he sent a message to Yi Mingxi. "Meng, are you out of class? What do you want to eat for lunch?" Yi Mingxi didn't reply, so he could only return to the dormitory for now. He wouldn't linger at the classroom door, which was different from his task of skipping class. Just as he returned to the dormitory, a notification sound for completing a system task echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, agreeing to the other party's request, and helping Wen Ruxue solve her difficulties. Reward, 800 million cash, a secret of the Wen family. Ding! The secret of the Wen family has been transmitted to the host's WeChat favorites in document form. Dear customer, hello. Your Magic City bank card ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 800 million yuan, with a balance of 1,362,369,053 yuan. Ha! Why this reward? I thought it was for the task with Su Xia just now. This was the task from last night where he gave Wen Ruxue 500 million. It seems the crisis has been resolved. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of teasing Su Xia. Reward, Mastery in Chess, Mastery in Marksmanship. Host, Lin Chen, Strength, 8, Physique, 9, Mental, 7, Charm, 7, the maximum attribute for ordinary people is 10, the host's values are normal among ordinary people. Vehicle, Pagani Huayra, Lamborghini Veneno, Mansion, Yulu Mountain Villano. 1. Skills, Mastery in Martial Arts, Mastery in Chess, Mastery in Marksmanship, Balance, 1,362,369,053. The reward for the Su Xia task also arrived, and Lin Chen immediately felt an influx of knowledge about chess and marksmanship in his mind. These two skills were really of no use to him. He didn't like playing chess and wasn't going to join the army. But having more skills is better than having none. Lin Chen took out his phone, opened his favorites, and planned to take this time to see what the secrets of the Wen family were all about. Lin Chen clicked on the 1 GB file, which opened with some outlines of secrets. There were also some accompanying images. Do these big families really have so many scandalous events? The head of the Wen family had a wife from the Yang family in Kyoto, who was reckless and not meticulous. She was often used without realizing it, arrogant, conceited, and foolish. She was not favored by the old master of the Wen family, but unfortunately, she was from the main branch. The Wen family had a son, Wen Wenfeng, but this son was not the son of the main branch of the Wen family. He was actually the son of Wen Jiaxu, and Wen Wenfeng was still unaware of this truth. Over 20 years ago, one night, the head of the Wen family, drunk, passed by the servant's room and saw a maid who had just bathed. He lost his reason and took advantage of her on the spot, and that maid became pregnant that night, eventually giving birth to Wen Ruxue. In fact, Wen Ruxue was not the daughter of the Wen family because the head of the Wen family had a hidden illness and could not have children. His wife, Yang Xinghua, kept this matter a secret because of Wen Wenfeng, not letting the head of the Wen family know about his hidden illness. 2 years ago, in a club, the head of the Wen family, after taking illegal drugs, played with a young lady until she died. No one knew about this. He buried the body under a big tree at the entrance of the Wen family ancestral hall. The young lady who was played with to death was an orphan, with a strange temperament and few friends, so even when she went missing, no one looked for her, and this matter was kept hidden. Wow! Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim. This was just the beginning, and it was already so exciting. Wen Ruxue's dad wasn't her real dad, and he didn't even know that his son and daughter weren't his own. This was truly a good show. These wealthy families really know how to play. Just one scandal leads to such a tangled web of relationships. What else would he find if he kept reading? Lin Chen continued to read. In addition to introducing the family relationships of Wen Jianshang, there were also some of his actions, such as his love for gambling, which led to his second brother Wen Jiaxu setting a trap for him, resulting in an 80 million high-interest loan debt. He dared not speak of it, fearing he would be kicked out of the competition for the family head. As long as he could become the family head and manage the Wen group, he would be able to repay that money. However, this also became a handle in Wen Jiaxu's hands, and barring any accidents, it would be revealed on the day of the family head competition, thus eliminating him from the running. With this, the secrets of the Wen family had come to an end, leaving behind a few photos related to these secrets, which were simply unbearable to look at, yet Lin Chen still found them fascinating. There were also a few photos of Wen Jiaxu drinking with those who had set up the gambling scheme against Wen Jianshang. The simplest photo was of a large tree, which should be the tree where Wen Jianshang's body was buried. Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel at the system's capabilities. These photos were clearly not taken but felt like they were screenshots captured at a specific moment. As Lin Chen looked at the secrets of the second son of the Wen family, he found Wen Jiaxu's story much more exciting compared to Wen Jianshang's pathetic situation. Wen Jiaxu was deeply scheming. His wife was the head of the secretary's office in the Magic City, a strong-willed woman who had yet to bear children. On the night of Wen Jianshang's wedding, taking advantage of his drunken state, she did something shocking. Wen Jiaxu was an ambitious man, unlike his foolish elder brother and cowardly third brother, willing to use any means to achieve his goals. His wife, Yu Qing, as the Secretary General of the city's secretary's office, provided him with significant support, so even though she usually wouldn't let him touch her, he could endure the humiliation. Even when rumors spread that he was incapable of fathering children, he did not refute them because he knew he already had an heir. He even secretly allied with the Wang family of the Magic City, vowing to seize the position of the Wen family head. His wife, Yu Qing, was not fond of men. Since marrying into the Wen family, she had not allowed Wen Jiaxu to touch her. The two were originally a union of ulterior motives, having set rules from the start. The subsequent photos of Wen Jiaxu were of him meeting various people, as well as photos of Yu Qing with some women in a hotel. Lin Chen looked at the photos of Yu Qing playing with some women and couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. It turned out that dramas weren't lying, there really were couples who played around separately. Although Yu Qing was nearly 40, she still looked charming and full of allure. Indeed, women who haven't had children don't age as quickly, and based on this information, it was possible that Yu Qing had never been with a man. Wen Jiaxu had a plethora of schemes, and even the current financial gap of Wen Zheming was caused by him. Lin Chen didn't examine this closely and flipped to the next section about Wen Zheming, who was Wen Ruxue's third uncle. The person who could make Wen Ruxue sign a contract to sell herself must be one of the better ones among the three. Wen Zheming, married to Zhao Yaping, had a son named Wen Jianfeng, who was Wen Ruxue's biological father. Upon reading this, Lin Chen was instantly stunned. What the hell? Wen Jianshang was incapable of having children, and he was still wondering whose child Wen Ruxue was, only to be given an answer in an instant. This was explosive news. Lin Chen continued to read. More than 20 years ago, Wen Zheming had just returned from school, and it was already late at night. On his way back to his room, he heard a sobbing sound coming from the servants' quarters. Wen Zheming peeked in, and in the dark room, a beam of moonlight illuminated a figure lying naked on the floor. At that moment, he was overwhelmed by desire, quickly closed the door behind him, and pounced on that figure. The woman sobbing on the floor was Wen Ruxue's mother, who had just been assaulted by Wen Jianshang and was now being attacked again by a shadow. After a long while, the shadow fled the room. The next day, when Zheming learned who the person he had knocked down last night was, Because of this incident, he didn't dare to go home and stayed at school until when Rushue was born. It was only after when Rushue's mother passed away that he felt he could return. Later, the Wen family formed a marriage alliance with the Zhao family, and Wen Jiaming became the one to marry Zhao Yaping, with whom he had a son. By a stroke of luck, he discovered his elder brother Wen Jiaming's hidden ailment. It was also at this time that he learned Wen Rushue was actually his daughter. From then on, he took meticulous care of Wen Rushue in secret. However, due to his past actions, he never dared to acknowledge her. Wen Jiaming's secret was just this one, everything else was quite ordinary. His records were minimal, but there were still photographs. In a room illuminated by a month's worth of sunlight, the scene inside seemed as if it had been taken recently, showing no signs of being over 20 years old. Lin Chen put down his phone and let out a sigh. None of the Wen family members were good people. Although they only mentioned Wen Rushue's mother in passing, these events ruined her life, causing her to fade away in the prime of her youth. The tragedy of Wen Rushue's mother also extended to Wen Rushue herself. If Wen Jiaming hadn't later discovered that Wen Rushue was his daughter, she might have been living a much worse life, or perhaps even not alive at all. Lin Chen flipped through to see if there were any other stories, but the rest only contained information about the third generation, Wen Wenfeng and Wen Rushue. Wen Rushue's main secret was that she had now become Lin Chen's lover, which wasn't much of a secret for him. Wen Wenfeng's story was more intriguing. His personality closely resembled that of his biological father, Wen Jiaxu, deep, cunning, and treacherous. Even more shocking was that Wen Wenfeng liked men. The attached photo showed him engaging in sports with a group of men, nearly making Lin Chen sick. This document, labeled as the Wen family's secrets, was actually just the family's unspeakable matters. With this information, he could manipulate everyone in the Wen family. Moreover, Wen Wenfeng's perversion didn't stop at liking men, he even had a preference for young boys and had once reached out to the 10-year-old Wen Jianfeng. The Wen family's story was quite scandalous. What was the point of staying in such a family? Wen Rushue needed to leave that filthy place. He had no hope of getting back the 500 million. He might as well consider it a purchase of Wen Rushue's freedom, having effectively earned 300 million in the process. Ding! Host detected dissatisfaction regarding the 500 million. Option 1. Use the Wen family's secrets to help Wen Jiaming secure the position of family head, reward 1 billion. Option 2. Use the Wen family's secrets to elevate Wen Rushue to the position of family head, reward 880 million, spirit +1. Ha! I'm not dissatisfied. Damn it, dog system, I don't want to wade through the Wen family's murky waters. Ding! The competition for the position of Wen family head will be held tomorrow morning at the Wen Ancestral Hall. Good luck, host. This system is pushing me into a corner. I merely brushed past a thought, and now I've been assigned a task. It seems I can't avoid going tomorrow. The system casually assigns tasks, but Lin Chen knew how difficult this task was. Getting Wen Rushue to become the family head was as hard as climbing to the sky. Even with the Wen family's secrets, it wouldn't be easy. Dealing with the 3 Wen brothers and others who would disagree, how could a girl who was originally a love child become the family head? He needed to think of a good plan. Lin Chen put away his phone and pondered. He didn't know how long had passed when his phone rang. Senior, I'm out of class. Where are you? Yi Mingxi immediately called Lin Chen as she exited the classroom. Meng, I'm sorry, but something came up suddenly, and I can't join you for dinner. How about we wait until tonight? I'll book a room at Shuiyun Pavilion. Lin Chen wasn't in the mood to eat. He needed to think about tomorrow's matters and planned to find Wen Rushue to chat. Yi Mingxi said somewhat dejectedly, all right then. Senior, be careful while you're out. After hanging up, Wan Qingqing beside her said indignantly, I told you he's a scumbag. He just got our Meng and now he's ditching us. Yi Mingxi quickly explained, no, it's not like that. Senior just happened to have something to do. He said he would treat you all to dinner at Shuiyun Pavilion tonight. Shuiyun Pavilion? Really, Meng? Is it that legendary place that only serves 8 tables a day and offers a small-scale Manchu Han imperial feast? Wang Ying's eyes suddenly lit up. Yao Jingjing and Wan Qingqing were also surprised by Wang Ying's words. Yi Mingxi nodded, of course it's true. Senior has bought Shuiyun Pavilion, we can go eat there anytime. Yi Mingxi recalled the scene of watching fireworks from the hotel across the street after dining at Shuiyun Pavilion that night, and her pretty face turned slightly red. Ha! That scumbag actually bought Shuiyun Pavilion? How much money does it take to buy such a high-end place? Wan Qingqing exclaimed in surprise. Yi Mingxi pouted and looked at Wan Qingqing with a hint of grievance. Alright, I was wrong. He's your senior, not a scumbag. Wan Qingqing couldn't stand the glare and quickly begged for mercy. Shuiyun Pavilion is very famous, it must have cost several tens of millions to buy. Yao Jingjing was also astonished by Lin Chen's financial power. A restaurant that was legendary to them had actually been bought by their friend's boyfriend. It cost 200 million. At that time, it was because Senior promised to take me to Shuiyun Pavilion for dinner, but there were no reservations, so we simply bought the whole place, Yi Mingxi said, her face filled with pride, completely unaware of the shock on the faces of the three girls around her. Just to treat Yi Mingxi to a meal at Shuiyun Pavilion, he spent 200 million to buy the entire restaurant in a fit of anger. How could such a man be called a scumbag? Even if he was a scumbag, she would be willing. Meng, how much money does your senior actually have? Yao Jingjing felt a bit dry in her mouth. To spend 200 million just to buy a restaurant for a meal was beyond ordinary wealth. They instantly shifted from indignation to envy. Yi Mingxi shook her head. I don't know. I haven't asked Senior. I'm not with him for the money. I liked him when he had nothing. The three girls fell silent. Initially, they had a very poor impression of Lin Chen as a scumbag, but suddenly learning that he was a wealthy man left them at a loss. If it were them, they would definitely fall for him too. Unfortunately, they weren't in that position and could only envy Yi Mingxi. Sitting in the car, Lin Chen was about to call when Li Wuqi's call came in. Beast, where have you run off to? Teacher Su wants you to stand at the classroom door as punishment. I didn't see you after class, and now everyone is about to explode. I think you're in trouble. Li Wuqi's tone was somewhat gleeful. I had something to take care of and left early. Tell old Fan and the others that we're having dinner together tonight and push back the other dates, Lin Chen said nonchalantly. Alright, finally, I can mooch a meal off you. Nothing is more important than food, Li Wuqi said excitedly, as he didn't have any dates anyway. After hanging up, Lin Chen called Wen Rushuet again, but no one answered. He could only go to the Snowfall bar to see if she was there. During the day, the bar wasn't open yet, and when he encountered the cleaning staff, they said Wen Rushuet wasn't there. Lin Chen felt speechless. He had looked for Wen Rushuet twice and couldn't find her either time. Just as he was considering whether to go to Wen Rushuet's house to look for her, her call came in. Where are you? I need to find you. Do you want to have lunch together? Lin Chen answered the phone directly. After a moment of silence, the other party said, I have something to deal with right now. How about we have dinner together tonight? Wen Rushuet was lying on her bed at that moment, her expression somewhat complicated. She thought Lin Chen was looking for her to fulfill a promise, and the suddenness of it during the day was something she couldn't accept at once, so she could only decline, saying she was busy. However, one can avoid the first day of the month but not the 15th, giving herself half a day to prepare her thoughts. She felt she should be ready by tonight. Lin Chen had no idea her thoughts were so complicated, and he didn't plan to dwell on it either. Remembering he had already promised Yi Mingxi and the others to have dinner, it wouldn't be good to bail on them. I have something to do tonight. How about this? I'll find you after I finish my work. It might be a bit late. After thinking it over, he decided to find time after dinner. Okay, then I'll wait for you at Piaoshuai tonight. Wen Rushuet wanted to find a crowded place to avoid the matter. No need, let's go to your house. Piaoshuai is too noisy, not suitable for discussing things. After saying that, he hung up the phone without caring whether Wen Rushuet agreed or not. Wen Rushuet's face turned slightly red as she thought about what would happen tonight, biting her lip in struggle. After a moment, her gaze became resolute. A promise made must be kept. Going back on her word was not her style. Wen Rushuet glanced around her room and decided to tidy it up. Since she was going to give herself away, rather than being coy and reluctant, it would be better to be open and straightforward, to arrange the environment a bit and add some sense of ceremony. With that thought, she took out her phone, bought some decorations and petals online, and even brought out her usual 1982 Lafite red wine. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen suddenly felt lost. If he had known Wen Rushuet was busy, he would have just gone to dinner with Yi Mingxi. Sitting in the car, he thought for a moment and called Chen Shanshan. After all, Chen Shanshan's favorability was about to break 90. If he succeeded in winning her over, he wondered if the system would offer any special rewards. Moreover, in the past few days, Chen Shanshan had sent him a bunch of messages about transferring the building back to him, and he hadn't replied yet. At that moment, Chen Shanshan was in her office reading some finance-related books. Now that she held a high position, she needed to study even more. She couldn't always be in a position that didn't match her capabilities. After answering Lin Chen's call, she quickly put down her book and took out a mirror to tidy up her appearance. She wasn't sure what she felt for Lin Chen. Every time she saw his messages, her heart would leap with joy, and she often thought of him. She didn't know if this was what it felt like to like someone, as liking someone had been a luxury for her in the past. She had to work hard to improve her family's life and couldn't afford to have other thoughts. The branch of the Modo Bank where Chen Shanshan worked was in the financial center of Modu. After picking her up, Lin Chen didn't plan to go far for dinner. He parked the car, and the two walked to a nearby Western restaurant in an alley. Chen Shanshan took the lead and said, "Let me treat you to this meal. You've helped me so much, I should treat you to dinner. Also, fill out this information, and I'll transfer that building back to you. Of course, it's fine for you to treat, but let's skip the transfer. If you transfer the building to me, Uncle Wang and the others might feel embarrassed to take advantage of me since I'm not familiar with them. Besides, 6 million in assets is inconsequential to me. If you feel burdened, you can save up and pay me back the 6 million. Lin Chen smiled. For a girl with a strong sense of pride, respect should be given. Who pays for dinner was a trivial matter for Lin Chen now, but it was important for Chen Shanshan. If Lin Chen were to act all macho and insist on treating, Chen Shanshan's favorability towards him would plummet. Previously, Lin Chen had heard a story from a cousin about his experiences. Because he was very patriarchal, he always felt that men should pay when dining out. A girl who originally had a good impression of him offered to treat him to a meal. In the end, his cousin secretly paid the bill himself, and the girl was very angry when she found out. From that day on, she never contacted him again. For his cousin, it was just a few hundred yuan for a meal, but for the girl, it was proof of equality and mutual respect. Just as the two were looking at the menu, a voice suddenly came from beside them. "Shanshan, you're here too." A man with slick back hair and dressed in a casual suit appeared at their table. Senior Wang Kun. Chen Shanshan looked at the newcomer, her senior from school, who had graduated a year ago. During their time at school, he had relentlessly pursued her, but she had never paid him any attention. Wang Kun's fiery gaze made Chen Shanshan feel quite uncomfortable. "Shanshan, it's fate that we meet in this vast sea of people. Can I sit down?" Wang Kun flashed a smile that he thought was charming. "No," Lin Chen coldly replied. If he hadn't been unsure about Chen Shanshan's relationship with Wang Kun, he would have been ready to drive him away. Only then did Wang Kun notice Lin Chen sitting across from Chen Shanshan. "Is this person from our school? He looks a bit unfamiliar." "Hello, Junior, I'm Wang Kun, a few years your senior. You can call me Senior Wang." Lin Chen coldly spat out a single word, "Scram." Wang Kun's face instantly turned as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. Chen Shanshan, not wanting their meal to be interrupted, spoke up, "Senior Wang Kun, this is Lin Chen, not from our school, but my friend. We're just having a meal together today, so it might not be suitable for you to stay." Although Wang Kun had been rejected by Chen Shanshan countless times, hearing her speak so directly made him feel a bit embarrassed. He awkwardly smiled and said, "All right then, Shanshan, let's meet another day." Chen Shanshan's expression turned cold. "Senior Wang Kun, please call me Chen Shanshan. I won't be meeting you in the future, so please watch your wording." A hint of malice flashed in Wang Kun's eyes, but he said nothing more and left the place. Wang Kun walked out of the restaurant with a dark expression. In fact, he had followed Chen Shanshan to this restaurant, hoping to create a chance encounter to have a meal with her. After finding out where she worked, he rushed over and happened to see her walking to eat with Lin Chen. He had deliberately ignored Lin Chen earlier, wanting to see if he was an easy target, but Lin Chen showed him no respect. "Brother Bao, can you do me a favor? I'll treat the brothers to drinks tonight." Wang Kun made a phone call, explained a few things, and then turned to see Chen Shanshan and Lin Chen laughing and chatting through the glass. A hint of disdain appeared on his lips before he left. Lin Chen and Chen Shanshan finished their meal while chatting and got to know each other better. Chen Shanshan was a child from a poor family. Her mother passed away shortly after giving birth to her, and her father never remarried. The two relied on each other for support. Her father was a kind and honest man but placed great importance on education, teaching Chen Shanshan from a young age not to accept handouts. This instilled in her a strong sense of pride. Chen Shanshan was also quite sensible, always ranking first in her class from childhood to now. Finally, she could provide a better life for her father. This exchange made Chen Shanshan view Lin Chen in a new light. She shared many things she enjoyed playing with as a child and found that Lin Chen knew about them and had played them too. In her impression, wealthy people wouldn't play with the things that poor children did, which added many more common topics between them. "Do you have to work in the afternoon? Want to go for a walk?" Lin Chen remembered that he didn't have any classes in the afternoon and didn't need to go back to school. Shuiyun Pavilion was nearby, and he was too lazy to run around. Chen Shanshan thought for a moment and realized that she indeed had nothing to do. Wu Shougang hadn't assigned her too many tasks since she hadn't fully adapted to the work intensity of her position. "That's fine, I also need to look for a place to live. I'm about to graduate, and now that I've found a job, I can't keep living in the dormitory." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt a black line appear on his forehead. He had intended to go with Chen Shanshan to find a movie theater to pass the time, but she wanted to look for a house instead. "That's okay, But didn't your company assign you a dormitory? Lin Chen asked curiously. Generally, bank employees should have housing assigned to them, right? Chen Shanshan shook her head. This area is a financial center, and the houses nearby are too expensive. The company just gives everyone a housing subsidy and doesn't provide dormitories anymore. The two found a milk tea shop, ordered 2 cups of milk tea, and sat down to check the rental prices nearby. The single rooms in this area were all over 6,000, and Chen Shanshan sighed as she looked. It's too expensive. It seems we'll have to look a bit further away, otherwise, most of my salary will go to the landlord. Chen Shanshan sighed. Even the poor and small places were costing 6 or 7,000. Her salary, along with various allowances, could amount to around 20 to 30,000, but it was still too expensive for her and not worth it. She'd rather go a bit further. Let's go. Instead of looking at our phones here, we might as well check out the real environment, Lin Chen said, pulling Chen Shanshan towards some closer areas, planning to see the outside environment first and consider the inside later if it wasn't bad. With Lin Chen's current capabilities, buying a place for her to live wouldn't be a burden. However, Lin Chen knew that even if he was willing to buy, she might not want to live there. The two walked into a residential area, and the nearby buildings looked very old, feeling like they could collapse at any moment. This area must be too densely populated by locals, which is why it hasn't been renovated. How could such a wealthy city allow such an old place next to the financial center? As they turned into an alley, 4 or 5 burly men appeared ahead, their fierce gazes fixed on Lin Chen and Chen Shanshan. Lin Chen's brows furrowed slightly. He felt that this group was specifically waiting for them. Chen Shanshan also sensed something was off and, disregarding the difference between genders, nervously pulled Lin Chen to turn back, but 3 more people came from behind, surrounding them. Lin Chen noticed that Chen Shanshan's hand was already sweating, and he gently patted her with his other hand. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Lin Chen turned to the men in front. May I ask what you gentlemen want with us? With both groups surrounding them, who else could they be looking for? A scar-faced man in front sneered. Our brothers saw you dressed so well, and with a beautiful woman by your side, we felt a bit jealous. Just give us some money to spend, and leave this woman with me to play with, and you can go. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, ready to take action, but suddenly he noticed a figure in the corner behind them. From that fleeting shadow, Lin Chen recognized who it was and suddenly understood why this group had appeared here to block them. Lin Chen coldly smiled. Do you want to let that person hiding behind come out first? Otherwise, I'm afraid he won't get the chance. As soon as Lin Chen's words fell, that figure rushed out, shouting as he ran, let go of my junior. If you have something to say, come at me. The figure was none other than Wang Kun, whom they had encountered earlier in the restaurant. Wang Kun squeezed through the crowd, standing in front of Chen Shanshan with righteous indignation. Shanshan, don't worry, with me here, no one can touch you. After saying this, he turned around and got into a fighting stance, ready to battle it out with the opponents. Everyone looked at him with strange expressions. If he had come out before Lin Chen spoke, it could have been more convincing. Everyone has directly exposed your scheme, and you're still putting on a show. Isn't that embarrassing? The scar-faced man coughed twice. Brother Wang, they've seen through you, stop acting. Wang Kun was taken aback. He had just run out and was already exposed? Chen Shanshan stepped forward, looking at Wang Kun with disgust. Senior Wang Kun, I originally thought you were a normal person, a good person. I even considered you a friend, but I never expected you to hire someone to play the hero. Take your friends and get out of my sight, or I will call the police. Wang Kun learned from the scar-faced man and the others how he had been exposed. When he heard it was Lin Chen who said it, he nearly spat blood on the spot. They could have just denied it when he casually mentioned it. This group of useless teammates really was a gathering of talents. They directly told him to stop acting. Wasn't that just hitting the nail on the head? But since it was already exposed, he might as well stop pretending. Wang Kun swatted Chen Shanshan's phone away, and it fell to the ground, instantly going black. Wang Kun decided to stop pretending altogether and sneered, call the police? Can you still report it now? I've chased you for 4 years, and you haven't even looked at me properly, not even giving me a chance to have a meal together. Now I've come to my senses. I don't need your heart, just your body will do. Brother Leopard, beat the man to a pulp, and take the woman back to enjoy with the brothers. The man called Brother Leopard, the scar-faced one, smiled slightly, a smile more hideous than a cry. Remember what you said, and also the drinking money for my brothers tonight. This woman can be the first for you. Chen Shanshan's body trembled slightly, both in anger and fear. Lin Chen pulled her behind him and whispered, stay behind me, and if you're scared, just close your eyes. He could have stopped Wang Kun from swatting Chen Shanshan's phone earlier, but that phone was a bit worn out, seemingly not worth saving. What are you pretending for, you yellow-haired brat? If it weren't for you, my plan would have succeeded. Beat him. Wang Kun shouted in exasperation. Brother Leopard's men rushed forward. Chen Shanshan, frightened, closed her eyes. She heard a few muffled grunts, followed by the sound of painful cries. Chen Shanshan quickly opened her eyes, which she had closed in fear, and the scene before her left her speechless. She saw Lin Chen weaving through the crowd of opponents, his movements smooth and his strikes precise. In less than a minute, out of the 9 opponents, only Wang Kun was still standing. Brother Leopard and his little brothers were all lying on the ground. Lin Chen approached Wang Kun and said in a voice just loud enough for Brother Leopard to hear, "I'll transfer the money to you later, you did well." After patting his shoulder, he turned and pulled Chen Shanshan away from the scene. After Lin Chen left with Chen Shanshan, Wang Kun stood there in a daze, not understanding what Lin Chen's words meant. Brother Leopard, with a pale face, climbed up from the ground, his right arm just dislocated by Lin Chen. "Good kid, a trap within a trap. So you were using us, and you're in cahoots with that brat. Those who can still move, beat him." Brother Leopard kicked Wang Kun in the stomach, and the group, not knowing what was happening, figured they were being beaten because of Wang Kun. Since the boss had already made a move, what were they waiting for? Lin Chen had deliberately not hit Wang Kun earlier, and he had also intentionally said that to be heard by the scar-faced man. As soon as he left, they would start fighting among themselves. Even if the scar-faced man and the others knew Lin Chen was lying, they had just been beaten and were looking for a place to vent their frustrations, so they took it seriously. The alley echoed with Wang Kun's cries for help. Lin Chen and Chen Shanshan walked outside before realizing they were still holding hands. "Sorry, it was an emergency. I didn't mean to take advantage of you." Lin Chen smiled and let go of her hand. Chen Shanshan also recovered from her shock. The originally desperate situation was turned around by the man before her. That heroic stance of 1 against 9 was something she would likely never forget in her lifetime. Ding! Chen Shanshan's favorability towards the host +3, now at 88 points. "Lin, I didn't expect you to know martial arts. You scared me to death just now. I was ready to bite my tongue and end it all," Chen Shanshan said, patting her heaving chest, causing Lin Chen to swallow hard at the sight of the rippling waves. "Ahem. I know a lot of things. You'll find out more as you spend time with me," Lin Chen said, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment. Ding! Detected a beauty with a score of 90 encountering difficulties. Choice 1, help Chen Shanshan solve her housing problem, reward language proficiency, 3 billion. Choice 2, ignore her and let Chen Shanshan figure it out herself, deduct 30 points from her favorability. Damn, why does the system have to do this? Even if you offer me more money, I would still choose to help Chen Shanshan. There's no need to threaten me with a deduction in favorability. The two walked on, clearly in an environment unsuitable for living, too chaotic. Midway, Lin Chen claimed he needed to use the restroom and returned with a black bag in hand. "Shanshan, I happen to have a place near where you work. Why don't you stay there for now? I'm still a student and mostly in the dorm, so the house is just sitting empty." Lin Chen thought of a plan that could solve Chen Shanshan's housing issue while also completing his task. Chen Shanshan fell silent, unsure of what to say or how to respond. Deep down, she wanted to follow Lin Chen's suggestion, but she felt she had troubled him too much lately. Moreover, their relationship was still unclear. Would it be inappropriate for her to move into his place, even if he said he wasn't living there? What if he needed to stay there occasionally? It wouldn't be good for a man and a woman to share a room, right? Lin Chen noticed her concerns and spoke up. "If it would be a burden for you, just pay me rent, 800 a month. I like the number 8. I won't go over without your permission, so you'll be the tenant, and I'll be the landlord. A landlord can't just enter a tenant's home, so you don't have to worry about me crashing at your place," Lin Chen said with a smile. "And look at the environment around here. It's dirty and chaotic, too unsafe for a girl like you. Trust me, just stay at my place." Lin Chen continued. Chen Shanshan looked at Lin Chen with watery eyes, realizing he was giving her an out for her pride. She didn't want to disappoint him, as she truly needed a place to stay. If she continued searching, she might end up far away, and her daily commute could take up most of her day. "Thank you, why are you being so nice to me?" Chen Shanshan said, touched. Lin Chen's series of actions over the past few days had indeed struck a chord in her heart. Being around him made her, a woman with a strong sense of pride and weak sense of security, feel incredibly comfortable. "Because you deserve it," Lin Chen replied, staring directly at her. Their gazes collided, and their heads leaned closer together. Just as they were about to kiss, a horn from an electric bike behind them jolted them back to reality. "Can you move aside if you're going to kiss? This is a crosswalk. Do you think you're filming a drama?" An older woman scolded. Lin Chen and Chen Shanshan happened to be at a crosswalk, blocking the passing electric bikes. Chen Shanshan's face turned red, and she quickly left the area, prompting Lin Chen to hurriedly follow her. "Shanshan, it's getting late. I have dinner plans with my roommate tonight, so I can only take you to see the house another day. Do you want to come with me for dinner? The sky was gradually darkening. Now, even if Chen Shanshan wanted to look at houses, he couldn't take her. He could only change his words and hurriedly buy a house in the next couple of days. As for inviting Chen Shanshan to dinner, that was just a casual remark. After saying it, Lin Chen regretted it. If Chen Shanshan agreed to go, he would be in trouble because that dinner was with Yi Mengxi. With a heart full of anxiety, Lin Chen watched as Chen Shanshan shook her head. I won't go. I have to return to the company first, and after handling my matters, I'll go back to school to pack my things. Do you have time this weekend? If possible, take me to see the house, and I can move in directly. Lin Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, I have time whenever you need it. He was genuinely afraid that Chen Shanshan would agree. A man's words can be deceiving. Now, taking her to see the house would mean he had no time, yet he dared to say he was free anytime. A complaint from the system. By the way, this is a gift I just bought for you. Your phone was just broken, and when I passed by a phone store on my way to the restroom, I bought one for you. You can't refuse me, okay? If you really want to thank me, let me taste the dishes you cook next time. During their earlier conversation, Chen Shanshan mentioned that she was good at cooking. Chen Shanshan smiled brightly. Okay, on the day of the move, I'll cook for you. Ding! Chen Shanshan's favorability towards the host +1, current favorability is 89. Just one more point to successfully conquer her. Lin Chen felt incredibly happy inside. After dropping Chen Shanshan back at the company, Lin Chen drove towards Shuiyun Pavilion. It was rush hour, and although Shuiyun Pavilion wasn't far, it would still take over an hour to get there. Stuck in traffic, Lin Chen thought about whether he should just buy a helicopter. At least he wouldn't be stuck in traffic. When Lin Chen arrived at the entrance, he saw Shang Ping waiting there. Yi Mingxi and the others were also picked up by a car sent by Shang Ping. Shuiyun Pavilion originally had a Rolls-Royce for transportation, but after Lin Chen bought Shuiyun Pavilion, Shang Ping quickly arranged for 2 more Bentleys for pickups. Mr. Lin, the private room is ready, and all the guests have arrived. Are we having the full Manchu Han Imperial Feast again this time? Shang Ping respectfully asked. Another full Manchu Han Imperial Feast? Lin Chen was actually a bit tired of it, having just had it the day before. Let's skip it and have some different dishes. By the way, could you look into getting a helicopter? Shuiyun Pavilion should buy one to pick up guests. That would definitely improve business. He had been thinking about this issue during the traffic jam. The main reason Shuiyun Pavilion's business was declining was due to its location being too congested, while its good business was also because of the location. This location was like a double-edged sword, bringing both profits and losses. As long as the traffic issue was resolved, the reasons for the poor business would be easily addressed. Shang Ping's mouth twitched. Lin Chen made it sound simple, but even a single helicopter would cost over 10 million, and the expensive part was the daily maintenance, plus they would need to build a helipad. Most importantly, they would have to collaborate with other buildings to construct helipads on their rooftops. When all the costs were calculated, even if more people came to eat, it would still be a loss. After all, how much profit could be made from a meal? After thinking it over, Shang Ping decided to inform Lin Chen of these concerns, hoping he would see the reality. Lin Chen didn't understand business, and he couldn't grasp these losses, but he had a system, and with his wealth, he was willful. Losses meant nothing to him. What he wanted was to keep Shuiyun Pavilion afloat. If this continued, even his chef Shang Ping would run away. Who would cook him small Manchu Han Imperial feasts in the future? Lin Chen patted Shang Ping on the shoulder. You don't need to worry about the losses. You just focus on running this project, buying the helicopter, renting the helipad, and I'll cover the daily maintenance costs, which won't count as an investment in Shuiyun Pavilion. Shuiyun Pavilion just needs to focus on making money. Let me handle the losses. Lin Chen immediately transferred 100 million to Shang Ping, buying 3 helicopters to keep. Shuiyun Pavilion had plenty of space, and with the rented building's helipad and the daily maintenance of those helicopters, 100 million would last a long time. He instructed Shang Ping to ask him for more when it was used up. After the money was transferred, Lin Chen walked into Shuiyun Pavilion, leaving Shang Ping alone in the wind, confused. A place for dining, casually investing 100 million. Was this person wealthy and willful, or was there another plan? Shang Ping stood at the door, pondering for a long time without coming to a conclusion. Lin Chen arrived at the private room, and Yi Mingxi greeted him with joy. These were the 3 friends who had confronted him that morning, and now they seemed a bit quieter. Beast, this is my first time riding in a Rolls-Royce. It's so luxurious, so extravagant, Li Wuqi exclaimed. He had come with Fan Jianxiang, while Xiaolu brought his girlfriend Guan Yan, indicating that their dormitory had a social event with other girls' dormitories, which seemed to be true love. Once everyone was seated, Sheng Ping began serving the dishes. There were no specific dishes today, whatever was served was fine, but the food at Shuiyun Pavilion was never simple. Sheng Ping even had the waiter bring out 2 cases of 1982 Lafite red wine. Since Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxiang said that red wine wouldn't get them drunk, just 1 or 2 bottles wouldn't be enough, so they decided to bring out the entire stock from the restaurant. I'd like to propose a toast to Mingming's friends. Thank you for your care for her. If it weren't for you good sisters, I wouldn't have met Mingming today. Lin Chen raised his glass and toasted to Ruan Qingqing and the other 2 girls. Ruan Qingqing stood up, looking a bit embarrassed, and said, "We were a bit arrogant, we apologize to you here. We shouldn't have assumed you were a scumbag without knowing you." Yao Jingjing and Wang Ying also stood up, raising their glasses. After all, the 3 of them initially thought Lin Chen was just playing around, but after hearing that he spent lavishly for Yi Mingxi, they felt he must be serious. Judging someone's sincerity by their spending might be superficial, but it was also very direct. "So how do you know I'm not a scumbag?" Lin Chen asked with a half-smile. Yao Jingjing spoke first, "Handsome and rich, I'd be willing to be with a scumbag." Ruan Qingqing and Wang Ying quickly tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to stop. "I guarantee that as long as Meng Meng wants me, I will stay by her side until she gets tired of me." Lin Chen finished his drink in one gulp. Li Wuqi also raised his glass and leaned over. Although he still had a cast on, after hearing there was a dinner party tonight, he stopped taking anti-inflammatory medicine just to have a couple of drinks. "Hello, beautiful ladies. I'm Li Wuqi, a good brother of the beast, currently single." Put. Wang Ying suddenly burst out laughing. Everyone turned their attention to her. Although Li Wuqi's name was quite peculiar, it was something everyone already knew, so why such a big reaction? "Sorry, I'm from Hong Kong, and in my language, this senior's name means shameless, so I couldn't help but laugh," Wang Ying explained with a smile. Surprised to hear she was from Hong Kong, Lin Chen was taken aback, as it was rare for people from Hong Kong to study in the mainland. They either attended local universities or chose to study abroad, as local universities had an advantage in scores for locals and were quite top tier. The only comparable institutions, aside from the top universities in the mainland, were those abroad, and the entry requirements for Hong Kong students studying overseas were much lower. Fan Jianxiang pushed Li Wuqi aside and loudly said, "Hello, junior sisters. I'm Fan Jianxiang, a much more normal name than shameless. I'm also single." Put. This time, all 3 girls laughed together. Yao Jingjing smiled and said, "You people from the elite dormitory shouldn't keep introducing yourselves. Who in the whole university doesn't know you?" Fan Jianxiang and Li Wuqi exchanged awkward smiles. Amidst the laughter, time quickly passed, and soon it was past 9 o'clock. The school would close at 10:30, and it would take some time to get back, so there couldn't be a second half. Lin Chen asked Sheng Ping to arrange a car to take them all back, and with Yi Mingxi's resentful gaze, he helped her into the car. Lin Chen wished he could keep Yi Mingxi around, but he had more important matters to attend to. The system had given him a tight deadline for his task. He needed to find Wen Rushui to discuss how to proceed with tomorrow's plan or to learn if the Wen family had any weaknesses beyond their secrets. After sending everyone off, Lin Chen also asked Sheng Ping to drive him to Wen Rushui's place. He had drunk some alcohol, but he would need a car tomorrow, so he could only make Sheng Ping work a little harder and take a taxi back after dropping him off. Relying on his memory, Lin Chen found Wen Rushui's residence and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" Wen Rushui's voice came from inside. "It's me. Didn't we agree to meet tonight?" Lin Chen looked at the petals scattered at the door and wondered if she had a man hiding inside. These petals looked like they had fallen from a bouquet. Could it be that a suitor had sent flowers and was hiding inside? Lin Chen pressed his ear against the door to listen to the sounds inside. When Rushui opened the door and welcomed Lin Chen in, Lin Chen observed the dimly lit environment, with a few candles providing faint light and petals strewn across the floor. "Are you unable to pay the electricity bill? Or have you started to enjoy a primitive, energy-saving lifestyle?" Lin Chen said, lacking in romantic understanding. When Rushui lowered her head and said, "Why did you come so early? Wait for me a moment." With that, she dashed into the room. Lin Chen caught a whiff of a different scent in the air. There were 2 plates on the dining table, covered with lids. There was also red wine, candles, and petals scattered in various corners. If he didn't understand the situation now, he would truly be a dense man. At that moment, Lin Chen realized that when Rushui must have misunderstood his intentions, she thought he was there to fulfill a promise, so she had set the scene. Just then, the door opened, and when Rushui appeared in a black lace nightgown, barefoot on the floor, her hair cascading like a waterfall. Due to the candlelight, her slightly flushed face was not easily noticeable. She slowly walked up to Lin Chen and softly said, "I prepared some food and drinks, let's have a little." Lin Chen didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. When Rushue had prepared all day, and even if he hadn't intended for that, he decided to go along with it to avoid hurting her feelings. After sitting down, Wen Rushue came to his side and poured him some wine. A faint fragrance wafted from Wen Rushue, filling Lin Chen's nostrils. Unable to resist, Lin Chen pulled Wen Rushue into his embrace, causing her to gasp, nearly spilling the wine in her hand. Their eyes met, gradually drawing closer until their figures overlapped. Lin Chen's restless hand slipped under the hem of her nightgown, beginning to move inappropriately. Wen Rushue was startled and quickly stood up. Wait a moment, let's eat something first. Lin Chen smacked his lips, watching Wen Rushue hurriedly return to her seat, the warmth of their earlier kiss still lingering on his lips, even leaving a hint of moisture. When Rushue's face was flushed, the flickering candlelight dancing across her features. Lin Chen took a deep breath to calm himself. Actually, I didn't come to find you for that. I have other matters to discuss. When Rushue looked at him in confusion. I want to learn more about your Wen family. Lin Chen had already gained a deep understanding of the Wen family from their secrets, and now he wanted to see what Wen Rushue thought of her family. When Rushue's expression grew more puzzled. Why would he want to know about the Wen family when he had such a beautiful woman like her? Was her charm not enough, or was there something else going on? Although Wen Rushue didn't understand, she still cooperated and said, although I am a member of the Wen family, I don't know much about them. I've been treated like a servant my whole life. My father has never looked at me properly, and Yang Xinghua despises me. My half-brother Wen Wenfeng has never acknowledged me either. Yang Xinghua is from the Yang family in the capital. Although it's not one of the top families, it's still much stronger than ours. So no matter how useless the Wen family is, he is still a popular candidate for the head of the family. Considering the next head of the family, in our generation, there are only my brother, my younger brother, and me. The Wen family has always been quite sparse in terms of people. My second uncle, Wen Jiaxu, I have very little contact with him. I saw him a few times when I was young, but he seems to rarely be home. My second aunt is even more elusive. She only comes back during holidays and is hardly seen otherwise. She is the Secretary General of the city's secretary office. Although she has no real power, she is always around those who do, and many times her influence is greater than that of many others. They have no children and are the most mysterious couple in the Wen family. And my third uncle, Wen Zheming, might be the only normal person in the Wen family. My third aunt, Zhao Yaping, is not from a prominent family and is not a high-ranking official. She is just the daughter of an ordinary wealthy family. She gave birth to a son for my third uncle, Wen Jianfeng, who is now 10 years old. When she mentioned her third uncle, Wen Rushue's expression softened a bit. It seemed that Wen Zheming was a light in her dark childhood, illuminating her and preventing her from sinking into darkness. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen asked, in your opinion, who will win the head of the family contest tomorrow? And is there a voting process for this contest? When Rushue looked at him in surprise. How do you know about the head of the family selection meeting tomorrow? There are no other participants, just the three families persuading each other. Although it's a foolish way to do things, the Wen family is sparse, and there's no need to invite too many people. The most likely candidate is probably the head of the Wen family. After all, he is the eldest son and has Yang Xinghua backing him. My third uncle, due to the issue of the missing funds, although he has made up the amount, he must have been framed, and the evidence is definitely in someone else's hands, so he is bound to be unable to compete. The head of the Wen family's contest is essentially a struggle for power within the Wen family. One person will hold power and manage the shares of the Wen group, while the loser will have to leave the country and live elsewhere, never to return. This method of election in the Wen family was indeed foolish. The three brothers persuading each other could go on for 7 days and nights without anyone yielding. In the end, it would either be through coercion or violence. Moreover, this couldn't even be considered a contest for the head of the family. There were so few people in the Wen family that it was more like a scramble for the family's assets. When Jiaxu had prepared so much, it seemed he was already almost certain to win. Do you want to be the head of the family? Lin Chen looked intently at Wen Rushue. Wen Rushue was taken aback and then shook her head. The only good feeling I have towards the Wen family is for my third uncle's family. What happens to the Wen family is none of my business, and as a woman, especially an illegitimate daughter, I have no right to be the head of the family from any perspective. Wen Rushue was so resistant to the Wen family that even if the position of head of the family were offered to her, she probably wouldn't want it. This was a dilemma. How about I help your third uncle? Lin Chen thought for a moment. Since Wen Rushue didn't want to be the head of the family, he would choose the first option and push Wen Zheming forward. No matter how you say it, there's a reward of 1 billion, just a little less than the second one. You? What are you going to do? Wen Rushue had been feeling puzzled about Lin Chen's intentions since earlier. Why are you suddenly interested in this? It seems like you didn't even know what the Wen family was before, right? Wen Rushue stared at him intently, as if trying to find the answer on his face. It's nothing. Now that you are mine, I just want to help you get back what you suffered back then, Lin Chen said casually. Upon hearing this, tears sparkled in Wen Rushue's eyes. Throughout her life, apart from her third uncle Wen Jiaming, no one had ever treated her so selflessly. From buying alcohol to giving her 500 million, although it was said that she would be Lin Chen's person from now on as a form of payment, she knew very well what her worth was, and Lin Chen had never asked her for any compensation. In fact, tonight was a misunderstanding on her part, and Lin Chen merely wanted to help her seek justice, to intervene in the Wen family's election for the head of the family. Such selfless help, always responding to her needs, would be overwhelming for any woman, let alone someone like her who had lacked love since childhood. Wen Rushue came up behind Lin Chen and hugged him from behind. Why are you so good to me? I really don't deserve it. Lin Chen grasped the small hand that reached out to him. Who says you don't deserve it? To me, you will always be worth it. Don't mention 500 million, even if it takes 50 billion to make you happy, I would be willing. With the atmosphere heated to this point, if he didn't reciprocate, he would truly be a fool. Lin Chen stood up from the stool, slowly turned around, and looked at her. This time, Wen Rushue didn't shy away from his gaze, instead, she leaned in closer. Lin Chen picked Wen Rushue up in a princess carry and walked toward the room, grinning as he said, since everything is ready, don't waste your thoughts. Wen Rushue's face flushed slightly, and she softly murmured, burying her head in Lin Chen's chest. The candlelight flickered, as if blessing them. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing the first kill of the beautiful Wen Rushue with a score of 95, reward, charm +1, complete restoration pill *1 complete restoration pill, after taking, it replenishes whatever is lacking in the body to full value host, Lin Chen strength, 8 physique, 9 spirit, 7 charm, 8 the maximum attributes for ordinary people are 10, and the host is within the normal range of ordinary people vehicle, Pagani Huayra, Lamborghini Veneno, Mansion, Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1 skills, mastery in martial arts, chess, and marksmanship balance, 1 262 069 053 in the middle of the night, when Lin Chen heard the system notification, he didn't think much of it and fell asleep after finishing his business. The next morning, Lin Chen carried Wen Rushue to the car. Although he had been gentle last night, it was still her first time. Actions were still a bit awkward, so early in the morning, Lin Chen went to buy breakfast. It was time to head to the Wen family ancestral hall to help Wen Rushue's third uncle secure the position of head of the family. Lin Chen did not mention that Wen Jiaming was her biological father, knowing this would only make Wen Rushue even sadder. The elder he had always respected had actually harmed her mother back then, and he was also her biological father. Such a dramatic situation was better left unsaid. It was best to maintain their current relationship. Lin Chen first drove to the Jinmao building. Early in the morning, he had secretly asked Sun Ji to print out some photos, which he placed in 3 envelopes. Each envelope was labeled with the names of the 3 Wen brothers. This was Lin Chen's plan for today, to make them retreat upon seeing the photos. Qinsho, why don't we just forget it? I feel like I'm already very happy now. Uncle San not being the head of the family might actually be better. His character is simple and honest, not suited for the role of family head. If we go over like this, we won't even be able to enter the ancestral hall, Wen Rushue advised. She didn't want to become the head of the Wen family, nor did she want Uncle San to take on that role. Being an ordinary person in an ordinary family might be the most suitable option. Most importantly, she didn't want Lin Chen to encounter any trouble. After all, if he couldn't even handle Jianlong real estate, how could he deal with the more powerful Wen family? Don't worry, I have confidence that the Wen family Shang and Wen Jiashu will step down and let others take over. If my plan doesn't work, then Wen family Shang and Wen Jiashu will definitely end up in a huge conflict, Lin Chen said, not revealing all the secrets of the Wen family, only letting Sun Ji print out those images. Soon they arrived at the Wen family ancestral hall. Having a small ancestral hall in the city center indicated that the Wen family must have been quite impressive in the past. Now, with so few descendants left, only 3 people were competing for the position of family head. In the Wen family ancestral hall, tables and chairs had already been set up in front of the spirit tablets. The Wen family Shang, his wife Yang Xinghua, and Wen Jiaming's family of 3 were all seated there. Now that everyone is here, let's begin. Wen family Shang said, eyes closed, calm and composed. He believed that with his wife Yang Xinghua present, the other 2 had nothing to compete with. After the competition, what contribution could they make to the family? Shuer hasn't arrived yet, she is also a member of the Wen family, Wen Jiaming said. He had called Wen Rushue last night to invite her to the family head election, but the call had not gone through. He later sent a message but didn't know if she had seen it. Humph, a servant, what does she count as a member of the Wen family? Let's get started, I have a spa appointment with my sisters, Yang Xinghua said impatiently with a cold snort. Wen family Shang continued to keep his eyes closed, saying nothing. Jiaming, everyone's time is precious. Shui has never been very close to us, she might not even come. Let's just start, Wen Jiaxu said lightly. Wen Jiaming looked towards the door inside, choosing not to speak further. He wanted Wen Rushue to participate more in family matters, hoping to secure some benefits for her. To be honest, I really don't want to see the faces of you people, Wen Rushue said as she entered, holding Lin Chen's hand. Impudent! How dare you speak to your elders like that? Who allowed you to bring outsiders to our Wen family ancestral hall? You don't even have the right to be here, yet you dare to bring someone. Wen family Shang opened his eyes and glared angrily at Wen Rushue. Lin Chen stepped forward, standing in front of Wen Rushue. Old man, don't shout at my wife. She came here to give Wen Jiaming face, otherwise, your Wen family could be quietly destroyed, Lin Chen said disdainfully. If Wen family Shang were truly Wen Rushue's father, he might have held back a bit, after all, he was still her father-in-law. But he was just a useless relative and dared to shout at his woman. This is my fiancé, Lin Chen. We came here with no other intention than to witness the ugly faces of you all fighting for the position of family head. Wen Rushue introduced Lin Chen and then pulled him to sit beside Wen Jiaming. Wen family Shang was furious. Fiancé? When did I allow you to get married? You are a member of the Wen family, marriage is decided by me as your father. Get out of here with him immediately. Lin Chen coldly laughed. Father? What kind of father are you? You don't even know if the child is yours. At this, Yang Xinghua, Wen Jiaxu, and Wen Jiaming all changed their expressions. Lin Chen's words had a threefold impact. Big brother, forget it. Shui is still a member of the Wen family, since she brought her fiancé, let them listen in. The important matters are what we should focus on, Wen Jiaxu said, glancing at Lin Chen, the coldness in his eyes fleeting. Wen Jianshang wanted to say something more, but Yang Xinghua beside him spoke up. Let's get started quickly, my friends are urging me. Hearing Yang Xinghua say this, Wen Jianshang closed his mouth and snorted coldly. Yang Xinghua and Wen Jiaxu exchanged glances at Lin Chen, unsure of what the man's earlier words meant or if he knew something. Let's begin. I don't think anyone is willing to withdraw from this contest for the family head. Let's each talk about our value. Jiaming, you're the youngest, you go first. Wen Jianshang waved his hand impatiently. Wen Jiaming took out a financial report. This is the financial statement of the companies under the Wen family group that I've managed over the years. I, Wen Jiaming, have worked diligently, creating nearly 10 billion in wealth for the family. I believe I have some acumen when it comes to making money, this is my value. The implication in Wen Jiaming's words was clear. If you don't let me be the family head, then you can go make money yourselves and see if you have the capability. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He hadn't expected Wen Jiaming, who appeared simple and honest, to speak such sharp words in the contest for the family head. It seemed he was not an easy character. Oh, as far as I know, your company has a huge funding gap. It seems you have quite a bit of personal funds hidden away, and you've managed to cover it up, Wen Jiaxu countered as he flipped through the financial report. Wen Jiaming's expression changed. This matter was known only to him and Zhao Yaping. How did Wen Jiaxu find out about his funding gap? If Wen Jiaxu knew, there were only two possibilities, either someone close to him betrayed him and informed Wen Jiaxu, but based on Wen Jiaming's understanding of Zhao Yaping and Wen Rushue, that was impossible. That left only the second possibility, Wen Jiaxu had someone investigate him, and this was a scheme aimed directly at him, all for today. How can that be? What's the use of making so much money if it all goes into your own pocket? It's good enough that you haven't been expelled from the family, and you still want to be the family head, Wen Jianshang said angrily, while pondering internally that his third brother was so wealthy. It shouldn't be a problem for him to lend a few tens of millions to pay off a gambling debt, right? Second brother, you have quite the means, humph. Wen Jiaming snorted coldly and sat down, no longer speaking. He knew he couldn't compete for the position of family head. Wen Jiaxu casually tossed the financial report aside. To him, it was just a joke. The Wen family could make money, and it wasn't just Wen Jiaming. As long as they had money, they could hire more talents to serve the Wen family. I am responsible for public relations in the Wen family, and I basically hold the network of connections in my hands. A family cannot rely solely on money, and my wife, Yu Qing, is the Secretary General of the city's Secretary Office, dealing with various high-ranking officials regularly. If you let me become the head of the Wen family, I can lead the Wen family to greater heights, no longer limited to the business world. When Wen Jiaxu spoke, the room fell silent. He did have a point. A family cannot only have money, with connections, the money would flow even more abundantly to the Wen family. No one refuted him, and when Jianshang also made his campaign speech. I am the eldest son of the Wen family, and my wife, Yang Xinghua, is from the prestigious Yang family in the capital. My son, Wen Wenfeng, has also brought in tens of billions in profits for the family in recent years. When it comes to connections and making money, I have both. A cold smile appeared on Wen Jiaxu's lips. The so-called ability to make money and connections were not Wen Jianshang's personal capabilities. A good-for-nothing was still a good-for-nothing, relying on his wife and child to compete for the position of family head, not realizing that his wife and child belonged to Wen Jiaxu. Not long ago, I received a call saying that elder brother owes them a gambling debt, and the amount is not small. I wonder if this is true, Wen Jiaxu asked. When Jiashang's face darkened, he had thought that no one knew about this matter. How could the debt collectors have come to Wen Jiasu? That's not true, my second brother must have received a scam call. When Jiashang insisted stubbornly. When Jiasu seemed to be prepared for this, pulling a piece of paper from his pocket, on which the words I owe you were written in large characters. I also thought it was a scam, so I had someone investigate to see who dared to scam me, Wen Jiasu, and the result was that they gave me this IOU. Upon seeing the IOU, when Jiashang's face turned the color of pig liver, this was indeed his signature, with an amount of 80 million. It wasn't that he didn't have that much money, but because he had lost far more than that and had already emptied his pockets. When Jiasu smiled slightly, elder brother, you can give up on the position of head of the family. I will help you resolve this matter and give you an additional 200 million. I've already arranged a place for you abroad, you can retire there. When Jiashang said nothing, turning to look at Yang Xinghua, who was playing with her phone and ignoring him. In a fit of rage, when Jiashang slapped the phone out of her hand. I'm being forced like this, and you won't say a word? Yang Xinghua's face was filled with anger. What's there to say about a useless person? If my second brother wants to be the head of the family, let him. If you want to go abroad, then go. I'm taking Wen Wenfeng back to Kyoto, I want a divorce. You shameless woman, how dare you? When Jiashang raised his hand, about to slap Yang Xinghua, when Wen Wenfeng grabbed his hand. Seeing his son, whom he had cherished since childhood, standing against him, when Jiashang was furious. This is rebellion, outright rebellion. At that moment, Zhao Yaping suddenly stepped forward. Elder brother, please calm down. I have a few photos you might want to see. Lin Chen glanced at the photos and found they were almost identical to the ones he had. Could it be that the system had stolen them from her? They were photos of Wen Jiasu discussing matters with a few people. These people were likely the ones who had set a trap for Wen Jiashang. Upon seeing the photos, Wen Jiashang's face turned ashen, and he gritted his teeth, saying, second brother, you really have some skill, setting a trap for me. Wen Jiasu, seeing that the matter was exposed, decided to stop pretending. Elder brother, in the end, it's the victor who takes all. You've fallen into this trap, which means I've won. Humph, if you want to be the head of the family, dream on. I will never agree to you being the head. When Jiashang snorted coldly. When Jiasu smiled slightly, if you don't agree, then pay back the money on this IOU. What kind of head of the family owes gambling debts? When Jiashang looked at his third brother, Jia Ming, lend me 80 million first. Once I become the head of the family, I will pay you back. When Jia Ming sighed and shook his head, he didn't have 80 million, not even 8 million. If it weren't for Wen Ru Shui giving him 500 million before, he might have already been thrown into jail by Wen Jiasu. Although he was surprised that Zhao Yaping had these photos, it seemed that the situation had already been controlled by Wen Jiasu. The position of head of the family could only belong to Wen Jiasu. Lin Chen, standing aside, looked thoughtfully at Zhao Yaping. There wasn't much information about her in the Wen family's secrets, and her current behavior seemed inconsistent with public perception. Could there be hidden truths? When Jiasu stood up and laughed heartily, you two have flaws and are not united. Don't worry, I've already arranged for you to live abroad for the rest of your lives. The people present fell silent, and it seemed that Wen Jiasu had long anticipated this outcome. At that moment, Lin Chen stepped forward. Well, let me say a few words. Everyone turned their attention to him, and when Jiasu and Yang Xinghua suddenly frowned, they were still uneasy about Lin Chen's earlier statement. This is a matter of our Wen family. What right does an outsider have to say anything? When Jiasu glanced at Lin Chen indifferently, Lin Chen pulled out a thick envelope from his pocket and tossed it to Wen Jiasu. I suggest you find a secluded corner to look at it. Don't let others see, Lin Chen said with a smile. When Jiasu ignored him and directly took out the photo from the envelope, only to find the first picture was of him and Yang Xinghua. He immediately broke into a cold sweat and stuffed the photo back in. He then walked to a corner, took out the photo again, and the more he looked at it, the more horrified he became. He couldn't even remember when it was taken. If this got out, it would be enough to ruin him several times over. A few minutes passed, and Yu Qing wanted to go over and see what the stack of photos was about, but Wen Jiaxu blocked her with his hand. Wen Jiaxu walked heavily to Lin Chen and said in a deep voice, "What do you want?" Lin Chen smiled slightly, "Hand over the position of the family head to Wen Jiaming, transfer all shares of the Wen family business to his name, and then take your little nest egg and retire abroad. I don't believe you haven't hidden some private money, and haven't you already settled everything abroad?" Wen Jiaxu stared at Lin Chen, and after a long sigh, he said, "Third brother, I didn't expect you had this up your sleeve. It seems over the years, second brother has underestimated you." Wen Jiaming sat in the back, looking confused. When he heard Lin Chen's demands of Wen Jiaxu, he immediately turned to Wen Ruxue. Wen Ruxue just smiled and shook her head, indicating she didn't know the reason either. Lin Chen curled his lip, "Don't flatter him, he doesn't even know me and is unaware of these matters. If it weren't for Shuer, I wouldn't have come today." Lin Chen actually had no good feelings for Wen Jiaming. After all, he was one of the bullies from back then. Don't pull the excuse of youthful impulsiveness. Who hasn't been young before? Wen Jiaxu glanced complexly at Yang Xinghua and Wen Wangfeng, then sighed deeply, suddenly looking much older. "I promise you, as long as these things don't get exposed, I can stay abroad forever." At this, the entire room was shocked. "Wen Jiaxu, what nonsense are you talking?" Yu Qing slammed her hand on the table. Yang Xinghua also looked at him in shock. Last night, Wen Jiaxu had come to find her, saying that as long as he secured the position of family head, he would divorce Yu Qing and give Yang Xinghua a legitimate status, while the Wen family would be driven out of the country. Now, when Jiaxu was giving up the position of family head and choosing to go abroad, did that mean his previous promises were void? Humph, even if Wen Jiaxu doesn't become the family head, there's still me. I never agreed to let Jiaming take this position. When Jiazhan, that troublemaker, jumped out again. Lin Chen took out a photo of a large tree from an envelope and threw it over. "You too, transfer all your shares of the Wen family business to Wen Jiaming, then get lost." When Jiazhan, looking disdainful, broke into a cold sweat the moment he received the photo. This tree was the one in the ancestral hall courtyard, beneath which lay a hidden corpse, and the person who buried that corpse was him. How could the other party know about something he thought was unknown? When Jiazhang's expression turned uncertain as he crumpled the photo in his hand, glaring fiercely at Lin Chen, and finally slumped helplessly into a chair. Lin Chen took out several share transfer contracts for them to sign. "What kind of tricks did you use to threaten my father and second uncle?" When Wangfeng stood up and shouted. Seeing him stand up, Lin Chen quickly took 2 steps back. He didn't want to be too close to this man. "You have one too." Lin Chen rummaged through his pocket and pulled out the envelope labeled with Wen Wangfeng's name, tossing it over. Unexpectedly, Wen Wangfeng slapped the flying envelope to the ground, scattering the photos inside everywhere. "Humph, don't think you can threaten me with these worthless things. They might work on my father and second uncle, but they won't work on me." When Wenfeng didn't even lower his head to look at the photos. Lin Chen looked at him with a strange expression. "Are you sure?" The photos of Wen Wenfeng were all explosive. The people present were already curious about those small envelopes and turned to look at the scattered photos on the ground. One of the photos fell at Yang Xinghua's feet, and when she picked it up and took a look, her face instantly darkened. "Damn it!" Seeing the photo, Wen Jiaxiang kicked Wen Wenfeng from behind. Wen Wenfeng, who was kicked to the ground, still looked bewildered. The moment he looked down and saw the photo, he realized just how outrageous his mistake was. In the photo, he was with 2 men, a secret deep within his heart, now exposed in front of his closest family. Only now did he finally understand why his father and second uncle could be easily manipulated over an envelope. Yang Xinghua and Wen Jiaxu were also trembling with anger upon seeing these photos. Their only child was actually not quite normal. When Wenfeng glared fiercely at Lin Chen, gritting his teeth, "Why do you have these photos? Who exactly are you?" At that moment, Lin Chen seemed like a demonic presence in front of everyone, able to see the darkest secrets hidden deep within each person. Lin Chen took out the remaining envelopes from his pocket, which included those of Yang Xinghua and Yu Qing, as well as Wen Jiaming's. He put away Wen Jiaming's and tossed Yang Xinghua's and Yu Qing's over. Since he had already given them, he might as well make it complete, letting them understand why Wen Jiaxiang and Wen Jiaxu had to bow their heads. The moment Yang Xinghua saw the photo, she stuffed it back into the envelope, her face pale as she looked at Lin Chen. Yu Qing was the same, her face filled with shock. "Now that everyone's curiosity has been satisfied, let's get on with what we were doing." Lin Chen sat back down in his seat. Wen Jiaxiang and Wen Jiaxu both signed their names on the transfer of rights document. "I hope you can keep your promise." Wen Jiaxu gave Lin Chen a deep look before turning to leave, but at that moment, the cold light in his eyes grew sharper. Wen Jiaxiang also snorted coldly and left quickly. Wen Rushue curiously asked, "What method did you use to make this group of people back down? What was in those envelopes?" Lin Chen took her hand, "Just some unspeakable leverage. Alright, the matter is settled, let's go." Just as they were about to leave, Wen Jiaming stood up. Wait. Wen Jiaming felt as if he were dreaming. He had known since he came this morning that he could no longer become the head of the Wen family. His earlier speech was just a dying struggle, trying to make one last effort. In the end, he still failed, thinking that his family would have to leave Huaxia and live abroad. But then Lin Chen stood up and easily drove Wen Jiashang and Wen Jiashu away. He sat there having done nothing and had already become the head of the Wen family, with the share transfer contract signed. "Although I know you helped me because of Shuer, I still want to thank you. It's a blessing for Shuer to meet you. Shuer, you can move back home to live now. From now on, we are truly a family," Wen Jiaming said excitedly. "Yes, Shuer, even though you always call us third uncle and third aunt, we regard you as our own daughter." Zhao Yaping also smiled brightly. The photo she provided earlier was given to her by a cousin, who happened to be one of those who had tricked Wen Jiashang and his group. She had originally wanted to use that photo to pit her elder brother and second brother against each other, hoping to benefit from the chaos, but she was too naive. Wen Jiashang was too cowardly. Just a few words and a few incidents could leave him speechless, robbing him of the courage to argue. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen sneered. Did Wen Jiaming really want to acknowledge Wen Rushue in this way? He didn't want Wen Rushue to know his true identity, otherwise, he would have just handed over the hidden illness case file of the Wen family. Wen Rushue was living happily now, and there was no need to stir up such melodramatic matters. Lin Chen took out the envelope belonging to Wen Jiaming from his pocket and tossed it over. Shuer won't be returning to the Wen family. From now on, she has nothing to do with them. You can stir up whatever you like, Lin Chen said, leaving Wen Rushue confused. She didn't understand why Lin Chen harbored such hostility towards her third uncle. She tugged at his sleeve secretly, and Lin Chen grasped her hand, turning to lead Wen Rushue away from the Wen family ancestral hall. Wen Jiaming held the envelope in his hand, watching the two leave, puzzled. He couldn't understand why Lin Chen had such animosity towards him. He hadn't opposed their relationship, he hadn't said anything yet and was already being disliked. Wen Jiaming opened the envelope, and Zhao Yaping leaned over. He had originally planned to take out the photo inside but suddenly stopped, recalling the reactions of that group of people upon seeing the contents of the envelope, along with the photos of Wen Wenfeng. Wen Jiaming felt that this kind of photo could only be viewed by himself and shouldn't be shown to Zhao Yaping. "Why don't you take it out and have a look?" Zhao Yaping asked, puzzled. "There's nothing worth seeing. You take Jianfeng home first. I need to go to the company to handle the remaining matters. From now on, the Wen family will be our family." Wen Jiaming couldn't hide his excitement. Zhao Yaping was also very happy and didn't pursue the contents of the envelope any further. Although she wasn't particularly clever, she understood that everyone had their own secrets, and knowing some secrets might mean there was no turning back. After returning to the company, Wen Jiaming went to his office, locked the door, and took out the envelope Lin Chen had given him. He pulled out a photo, which depicted the scene from over 20 years ago when he returned from school late at night. Wen Jiaming trembled upon seeing it. He couldn't imagine where this photo had come from. It was late at night, the room was pitch black, and only a faint moonlight shone in. The clarity of this photo was something that couldn't have been captured in that era. Wen Jiaming slumped into his chair, his gaze shifting, filled with fear and complexity. No one knew what he was thinking at that moment. After a long while, he pressed the secretary's phone. "Gather all executives and shareholders of the Wen Group. They are to attend a shareholders meeting in 2 hours." Meanwhile, Lin Chen had just gotten into his car when he received a call from Li Wuqi. "Beast, you skipped Su Xia's class again today. That woman told us in class to pass on to you that if she doesn't see you before sunset this afternoon, she'll apply to the school to expel you." Damn! Although Lin Chen didn't care much about his student status, he didn't want to disappoint his parents. Besides, campus life was so wonderful. He had just begun to enjoy a luxurious and carefree school life, and he couldn't take that woman's words lightly. After all, with that terrifying background, expelling Lin Chen could just be a matter of a single word. "Shuer, I'll take you home first. You should rest well. I have to get back to school. There's a new teacher, and they're threatening to expel me for skipping class." Lin Chen dropped Wen Rushue off at her building. Wen Rushue rolled her eyes. "School doesn't mean much to you anymore, does it? Thanks for today. If it weren't for you, my third uncle wouldn't have become the head of the family. I'll reward you when you have time." After saying that, she leaned over and kissed Lin Chen. After Wen Rushue got out of the car, he drove straight to school. On the way, he was still wondering why he hadn't received a task completion notification. Logically, he should have completed the first task, which should have come with a reward of at least 100 billion. However, this was the task Lin Chen felt the least satisfied with because he really looked down on Wen Jiaming. As a father, even if he is an unknown biological father to others, he did not feel any concern for his daughter. When he learned that his daughter had an unmarried fiancé, there was not a hint of change in his expression. He didn't even ask a single question about Lin Chen's background. Wasn't he worried that his daughter might meet the wrong person? This was the first reason Lin Chen disliked Wen Jiaming. The second reason was that, despite seeing the figure of his younger son Wen Jianfeng in the photo of Wen Wenfeng, he said nothing, even stepping on the photo to prevent Zhao Yaping from seeing it, as if he feared Zhao Yaping would rush over and disrupt his plan to quietly observe the situation. From these 2 points, it seemed that Wen Jiaming was a selfish person, but there was no way around it. The task required either him or Wen Ruxue to be the head of the family. Wen Ruxue herself did not want to take on that role, and he did not want her to wade into that murky water either. So he had to let Wen Jiaming take advantage of the situation. Although Wen Ruxue had deep feelings for her third uncle and felt grateful, based on her overall impression of the Wen family, she would likely visit the Wen family very rarely in the future. Lin Chen's car drove into the school, heading straight for the faculty office building. The roar of the Lamborghini Veneno echoed throughout the building, just as Su Xia was preparing to go upstairs while talking on the phone. "Teacher Su, I heard you were looking for me," Lin Chen said with a smile as he got out of the car. Su Xia, who was on the phone, shot him a glare and made a shushing gesture with her finger. Lin Chen silently stood by, waiting for Su Xia to finish her call. "Mom, I told you I'm not in a hurry to get married. I'm not interested in Zhou Xiao or Guan Xiao. I just started working. Can you stop making it seem like your daughter is desperate to get married?" Su Xia said impatiently into the phone. "Stop being willful. Zhou Feng is a promising young man introduced by Grandpa's friend, and he has already booked a flight from Kyoto for tomorrow. You must come home for dinner tomorrow night and meet Zhou Feng," Su Xia's mother, Li Lingyu, said on the other end of the line. While on the phone, Su Xia inadvertently glanced at Lin Chen and suddenly came up with an idea. "Mom, I already said I have a boyfriend, so let Zhou Feng go back. I'll bring my boyfriend to meet you later." Li Lingyu immediately spat. "Do you think I'm a fool? You just said you didn't want a date, and now you're saying you have a boyfriend? Your excuse is too lame." "It's true. I didn't say it because I didn't want you to know for now. But since you're already setting me up for a blind date, I might as well not hide it from you anymore," Su Xia said, glancing at Lin Chen without him noticing, then turned her back. "Perfect. You can bring that boyfriend over tomorrow night. If it's true, I won't set you up with any more blind dates in the future. That's it. I'm going to play mahjong." Li Lingyu hung up without giving Su Xia a chance to respond. After the call ended, Su Xia stomped her feet in frustration and turned to look at Lin Chen. Lin Chen was still immersed in the youthful vibe that Su Xia had exuded when she stomped her feet, but the next moment he felt that her gaze was a bit off. "Teacher Su, even though I skipped class, it hasn't reached the point of expulsion. Don't think you can threaten me into doing something bad." Lin Chen crossed his arms over his chest. "Pa, come with me." Su Xia found his expression both amusing and infuriating, but remembering how she had been taken advantage of yesterday, her smile vanished. Originally, Su Xia intended to take Lin Chen to her office, but then she thought better of it and turned to walk toward the classroom apartment. Lin Chen followed behind, thinking, could this woman have taken a liking to me? Is it possible that I, with a system, cannot escape the unspoken rules today? Upon entering Su Xiao's apartment, he was greeted by a faint, pleasant fragrance that seemed to match the scent she wore. The teacher's apartment had one bedroom and one living room, with each teacher having their own, fully equipped with everything. For Lin Chen, it was quite curious why the daughter of a city party secretary chose to live at school. Logically, her home should be nearby. Why squeeze into a teacher's apartment without any daily life? You skipped my class twice. Each time I'll deduct 5 credits from you. You won't even graduate. Su Xia said directly after sitting down. Lin Chen also found a stool to sit on and casually replied, Teacher Su called me here. You're not just trying to scare me, are you? Su Xia had originally planned to call him to the office and scold him in front of all the teachers to vent her frustration, but now she had other plans. I was going to report your issue to the Academic Affairs Office, but since this is your first offense, I'll give you a chance. Coincidentally, I need you to help me with something tomorrow. If you perform well, this matter will be wiped clean. What Su Xia referred to was having Lin Chen pretend to be her boyfriend and accompany her home tomorrow night to deal with a matchmaking situation. There was no other option. She didn't have a single male friend. Because of her brother, the war god from the military district, no one dared to have designs on her. Those men would avoid her like the plague, fearing they might disappear from this world for no reason, but this was also what she wanted. Now, she had finally encountered a man who wasn't afraid of her and even dared to take advantage of her in front of the whole class. This candidate was none other than the person in front of her. Can I say no? What can a mere student like me do to help? Teacher Sue, you're overestimating me. Lin Chen had roughly figured out what kind of help she needed from her earlier phone call. He didn't want to wade into the murky waters of a family with such a strong background, and if her war god brother found out, he might end up with a broken leg. It was too dangerous. Ding! Detected a beauty with a score over 90 has a request for the host. Option 1, become Su Xia's fake boyfriend, accompany her home to solve matchmaking troubles, reward, +1 strength. Option 2, become Su Xia's fake boyfriend, accompany her home to solve matchmaking troubles, gain at least 2 approvals from the Su family, +1 strength, invisibility card *1 invisibility card, after use, can refract light to become transparent, duration, 1 hour? Invisibility card? Damn, now this kind of sci-fi stuff is popping up? This task is something I have to do. Damn it, I just refused. And the next second, they give me a task. This dog system is doing it on purpose. Lin Chen cursed inwardly. If only the system had issued the task earlier, he would have agreed. Now, if Su Xia just accepted his refusal, how would he pretend to be her boyfriend? Wouldn't this task just fall through? I can agree to one thing within my capabilities, and in return, I won't pursue your skipping class. Think it over. Seeing that threats weren't working, Su Xia had to resort to temptation. As long as she could resolve this matter, she was willing to make some sacrifices. Lin Chen paused for a moment. The other party had given him a way out, and he could take advantage of it, but he didn't want it to be too easy. How about this? You help me with something, and I'll agree to be your fake boyfriend for a day to help you with that matchmaking issue. Lin Chen's eyes shifted slightly. He had just the thing for her to do, and Su Xia's background fit his requirements perfectly. Okay, what do you want me to do? Su Xia readily agreed. Lin Chen first added her on WeChat, then opened a document about the Wen family's secrets and sent over a few photos. These are some criminal incidents I stumbled upon. The opposing family has a huge influence. Reporting it won't help and will instead jeopardize my personal safety. If your identity is as rumored, then they should be brought to justice. Lin Chen sent over some evidence of crimes committed by Wen Jiasheng and Wen Jiasu. The murders and buried bodies by the Wen family are numerous, and Wen Jiashu has done even more over the years. He has done many things for the Wen family, essentially becoming their dark side, and all of this could serve as evidence that would keep them locked away for a long time. Lin Chen never intended to let them off the hook. He was no saint, and human hearts are hard to read. He didn't plan to leave 2 ticking time bombs out in the open. The safest option was to have them eat from the public pot. At first, he had no way to deal with them because Wen Jiashu's connections were far stronger than those of the so-called Li family. Even with evidence against the Li family, he felt helpless, let alone against the Wen family. Just then, Su Xia's identity and background were solid enough to give it a try. As for why he didn't give Su Xia the information about the Li father and son, it was because he had another plan. Letting the Li family eat from the public pot would be too easy for them. Moreover, although the Li family was not as powerful as the Wen family, Li Jianfu's network of connections spanned both the underworld and the upper world, unlike Wen Jiashu's connections, which were only in the upper world. Furthermore, if Su Xia could handle the Wen brothers, it would prove that her family had the capability to deal with the Li father and son. At that point, he could hand over the criminal information about the Li family to her. Su Xia opened the first photo, which was a picture of a large tree. What is this? A tree is so important? This is a burial site. The body is under that tree, buried by Wen Jia. You might want to hurry, he could move the body soon. After seeing this photo, Wen Jia would surely find a way to relocate the body, and then he would have no worries and could come back to cause trouble again. Lin Chen originally didn't plan to get involved. It was Wen Jiaming causing the ruckus. What did it have to do with him? Su Xia, upon hearing this, sat up abruptly, shocked as she looked at Lin Chen. Wen Jia, the eldest son of the Wen family, one of the 4 great families in Magic City? Lin Chen nodded and pointed to her phone. Scroll back, there are more about Wen Jiashu. This evidence should be enough for you to take down the 2 brothers. Su Xia quickly flipped through the photos, which included some agreements and contracts. After looking for a while, Su Xia's face turned serious, and she quickly stood up, grabbing her bag. I'll find you again tomorrow afternoon. For now, I need to help you deal with this. She was inherently someone who despised evil, and with her upbringing, she had zero tolerance for criminal activities. Su Xia hurriedly left the room, leaving Lin Chen in her room, bewildered. This woman is really decisive. Lin Chen muttered. With this matter settled, he found himself free again and got up to prepare for a trip back to Yunlu Mountain Villa, deciding not to attend the afternoon class. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was a call from Li Cheng. Master, the housing source you requested has been found. There's a small community near your school, by the mountains and water, called Silver Lake Villa. I've sent you the sales contact, you can go view the house anytime. Lin Chen suddenly remembered he had promised Yi Mingxi to buy a house, so he immediately called her. Meng, do you have class this afternoon? I've scheduled a meeting with the real estate agent, let's go see the house. Senior, I have an exam in the last 2 classes this afternoon, it's quite important. Will the first half of the class be enough? That should be fine. I'm on my way to pick you up. Wait for me downstairs at the dorm. While in the car, Lin Chen dialed the number Li Qing had sent. The salesperson was a woman, and her alluring voice came through the phone. Hello, this is Zhang Chun from Golden Property. How can I assist you? Her slightly flirtatious tone made Lin Chen feel as if his bones were being crushed. Li Qing asked me to contact you. There are houses for sale at Silver Lake Villa, right? I'm heading over now, should be there in about 20 minutes. It only takes 10 minutes to get from Jiaotong University to Yinhu Mountain Villa, leaving an extra 10 minutes for Yi Mingxi. After all, women don't get ready that quickly. Oh, is this Mr. Lin? Sister Qing told me about you. I'm right here, just call me when you arrive, and I'll go out to wait for you. Zhang Chun's voice instantly became warm and enthusiastic. Okay, I'll call you when I arrive. After hanging up, Yi Mingxi walked out of the dormitory building. Senior, I heard you were called to the office by the new teacher. Is everything okay? As soon as Yi Mingxi got into the car, she asked with concern. It's fine, the teacher just told me not to skip classes anymore, or they would withhold my graduation certificate. Lin Chen smiled and patted her head. Then you mustn't skip classes anymore, or you'll be in the same grade as me, and I won't be able to call you senior anymore, Yi Mingxi said, covering her mouth and laughing. The two quickly arrived at the entrance of Yinhu Mountain Villa, where a woman in a white professional outfit stood waiting. She had a pair of black stockings accentuating her long legs, which were over a meter tall, and her yellow waves were casually tied up, her smiling face carrying a hint of charm. After Lin Chen got out of the car, Zhang Chun approached him. Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm Zhang Chun, the one you just spoke to on the phone. Lin Chen sized up the woman in front of him. The system hadn't indicated that her looks were below 90 points, so she should at least be around 80. However, the mature and charming aura she exuded added extra points, making her score around 85 in Lin Chen's eyes. Well, let's go, take us to see the house. Zhang Chun led them to Villa No. 33 in Yinhu Mountain Villa, where all the villas were standalone. Although it wasn't as large as Yunlu Mountain Villa, it still had over 500 square meters, complete with a front and backyard. This type of small villa was exactly what Lin Chen was looking for. The rest depended on whether Yi Mingxi liked it. Yi Mingxi explored every corner thoroughly, occasionally raising her hand to gesture what should be placed where. Senior, won't this place be very expensive? And it's too big, it must be inconvenient to clean. Yi Mingxi suddenly remembered that she should consider saving money for Lin Chen. Although it was meant to be their love nest, it didn't seem necessary to buy something so extravagant. Zhang Chun quickly replied, the property management here provides cleaning services, it only costs a few hundred for a cleaning session. Of course, such a large house needs a cleaning lady. Meng, if you like it, then this is the one. You take a look, and Miss Zhang and I will handle the paperwork in the back. Lin Chen said as he and Zhang Chun headed to the hall. Miss Zhang, how much is this house? After looking around for a while without asking the price, Zhang Chun felt a surge of confidence about the deal. Mr. Lin, this house has just been renovated and hasn't been lived in yet, and it's fully equipped with appliances. So the price will be a bit higher, around 42 million. Over 40 million? It felt expensive, after all, this was near the campus, not in the city. Converting it back, it was almost 100,000 per square meter. Miss Shang, I hope to buy it for 40 million. Please discuss it with the original owner. If possible, we can finalize it today. After Lin Chen finished speaking, he took out his phone and started playing, ignoring the other party's flirtatious gestures, occasionally leaning down to reveal a deep cleavage in front of him. It wasn't that Lin Chen didn't want to look, he was just too annoyed after seeing too much. Okay, I'll go discuss it with the original owner and get back to you shortly, Zhang Chun said as she walked outside with her phone. Lin Chen thought that if Zhang Chun was capable, he could also entrust her with the matter of buying a house in Tangshaniping. After all, he had promised Chen Shanshan that he would have a place there to rent to her. Recently, he had triggered quite a few tasks, all piling up together, and most of them were still incomplete. Speaking of tasks, why hadn't the reward from the Wen family ancestral hall been credited yet? Could it be that it hadn't been counted as completed? He needed to find Wen Rushua later to check the situation. He hoped nothing unexpected would happen along the way that would delay the completion of the tasks. After a while, Zhang Chun walked in from outside, and Lin Chen's gaze turned towards her. Suddenly, the phone in her hand fell to the ground, and she quickly bent down to pick it up. At that moment, two prominent curves pressed together at her chest. Lin Chen knew that Zhang Chun was doing it on purpose but didn't expose her. Why not look if there was something to see? Even if he felt annoyed, he still had to look. Zhang Chun only started to have thoughts after hearing Yi Mingxi call him senior. She believed the two were just an ordinary couple. Perhaps Lin Chen, the rich second generation, was just playing around. Since it was just a plaything, why couldn't she be one? Being a plaything next to such a rich second generation was better than wasting time on those losers. Mr. Lin, the original owner has agreed, but the condition is that everything must be settled today. He needs to receive the down payment, Zhang Chen said, twisting her body in a fitted skirt as she sat down next to Lin Chen. Down payment? No need for that, just bring the contract over. After signing, I'll pay him the full amount directly. A down payment? Who does he look down on? Zhang Chun's pupil slightly contracted, paying 40 million in one go. It seemed he was a capable rich second generation. By the way, Miss Zhang, I plan to buy an apartment in Tangchenipin. Do you have any listings? Lin Chen, seeing her efficient working style, intended to finalize Chen Shanshan's apartment as well. Yes, Mr. Lin, what specific requirements do you have? Zhang Chun asked excitedly. This was the rhythm of making money. Apartments in Tangchenipin were all worth over 100 million. If she could close a deal, it would equal all the commissions she had earned over the years combined. I want it to be well decorated, preferably never lived in. It doesn't matter if there are appliances or not, I can buy them later. The apartments in Tangchenipin were not small, so having size requirements was pointless. It was the closest to where Chen Shanshan worked, and being expensive always had its advantages. After all, once the task was completed, the money would come back. He wasn't wasting money, he was making money. Zhang Chun quickly flipped through her phone and indeed found a listing that met Lin Chen's requirements. Mr. Lin, here's a renovated one, but it doesn't have furniture. What do you think? Zhang Chun leaned closer to Lin Chen, pressing her curves against his arm as she handed him the phone. Lin Chen felt the softness on his arm, cleared his throat to feign calmness, and said, "Are you free? I want to go take a look." Of course. There's no need to bring a key, it's all password locked, so I don't need to go back for the key. We can go directly after finishing here, Zhang Chun said excitedly. Today was the rhythm of closing two deals. Lin Chen nodded, alright, I'll call Meng Meng down. This apartment will be in her name, and she'll sign the contract with you. After signing, I'll transfer the money to the seller. Lin Chen withdrew his arm and stood up to find Yi Mengxi. Although that soft feeling was pleasant, Meng Meng was still here, and it wouldn't be good if she saw. After sending Meng Meng back to school later, he would let her enjoy it to the fullest. At that moment, Yi Mengxi had also finished viewing the apartment and came to Lin Chen's side, exclaiming, "This apartment is so beautiful. Can I really live here in the future?" Lin Chen patted her head, "Silly girl, of course you can. You can live here for as long as you want. Let's go sign the contract, and you'll be the owner of this apartment." Yi Mengxi was led by Lin Chen to the table, while Zhang Chun was still in shock, unable to come to her senses. A 40 million apartment, just given away like that, and not even in his own name? Many rich second generations, even if they had money, bought properties in their own names, claiming they were for those women, but in reality, they were just providing a place for those women to stay. But this rich second generation was different. He didn't even write his name, only the girls. Coming back to her senses, Zhang Chun looked at Lin Chen with sparkling eyes. After Yi Mengxi signed her name, she realized that the ownership of this house was solely in her name. "Senior, don't you need to sign?" Lin Chen shook his head. "This is bought for you. I have too many assets under my name, and adding my name would complicate things. Besides, what's yours is mine, right? Our relationship shouldn't be bound by this so-called name." Zhang Chun, standing nearby, was dumbfounded. These words sounded so familiar. Many men say they buy houses for women, but in the end, only the man's name appears. Wasn't that what men used to say to women? Now, although the words were the same, the situation was reversed. The former was about making women not worry about having their names on the house, while Lin Chen was not putting his name down, only hers. What, too many assets complicating things? Come on, you paid in full, what's complicated about that? Well, fine, anyway, everything I have is yours. Yi Mengxi nodded, somewhat understanding. She had heard that having too many assets could make buying a house difficult. However, she didn't know that this only applied when taking out a mortgage. After signing, Lin Chen transferred the money to the seller. After Yi Mengxi changed the password for the front door, Lin Chen drove her back to school. "Senior, if you're busy this weekend, can I take Qingqing and the others to the villa?" Yi Mengxi asked before getting out of the car. "Of course, this weekend I happen to have other matters. You can take your roommates to have fun." That's your house, you don't need to worry about me. You have the right to decide what to do with it. Lin Chen affectionately ruffled her hair, not knowing why he enjoyed doing that so much. Thank you, senior. With a peck, Yi Mingxi happily kissed him. Lin Chen left the campus and headed to Tangcheniping, where he would also resolve Chen Shanshan's housing issue today. Upon arriving at the entrance, Zhang Chun was already waiting there. As a sales representative, she could take people in to view the property. If it were just Lin Chen, even driving a luxury car worth over 100 million, he wouldn't be allowed in unless he became an owner here. Lin Chen rolled down the car window and called out to Zhang Chun, "Get in, take me to park." "Why isn't Miss Yi here?" Zhang Chun asked, puzzled, seeing only Lin Chen in the car. "She has classes in the afternoon, and this house isn't bought for her." "Which building?" Lin Chen drove into the underground parking lot. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chun's eyes sparkled. This was a great opportunity. She then smiled and said, "It's in Building A. I didn't expect Missy to still be a student." "I'm also a student, just look a bit older, so you didn't recognize me," Lin Chen replied with a smile. "Not at all, I certainly know that, Mr. Lin is also a student, but Mr. Lin is truly young and accomplished." Zhang Chun's gaze was like water, fixated on Lin Chen, as if she were about to devour him the next moment. Young, wealthy, and a bit handsome, such a high-quality man was hard to find, and she didn't expect to encounter one today. Zhang Chun led Lin Chen to the 33rd floor. Lin Chen looked at the elevator button for the 33rd floor with a strange expression. The villa he bought for Yi Mingxi was in building 33, and now he was arranging accommodation for Chen Shanshan on the 33rd floor as well. When the elevator doors opened, a large door appeared. All the buildings in Tangcheniping were large flat units, 1 unit per floor. "Mr. Lin, this is a larger unit and meets your requirements best," Zhang Chun said as she entered the door code. Once the door opened, a vast balcony revealed a river view, and there was even a faint scent of fresh renovation. Lin Chen opened the balcony door, and a river breeze flowed in. Over 500 square meters seemed a bit too large. Chen Shanshan was living alone, and it didn't seem necessary for her to have such a big place. Lin Chen pondered, suddenly noticing that from the balcony, he could see the Jinmao Tower. Zhang Chun watched Lin Chen's contemplative expression from the side, thinking that he was dissatisfied with the house. She quickly spoke up to introduce, "The property management and security facilities here are excellent, and it's only 50 meters from the Huangpu River, with a 270-degree unobstructed river view. The scenery is very beautiful. This development is also one of the top 10 luxury residences in Asia. Owning a house here can sometimes be a symbol of status." Lin Chen did not respond to what Zhang Chun said. He was not unhappy with the house, but it just felt too big, even larger than the villa he had just bought. A house this large would feel too empty for just one person. However, apart from this place, it seemed there were no decent developments around. While he was lost in thought and turned to look at other places, he unexpectedly found Zhang Chun right behind him. He turned and bumped directly into Zhang Chun's voluptuous figure. Wearing high heels, she swayed and nearly fell, prompting Lin Chen to quickly reach out to catch her. He intended to grab her arm, but Zhang Chun instinctively raised both hands to brace herself from falling. Lin Chen missed her arm and instead grabbed her perky bosom. Soft, big. These two words instantly flashed in Lin Chen's mind. He quickly released his grip. "Sorry, I meant to grab your arm, that was a mistake." Zhang Chun feigned shyness. "It's fine, Mr. Lin, what do you think of this house?" Lin Chen looked around. "It's a good house, but it's just too big. Living alone can feel a bit empty. Besides, I'm not buying it for myself, it's for someone else. They might not even like such a big house." Hearing Lin Chen say this, she guessed it wasn't due to the price, so there was still hope. Zhang Chun's eyes sparkled, then she bit her lip, leaned closer to Lin Chen, and slowly knelt down, looking up at him as she said, "Mr. Lin, it's a bit dirty here, let me help you clean it." Zhang Chun reached for Lin Chen's pants. Then, under Lin Chen's shocked gaze, Zhang Chun cleaned him for half an hour. After half an hour, Zhang Chun walked out of the bathroom. Lin Chen stood on the balcony enjoying the breeze. Zhang Chun moved so quickly that he hadn't even reacted before he was taken advantage of. Adhering to the bad girl principle of not wasting opportunities, he didn't refuse. However, Zhang Chun was indeed a salesperson, her eloquence was impressive, and he could only last half an hour given his physique. Seeing Zhang Chun come to his side, Lin Chen spoke, "Go get the contract, I'm buying this place." With Zhang Chun being so sincere, his concerns about the size were easily resolved. The smallest unit in the Tangcheniping development was over 400 square meters. There wasn't much difference between 400 and 500 square meters. At worst, he could visit Chen Shanshan more often for some excitement, though he wasn't sure if she would be willing. Zhang Chun's expression was ecstatic. It seemed her initiative had brought her immense wealth. "Mr. Lin, the current price for this apartment is 120 million. Will this be a mortgage or a full payment? Zheng Chun handed him a contract. Full payment. I'm just a student, I can't qualify for a mortgage, Lin Chen said as he picked up the contract and glanced through it before signing his name. After signing the contract, Zheng Chun took it to handle the other transfer procedures, and Lin Chen transferred the money. Thank you, Mr. Chen. If you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me anytime. I can serve you 24 hours a day, Zheng Chen said, throwing him a flirtatious glance. The commission from these two deals was higher than all the houses she had sold in the past few years combined. Lin Chen chuckled and shook his head. He wouldn't get involved with such women, not knowing how many had been with her. Although her eloquence was good, it was limited to that. He would refuse any further advances. After all, the women around him now were all top beauties with scores exceeding 90. Lin Chen left Tang Chen Yi Pin and returned to Yunlu Mountain Villa. After a long night of work and an early morning spent dealing with the Wen family's affairs, all he wanted was to go back, take a shower, and get some sleep. He told Li Qing the room number and password for Tang Chen Yi Pin and transferred her 10 million, so she could buy some home appliances. With several days until the weekend, he planned to get everything ready in these days, so he could take Qin Shanshan to move in with her bags when the time came. Lin Chen slowly fell asleep under the maid's massage, and when he opened his eyes again, it was already evening. After getting up, he found that Li Shui had already prepared dinner. He casually ate a bite, packed a portion, and then drove out in his Pagani Huayra. The task regarding the Wen family was still incomplete, and he needed to find Wen Rushue to understand the situation. As for why he was taking the Huayra this time, it was because he intended to give the car to Wen Rushue, which had been gathering dust at Yunlu Mountain Villa. The reason he wasn't giving it to the other women was that Yi Mingxi was still a student and didn't have many places to use a car. Chen Shanshan hadn't completely become his woman yet, so he decided to give the car to the one who needed it most, Wen Rushue. Lin Chen arrived at Wen Rushue's building and had just called her on the way. This time, she finally answered. Today, Wen Rushue didn't go to the bar and stayed home to rest. Lin Chen brought the food to her home and, upon entering, noticed that the place had already been tidied up. The candles and flower petals from last night had been cleaned up, and the whole house looked neat and tidy. Wen Rushue wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's neck and hung on him, saying, I heard there's a reward for you, you couldn't wait even a day? Lin Chen smiled and wrapped his arms around her waist, replying, if it weren't for something today, I wouldn't be able to wait even a moment. With that, he picked up Wen Rushue and walked into the room. An hour later, Wen Rushue lay on his chest, drawing circles with her finger. You really don't know how to cherish a lady, I haven't even recovered yet. Lin Chen kissed her forehead and said, who told you to be so charming that I forgot you haven't fully recovered? By the way, how's your third uncle doing? Has he completely taken over the Wen family? The task had been stagnant for a while, and he wondered if something had gone wrong. After thinking for a moment, Wen Rushue replied, I heard there was a shareholders meeting this afternoon, and they even called a lawyer for notarization, so it should be resolved by now. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of placing Wen Rushue in the position of head of the Wen family. Reward, 8 billion, Spirit +1, dear customer, hello. Your Magic City bank card ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 8,800,000,000 yuan. Current balance, 10,362,369,053 yuan. Host, Lin Chen, Strength, 8, Constitution, 9, Spirit, 8, Charm, 8. The maximum attributes for ordinary people are 10. The host's values are normal among ordinary people. Vehicle, Pagani Huayra, Lamborghini Veneno, Mansion, Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1. Tang Chen Yi Pin Building A, 33rd floor. Skills, Mastery in Martial Arts, Chess, and Marksmanship. Balance, 9,912,069,053. A refreshing sensation suddenly surged into Lin Chen's mind, instantly revitalizing him and sweeping away the fatigue from his recent exercise. Why was the task completed with option 2? When Rushue was right beside him, could it be that even she was unaware? With a ding, Wen Rushue also received a notification sound. She picked up her phone from the bedside table, and her expression changed to one of shock. What's wrong? Lin Chen noticed her sudden change in expression. When Rushue put down her phone and sighed, my third uncle sent me a message. After consolidating the shares, he transferred 48% of the Wen Group's shares to me, while he kept 10% for himself. From now on, I am the true head of the Wen family and the chairman of the Wen Group. Lin Chen was taken aback by the words. Based on his understanding of Wen Jiaming, the other party was a selfish person. Why would he take such an action? In fact, Lin Chen had not misjudged Wen Jiaming. His actions were indeed driven by self-interest. Lin Chen's methods were too shocking, and when Jiaming felt that Lin Chen did not look particularly favorably upon him, he transferred so many shares to Wen Ruxue and even ceded the position of family head to her. Although part of the reason was to compensate for this daughter, more of it stemmed from his fear of Lin Chen. One needed both power and life to wield it. Since it was given to you by your third uncle, you should take it. The Wen family owes you enough, taking more is not excessive, Lin Chen said, holding her tightly. The two chatted until late into the night before finally falling asleep. Chen Shanshan also received a notification about the large sum of money entering the bank account. When she saw the balance of 9 billion, there was a moment when she thought Lin Chen might be laundering money. After checking the source of the funds and finding no irregularities, she was astonished. The appearance of nearly 10 billion in a private bank account sent shockwaves through the entire banking sector in Modu. It is known that having 10 billion in a company account is relatively common in Modu, but having it in a private account is a rarity, with no more than a handful of people in the city possessing such financial power. That night, Wu Shougang was busy with his mistress when he was suddenly startled by a call from headquarters, nearly causing him to collapse. Damn it, if I find out who it is, I'll kill you. Wu Shougang cursed as he picked up the phone. Upon seeing the caller ID, he quickly put on a flattering smile. President, to receive a call from you at this hour is truly an honor for me, Xiao Wu. Shut your rainbow farting mouth. I found out that the person responsible for a large fund account is a young girl you promoted a few days ago. Is that true? Came the heavy voice from the other end of the line. Wu Shougang was taken aback. Could it be that Lin Chen had pulled some trick and transferred the money away? Oh, I'm wronged. A kid said he had a few billion to deposit in our bank, but the condition was to promote his little girlfriend. I reported this to headquarters, and Shen Shanshan's position was approved by them. If there's a problem now, it can't be blamed on me. Wu Shougang was unaware of what had happened and wanted to clear himself first. The president replied impatiently, "What are you in a hurry for? I'm not here to hold you accountable. The private bank account managed by Qin Shanshan has now transferred in 8 billion, and the balance has reached 9 billion. This is a major client for our bank. No matter what method you use, keep this client with us. If necessary, you can apply for assistance from headquarters." Wu Shougang was dumbfounded. He initially thought he was being summoned for a reprimand, but that was not the case. Moreover, Lin Chen's financial power was so terrifying, reaching a deposit balance of 9 billion. Yes. Xiao Wu will definitely keep this big client at our bank. I believe a significant reason for their willingness to stay is because of his little girlfriend. President, do you have any plans? If we invest heavily in that little girlfriend, we can definitely keep that big client. After a moment of silence on the other end, the president said, promoting her too quickly wouldn't be fair to other employees, but the total performance of all other employees combined doesn't even match hers. So, arrange for her training first, and also give her a position to study abroad for an MBA. When she returns, she can take your position. Then you. As expected of someone who could become the president, a good plan was already in place in a short time. Following this process, even if other employees had objections, they wouldn't dare to voice them. After all, if someone had the ability to bring in 10 billion, other employees with that capability would naturally receive the same treatment. She took my seat, what should I do? I still have 6 or 7 years until retirement. Wu Shougang said, feeling wronged. He had asked the president to propose a plan, but he never expected that the plan would involve kicking him out. What are you so anxious about? Can't you let me finish? The president snapped, frustrated by Wu Shougang's constant interruptions. You go back to headquarters and take the position of vice president. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Vice president? Still at headquarters? That makes a difference. Wu Shougang excitedly put down the phone and rushed back to that mistress. At that moment, the two parties involved were unaware of these developments, each sleeping soundly in their own beds. Lin Chen slept straight through to noon, awakened by a series of urgent phone calls. You don't have to go to your afternoon class, I've already helped you take a leave. Also, I've delivered your clothes to your roommate, wear that outfit and come find me. After the call ended, Lin Chen finally realized who had called. He touched the cold spot beside him, when Ruxue had long since gotten up. This was the first time he had slept so late. Ding! The host's excessive sleepiness is due to the enhancement of spirit, requiring adaptation with the host's body, which has been completed during the host's sleep. So that's it. No wonder he had slept all afternoon yesterday and then until noon today. He thought it was due to his lack of vitality. The sun's shining on your butt. Aren't you getting up? When Ruxue walked in wearing an apron. When Lin Chen saw her in that apron, he felt a rush of blood. Wearing an apron with nothing underneath, the scene was too tempting. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to brush his teeth and pulled Wen Rushuet into his arms for a morning workout. Over an hour later, the two walked out of the room, and Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel at Wen Rushuet's stunning looks. Her 95-point beauty was terrifying. Now that she had truly become a woman, that subtle allure was constantly radiating. He wondered if his vitality could handle it. It seemed that completing that task with Su Weiwei was a must. With that iron kidney, having a few more wouldn't be a problem. Wen Rushuet had just finished making lunch, but after being delayed by Lin Chen, it had gone cold. Once she reheated the dishes, they sat down at the dining table to eat. I might have to go to the Wen group today. My third uncle called and asked me to come over to take care of some matters. He will stay at the Wen group to help me. Now that there's no one else at the Wen group, I can go back to work, Wen Rushuet said, looking at him. She knew Lin Chen didn't seem to like her third uncle and wasn't too keen on her returning to the Wen family, so her gaze was a bit tense. If you want to go, then go. You can take that Pagani Zonda downstairs, it'll be more convenient for commuting, Lin Chen replied, understanding Wen Rushuet's concerns. She was a capable person, having inherited the Wen family's business acumen, otherwise, she wouldn't have made the name Snowfall known just from a bar, even receiving high praise. Moreover, Wen Rushuet wasn't the type to be kept hidden away, she was meant to shine outside. Wen Rushuet happily pecked Lin Chen on the lips, leaving him with greasy lips. After finishing their meal and tidying up, Wen Rushuet drove to the Wen group while he took a taxi back to Yunlu Mountain Villa. Originally, Wen Rushuet had offered to drive him, but he declined. There were a group of maids at Yunlu Mountain Villa, and if Wen Rushuet saw them, things would get complicated. It wasn't the right time yet. Back at Yunlu Mountain Villa, he didn't linger and drove straight to school. In the car, he pondered that he had skipped too many classes recently and wondered if he should consider donating some money to the school for some privileges. The more Lin Chen thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He would be skipping more classes in the future. He couldn't let classes restrict his happy life. After the car entered the school, it drove directly to the building where the principal's office was located. Lin Chen walked straight into the principal's office and sat down opposite the principal, who looked bewildered. Is there something you need, student? Lin Chen took a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, pulled one out, and handed it over. Principal, I want to ask if there are any projects in our school that need funding. I happen to have some spare money and would like to sponsor something. Upon hearing this, the principal's eyes lit up, and he quickly stood up from his seat. What is your name, student? The principal led Lin Chen to the sofa and prepared to brew a pot of tea for this enthusiastic student. I'm a junior in sociology, Lin Chen. Lin Chen introduced himself. The principal found the name somewhat familiar. It seemed to have been mentioned frequently in recent days. Suddenly, he remembered that this was the new wealthy student who had been making waves on campus, driving a luxury car worth over 100 million and attracting attention everywhere. So it's you, Lin Chen. Your high-profile deeds have reached my ears these past few days, the principal said with a smile. Lin Chen waved his hand. Principal, let's get down to business. I genuinely want to contribute to the school. The school has nurtured me, and now it's time for me to give back. The principal nodded appreciatively and turned to fetch a stack of documents. These are research projects submitted by various departments and majors in the school. Take a look and see which ones you would like to sponsor. Wow, so many. This stack of documents looked like it had at least dozens of projects waiting for funding. Lin Chen flipped through them. Many were research projects initiated by teachers, professors, and even students, all of which had passed feasibility studies. There were even more that had not been approved, piled up. The principal sighed and said, there are too many schools in the Magic City, and our university is just a drop in the ocean. Although there are many wealthy people in the city, most of them prioritize donations to other schools. These approved projects can only wait in line for funding to come in before they can proceed with their research. Ding! Hidden task triggered. Research funding for Jiaotong University. Option 1, sponsor all approved projects, reward, +1 physique, 30 billion cash. Option 2, sponsor all approved and unapproved projects, reward, +1 physique, mastery of athletic skills, 50 billion cash. Hidden task. This was Lin Chen's first encounter with a hidden task, and the rewards were so substantial. He hadn't even figured out how to use his 9 billion yet, and now he was being offered hundreds of billions? But who would complain about having too much money? Principal, include those unapproved ones as well. I will sponsor them all, Lin Chen said, patting his chest. After glancing at the amounts, sponsoring these projects was a trivial matter for his financial capacity. This kind of hidden task was likely a welfare task, not very difficult, with extremely high rewards. However, there might be some secret triggering conditions. What? The principal was stunned. He wasn't sure if he had just misheard. Those unapproved ones should also have some feasibility, right? If they were outrageous, you would have torn them up long ago. I, Lin Chen, will sponsor all these projects, but I have one condition. Lin Chen's eyes shifted slightly. He originally just wanted to secure his right to attend classes but unexpectedly triggered a hidden task. This time, the principal understood clearly, but he still couldn't believe it and unconsciously asked, "What condition?" The funding required for these projects was enormous, and he found it hard to believe that a rich second generation could come up with so much money. "The condition is that I have a lot going on in my daily life, so I hope the principal can grant me a privilege. Even if I don't attend class, my credits shouldn't be deducted, and I just want to graduate smoothly." Lin Chen, that condition is not a problem, but do you really have that much funding? These research projects often require tens of millions, and the smaller ones still need hundreds of thousands. I think you should act within your means and just choose a few projects. The principal didn't believe Lin Chen's words, thinking that the other party was probably just putting on a brave face. Although he wasn't a teacher, he was still a staff member of the school, and his role as a mentor made him gently persuade Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled, sensing the principal's doubt. "Why do you need to persuade me, principal? The total amount for these projects is enough for me to sponsor $1 billion. That car outside is worth $1 billion. Hearing Lin Chen say this, the principal's face lit up with joy. Yes, Lin Chen's car was worth $1 billion, and it was because of that car that he had heard about this student in front of him. Is what you said true, Lin? The approved and unapproved research projects roughly add up to over $1 billion. Principal, you just need to agree to my conditions. I've decided to donate $5 billion for our school's academic research projects. Once we finish this batch of research projects, I'll take care of the subsequent ones as well. Just give me the school account, and I'll transfer the money right away. Once you receive it, you'll know whether I was lying or not. It was just $5 billion. For Lin Chen, it wouldn't even make a dent in his balance. The principal was still short-sighted. The principal excitedly rushed to his desk, rummaging through papers to find the school account for Lin Chen. Before long, a middle-aged woman wearing glasses burst into the principal's office. Principal, our school account just received $5 billion, with a note saying it's for sponsoring our academic research. When the principal heard the finance officer say this, he confirmed that Lin Chen wasn't bragging. While he felt excited inside, he still tried to maintain a calm exterior. "Yes, I understand. I'm following up on this matter. You can leave now." After sending the finance officer away, the principal excitedly shook Lin Chen's hand. "Lin, the school will definitely remember your donation. We might even set up a plaque to commemorate your sponsorship." Lin Chen quickly pulled his hand away. "By the way, principal, remember to keep it anonymous. I don't want to attract too much attention. I'd be even more annoyed if reporters come looking for me. Please take care of the conditions I mentioned, and I won't disturb your work any longer." With that, he hurriedly left the principal's office. Once outside, Lin Chen cursed under his breath, "Damn, this principal is such a creep." Just a moment ago, the principal had been excitedly holding his hand, while the other hand kept stroking the back of his hand, giving him goosebumps. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task of funding the university research project. Reward, +1 physical point, mastery of athletic skills, and cash of 500 billion. Dear customer, hello. Your bank card ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 50 billion yuan, with a balance of 51,362,369,053 yuan. It can't be Xinli. The Xin family has a good partnership with the university, and the university has created many excellent project outcomes for them. Besides Xinyu and Xinli, we have no other connections with the Xin family. Then why are Xinyu and the others studying at our university instead of going to the university? Rumor has it that Xinyu is avoiding some suitors who think she would definitely go to the university, but she surprised everyone by coming here. Xinli is even simpler. He doesn't want to be constrained by his family, and also, the campus beauty Su attracted him to our university. Speaking of this donor, our school has hidden talents. Many invisible rich second-generation individuals just prefer to keep a low profile. Anyone who can easily donate 5 billion doesn't seem like an ordinary rich second generation. Hey, hasn't one popped up recently? Right, that Lin Chen from the elite dormitory. Do you think it could be him? Because of Lin Chen's donation project, the campus forum became lively again. In the girls' dormitory, Su Weiwei was reading at her desk when suddenly a girl burst into her room. "Weiwei, have you heard?" Zhou Yumeng excitedly grabbed Su Weiwei's arm. Su Weiwei looked puzzled. "Heard what?" Zhou Yumeng picked up the cup of water on Su Weiwei's desk and drank it in one go, happily explaining, "Our brain research project with Professor Wu has been approved, and now it's entering the funding stage. We'll receive the research funds tomorrow." "Really? Su Weiwei jumped up from her chair in surprise. Tears immediately welled up in her eyes. This news was too important to her. The brain research project was one she had persuaded a medical professor to collaborate on. She had worked hard to showcase her talent in medicine, and only then did the professor agree to join and apply for research funding from the school. Although the project had been approved, the research funds had been delayed for a long time. Their project's initial funding needed to be in the tens of millions, which was already quite difficult, and recently there had been no donations to the school, so it had been put on hold. It's true. The forum is full of posts about project approvals, and some projects have already received their funds. Ours might be a bit late because we need a larger amount of funding, Zhou Yumeng said, opening the forum for Su Weiwei to see. Su Weiwei looked at the discussions in front of her, and a smile spread across her face. I wonder who the benefactor is. I must thank that person properly in the future. Although the project hadn't started yet, at least it gave Su Weiwei hope. Zhou Yumeng wore a mysterious smile. I know who donated, but they requested to remain anonymous. However, the finance officer is my aunt, and she just told me the name. She also said I should build a good relationship with that person. Who knows, it might help me step into a wealthy family. Su Weiwei covered her mouth and chuckled. Then you better work hard. It's rare to find such a caring and low-key rich second generation. Given that the donation was anonymous in such a large amount, it must be a low-key and cultured rich second generation. Weiwei, do you want to know who it is? I can tell you, but you can't tell anyone else. I don't want to increase my competition, but if the competitor is you, I wouldn't mind. Zhou Yumeng smiled as she touched her cheek. Su Weiwei rolled her eyes. Of course I want to know who it is, but not to compete with you. I just want to thank him if I get the chance, since his donation is crucial for me. This person is a student at our school, and he's from our year. I've never heard of him before. He's suddenly popped up as a rich second generation. If it weren't for my aunt being in the school's finance department and seeing the name of the donor, only the principal would know about this. Now, besides the principal and my aunt, I'm the only one who knows the donor's name, but soon you'll know too. Zhou Yumeng built up the suspense, making Su Weiwei roll her eyes again. The donor's name is Lin Chen. It's strange, I always feel like this name sounds familiar, but I know I definitely don't know him. Weiwei, have you heard of this person? Zhou Yumeng looked at Su Weiwei. Upon hearing the name Lin Chen, Su Weiwei's body trembled slightly. She didn't expect it was him who donated. Su Weiwei slowly nodded. I guess I know him. The day before yesterday, when you didn't come to class, there were no seats left, so I sat with him. He's from the sociology class. If the donor is him, then your dream of entering a wealthy family is out of the question. He already has a girlfriend, Yimengxi, a junior. Hearing Su Weiwei say this, Zhou Yumeng suddenly remembered the person. So it's him, Lin Chen from the elite dormitory, the one who's been flaunting his luxury car worth over 100 million and has been pursuing Yimengxi. But he only started being so ostentatious a few days ago. Why has he suddenly become low-key now? Donated 500 million and still anonymous. Zhou Yumeng exclaimed in surprise, covering her mouth. Su Weiwei shook her head, deciding not to guess at others' thoughts. It was enough to remember the kindness shown to her. However, it seemed that Lin Chen didn't think much of her. Su Weiwei shook her head again. This wasn't the time to dwell on such matters. With the research funding secured, she needed to focus all her thoughts on that, striving to cure her difficult ailments as soon as possible. As for repaying kindness, that could wait until she was completely healed. Su Weiwei took Zhou Yumeng's hand and walked out of the dormitory. Let's go find Professor Wu. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had arrived at a small town on the outskirts of the Magic City. After getting out of the car and looking at the self-built house in front of him, he was momentarily taken aback. With Su Xia's terrifying background, her entire family actually lived in this 3-story self-built house? Moreover, judging by the exterior walls, it seemed to have some age to it. Su Xia noticed his surprise. I've lived here since I was born. My whole family lives here, including my grandfather. My grandfather is from the Magic City. After the war, he chose to return to his roots instead of settling in the city center. My parents have a dormitory assigned to them in the city, and I also stay in a dormitory. Usually, it's just my grandfather and a nanny, Aunt Wang, living here. I'm sorry, I was being shallow. Maybe I've watched too many dramas and had some preconceived notions, Lin Chen chuckled. Previously, he thought that someone with Su Xia's impressive family background must have grown up with a silver spoon in their mouth. Who would have thought her family was so modest, living in a self-built house that was even smaller than his own family's home? The driver unloaded the things, and Lin Chen and Su Xia each took half. A Ferrari sports car was parked at the entrance. The two exchanged glances, and Su Xia shrugged, indicating that the car wasn't hers. It seemed that her blind date, Zhou Xia from Kyoto, had arrived ahead of time. Find a place nearby to wait for me. I'll call you when it's time to leave. Also, let Sheng Ping know that you're with me today, Lin Chen instructed the driver before walking in with Su Xia. Mom, I'm back, Su Xia shouted as soon as she entered. Lin Chen followed behind and saw two middle-aged women coming out of the kitchen. They were likely Su Xia's mother and the nanny she had just mentioned. At the tea table sat a middle-aged man wearing glasses, looking at a document in his hands, while an elderly man was playing chess with a young man in a suit. Upon hearing Su Xia's voice, everyone turned their attention toward her. Uncle, Auntie, Grandpa, hello. I'm Su Xia's boyfriend. My name is Lin Chen greeted. Li Lingyu's previously smiling face suddenly froze, then shifted to an awkward expression as she welcomed him. Oh, Lin, come, have a seat. Dinner isn't ready yet. She hadn't expected her daughter to actually bring a boyfriend home. She thought it was just a casual remark. Auntie, this is a small gift I brought for you. It's not very valuable, just a token of my appreciation. Lin Chen handed over the items Su Xia had bought. You're already here, why bring anything? Thank you. Xia, this is Zhou Feng from Kyoto. He came to visit our family. Li Lingyu initially intended to say that he was there to see Su Xia but retracted that statement upon seeing Lin Chen. Su Xia nodded in greeting and then went to her grandfather Su Daing's side. Grandpa, how have you been lately? Su Daing chuckled. Very well, I can still take down a few of the Japanese. Lin, where are you working? Su Baining put down the document in his hand and looked at Lin Chen. This family seemed very amiable, not as difficult to talk to as Lin Chen had imagined. Uncle Su, I don't have a job at the moment. I originally wanted to say that I was a student, but fortunately, I reacted in time. If I had said I was a student, they would have seen through my facade as a fake boyfriend right away. Moreover, Su Xia is a teacher, and a teacher-student relationship would definitely be opposed by their whole family. Oh, what job does Xiao Lin plan to do? Does he have any intentions of taking the civil service exam? The Su family, except for Su Xia, all work for the government, so it was natural for them to ask this question. For them, serving the country is more important than any business venture. I haven't thought about it yet, nor have I figured out what I want to do. Lin Chen was speaking the truth. He had considered starting a business before, but he quickly abandoned the thought. He wasn't cut out for entrepreneurship, and starting a business was too exhausting. He had a system and just needed to enjoy life. Let others handle the entrepreneurial stuff. No job? This brother can come to our company. Our Zhou Group has a branch in the Magic City, right in the Jinmao building. Although we only rented a floor for now, we plan to take over the entire Jinmao building as our Zhou Group's branch in the future. Zhou Feng interjected, as if afraid others wouldn't know his true identity. Lin Chen looked at him with a strange expression. Should he hit him? The Jinmao building was his asset, and driving out the Zhou Group branch would be a matter of a single word from him. Checkmate. Just as the words fell, Su Daing made a move that locked Zhou Feng's game. Zhou Feng smiled and said, Old Su, your skills are still sharp, I am far from your match. A hint of disappointment flashed in Su Daing's eyes. He loved playing chess but had no opponents. Now that he had caught someone who could play, he quickly defeated him in just a few moves, which was rather boring. I'm getting old, but the young people nowadays don't seem to play these old-fashioned games anymore. That kid, do you know how to play chess? Come over and have a game. Su Daing sighed and then looked at Lin Chen. Zhou Feng felt a bit awkward at this remark. Anyone could see that this was Su Daing's disappointment in his chess skills. I know a little, I can play a few moves with the old man. After nodding at Su Banning, Lin Chen walked over to the chess table, and Zhou Feng reluctantly left his seat. Su Xia looked at Lin Chen in surprise. You can play chess too? There really weren't many young people who could play chess in this day and age. I know a little, I should be able to play for a while with the old man. Lin Chen smiled. He had a mastery of chess skills. Not to mention chess, even luck-based games like Ludo, he was quite good at. Ha ha ha, good. As long as you win against the old man, I'll give you a set of chess. Su Daing laughed heartily. The two set up the chessboard and began to play. Su Xia, uninterested in the game, went to the kitchen to help. At first, Su Daing thought Lin Chen's skill was about the same as Zhou Feng's, but after a few moves, his expression became serious. Lin Chen's moves were guiding him toward a certain direction. It seemed that the entire game was dictated by Lin Chen's strategy. Su Daing had to think for a long time with each move, while Lin Chen played without hesitation, as if he had no thoughts about the subsequent developments. Moments later, the game reached a stalemate, and Su Daing laughed. Ha, Lin Xiao's chess skills are extraordinary, the old man humbly admits defeat. However, I have one request. I hope you won't let me win on purpose. Show me your true level, and let me see how many moves I can last against you. Su Daing realized that Lin Chen was letting him play for enjoyment. He could also tell that Lin Chen's chess skills were far beyond this. He was the best chess player he had ever encountered. Zhou Feng's expression darkened. He thought Lin Chen would be looked down upon by Su Deng just like he was, but unexpectedly, Lin Chen won against Su Deng and even received his praise. This contrast made him wonder how he would leave a good impression on the Su family. The old man is flattering me. It was just luck that allowed me to defeat you, Lin Chen said humbly. Su Deng waved his hand. You can fool others with that, but not this old man. Come on, let's set up the board for the next game. The two quickly rearranged the chess pieces and started again. In the second game, Lin Chen didn't hold back. In just a few moves, he trapped Su Deng in a deadlock. He realized that Su Deng didn't mind being outmatched, but he did mind if someone was stronger and still let him win, as it felt like mockery. Ha, indeed impressive. Lin, my young friend, you are the best chess player this old man has ever encountered. I keep my word, this is a chess set made of agarwood. An old friend gifted me 2 sets before, and now I'm giving you one as a token of appreciation. Su Deng looked at him with admiration. Nowadays, it was hard to find young people who could play chess, let alone someone as skilled as Lin Chen. Su Deng took out a box of chess pieces from under the table and handed it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen accepted it without hesitation. There was no need to be overly modest with the older generation. Being genuine might be better. Time to eat. Su Xia called from the kitchen. Lin Chen quickly stood up to assist Su Deng, as it seemed his legs were a bit unsteady. Old man, what's wrong? Lin Chen asked, puzzled. Su Deng shook his head and chuckled self-deprecatingly. I'm getting old. The health check said I have some kidney failure symptoms. I need to take good care of my kidneys. Ha, an old man like me needing to nourish his kidneys. At that moment, Zhou Feng suddenly interjected, Su old man, we have many medical professors at our Zhou family hospital. Let me arrange a time for you to get checked out? I'm old, no need to fuss about it. I just want to enjoy my old age. Thank you for your kind offer, Zhou young friend. Su Deng shook his head and, with Lin Chen's support, made his way to the dining table. It was a simple round table, not even made of mahogany. Lin Chen actually preferred this atmosphere. There were no luxurious items, just the simplest arrangements and home-cooked dishes. Su Banning sat next to Su Deng. Su Xia was seated between Lin Chen and Zhou Feng, a position arranged by Li Lingyu, as she didn't want Zhou Feng to feel awkward. Just some home-cooked meals, don't mind it, Xiaolin and Xiao Zhou, Li Lingyu said with a smile. Not at all. I'm used to eating delicacies, so having some simple home-cooked food is a nice change, Zhou Feng replied with a smile. The atmosphere suddenly turned awkward. Lin Chen tried hard to suppress his laughter and remained silent. It seemed that the young master of the Zhou family had come here to show off his wealth, and he truly lacked emotional intelligence. When someone made a polite remark about not having much food, Zhou Feng confirmed that the other party really didn't have much. If you can't speak properly, it's better to say less. If you find the food unsatisfactory, you can go out to eat, no one will stop you. Su Xia was not going to indulge him. Zhou Feng realized he had misspoken and awkwardly smiled. Li Lingyu stepped in to ease the tension. What are you saying? Xiao Zhou is just being honest. I was thinking we could go eat at Shuiyun Pavilion tonight, but I found out it's too expensive, over 100,000 for a meal, and you have to make a reservation in advance. I've heard about Shuiyun Pavilion many times and always wanted to try it, but the price scared me off. It's just Shuiyun Pavilion, no problem. I'll call and book a table for tomorrow. Zhou Feng, eager to recover from his earlier embarrassment, quickly sought to improve the group's impression of him. Although Su Xia had brought her boyfriend back, they weren't married yet. As a member of the Zhou family, the only requirement for marriage was the other party's family background. Su Xia's background already exceeded the standard, and being such a beautiful person, Zhou Feng was determined to win her over by any means necessary. Zhou Feng put down his chopsticks, contacted someone from the Shanghai branch to get the phone number for Shuiyun Pavilion, and called right away. Lin Chen was engrossed in eating, and the home-cooked meal that Li Lingyu spoke of had been of a very high standard in his previous life, with big fish and meat, including his favorite pan-fried red snapper and squid braised with pig's trotters. Lin Chen's eating manner also pleased Li Lingyu greatly. It was a recognition of her culinary skills, and Lin Chen seemed to fit the atmosphere of their family better. Eat slowly, no one is competing with you, Su Xia said while serving Lin Chen some dishes, putting on a show of being very affectionate towards him. Sorry, Auntie, your cooking is just too delicious. I can't help but eat like this, Lin Chen smiled. Hello, is this Shuiyun Pavilion? I want to reserve a table for lunch tomorrow, please hold a spot for me, Zhou Feng said imperiously. Shang Ping on the other end of the line was momentarily taken aback. How could a reservation call come to him? I'm sorry, sir, but at Shuiyun Pavilion, we operate on a number system, and you need to pay a deposit of 10,000 yuan to get a number. The current numbers are already booked until the 1st of next month. Would you like me to reserve a number for you? Although he didn't know how the other party got his number, he thought it was foolish not to make money. What? The 1st of next month is the earliest available? Today is only the 8th, what a joke. I am Joe Fong from Joe Group, please make arrangements. I want to eat there tomorrow at noon, Joe Fong stated his name. He was making this call in front of everyone, and being rejected like this was a blow to his pride. Shang Ping sneered, even if you are Joe from Joe Group, it doesn't matter. Shuiyun Pavilion has its own rules. To get a number, you need to pay a deposit. A customer service representative will contact you. This is not a reservation line. With that, he hung up the phone. Zhou Feng's face turned from green to purple. How dare they refuse him and mock Joe Group? He immediately called back, only to find that he had been blocked. Xiao Zhou, forget it, we don't have to go eat. Auntie was just saying it casually. Li Lingyu quickly offered a way out for Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng forced a smile. It's fine, Auntie. Maybe this customer service just doesn't understand. I'll talk to his boss. Zhou Feng made another call to find out the boss's number for Shuiyun Pavilion. Once he received the number, he dialed it directly. Suddenly, Lin Chen's phone rang. Zhou Feng glanced at him, not realizing that the owner of Shuiyun Pavilion was sitting right next to him. Lin Chen answered the phone, and before he could speak, Zhou Feng interjected, I am Zhou Feng from Joe Group in Kyoto. I want to reserve a table for lunch tomorrow at your Shuiyun Pavilion. Before he could finish, Zhou Feng heard his own voice coming from the phone next to him. He turned in shock and saw Lin Chen wearing a half-smile. Zhou Feng put down the phone. You are the owner of Shuiyun Pavilion? Lin Chen put his phone away. Seems like it. Zhou Feng's face was filled with anger. Since you are the owner, why didn't you say so earlier? Why play tricks on me? He felt like a clown. You didn't ask. Besides, Auntie Li has advised you several times, but you insisted on showing off, Lin Chen said with a smile, then took out a card from his pocket and handed it to Li Lingyu. Auntie, this is the Supreme Membership Card for Shuiyun Pavilion. With this card, you can dine anytime without queuing or getting a number. I originally intended to give it to you after the meal, since your cooking is so delicious. It would be a bit impolite to mention food from other places now. Lin Chen's words were a veiled jab at the Zhou family's young master for being rude. Everyone at the table, except Su Dang, looked at Lin Chen in shock, including Su Xia. They had all heard of Shuiyun Pavilion, a top restaurant in the Magic City, with only 8 seats available each day. Although they had heard that fewer and fewer people were booking seats at Shuiyun Pavilion lately, it was still a symbol of a top-tier restaurant. Li Lingyu, momentarily dazed, took the card, while Su Banning quickly stopped her. He is the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee and cannot accept these financial gifts. It would be very troublesome if he were found out. Uncle Su, don't worry, it's just a card, not tied to any assets, and Su Xia's family is also my family. Inviting family to my restaurant for a meal isn't a violation, Lin Chen said, knowing Su Banning's concerns and trying to reassure him. Little Lin just said he was unemployed, but unexpectedly turned around and gave us a big surprise. Looking at Xia Xia, even she doesn't know you're the owner of Shuiyun Pavilion, Su Banning said, his gaze slightly meaningful as he looked at Lin Chen. Uncle Su, you misunderstood. Although I am the owner of Shuiyun Pavilion, I haven't participated in its operations, so saying I'm unemployed isn't intentional deception. As for Su Xia, she likes to have a carefree romance. If they start talking about backgrounds and family backgrounds, then this relationship won't be pure anymore. As he spoke, Lin Chen took Su Xia's hand, gazing at her affectionately. A hint of approval flashed in Su Banning's eyes, seemingly recognizing Lin Chen's words. Then I won't be polite with this card, Auntie, Li Lingyu said as she accepted the VIP card from Shuiyun Pavilion. She had a strong pursuit of food, and since she accepted it, she would go eat there once. Eating just once shouldn't be a problem. Realizing what was happening, Su Xia quickly pulled her hand back. Even she was almost deceived by Lin Chen's acting. If she hadn't known he was pretending to be her boyfriend, she might have really thought he had fallen for her. Zhou Feng's expression was grim. He had originally wanted to regain some impression but ended up being slapped in the face again. Why didn't you wait for me to eat? A rough voice sounded as a powerful man walked in from outside. Brother! Su Xia exclaimed joyfully as she rushed to greet him. This man was Su Xia's brother, the war god Su Feng from the southern military district. Hearing that a young man from Kyoto was coming to court his sister, he hurried back from the military district. After all, she was his most beloved sister, and how could she marry those spoiled rich kids? As soon as he entered, he saw 2 young men at the dining table, both dressed in suits, which he disliked the most. The nanny quickly brought out a set of utensils for Su Feng. Su Feng scanned Lin Chen and Zhou Feng with his hawk-like gaze, while Lin Chen calmly ate. Zhou Feng's back was already wet with sweat. The man before them was Su Feng, known as the war god of the southern military district, and his presence was overwhelmingly strong as soon as he entered. Zhou Feng forced a smile. I've long heard of the war god's name, Seeing you today truly lives up to the reputation. I am Zhou Feng from the Zhou Group in Kyoto, here to pay a visit. Oh, so you are the young man from Kyoto here to court my sister? Su Feng's indifferent tone made Zhou Feng's forehead start to sweat. That's not the case, I just came to visit the Su family. However, if Su Xia has any intentions in that regard, it wouldn't be impossible. Humph, and you, where did you come from, young master? Su Feng turned to Lin Chen. Brother, this is my boyfriend, Lin Chen, Su Xia quickly introduced. Su Feng was taken aback. Boyfriend? Suddenly, a strong sense of pressure bore down on Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded and greeted Su Feng. This scene surprised Su Feng. With his aura of killing intent, ordinary people would surely be drenched in sweat under such pressure, yet the other party remained so calm and composed. Why did you suddenly come back? Didn't the military district assign you any tasks? Su Ban Ning asked Su Feng. There is a task. This time the task is just to come out for a walk, Su Feng said as he wolfed down his food and stood up. If you want to marry my sister, you need my approval. You two come with me. Su Feng went to the back door of the house and walked straight out. Lin Chen had also finished eating, wiped his mouth, and walked towards Su Feng. He wanted to fully commit to his act and see what this legendary war god was really like. Su Xia quickly followed, as Lin Chen was the boyfriend she had brought to pretend, and if anything happened, she would regret it. They all knew Su Feng's character. Although he wouldn't use heavy hands, he definitely wouldn't be easy to deal with. Zhou Feng's face changed from green to purple, but in the end, he still followed. His goal was to marry into the Su family, and if he backed down now, it would all be for nothing. Outside the back door was an open space, with a stone table nearby, where Su Feng placed his hands on the table. Don't say I'm bullying you, let's arm wrestle. As long as you can make my hand tilt a little, it's a win for you. Lin Chen was speechless, thinking it was something serious, but it turned out he just wanted them to arm wrestle with him. Zhou Feng confidently stepped forward, then let's have some fun with the war god. I usually practice some self-defense techniques, and my strength is relatively solid. Bro, you're being too childish. Su Xia pouted upon hearing this. Alright then, let's do it the manly way. You two attack me together. If you can make me take a step back, I won't say another word. Su Feng felt that arm wrestling was too simple and wouldn't intimidate these two kids. Zhou Feng's smile instantly froze. They had agreed it was just arm wrestling, but now it had turned into a fight. Lin Chen turned to Su Xia, signaling with his eyes that he wouldn't agree to such a thing. Lin Chen didn't want to play such a boring game. His task was basically complete, and it was a choice 2 task. He estimated that he had already gained the approval of Su Dang and Li Lingyu, and since no one questioned his pretense as a boyfriend, he had no need to play fighting games with the war god. Fomer, these are guests, how can you act like this? Su Baining still appeared calm and unbothered. Su Feng ignored what his father said and directly reached out to grab Zhou Feng, who quickly broke free in pain, forcing a smile as he said, to be able to spar with the war god, this trip to Magic City is not in vain. I usually practice karate, and I'm a black belt. Saying this, he assumed a karate stance, but after being grabbed by Su Feng, he felt the gap in strength. He took a stance and attacked Su Feng, who showed a hint of disdain in his eyes and casually threw a punch, sending Zhou Feng flying. He's not good enough, you come too. Su Feng looked at Lin Chen behind him. Lin Chen sat down on a stone bench. That's not fair, you guys can play by yourselves. Zhou Feng was infuriated by Lin Chen's pretentiousness. He was close to Lin Chen and kicked at his head, but Lin Chen slightly tilted his head to dodge the attack, then reached out to grab Zhou Feng's leg and lifted it, causing Zhou Feng to fall flat on his face. Instead of learning the profound martial arts of Huaxia, you learn the Japanese karate, and you can't even stand firm. Lin Chen scoffed. His earlier move made Su Feng's gaze sharpen. Although it was just a moment, it made him realize that the opponent's skill seemed not to be simple. I didn't expect to misjudge you, Lin Chen, right? Come over and spar with me, Su Feng said excitedly. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Big brother-in-law, you really misjudged. It was him who couldn't stand firm, not my fault. The politeness he had always shown did not earn him respect. What of the war god? Su Feng quickly charged at Lin Chen. Whether you can call me big brother-in-law depends on whether you have some weight behind your hands. He knew Lin Chen didn't want to fight him, but he was a martial arts enthusiast. Once he took action, the other party had no choice. Su Feng instantly appeared in front of Lin Chen and threw a punch at him. Lin Chen transformed his hands into palms and blocked the punch, stepping back 2 paces. Su Feng also took a step back. In the brief exchange, Lin Chen sensed that Su Feng's strength was still above his. No wonder he was called the war god. Su Feng became even more excited and shouted, "Good, come again." Lin Chen watched as a powerful fist came swinging towards him. He sidestepped and, with a shoulder charge, knocked Su Feng back. He then drew a circle with his hands, adopting a Tai Chi starting posture. Su Feng's strength surpassed Lin Chen's. A direct confrontation would be futile. However, Lin Chen possessed knowledge of all martial arts in his mind. Since his opponent was aggressive, he decided to use Tai Chi to counter with softness against hardness. Although he might not win, he could certainly remain undefeated. Just as the two were about to clash again, Su Xia stepped between them. "Brother, how long are you going to make a scene?" Su Xia scolded, hands on her hips. Although she was surprised that Lin Chen could hold his own against her brother for a couple of moves, she felt responsible since Su Feng was her student, and he had come here at her request. If her brother caused any harm to Lin Chen, she would feel deeply guilty. Seeing Su Xiao's expression, Su Feng realized his sister was genuinely angry and decided to back off. He didn't listen to their father's words, but seeing his sister upset made him stop his antics. "Brother Lin, we can spar another time." Su Feng laughed heartily as he walked over and put an arm around Lin Chen, leading him inside. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng, who had somehow gotten up, wore a grim expression and found an excuse to leave as soon as they entered the house. Watching Zhou Feng's retreating figure, Su Feng scoffed, "A black belt in empty-handed combat, and he couldn't even take one of my moves." He ended up falling flat on his face while trying to attack someone. As Zhou Feng hurried to his car, he stumbled at Su Feng's words and quickly got in and drove away. After Zhou Feng left, Lin Chen sighed in relief. It seemed he had completed his task. "Fenger, you said you came back with a mission? What mission?" Su Ban Ning asked Su Feng. Su Feng sighed deeply. "The military asked me to come back and find a solution regarding the placement of retired soldiers. Some retire voluntarily, while others do so due to injuries. This issue has been around for a long time and hasn't been thoroughly resolved." Su Ban Ning and Su Deing both sighed. China has always had proper arrangements for retired soldiers, but with increasing friction with the outside world, more soldiers were retiring due to injuries. Moreover, it was generally very difficult for these veterans to find good jobs. Su Feng continued, "There are many entrepreneurs in Magic City, and the military hopes I can find an entrepreneur willing to invest and help. But I don't know anyone like that." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Retired soldiers, wasn't that in line with his idea of starting a security company? "Actually, I want to open a security company, but I don't have enough manpower. I wonder if these retired soldiers could come work for me." Lin Chen suddenly spoke up. The three people who had been sighing turned to look at him simultaneously. Su Feng was unaware that Lin Chen was the owner of Shuiyun Pavilion and looked at his sister Su Xia in confusion, while Su Xia felt a headache coming on. What had started as a simple request for Lin Chen to pretend to be her boyfriend was now becoming increasingly complicated. "Brother Lin, just the retired soldiers from our southern theater could fill an entire city's security company. We appreciate your goodwill, but..." Su Feng thought Lin Chen was just trying to show off in front of them. Lin Chen smiled slightly, knowing Su Feng doubted his financial capability. "Brother Su, you don't need to worry. Since I've mentioned it, I certainly have the means. I can expand the security company nationwide, even globally. This is our bank balance. You don't need to worry about the money." Lin Chen showed Su Feng his phone balance. 10, 100, 1,000, 500 billion. Su Feng stared at Lin Chen in shock. Over 500 billion. Everyone present was stunned. They had heard of 5 million, even 50 million, but 500 billion? What kind of massive enterprise would have such a financial pool? Lin Chen truly did not hold back, flaunting his wealth in front of so many people. The fact that he dared to show it off also proved that the source of his money was clean. Su Xia looked incredulously at the temporary fake boyfriend before her. Why would such a wealthy person be threatened by a mere diploma? Could it be that he was playing along, and his ultimate goal was actually himself? Su Feng shifted from shock to excitement. His task was to find a wealthy investor for a company that could provide jobs for veterans, and he had no idea how to start, but now it seemed like a solution was at hand. "Brother Lin, is what you said true? Are you really willing to help me?" Su Feng excitedly grasped his hand. Lin Chen struggled to pull his hand away and said, "I'm not helping you. I'm helping the country take care of those brothers in need." At that moment, Su Deing chuckled, "No wonder you're someone who can beat me at chess. I represent Huaxia in thanking you." Only Su Deing would dare to say such a thing. Even Su Feng, the current war god, did not have the right to say it. Su Feng suddenly remembered something and frowned. "There are many disabled veterans. Isn't this not very suitable for your security company? If it weren't for their disabilities, those people wouldn't have retired. Moreover, security personnel should at least be physically fit. Some of them even lack arms or legs." "It doesn't matter, we can expand the company a bit. Those who aren't physically fit can take administrative roles or become trainers. Training shouldn't be a problem." Lin Chen had already thought about these aspects. Once the security company was up and running, he would need many people, and he could utilize them. Veterans were much better than hiring and retraining new recruits. Hearing Lin Chen say this, Su Feng's furrowed brow instantly relaxed, and he happily put his arm around Lin Chen's shoulder, even taking out the wulianya that his father Su Banning treasured to share a drink. After a few rounds, Lin Chen noticed it was getting late and planned to leave. At that moment, Li Lingyu ran out. "Shaolin, it's so late, just stay here. You've been with Xia Xia for so long, and we parents are quite open-minded." Ever since she learned that Lin Chen had 5 billion in savings, Li Lingyu had become much more enthusiastic. It wasn't that she was materialistic. When she first met Lin Chen, she didn't know he was wealthy and was still very warm. Now that he was rich, she was even more welcoming. Who wouldn't want their daughter to marry someone like this, a son-in-law who could satisfy the whole family? "Mom, what are you saying?" Su Xiao's face turned slightly red as she pushed Li Lingyu back into the room, then came to Lin Chen's side and said, "You should go back. I don't have classes tomorrow morning, so I'll stay home for the night and then head back. Be careful." After saying that, she pushed Lin Chen out, fearing that Li Lingyu would insist on having him stay. Based on her guess, Lin Chen might have developed feelings for her as a teacher, and she couldn't give a student that opportunity, not even after graduation. If Lin Chen knew how self-deluded she was, he would surely be speechless. If it weren't for the mission, he wouldn't have come to be someone else's fake boyfriend. He would rather go back and play games with his little maids. However, he did gain an unexpected benefit. Establishing a connection with the military district would allow his security company plan to be realized quickly. He had previously worried about not having bodyguards to protect those around him, but now, as long as he acted quickly, these issues would be easily resolved. He handed a box containing health supplements to Su Daying, so he could take them when necessary for significant healing effects. Su Daying accepted the box with a smile and bid farewell to Lin Chen. Lin Chen called for a car and had the driver take him back to Jiaotong University. His own car was still at school. Although it was already past the time when one could enter the campus, with his relationship with the security guard, getting back in was a breeze. At the traffic light near Jiaotong University, a Rolls-Royce was stopped, waiting for the green light. Inside the car, Lin Chen was pondering who to assign a certain task to when he suddenly noticed a large truck barreling towards him without any sign of braking. Realizing something was off, Lin Chen shouted, "Get out, quickly!" He yanked open the car door and jumped out. At the moment Lin Chen leaped from the car, the truck crashed into it, showing no intention of stopping, sliding along until it collided with a tree trunk. Fortunately, Lin Chen had jumped backward. After landing, he rolled away from the vehicle's path. Otherwise, even if he had jumped out, he would have been crushed. The driver was not so lucky. After Lin Chen shouted, the driver hadn't even reacted before the truck hit, turning the entire vehicle into a crumpled heap of metal. A man wearing a hat stepped down from the driver's seat, pulling his hat lower as he prepared to leave the accident scene. Suddenly, a tremendous force slammed him against the truck's large tire, causing him to spit out blood. Upon closer inspection, a man in a tattered suit, covered in dust, was staring at him with cold eyes. "Who sent you?" The man in the tattered suit was Lin Chen, who had narrowly escaped disaster, his clothes torn from the earlier roll. If he hadn't been looking out the window, he might have been killed by this person. Moreover, the other man's skilled movements clearly indicated intent to kill. The man in the hat, in his 30s, showed a fleeting look of surprise when he saw Lin Chen was not in the car. He pulled a knife from behind and lunged at Lin Chen. Lin Chen seemed to have sensed it beforehand, slapping the knife from the man's hand and grabbing his head, slamming it against the cargo container. As the man saw stars, Lin Chen continued to ask, "I'll ask you again, who sent you?" With blood streaming down his face, the man coldly laughed, "No one sent me, I just hate the rich and can't stand people who drive Rolls-Royces." Lin Chen released his grip on the man's head and instead seized his arm, twisting it outward and breaking both of his wrists. He then raised his foot and kicked the man's knees, causing him to collapse to the ground amidst his piercing screams. Lin Chen crouched down to look at him and asked again, "Who sent you?" At that moment, Lin Chen resembled a demon, exuding a strong aura of violence. Seeing the man still refusing to reveal his instigator, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Lin Chen's eyes when suddenly, the sound of police sirens echoed from a distance. Given the severity of the accident at the traffic light, it was normal for the police to respond quickly. However, the sirens also concealed the murderous intent in Lin Chen's eyes. He had nearly been killed and felt immense anger, which had led him to contemplate killing the man. If it weren't for the sudden sirens, he might have truly gone through with it. The police car arrived at the scene shortly after. Upon seeing the half-conscious man by the truck's tire and the tattered man sitting on the ground, they assumed Lin Chen was the perpetrator and approached to apprehend him. "Is this how carelessly you police handle things? The truck driver is that guy. He tried to flee the scene, and I gave him a beating," Lin Chen said, his eyes flashing with intensity. This group of officers seemed to be acting irrationally, and something felt off. Two officers, seemingly ignoring Lin Chen's words, drew their batons, while another produced handcuffs. Lin Chen clenched his fists, sensing that these two officers were also coming for him, preparing to resist. "Stop!" A female officer drove up in a police car and quickly appeared on the scene. The two male officers immediately put away their weapons and stepped back. This female officer was Xiao Runan, who had met Lin Chen once before. "What are you two doing?" Xiao Runan's sharp gaze turned towards the two police officers. The two officers, avoiding her eyes, said, "Officer Xiao, Director Liu sent us to check on the casualties. There might be a terrorist attack, and we need to control the suspect." "What about him? Isn't he a suspect? Why are you going straight for this person?" Xiao Runan questioned, pointing at the truck driver lying on the ground. She didn't mention Lin Chen's name, fearing they would realize their connection. "That person is already on the ground. We have to take this unharmed one back for investigation," one of the male officers stammered. Xiao Runan sensed something was off with the two, but she chose not to alarm them. They were just following orders. The real mastermind was still hiding behind the scenes. Beep beep, the ambulance and fire truck arrived at the scene. Xiao Runan didn't ask any more questions and grabbed Lin Chen's arm. "I'll take this person back first. You bring the others to me." She pulled Lin Chen and got into her police car. Lin Chen looked at the Rolls-Royce, now reduced to scraps. The driver probably wouldn't survive, and he could only have Shang Ping provide some compensation for the driver later. Inside the car, Xiao Runan's expression darkened. She hadn't expected the other side to have such power. It seemed she was fighting alone now. "Officer Xiao, we meet again, but it seems your police department isn't very united," Lin Chen teased, looking at her. The person who had sworn to protect him earlier now had no teammates. "Humph, if I hadn't arrived quickly, you might not even know where you would have been taken to dispose of the body," Xiao Runan said. After her investigation, she discovered that Wen Jiaxu seemed to be hiring someone to kill. At this moment, the person Wen Jiaxu wanted dead was likely Lin Chen, so she rushed to Su Xia's house, only to hear that Lin Chen had just left. She didn't even have time to say anything to the Su family before quickly heading towards Jiada. Upon seeing Xiao Runan, Lin Chen guessed who had ordered the hit on him today. It seemed he had underestimated Wen Jiaxu. Being able to send someone to kill him so quickly indicated that he was in a very safe place now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the time to deal with him. "Don't worry, even if you hadn't come, I would be fine. By the way, what about Shuai now that you've left?" Lin Chen suddenly remembered that Xiao Runan was there to protect Wen Rushui. If she left, wouldn't that put Wen Rushui in danger? There are naturally people protecting her. I might not be so careless as to be lured away. Besides, protecting girls is more important than protecting you boys. Xiao Runan's words made Lin Chen's mouth twitch. Lin Chen gradually realized that this didn't seem to be the way back to his school and quickly asked, "Officer Xiao, where are you taking me? You are currently the #1 target for Wen Jiaxu, and I must protect you 24 hours a day. However, it's inconvenient to protect you at school, so I can only take you to my home for protection." "You protect me?" Lin Chen looked at her speechlessly. With his martial arts skills, he didn't need a woman to protect him. Moreover, if he was being protected by her, he would have no freedom at all. "Officer Xiao, I don't need protection. Why don't you go protect Wen Rushui instead? I can handle myself." Speaking of this, Xiao Runan suddenly remembered the car from earlier. "How did you escape? That car was reduced to paper, and you only have a few scratches. I happened to be daydreaming while looking out the window and noticed something was off with that truck, so I jumped out quickly. I even called the driver to jump with me, but he didn't react in time." Lin Chen sighed, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The driver had lost his life because of him. This grudge must be avenged. Wen Jiaxu could be hiding anywhere, and there's no one in the police station I can trust, so you have to stay by my side until we find him, Xiao Runan said, frowning. Lin Chen slapped his forehead. "I really don't need your protection. If you catch Wen Jiaxu sooner, I'll be safe." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chen suddenly sensed a dangerous aura. "Break, get down." Lin Chen grabbed Xiao Runan's neck and pushed her down, following suit himself. The sound of shattering glass rang out, and a bullet whizzed past his head. Lin Chen quickly opened the car door and got out, looking towards a nearby high-rise where someone was aiming a sniper rifle at him. When the sniper realized Lin Chen had spotted him, he quickly stowed his gun and tried to leave. Filled with rage, Lin Chen swiftly used his lightness skill to dash towards the rooftop. The sniper, calm and collected, was packing up his things, believing that once he left, Lin Chen wouldn't be able to catch up, as there was still some distance between them. A skilled person never panicked. Just as the assassin was about to leave with his gun slung over his shoulder, a figure appeared at lightning speed, delivering a kick to his stomach that sent him flying, crashing hard against the stone edge of the balcony. The newcomer was Lin Chen, proficient in martial arts and lightness skills. "Impossible! How could you be so fast?" the assassin exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. Lin Chen, now slightly out of breath, had just used all his strength to rush over. Even with his peak physical condition, he was still panting a bit. Without wasting another word, Lin Chen, aware that the man had a gun, swiftly broke the assassin's arms and legs. A piercing scream echoed through the sky as the assassin, about to draw his handgun, was caught off guard when Lin Chen didn't say a word and simply twisted his limbs. At that moment, he regretted not hurrying when he was packing up his gun. Where is Wen Jiaxu? It was clear this assassin was sent by Wen Jiaxu, so there was no need to ask who had dispatched him. The assassin coldly replied, I don't know anyone named Wen Jiaxu. I'm just a hired hand, taking money to do someone else's dirty work. Great, another stubborn one. The quality of the people Wen Jiaxu had sent was impressively high. Lin Chen didn't want to waste more time. He reached out and grabbed the assassin by the neck, ready to snap it. Wait! Xiao Runan gasped as she reached the rooftop, having exhausted herself to get there, but she hadn't expected Lin Chen to be so much faster. Lin Chen turned his sharp gaze towards her, seemingly waiting for her to finish speaking before he killed the assassin. If you kill him, Wen Jiaxu will have even more ways to deal with you. Hand him over to me, let me investigate his background and interrogate him, Xiao Runan said as she approached Lin Chen. Lin Chen loosened his grip on the assassin's neck, who then revealed a strange smile before groaning and collapsing to the ground. Xiao Runan quickly stepped forward to pry open his mouth, discovering he was already becoming stiff. He actually committed suicide. This isn't just any assassin, it seems he's a professional death warrior. If captured, he must take his own life, Xiao Runan said, her expression grave. In less than an hour, Wen Jiaxu had sent 3 waves of people to kill Lin Chen, a truckload, a group of corrupt cops, and now a sniper targeting him inside the police car. Wen Jiaxu's mind was meticulous, and his unscrupulous methods made Lin Chen realize he had been too careless, underestimating these people. Xiao Runan noticed a scorpion tattoo on the assassin's arm, her expression growing even more serious. This is an assassin from the Scorpion Organization, one of the top 10 assassin groups in the world. Scorpion? Lin Chen was still a student and didn't know what these codenames represented. Xiao Runan nodded heavily. The Scorpion Assassin Organization won't stop once they receive a mission. If one person fails to kill you, another will come until you are completely dead. Wow, it sounds endless. Xiao Runan picked up the gun from the ground and pulled Lin Chen away from the rooftop. Don't worry about this for now. I've already called people from above to handle it. The police in Magic City don't know who can be trusted, so I've brought people over from Kyoto overnight. Lin Chen glanced at Xiao Runan with a hint of meaning. This beautiful police officer seemed to have an extraordinary background. Being able to bring people from Kyoto and knowing so much about these assassin organizations was impressive. But I didn't expect you to be able to pin an assassin to the ground and rub them in the dirt without a scratch on yourself. Who exactly are you? Xiao Runan recalled the scene she had just witnessed, where an assassin from an organization was almost killed by this student in front of her. Lin Chen looked at her with a half-smile. Your identity isn't simple either. If you want to know who I am, just investigate a bit. The result will definitely show I'm a law-abiding good citizen, a good student, just a bit strong, that's all. So you don't need to protect me, I can protect myself. Thinking back to that moment, Lin Chen felt a bit of fear. If he hadn't suddenly sensed a dangerous aura, he might have been shot in the head. Xiao Runan shook her head. I have a feeling that Wen Jiaxu's main target is you. As long as you stick with me, you'll eventually find Wen Jiaxu. You don't need to worry about Wen Rushua. A team from Kyoto has come to surround her, and Wen Jiaming has even hired bodyguards. I just need to protect you. Lin Chen took out his already broken phone, unable to make a call. He had originally wanted to ask Wen Rushua about something. The vehicle drove into a residential area, which was somewhat distant from the city center. He didn't know if Xiao Runan had bought or rented it. Xiao Runan seemed to guess his question and said, "This is a safe house, not my home. I usually stay in a dormitory, but during this critical time, we've activated a safe house from Kyoto here in Magic City. The police here don't even know about this place, so you can rest easy." Lin Chen looked around the 80 square meter small house. He hadn't planned to stay here, but since Xiao Runan was doing this for his sake, he couldn't directly refuse. He thought he would slip away after she fell asleep, but was it really safe to stay here? After taking a shower and changing out of his ruined clothes, Lin Chen found some simple casual wear in the safe house. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had anything to wear. Just after finishing his shower, Lin Chen finally received the task completion notification. Congratulations, host, for completing task option 2, becoming Su Xiao's fake boyfriend, successfully handling the blind date. Gained recognition from at least 2 members of the Su family. Reward, Strength +1, Invisibility card +1. Invisibility card has been issued to the host's pocket. Invisibility card. The host can use it by silently reciting the command. It lasts for 1 hour, during which no one or anything can perceive the host's existence. Lin Chen touched his pocket and pulled out a card that read invisibility card. This is too hasty. Lin Chen was speechless. Why couldn't the system produce something that was at least shiny? He stuffed the card back into his pocket. Host, Lin Chen, Strength, 9, Physique, 10, Spirit, 8, Charm, 8. The maximum attribute for ordinary people is 10. The host's values are normal among ordinary people. Vehicle, Pagani Huayra, Lamborghini Veneno, Mansion, Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1. Tangcheniping Building, 33rd floor. Skills, Mastery in martial arts, Mastery in chess, Mastery in marksmanship, Mastery in sports skills, Balance. 59,412,069,053. Lin Chen suddenly felt a surge of power throughout his body. Now, if he were to compete in strength with Su Feng, he should no longer be at a disadvantage, and he might even surpass him. In the dead of night, Lin Chen quietly stepped out of the door. As soon as he reached the ground floor, he sensed something was off. There seemed to be several people around, and their attire was not that of security but rather outsiders. It appeared that this so-called safe house in Kyoto was not particularly safe after all. It had been exposed so quickly. Lin Chen soon realized why it had been exposed so fast. The police car driven by Xiao Runan had been revealed by those corrupt officers, so based on the car's trajectory, they could find Lin Chen, who had been taken away by her. Damn, I didn't even think of such a simple thing. How did that woman become a police officer? Lin Chen cursed under his breath, turned around, and planned to call Xiao Runan. However, as soon as he opened the door, he found her already sitting on the sofa waiting for him. I thought you had already left. Xiao Runan looked at Lin Chen with a half-smile. As a police officer, she naturally knew that the police car would expose them. She had done it on purpose, luring the enemy in to catch them off guard. Seeing her like this, Lin Chen understood that it was intentional, so he chose not to speak and simply lay back on the sofa, waiting for the show to begin. Soon, there was a commotion downstairs, and the lights in the entire community began to turn on, likely waking some residents. Before long, several people were brought in by a group of plainclothes police officers. Sorry for deceiving you, this is not a safe house, just an ordinary residence used to catch these people, Xiao Runan explained to Lin Chen. Lin Chen shrugged, it doesn't matter. You have your plan, I'll leave the rest to you. I need to get some fresh air. This time, Xiao Runan did not stop Lin Chen from going out. After all, she had not seen Lin Chen's true strength, but she estimated it was greater than hers. Moreover, her so-called protection was merely to use Lin Chen to catch Wen Jiaxu. Now that she needed to interrogate these people, it was even better that Lin Chen could go out. Lin Chen left the community. It was late at night, and hailing a cab was difficult. His phone was broken, so he couldn't call for a ride and could only look for a taxi, planning to return to Yunlu Mountain Villa and have Li Qing pay. While walking down the road, Lin Chen suddenly stopped because someone appeared in front of him, and it was someone he recognized. Is the Li family starting to seek revenge on me? Lin Chen said lightly. The person approaching was Zhang Tian, the bodyguard brought by Li Tianzong that day. In their previous fight, Lin Chen had narrowly won, but he hadn't sustained any serious injuries. Zhang Tian wasted no words and charged directly at Lin Chen, throwing a punch aimed at his face. Lin Chen transformed his right hand into a palm, blocking Zhang Tian's arm, then spun around, turning his palm into a fist, delivering a powerful punch to Zhang Tian's chest, causing him to stagger back repeatedly. Zhang Tian's expression was blank, but his eyes were filled with shock. In just a few days, Lin Chen's strength had become so formidable that a single punch made his blood surge. The Li family is about to collapse. Have you considered coming to my side? Lin Chen actually appreciated Zhang Tian. During their previous battle, he sensed that Zhang Tian's punches and kicks lacked killing intent. He simply wanted to defeat him. Moreover, Lin Chen had overheard the conversation between Zhang Tian and Li Tianzong, which suggested that Zhang Tian only wanted money, not anything else. To him, anything that could be resolved with money was not a big deal. Zhang Tian retracted his fists and feet. I'm not your opponent, I can't take on this task. After saying that, he turned to leave, but after a few steps, he looked back and said, I'm not here because of the Li family. Someone has issued a bounty on the dark web, offering 50 million to kill you. Every move you make will be reported on the dark web. 50 million, what a hefty sum from Wen Jiaxu. If he weren't already wealthy, he would have considered taking that bounty himself. After Zhang Tian left, Lin Chen's expression turned serious. He hadn't expected the waters to be so murky with the Wen family. Initially, he had wondered why such a large family could be referred to as one of the four great families of the Demon City. Now he deeply felt the energy of the Wen family. No, it should be the energy of Wen Jiaxu. Lin Chen did not choose to go to Yunlu Mountain Villa, he went directly back to school. There might be countless pairs of eyes watching him in the dark, and going back to Yunlu Mountain Villa might implicate those few maids. Returning to school was the best option for him, as there were still some barriers to entering the school. Arriving at the school gate, Lin Chen asked security guard Uncle Wang to help him pay for the fare, then went straight back to the dormitory. His phone was broken, and he had no cash on him, so he could only repay Uncle Wang tomorrow. It was already late at night, and the other three in the dormitory had long gone to sleep. Lin Chen took out his old phone from before and inserted the SIM card. Fortunately, he hadn't lost it, otherwise, where could he buy a phone at this hour? Lin Chen dialed Su Feng's number. His mental strength had reached 8 points, and he had developed a photographic memory for these numbers. "Brother Lin, it's so late. Is there something going on?" Su Feng's puzzled voice came from the other end of the line. "Brother Su, I encountered some issues tonight. I want to ask if there are any retired personnel from your unit in Magic City? I urgently need some manpower." "Don't worry, it's not anything against social morals. I just hope they can help me protect a few people." Lin Chen felt the situation was severe when Jiaxu dared to offer a hefty reward for his assassination, who knew if he would crazily target those around him. "Is something happening? Do you want me to pull some people from the unit?" Su Feng also sensed Lin Chen's slightly heavy tone. "No need, it's just a small matter. Since we agreed tonight to set up a security company, we need manpower to help out, so consider it an early start." Lin Chen declined Su Feng's goodwill. Requisitioning retired soldiers was encouraged by the state, but privately calling upon military personnel could get Su Feng in trouble, which was unnecessary. "There aren't any in Magic City, but there are in other cities. There's a small team in Su Province. Their skills are quite broad and decent. I'll have them come find you tomorrow morning," Su Feng said after a moment of contemplation. "Great, have them come to Jiaotong University to find me." "Thank you, Brother Su," Lin Chen gratefully replied. "We're family, no need to be so formal. Just help me complete the task, and they are part of my task as well. Once they're arranged for work, I'll have it easier too." After chatting for a bit, they hung up. After hanging up, Lin Chen climbed into bed, but he didn't sleep. Now that he was worth 50 million, who knew if someone would come to assassinate him in his sleep? Life was too suffocating. Once the manpower arrived tomorrow, he would go all out to find Wen Jiaxu's hiding place and start establishing that security company, bringing in those retired soldiers. In a daze, dawn broke. Lin Chen saw that the others in the dormitory were still asleep and didn't wake them. They had no classes in the morning, so they would all sleep until noon. Lin Chen went to the school cafeteria for breakfast. He originally wanted to invite Yi Mingxi to join him, but after considering his current situation, he decided against it. He needed to resolve his issues first. At that moment, Su Feng's call came in. "Brother Lin, that small team has arrived at the entrance of Jiaotong University. When will you come over?" Lin Chen had just finished breakfast and was walking towards the school gate. "I'm almost there." Upon arriving at the school gate, he saw the 7 people Su Feng mentioned. 2 women and 5 men. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised to see women among them. "Hello, I'm Lin Chen. You should be the ones introduced by Brother Su." Lin Chen walked over to greet them. The 7 of them sized Lin Chen up. They hadn't expected the esteemed person Su Feng spoke of to be such a young guy. "Hello, Brother Lin. I'm Yang Yun, this is Li Qing, Mo Fong, Huang Chang, He Yun, Zhou Lu, and Li Lan. We were comrades in the same military camp as Su Zhanshan back in the day." Yang Yun introduced the others to Lin Chen one by one. Lin Chen greeted everyone one by one. At this moment, the car from Shuiyun Pavilion had already arrived at the school gate. Lin Chen had called early in the morning to ask Sheng Ping to arrange a few cars, while also mentioning that another driver had died last night. This had been weighing heavily on Lin Chen's mind, and he harbored a deep-seated desire for revenge against Wen Jiaxu. "Everyone, please get in the car. You must not have eaten anything since you came over, so let's go over there and talk," Lin Chen said as he led everyone to Shuiyun Pavilion, temporarily deciding on a place to gather, though he hadn't settled on anything yet. For now, he just wanted to take them out for a meal. Upon arriving at Shuiyun Pavilion, Sheng Ping and Li Qing were already waiting for them at the entrance. Li Qing was someone he had called over. Lin Chen planned to have her take charge of the preliminary work for the security company. Lin Chen took out his phone from his pocket and handed it to Li Qing, asking her to switch to a new phone. Li Qing had already gone to buy a new phone early in the morning and had bought several dozen more, all as Lin Chen had instructed. Each of the 7 people received a new phone, while the rest were kept as spares or for future use by others. After bringing everyone into the private room, Sheng Ping began to serve the dishes. The 7 people were all amazed by the lavish setting, which Lin Chen found somewhat ironic. These were all people who had once defended the country, yet they had never experienced such extravagant meals in their lives, while some societal parasites feasted on delicacies every day. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Lin Chen began to share his predicament. Currently, there was a bounty placed on him in the dark web. His own safety was not a major concern, but he was primarily worried about the safety of those around him. He hoped that Yang Yun and the others could provide some protection for his companions, and he also wanted to catch the person behind it all. As long as the person who issued the bounty was taken care of, the bounty should be lifted. No problem, we've all heard from General Su that you plan to establish a security company to provide shelter for veterans with nowhere to go. You are a benefactor to us. For those of us who left the military for various reasons, we are relatively fortunate, but there are other brothers who are missing limbs and can't find work in this society, struggling to make a living. We hope Brother Lin can provide them with a good place. Yang Yun sighed. Lin Chen nodded and called Li Qing over. Qinger, please contact Sun Ji and let the brothers use the office in Jinmao building for now. Also, register a larger security company, and keep an eye out for a suitable base. It should be larger, ideally a few hundred acres of mountainous land, which we can buy for the brothers' daily training. Li Qing nodded and quickly walked out. Lin Chen turned back and continued, Brother Yang, there's someone at the school named Yi Mengxi. It might trouble you two sisters to protect her. Personally, I'm fine, but I also need your help to find someone, Wen Jiaxu from the Wen family. I wonder if you have any methods. Yang Yin nodded, our group has expertise in reconnaissance, tracking, and even hacking. Brother Lin, please provide us with Wen Jiaxu's information and any detailed information you know. We will have results soon. First, let us find a place to settle down and set things up. Yang Yin spoke clearly, which put Lin Chen at ease, and he quickly asked Sheng Ping to send them to Jinmao building. A group of people arrived at Jinmao building, and Lin Chen's original entire office space, with its luxurious decor, made Yang Yun exclaim, Brother Lin, this kind of environment is too testing for people. In a place where everything for eating, drinking, and entertainment is available, it's really hard to focus on work. The interior of Jinmao building was almost like a club, fully equipped, and could easily be considered a vacation environment. Lin Chen smiled awkwardly, there's no choice, for now, there isn't another place. Let's make do with this. By the way, my parents back home, Brother Yang, could you see if there are any brothers nearby to go protect them? For Lin Chen, the only contacts that could be traced now, aside from his parents, were the widely discussed Yi Mingxi at school. The others should be fine and unlikely to be implicated. When Rushua had people from Xiaorunan looking after her, and judging by Xiaorunan's confident demeanor, he shouldn't worry about that. Yes, we have comrades all over the country. Where are your parents located? Yang Yun nodded. Lin Chen quickly provided the address, and Yang Yun went to make arrangements. The others also began to get busy. Mo Fong took out his laptop and started operating it. Brother Lin, I've already arranged for someone to go over. They won't disturb your parents, just protecting them from the shadows. We're also starting to investigate Wen Jiaxu's information and whereabouts, Yang Yun said after finishing his call. Lin Chen gave Yang Yun a thumbs up. As expected of a military man, his efficiency was impressive. He pulled out the secrets regarding Wen Jiaxu to show Mo Fong, as the others wouldn't find it useful, so he didn't share it with them. Everyone got busy, and since Lin Chen had nothing to do, he decided to go out for a walk. He had a place in mind where he suspected Wen Jiaxu might be hiding. Now that he had some time, it was just right to check it out. Lin Chen took the elevator down and suddenly stopped on the 17th floor. The elevator doors opened, and the two people inside and outside the elevator were momentarily stunned to see each other. Mr. Lin, what a coincidence. I haven't seen you around these days, the woman outside the elevator said with a smile as she walked in. This woman was Chen Jie, the one who had been involved in the previous incident. At a young age, she was already the head of a large media company. It is a coincidence. I rarely come here, and it's a rare chance to run into you, Lin Chen smiled. With Yi Mingxi not by his side this time, he felt no need to avoid suspicion. Mr. Lin, you seem so busy. Do you have time to grab a meal together? Chen Jie still felt a bit hurt from being rejected last time. Lin Chen really couldn't eat. The meal at Shuiyun Pavilion was still stuck in his throat. Let's skip the meal. I just ate not long ago. How about I treat you to a cup of coffee instead? After all, she was a beauty scoring over 90 points. Constantly rejecting her might make her slip away in the future. Then thank you for the coffee, Mr. Lin. Chen Jie playfully winked, and the two went to a Starbucks on the first floor. Mr. Lin, the little girlfriend who was with you last time seems to have a bit of a fan base on Douyin. I thought she looked familiar. Could you give me her contact information? I think she has great potential as a streamer, Chen Jie recalled after taking a sip of her coffee. Sure, I was with her for an interview last time, but that media company wasn't great, so I helped her get out of there. I'll give her your contact, whether she wants to come or not is up to her. Originally, Lin Chen didn't want Ji Mingxi to become a streamer and expose herself, but it might be her own interest, and he couldn't just keep her as a pet because he had money. Just like when Ru Xue, who returned to the Wen group, Lin Chen had thought about keeping her by his side during this time but eventually gave up, as being with him might not guarantee her safety. Xiao Runan already had people looking after her, and he didn't send Yang Yuan and the others to protect her. Capturing the mastermind was the most urgent matter now. Miss Chen, I have other matters to attend to, so let's reschedule. After bidding farewell to Chen Jie, he hurriedly took a taxi away. It wasn't until Lin Chen had completely left that Chen Jie snapped out of her daze, realizing that he had invited her for coffee, and they had only really talked for less than 3 sentences before he left. How much did this man dislike her? Chen Jie stomped her foot in frustration, grabbed her coffee, and returned to the company, losing her appetite for food. On the other side, Lin Chen had already taken a car to a residential area called Wulong Mountain Villa. This place was mentioned in the Secrets of the Wen Family, a secret base for Wen Jiaxu and Yang Xinghua. The secrets stated that only the two of them knew about it, not even their closest subordinates had ever been here or knew of its existence. If it weren't for the system, Lin Chen wouldn't have found this place. To avoid alarming anyone, Lin Chen walked to a corner and climbed over the wall into the community. According to the secrets, he quietly approached a building, initially thinking it was just an apartment complex, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was actually a villa. It made sense, the Wen family was wealthy, and Yang Xinghua's family was also affluent. If they were looking for a secret base, they certainly wouldn't settle for less. Moreover, a villa offered more privacy. Living in an apartment would inevitably lead to eavesdropping through the walls. Lin Chen slowly approached the villa, originally planning to use an invisibility card to sneak in, but then thought that perhaps Wen Jiaxu wasn't there, and he would waste such a fantastical item. Near a window of the villa, he overheard a familiar voice. "Mom, where did Dad go? The police are looking for him everywhere. What will we do if he gets caught?" Lin Chen recognized this as Wen Wenfeng's voice. From this sentence, he guessed that Wen Wenfeng had already recognized Wen Jiaxu. Indeed, he was a white-eyed wolf, getting so familiar so quickly. "He went to pick up your uncle. Once your uncle arrives, he won't have to hide anymore." But that Lin Chen, we don't know his identity. Why does he know so many secrets? This person must be eliminated for safety, otherwise, even if your uncle can protect your dad for a while, this person might bring out something to harm him, Yang Xinghua said through gritted teeth when mentioning Lin Chen. If it weren't for Lin Chen, Wen Jiaxu would have already taken the position of head of the family, and she would have left the Wen family, sitting alongside Wen Wenfeng in the position of matriarch. Their lives would have been quite comfortable by now. Meanwhile, Wen Jiaxu's original wife, Yu Qing, directly presented a divorce agreement after Wen Jiaxu's failure, wanting to sever ties with him, seemingly fearing that she would be implicated by his downfall. Great! As long as uncle is here, those pieces of evidence can't take Dad away, Wen Wenfeng said joyfully. Lin Chen was also pondering who this uncle was. From their words, it seemed he could save Wen Jiaxu despite all the evidence against him. What a powerful figure he must be. Yang Xinghua laughed happily. "When your uncle arrives, we'll clear this place for him to stay. The room's worthless person will be left for your uncle to enjoy. No woman can live well under his hand." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately wondered who the worthless person Yang Xinghua referred to was. He knew the women in the Wen family, and it couldn't be Wen Jiaming's wife, as he hadn't heard of any issues there. Moreover, Xiao Runan had sent people to Wen Rushue's side, so she must have someone in Wen Jiaming's family as well. While he was still pondering, Yang Xinghua suddenly received a phone call and happily said, "Let's go, your uncle has arrived. Let's tidy up. Your dad booked a very discreet private restaurant. We'll go have a few drinks with your uncle. Bring the things along. Tonight, this place will be a temporary stop for your uncle, and we'll stay somewhere else." Your dad said, "A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. We can't stay in one place for too long." After saying this, Yang Xinghua happily ran upstairs. As soon as she left, Wen Wenfeng's expression darkened, his eyes flickering as if deep in thought, and he turned to enter a room. It seemed that his earlier affectionate calling of Dad was all an act. Wen Wenfeng was indeed not simple, even deceiving his own mother. Lin Chen was contemplating how to follow them and find Wen Jiaxu. Just now, Yang Xinghua didn't mention a destination either. If I want to find Wen Jiaxu, I must follow them. Hiding in the car? That doesn't seem feasible. The invisibility card has a time limit, and it would be useless after an hour. If I haven't reached the destination in that time, I would be exposed. Once exposed, given Yang Xinghua's character, she might vow to protect Wen Jiaxu at all costs and would never take him to me. It seems I can only force the issue and use Wen Wenfeng to threaten Yang Xinghua. Just as Lin Chen was preparing to take action, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He quickly left the villa area to answer the call, as it was from Yang Yun, who might have some leads. "Brother Lin, I found it." Wen Jiaxu is heading to a farmhouse called Bishui Mountain Villa on the outskirts of Modu. According to my investigation, it's a secret property of Wen Jiaxu, registered under the name of an ordinary employee of the Wen family, not his own. If I hadn't screened all the ordinary employees of the Wen family, it would have been really hard to find this clue. Yang Yun reported his findings. Lin Chen couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Yang Yun's small team. He had relied on the secrets of the Wen family provided by the system to find this clue, and Yang Yun managed to find it simultaneously, pinpointing the owner and Wen Jiaxu's whereabouts. "Good, Brother Yang, send me the address, and arrange some people to follow Wen Jiaxu. Once I arrive, we can plan the next step." Lin Chen initially wanted Yang Yun to take action directly, but he had a feeling that there might be formidable figures among the visitors from Kyoto this time. If he rashly let Yang Yun and the others act, it could be dangerous. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen planned to leave the villa and take a taxi over. Suddenly, the door of Yang Xinghua's villa opened, and a Mercedes-Benz G-Class drove out. Lin Chen quickly hid in a corner. Watching Wen Wenfeng and Yang Xinghua leave the car, he suddenly remembered the bitch they mentioned. Since he already knew Wen Jiaxu's whereabouts, he decided to check who that bitch was. Lin Chen re-entered the villa. The main door had no key, so he used his lightness skill to leap up to the second-floor window. He searched room by room but found no one until he spotted the entrance to the basement. Most people use the basement in villas for wine cellars or to set up a KTV, so initially, Lin Chen didn't think to look there. Now that he had searched the entire villa and found no one, it was likely that someone was in the basement. Who would have thought someone would set up a place to keep people in the basement? Moreover, the entrance to this villa's basement was quite peculiar, located in the study. Lin Chen descended the stairs. The dim light made it hard to see what was inside until he reached the bottom. The entire basement was spacious and empty, without any partitions, but there were many shelves. In the center stood a large bed, and a woman's hands and feet were tied to the 4 bedposts, the white sheet on her body unable to conceal her voluptuous figure. Lin Chen looked at the various torture devices displayed on the shelves, even some bizarre items. Wen Jiaxu and Yang Xinghua were quite extravagant to have so many of these things in the basement. As he approached the bedside, he finally recognized who the bitch Yang Xinghua mentioned was. Wasn't this Wen Jiaxu's original wife, Yu Qing? He never expected her to be tied up like this in the basement. At that moment, Yu Qing was not in a normal state, twisting uncomfortably, her face flushed. Lin Chen thought for a moment and decided to untie her hands and feet. From what Yang Xinghua said earlier, this was meant for her brother. Even if he had to deal with Wen Jiaxu later, he wouldn't leave this woman here. Yu Qing's secret was her identity as a lily, and he hadn't seen her do anything heinous, nor had she really helped Wen Jiaxu much. As soon as her hands and feet were freed, Yu Qing instantly pounced on Lin Chen. It was at this moment that Lin Chen realized something was off. She was clearly under the influence of drugs. 10 minutes earlier, when Lin Chen had left the villa to take a call, Wen Wenfeng had arrived in the basement. Looking at the woman on the bed, a sinister smile spread across his face as he pulled out a bottle of pink pills from his pocket and poured them all into Yu Qing's mouth while pinching her chin. "When your uncle arrives, you better serve him well. This is something to help you get in the mood." Wen Wenfeng also poured a bottle of water into her mouth, forcing her to swallow all the pills before turning and leaving the basement. At this point, Lin Chen was also infuriated by the woman before him and decided to take action. An hour later, Yu Qing had regained consciousness. Lin Chen hurriedly put on his clothes and awkwardly said, "In these extraordinary times, I had no choice but to use extraordinary means. Otherwise, you could have burst a blood vessel and died. If you're fine now, you should leave here quickly. I need to find Wen Jiaxu. Don't worry, I'll take care of him, and you can go back and hide for a while." After saying this, Lin Chen quickly left the place. Over an hour had passed, and by the time he got there, Wen Jiaxu might have already escaped. What a beautiful woman causing trouble. Fortunately, he had the foresight to instruct Yang Yun and the others to keep a close watch on Wen Jiaxu. Even if he wasn't at the farmhouse, they could still track his whereabouts. While Lin Chen was taking a taxi halfway there, Yang Yun's call came through again. "Brother Lin, Wen Jiaxu and Wen Wenfeng are still at the farmhouse. It seems they are staying overnight. However, the person he brought along is the second in command of the Yang family in Kyoto, Yang Lian. Yang Lian and Yang Xinghua have already left the farmhouse. Should we send someone to follow them?" Yang Lian? Lin Chen knew nothing about the Yang family in Kyoto, so even if he knew the name, he couldn't gauge the person's capabilities. The fact that Yang Xinghua smiled easily upon hearing her brother was coming indicated that Yang Lian was definitely not simple. "Is there anyone else besides Yang Lian?" Lin Chen asked. "Yes, There's a young man about 175 meters tall with a buzz cut who was with Yang Lian. He seems very perceptive. When we tried to get closer at first, he looked in our direction, making us too afraid to approach. Yang Yun's tone was serious. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen said, then let's not worry about him for now. Our priority is to deal with Wen Jiaxu. We cannot let him live. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he spoke. Wen Jiaxu could not be left alive. With his own resources and Yang Lian's help, even if he were handed over to the police, he would ultimately be released without charges. This was very disadvantageous for Lin Chen. As long as Wen Jiaxu was alive, the bounty on him and the dark web would continuously create trouble. Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but curse. He had thought he was in a rich man's script, but how had it turned into a story about the rise of urban gangs? Ding! Detecting the host's predicament regarding the current situation. Option 1. Kill Wen Jiaxu to resolve the bounty issue. Reward, Golden Silk Armor *1. Option 2. Kill Wen Jiaxu and Wen Wenfeng to resolve the bounty and potential retaliation issues. Reward, PowerPoint +1, Golden Silk Armor *1. Finally, it had come. Lin Chen had been confused for a while. He had encountered so many issues, yet the system hadn't planned to issue him a task. This time, he had to choose the second option. He had already seen Wen Wenfeng's dark, shifting face in the villa. The roots of the problem had to be eradicated. But there was still one thing he needed to address, the mindset of Yang Yun and the others. They are soldiers after all. Although they have retired, they are still soldiers, and the concept of killing may seem unacceptable to them. Lin Chen, although he has not experienced it, knows that if he does not act now, the one who will ultimately die will be himself. He must force himself to do it. A Mercedes G-Class brushed past the car Lin Chen was in. He recognized it as the car driven by Wen Wenfeng, with 3 people inside. The young man Yang Yun mentioned was driving, while in the back seat sat a man wearing sunglasses and Yang Xinghua. At that moment, Yang Xinghua looked very angry, saying something that Lin Chen could not catch, as the 2 cars crossed paths too quickly for him to understand what was happening inside. Inside the car, Yang Xinghua's face was full of grievance and emotion. Yang Lian beside her said lightly, the matter with Wen Jiaxu is very troublesome. People from Kyoto have come, and it has even attracted the attention of the central government. It's hard to protect him. Even if we could, the Yang family would expose some of our cards, which would be counterproductive. Don't worry about that father and son anymore. Come back to Kyoto with me. We can have another child. I'm almost 50 years old. What can I use to have another child? Wenfeng is your nephew, can't you save him? Yang Xinghua pleaded with her brother to save her son. Humph, what's the point of saving such a useless person? He can't even fulfill the basic duty of continuing the family line. Stay in Kyoto for a few days, then go abroad. There are surrogacy agencies there. We can take a little something from you and put it in someone else's womb. Having a few more children won't be a problem. Yang Lian was also aware of Wen Wenfeng's troubles and was filled with anger. Humph, your brother-in-law even prepared a gift for you at that villa. Since you won't save him, then don't bother collecting the gift, just leave. Yang Xinghua crossed her arms and turned to look out the window. What good thing can a dog with no home have? Yang Lian sneered coldly. Indeed, it's not anything good, just a charming young woman, and she's tied up, not voluntary, you know. Yang Xinghua knew her brother's preferences. He didn't want the willing ones, he liked those who were unwilling. Hearing this, Yang Lian's eyes sparkled. With his family background, there were plenty of women who would throw themselves at him, but he only liked those who looked down on him, which could be considered a psychological perversion. Xiao Lu, go check that villa. If the gift is acceptable, I might consider saving that useless son. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Yang Xinghua's mouth as she quickly directed Xiao Lu. Although she was also a heartless person, Wen Wenfeng was, after all, a piece of flesh that had fallen from her. However, she was a married member of the Yang family, and apart from asking her brother for help, she had no other way. As for Wen Jiaxu, she could only give up on saving him now, as the trouble he caused made the Yang family unwilling to intervene. Mainly, his value did not justify the Yang family exposing some of their cards. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had already met up with Yang Yun. Lin Chen, with a serious expression, said to Yang Yun, Brother Yang, you may not agree with my perspective, but I must be honest with you, Wen Jiaxu must die. If I don't kill him, he will create all sorts of trouble for me. Only 4 people had come here, Yang Yun, Li Qing, Huang Chang, and He Yun. The others, Mo Fang, stayed behind at the Jinma building. He was skilled in hacking but not in tracking. Meanwhile, Qiu Lu and Li Lan had gone to Jiatong University to protect Yi Mengxi. After hearing Lin Chen's words, the 4 exchanged glances, their faces showing a half-smile, half-awkward expression. It seems that Su Zhanshan hasn't told Brother Lin about our situation, Li Qing said heavily. We were actually expelled from the army because of an incident years ago. A powerful second-generation rich kid committed the crime of killing a little girl and was ultimately acquitted. The victim was my sister, and brother Yang and several siblings united to take action and severely injure that second generation. When the army found out about this, all our achievements were cancelled, and we were expelled from the military. He added, it was precisely because of this that we were deemed to have incorrect views by the army, which led to our expulsion. Brother Lin doesn't need to feel burdened. Someone like Wen Jiaxu, even if handed over to the police, will ultimately find a way to prove his innocence. We are all willing to take action against this unforgivable scum. Hearing their words, Lin Chen felt a sense of relief. From what I know about Wen Wenfeng, he is a ruthless and vicious person. Perhaps I won't let him live either. Lin Chen recalled that Wen Wenfeng was still inside. Of course, we have also investigated Wen Wenfeng's deeds. From the document Brother Lin provided me, we know that like father, like son, Brother Lin can do as he wishes, and we brothers will do our best to help you. Yang Yun replied with a smile. Now that the issue of ideology had been resolved, it was time to take action. Lin Chen was the first to enter the farmhouse, quickly rushing inside. As he noticed there were cameras at the entrance, Wen Jiaxu might already know he was coming. Yang Yun and the others quickly followed, instinctively spreading out. Lin Chen found Wen Jiaxu in a room. At that moment, Wen Jiaxu was lying on the ground, motionless. As Lin Chen approached, he discovered that Wen Jiaxu had been stabbed in the chest and was already lifeless. Yang Yun and the others arrived at the scene, observing that the corpse had been dead for some time, as the blood had already begun to dry. This doesn't make sense. When Yang Lin left, he even came out to see him off. It hasn't been an hour. Could it be that as soon as Yang Lin left, he was killed? Yang Yun puzzledly examined the body. What about Wen Wenfeng? Have you found him? Lin Chen speculated that Wen Wenfeng must have killed Wen Jiaxu. We've searched everywhere, even the staff here are all dead, not a single living person, and we haven't found any trace of Wen Wenfeng. They searched the entire farmhouse, the chefs and waiters had all been killed, and Wen Wenfeng was truly insane. But this doesn't add up. There's only one entrance and exit to this farmhouse, which we've been watching closely. He couldn't have slipped past us without being noticed. They all felt confused about this. Suddenly, a splash was heard from outside, and everyone rushed to the pond's edge, where they saw Wen Wenfeng swimming towards the middle, quickly heading for the other side of the pond. Lin Chen sneered coldly. It seemed he was desperate now. In such a small pond, where could he swim to? Lin Chen signaled to Yang Yun and the others with his eyes, and the five of them spread out to surround the pond. At this moment, Wen Wenfeng also saw them and realized they were coming for him, it seemed he knew he couldn't hide any longer. Looking at them surrounding the entire pond, Wen Wenfeng regretted hiding by the pond. He hadn't intended to escape through it but had been startled by Lin Chen and the others' conversation and fell into the water. Li Qing pulled Wen Wenfeng out and threw him in front of Lin Chen. Young Master 1, what a ruthless heart you have, even against your own father. Lin Chen looked at the once glorious young master of the Wen family with a cold smile. He doesn't deserve to be my father at all. I thought the Wen family was already pathetic enough, but I didn't expect him to be even more pathetic, reduced to the level of a stray dog, only daring to acknowledge me now. If he had recognized me sooner, with our abilities as father and son, the Wen family would have long been ours. Wen Wenfeng said fiercely. Lin Chen shook his head in disbelief. Wen Wenfeng and Wen Jiaxu had similar personalities, but Wen Wenfeng was too impatient. Is that why you killed him? If your abilities are truly as strong as you claim, you should be able to handle the current situation easily. Yang Xinghua actually treated me as a pawn. I am her son. When Yang Lian took away Yang Xinghua, Wen Jiaxu knew he had been abandoned. He was at the end of his rope, hiding in his room, intending to surrender. How could I have such a useless father? In a fit of rage, I just killed him. Wen Wenfeng laughed maniacally. So many people had died here, there was no need for Lin Chen to kill him anymore. Someone had to take responsibility. Lin Chen made a call to Xiao Runan, and an hour later, Xiao Runan arrived with 3 others. All 4 were in plain clothes, not wearing police uniforms. Not bad at all, you're even faster than our police. Xiao Runan exclaimed in surprise as she got out of the car, looking at Lin Chen. If I had to wait for your police efficiency, I'd probably have been disposed of long ago, Lin Chen replied with a smirk. You can leave now, I'll take care of this place. When Jiaxu is dead, and when Wenfeng has killed so many people, he can't escape death either. The rest is up to our police, you don't need to be involved. Xiao Runan instructed Lin Chen and the others to leave. Lin Chen hadn't planned to stay, he had called Xiao Runan to handle these matters. He had already called Sheng Ping to send 2 cars to pick them up, as it was impossible to get a taxi in this remote area. Lin Chen and the others stood at the entrance of the farmhouse waiting for the cars to arrive when suddenly a figure appeared in the distance. Lin Chen focused and realized it was the young man who had just driven away with Yang Lian. Brother Lin, this is the young man we mentioned. I can sense a killing intent from him. It seems he's here to kill us. Yang Yan's expression turned particularly serious, sensing the threat. Lin Chen frowned. Anyone who dared to approach like this alone must have some skills. The young man reached into his pocket, seemingly to take something out. Let's go inside. He might have a gun. Lin Chen pulled Yang Yun and the others quickly inside. Xiao Runin should have a gun too. He didn't have the confidence to face a firearm unarmed. What's going on? Xiao Runin asked, seeing Lin Chen and the others rushing in. A killer has come. He's probably here to eliminate us. Officer Xiao, can you give me your gun? I'll take care of him. Lin Chen fixed his gaze on the gun at Xiao Runin's waist. Xiao Runin quickly drew her gun, but instead of handing it to Lin Chen, she moved outside. Only I have the authority in this area. My people don't have guns, and there's only one gun, so it's not for you to use, Xiao Runin said just as a gunshot rang out. Yang Lu was one of the professional killers raised by the Yang family, responsible for handling the family's dark affairs. There were 10 such people in the Yang family, from Yang Yi to Yang Shi. When Yang Lian arrived at the villa arranged by Wen Jiaxu, he found it empty and realized that Wen Jiaxu had been exposed. To prevent the father and son from dragging Yang Xinghua down, he sent Yang Lu to kill Wen's father and son. With Yang Lu on the job, Yang Lian felt at ease, knowing there would be no accidents. Xiao Runin quickly counterattacked, and a gunfight erupted between the two sides. Unfortunately, although Lin Chen's side had more people, they only had one gun, and Xiao Runin was unwilling to give it to him, insisting on handling it herself. Her marksmanship was immediately rendered useless, but relying on a woman for protection was not his style. Lin Chen quickly moved back, planning to circle around to Yan Lu's back and knock the gun from his hand. Just as Lin Chen was leaving, the gunfire stopped. Xiao Runin didn't dare to show her head, and the others were also hesitant to rush out. Bang! Several gunshots rang out from behind the house, and Xiao Runin's expression changed drastically as she quickly ran toward the back. The few people she brought were guarding Wen Wenfeng at the back of the house. Lin Chen, who was about to circle to the front door, also heard the gunfire from behind the house and immediately turned around to run back, thinking to himself, this killer is really fast. 1 second he was shooting in front, and the next he's already at the back of the house. Lin Chen did not rush in recklessly, he simply hid around the corner, steadying his breath. Yang Lu had already killed Wen Wenfeng and was walking in his direction. Just as Lin Chen was about to take action, a gun suddenly appeared from around the corner, pressing against Lin Chen's head. How do you want to die? Yang Lu said, his gaze towards Lin Chen resembling that of someone looking at a corpse. As expected of a killer trained by the Yang family, he had already known Lin Chen's location in advance. Let him go, I'll be your hostage. At that moment, Xiao Runin and Yang Yun arrived at the scene. Seeing this situation, Xiao Runin quickly raised her gun, aiming it at Yang Lu. Yang Lu, with his back to Xiao Runin, extended his hand to count, then spoke, you just fired 9 shots. The police use handguns with 8 bullets, and with this one in the chamber, 9 bullets is the limit for a gun, so you have no bullets left. Xiao Runin's expression changed, her gun indeed had no bullets left. She hadn't expected the opponent to calculate so precisely, he seemed to be a professional killer. Even if I have no bullets, our people are enough to take you down. Your gun should also be out of bullets. Before Xiao Runin could finish her sentence, she saw Yang Lu pull out a magazine full of bullets from his pocket, and her face turned pale. However, Yang Lu threw the magazine into the pond and also removed the magazine from his handgun and discarded it. Yang Lu shook his neck, seemingly warming up, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. The mission is complete, now I can have some fun. The last time I played was 2 years ago, I hope you can let me play a little longer. Throughout this, Lin Chen had not spoken a word. Even with a gun pressed against him, he did not show any signs of panic. As a martial arts master would say, a gun is faster beyond 7 steps, but within 7 steps, my fists are faster. He could knock the gun away the moment the trigger was pulled, but Xiao Runin arrived too quickly, giving Yang Lu the chance to show off, and Lin Chen wanted to see him show off first. After hearing Yang Lu's words, Lin Chen smiled, whether you throw away your gun or not, it's the same to me. At this distance, your gun is not faster than my fist. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful punch struck Yang Lu's chest, sending him flying backward. Yang Lu rolled on the ground a few times before standing up again, his eyes filled with fear, instantly replacing the previous contempt he had for everyone. Who the hell are you? Such strength, comparable to a military district war god, why have I never heard your name before? A single punch had made him feel blood surging, this level of strength was beyond what he could handle. He regretted it. Had he known, he wouldn't have tried to show off and would have just shot everyone dead. Xiao Runin was also stunned by the scene before her, this reversal came too quickly. Although she had experienced several crises with Lin Chen, she had always arrived late and had never seen Lin Chen in action. Too kind. I don't change my name or my surname. In the martial world, I'm known as the gentleman of the bedroom. Please call me Hero Dai. If you don't like calling me a hero, just call me Dai. Lin Chen smiled and walked quickly towards Yang Lu. Yang Lu grabbed some dirt from the ground and threw it out, forcing Lin Chen to shield his face from the dust blowing towards him. The next second, Yang Lu ran out frantically, and Lin Chen patted the dust off his clothes, muttering, "Could it be that this lowly trick is just throwing dust?" He then picked up a stone from the ground and shot it towards Yang Lu. Finger-flicking technique. A sound of bones cracking echoed as the stone Lin Chen threw accurately and forcefully struck Yang Lu's knee, causing him to kneel on the ground. Lin Chen approached Yang Lu, stepping on his hand. "Aren't you here to play? Why are you running? Do you want to play hide and seek with me? At your age, you should stop playing these childish games." Yang Lu raised his head and glared fiercely at Lin Chen, a cracking sound escaping his mouth as blood continuously oozed from the corner of his lips. Lin Chen sensed something was wrong and quickly grabbed his chin, but it was too late. Yang Lu had already bitten his tongue to death. Damn, how can there still be so many death warriors in modern society? They just bite their tongues to die at the slightest provocation, or poison themselves. Lin Chen cursed inwardly. Xiao Runan also approached, looking at the deceased Yang Lu, then turning to Lin Chen with a look of inexplicable emotion in her eyes. "I don't know who trained this death warrior, but once captured, they decisively choose to end their own lives. Fortunately, your strength is exceptional, otherwise, we would all be in grave danger," Xiao Runan sighed in relief. "He's from the Yang family in Kyoto, came with Yang Linen. The rest is up to you to wrap up, Officer Xiao," Lin Chen said as he stood up and walked outside, calculating the time. The car arranged by Shang Ping was about to arrive. Yang Yun and the others followed Lin Chen, their admiration for him growing after witnessing his strength. At such a young age, he had effortlessly slain a carefully trained assassin from the Yang family. If the four of them had attacked together, they might not have been able to match him. With just one move, Lin Chen had sent Yang Lu fleeing, a single stone capable of shattering the opponent's knee. Their gazes towards Lin Chen turned to admiration. The reverence for the strong was something both men and women shared. Yang Yun and the others had initially thought Lin Chen was just a relatively wealthy ordinary person, but now it seemed his strength surpassed even that of their military district's war god. The two moves he had just displayed were something Su Feng might not even be able to accomplish. Xiao Runan suddenly remembered the gunshots that had just come from Wenfeng's location and hurried inside to check the situation. As expected, Wenfeng and the three people she had brought were all dead, each shot in the forehead. Xiao Runan collapsed to the ground, not expecting that investigating a member of the Wen family in Magic City would lead to the deaths of three of her colleagues. The Yang family in Kyoto. "I will not let you off easily," Xiao Runan gritted her teeth and said. Lin Chen closed his eyes in the car, finally having dealt with this thorn in his side. Now that Wen Jiaxu was dead, he wondered how the bounty on the dark web was faring. Yang Yun was in the same car, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. "Brother Yang, just say it directly. We're brothers, no need to be polite." Lin Chen opened his eyes and looked at him. "Brother Lin, Mo Fong found out about the bounty on you on the dark web. When Jiaxu paid a deposit of 20 million, after killing you, he would pay the remaining 30 million. So?" Yang Yun looked at Lin Chen. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression darkened. He understood the implication. His bounty was still active, but no one had paid the remaining amount, so it had dropped from 50 million to 20 million. Even with just 20 million, many would still come after him. His crisis was not completely resolved. That son of a bitch, Wen Jiaxu, couldn't he just pay a little less for the deposit? Lin Chen cursed inwardly. "Brother Yang, is there any way to get rid of this bounty? Otherwise, it's really annoying," Lin Chen said, feeling irritated. A 20 million bounty would still attract many troublemakers. Yang Yun shook his head. Such unfinished bounties are common on the dark web. There are always idle people willing to take them on. 20 million is quite a lot and would rank high on the bounty list. Lin Chen thought for a moment, and suddenly an idea struck him. He quickly asked, "Brother Yang, is there a way for me to register an account? I could also put bounties on some people, raise the price a bit, would that lower my ranking?" Yang Yun shook his head. "In theory, yes, but people will still see you. It's like shopping online, there will always be someone who scrolls down to buy something. If everyone only bought the top-ranked items, then others wouldn't have to do anything." Lin Chen waved his hand. "That's fine, as long as you can get me an account. If anyone wants to come after me, let them. After all, I can't hide, so why not make use of this platform?" Lin Chen recalled that he had a few enemies he could put up for fun. After the vehicle entered the Jinmao building, Lin Chen eagerly found Mo Fong. The dark web account wasn't like those real name accounts. it was accessed through a special IP and unique methods. Watching Mo Fong's operations, Lin Chen transferred 200 million in, asking Mo Fong to help him put out bounties on a few people, Li Tianzong for 30 million, Li Jianfu for 70 million, and Yang Lian for 100 million. He directly transferred the bounty money to the platform, bypassing the deposit and final payment procedures. As long as someone completed the task, they could come to the platform to collect the money. Once the bounty was issued, there was no need to worry about it anymore. Even if Lin Chen died, the bounty would remain unaffected. Suddenly, a notification popped up on Mo Fong's computer. Mo Fong said to Lin Chen, "The bounty on Yang Lian has been returned, but Li Tianzong and Li Jianfu have been successfully posted. The money is in the account, do you want to withdraw it?" The bounty on Yang Lian was returned? Why was that? Mo Fong didn't know either. Forget it, if it's returned, then so be it. I was just trying it out anyway. That money can stay in there, it can be used later. Getting money back from the dark web must be quite troublesome. It's easy to put money into the dark web, but if it were to be withdrawn, it would have to go through many overseas accounts. Anyway, he wasn't short on money right now, so he might as well leave it there. Moreover, money in the dark web could be used to buy some information, so it would eventually come in handy. Lin Chen left the Jinmao building. It was already evening, and he returned to Yunlu Mountain Villa to rest. The tense nerves of the past few days could finally relax a bit. Although the issue with the bounties hadn't been resolved, those assassins had failed a few times. According to Yang Yan's speculation, there shouldn't be any assassins coming in the short term, but he still needed to be cautious. He didn't know when they would strike. Back at Yunlu Mountain Villa, Li Qing hadn't returned yet. Lin Chen had given her quite a few tasks, so she wouldn't finish quickly. After a simple wash-up, he fell into a deep sleep under the maid's massage techniques. He had already forgotten about the incident with Yu Qing during the day. To him, Yu Qing was a beautiful young woman, not a novice in such matters. Their encounter was essentially a friendly match, and there shouldn't be any burdens between them. In Modu, in a high-end community, Yu Qing was sitting with her legs hugged, lost in thought. What she experienced with Lin Chen today was actually her first time with a man. Having always been with women, Yu Qing felt confused about what happened today. It seemed she wasn't as resistant as she had imagined. In fact, she somewhat enjoyed that feeling, something she would never experience with her little girlfriends. The sweat that flowed, the strong physique, every gesture made Yu Qing reminisce, deeply enchanted. A graceful figure walked in from outside, coming to hug Yu Qing. "Don't worry, I will definitely avenge you for the harm you've suffered," the graceful woman said with concern. She was someone who had maintained a relationship with Yu Qing, Xin Lizhan from the Xin family in Modu, also the aunt of Xin Li and Xin Yu. Yu Qing glanced at the woman beside her with a complex expression, then shook her head. "I'm fine. I just received internal news that Wen Jiaxu is dead." "Better dead. Such scum deserves to die," Xin Lizhan said angrily. At this moment, Yu Qing also recalled that Lin Chen seemed to have mentioned going to find Wen Jiaxu when he left. It seemed that Wen Jiaxu's death was related to him. Should she use some connections to help him? Yu Qing's mindset had changed. Even the hand Xin Lizhan placed on her back made her feel a bit uncomfortable. Lin Chen was completely unaware of all this. How could he have imagined that a woman in her 30s would be the first to be with a man? In his dreams, Lin Chen heard the system's notification sound, but he was too sleepy to pay attention and decided to check it out tomorrow. Ding! Due to the deaths of Wen Jiaxu and Wen Wenfeng, the bounty issue cannot be resolved. The task is invalid, and half of the reward is deducted. Reward, Golden Silk Armor +1. In the morning, after getting up, Lin Chen found the Golden Silk Armor beside him. He had vaguely heard the system's notification sound last night. The second task was considered half completed, but he couldn't cancel the bounty, so the task couldn't proceed any further. However, the system was still quite humane, giving him half of the reward. Lin Chen put on the Golden Silk Armor. It felt like a thin vest sticking to his skin, with no heaviness at all. In the following days, apart from attending classes, Lin Chen went shopping for household items with Yi Mengxi. The villa that Silver Lake Manor bought for Yi Mengxi had a huge walk-in closet, just right for storing everything they had bought at Chanel that day. Li Qing was also very efficient, having registered the company and some procedures. However, finding land was quite difficult. In the bustling city, every inch of land was precious. The place Lin Chen wanted was quite large, so he ultimately had to approach Su Banning for help. When this matter was finalized with Su Feng, Su Banning was also present and mentioned that he could be contacted if there were any difficulties. Su Banning directly marked a mountain on the outskirts of the city for him, half given and half rented, charging Lin Chen an annual rent of 1 million. After all, they were both working for Huaxia, and Lin Chen directly paid 20 years' worth of rent. Besides the rent, there were also plans for building and zoning, which required a lot of money. Lin Chen didn't have any plans to profit from starting a security company, he just wanted to train some bodyguards for himself. After all, he had money, and the system would give him tasks in the future. At his level, money had become just a number. Although he still had many habits of a commoner, it would take time to change. On Saturday morning, Lin Chen arrived early at the entrance of the university, ready to take Chen Shanshan to his apartment at Tangchen Yi Pin. This had been arranged a week ago, and during this time, Chen Shanshan had also become busy, with the bank assigning her many training sessions and even some meetings she wasn't qualified to attend. Wu Shougang had taken her along, seemingly to let her get a head start. Originally, Wu Shougang was supposed to take her to the headquarters today, but since she had already made plans with Lin Chen, she had to awkwardly ask Wu Shougang for leave. When Wu Shougang heard that Chen Shanshan was going on a date with Lin Chen, he immediately put on a flattering smile, wishing her a good time, and even gave her Monday off. Chen Shanshan knew very well why she suddenly received such treatment. It was entirely because of Lin Chen's assets of over 5 billion in the city's bank, and her superiors regarded her as Lin Chen's girlfriend, which was why she was given special attention. Chen Shanshan did not deny this, she had her own selfish motives. Even though she and Lin Chen had not explicitly defined their relationship, her feelings were gradually leaning in that direction. With this untrue truth, her work encountered smooth opportunities. Since everyone thought so, she might as well go along with it. Chen Shanshan read the message Lin Chen sent saying he had arrived at the school gate, picked up the white canvas bag, took a deep look at the dormitory she had lived in for 4 years, and closed the door behind her. Lin Chen parked his car at the school gate. He wasn't a student of the university, and the security guard wouldn't let him in no matter what, not even with a bribe of cigarettes. Either the bribe was insufficient, and the guard looked down on it, or there were indeed regulations against allowing outsiders in. After all, the university was a place filled with beautiful women. If outsiders were allowed in, the number of luxury cars coming and going would be terrifying. Lin Chen suddenly heard someone knocking on his car window. Turning his head, he was surprised to see that it was Chen Yuma, the girl from last time. "Hey handsome, what a coincidence. Do you remember what you promised me last time? When we meet again, you have to give me your contact information." Chen Yuma playfully winked. Lin Chen didn't expect to run into her again at the same spot. Last time, he had a whim to not waste the opportunity, but now his mindset had shifted a bit. Some women were worth wasting time on. However, Lin Chen still took out his phone. "I promised you, so I naturally have to keep my word. Let's add each other on WeChat. My name is Lin Chen." Chen Yuma quickly opened her phone to scan his QR code. She felt that the name Lin Chen sounded somewhat familiar, but she couldn't recall why at the moment. "I'm Chen Yuma, but you can call me Meng Meng," she introduced herself. After they added each other as friends, they chatted casually for a bit, and Chen Yuma wisely decided to leave. She had seen Lin Chen pick up Chen Shanshan last time, and if she guessed correctly, he was here to pick her up again. She didn't have the confidence to compete with Chen Shanshan, so it was better to be tactful and leave a good impression for future opportunities. If Chen Shanshan came out and saw her flirting with Lin Chen, forcing him to delete her from his contacts, it would all be for nothing. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. This woman had some game. Soon after, Chen Shanshan walked out of the school gate, wearing the pleated skirt she had on during their first meeting, paired with a white sports polo shirt, her hair tied in a high ponytail, and carrying a white canvas bag. A vibe of a common school beauty wafted over, and Lin Chen got out of the car to open the passenger door for her. Chen Shanshan sat down amidst the envious gazes around her. "Where's your stuff? Aren't you going to move it over?" Lin Chen asked, looking at the casually dressed Chen Shanshan. "I don't have much, just some clothes. I've already taken them to the company, I can just pick them up later." "Have you eaten breakfast? I bought 2 buns in the cafeteria just now, one for each of us." Chen Shanshan pulled out 2 buns from her canvas bag. Lin Chen was a bit hungry, so he started eating heartily, oil from the buns dripping from the corners of his mouth. Chen Shanshan took out a tissue to help wipe it for him. An ambiguous atmosphere began to rise in the car. Watching him eat the buns without a care, Chen Shanshan felt quite pleased. This indicated that their social standings weren't too far apart. Whether it was eating, drinking, or having fun, they were quite similar, which made her feel no sense of distance. Lin Chen stepped on the gas and left the university gate. Since Chen Shanshan didn't need to return to school, he likely wouldn't come back to this familiar yet strange place again. In the girls' dormitory at the university, Chen Yuma excitedly rushed in. "I.e., guess who I just ran into? That handsome guy who drives a Lamborghini. He looks even more handsome than last time. I've successfully gotten his WeChat. Capturing this rich second-generation heir is just around the corner," Chen Yuma boasted, showing her phone screen to Yi. He, who was about to congratulate her, suddenly saw the WeChat name and profile picture. She quickly grabbed Qian Yuma's hand, urging her to calm down and take a closer look. A flicker of disgust crossed Qian Yuma's eyes. Although they seemed like close sisters, they were actually just plastic friends, each unable to stand the other. Yet, Qian Yuma still said on the surface, "You don't want to remember this WeChat ID, do you? If you wanted to, I can just share it with you, no need to be so excited. We're sisters, and whoever succeeds shouldn't shortchange the other." Lin Chen. He gritted her teeth as she uttered the name. Qian Yuma had already saved the name, so she didn't notice anything wrong. Yes, that handsome guy is named this. When I first heard the name, I thought it sounded a bit. Suddenly, Qian Yuming's eyes widened as she looked at Yi. She suddenly remembered why this name sounded familiar, and after receiving a confirming nod from Yi, she covered her mouth in shock. "The contact information I painstakingly obtained actually belongs to your useless ex-boyfriend?" Qian Yuming slumped onto the stool. She had heard the most about Lin Chen's uselessness, but she had never seen him. Even if she had, it would have been a fleeting glance, not something she would remember. For a poor loser, she wouldn't even spare him a second look. He gritted her teeth and said, "What is he doing at our school? Does he want to run into me by chance?" Upon hearing this, Qian Yuming immediately realized that Lin Chen had been a poor loser, as Yi had said. From what she had seen, Lin Chen was actually a handsome and wealthy man. Perhaps Lin Chen had pretended to be poor to test Yi, and now that she had failed the test, he had simply stopped pretending. Moreover, Lin Chen didn't come to Kaida to find Yi, he had come to pick up their campus beauty, Chen Shanshan. Wasn't Chen Shanshan hundreds of times better than Yi? What right did Yi have to compete with the campus beauty? The more Qian Yuming thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Since he was no longer Yi's boyfriend, she could take action. "Meng Meng, delete this loser. He must be trying to use you to get back with me," Yi said, reaching for Qian Yuming's phone to delete Lin Chen. Qian Yuming quickly snatched the phone back. No way. This was the contact information she had waited a whole week to get. If Yi deleted it just because of her own delusions, that would be a waste of her efforts. "Shall we, let's not delete it for now. I'll flirt with him. Didn't he embarrass you? I'll make him fall in love with me first, and then I'll delete him, giving you a chance to vent." Qian Yuming reassured Yi. She wasn't afraid of Yi getting angry with her or cutting ties. What she worried about was if Yi found out the truth and went to Lin Chen to seek reconciliation. Who could guarantee that Lin Chen wouldn't still have some feelings for Yi? After all, they had been together for several years. There were already enough competitors. She couldn't even compete with campus beauty Chen Shanshan, and if Yi, an old flame, came back into the picture, she would really have no chance. "Fine, then you go ahead and seduce him. When the time comes, arrange to meet him. I want to slap his face hard," Yi said, a cruel smile appearing on her face as she seemed to envision the scene, eagerly anticipating it. Qian Yuming nodded in agreement, but inside, she was already thinking about how to create some situations to flirt with Lin Chen. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was completely unaware of all this. He had brought Chen Shanshan to Tangchen Yipin. When the car drove into this place, Chen Shanshan was already dumbfounded. Because it was only a few hundred meters from where she worked, just a turn away. She had heard of the houses here. It was the most famous property in the Magic City, with top-notch prices. Lin Chen actually owned a house here and rented it to her for just 800 a month. Opening the door, she found the furniture and facilities were already complete, and from the balcony, she could see the Huangpu River at a glance. "Is this really my place to live? I can't be dreaming," Chen Shanshan murmured. Lin Chen came to her side and smiled. "Do you want to pinch yourself? If it hurts, then it shouldn't be a dream." Chen Shanshan really stretched out her hand and pinched her arm, coming back to her senses in pain. "It's too big here, it's a waste for me to live alone." Saying this, she was about to leave. This place for 800 a month? Ridiculous, it wouldn't even be rented for 80,000. Lin Chen quickly pulled her back. "If you think it's too big, there's nothing I can do about that, but it's the closest to your workplace. If you don't live here, it will just gather dust. So don't feel burdened, settle in comfortably. You've already paid the rent." Under Lin Chen's relentless persuasion, Chen Shanshan finally agreed to stay. "Thank you. Without you, I might not have a job or a place to live right now," Chen Shanshan said gratefully, looking at Lin Chen. "If you really want to thank me, then cook me a meal." "I want to try your cooking skills," Lin Chen said, unconsciously patting her head. Chen Shanshan didn't feel repulsed by this. Instead, she shyly lowered her head. "Then let's go buy some groceries. There's a supermarket downstairs, they should have plenty of vegetables to buy." Cooking a meal for Lin Chen was the only way Chen Shanshan could repay him at the moment. Of course, there were other ways, but she just hadn't thought of them. The two went to the supermarket and began selecting some ingredients, looking like a typical couple. Their distance gradually closed from an arm's length to walking closely together. During this time, they also went to Chen Shanshan's workplace to retrieve her luggage. Her luggage was quite light, just a suitcase and a backpack, which explained why she said she could handle it herself. The dishes Chen Shanshan could cook were just some home-cooked meals. Lin Chen, who initially wanted to buy seafood, gave up because Chen Shanshan had never eaten it and certainly couldn't cook it. They could only make simple dishes like tofu, fish, and beef. Chen Shanshan took out a transparent glass bottle from her luggage, which seemed to contain white liquor. "This is wine brewed by my dad, give it a try," she said, pouring the liquor into 2 glasses. Lin Chen was a bit surprised. He didn't expect a girl to carry homemade liquor with her. After pouring the drinks, Chen Shanshan didn't clink glasses with Lin Chen but downed her drink in one go. Lin Chen, holding his glass, looked at her in bewilderment. This was hardly drinking, it's not even that easy to drink water. After finishing 1 glass, Chen Shanshan filled her glass again. The glass could hold at least 100 milliliters of liquor, and she drank it down without changing her expression, smacking her lips like a seasoned drinker, leaving Lin Chen utterly shocked. "Why aren't you drinking? Try it, my dad's wine is really good," Chen Shanshan urged Lin Chen, who was still holding his glass. Lin Chen took a small sip. It was fragrant, but it felt fiery going down his throat. He didn't understand wine, even Mao Tai felt the same to him. Seeing him take a sip, Chen Shanshan quickly served him some food. "My dad loves drinking. I've watched him drink alone since I was little. After I turned adult, I started drinking with him. The first time I tasted alcohol, I thought it was so good, and I've loved it ever since." Lin Chen's mouth twitched, thinking alcohol was good on the first try must mean she was a natural drinker. The two chatted and ate, finishing the bottle of wine quickly. Lin Chen felt a bit dizzy, while Chen Shanshan remained composed, clearing the dishes. Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel. Chen Shanshan was no longer just a drinker, she must be a wine goddess. After downing more than half a bottle without changing her expression, she showed no signs of being affected by the alcohol. This apartment had everything it needed, even things it shouldn't have. There was no need to wash the dishes by hand, they could just be tossed into the dishwasher. The two went to the private cinema in the house. With this private cinema, there was no need to go to the theater to watch movies. Initially, when Lin Chen suggested watching a movie together, he worried Chen Shanshan would refuse, but to his surprise, she agreed immediately. "The company arranged for me to go abroad for training. I'll be leaving in a couple of days and might be gone for a few months," Chen Shanshan said, looking at Lin Chen with an inexplicable expression. "When are you leaving? Which country?" Lin Chen asked, feeling that his affection for her was finally nearing 90 points, only to find out she was going abroad. The bank in this magical city really knew how to throw a curveball. "To Country M, the company has arranged everything. I'll go there to get a certification, and when I come back, I'll get a promotion." Lin Chen was silent for a moment before saying, "I have a security company under my name. I'll send a female bodyguard to accompany you, it's safer with 2 people. Although Country M is developed, it's quite chaotic, and incidents like $0 purchases happen frequently. Having someone with you will make me feel more at ease." Chen Shanshan was about to refuse, but upon seeing Lin Chen's expression, she nodded. As a girl in a foreign land, it was indeed not very safe for her. Although there were company personnel over there, it was still abroad. Seeing Chen Shanshan agree, Lin Chen happily started playing a movie, a touching romance film. Lin Chen was not originally interested in such movies, but since girls liked to watch them, he could only brace himself and watch. As the movie played, the two gradually leaned closer together. Chen Shanshan rested her head on Lin Chen's shoulder, and he held her hand. When they reached a romantic scene, Chen Shanshan's face flushed, and she turned her head away, just in time to meet Lin Chen's gaze. In the dim light, their eyes drew closer, and Lin Chen leaned down to kiss her. Chen Shanshan's body trembled slightly, but she did not push him away. They maintained their position as the movie continued, but suddenly, Chen Shanshan opened her eyes and pushed Lin Chen away. "No, I'm not ready yet." Lin Chen's restless hands made Chen Shanshan snap back to reality. "I'm sorry, I was too hasty," he quickly apologized, inwardly cursing himself for being so uncontrollable, ruining the good atmosphere. "I'm sorry, I'm not ready yet, and I haven't thought it through. I admit I like you, but you feel too dreamlike to me, so much so that I don't even know if you really exist." Chen Shanshan, having lacked maternal love since childhood, felt insecure about everything, always fearing loss. "Fool, I am a real person, it's not that exaggerated," Lin Chen said as he pulled her into his embrace. Chen Shanshan did not struggle and obediently leaned against his chest. "Just give me a little more time. When I return from training, I will definitely give you an answer." Lin Chen had not received any prompts indicating an increase in affection and knew that he couldn't rush it. He never expected that the last bit of affection would be so difficult to gain. "Okay, I'll wait for you." Lin Chen kissed her forehead. After this incident, Although their relationship became closer, there was also a slight barrier. After the movie ended, Lin Chen left. Shen Shanshan did not try to keep him, as it would only be awkward to stay. He found a designated driver to take the car back and walked to the Jinmao building. The security company's base was still under construction, so Yang Yun and the others were temporarily working at the Jinmao building. Brother Yang, in a couple of days, let Sister Lan accompany a friend of mine on a trip abroad. She's a girl in a foreign land, and having Sister Lan around will make me feel more at ease, Lin Chen said. Yang Yun nodded and asked Li Lan to handle the passport and visa. The visa for Country M was relatively difficult to obtain, but as long as there was money, it could be done. However, Li Lan's previous identity might be rejected by Country M, so they would have to change her identity. Yang Yin had channels for this, so Lin Chen only needed to provide the money, they would take care of the rest. That said, Yang Yin's team was indeed very useful. There were experts in various fields, and they could handle things efficiently with just a word. Brother Yang, you've helped me so much, but I haven't discussed the issue of compensation with you. That was my oversight. Ask the brothers if they have any requests. Feel free to bring them up. Yang Yun smiled. What requests could we have? We just want to make a living. Before coming here, Mo Fong was a computer repair shop employee, and a few of us were laborers on construction sites. Xiu Lu and Li Lan were just waitresses at a restaurant, doing the most basic jobs. Being able to return to our old professions makes us very happy. As long as Brother Lin provides us with food, that's enough. After they retired, it was hard for them to find corresponding jobs, and without any particular skills, they could only take on some simple work. Nowadays, having a stable job is already very satisfying for them, especially if it aligns with their previous profession. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and said, how about this, the 7 of you will have the same salary, 2 million a year, with all benefits at the highest standard. This is just the starting phase, and there are still many areas where we need your help. Yang Yun was stunned, seemingly confirming whether what he just heard was real. 2 million? Brother Lin, are you sure it's not 200,000? An annual salary of 200,000 was already quite high. For them, as long as they earned 5 to 6,000 a month, they could live steadily. What does an annual salary of 2 million even mean? That's over 16,000 a month. They hadn't even earned that much in the past 2 years. I didn't misspeak, it's indeed 2 million. However, after the security company is established, the salaries for the brothers who come later might not be that high, but they won't be treated poorly either. Lin Chen patted Yang Yun on the shoulder. Li Qing had also been handling matters at the Jinmao building during this time, and Lin Chen directly instructed her to pay Yang Yun and the others their annual salaries first. At this moment, Li Qing said to Lin Chen, Master, I'm not specialized in these tasks, so it might not go well. Shouldn't you hire someone with strong professional skills? I'm not trying to shirk work, I just feel a bit overwhelmed with my abilities. Li Qing was afraid Lin Chen would think she wanted to slack off and was unwilling to do these tasks, so she hurriedly added a sentence. Lin Chen had also considered hiring someone to take charge of this aspect of work. Li Qing's abilities were at most suitable for administrative tasks, and if she were to manage it, she really couldn't handle it. But where could he find the right person? I understand. You handle these preliminary tasks first, and I will find a suitable person. Lin Chen agreed, patting Li Qing's back to signal her not to overthink it. After finishing some matters there, Lin Chen returned to school, and on the way, he kept thinking about where to find the right person. There were certainly many talents on recruitment websites, but the cost of trial and error was too high. If the person's abilities were lacking, it would waste time. He didn't care about making money, he just wanted to minimize the hassle once it started. Originally, he wanted to ask Su Xiao to come, as her identity was very fitting, collaborating with Su Banning on land deals and Su Feng's retired military connections. She was the most suitable person. However, both Su Banning and Su Feng opposed it, and even Su Xiao herself disagreed. She didn't like doing these things and just wanted to be a quiet teacher. Su Banning and Su Feng shared the same concerns. Not every aspect could have someone from the Su family involved. Even if they were truly clean-handed, it would still cause a lot of trouble. If things didn't go well, it would just create a mess, and the losses would outweigh the gains. Should he ask Wen Ruxue to introduce someone? He hadn't approached Wen Ruxue lately because she was busy traveling everywhere. Wen Jiaming was taking her on a tour of the Wen Group's enterprises around the world to familiarize her with the processes, and Wen Ruxue was enjoying it, trying to persuade Lin Chen to agree. There were definitely talents with Wen Ruxue, but Lin Chen didn't want to get too entangled with Wen Jiaming. Anyone introduced by Wen Ruxue would surely have Wen Jiaming's influence behind them. After thinking it over, he still couldn't find a suitable candidate, so he decided to keep an eye out while walking. After all, there was still some time to prepare for the preliminary work. Upon returning to the school dormitory, Xiaolu and the others quickly surrounded him. "Beast, how's it going? Is there any result from the Li Tianzong incident?" Initially, Lin Chen had put a bounty on these two on the dark web, but even until today, no one had claimed the reward. Lin Chen also looked into it and found out that Li Jianfu had a habit of posting bounties on the dark web. As soon as the bounty was issued, he saw it and immediately took his son and ran away. Now, no one knew where they had hidden. At that time, because of the bounty notice he had issued, Su Feng even called him. However, things on the dark web do not belong to the Huaxia system, and there was no evidence to prove that it was Lin Chen who had issued it. Su Feng could only verbally ask him to withdraw it. This had already involved hiring a hitman, which is a criminal act. In order to avoid making things difficult for Su Feng and Yan Yun, Lin Chen honestly withdrew the bounty notice, incurring a few million in handling fees. He then sent the criminal evidence of the Li father and son to Xiao Runan in Kyoto. Although Xiao Runan did not perform well in her last operation against Wen Jiaxu, it still showed that she had some strength. He had originally planned to use violence to counter violence against the Li father and son, but now that they had gone into hiding, he was too lazy to look for them. Let Xiao Runan track and capture them. He wanted to return to a peaceful life. Don't worry, the Li father and son can't protect themselves, they won't have the time to come after us. It won't be long before they both end up in prison. Upon hearing this, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief simultaneously. That's good. I haven't gone out with Yan Yan in a long time. I've been hiding in the dormitory all weekend. Tonight, I'm going to date Yan Yan. Goodbye. Xia Lu couldn't wait to leave the dormitory. Fan Jianxiang and Li Wuqi then sat back on their stools. We didn't have a meeting, so why did you run back to the dormitory on the weekend? What about the school beauty, Yi? Don't you need to go out and date her? Li Wuqi looked at Lin Chen, who was lying on the bed, with confusion. It was known that Lin Chen hadn't returned to the dormitory for a long time. He usually didn't come back during class periods, yet he returned to the dormitory today on the weekend. Meng Meng went out to play with her girlfriends. I wanted some peace and quiet to think things over. Previously, Yi Mingxi had told Lin Chen that she wanted to take her girlfriends to the villa for fun on the weekend, and Lin Chen had said he was busy today. Who knew that his date with Chen Shanshan would end in the afternoon? Then shall we go out for a walk? I heard that Senior Qin Roland is back at school today. Shall we go out and have a chance encounter? Li Wuqi said excitedly. Not interested, you two go ahead. Lin Chen yawned, preparing to take a nap. He had no interest in school beauties right now. He hadn't even sorted things out with Chen Shanshan, so he had no mood to consider other girls. Seeing that Lin Chen was uninterested, Li Wuqi didn't call him again and started chatting with Fan Jianxiang about Qin Roland. I heard that Senior Qin was invited back by the school. She lost her internship job outside and hasn't found a new one yet. Didn't a wealthy benefactor donate several $100 million to the school recently? Those projects are a mess, and since Senior Qin is out of work, they hired her back to handle these matters, which is a win-win. Senior Qin is majoring in business administration in the economics department. She is the most suitable person to handle the allocation of these project funds. But why did she lose her internship job? Could there be some hidden reason? Fan Jianxiang added. Lin Chen suddenly jumped up from the bed. Let's go, I want to see Senior Qin's charm. Lin Chen had heard a key term, business administration, and immediately a task notification sound appeared in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host is facing a dilemma with management personnel. Option 1, hire Qin Roland as the head of the security company, reward 30 billion. Option 2, hire Qin Roland as the head of the security company, let her favorability towards the host exceed 60, reward 30 billion, language proficiency. The fact that the system issued a task meant that she was definitely a talent. As for why Qin Roland was dismissed from the internship company, that was none of his business. In any case, Qin Roland was a goldmine in his eyes. As long as he could successfully hire her, he would get 30 billion. As for the favorability reaching 60, Lin Chen didn't even want to think about it. He only cared about the 30 billion and the person, and he wasn't concerned about language proficiency or anything else. Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxiang looked at him in surprise. He had just appeared lifeless, and now he was suddenly full of energy. Weren't you just being all high and mighty, saying you weren't interested? Fan Jianxiang teased. That was then, this is now, let's hurry up. Lin Chen pushed the two of them out. The three of them left the dormitory and wandered aimlessly around the campus. After circling a few times, Lin Chen couldn't help but ask, where are we going to find Qin Roland? It feels like we're just wandering around without a purpose. Li Wuqi pretended to be profound and said, only by chance encounters can we deepen our impressions of each other. If we go looking for her, how is that any different from being a loser? Fan Jianxiang nodded in agreement. Lin Chen was speechless. It would take 3 days and nights of wandering to run into her. Aren't you losers yourselves? Losers are the ones who need all that mental preparation. I'm not going to wander around with you two anymore. I'm going to find the principal. The principal must know where Qin Wolin is. After giving them both the finger, Lin Chen turned and left. Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxiang exchanged glances. This beast isn't thinking of making a move on Senior Qin again, is he? Doesn't he already have the campus flower, Yi? By the way, when did he get to know the principal? Li Wuqi looked at Lin Chen's departing figure with suspicion. Fan Jianxiang stroked his chin and said, "Who would complain about having too many girlfriends? We can't let him get ahead of us. Let's split up. Whoever runs into her first should call the other to report the location." On his way to the principal's office, Lin Chen passed by the school's artificial lake and suddenly noticed a girl standing by the water. The water had already reached her ankles, but the girl remained unmoved. Could she be a girl in distress? Lin Chen slowed his pace and slowly approached her. "Classmate, whatever it is, just let it go. Life only happens once, you must cherish it." Lin Chen called out from behind the girl, but she remained still, as if she hadn't heard him. Seeing that she didn't respond, Lin Chen took a few more steps forward. A gentle breeze blew from the center of the lake, carrying a faint fragrance from the girl that wafted into his nostrils. At that moment, the campus broadcast crackled to life, playing some songs, as it often did at this time. The choice of songs was up to the broadcaster, but the music always added a sense of atmosphere to the youthful campus, deepening one's impression of college life. As Lin Chen got closer, the girl still didn't move, appearing as if she were stuck in the ground. Just as Lin Chen was about to reach the girl and pull her up, she moved, brushing her hair aside and taking off her earphones, turning to meet Lin Chen's gaze. Walking in the wind, today the sun, suddenly so gentle, the gentleness of the sky, the gentleness of the earth, like you holding me. The music from the campus broadcast coincidentally played a band song, Gentleness. By the artificial lake, a boy and a girl, illuminated by the setting sun, created an atmosphere reminiscent of an idol drama. Ding! Detected a beauty with a score above 90. Name, Qin Wolin. Beauty score, 96. Age, 22. Height, 171 cm. Bust, 32E. Favorability, 0. Qin Wolin. This is that Senior Qin. Lin Chen recognized her identity upon hearing the system's prompt. The data was indeed stunning. A beauty score of 96, a 32E figure. In ancient times, she would have been a disaster for the nation. I'm sorry, I thought you were in distress, so I called out to you a few times but got no response. Lin Chen retracted his hand that he had just extended. Qin Wolin looked down at her feet. The water had indeed reached her ankles, which could easily lead to misunderstandings. She nodded at Lin Chen, seemingly expressing her gratitude, and then stepped out of the water and left. Lin Chen originally wanted to call her and talk about hiring her, but given the current situation and atmosphere, the chances of being rejected seemed high. It appeared he would have to find out more from that old principal before proceeding. Qin Wolin was a cool and aloof woman, not having spoken a word to Lin Chen from start to finish. She had merely been standing by the lake to enjoy some peace and think about a few things. Due to her headphones, she hadn't heard Lin Chen speaking. It wasn't until the campus broadcast crackled, interfering with her headphones, that she turned around and noticed Lin Chen. Although Lin Chen's misunderstanding was well-intentioned, she still didn't speak to him and left on her own. Lin Chen arrived at the principal's office, where the principal was wearing reading glasses and looking at a document, completely unaware of Lin Chen's arrival. Lin Chen leaned in to take a glance and saw the document was titled Excellence Plan. The principal noticed someone had entered when Lin Chen leaned closer and quickly looked up. Upon realizing it was Lin Chen, a smile immediately spread across his face. "Lin, why aren't you out having fun this weekend? Isn't the principal also not resting? You're here looking at documents on a weekend," Lin Chen said as he sat down on the sofa, glancing briefly at the document but unable to discern what the principal was studying. However, the principal had no intention of keeping it a secret. "This is a document sent down from above, the Excellence Plan, aimed at cultivating talent. We need to select a few individuals for training, but our school only needs to submit candidates from the medical field. The other fields have been divided among those other schools." Lin Chen nodded. He wasn't interested in this. He had come to inquire about Qin Wolin. Before he could speak, the principal continued, "Lin, I was actually planning to ask you about this. The Excellence Plan not only requires talent but also needs the school to bear the training fund. Our school has some surplus from the project funds you donated, so we plan to allocate a bit for this plan. What do you think?" After all, that money was donated by Lin Chen for investment projects, and if it was to be used elsewhere, the principal needed to inform him in advance. Lin Chen waved his hand. "Just leave that investment project money as it is, no need to touch it. How much funding is needed for this excellence plan? I can provide that separately. After saying this, Lin Chen felt something was off. It seemed as if this school was his own enterprise, with every financial matter coming to him. The principal, hearing this, wore an even broader smile. Thank you, Lin. The funding isn't much, since it's a long-term plan. It's not a one-time training program. About 50 million should be enough to sustain several batches of talent cultivation. What? Lin Chen was taken aback. He had thought a couple of 100,000 would suffice. After all, wasn't cultivation just about reading more books and newspapers? Why spend so much money? However, Lin Chen didn't say much more. He had noticed that this plan was issued by the Huaxia government to cultivate talent for Huaxia, so he wouldn't be stingy. Seeing that Lin Chen had completed the transfer, the principal's smile grew even wider. Our medical class is filled with talent, but we're unsure whom to recommend. Do you know any outstanding students, Lin? The principal's implication was clear. He wanted Lin Chen to pull some strings. After all, it was all from the same school. It didn't matter who was recommended, and it would be a favor to Lin Chen. Lin Chen shook his head. I'm not familiar with the medical class. The only person I've spoken to a couple of times is Su Weiwei. I don't know anyone else, so you can arrange it as you see fit. The principal murmured, Su Weiwei. The speaker was oblivious, but the listener was attentive. Lin Chen merely wanted to express that he didn't know anyone from the medical class, but the principal only heard Su Weiwei's name and didn't register anything else. Principal, there's something I need your help with. That's the reason I came to find you. Lin Chen finally got to the main point after being sidetracked by the 50 million. Oh, although Lin said that as long as the school could help, they would do their best to assist. A wealthy donor who contributed 550 million, how could such a small request not be met? Moreover, since Lin Chen was already so rich, the help he needed would surely just be some trivial matters at the school, nothing difficult. I heard the school has invited Senior Qin Roland back to handle some project-related issues? Since it was Li Wuqi who mentioned that Qin Roland was working for the school, the credibility was limited. It was better to confirm with the principal first. Yes, that's true. It was recommended by a professor from the Business Administration Department. I've heard her abilities are quite impressive, but she encountered some issues, making it hard for her to find work. The school just happened to need someone with her talents, so we invited her back. The principal thought for a moment. It was indeed true, and he had approved it. That's good. I want the school to let her work for me. I recently established a security company specifically to provide job opportunities for veterans, but I'm struggling without management personnel, and the project has been stalled. I heard Senior Qin has strong professional skills, which is why I'm asking you for her. After confirming that what Li Wuqi said was true, Lin Chen directly asked the principal for the person. Bringing up veterans showed he was contributing to Huaxia and society. How could they refuse to let her go? Upon hearing Lin Chen mention providing jobs for veterans, the principal immediately felt a sense of respect. I didn't expect you, Lin, to have such high awareness at such a young age. I must give you this person. I'll call her over right now. Saying this, the principal took out his phone and called the professor from the Business Administration Department. Professor Huang, this is Lin Chen from our school, the one who donated the project funds. He wants to hire Senior Qin Roland. What do you think? What do you mean? What do I think? Since Roland has been called back, she can sign a contract on Monday and start working. Why would we push her away? Professor Huang looked at Lin Chen with an unfriendly expression, even showing a hint of anger. He seriously suspected the principal was trying to push his student into a dangerous situation. But he didn't realize that Qin Roland's job was created because of Lin Chen's donation, and it was precisely because of Lin Chen's money that Qin Roland could come to work at the school. Lin Chen was speechless, and the principal's face darkened. Did Professor Huang not understand human language? He had already said Lin was the benefactor, yet he still looked at him with that unfriendly expression. The principal angrily said, Professor Huang, you are being a bit rude. Lin Chen anonymously donated funds to our school for project research, and now he is asking for Senior Qin, which is also for his company. Moreover, going with Lin Chen will surely be 1,000 times better than staying at the school. I will not introduce my student to someone to be a mistress. Professor Huang seemed to value Qin Roland highly, preferring to offend the principal rather than relent. The principal was about to curse. What was wrong with this old professor? When someone said they wanted to hire Qin Roland, he thought they wanted to make her a mistress. Professor Huang, it seems you have some misunderstandings about me. Originally, these words shouldn't be repeated, but if I don't say them now, you probably won't let her go. I established a security company in cooperation with major military districts in Huaxia to provide a place for veterans to work. However, I know nothing about management, and I heard Senior Chin has good abilities, which is why I came to ask the principal for help. Seeing that these two old men were having communication issues, Lin Chen had to step in himself. Is that true? Professor Huang looked at Lin Chen suspiciously. Of course it's true. Lin Chen's awareness is much higher than ours. He donated so much money to the school without asking for anything in return and requested to remain anonymous. Just based on that, you shouldn't doubt his character. Before Lin Chen could speak, the principal jumped in first. If Professor Huang doesn't believe it, he can call Senior Chin over and let her decide for herself. Since this old stubborn man wouldn't listen, if he wouldn't let her go, then let the person involved decide. Professor Huang was silent for a moment before sighing. Roland is the most outstanding student I have ever seen, but she is too beautiful. Such a stunning appearance often leads people to overlook her abilities. Her internship was based on her looks rather than her professional skills, and her stubborn nature also caused her to part ways with that company unhappily, even leading to her being blacklisted in the industry, making it hard for her to find work. As Professor Huang spoke about Qin Wolin's current predicament, he noted that many companies now prioritize public relations over business capabilities. I wonder what happened to Senior Chin. If possible, could you let me know? I might be able to help her. Being blacklisted in the industry suggests she must have offended a big shot, albeit a relatively civilized one who didn't resort to force. If it were the Li family, they wouldn't bother with such trouble, they would have simply taken her home. Professor Huang glanced at Lin Chen, then looked at the principal beside him. The principal nodded, indicating that he could share the details of the situation. Roland's internship started at a high level as the president's assistant at the Wang Group. With her abilities, she could have quickly familiarized herself with the job and moved on to other management positions. Who would have thought that the HR department hired her solely for her beauty? They never gave her any substantial work. The so-called assistant role was more like being the president's maid. Most days, she was just serving tea and water or waiting for the president's summons, 24 hours a day. No matter where she was, she had to be by the president's side. When Roland learned about the nature of the job, she angrily resigned, but her resignation was not accepted. They even accused her of being a corporate spy, leading to her being blacklisted in the industry, and now she carries a lawsuit. Professor Huang clenched his fists, furious about the situation. The Wang Group? That name sounded familiar. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen suddenly recalled where he had seen it. In The Secrets of the Wen Family, when Jiaxu had colluded with the Wang Group, but after when Jiaxu was wanted, it seemed the Wang Group had disappeared from sight. Behind the Wang Group is the Wang family, one of the 4 major families in the Magic City. Are all these wealthy people so corrupt? They openly engage in underhanded dealings, hiring assistants who are essentially lovers. It's truly outrageous. Professor Huang, don't worry. Although I don't know anyone from the Wang Group, I won't let them bully our senior. Being blacklisted is nothing. I will hire her as the CEO of my company at a high salary. As for the lawsuit, I will hire the best legal team in the country to help her win this unfair case. Even if it weren't for the task, he would still seek justice for his employee. In Lin Chen's mind, Qin Wolin was already his employee. Being assigned a task by the system, combined with the praise from the old professor in the business department, indicated that she had some real strength. Thank you, Junior, but I still want to help the professor at school first. A pleasant voice rang out from outside, and a stunning figure walked into the principal's office. It was Qin Wolin. When the principal called for Professor Huang, he had asked him to bring Qin Wolin along. Since Professor Huang was nearby, he arrived first, while Qin Wolin had just gotten there. As she reached the door, she overheard Lin Chen's words. Although she didn't know the full context, she could guess the general idea from that statement. When she saw Lin Chen, she felt he looked somewhat familiar and instantly remembered he was the one who had misunderstood her by the lake earlier. Lin Chen had already recognized her and smiled slightly, saying, "Senior, I didn't expect to see you again so soon." So it turns out the junior is not just warm-hearted but also wealthy. Qin Wolin replied with a smile. However, her smile left the 3 men present momentarily stunned. She was simply too beautiful. Upon seeing Qin Wolin's arrival, the principal and Professor Huang exchanged words about Lin Chen's intentions, even embellishing him into a great figure. Professor Huang let Qin Wolin make her own choice, whether to stay at the school or go with Lin Chen. The principal, however, was more direct, canceling the position altogether, leaving Qin Wolin with no choice. Professor Huang pointed at the principal's nose, scolding him for being a petty man driven by profit, and the 2 old men immediately began to argue. Lin Chen sat quietly to the side, saying nothing. When he caught Qin Wolin's gaze, he remained silent, allowing them to bicker. Initially, Qin Wolin had no intention of accepting Lin Chen's invitation, but the principal's words were indeed correct. the position had been established because of Lin Chen's donation. He had the right to withdraw that donation at any time. If Lin Chen were to do so, the existence of that position would become a joke. She didn't know Lin Chen well enough to take that risk. Moreover, Lin Chen's invitation wasn't a bad thing for her, although it was just the beginning. What she needed most was a company where they could grow together. Junior, I look forward to your guidance in the future. After much thought, Qin Roland agreed to Lin Chen's invitation. Although it felt a bit forced, it was still the best choice for her. Seeing Qin Roland agree, a smile appeared on Lin Chen's lips. Senior, please rest assured, you will thank yourself for this decision today. I hope we have a pleasant collaboration in the future. Lin Chen stood up from the sofa and extended his right hand. Qin Roland also reached out her hand and gently shook his, the soft touch making Lin Chen's heart flutter. The two old men, seeing that Qin Roland had agreed, stopped their quarrel and smiled, saying that the two of them joining forces would surely create a company that would make it into the Fortune 500. Senior, it's getting late. I'll come to pick you up early tomorrow, and we can go to the company to discuss some details, Lin Chen said as he bid farewell to everyone and left the principal's office. Roland, although I've only had a brief encounter with this Lin, I don't think he's an unreliable person. You should consider it yourself. If you're not happy, just leave, Professor Huang said to Qin Roland after Lin Chen had left. The principal scoffed. He donated 500 million to the school without batting an eye, and it was an anonymous donation. What right do you have to say he's unreliable? Why don't you donate 500,000? Professor Huang was instantly furious, puffing his cheeks and glaring, left speechless. Qin Roland couldn't help but stifle a laugh at the scene before her, then bid farewell to the principal and Professor Huang, returning to her dormitory, which she had originally moved out of but had recently moved back into. After leaving the principal's office, Lin Chen stopped by the cafeteria for a meal before returning to his dorm. Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxiang had not yet returned, likely still out waiting for a chance encounter. Unbeknownst to them, their encounter target had already met Lin Chen twice and had even become one of his employees. With nothing to do, he lay on his bed and opened Douyin. Since that day he had finished sending gifts, he hadn't logged in again, and today he had some free time to browse for gifts. Due to big data reasons, as soon as Lin Chen entered, he saw Xiaoyu's livestream. He had sent too many gifts before, so as soon as he entered, he caught everyone's attention. A giant dragon effect flew into the livestream, and the Doublewood envoy had arrived. Welcome, brother Doublewood. You haven't been to my livestream in a long time, Xiaoyu pouted and said playfully. She didn't mention sending messages to Lin Chen offline, as saying so would make the viewers think she was in constant contact with the top donor. During this time, Xiaoyu had sent many messages to Lin Chen but had received no response. She wanted to express her gratitude to Lin Chen while also wanting to see what his intentions were in helping her. The big spender is here. The top donor who helped Xiaoyu achieve the day's hottest ranking is here. Why isn't the top donor speaking? Xiaoyu, is it because your greeting posture is wrong? That's why brother Shuangmu doesn't want to pay attention to you. Xiaoyu, go change into your battle outfit, paired with stockings and high heels. Brother Banyu will definitely pay attention to you. Xiaoyu looked at the suddenly lively rolling comments and smiled, saying, as long as brother Shuangmu wants to see, I'll change. After waiting for a long time, brother Shuangmu still showed no signs of movement, not a word was said. Xiaoyu could only shift the topic and continue chatting with the viewers about other things. In fact, Lin Chen had just opened his phone, and before he could look, Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxiang burst into the dormitory. You beast! I thought you were my brother, but you didn't even think of us when something good happened. You clearly went to run into Senior Qin by yourself and didn't even tell us, Li Wuqi said with a face full of resentment. Lin Chen looked at the two in confusion, and saw Fan Jianxiang handing him his phone. On the screen was a campus forum, with the title an idle drama-like atmosphere. Qin Roland and Lin Chen. Inside was a photo of the two by the lake, gazing at each other under the sunset, with Lin Chen's hand still outstretched. But from the quality of the photo, it was quite artistic. It was impressive that someone managed to capture it. These students really had potential as paparazzi. Oh, this? At that time, I saw a girl whose foot had sunk into the lake, and I thought she was feeling down. So I planned to go over and persuade her. I had no idea she was Qin Roland. But I found out later. Lin Chen returned the phone to Fan Jianxiang. This had been captured, and Meng Meng would definitely know about it, but since the other party hadn't messaged him to ask, he was too lazy to explain. Some things only get more confusing the more you explain. Sigh, we were still thinking we had a chance encounter and called you over. Who knew you actually went to run into her yourself? Poor choice in friends. Li Wuqi shook his head and sighed. Alright, stop acting like a jilted lover. I'll introduce you two when I get the chance. Lin Chen waved them off impatiently. TCH, you just got lucky and ran into Senior Qin, and you dare say you'll introduce us? You don't even have her contact information, do you? Li Wuqi looked at him disdainfully. This remark reminded Lin Chen that he indeed didn't have Qin Wolin's contact information. They had agreed to meet at the Jinmao building tomorrow, but how could they meet without contact info? Forget it, he could just ask the principal for it tomorrow. It's a rare weekend, aren't you going out to have fun? Fan Jianxiang rubbed his hands together. Lin Chen hadn't spent much time with them in the past month, and it was a rare chance to hang out together. You two go ahead, I'm going to take a nap. Lin Chen waved his hand. Seeing this, Li Wuqi and the others didn't say much, each took a shower, changed clothes, and went out. Lin Chen gave them a membership card for the Snowfall Bar, which had a bunch of drinks stored in it. They could drink and have fun freely, showing off as much as they wanted. After all, he was the owner of Snowfall. These brothers wouldn't take money from him openly, but they could take advantage of these little perks. With Lin Chen's financial power, he let them enjoy themselves. Unknowingly, Lin Chen fell asleep, only to be awakened by the loud sound of the door closing after the two left. After waking up, he picked up his phone and found he was still watching the live stream, only the sound had been turned off by him. In the live stream, Xiaoyu was talking about her recent situation, saying that many MCN agencies were looking for her, but she hadn't decided which one to go to. Her former game company also came to renew her contract, but she refused. Now everyone loves watching newcomers, and as an old employee, if she went back, those fans might not even be interested. The fans who loved her had long been worn down by life. Tomorrow I have to go for an interview at an MCN agency in the financial center. The boss personally reached out to me, and I've heard she's a big beauty. Moreover, friends in the industry have mentioned that this agency offers good benefits, unlike those vampire-like MCN agencies that masquerade as media companies but are actually looking to engage in shady practices. Xiaoyu was discussing her schedule for tomorrow, not specifying the exact location in the livestream because her IP was in the Magic City. If she revealed too much, she might encounter some crazy fans. Just as she finished speaking, a carnival gift took over the entire live stream screen. Then a flurry of carnival gifts appeared, causing many people's phone screens to freeze. Lin Chen long pressed the carnival gift, continuously spamming the screen. After a while, it finally stopped. The live stream was filled with complaints. Damn! My screen is frozen. The big shot is here, throwing gifts at the slightest disagreement. Big shot, tone it down a bit, I can't even see Xiaoyu anymore. Xiaoyu was also confused. She had just been posing for a long time, and this Shuangmu official didn't even give a hint. Now he was crazily spamming gifts. Could this top guy be here to launder money? I'll also go to the financial center tomorrow. If we happen to run into each other, let's have a meal together. After spamming gifts, Shuangmu official left a message and exited the live stream, leaving everyone puzzled about his behavior. This top guy has such a personality. How rich do you have to be? Just to say a few words, he threw a bunch of carnival gifts. No way, I need to go check out this top guy. If I start streaming, I want him to come and spam gifts for me. What are you thinking? Why would he just give you gifts because you asked? The live stream was noisy, and Xiaoyu quickly sent a WeChat message to Lin Chen, asking if what he said was true. Xiaoyu's IP address was in the Magic City, and the financial center there was the only place. It's true. I have something to do at the financial center tomorrow. If fate allows us to meet, let's have a meal together. Lin Chen's words made Xiaoyu suddenly lose her confidence. If it were other netizens, they would definitely ask her where in the financial center or at least try to arrange a meeting. The other party casually said they would eat together if they met by chance. Could it be that Shuangmu official was actually a monk? Was he not interested in her? For the first time, Xiaoyu lost confidence in her beauty. I hope to see brother Shuangmu. Although she had doubts in her heart, she still had to put on a good front. The financial center was so big, it wasn't guaranteed they would run into each other. Lin Chen checked out other live streams but found nothing interesting. Most were selling products. Entertainment live streams had to be watched on dedicated platforms. If it weren't for the many virtual coins here, he wouldn't even want to log in. Lin Chen noticed that the messages in his private inbox were increasing. Besides some netizens saying hello, there were also messages from female streamers. However, the images sent by these female streamers had been destroyed by the platform, so Lin Chen couldn't see anything. He could guess what kind of photos they were. These female streamers even sent him their WeChat numbers, adding, "You won't get destroyed in WeChat." There were even male streamers sending him photos of their abs, possibly thinking that since he wasn't very enthusiastic about Xiaoyu, his orientation might be questionable. The internet was a mixed bag, with everyone wanting to rise to the top in one leap. This society laughs at the poor but not at the prostitutes, and male streamers had lost their integrity. Lin Chen turned off his phone and tossed it aside. After a simple wash-up, he went to bed. He hadn't slept in the dorm for a long time. Occasionally returning to the dorm for a quiet sleep was quite comfortable. In the middle of the night, a gentle sound of the door being pushed open woke Lin Chen up. As the dormitory door creaked loudly when opened slowly, the slower it was, the louder it became, so it had to be opened quickly to avoid the creaking sound. It was precisely because of this that Lin Chen suddenly woke up. The 4 people in the dormitory all knew about this door. No one had ever gently pushed it open. Even in the dead of night, they opened the door quickly, let alone Li Wuqi and the others who had gone out for drinks. Lin Chen remained still, listening attentively to the footsteps approaching from outside. The steps were light, seemingly belonging to a woman. The person arrived at Lin Chen's bedside and swiftly pulled out a knife, aiming for his heart. Lin Chen's eyes flew open as he grabbed the hand holding the knife and leaped off the bed, twisting the opponent's hand behind her back. To his surprise, the assassin seemed to have no bones, twisting away from his grip effortlessly. The two faced off in the darkness, unable to see each other's faces clearly. The assassin's soft bones seemed to indicate professional training. Is it that bounty again? It seems this trouble won't end until I take out a few ignorant fools. Lin Chen kicked off the bed and lunged toward the assassin. Although he managed to grab her, she slipped from his grasp the next second, like an eel. Frustrated, Lin Chen turned his palm into a fist and struck the assassin's chest, feeling a soft sensation on his knuckles. The assassin let out a muffled grunt, stumbling back a few steps and crashing into the dormitory door. Ding! Detected a beauty with a score above 90. Name, Xinyu. Score, 93. Age, 21. Height, 169 centimeters. Chest, 36. C. Favorability, 0. The system's untimely voice rang out, but Lin Chen had no time to ponder it. He quickly stepped forward, trying to catch the female assassin. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth due to Lin Chen's punch, but it was too dark for him to see. Just as Lin Chen was about to get closer, the assassin quickly opened the door and jumped off the balcony. Lin Chen's dormitory was on the 3rd floor. A professional assassin jumping from above shouldn't die from the fall. In the pitch-black night, the assassin disappeared from Lin Chen's sight after a few leaps. Lin Chen stood on the balcony, watching her retreating figure, muttering, "Quite impressive. That punch earlier was not intentional." In the darkness, who knew where he had hit? It was already good enough to barely make out her silhouette. However, after this incident, Lin Chen realized he couldn't let his guard down. The 20 million bounty was still a temptation for many. The system had already informed him of the assassin's identity. He hadn't expected that one of the 4 campus beauties, Xinyu from one of the 4 great families of Magic City, would turn out to be an assassin, and a girl at that. He wondered if it was a family matter or if Xinyu acted on her own. Regardless, he would have to be more cautious around the Shin family in the future. Lin Chen glanced at his right fist, still feeling the thrill of the encounter, then turned and went back to the dormitory to continue sleeping. In the darkness, a figure moved through the campus, slipping into the girls' dormitory building. As she entered, the lights illuminated her pale face. A pair of phoenix eyes rested above a high nose, with a thin line of blood at the corner of her cherry-like lips. After removing her night gear, her tall and curvaceous figure was revealed. The woman gritted her teeth and said fiercely, "Lin Chen, you scoundrel, I will not let you off." There was no one else in Xinyu's dormitory. It seemed everyone was away for the weekend. Xinyu picked up her phone from the table and made a call. "How's it going? Did you complete the mission?" A heavy voice came from the other end of the line. The intel was correct. Lin Chen is very strong. I was only hit once, and I felt my blood surge, unable to stand properly. If he hits me again, I fear I might die on the spot, Xinyu reported to the voice on the phone. After a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, the voice said, "I understand. First, we need to push his ranking down on the dark web. We can't let him be at the front and have those assassins go after him. After a while, I'll find someone to test him again. If his abilities don't match the bounty, we'll cancel his bounty notice. We can't let this 20 million bounty ruin the dark web's reward list." Xinyu nodded silently. "During this time, I'll also look for an opportunity to kill him. There are very few in this world who can make the dark web actively withdraw a bounty. No matter how strong he is, it won't matter. This concerns the dark web's credibility. You handle it as you see fit. Prioritize your own safety." After saying this, the other party hung up the phone. After hanging up, Xinyu went to the bathroom. After taking off her clothes, she saw the area that had been attacked. A bruised fist mark appeared before her eyes. Xinyu's expression was a mix of shame and anger as she gritted her teeth and said, "Lin Chen, I will definitely kill you." At her age, it was the first time she had been touched in that area by the opposite sex, and it was with a fist. The pain overshadowed any unusual feelings. Lin Chen, who had already fallen back into a deep sleep, was unaware of all this. He sneezed in his dream and turned over to continue sleeping. The next morning, After finishing breakfast in the cafeteria, Lin Chen saw Qin Wolin already waiting by his car. He had originally planned to find the principal for contact information, but that saved him some time. Lin Chen's recent high profile had reached even Qin Wolin, who had just returned, so she naturally recognized his car. Today, Qin Wolin was wearing a black bodycon dress and a pair of black high heels. Her height of over 1.7 meters was now level with Lin Chen's eyes because of those shoes. Her long hair was tied up, with a few strands falling down on either side, giving her a formal yet slightly lazy appearance. "Good morning, Senior Qin," Lin Chen greeted with a smile. Qin Wolin glanced at him with a blank expression. "Junior, in 10 minutes, the cafeteria will start serving lunch. Do you still think it's early?" Lin Chen awkwardly smiled and walked to the passenger seat to open the door. He hadn't driven back last night after drinking, he had let a chauffeur bring the car in. Seeing Qin Wolin like this, it seemed she had been waiting for a while. The roar of the Lamborghini echoed through the campus, and the scene of Qin Wolin getting into the car had once again dropped many jaws. "Wow! I was wondering why Senior Qin was in the parking lot so early. Turns out she was waiting for the luxury car owner." "What luxury car owner?" "That's Lin Chun from the elite dormitory. The campus forum has been buzzing about him lately." "Hey, isn't he Yi Mengxi's boyfriend? How did he end up with Senior Qin? Is it because he has money that he can do whatever he wants?" It turns out it's not that beautiful women are cold, it's that beautiful women look down on losers. "I just took a photo, I'll upload it to the forum later to let the campus beauty see her boyfriend's true colors." "Support! We can't let the campus beauty be ruined by the same scumbag. I hate this. 3 of the 4 campus beauties are already involved with this scumbag. Yi Campus Beauty is this beast's girlfriend. Last time, Su Campus Beauty sat next to him in class, and now even Qin Campus Beauty, who is about to graduate, is in his car. Only Shin Campus Beauty hasn't fallen yet. Shin Campus Beauty, you must hold on. Expose. It must be exposed. I want all the beautiful women to know this beast's true nature." With this person's words, everyone suddenly remembered that there indeed seemed to be something going on. What kind of background does this beast have that every campus beauty seems to have some contact with him? Lin Chen drove quickly to the Jinmao building, and as soon as he entered, all the employees of the Jinmao building greeted him. This scene left Qin Wolin utterly shocked. This was the Jinmao Tower, the top office building in the Magic City. It was said that the employees here were incredibly arrogant, keeping a clear line between public and private matters with everyone except their boss, Sun Ji. Yet now, they were actually greeting Lin Chen. "This building is mine, but I've rented it all out, leaving just 1 floor for myself. You can temporarily work here while the other area is still under construction. It won't be ready for use anytime soon." Lin Chen noticed Qin Wolin's astonishment. Qin Wolin was even more shocked upon hearing this. The two arrived at Lin Chen's office floor, where Yang Yun and others were still preparing some contacts. Mo Fong was building an intelligence network for Lin Chen. Through the matter with Wen Jiaxu, Lin Chen realized he was unaware of many things in this society. Even the dark web was something he had just learned about. He had no idea about the background of the Kyoto Yang family either. What Mo Fong was doing now was collecting related information. Gathering intelligence was the most expensive endeavor, and Lin Chen directly allocated 1 billion in funds for him to build it. Lin Chen took out a contract that Li Qing had prepared long ago and handed it to Qin Wolin. "Senior Qin, take a good look at the contract. If there are no issues, we can sign it today, and then you can start working." The system notification sound had not gone off, and Lin Chen suspected that he might need to go through the process of signing a labor contract to complete the task. Qin Wolin sat down with the contract and began to flip through it, and Lin Chen did not disturb her. After all, signing a contract was a serious matter that required careful examination. The more Qin Wolin read, the more astonished she became. This contract was not some harsh, exploitative agreement, rather, it was filled with benefits. A house was provided upon employment, and she could choose from any property in the Magic City. Even if she wanted a unit in Tang Chenyi Pin, Lin Chen would buy it for her. A monthly salary of 1 million, with a 13th month salary, equating to an annual salary of 13 million. All statutory holidays were included, and every year she would get an additional month off for poor mood, with all travel expenses reimbursed. Any money spent for work could also be reimbursed. Such a heavenly job made Qin Wolin feel it was unreal. Lin Chen had put in a lot of thought and resources to secure this golden opportunity with her. As long as Qin Wolin successfully signed the contract, he would immediately gain 3 billion. "You can profit, but I will definitely not lose," he thought. After reading the contract, Qin Wolin's heart remained unsettled for a long time. This kind of contract could not possibly exist in reality. She was self-aware, a recent college graduate had no right to such high treatment. If it weren't for Lin Chen's foresight, knowing her future capabilities would be strong, then he must have ulterior motives. After much contemplation, Qin Wolin felt it was the latter. She even began to suspect whether Lin Chen was sent by the Wine Group. Her gaze turned vigilant. "Junior, I know my worth. This contract is no longer a labor contract, it's completely a means of giving me money. What exactly is your purpose?" Oh no, the benefits were too good, leading to her misunderstanding. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. "Senior, please don't misunderstand. The benefits here are not just for you, everyone else has the same. It's just that everyone has different responsibilities, so the benefits vary. You will have more responsibilities, which is why you get this treatment. Others may have slightly less, but not by much. The salaries for Brother Yang and the others were also set by me, but they only get 2 million a year, with a year-end bonus." After Lin Chen finished speaking, Yang Yun beside him nodded vigorously. Qin Wolin's eyes flickered. This treatment still felt unbelievable to her. "Junior, this is too much. I don't deserve this treatment. Please give me the most basic benefits. A salary of around 100,000 is enough. As someone just starting to look for a job, I don't need such a high salary. If you really value my abilities, then give me shares, even 1% will do." Qin Wolin thought that as long as she took less, she wouldn't be at a disadvantage. If he was genuinely interested in starting a business, then taking shares was also acceptable. Lin Chen shook his head. "I won't give you shares." Qin Wolin was taken aback. Compared to an annual salary of over 10 million, wouldn't 1% of the shares be more advantageous for Lin Chen? Moreover, as long as she had shares, this company would be tied to Qin Wolin, which would be a better way to keep her, right? Could Lin Chen guarantee that this company would definitely make a lot of money? Lin Chen continued, "I started this security company for 2 reasons. First, I want to have people I can rely on. Second, I want to provide a place for those soldiers who have nowhere to go after retiring. This is a project in cooperation with the military district or the entire Huaxia, and I don't intend to make a profit. If I give you shares, not only will you not receive dividends, but you might also end up losing your investment." After hearing this, Qin Wolin's impression of Lin Chen changed, but it also solidified her reason for wanting shares. After tearing up the contract, she said, "Junior, please draft a new one. I must have shares. Since you can be so righteous, as a senior, I should also be tied together with you. Even if it results in a loss, I, Qin Wolin, will take responsibility for my share of the lost funds." Lin Chen looked at her determined expression and had Li Qing draft a new contract, with the same terms but adding 5% in shares. That way, if there were losses, he would still have money, and it wouldn't be entirely on Qin Wolin. He didn't expect that his earlier words would have such an effect. Qin Wolin's gaze shifted from doubt and confusion to determination, all because of what he had said. After glancing at the newly drafted contract, Qin Wolin signed her name. The system notification sound followed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of recruiting Qin Wolin. Qin Wolin's favorability has reached 70 points, completing option 2, reward, 30 billion cash, language proficiency. Dear customer, hello. Your bank card ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 30 billion yuan. Current balance, 87,412,069,053 yuan. Host, Lin Chen strength, 9 physique, 10 spirit, 8 charm, 8 the maximum attributes for ordinary people are 10, and the host's values are normal among ordinary people. Vehicle, Pagani Huayra, Lamborghini Veneno Mansion, Yunlu Mountain Villano. 1. Tangchen Iping Building A, 33rd floor skills, mastery in martial arts, chess, marksmanship, sports, and language proficiency balance, 87,412,069,053 Lin Chen looked at the ever-increasing balance and couldn't help but sigh, I can't spend it all, it's simply impossible. He didn't expect Qin Wolin's favorability to reach 70 points, it seemed his performance over the past 2 days had been stable, exceeding the standard and achieving the completion of option 2. From today on, I am your employee, Boss Lin, Qin Wolin said with a smile, extending her hand. Just call me by my name, Senior. The title boss makes me feel too uncomfortable, Lin Chen replied, smiling as he reached out his right hand to shake hers. Then I'll just call you Junior Lin. I can't bring myself to call you Lin Chen, Qin Wolin laughed, covering her mouth. Although she didn't pay much attention to campus affairs, she had heard of names like Ultimate Dormitory here and there, each one eliciting laughter and disbelief. Since I've become your employee, I need to start working. Please tell me the current progress of the work and any difficulties. Qin Wolin seemed eager to dive into her work. Lin Chen asked Li Qing to update him, as he was unsure about the current work progress. Li Qing pulled Qin Wolin into an office to report on some ongoing tasks. Lin Chen then went to the office where Yang Yun and others were located. Brother Mo Fong, how is the investigation into the Wang family of Magic City going? Mo Fong was a young man in his 30s wearing black-framed glasses. Originally, his glasses would not have been accepted by the military, but due to his strong abilities, he was granted an exception to join. We have a basic understanding now. The Wang family started with real estate. Li Jianfu's Jianlong real estate was also supported by the Wang family. Currently, the Li father and son are hiding on the Wang family's territory, but we don't know their exact location. Mo Fong handed Lin Chen a document. Lin Chen flipped through some information inside. The Wang family had risen from the underworld, initially collecting protection fees, and later escalating to seizing territory. It wasn't just about taking land and collecting fees. They directly forced people to transfer ownership of the land to the Wang family. When the seized land faced government requisition, the Wang family's patriarch, Wang Tianfeng, immediately sensed an opportunity and gathered manpower, seizing many places in that era of limited information. This earned them their first pot of gold. Wang Tianfeng himself was also quite the womanizer, with 8 sons and 3 daughters. However, in the next generation, the number of male heirs dwindled. If it weren't for recent scientific advancements, the Wang family's 3rd generation would only have one Wang Jingde. Now, the only young member of the Wang family is Wang Jingde. The other children born through technology are still minors, the oldest just over 10 years old. The current CEO of the Wang Group is Wang Jingde. He is a capable yet extravagant scion of the Wang family, excelling in various aspects, embodying all the traits of a spoiled rich kid. Lin Chen glanced at the information about Wang Jingde and realized that Qin Roland had been recruited to serve him, and after refusing, she was blacklisted. Qin Roland will be responsible for all matters of the security company from now on. If you have any issues, you can go directly to her. It's also thanks to Wang Jingde's nefarious schemes that she has the chance to join us. However, daring to blacklist our CEO means we need to teach the Wang family a lesson. You all go ahead with the plan, just tell me how much you need, Lin Chen said, putting down the Wang family's documents and addressing Yang Yun and the others. Upon hearing this, everyone instantly perked up. They had just begun to regain a sense of passion after the recent death of Wen Jiaxu, which had returned them to a state of monotony. Now that there was work to do, everyone's enthusiasm surged. Lin Chen had originally planned to post a bounty on the dark web to deal with Wang Jingde, but after some thought, he decided against it. The bounty list on the dark web was so controlled that even Yang Lin couldn't get on it, indicating that powerful families were still in control behind the scenes. After giving his instructions, Lin Chen left the office. Everyone got busy, leaving him alone with nothing to do, which felt a bit awkward. While taking the elevator down, coincidentally, it stopped again on the 17th floor. When the door opened, it wasn't Chen Jia who entered, but another person Lin Chen recognized. He had just sent her a bunch of carnival messages last night, leaving a note that they could have a meal together if they met. Ding! Detected a beauty with a score above 90. Name, Gu Xiaoyu score, 93 age, 24 height, 162 cm bust, 34C favorability, 80. This was Lin Chen's first time seeing someone with a bit of fame online in real life. He didn't expect Xiaoyu to have a mature appearance but be of a lowly height, which was quite a contrast. At that moment, Xiaoyu was wearing a white gauze dress with spaghetti straps, her hair simply draped over her shoulders, and she had a black mask on her face. Despite this, Lin Chen recognized her at a glance. Gu Xiaoyu glanced at Lin Chen in the elevator before stepping in and turning her back to him. Did you succeed in the interview? Lin Chen suddenly spoke up. Gu Xiaoyu turned around, surprised to look at him. Are you talking to me? Do we know each other? It was no secret that she was here for an interview, but how could someone recognize her like this? She was just a game commentator, not a big star, so it shouldn't be that she had any fans stalking her. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Didn't I tell you last night that if we ran into each other today, we would have a meal together? Hearing this, Gu Xiaoyu's eyes widened, and she quickly took off her mask. Are you the Shuangmu Qinchai? In Gu Xiaoyu's imagination, the Shuangmu Qinchai was at least a man in his 30s or 40s. She didn't expect him to be a handsome young guy, looking about her age. Lin Chen nodded. I didn't expect the interview you mentioned was at Chen Jie's company. What a coincidence. Gu Xiaoyu wasn't entirely sure that Lin Chen was indeed the Shuangmu Qinchai because that phrase had also been said in the livestream. She was worried that someone might have intentionally come to this encounter, impersonating the Shuangmu Qinchai with ill intentions. Gu Xiaoyu took out her phone and sent an emoji to the Shuangmu Qinchai's WeChat. Lin Chen felt his phone vibrate and took it out. Seeing the emoji, he roughly guessed Gu Xiaoyu's little concern. She probably didn't believe he was the Shuangmu Qinchai. Lin Chen was a bit speechless. Could it be that even he had someone impersonating him? He showed his phone to Gu Xiaoyu, and only then did she confirm that he was indeed her top supporter. I'm sorry, Shuangmu Gij. Since you mentioned in the live stream yesterday that if we ran into each other, we would have a meal, too many fans know about it, and I was worried someone might impersonate you. Gu Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue, looking quite playful. It's okay, girls should know how to protect themselves when they're out. Being cautious is a good thing. Lin Chen shook his head, indicating that he didn't mind. I didn't expect Shuangmugij to be so young. I thought you were a middle-aged uncle. Gu Xiaoyu assessed Lin Chen in front of her. Lin Chen's charm had now reached 8 points, with his features unchanged. He had become more coordinated and handsome. When his charm reached 9 points, he would be at a level where everyone of the opposite sex would find him handsome. When it broke through to 10 points, he would be universally appealing to all ages. My name is Lin Chen, just call me by my name. Lin Chen felt a bit uncomfortable with the title Shuangmugij. Lin Chen sure? Put. Gu Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh. Lin Chen was used to this reaction. Whenever someone heard his name, it would always elicit such expressions. I'm sorry, I just remembered something funny, Gu Xiaoyu quickly explained. Lin Chen smiled, and just as the elevator reached the first floor, he stepped out. Gu Xiaoyu was taken aback, as it seemed Lin Chen had no intention of having a meal with her, just because she laughed at his name? While she was in a daze, Lin Chen had already exited the main door, and Gu Xiaoyu hurriedly jogged after him. Shuang, Lin Gij, didn't you say we would have a meal together if we ran into each other? Gu Xiaoyu jogged up to Lin Chen and stopped him. Oh, I just said that casually. You probably have other things to do, we can arrange to meet another time. Although he had said that last night, he wasn't the type to cling to someone just to have a meal. If she wanted to eat with him, she should take the initiative to come over. I don't have anything else to do, it's just lunchtime, and if possible, I would like to treat you to a meal. After all, Lin Chen had given her quite a bit of money, and as her top supporter, it wouldn't be a problem for her to have a meal with him. Lin Chen thought for a moment. It seemed he really didn't have anything else to do. Alright, then let's have a meal together. Gu Xiaoyu nodded happily, walked to the passenger seat, but didn't know how to open the door. Lin Chen walked over and helped her open the door, and she got in. You treat, you decide what to eat, Lin Chen said to Gu Xiaoyu as he got into the car. After giving so many gifts to her, isn't it fair to have a meal? Let's go to Manhan Pavilion. I just happened to have a reservation for today. It's too hard to get a spot at Shuiyun Pavilion, and it's really expensive. Gu Xiaoyu took out her phone and checked her reservation information. Manhan Pavilion? Isn't that the place he ordered takeout from last time? Lin Chen stepped on the gas and left the Jinmao building. Brother Lin, your car is so cool. Is it a Lamborghini? I've heard of Lamborghinis. I think there's a big bull and a small bull. Is yours the big bull? Gu Xiaoyu asked, looking at the car's interior. Not the big bull, it's called Poison. Lin Chen replied casually. Poison, what a powerful name. Gu Xiaoyu didn't know much about cars, which is typical for most girls. She just knew the brand, and anyway, sports cars looked expensive. They quickly arrived at Manhan Pavilion. It was Lin Chen's first time here, as he had only ordered takeout before. After Gu Xiaoyu showed the front desk staff her reservation message, they were led to a table in the hall. Once seated, Gu Xiaoyu explained, actually, I originally planned to eat alone, so I took a hall number because it's faster. If I had known I was treating Brother Lin to a meal, I should have gotten a private room. Gu Xiaoyu looked a bit embarrassed at Lin Chen, who shook his head to indicate he didn't mind. Although both places had pavilion in their names, Manhan Pavilion and Shuiyun Pavilion were quite different. Manhan Pavilion felt more like a trendy restaurant with long queues. Shuiyun Pavilion, on the other hand, was a high-end private dining place with an elegant atmosphere and a complete menu. Gu Xiaoyu handed the menu to Lin Chen, and she casually ordered a few dishes. While waiting for the food, a young man in his 30s wearing a suit approached them. Xiaoyu, I didn't expect to run into you here. I'm Shuangmu's envoy. The man flashed a self-satisfied smile at Gu Xiaoyu. Gu Xiaoyu was stunned, and Lin Chen was taken aback as well. He didn't expect someone would impersonate him in front of the real person. Gu Xiaoyu's confused expression quickly turned to anger. She couldn't believe someone would actually impersonate him. If it weren't for the real person sitting across from her, she would have had to verify with a text message again. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Chen kicked her foot, signaling her to keep quiet. Gu Xiaoyu understood and internally criticized Lin Chen for being so mischievous. Really? Are you really Shuangmugij? Gu Xiaoyu pretended to be surprised, covering her mouth. The man smiled confidently, of course. I even sent you so many gifts at the carnival last night. Have you forgotten your brother so soon? He casually sat down. Their table had 4 seats facing different directions. I can't believe I really ran into Shuangmugij. Gu Xiaoyu feigned surprise. Lin Chen sipped his tea, watching her performance. Since we've run into each other, I guess I have to cancel my other plans. After we finish eating, let's go watch a movie, and then we can rest a bit. I booked a room at Bulgari. The man didn't even glance at Lin Chen, as if he didn't exist. Gu Xiaoyu's face darkened upon hearing this. The man's intention to impersonate Lin Chen was clearly to do something like this. I think you misunderstood. It was Shuang Mugich who suggested we eat together. I never agreed, and I'm currently having a meal with a friend. Gu Xiaoyu wanted to see how this man would continue to act, whether he would persist shamelessly or try another approach. The man coldly laughed. What friend is more important than me? I sent you so many gifts, you can skip the meal, but you must come with me to Bulgari. Lin Chen couldn't help but admire the man in front of him. He was so shameless and truly believed he was Shuangmu's envoy. He was so deeply into his act. You say you're Shuangmu's envoy, do you have any proof? Show me your account. Gu Xiaoyu snorted coldly. The man seemed to be well prepared, pulling out his phone to show Gu Xiaoyu. Lin Chen took a glance and was surprised to see that the other party had set their profile picture and name to be exactly the same. The man also knew that his imitation would surely have flaws, so he quickly showed it to Gu Xiaoyu before taking it back. If she hadn't encountered Lin Chen beforehand, Gu Xiaoyu might have actually been fooled. However, she knew for certain that the other party was fake. No matter what evidence the man presented, she was aware he was a fraud. Have you confirmed it now? I can give you tens of millions in gifts, and I can do the same for others. I've given you the opportunity, whether you can seize it depends on yourself, the man said with a mocking smile. Gu Xiaoyu couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Not considering it. Don't give me gifts, I don't want them. The man immediately flew into a rage. You little whore, I'm going to find a marketing account to smear you. I have plenty of money, I'll make sure you can't make a living in this industry anymore. With that, he grabbed the cup in his hand and was about to throw it at Gu Xiaoyu's face. Lin Chen was quick to react, slapping the man's hand, causing the water to splash back onto his own face. If you are the Shuangmu envoy, then who am I? Lin Chen said, marking his first words since the man arrived. The man suddenly realized, looking at Gu Xiaoyu's mocking gaze, and immediately knew he had been played. He had clearly seen the Shuangmu envoy and was still acting in front of him. You little whore, how dare you play me? The man grabbed a bowl from the table, ready to smash it at Gu Xiaoyu. Suddenly, he felt his foot slip and fell to the floor. Lin Chen had stepped on his ankle, and a sound of bones cracking echoed, accompanied by the man's piercing scream. The staff at Manhen Pavilion had noticed the commotion when the man splashed water and were calling the police while trying to intervene. Don't let this guy get away, he's a fraud and definitely has a criminal record. Just now, he even tried to harass my girlfriend in front of me. Lin Chen pointed at the man on the floor and said to the manager. Upon hearing this, the manager and two young waiters pinned him to the ground, waiting for the police to arrive. This area belonged to the financial center of the Magic City, and many police officers were visible on the streets. It wasn't long before the police arrived at the restaurant. After clarifying the situation and reviewing the store's surveillance footage, they confirmed that the man on the floor had initiated the attack and proceeded to detain him. You two will also need to come with us to take a statement. It's a simple process, a young police officer said to Lin Chen and Gu Xiaoyu. Since the police had already said so, they could only cooperate and follow them to the police station, not expecting that the station was just down the street behind Manhen Pavilion. With such a close distance, it was no wonder the police arrived so quickly. After arriving at the police station, the officers investigated the man's information. Sure enough, he had a criminal record. His name was Lu Lu, and he had previously committed fraud and spent a few years in prison. Because of his fraudulent demeanor, he often pretended to be a top supporter in front of female streamers. This trick worked repeatedly, as many female streamers believed he was indeed a top supporter, and Lu Lu was skilled at disguising himself and manipulating people's feelings. Female streamers not only lost money but also fell victim to his schemes. If Gu Xiaoyu hadn't met Lin Chen beforehand, she might have been deceived as well, though not to the extent of losing her dignity. At least she would have lost some money. After leaving the police station, Lin Chen lost his appetite for dinner. Just then, Yang Yin called, saying he had something important to report. We can only reschedule the meal for next time, I have to leave now. Lin Chen hurriedly returned to his car and left the place. Gu Xiaoyu watched Lin Chen leave in a hurry, feeling speechless, but a hint of curiosity about him arose in her heart. This top supporter seemed different from the others. Throughout their brief interaction, Lin Chen hadn't made any excessive demands or tried to take advantage of her. Now, the way he was leaving seemed as if he didn't want to stay with her for even a moment. Lin Chen returned to the Jinmao building, where Yang Yun handed him an invitation card. This was just delivered a moment ago. Lin Chen opened it to find an invitation to a dinner on a cruise ship belonging to the Wang family tomorrow night, hosted by the Wang Group. He wasn't surprised that the Wang family had noticed him, but the sudden invitation from two parties with no prior connection left him puzzled about their intentions. Brother Lin, what you did at the Wen family isn't exactly a secret, and with the Jinmao building changing owners, the top private dining establishment, Shuiyun Pavilion, has also been acquired by you. Every move you've made has been noticed by those with ulterior motives. They probably want to befriend you, Yang Yun analyzed from the side. Lin Chen nodded silently, although he preferred to keep a low profile. These matters couldn't be hidden from those people. Lin Chen thought that since he had nothing else to do, it would be good to take a stroll. At that moment, Qin Wulin approached. Junior, we need more hands in the initial phase. I want to recruit some people I know, and we need to hire others as well. Is that okay? Lin Chen waved his hand. Senior, you can make those decisions yourself. I won't interfere, you have full authority to decide everything. You can even bring your parents in if you want. Qin Wulin nodded and planned to return to her office. Wait. Suddenly, Lin Chen heard the system's voice in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has received an invitation to a banquet. A top-tier banquet must be accompanied by a top-tier partner. Option 1, invite a partner with a beauty score of over 90 to attend together, reward, master-level piano skills. Option 2, invite a partner with a beauty score of over 95 to attend together, reward, master-level piano skills, singing proficiency, charm +1, and 10 billion cash. There were many candidates with a beauty score above 90, but only Qin Wulin exceeded 95. She was the only choice for this partner. Senior, accompany me to a place tomorrow night. It's a gathering of entrepreneurs, let's go see if there's anything worth learning. Even without a task, he intended to take Qin Wulin along to the Wang family's event, to show her off. Qin Wulin didn't know that Lin Chen was taking her to the Wang group's gathering and could only nod in agreement. Li Qing, take the senior to buy a few evening gowns, and also get some professional outfits and casual wear. Although Qin Wulin was currently wearing a professional bodycon dress, it looked a bit faded upon closer inspection. As his employee, she had to maintain a high standard, whether out in public or at the company. Wearing faded clothes would make it hard for anyone to believe she was the CEO. I don't have time to go shopping, I have a ton of things to follow up on. Qin Wulin quickly refused, feeling ambitious and eager to get started, yet being asked to go shopping. Alright then, Li Qing, you go help her buy. Get what you think looks good, buy more, and let her try them on slowly. Li Cheng nodded and called someone from a clothing store to come over and take Qin Wulin's measurements. Lin Chen returned to his lounge, and during this time, Li Qing had already helped Qin Wulin get measured and was off to buy clothes. An hour later, a group of female sales associates from the clothing store entered Qin Wulin's office, each carrying a large pile of clothes. Lin Chen had intended to wait for Li Qing to return to the villa together, but seeing the situation, it seemed Li Qing would be busy for a while, so he decided to leave on his own. As Lin Chen was preparing to leave the lounge, he suddenly spotted the nearby tower of Thompson. He thought about checking on Chen Shanshan. He hadn't contacted her since he left yesterday, and she hadn't reached out to him either. If this continued, things would cool off. After all, he had worked hard for so long, and he was just a little short on the affection needed to win her over. As a guy, he should take the initiative to see her. The Jinmao Tower and the Thompson Riviera were not far apart, and Lin Chen walked over. When Lin Chen arrived at the entrance of the Thompson Riviera, the scene before him made his expression turn cold. A man of similar age to Chen Shanshan was standing in front of her. The man held a flower in his hand and said something to Chen Shanshan as he handed it to her. Chen Shanshan then took the flower, and the two smiled as they chatted. Suddenly, Chen Shanshan caught sight of Lin Chen in the distance and was about to call out to him, but she saw Lin Chen turn and leave without looking back. Chen Shanshan suddenly realized something and hurried to chase after Lin Chen. But the man asked, Shanshan, what's wrong? The elders from the village and your dad are still waiting to video chat with you. Chen Shanshan stopped, looking at Lin Chen's lonely figure, biting her lip, and did not pursue him. The man in front of her was an older brother from the village who had come to the city to deliver goods and, at Chen's father's request, came to see Chen Shanshan. It was said that Chen Shanshan worked at a bank in the city, which was a matter of great pride for the villagers, so they had arranged to video chat with the villagers on the big screen at the village committee that evening. The bouquet was also funded by the village committee for the man to present to Chen Shanshan. Just so happened that this most easily misunderstood scene was witnessed by Lin Chen. Lin Chen strolled down the street, his thoughts a bit chaotic. He didn't even know how he felt. Chen Shanshan was the first girl he had met since obtaining the system. The tasks given to him by the system also had a bit of a simp vibe towards Chen Shanshan. He originally wanted to win her over with sincerity and money, but now it seemed he had failed. Yi Mingxi had always had a crush on him, and he was in a passive position. Rushua was someone he had helped in her time of need, along with some love she had lacked since childhood, which was how he had won her over. As for Chen Shanshan, although he had used his money ability and put in a lot of effort, he still hadn't captured her heart. At one moment, Lin Chen even felt that Chen Shanshan was admirable, not willing to compromise her principles just because someone was wealthy. Lin Chen arrived at the banks of the Huangpu River, looking at the somewhat turbulent water. Yet, his heart gradually calmed down, and his gaze became more resolute. To hell with this romantic nonsense, from now on, if money can solve the problem, I won't waste time on romance. Lin Chen silently made up his mind and returned to his Yunlu mountain villa. Back at the villa, Lin Chen called the maids out, asking them to bring up the drinks. He wouldn't return until he was drunk. Eventually, he lost track of time, and the maids were in a similar state. When he woke up in the morning, everyone was tangled up on his bed, having all slept together after a night of heavy drinking. Li Qing, who returned later, was also pulled into drinking, but she woke up even earlier than Lin Chen. Lin Chen had given her too many tasks, so even with a hangover, she had to get up to complete them. Lin Chen went downstairs and saw Li Qing about to leave, quickly calling out to her. There's no rush to do those things, you can have them accompany you and help you out. By the way, has Qin Roland's accommodation been arranged? Lin Chen had wanted to mention this yesterday, but she had been too busy, so he didn't bring it up. Master, I've temporarily booked a long-term room for her at the hotel in Jinmao Tower. I also asked her where she wanted to live, but she said she wasn't considering that for now and wanted to focus on work first. Also, the Rolls-Royce Phantom you asked for has been purchased and can be picked up today, Li Qing reported. Lin Chen patted her head. You've worked hard, take a day off today, rest well, and don't worry about anything. It's not hard, your matters are the most important, master. You should rest well, I'll go get busy now, Li Qing said as she prepared to leave. Lin Chen pulled her into his arms, slapping the raised part playfully, pretending to be angry. You don't listen to what the master says anymore? When I tell you to rest, you should rest. It seems I haven't punished you for too long. Saying this, he picked up Li Qing, and amidst her surprised exclamations, casually chose a room to enter, closing the door behind them. Soon, pleasant sounds began to echo from within. After a few hours of frolicking in the room, Li Qing ultimately decided to go out to work, but she brought along Song Yu, who had a driver's license and could help her drive, or they could take turns. Lin Chen checked the time. It was already afternoon, and he needed to tidy up and prepare to head to the Wang Group's gathering. He changed into a relatively casual suit and drove to pick up Qin Roland. The moment Qin Roland appeared in the lobby on the first floor, the air seemed to freeze. She wore a slightly tight black evening gown, adorned with a pearl necklace, and her hair was styled in an elegant European princess updo. The strapless gown accentuated her towering curves, and Qin Roland seemed quite uncomfortable, constantly covering her chest. Lin Chen took off his suit jacket and walked over to drape it over her shoulders, instantly making her feel much more at ease. Truly, she was a stunning beauty with a score of 96. After a little dressing up, she could captivate everyone's attention. Senior, you look beautiful today. Compliments for girls should be straightforward. Beautiful is beautiful, and one shouldn't hold back on simple praise. Sometimes, being simple can make the other person feel your admiration more deeply. Sitting in the passenger seat, Qin Roland blinked her big eyes. Junior, was I not beautiful yesterday? Lin Chen awkwardly smiled. You were beautiful, just in a different way. Qin Roland had no intention of letting it go, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. Oh, how is it different? Can you elaborate? After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen replied, yesterday's senior was like a simple white lotus, pure and sacred, resembling a goddess. No embellishments were needed, she was already the most beautiful flower in the world. Today's senior, however, is like a colorful black lotus, adorned with vibrant colors, exuding charm and grace, full of allure. Qin Roland was slightly taken aback. She hadn't expected Lin Chen to explain the differences between her 2 days so meticulously. Her cheeks flushed a bit, such straightforward praise was something even she appreciated. Stop being cheeky and drive properly. Qin Roland turned to look out the window. Lin Chen smiled slightly and didn't say anything more. Qin Roland had a fairly high regard for him, and because of this, his words didn't offend her. Before long, they arrived at the dock, where it was said that the ship would set sail tonight, cruising the sea all night and returning to the dock the next afternoon. A massive cruise ship was docked, with a long red carpet laid out beneath it. After Lin Chen got out of the car, he handed the car keys to a staff member, who would park the car and return the keys to him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the invitation of a companion with a beauty score over 95, reward, level 10 piano skill, charm +1, 10 billion cash. Dear customer, your Magic City bank card ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 10 billion yuan. with a balance of 95,628,446,251 yuan. Host, Lin Chen. Strength, 9 physique, 10 spirit, 8 charm, 9 the highest attributes for ordinary people are 10. The host's values are normal among ordinary people. Vehicle, Pagani Huayra, Lamborghini Veneno Mansion, Yunlu Mountain Villano. 1. Tangchen Ipin Building A, 33rd floor. Skills, mastery in martial arts, chess, marksmanship, athletic skills, language proficiency, master level piano skills, singing proficiency. Balance, 95, 628, 446, 251. After receiving the task reward, Lin Chen unconsciously exuded a stronger charm, causing women passing by to glance at him multiple times. However, Qin Ruolin beside him did not notice Lin Chen's change at all. Qin Ruolin linked her arm with Lin Chen's and walked across the red carpet towards the cruise ship. At the entrance, there were dedicated reception staff who, after checking the invitation, led the two of them to their guest room. This banquet would last a long time, so guests were first arranged accommodations. Once guests learned their room numbers, they could return to their rooms to rest if needed. Upon entering the room, they found it was just a small suite with a bed and a sofa. The invitation stated that a female companion could be brought, and in the eyes of this group, a so-called female companion was merely someone brought aboard for entertainment, so naturally, they wouldn't arrange a room with 2 beds for guests. Mr. Lin, this is your resting place. Please take your room card. You can rest for a while. The dinner starts at 7, and our staff will take you to the main hall then, the receptionist explained to Lin Chen before leaving the room. Lin Chen noticed the embarrassment and discomfort on Qin Ruolin's face and reassured her, "You can sleep on the bed. I can ask the organizers for another room." Qin Ruolin glanced at Lin Chen. "You can sleep on the bed. I can take the sofa. This sofa is quite big." Lin Chen smiled. "I'm not used to letting a girl sleep on the sofa. Don't worry, maybe there will be something fun outside. I can stay out all night. You keep the room card." Lin Chen placed the room card into Qin Ruolin's handbag. The two did not stay in the room but chose to go for a walk. Although the dinner had not yet started, the cruise ship was so large that they could walk around and explore. What is this banquet for? Qin Ruolin had no idea what the theme of the dinner was. Lin Chen had also asked Yang Yun about this. It was said that a film and television city was to be established at the junction of 3 regions, Magic City, Zhang City, and Su City. The Wang Group was leading the effort, wanting to secure this project and gather entrepreneurs from Magic City to discuss it. This should be a summit for entrepreneurs from Magic City. I don't know why I was invited, but it's good to come and have some fun. I heard many star directors and government officials from Huaxia are also here. We can see for ourselves. Lin Chen was not interested in such entrepreneur summits. He was more curious if there were any female stars with a beauty score of 90 among them to trigger some tasks. Qin Ruolin's eyes lit up upon hearing this. The construction of the film and television city? That will definitely require a lot of security personnel. If we can connect with them, we could make a fortune. Lin Chen looked at her in surprise, not expecting Qin Ruolin to be so focused on company matters. He had only mentioned it, and she had already thought of the film and television city's usefulness to the company. With that said, Lin Chen also became interested in the film and television city. The two arrived on the deck, where a female star was taking photos. Lin Chen did not recognize her, but Qin Ruolin did. A charming young woman was posing there. That's Su Huilin, a variety show host from the Treasure Island. I really like her hosting style. I'm going to ask her for an autograph. Qin Ruolin excitedly jogged over. At that moment, Su Huilin had just finished taking photos and was looking at them when Qin Ruolin approached to explain her intentions. Su Huilin glanced around and, seeing no one was taking pictures, her expression immediately turned cold. "Can't you see I'm busy? Go away." Su Huilin pushed Qin Ruolin aside. Qin Ruolin, wearing high heels, stumbled backward from the push, and Lin Chen quickly supported her from behind. After steadying Qin Ruolin, Lin Chen stepped forward and slapped Su Huilin across the face. "You dare hit me." Su Huilin was stunned, and the onlookers around her were equally bewildered. Who was this guy, so bold? "You dare push my person? What if you're a star? In my eyes, you're not even worth a single hair on Ruolin's head." Lin Chen snorted coldly. "Ah, I want to kill you. What are you all standing there for? Did I invite you here to watch me get hit?" Su Huilin shouted angrily. An assistant beside her rolled up his sleeves, ready to teach Lin Chen a lesson, but was kicked away with a single blow. The commotion drew everyone's attention, and many people came over to watch. Although those involved were all prominent figures, it didn't stop them from enjoying the spectacle. "What's going on?" A young man, about 6 feet tall, dressed in a white suit with a buzz cut, approached. Lin Chen sized up the newcomer, clean, capable, without any ostentatious hairstyle or careless attire. "Young Master Wang, I was taking photos here when this madwoman came up and slapped me." Look, my face is all swollen. How am I supposed to face people later? Su Huilin pouted at the young man. The young man didn't just listen to Su Huilin's side, he turned to Lin Chen and asked, "May I know your name? Is there some misunderstanding here?" This banquet was hosted by the Wang family, and everyone present was someone of importance. Although the young man didn't know everyone, he wouldn't offend anyone, as he needed to build good relationships to secure the Film City project. The more allies, the better, and even if he had further plans, he needed to downplay the situation to avoid alarming anyone. "Who are you? Why should I explain anything to you? I, Lin Chen, don't care to explain the ins and outs of this." As soon as Lin Chen said this, everyone present was stunned. This was a banquet hosted by the Wine Group, and even the host didn't recognize him. Could he be an intruder? Where did this country bumpkin come from, not even knowing Wang Jingde, young Master Wang? Su Huilin scoffed, but inside she was furious. She had been slapped by a country bumpkin, which was truly humiliating. Wang Jingde? A melodious voice rang out behind Lin Chen, laced with a hint of coldness and confusion. Qin Ruolin stepped out from behind Lin Chen, looking at Wang Jingde. Lin Chen had kept her protected behind him, and she had initially wanted to persuade him not to act impulsively, but Lin Chen was too quick, taking down the troublemakers in just a few moves. As Qin Ruolin stepped forward, all the men present fell silent, as if the air had stopped. Wang Jingde's eyes were filled with astonishment. He hadn't expected such a beautiful woman to exist in the world. But he didn't know that this woman had once been his assistant. Due to his business trips, the assistant had never met the president. Instead, Qin Ruolin had anticipated the nature of her assistant's job and had resigned directly. Lin Chen assessed the young man before him, the president of the Wang Group and the next head of the Wang family in the Magic City. On the surface, he appeared amiable, but Lin Chen could still see the malice and ruthlessness in his eyes. "So you are Wang Jingde. Indeed, seeing you in person is more impressive than hearing about you." Lin Chen smiled coldly, recalling the information he had on Wang Jingde. He was quite capable, but also sufficiently debauched. Such a person is the most terrifying. Being a playboy is his nature, while his abilities are his talent. This reminded him of a former classmate who would doze off in class every day and spend all night in an internet cafe, yet always ranked first in exams. Initially, he thought the classmate was cheating, but after observing him, he realized that his learning talent was exceptional. What others took days to learn, he could master in just one day. The rest of the time, he could play freely, and even without studying, no one could surpass him. Wang Jingde was just such a person now. Wang Jingde also snapped back to reality from Qin Ruolin's beauty and smiled at Lin Chen, saying, "So it's Mr. Lin. There seems to be some misunderstanding here. Let's just let this go, shall we?" Su Huilin wanted to say something more but was instantly silenced by Wang Jingde's sweeping glance. Lin Chen said nothing and pulled Qin Ruolin away from the scene. Wang Jingde watched Qin Ruolin's figure from behind, then instructed the person next to him, "I want all the information on that woman within 5 minutes, as well as the details on the man beside her." He had seen many beautiful women, even those comparable to Qin Ruolin, but none had given him the feeling she just did. Wang Jingde realized he might have fallen for her at first sight, perhaps due to her cold gaze and ethereal aura, or maybe because of the disdain she showed him. He had never encountered a woman who didn't flock to him since he became aware of such things. No woman had ever dared to look at him with that kind of expression. When Qin Ruolin saw this unfamiliar former superior, she remembered that she was still in a lawsuit against him, and anger flooded her mind, so much so that she didn't even notice Lin Chen was still holding her hand. "Don't worry, I won't let you suffer in vain. I've already asked Li Qing to find the best lawyer team in the country. As for the so-called compensation, I want them to pay you." Lin Chen comforted her softly. Qin Ruolin calmed down and suddenly sensed something, looking at him suspiciously. "Did you just call me by my name? You helped your senior, but you don't even call me senior anymore?" Just now, Lin Chen had called her by her name directly. Lin Chen cleared his throat twice. It was an emergency earlier. "If I called you senior, people might look down on me." Qin Ruolin rolled her eyes dramatically. "Then you can just call me Ruolin from now on. I've already left school, so there's no need for the senior title. Let's go, it's about time." "Let's check out the main hall." Lin Chen smiled and didn't respond further, raising his arm, and Qin Ruolin graciously linked hers with his. In a luxurious suite on the cruise ship, Wang Jingde, who had just met Lin Chen, was sitting inside, listening to his subordinate report on the identities of Lin Chen and the other person. Lin Chen, a student from the Shanghai Jiaotong University, his parents are nothing special, just growing tea at home. And he is the owner of the Jinmao building, the boss of Shuiyun Pavilion, and a shareholder of the Snowfall Bar. Even the recent re-election of the Wen family head was pushed by him, and when Jiaxu issued a bounty on the dark web for him, yet nothing has happened. Wang Jingde looked at the information in his hand. The Jinmao building? A building that could collect over $1 billion in rent each year, but to the Wang family, it was still insignificant, not enough to catch his attention. The main issue was this person's background was very mysterious. He seemed to have been an ordinary person before suddenly becoming who he was now. Moreover, even the bounty on the dark web couldn't do anything to him. The dark web housed many assassin organizations. When Wang Jingde flipped to the page with the dark web bounty, he learned the truth. When Jiaxu was indeed stingy, offering only 20 million Huaxia coins, which limited the number of assassin organizations willing to take the job. While it couldn't be said that Lin Chen wasn't impressive, he wasn't as exaggerated as imagined. If the bounty deposit is $20 million, then the world's top assassin organizations must be coming to kill him. Let's talk about that girl. What Wang Jingde wanted was information about another girl. In his eyes, Lin Chen's profile was somewhat special, but it wasn't worth his attention for now. The servant beside him had a strange expression, glanced at Wang Jingde, and began to recite. That girl is named Qin Roland, also a student at Jiaodong University, but she is currently in her internship phase, and her position at the company is the president's assistant at Wang Group. Wang Jingde looked at the servant in shock. After returning this time, his secretary had indeed given him some assistant profiles, but there was no Qin Roland among them. He quickly realized that something must have happened in the meantime. Tell me in detail, I want to see what reason there is to drive such a beauty away. After receiving the order, the servant began to narrate the background and consequences. It was Qin Roland who left on her own. It is said that she learned about the nature of the work. However, our legal department has already sued her for obstructing the normal operation of the company and leaving without permission, demanding a few million in compensation. If she can't afford it, she'll come back obediently, the servant said confidently. Wang Jingde looked at him as if he were a fool. How could I have raised such a simpleton? Did you forget the profile of that man? Lin Chen collects over $1 billion in rent every year. How could he not afford a few million? Although I don't know what their relationship is, a few million is nothing to someone with a fortune of several billion, do you understand? The servant mumbled. There have been others who latched onto rich men, and when they found out it was our Wang Group suing them, they ran away in disgrace. Wang Jingde glared at him. He could sense that Lin Chen didn't take him seriously at all. The other party was able to intervene in the succession of the Wen family's head and had completely taken down Wen Jiaxu. The Wang family and the Wen family were of equal standing, so the other party certainly wasn't afraid of them. Find out what her weaknesses are. I don't care what methods you use, bring that woman back to me. This was the second time Wang Jingde felt his heart stir. The first time was during his youthful infatuation. He had fallen for a classmate's older sister who was 3 years older than him. After he expressed his feelings, that sister disappeared, and he never saw her again. He initially thought she had run away because she didn't like him, but later discovered that his grandfather had sent someone to kill her. As an adult, Wang Jingde confronted his grandfather Wang Tianfeng, but Wang Tianfeng told him that the woman was sent by a rival company to bring down the Wang family and had been killed after Wang Tianfeng learned of her intentions. After hearing this, Wang Jingde left his grandfather's room. Now that the person was already dead, even if his grandfather said she was an alien, there was no way to confirm it. Since then, Wang Jingde had sealed his heart, playing along wherever he went. Now that someone had stirred his heart again, he would not let his grandfather interfere this time. He had grown up and had the right to choose his own partner. Also, tell them not to harm that girl, bring her to my room. Wang Jingde seemed to think of something and instructed again. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and Qin Roland had arrived at the main hall, where a stage was set up in front, with a piano placed on it, seemingly for speeches and performances. On both sides were various foods, snacks, and drinks. This banquet is a buffet. Lin Chen casually picked up a snack and ate it. As soon as the snack hit his stomach, Lin Chen immediately felt his stomach churning, and his belly began to cramp. Senior sister, you go ahead and walk around. I need to use the restroom, Lin Chen said to Qin Roland before quickly running toward the bathroom. Once in the restroom, Lin Chen was puzzled. He hadn't felt stomach pain in a long time. With his fully developed physique, how could he possibly have a stomachache? Ding! The host's physique has reached the peak of an ordinary person. After consuming unhealthy food, the body will expel it through its functions. The system promptly came out to clarify for Lin Chen. However, this clarification did not resolve his confusion. Instead, he was even more bewildered. The Wine Group's banquet actually served unhealthy food? If you said someone poisoned it, Lin Chen would believe that to some extent. Poisoned? A flash of inspiration struck Lin Chen's mind. The system mentioned unhealthy, but did not say it was not fresh. Poisoning was indeed a possibility. But why would the Wang family want to poison? Could there be some other unknown motive? With this thought, Lin Chen quickly emptied his stomach and walked outside. In the main hall, Qin Wolin was now accompanied by a girl in a white dress. As Lin Chen approached, the girl in the white dress immediately turned cold. "Junior, let me introduce you. This is Xinyu from our school. I didn't expect to run into Xiaoyu here. Xiaoyu came with her family elders, and we can get to know each other later." Qin Wolin happily introduced Lin Chen. "Xiaoyu, this is Lin Chen from our school. You should have heard of his name." After introducing Xinyu, she turned around to introduce Lin Chen. "Shan Yu?" Upon hearing this name, Lin Chen's gaze involuntarily drifted to her chest. Today, Xinyu's dress was very conservative, covering everything below the neck. He couldn't tell if it was to hide those bruises. This was Lin Chen's first time seeing Xinyu. Last night it was pitch black, and he couldn't see her face, only a rough outline. Although she was slightly less stunning than Qin Wolin, she was still prettier than many of the female stars present. Lin Chen smiled and greeted Xinyu, who merely nodded expressionlessly. She couldn't manage to smile and chat with someone who had hurt her. Qin Wolin picked up a snack from the table and offered one to Xinyu, intending to have one herself since it was past dinner time, and she was hungry. Lin Chen quickly grabbed her hand. "Don't eat that. I get a stomachache right after I eat it. It might not be very clean." Xinyu sneered. "Isn't Lin classmate a bit paranoid? At a banquet hosted by the Wang Group, all the ingredients are the freshest. How could it be unclean? Do you want me to introduce you to a psychiatrist? While you're still young, it can be treated." If Lin Chen didn't know she was the female assassin from last night, he would definitely find her attitude inexplicable, showing such hostility upon their first meeting. However, knowing her identity, Lin Chen refrained from engaging in a war of words. If it weren't for the crowd, he would have already taken action. He wouldn't show mercy to someone trying to kill him, even if she was the school beauty. "Senior, believe me, don't eat these things." Lin Chen ignored Xinyu's cold mockery and looked firmly at Qin Wolin. Seeing Lin Chen's serious expression, Qin Wolin slowly put the snack back down. When Xinyu saw that Qin Wolin really wasn't eating, she popped the snack into her mouth in one bite and shot a provocative glance at Lin Chen. "Wolin, let me take you for a walk over there. It's rare to come to a business summit like this. It's better to meet more people than to stay next to someone with paranoia," she said, pulling Qin Wolin away. Qin Wolin looked at Lin Chen, who nodded slightly, indicating she could act freely. After all, he had other matters to attend to. Lin Chen glanced at the food on the table. With the system's prompt and his suspicions, something seemed off about this banquet. He walked over to where other cooked dishes were and casually picked up a piece of meat to eat. As expected, his stomach began to ache again. Although it wasn't as severe as the first time, it was still unbearable, and Lin Chen had to rush to the restroom once more. If one snack was unhealthy, he could still naively think it was a problem with the ingredients, but if all the other food was the same, then something was truly wrong. In such a short time, you've already been to the bathroom twice. Is the food here unsanitary? Lin Chen, just out of the restroom, heard someone speaking to him as he walked into the hall. He turned to look, and a girl in a bulky coat and a hat was leaning against the wall, looking at him with curious eyes. "Isn't it normal to have a bad stomach? It's not just me who goes to the bathroom. It's strange that you're dressed like that." Lin Chen sized up the girl in front of him. With so many people going in and out of the restroom, why was she staring at him? "Don't you know me?" The girl blinked her big eyes in surprise. Lin Chen was even more speechless. Surely this person had some issues. "Why would I know you? I don't know more than 5 people in here." Upon hearing this, the girl immediately brightened up, having not encountered someone who didn't know her for a long time, and she felt a spark of curiosity towards this man. Ding! Detected a beauty with a score above 90. Name, Guan Yuer, beauty score, 96, age, 20, height, 170 centimeters, bust, 34C, favorability, 78, Guan Yuer? Why does that name sound so familiar? Lin Chen stared at her closely. She seemed a bit familiar too. Her beauty score was on par with Qin Wolin. Although her face was mostly covered by the brim of her hat, it was still evident that she was a stunning beauty. Guan Yuer secretly said to Lin Chen, "I saw you eat that thing and then you had a stomachache, going to the bathroom twice, so those things must be unsanitary." She had been waiting there, and her gaze happened to fall on Lin Chen, mainly because he was too handsome, so she looked a few more times and noticed this. "Yeah, it really isn't very sanitary. You'd better not eat any of the food here," Lin Chen replied, not yet recalling her identity. At that moment, a host walked onto the stage. "Welcome everyone to the corporate summit hosted by the Wine Group. Before we get down to business, we have invited the youngest diva in the singing industry, Miss Guan Yuer. Let's welcome Guan Yuer." As the host's voice fell, the lights in the main hall dimmed, and a spotlight shone on Lin Chen's side. Lin Chen stared in shock at the bulky girl beside him as she pulled a microphone from her coat pocket and began to sing beautifully. While singing, she took off the hat from her head and walked towards the stage. The bulky clothes she wore kept slipping off as she walked, and by the time she reached the stage, she was only in a pink chiffon dress. At that moment, Lin Chen finally remembered who she was, a natural-born diva who had been a top star since childhood, sweeping the globe with every album she released. Lin Chen used to love listening to Guan Yuer's songs, but he truly didn't recognize her in that outfit just now. As her enchanting voice filled the air, everyone fell silent, listening intently. In the midst of her beautiful singing, it seemed that everyone had bridged any generational gap. After the song ended, Guan Yuer greeted everyone, and since she had debuted as a child star, most people had heard of her to some extent. That outfit was a surprise for everyone present, as she walked from the audience to the stage, and it was indeed very effective. Everyone looked at her with surprise and amazement as she passed by. After one song ended, Guan Yuer smiled and greeted everyone. Just now, while I was down there, I made a friend. We hit it off right away, and I hope to complete this interaction today with this new friend. A glint of mischief flashed in Guan Yuer's eyes. Lin Chen suddenly had an ominous premonition as Guan Yuer's finger pointed, and a spotlight shone on his position. My new friend, would you come up on stage to complete a song with me? Guan Yuer deliberately teased Lin Chen. Although Lin Chen didn't know her, which made her feel a bit happy, the feeling of frustration still lingered. This stage was meant to smooth out the deep-seated sense of defeat. Ding! A beauty with a score over 95 has invited the host. Option 1, reject the beauty's request, reward, 1 lifeboat. Option 2, accept the beauty's request, dazzle the crowd, reward, Wang family's conspiracy secret letter, acting proficiency, strength +1. The task prompt sounded in Lin Chen's mind, instantly confirming his suspicions. Indeed, there was a conspiracy at this banquet. Rejecting it would reward him with a lifeboat, indicating there was still a chance to escape. Accepting it would grant him a bit of strength, bringing his power to the limit of an ordinary person, which might be worth a risk. But was this risk worth taking? Ding! Hidden task triggered. Option 1, take advantage of the cruise ship just setting sail, quickly leave with Qin Wolin, reward, 10 yachts. Option 2, turn the tables, sabotage the Wang family's conspiracy, rescue everyone, reward, 1 cruise ship, film city development rights. Damn, this was worth it, this risk was too worthwhile. The second option not only offered a cruise ship but also the rights to develop a film city. If the Jinmao building could earn him over $1 billion each year, then successfully developing the film city could earn him hundreds of billions. With a film city, even if future tasks didn't reward him with money, he would have endless funds. Moreover, he was someone with a system. How could he shrink back at the slightest hint of danger? This time, 2 tasks were released together, one of which was a hidden task. The last hidden task had given him a large sum of money, and this time it directly offered him a film city project, but only if he could complete it. My friend, are you still hesitating? I really hope you can come over. Guan Yuer's hopeful voice interrupted Lin Chen's thoughts. Not far away, Qin Wolin looked at Lin Chen in surprise, not expecting that in such a short time, he would go and meet a superstar. This guy must be a social butterfly. Lin Chen stepped forward, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. He opened his arms and suddenly hugged Guan Yuer tightly. Thank you, my new friend. I never expected to have the chance to perform on stage. This has always been my dream. Lin Chen pretended to be excited, squeezing her so tightly that Guan Yuer could barely breathe. Feeling the unusual sensation from Lin Chen, Guan Yuer's face flushed slightly as she struggled out of his embrace, shooting him a discreet glare while smiling casually. We got to know each other too quickly. I haven't even asked your name. They had chatted for a while earlier but hadn't exchanged names. My name is Lin Chen. Lin Chen's self-introduction made the audience ponder the name, as if they had heard it before but couldn't quite place it. Put. Upon hearing the name, Guan Yuer couldn't help but laugh. It seems your age is similar to mine. Calling you Mr. Lin would be disrespectful to our friendship. How about I call you Little Lin? What songs can Little Lin sing? I have the title of the Chinese Little Song Library. I should be able to sing any song. I'll play the piano, and you can sing. The mischievous glint in Guan Yuer's eyes intensified. Lin Chen thought for a moment. He had listened to many songs, but suddenly recalling one was quite challenging. The song I miss, it's my ringtone, and I've used it for a long time. I just happened to learn this song on the piano. Let me play it for you, and you can sing. Without waiting for Guan Yuer to agree, he sat down at the piano, ready to show off his master-level piano skills. Guan Yuer looked at him in shock, originally wanting to make him look foolish, but he actually knew how to play the piano. Thud! Lin Chen's fingertips pressed down on the piano, and soon his other hand joined in, both fingers dancing as they played the prelude to the song. The moment he touched the piano, his body instinctively swayed, as if he had been playing the piano for decades. This scene shocked both Guan Yuer on stage and Qin Wolin in the audience. Qin Ruolin was simply astonished that this junior could do everything, while Guan Yuer was captivated by Lin Chen's silky performance. She could play the piano too, but what Lin Chen was doing could only be achieved by a master pianist. As the prelude was about to end, Guan Yuer was still in a daze, and Lin Chen had to start singing on his own. I ask why. That girl sent me a message and why you don't explain and keep your head down in silence. Lin Chen's voice was deep with a hint of hoarseness, emanating a strong emo atmosphere that silenced everyone present. Guan Yuer snapped back to reality from that magnetic voice, almost getting lost in the song again. Fortunately, her professional foundation was solid enough, and she raised the microphone to continue the melody. What I miss is the endless conversation, what I miss is dreaming together, what I miss is the impulse to still want to love you after growing up. Guan Yuer walked over to the piano, leaning against it, gazing at Lin Chen as he played. Many people in the audience even took out their phones to record this moment. Lin Chen's deep, sorrowful voice and singing skills, combined with Guan Yuer's melodious and crisp voice, elevated the song's essence. This song was decades old, and 80% of the audience had heard it before, so they all put down their belongings and quietly listened to this song that belonged to their youthful memories. After one song ended, the audience was still in a daze when suddenly someone in the crowd started clapping, followed by more and more people joining in. The entire main hall erupted with thunderous applause that continued for a long time. Lin Chen stood up and left the stage, while Guan Yuer quickly bowed to the audience and followed him off the stage. In the audience, Wang Jingde was watching Guan Yuer's back with a greedy gaze, a flicker of restraint and desire flashing in his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the request from the beauty, stunning the entire audience. Reward, Wang family's conspiracy secret letter, acting skills mastered, strength +1. Ding! Wang family's conspiracy secret letter has been placed in the host's suit pocket. Lin Chen suddenly felt a powerful energy surge within him, his muscles expanding and contracting, giving him an overwhelming sense of strength. Host, Lin Chen, Strength, 10, Constitution, 10, Mentality, 8, Charm, 9, the maximum attributes for ordinary people are 10, the host's values are normal among ordinary people. Vehicle, Pagani Huayra, Lamborghini Veneno, Mansion, Yulu Mountain Villano. 1. Tangchen Yiping Building A, 33rd floor, Skills, Mastery in Martial Arts, Chess, Marksmanship, Sports, Languages, Master Level Piano Skills, Singing Mastery, Acting Mastery. Balance, 95,628,446,251, with maxed out Strength and Constitution, 9 points in Charm, and 8 points in Mentality. Lin Chen's attributes had surpassed over 90% of humanity. Wait, just as Lin Chen was immersed in his attribute boost, Guan Yuer caught up with him. Miss Guan, is there anything else? I've already dealt with your ill intentions, do you have any other tricks? Lin Chen said coldly. This woman shouldn't go too far, even if she was a big star. To him, she was just a relatively pretty woman. Guan Yuer felt a bit embarrassed. Her invitation for Lin Chen to come on stage was indeed not entirely innocent. She wanted to see him make a fool of himself. Who would have thought that Lin Chen would instead amaze her? I'm sorry, I just thought it was fun. And didn't you let me have my way? A big man shouldn't be so petty. Guan Yuer said, patting Lin Chen's shoulder boldly. That's not necessarily true. Being able to resolve things is my skill, but your intentions are still not pure. Lin Chen snorted coldly. By the way, how come your piano skills are so impressive? You've reached a master level, right? How come I've never heard of you in the piano circle? Guan Yuer quickly changed the subject. Master pianists are few and far between in the world, and it was the first time she had heard Lin Chen's name. Either Lin Chen was low-key, never showing off, or Lin Chen wasn't his real name at all. No comment. Lin Chen turned and walked away, heading towards Qin Ruolin. In this place, the only person he needed to protect was Qin Ruolin. He couldn't care less about the lives and deaths of others. He planned to take Qin Ruolin to a safe place to hide. Suddenly, a woman appeared in front of him, smiling brightly. Hello, handsome. I'm Li Hua, a top agent from Hejia Media. I wonder if you'd be interested in signing with our company. We will tailor an album for you, making you famous across the country, even worldwide, becoming a top star. Li Hua was a renowned agent in the entertainment industry, with a unique eye for talent. Many current international superstars were discovered by her from the grassroots level. The moment Lin Chen opened his mouth to sing, Li Hua recognized his potential to become a top star. With a voice that could captivate everyone, combined with his handsome appearance, she was confident she could make Lin Chen a singing sensation in no time. Not interested, Lin Chen did not reach out to take her business card and walked around her. As he approached Qin Ruolin, he was constantly intercepted by people. They were all so-called agents wanting to sign him as a star or an internet celebrity. Some even female entrepreneurs wanted to pull him aside for a deep chat. With a charm level of 9, Lin Chen had become the center of attention after his earlier performance. Just as he was about to get close to Qin Roland, Shen Yu seemed to deliberately prevent them from meeting, pulling Qin Roland in the opposite direction and then mockingly looking at him from afar. Seeing that more and more women were surrounding him, Lin Chen had no choice but to give up on finding Qin Roland for now. Seizing a moment, he slipped out of the main hall. At that moment, Wang Jingde stepped onto the stage. "Hello everyone, I am Wang Jingde." As soon as Wang Jingde spoke, the venue fell silent again. "Thank you to all the elders and colleagues for coming to this dinner. I believe everyone knows the theme is about the development of the Sancheng film and television base. Currently, the governments of the 3 locations have not yet finalized the plan and executors, so our entrepreneurs from Magic City have gathered here to discuss." As Wang Jingde's voice faded, murmurs of discussion arose from below. "So, in your opinion, how should we collaborate to secure this project?" A middle-aged man asked from the audience. This man was Xinhuan Shan, the second-generation heir of the Shen family, and the father of Shen Yu and Shen Li. Apart from the Wen family, the other 3 families were present at this banquet. Since Wen Ruxue and Wen Jiaming were still abroad, they did not return for this banquet, and the Wen family could not afford such major moves at the moment. The death of Wen Jiaxu had caused many of the Wen family's businesses to face various problems, and their current focus was on resolving internal issues, leaving no time for external expansion. What's the use of collaboration? Have you seen the government's proposal? Do you know how the bidding will be conducted? Zhao Li, a member of the Zhao family sitting next to Xinhuan Shan, said disdainfully. The 4 major families of the Magic City are still largely under the control of the older generation. Recently, Old Man Wen passed away, and power began to shift to the second generation. However, the Wang family did not choose a leader among the second generation due to Wang Tianfeng having too many sons, making it impossible to balance things out. Now, it is this third-generation kid who holds power outside, and Zhao Li cannot stand some inexperienced youngsters pointing fingers at the world in front of him. Wang Jingde smiled slightly. "Uncle Zhao, please remain calm. I have 2 friends who have also arrived here." As he spoke, he looked towards the other side of the stage, where 2 middle-aged men were politely making their way onto the stage. "Isn't that the mayor of Jiancheng? The one next to him is the mayor of Sucheng." "It really is. They've invited the top leaders of both cities. The Wang family's influence is still as strong as ever. No wonder the Wang family dares to organize such a gathering. It seems the project is almost guaranteed. Let me introduce everyone. This is the mayor of Jiancheng, Wu Qingshan, and this is the mayor of Sucheng, Liao Dabing. Both are my friends, and this banquet is also held to welcome them." Wang Jingde gave them enough face, and they were quite pleased. "Good evening, everyone. Old Liao and I have discussed and decided to hand over the Film City project, as well as the projects within the areas of Su and Jiang, to Jingde." Wu Qingshan greeted everyone with a smile. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar around them. It's easy to say. What use is your decision? Before Su Banning from the Magic City speaks, your decision is worthless. This is a joint development project, and it was already stated in the planning that Su Banning from the Magic City is the main decision maker. You 2 have no power other than a participation right, Zhao Li sneered, showing no courtesy. As Zhao Li's words fell, the 2 city leaders, who had just appeared with smiles, suddenly turned dark. The 4 major families of the Magic City have connections that are not something a small city's leaders can easily please. Wang Jingde anticipated that someone would bring this up, so he spoke. For the 3-city project, even if Su Banning wants to make a decision, he must consult Jiangcheng and Sucheng. Our purpose here is to unite the major families of the Magic City to pressure Su Banning to allocate the project to us, and then we can share the cake. How about that? Xinhuanshan shook his head. "No, that's not how it works. I know Su Banning's people very well, and I believe everyone knows his background. Relying solely on us entrepreneurs to pressure him might backfire. Forget it, my Shen family will not participate in this matter, you all can discuss it." Xinhuanshan felt this matter was unreliable. He had only come to see old friends and was not very interested in such things. However, since he was already there, he thought he might as well participate and see if there was any potential. Watching the Wang family's kid speak as if he were just blowing hot air, he simply left the table. Zhao Li also stood up. "I thought there would be some constructive opinions, but it turns out to be nonsense. I won't participate either, you all can play by yourselves." Saying this, he followed Xinhuanshan's lead. Standing on the stage, Wang Jingde's eyes flashed with a hint of malice. These 2 guys embarrassed him in front of everyone. Even the elders of his clan would not dare to treat him this way. Wang Jingde signaled to someone in the audience. The person nodded and slowly retreated, disappearing into the main hall. After leaving the venue, Lin Chen found an empty room to slip into. He first sent a message to Qin Rolan, asking her to return to her room and lock the door, saying they would discuss everything else when they met. Just after sending the message, his phone rang. It was a call from Yang Yun. Fortunately, Lin Chen was using a domestically produced phone that was far ahead of its time, and after modifications by Mo Fong, it could use satellite communication anywhere on Earth. Otherwise, in this vast expanse of sea, there would be no signal at all. Lin Chen had considered calling the police, but based on his understanding of them, it would be better to find Xiao Runan instead. "Brother Lin, are you on the ship now?" Yang Yun asked anxiously. Their way of addressing each other had never changed. It was Lin Chen's request to call each other brothers instead of using formal titles like Mr. Lin or Director Lin, which felt too awkward to him. "Yes, what's wrong, Brother Yang?" Lin Chen was puzzled by Yang Yun's reaction. "Quickly take President Qin and leave. There are foreign mercenaries already on the ship. It seems this banquet has a purpose. It's all our fault for not finding out in advance." Yang Yun's tone was filled with self-reproach. "Brother Yang, please explain the situation in detail." One must admit that Yang Yun and his team were quite capable. He had just received the Wang family's conspiracy letter through the system and hadn't had time to open it when Yang Yun's call came in. Yang Yun knew it wasn't the time for self-blame. It's the Wang family. They spent $100 million hiring the Arctic Wolf mercenaries. Mo Fong happened to see the news on the dark web, but we can't figure out what the Wang family's goal is. Brother Lin, you should take President Qin and hide for now. Our brothers have already set off for the dock, and we have found a boat. We'll come to find you later. No need, you guys find a boat and stay nearby this cruise ship, but don't get too close. I'll handle the rest, and I'll call you if I need anything, Lin Chen instructed before hanging up the phone. He took out the Wang family's conspiracy letter, which was typed on a computer. From the tone, it seemed to be an email from Wang Jingda to the Arctic Fox. It stated a willingness to pay $100 million to have them kidnap everyone on the ship, transfer all their funds to one account, and force them to sell their shares at a low price. Robbing money was one thing, but why force people to sell their shares? Lin Chen couldn't understand the other party's motives, but he was too lazy to guess. The priority was to find a place to hide Qin Rolan. He could act without restraint when alone. Lin Chen arrived outside the initial room and knocked on the door for a while, only to find no one inside. He hoped Qin Rolan hadn't eaten any of the food. "Little Lin." A pleasant voice rang out behind Lin Chen. Turning around, he saw Guan Yuer again. At that moment, Guan Yuer was wearing a black slit dress, her long black hair casually draped over her shoulders, and the cleavage revealed made Lin Chen unconsciously glance in that direction. "You're a big star, always running around. Aren't you afraid of meeting bad people?" Lin Chen teased. Guan Yuer pouted, "The worst person here is you. This banquet is very safe, there are no outsiders. I only brought one assistant with me, and now she's gone to my manager, so I just ran out by myself. I don't have time to chat with you, do whatever you want. I have something to do." Lin Chen wanted to check the control room on the ship. Although he might not understand everything, he could take pictures to send to Yang Yun and the others to confirm where the ship was headed. "Are you going on an adventure? I actually think the atmosphere on this ship is strange. I saw a lot of foreigners when I boarded. It's clearly a gathering of entrepreneurs from Magic City, so why are there so many foreigners? And I haven't seen them since I got on the ship. If you're going on an adventure, take me with you. I'm a black belt in Taekwondo," Guan Yuer said excitedly. "Foreigners? Arctic Wolf mercenaries." Lin Chen indeed hadn't seen any foreigners after boarding the ship, but Guan Yuer had, and those foreigners must be part of the mercenary organization. "Where did you see the foreigners?" Lin Chen quickly asked. Guan Yuer thought for a moment. "When we first boarded the ship, those foreigners were just following the crew, so they should have been taken to another place." Lin Chen glanced at the ship's internal layout map in the corridor, found the crew's quarters, and headed that way. Guan Yuer hurriedly followed. "Did I provide you with some clues? You don't need to thank me, just take me along to have some fun." Lin Chen looked at the big star speechlessly, unsure if she was clever or childish, but the adventure she spoke of was exactly the predicament they were currently facing. Lin Chen pulled her into a small corner and told her, "This banquet is a conspiracy. Wang Jingda has hired a mercenary organization from abroad to kidnap everyone on the ship. I need to see if there's a chance to turn the tide before they start acting. So you shouldn't follow me anymore. Go find a place to hide. If I succeed, you'll be saved. If I don't, then you can only rely on yourself." After hearing Lin Chen's words, Guan Yuer's eyes lit up, and she excitedly said, "There really is an adventure. That's great. My dull days are finally going to get some excitement. Don't worry, sister will protect you." Lin Chen's words only registered with her up to that point. She didn't hear a single word after, and even patted Lin Chen's shoulder, saying she would protect him. Seeing that his attempt to dissuade her had failed, Lin Chen sighed and continued moving. When the two reached the corridor of the crew's quarters, 5 foreigners appeared ahead, smoking and chatting. Upon seeing Lin Chen and Guan Yuer, their expressions immediately turned wary, and they slowly moved their hands to their waists. Lin Chen sensed something was off. These people must be from the Arctic Wolf mercenary group. He quickly turned and pressed Guan Yuer against the wall, whispering in her ear, "Don't move, they have guns. Let's act like a couple looking for some excitement, or we'll be shot to pieces in the next second." Guan Yuer caught a glimpse of the foreigners placing their hands on their waists and was instantly so frightened that she didn't dare to move. The next moment, something blocked her mouth. Guan Yuer's eyes widened. She was being kissed. This was her first kiss. She had never even done a kissing scene in her acting career, and now she was being kissed by a man she had only just met. To make the mercenaries lower their guard, Lin Chen pretended they were a couple seeking thrills. Since they were a couple, they had to act the part. Lin Chen kissed Guan Yuer passionately, while she remained stiff, wanting to push him away, but the foreigners were watching closely, and she knew she couldn't act recklessly in this situation. When the mercenaries saw the two kissing, they withdrew their hands from their guns and relaxed their vigilance. After all, for these foreigners, sneaking off to have a tryst was quite normal. They thought it was just a couple finding a place to be passionate. The 5 foreigners watched the two kissing with great interest, even squatting down beside them to get a closer look. Just as they leaned in, Lin Chen struck. He elbowed with his left arm, turned his right hand into a fist, and delivered a knee strike directly to the face of the mercenaries squatting down to observe them. Before the other two could react, he jumped into the air and swiftly kicked out twice, breaking the necks of the other 2 mercenaries. In just 2 seconds, he had dealt with all 5 mercenaries. Although Lin Chen wasn't entirely sure these 5 were mercenaries, he believed in the principle of better to kill the wrong person than let the right one go, and he took them out in an instant. With maxed out physical strength, every strike was delivered with full force. These mercenaries, despite surviving in a world of blades and guns, couldn't withstand the full power of a maxed out human. Guan Yuer was still in shock from losing her first kiss when Lin Chen had already taken care of all 5 foreigners. She wanted to scream, but the current situation did not allow it. She could only clench her fists tightly and glare fiercely at Lin Chen. The loud commotion just now had not drawn anyone out of the staff dormitory, which could mean there was no one inside, or they had all gone out. Lin Chen looked over the lifeless bodies on the ground, and indeed, each person had a gun on them. It seemed he hadn't killed the wrong people. These were the mercenaries of the Arctic Wolves. Pushing open the dormitory door they had just been leaning against, he found it filled with weapons, various firearms and ammunition. Lin Chen walked in and picked a few lightweight, usable ones to tuck into his clothes. He discarded the rest out the window into the sea. As long as there were no firearms, he would be invincible. However, those people also carried firearms, and with the ammunition room emptied, they would have no way to replenish. After doing all this, Lin Chen saw Guan Yuer, who was shaking with anger, her fists clenched tightly. He suddenly remembered his earlier actions and realized he hadn't apologized to her yet. The situation was a bit urgent just now, and I made a decision in a hurry. I apologize. I'm sorry. Guan Yuer's expression was complex and resentful. She knew it was her insistence on following that led to this situation. Moreover, the earlier circumstances had indeed been dire. These people were armed, and one wrong step could lead to instant death. That was my first kiss, Guan Yuer said through gritted teeth. Lin Chen was about to say something more when suddenly the ship's intercom crackled to life. Sha, hello. Hello, everyone, my name is Andrew, from the Arctic Wolves Mercenary Organization. The intercom broadcasted in broken Chinese. Lin Chen's expression immediately turned serious. He hadn't expected the other side to act so quickly, and he hadn't had time to prepare anything. I believe some of you have heard of our Arctic Wolves. Our demands are simple. Everyone return to the main hall now. If we see anyone outside in 5 minutes, we will shoot on the spot. I hope everyone values their lives and cooperates. The broadcast continued, and some people outside, still skeptical, began to head towards the main hall, while others dismissed it entirely. Girl, there's no time to prepare. You heard the broadcast, quickly find a place to hide. After this crisis passes, you can ask me to do anything, but right now, I don't have the energy to protect you, Lin Chen said heavily to Guan Yuer. Guan Yuer understood the seriousness of the situation and nodded, saying, I'll go find my manager and the others. Be careful yourself, and don't forget your promise to me. After the crisis, I want to have my way with you. She waved her small fist at Lin Chen. Although Guan Yuer was very angry about losing her first kiss so inexplicably, the current situation did not allow her to be sentimental. She understood the gravity of the matter. After parting ways at the stairway, Lin Chen headed towards the captain's quarters. 5 minutes passed, and many people still chose to stay outside. The sounds of gunfire and screams finally made them realize that the broadcast was real, and the crowd outside began to run towards the main hall. Lin Chen continued towards the captain's cabin, unsure if Qin Roland had seen his message to hide. As long as he dealt with the mercenaries, this crisis would be resolved, but he had no idea how many people the mercenary organization had sent. He can only take it one step at a time. Lin Chen pulled out a handgun. He hadn't fired a gun since mastering his marksmanship, and now his skills finally had a chance to be put to use. Along the way, Lin Chen saw many corpses. Upon reaching a guest room corridor, he saw a black mercenary pushing a woman into a room, a sinister smile on his face. It seemed these mercenaries were also of low quality. They hadn't even finished their business before indulging their desires, and they didn't even bother to close the door. Lin Chen quietly followed into the room, only to see the mercenary push the woman onto the bed and tug at his belt. Suddenly, a dagger emerged from behind him, pressed against his neck. "If you don't want to die, answer my questions properly," Lin Chen said in English, but the other party babbled in another language. If it weren't for his language proficiency skill, he wouldn't have been able to tell which country the person was from. The black mercenary was from Africa and didn't speak English, so Lin Chen repeated his words in African. The black man nodded slightly. The dagger was too close, and he didn't dare to make any sudden moves. "How many people did your mercenary organization send? Where are they?" Only by knowing the number of people could Lin Chen make a plan. "We, the Arctic Wolves, sent 60 people, 5 guarding the armory, 10 with the leader in the control room, and the other 45 scattered throughout the ship," the black man said, slowly reaching into his clothes, thinking Lin Chen hadn't noticed. Lin Chen plunged a knife directly into his neck and kicked the body aside. Knowing the basic information was enough, seeing that the black man was about to resist, he decided to kill him first. If there was anything else he wanted to know, he could just capture another one. He wasn't sure if it was due to his enhanced attributes, but he felt no discomfort about killing. Generally, he should have been retching uncontrollably, but instead, it felt like he had done something trivial. After dealing with the black man, Lin Chen looked at the woman lying on the bed with her back to him, completely still. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of her breathing, he would have thought she was already dead. When he turned her over, he was instantly stunned. This woman was Yu Qing, the one he had exchanged words with once. At this moment, Yu Qing was awake but completely powerless, unable even to lift her hand. "How did you end up here? And what happened to you?" Lin Chen helped Yu Qing lean against the edge of the bed. I was also invited to this banquet. The food on the ship was poisoned. Everyone is like this, weak and lethargic," Yu Qing said weakly. It was indeed the food that was problematic. If he hadn't reached peak physical condition, able to automatically expel toxins, he might have been in the same weak state. After giving Yu Qing some water, Lin Chen picked her up in a princess carry. "You encountered what just happened, and the broadcast said this ship has been taken over by terrorists. I need to go save my friend. I'll hide you in a place, so don't run around." Yu Qing's face flushed slightly as she lowered her head. She knew what the mercenary had intended to do to her, but she was too weak to resist. However, she had already decided that if she were violated, she would commit suicide. She just didn't expect to be saved again by this man before her. "Fated enemies," Yu Qing murmured. Lin Chen heard her but didn't know she was referring to him. He thought she was complaining about someone. Lin Chen carried her to another room, laid her on the bed, and took a few bottles of mineral water from the table for her. "The poison in you shouldn't be fatal. It will make you unable to exert yourself for a short time. You can try to drink more water to see if you can expel the toxins from your body. I have to go now. Lock the door and try not to make any noise." "Wait!" Yu Qing called out to Lin Chen as he was about to leave. Lin Chen turned around, puzzled. "I was carried down from the deck by that black man. There's a friend of mine on the deck named Shin Lizhen. If you encounter her, could you please rescue her as well?" Yu Qing looked at Lin Chen with tearful eyes. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Chen nodded. "If I encounter her, I will save her, provided I find her." With that, Lin Chen left the room and locked the door behind him. After closing the door, Lin Chen suddenly thought of something, and the expression on his face instantly became strange. He remembered that Yu Qing was a lesbian, so her so-called friends must be her lesbian friends, right? As for the one surnamed Shin, he didn't know if she was from the Shin family. Lin Chen shook his head, dismissing these thoughts. The urgent matter was to eliminate these mercenaries first. The 5 in the armory had already been dealt with, and with the black man from earlier, 6 had been taken out, leaving 54 more. 54, that number was really giving him a headache. Lin Chen climbed up layer by layer, encountering any lone mercenaries and directly using his military knife to take them out, preventing gunfire from drawing attention. He continued to kill his way up, and by the time he reached the deck, he had already eliminated 12 mercenaries along the way, plus the 6 before, leaving 42 remaining. The mercenary organization had also sensed something was wrong. It seemed someone was hunting them down. More than 10 people had gone missing, and when a squad returned to the armory to replenish ammunition, they found the 5 dead, with all the firearms and ammunition gone without a trace. Upon reaching the deck, Lin Chen saw no one around. To get to the control room, he had to go up from the deck. Now that the mercenaries knew someone was hunting them, they had started to band together, making ambushes useless. Since they were aware, then he would hunt them down openly. Lin Chen put away the military knife and pulled out the handgun he had taken earlier. He had refrained from using the gun because he wanted to ambush, but now that was no longer an option, so it was time for a gunfight. Lin Chen glanced at the pitch-black sea, avoiding the lights shining on the deck as he made his way toward the control room. Suddenly, the broadcast crackled again. "How dare you kill our people? It seems there are some capable individuals on this ship. I order you to come to the main hall immediately, or every minute, I will kill one person." The poor Chinese mixed with an angry tone commanded those who were assassinating them. Lin Chen was speechless. How did the Arctic Wolf Organization become one of the top 10 mercenary groups in the world, daring to give him orders? If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't respond, he would have wanted to retort. Those people could kill whoever they wanted. It had nothing to do with him, and he hardly knew any of them. Lin Chen continued toward the control room, and not far from it, he saw a woman fighting a mercenary, with 2 other mercenaries jeering and laughing nearby. Under the deck's lights, he could see that the woman's long dress had been torn up to her thigh, but he couldn't tell if she had torn it herself or if someone else had done it. The woman's graceful figure and clever movements, however, were not causing any harm to the mercenary. From her movements, it was clear she was skilled, but unfortunately, her strength was insufficient to inflict any damage on the burly mercenary. Moreover, judging by her fluid movements, she seemed not to be poisoned, just a bit too weak. The mercenary withstood the woman's attacks and then delivered a heavy punch to her abdomen, sending her flying. Seeing this, Lin Chen stopped watching and pulled out his handgun, firing 3 shots at the 3 mercenaries in the area, then turned and walked over to the woman, helping her up. "Are you okay?" As soon as he spoke, the 3 mercenaries' bodies fell heavily to the ground, each with a hole in their foreheads. This was the confidence of a skilled marksman. Every shot hit its mark. As Lin Chen got closer, he finally saw the woman's appearance clearly, a cherry-like small mouth, fine lines around her phoenix eyes. She looked to be a beautiful woman in her early 30s. He didn't expect such a beautiful woman to have martial skills and be able to fight against mercenaries, although it was of little use, as she couldn't even push back against them. "I'm fine. Who are you, and why do you have a gun?" The woman looked at him warily. "I picked this gun up from them. The gunfire earlier might have drawn attention. We should leave here first." The deck was vast and open, making it easy to be targeted. Lin Chen helped the beautiful woman to her feet, his palm accidentally brushing against a soft area. The woman noticed the unusual touch, but now was not the time to dwell on such things. The 2 of them hid in a corner, leaning against the door leading into the cabin. After they left, a 5-man team arrived at the spot they had just vacated. Upon seeing the corpse on the ground, their expressions turned serious. The precision of the gunshot that killed instantly put even more pressure on them. "Ahem, you must be the assassin they mentioned in the broadcast. I didn't expect someone like you to be among these entrepreneurs." The beautiful woman coughed up a bit of blood. The punch from the burly man earlier still had her insides churning. Lin Chen looked at the woman before him and suddenly had a guess. "Are you Xin Lizhen?" The woman looked at him in surprise. "How do you know? Do we know each other?" "Yu Qing told me. I ran into her downstairs, and she asked me to help you if I found you." Lin Chen casually asked, only to discover that she was indeed Yu Qing's confidant. "Xiao Cheng. Where is she? Is she okay?" Xin Lizhen anxiously grabbed Lin Chen's arm and asked. She had just watched helplessly as a black man carried Yu Qing away, and she had been struggling to save her, but she was no match for those mercenaries. She was almost in trouble, but luckily I caught up and saved her. She ate some food on the ship and is currently feeling weak. I'll give you her room number. You can go find her. Lin Chen told Xin Lizhen where Yu Qing was located. "There's definitely something wrong with the food here. I didn't eat anything because I wasn't hungry, and I couldn't drink any of the alcohol today. Anyway, thank you for saving both of us. I'll go find her now." Xin Lizhen bowed to Lin Chen in gratitude, then opened the door and walked inside. Lin Chen watched her swaying legs and reminded her, "Your skirt is probably easy to tear during a fight. I suggest you change into pants." Xin Lizhen stumbled but didn't look back as she walked inside. "Shen family," Lin Chen murmured. If he wasn't mistaken, this was the 3rd person from the Shen family he had encountered. He hadn't seen Xin Li in action, but both Xin Yu and Xin Lizhen were skilled fighters. It seemed that Xin Yu wasn't a spontaneous assassin. The Shen family was originally a family of martial artists. Lin Chen shook his head, not wanting to think about it any longer. He pulled out his handgun, having already heard the discussions of the mercenaries around him. More than a dozen mercenaries had come up to the deck, wanting to keep him there. Lin Chen drew another gun from his waist, one in each hand. He had replenished his ammunition from the mercenaries he had just killed. With 2 guns, if he conserved his shots, he could still deal with these dozen or so men and then replenish some more ammo afterward. Lin Chen stepped out from the corner and began to spray bullets within range, taking down anyone who showed their head. While shooting, he hummed a little tune, "How lonely it is to be invincible." As the gunfire ceased, Lin Chen started counting how many were left. He had killed 18 on the deck, 3 after coming up, and now another 12, totaling 33, with 27 left to go. Indeed, using firearms was faster. Using a knife required finding the right moment and sneaking up on the opponent. After dealing with these men, Lin Chen ran up to the control room. At this point, the control room was empty. After learning that someone was hunting them, the mercenaries had all evacuated the control room to head to the main hall. Following Yang Yun's instructions, Lin Chen sent the coordinates of the cruise ship to Yang Yun. Meanwhile, in a room next to the main hall, there was another control room for broadcasting and monitoring surveillance. Although Lin Chen had been very careful, he was still caught on camera, and soon his identity was discovered. Rather than being discovered, it was more accurate to say that Wang Jingde informed them. To play his part, Wang Jingde initially jumped out in righteous indignation to protect them, only to end up being captured by the mercenaries. In fact, he was in a room with the leader of the Arctic Wolves. This person is called Lin Chen. Coincidentally, I just conducted an investigation on him today. I didn't expect he had such abilities. The investigation materials only show he is a university student, and there's nothing strange in the past records. How did he suddenly become so formidable? Wang Jingde was baffled. Beside him, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Andrew spoke in his broken Chinese. Perhaps he has hidden his identity. The information you gathered is inaccurate. Regardless, he has caused us significant losses, and he must be killed to relieve my hatred. Wang Jingde hesitated, wanting to mention that Qin Ruolin had come with Lin Chen, which could be used to threaten him. However, Qin Ruolin was a woman he had his eyes on. If he revealed that, and Andrew actually killed her, he would have nowhere to cry. Andrew did not see Wang Jingde's hesitant expression and picked up the microphone to shout, "Lin Chen, I already know your name. If you don't come over, I will kill everyone in this venue." Far away on the deck, Lin Chen rolled his eyes at the foolish Andrew, who was using this threat again, having already failed once. "Andrew, let's get down to business first. Call all your men back together. Don't let them be alone outside. We need to finish our main task first," Wang Jingde advised from the side. The leader of the Arctic Wolves called his subordinates and connected a computer next to the main hall, then said to the people in the room, "Now everyone line up here to open your bank accounts. If the amount meets the standard, you can avoid death." A middle-aged man, fearful for his life, rushed out, "I have money. As long as you don't kill me, I can give you all my money." The middle-aged man approached the computer, entered his account number, and it displayed a balance of over 100 million. He seemed to be a small-time entrepreneur. "Very good. You can go to that room to rest. There is clean food and drinks prepared inside, as well as an antidote. As long as everyone cooperates well, you can all gain freedom and food like him." The people present were either slumped on the ground or on chairs, having eaten the food in the main hall. The middle-aged man was supported by 2 mercenaries to that room, and after drinking the antidote, another mercenary came out with a computer. "Set your company's shares to a timed sell-off. It will start selling tomorrow morning." "Why? Didn't I give you all my money? Why do I still have to sell my company's shares?" The middle-aged man did not understand and was unwilling. The mercenary pulled out a pistol and pressed it against his head. "So, do you want to sell your shares, or do you want this bullet?" The middle-aged man immediately broke into a cold sweat. "I'll do what you say. I'll do what you say." He began to operate the computer, setting a time period so that when the stock market opened tomorrow morning, his shares would automatically be sold off. Outside the main hall, the mercenary pressed a few buttons on the computer, and the money of the earlier middle-aged man was instantly transferred away. Meanwhile, the others still held onto a glimmer of hope, and no one was proactive like the previous middle-aged man to open their accounts. The mercenary casually grabbed a man and threw him next to the computer. I have no money," the man said weakly. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the mercenary shot him in the head. "I hope everyone can cooperate a little. Here, you have no right to bargain." The mercenary leader revealed a cruel smile on his face. When everyone saw this bloody scene, their faces instantly turned pale, and some rushed to the computer in a panic. No amount of money is worth anything if you don't have your life. Without life, what use is money? In order to save themselves, everyone pushed those around them down, revealing the darkness of human nature at that moment. At this time, Lin Chen arrived at the ship's main control room. He had just contacted Yang Yun and learned that the main control room of the ship was where the surveillance and power were controlled. However, Lin Chen did not plan to cut off the ship's power, although it would attract some mercenaries, making it easier for him to act. In this dark night, it would also be inconvenient for him without power. He needed to cut off the surveillance inside the ship first, otherwise, every move he made would be under others' watch, which was not conducive to his actions. At that moment, Wang Jingde, who was in the main control room, suddenly noticed that all the surveillance images had disappeared and roughly guessed Lin Chen's intentions. He hurriedly found the leader to report the situation. This person definitely wants to come to our main hall. If he only intended to stay outside, he wouldn't need to turn off the surveillance. He could just find a place without cameras, like inside a room where there are no cameras. The Arctic Wolf leader immediately thought of Lin Chen's purpose, took out his walkie-talkie, and began to issue orders, telling the mercenaries to stay alert and to kill on sight if they saw this person. While he was giving orders, Lin Chen had already arrived near the main hall, changing into a waiter's outfit and stealthily slipping inside. Because there were many service staff and he wouldn't be called to transfer money, his disguise was safe for the time being. Lin Chen pretended to be weak, surveying the people around him, and in a corner, he saw Qin Ruolin and her companion, Xin Yu. He inwardly cursed, this Xin Yu is really harmful. She could have let Qin Ruolin avoid this crisis, but instead, she dragged her to the most dangerous place. However, Lin Chen did not see Guan Yuer, who seemed to have hidden away. What kind of assassin is this, not as conspicuous as a female star? Watching those entrepreneurs being dragged up to transfer money and then pushed into another room, and with Wang Jingde not present in this venue, Lin Chen's eyes turned, looking at the door of the control room. The moment a mercenary came out, he caught a glimpse of Wang Jingde's figure, and there was no one at the door. Everyone was facing away, so he could make a move to divert their attention. Wang Jingde wanted to hide his identity to do these things, which was quite clever. However, Lin Chen would not let him hide like this. His mission was to disrupt this conspiracy and expose Wang Jingde, turning it into an open scheme. Lin Chen took out a small grenade he had picked up from the armory and, when no one was paying attention, threw it at the entrance. A loud explosion rang out, and the door of the room where Wang Jingde was located was instantly blown off. Everyone was startled by the sudden explosion and turned to look at the source of the noise. At that moment, Wang Jingde was facing the door, drinking tea with the Arctic Wolf leader, and was also startled by the small grenade, staring blankly at the door. It's young Master Wang. Why is young Master Wang sitting so close to that person? I see, this is a trap set by the Wang family. The Wang family wants to wipe us out. Damn it, I was wondering how these people got on the ship. It turns out the Wang family is behind this. Everyone, don't be restrained anymore. They only have a little over 20 people, and we have hundreds. Let's go together. These people were fearful of the unknown terrorists, but it was now clear that it was a trap laid by the Wang group to swallow them up, and instantly, their fear was overshadowed by anger. Some jumped up to snatch the mercenaries' guns, while others directly tackled nearby mercenaries. The entire venue was thrown into chaos. Taking advantage of the confusion, Lin Chen slipped over to Qin Ruolin's side, picked her up without a word, and ran. Just as they exited the main hall door, the sound of gunfire erupted from inside. Qin Ruolin was suddenly swept out of the venue in a princess carry by someone. Initially wanting to resist, she quickly realized that the person holding her was Lin Chen, and she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Junior, I was worried when I heard your name on the broadcast just now. I didn't expect you to be so capable, able to deal with these terrorists. Lin Chen smiled, if I didn't have some skills, how could I run a security company? The president of my company can't afford to have any accidents. A gunshot rang out from behind them, and Lin Chen stopped, slowly turning to look. He saw Andrew holding Xin Yu hostage, smiling at him. Friend, is it enough to just save one? What about this friend? Andrew had fired his gun at the ceiling, not aimed at Lin Chen. Andrew had reviewed all the surveillance footage and discovered that Lin Chen had interactions with 3 women. One of the female celebrities was not at the venue and might have been shot outside. The other 2 women were still inside, and since he had saved one, he could use the other to threaten Lin Chen into submission. A strange expression appeared on Lin Chen's face. What made this mercenary leader think he would yield because of Xin Yu? He would rather the other party kill Xin Yu. After all, they were the ones trying to assassinate him. Ding! Detected a beauty with a score over 90 is in danger. Option 1, ignore and let her die, randomly deduct 1 past reward. Option 2, save the beauty and successfully bring her out of danger, reward top-level hacking skills, 50% actual control of the dark web. Damn, this dog system is going too far. It's forcing me to save her. Losing one of my past rewards, he didn't want to give up any of them, so he could only try hard to save her. Lin Chen set Qin Ruolin down and protected her behind him. What do you want? Seeing Lin Chen's actions, Shen Yu was momentarily stunned. She didn't expect him to stop running for her. Shen Yu's impression of him changed slightly. No one wanted to die, and seeing someone willing to save her stirred something unusual in her heart. At this moment, the venue fell silent again due to the gunshots, and Wang Jingde stepped out, daring to ruin my plans. It would be too easy for you to die like this. Andrew, lock him up, and after we finish our business, we'll torture him. Lin Chen coldly smiled. What makes you think I will surrender? Wang Jingde spoke as if he believed Lin Chen had already given up resistance and would let him handle it. What makes me think this? 5 more mercenaries rushed out from the door, holding submachine guns aimed at Lin Chen. As long as you move a finger, they will turn you and your friends into a sieve. If you don't believe it, feel free to try. Lin Chen's expression turned cold. It was reckless. He should have acted directly earlier. Now, with so many people around, he couldn't shoot them all in an instant. Lin Chen threw away his handgun and walked towards them. Wang Jingde and the others changed their expressions and hurriedly shouted, "Stay there. I'll tell you how to walk." They had seen Lin Chen's skills on the surveillance. He could take out 5 people in an instant. Even without a gun, he could still eliminate them quickly. Mr. Wang, I think this is unwise. This person is suspicious. I suggest we shoot him on the spot. Andrew said worriedly, frowning. He had already killed most of their men by himself. If they didn't kill him now and just locked him up, who knew what would happen? It was safer to kill him on the spot. Wang Jingde looked at Lin Chen and coldly smiled. Mr. Andrew, there's no need to worry. People with heroism are the easiest to deal with. As long as we have these 2 women, he will hesitate to act. Although it was a pity for Qin Roland, this was a critical time, and they couldn't let personal feelings hold them back. Lin Chen shrugged and walked into a room in the venue according to their directions. There were also 2 middle-aged men in the room. After glancing at Lin Chen, they closed their eyes again to rest. These 2 were Shen Wanshan and Zhao Li, who had left their seats earlier. Wang Jingde intended to wait until the main business was done before tormenting them. Zhao Li looked somewhat haggard, while Shen Wanshan still exuded a strong presence, though it was evident that both had been poisoned. After the door was closed, Lin Chen pondered how to break this deadlock. It seemed he had no choice but to use that invisibility card. He had been reluctant to use it before, as such fantastical rewards had only been given once, and there had been no more since. Once used, it would be gone. However, given the current situation, if he didn't use it, he might not be able to break the deadlock. He could perhaps evade attacks with his agile skills, but if the other side killed Shen Yu and Qin Roland, he would suffer a huge loss, failing the hidden mission and losing a reward. After thinking it over, he decided to avoid the heavy issues. Kid, what are you doing locked up with us? Zhao Li asked weakly. Old man, if you can't even catch your breath, you should talk less. You've killed too many people. You don't want me to die too easily, planning to torment me after your business is done, Lin Chen joked. Zhao Li was immediately infuriated, puffing up his cheeks and glaring, ignoring Lin Chen's later words. What's your name? How do you have the ability to deal with an entire mercenary group alone? Are you interested in joining the Shen family? You can name any conditions you want, Shen Wanshan said, throwing out an olive branch after hearing Lin Chen's words. Not interested. If it weren't for saving Shen Yu from your Shen family, I wouldn't have ended up captured. Lin Chen waved his hand. The task given by the system was too harsh. He had to save Shen Yu. Moreover, Shen Wanshan was in no position to recruit him. Was this person blindly confident or just too naive? Saving Shen Yu didn't mean he wanted to get too close to the Shen family, whose identity and background were quite mysterious, and it seemed everyone was a martial artist. Oh, little brother, do you know you are? Shen Wanshan's eyes sparkled with interest, not revealing what he was thinking. Don't know her. Lin Chen replied casually, then walked around the room, surveying his surroundings. Wang Jingde walked in from outside, accompanied by 6 mercenaries, all fully armed and aiming their guns at Lin Chen. You, drink this cup of water. Wang Jingde signaled to one of the mercenaries, who placed a cup of water on the table. Lin Chen found the scene somewhat amusing. These people were clearly afraid of him yet wanted to keep him alive to torment him for fun. He guessed what was in that cup, probably the kind of weak poison they had given to these men. Lin Chen picked up the cup and drank it in one go. Upon seeing him drink, Wang Jingde's face broke into a smile, and then he led his men out. This kind of poison that made 1 week wouldn't take effect immediately. Once it did, they could come in and toy with Lin Chen at will. Watching them leave, Lin Chen felt a reaction in his stomach. Perhaps because he had been poisoned twice before, his body had developed some resistance, so he only felt a bit uncomfortable without any intense pain. There was no bathroom in the room, so Lin Chen could only endure the discomfort while sitting on a stool to alleviate it. He then engaged in a casual conversation with the 2 men in the room. Little Lin. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached Lin Chen's ears. He turned towards the source of the voice and saw a beautiful figure emerging from a European-style wardrobe in the room. "What are you doing here?" Lin Chen walked over to the wardrobe and noticed a wooden board on top that could be opened. "I was hiding in a wardrobe in another room and didn't expect to connect to this place below," Guan Yuer said with surprise. Lin Chen approached the wardrobe and found a small ladder leading up. "I don't know which company with a twisted sense of humor did this, but the room above connects to another room." Lin Chen turned to Zhao Li and Shen Wanshan and asked, "We can escape from here, do you want to come with me?" Zhao Li shook his head. "I can't even move a finger right now, so I won't go with you. Kid, help me call my son and tell him what happened here and what the Wang family has done. Even if I die, they need to know who their enemies are." Shen Wanshan glanced at Zhao Li, then sighed, "I won't leave either. We've been friends for so long, I can't let old Zhao wait here to die alone. I'll stay here with this old guy." Shen Wanshan had enough strength to escape, but he couldn't bear to leave his old friend behind. "I won't help you make that call. You two stay alive. Once I deal with those people outside, you'll be safe," Lin Chen said, ignoring them as he climbed up with Guan Yuer from the closet. Feeling a bit uncomfortable in his stomach, he quickly moved to another room after entering, rushing into the bathroom to expel the toxins from his body. A few minutes later, he walked out looking relaxed. Indeed, it was his strong constitution that allowed him to expel this non-lethal poison just by using the restroom. However, the amount he expelled this time was so large that he doubted it was the same kind of poison. Guan Yuer pinched her nose, looking at him with disdain. "Why is your stomach so weak? Did you sneak some food again?" Lin Chen felt a headache coming on. Did he look like someone with a mental problem? Knowing those things were poisonous and still eating them? "I was forced by Wang Jingda to drink a glass of water. I'm fine now, just expelled it." "Wang Jingda? What does he have to do with this? Why did he force you to drink poison?" Guan Yuer was not in the main hall and didn't know what had happened inside. Lin Chen explained to her that the group of mercenaries was hired by Wang Jingda, targeting the wealthy circle of Magic City as part of a conspiracy. Lin Chen also learned from Shen Wanshan that Wang Jingda had forced those wealthy individuals to transfer their money and sell off their company shares. Lin Chen analyzed Wang Jingda's motives. It seemed that the Wang family didn't have enough money for the acquisition and wanted to use their funds to buy their shares. The Wang family essentially got these companies' equity for free. It was indeed quite insidious to use others' money to buy their own things, with the Wang family reaping all the benefits in the end. However, this tactic was also very dangerous. It seemed the Wang family was already in crisis, trying to gamble everything on this move. Otherwise, he might just want to clean up the matter without leaving any survivors. These two reasons were somewhat contradictory. Perhaps if he hadn't blown up that door and Wang Jingda hadn't been exposed, there might have been a chance to leave a survivor. But since he exposed him, everyone knew it was the Wang family's conspiracy, so naturally, there couldn't be any survivors left. "You keep looking for a place to hide, don't run around. I'll go deal with the remaining mercenaries," Lin Chen said to Guan Yuer. Rather than dragging things out and escaping, it was better to use the invisibility card and eliminate everyone. Lin Chen handed his phone to Guan Yuer. "Keep this phone. If you get a call, answer it and follow the instructions inside. Someone should come to rescue us soon." Earlier in the control room, Lin Chen had already contacted Xiao Runan, and her side had also started the rescue operation. It was about time. Lin Chen needed to deal with these mercenaries before she arrived. Otherwise, if the other side got desperate and killed Qin Rolan and Xinyu, then his mission would be in jeopardy. Guan Yuer was flipping through Lin Chen's phone, feeling it was similar to hers. Why could Lin Chen communicate with the outside world? "My phone has been modified to enable satellite communication. Don't keep looking, if you need it, I can have someone help you modify one when we get back," Lin Chen explained, noticing the confusion on Guan Yuer's face. In the main hall, Wang Jingda watched as money was transferred out one after another, a look of excitement appearing on his face. Lin Chen was right, the Wang family was indeed in crisis and had secretly begun to sell off some assets that were not on the books. However, those things were not worth much since they were off the record and could not save the Wang family at all. Moreover, this news wouldn't stay hidden for long before someone discovered it, and by then, the stock of the Wang Group would plummet. This method was his suggestion, using the Film City project to invite everyone with a bit of money and motu, even including government officials, all to make the act seem more convincing. When the mercenaries began to act, he would jump out first, pretending to protect the guests, but in reality, he was taken to a control room to monitor everyone's movements. Wang Jingda thought this trick of escaping like a cicada shedding its shell would work without a hitch, but it was ruined by Lin Chen's small bomb. Now that everyone knew it was a trap set by the Wang family, they couldn't let anyone leave. Thinking of this, Wang Jingda was furious. He could have disguised himself as a victim, obtained those things, and gained everyone's goodwill, but now it was all ruined by Lin Chen. He calculated the time, figuring that the drug's effect should have kicked in, and he could go in and beat Lin Chen to vent his anger. When he opened the door, he found only Zhao Li and Shen Wanshan inside, instantly becoming alert. Wang Jingde thought Lin Chen was hiding somewhere, possibly planning to ambush him. Zhao Li saw Wang Jingde's cautious demeanor and mocked, "The third generation of the Wang family is really pathetic. You haven't inherited any of Wang Tianfeng's charisma. You wouldn't happen to not be of the Wang bloodline, would you?" He laughed heartily after saying this. Wang Jingde glared at him in anger and called in a few mercenaries to search for Lin Chen. After searching around, they found no trace of Lin Chen, until finally, one mercenary discovered a passage above the closet. "Damn it, this cruise company never told me about this passage." Wang Jingde cursed loudly and quickly walked out to find Andrew. "That guy has run away again, but he has already drunk our poison drink. Even if he escapes, he is bound to die," Wang Jingde said. He had seen the surveillance footage and knew that ordinary weak poisons were ineffective against Lin Chen, so he had added a lethal toxin. But who would have thought Lin Chen's constitution was too strong, and he expelled the toxin. "I sent a few subordinates to look for his whereabouts. I need to see the body to be completely at ease." Andrew's expression was grave. The other side had killed most of their mercenaries, and he originally wanted to execute him directly, but Wang Jingde insisted on torturing him first. Now it was like moving a stone to crush his own foot, and he had escaped. If the toxin hadn't taken effect, Lin Chen would be a nightmare for them. Andrew arranged for 3 mercenaries to go out and search for Lin Chen's whereabouts. Although they knew he was formidable, they were short-handed and had no other choice. At this moment, Lin Chen had already reached the floor of the main hall and took out the invisibility card from his pocket, reluctantly slapping it onto himself. His whole body began to turn transparent, even the knife on him became transparent as well. Lin Chen looked at the glass beside him, and his reflection was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind: it would be great if he could control this invisibility. Slowly, Lin Chen's figure began to appear in the glass, and to his surprise, he could indeed control it. Hearing footsteps coming from the direction of the main hall, he quickly activated his invisibility. 3 mercenaries, guns drawn, cautiously explored every corner, even pushing into every room to take a look. They were also frightened by Lin Chen. Although Andrew had sent them to find him, the 3 had agreed to only search this floor, and after searching, they would just guard this level. The ship was so large that with just the 3 of them, it would take ages to find anything, and they couldn't afford to be separated. If they did, they might lose their lives in the next second. One of the mercenaries put down his machine gun and pulled out a cigarette from his pocket. "Alright, no need to search so carefully. If we really find it, it'll be even more troublesome. Let's smoke a cigarette first." Before he finished speaking, a cold gleam flashed by, and the 3 mercenaries stood frozen in place, the cigarette snapping cleanly in half. The 3 of them fell simultaneously, a long, thin line of blood appearing on their necks. A figure slowly emerged, and Lin Chen heard their conversation. He hadn't expected that he had already instilled fear in this top mercenary organization. Lin Chen tore off the clothes from one of the bodies to wipe his military knife and once again fell into a state of invisibility. In the main hall, Andrew had a bad feeling, so he occasionally contacted the 3 of them via walkie-talkie. When he picked it up again, there was no response from the other side. Andrew immediately stood up from his seat. Wang Jingde, seeing his expression, hurriedly asked if something had happened. Andrew was furious. If it weren't for this idiot in front of him, he wouldn't have lost 3 more men and wouldn't have found himself in such a dangerous situation. "Mr. Wang, this mission is over. We, the Arctic Wolves, need to increase the commission because your decisions and the things you made us do have already cost us over 30 elite members. This is a huge loss for us, and the commission must be raised to $500 million, and it must be paid immediately." Wang Jingde's face darkened upon hearing this. The Arctic Wolves were actually raising the price on the spot. Damn it, where was he supposed to get $500 million? Thinking of this, Wang Jingde couldn't help but curse Lin Chen in his heart. If it weren't for Lin Chen, how would he be spending this unjust money? In fact, Lin Chen was partly to blame, but a larger part was Andrew's maneuvering. Having seen the wealth of the tycoons in the Magic City, they had become envious and wanted even more. "Mr. Andrew, could you give us a little more time? Once we finish our work, the $500 million will be transferred to you without a cent missing." Wang Jingde could only try to appease him for now. $500 million was just a drop in the bucket for the Wang family in the past, but things were different now. In recent years, the Wang Group had suffered severe losses, and their protective umbrellas had fallen one after another. They had spent a lot of money just to keep themselves safe. He had initially planned to collaborate with Wenjiashu to stabilize the Wang Group's economic crisis, but who would have thought that Wenjiashu would fail? What a waste! In the end, he had to take risks and come up with this plan, only to have it ruined by Lin Chen. Now the Wang family had to step into the open and kill this group of people, becoming murderers. Andrew shook his head. No, payment must be made immediately, or I will withdraw my men right now. Only when the money was in his pocket would there be any guarantee he could retreat at any time. After working so hard, that few tens of millions in deposit was definitely not enough, the operation would only be considered complete once the money was received. Wang Jingde gritted his teeth. Mr. Andrew, please wait a moment, I will arrange it right now. With the other party pressing so hard, he could only go find his grandfather, Wang Tianfeng. Despite the tycoons having transferred their money away, he had no way to use that money right now. To prevent the money from being traced, it had already been transferred overseas for laundering, and it would take at least until tomorrow morning to return to the country. Wang Jingde took out his phone and called Wang Tianfeng. After Wang Tianfeng learned about the situation, he fell silent for a moment before saying, "You tell Andrew to wait 5 minutes. The money will be transferred to their Arctic Wolves account." Wang Jingde told Andrew about this matter. Andrew, not wanting to be deceived, ordered his men to stop, deciding to wait until they received the money before continuing their actions. After all, they weren't in a hurry. Wang Jingde had no choice but to wait, and during this time, Lin Chen, who had already gone invisible, walked in. Seeing these people seemingly arguing about something, gathered together in a lazy manner, he found it difficult to take action. Lin Chen simulated in his mind how he could kill these people at the fastest speed, but upon seeing Wang Jingde's position, he chose to observe instead. Wang Jingde stood next to Qin Roland, guessing that Andrew's sudden change of attitude was definitely because something had happened to Lin Chen and the other 3 he had sent out. When Lin Chen rushed in, he would take Qin Roland hostage, at least ensuring his own survival. He regretted it now. He could have killed the opponent earlier, but because of his twisted psychology, wanting to torment Lin Chen properly, he ended up letting the other side escape. Suddenly, a young woman approached, rubbing her chest against Wang Jingde's arm. "Young Master Wang, I came here at your invitation, not from Magic City, so let me serve you by your side. You can do whatever you want with me," she said, throwing him a flirtatious glance. This woman was Su Huilin, whom he had met when boarding the ship. Up until now, she had only been scared at the beginning. She was very confident in herself, believing that even foreigners would be attracted to her type. Just as she was preparing to seduce Andrew, Wang Jingde revealed himself. Of course, she chose the young Wang Jingde over the middle-aged Andrew. At this moment, Wang Jingde was overwhelmed with these matters and had no time for such things. "Get lost." Su Huilin's expression changed, and she left him reluctantly, planning to find another opportunity to approach Andrew later. Lin Chen also moved closer to Qin Roland. Although he could have taken care of Wang Jingde first, doing so would only lead them to be shot to pieces by the mercenaries on the other side, which would be counterproductive. Wang Jingde could be killed at any time. The main issue was that group of mercenaries. Just as Lin Chen was still contemplating how to break this situation, Wang Jingde's phone rang. After answering the call, he nodded at Andrew, who then took out a satellite phone to confirm something before allowing the mercenaries to gradually disperse. Seeing that the task was about to be completed, a hint of ruthlessness appeared in Wang Jingde's eyes as he said, "Originally, you could have left safely, but now, because Lin Chen has made you see me, I can only apologize. When you go to hell, remember it was Lin Chen who caused your deaths." Wang Jingde decided to kill everyone but did not forget to shift the blame onto Lin Chen. "Shut your mouth. Lin Chen has been opposing you all along, all to save us. You trapped us here to rob us of our possessions, and now you want our lives while trying to pin the blame on the person who is saving us. You really have some nerve. Do you think we are all fools?" Shen Yu retorted angrily. Lin Chen, who was still invisible, was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Shen Yu to speak up for him. At that moment, the anger of the others reached its peak. They grabbed things and threw them at the mercenaries. Since they were all going to die anyway, they might as well resist, and the scene instantly became chaotic. "That idiot!" Andrew couldn't help but curse in anger. Telling them at this moment that they were doomed would definitely provoke resistance. A great opportunity. Lin Chen kicked Wang Jingde aside and pulled out 2 handguns from his waist, firing wildly. The people present only heard gunshots without seeing anyone, and then they saw the mercenaries falling one by one. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lin Chen resolved them all in one go. As soon as the first gunshot rang out, Andrew, the leader of the Arctic Wolves, ran away, cursing Wang Jingde for being such a fool. Hadn't he ever heard of a cornered dog desperate to jump the wall? Their death had already been announced. Were they just waiting to die by not resisting? Moreover, in this chaos, Lin Chen must have rushed in to find a good opportunity to shoot them. Wasn't the 3rd generation of the Wang family said to be exceptionally capable? Why was he doing such foolish things? The gunshots rang out 23 times, meaning the remaining 23 people had all been dealt with by Lin Chen. Now, out of 60 mercenaries, 59 had been eliminated, leaving only Andrew unresolved. Truly, as a leader among mercenaries, his reaction was impressively swift. Lin Chen walked to a corner where no one could see him and revealed himself. He still held 2 guns in his hands, and when the crowd saw Lin Chen, they were stunned. Wasn't this the person who had just been singing with Guan Yuer? Although they had heard Andrew calling Lin Chen's name over the broadcast, they didn't realize that the person with the beautiful singing voice was the same one. Are you okay? Lin Chen approached Qin Rolan, looking her up and down. Qin Rolan excitedly shook her head, her previously anxious heart finally at ease. Just moments ago, Lin Chen had saved her but had been captured. She had been thinking of ways to rescue him, not expecting that Lin Chen had already escaped and taken care of all the mercenaries. The weak Xinyu, at this moment, also thanked Lin Chen, grateful for his earlier rescue. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. I didn't expect to hear your thanks. He had saved Xinyu purely because of the mission. He didn't care about the rewards, but he did care about the rewards that had been deducted. Xinyu huffed and said nothing more. Impossible. You clearly drank the poison I gave you. That kind of poison could take down an elephant. You can't possibly be fine. Wang Jingde, spitting blood from the kick Lin Chen had given him, pointed at him in disbelief. Lin Chen ignored him and was about to say something when he suddenly saw a few people crouching down to pick up the handguns dropped by the mercenaries. Quick as a flash, Lin Chen fired several shots at them, the bullets piercing through their palms, followed by their shrill screams as they fell to the ground, rolling in pain. He recognized these people as those around Wang Jingde. It seemed they were still unrepentant and wanted to attack him. The wealthy individuals who had been robbed finally regained their senses and angrily rushed towards Wang Jingde, punching and kicking him. Lin Chen didn't kill him, partly to let these people vent their anger. Moreover, Wang Jingde was Chinese. Unlike the mercenaries, killing him would be relatively more troublesome. Senior, you and Xinyu go to that room. Xin Wanshan and Zhao Li are still inside. I need to take care of the last person. Lin Chen pointed to the door of the room where he had been held. Be careful and don't be careless, Qin Rolan advised with concern. They had originally come to attend a business summit, not expecting to encounter so much trouble. Qin Rolan had learned a bit about Lin Chen, but she was more curious. This junior could sing, play the piano, was skilled in martial arts, and had impeccable marksmanship. What else was there about him that she didn't know? Compared to other matters, Qin Rolan was now more interested in Lin Chen. Lin Chen ran outside, and at that moment, a helicopter landed on the deck. It was Xiao Runin who had come down from the ship. She had flown the helicopter herself. Upon receiving news of the terrorist attack, everyone was busy planning their actions, but Xiao Runin couldn't wait and took off in a helicopter on her own. If Lin Chen saw this scene, he would be utterly speechless. A person flying a helicopter alone. If those mercenaries hadn't been dealt with, this woman wouldn't even have been able to land and would have met her end in the sea. As soon as Xiao Runin got off the helicopter, she called Lin Chen, but the person who answered was a girl. Where's Lin Chen? Who are you? Xiao Runin thought that Lin Chen might have fallen for a beauty trap and had already been captured. My name is Guan Yuer. Lin Chen gave me the phone and told me to contact you. You are the police, right? Have you arrived? Yes, I'm here, but it's just me. The troops have also sent someone over, and they will arrive soon. Xiao Runin assessed the situation on the deck as she spoke. Guan Yuer was stunned upon hearing this. Just one person? What good would that do? Was this person some kind of warrior or god of war? Lin Chen said that when you arrive, he would lower the escape ladder. His people are already nearby and will be here soon. I'm going up to find you now. Guan Yuer didn't care about anything else. As long as someone was coming, she would go up to meet them. Lin Chen was searching for Andrew in the cabin, pondering what he would do if he were in Andrew's position. After thinking it over, he had only 2 choices. One was to go to the lifeboat, lower it, and escape from this place. The other was to go to the deck and jump directly into the sea. However, the first option was more stable, albeit slower. Given the current urgent situation, Andrew would most likely go to the deck and jump into the sea rather than get the lifeboat. Perhaps there were people waiting for him below. With this in mind, Lin Chen decided to take a gamble, betting that Andrew would head to the deck, and hurried towards that direction. At the same time, Guan Yuer also ran out of a room, heading towards the deck. Just as Guan Yuer spotted the deck exit, Xiao Runin happened to see her as well. Suddenly, a foreign man ran out from another entrance, standing between Xiao Runin and Guan Yuer. Xiao Runin quickly drew her gun and aimed it at Andrew, while Guan Yuer's expression changed, and she wanted to run back, but Andrew swiftly grabbed her by the neck. Lin Chen arrived at that moment, and when he saw that Andrew had taken Guan Yuer hostage, his expression turned serious. Lin Chen cursed inwardly, wondering how it could be so coincidental that he ran into Guan Yuer. He glanced outside and saw only Xiao Runin. What he thought would be an easy task had now become complicated. Andrew, let her go. I'll let you leave. For now, he could only save Guan Yuer first. After all, the mission didn't require him to kill all the Arctic Wolf mercenaries. Andrew recognized that Guan Yuer was one of the women connected to Lin Chen. As long as he had her, he could escape. You killed all my men, and you think a light-hearted word will make me let her go? What kind of dream are you having? Andrew said as he moved outside, his Mandarin becoming much more standard under Lin Chen's pressure. With Lin Chen inside and Xiao Runan outside, he could only sidle along the wall, cautiously making his way to the deck. Andrew slowly moved towards the edge of the ship, and Lin Chen joined Xiao Runan on the deck. The two leaned together, closing in on Andrew. Why are you the only one here? Where are the others? Lin Chen thought Xiao Runan had brought others along, just hiding in another place. The others are on their way. You sent a rough coordinate, but this ship has been moving the whole time and doesn't have a fixed route. If I hadn't set out early, I wouldn't have been able to find your ship at all. Xiao Runan's eyes were fixed on Andrew across from them. Lin Chen was understandably speechless. What good was it to come alone? Fortunately, he had already taken care of most of the situation, otherwise, it would have been another burden. The Arctic Wolf mercenaries were invited by the Wang family, planning to take down the wealthy of Magic City in one fell swoop. 60 people came, and now only this one is left. Lin Chen casually relayed this information without turning to look at Xiao Runan's shocked expression. Xiao Runan was so surprised that she forgot the current situation. If she heard correctly, there were 60 Arctic Wolf mercenaries, and Lin Chen had already dealt with 59 of them. Andrew, you've reached your position. Hand over Guan Yuer to me, and you can leave. Lin Chen dared not advance any further, fearing that provoking Andrew might lead him to desperate measures. Andrew coldly smiled. First, throw your guns over to me. Otherwise, I'll push her down right now. It's night, once she's in the water, you won't be able to find her. Lin Chen glanced at Xiao Runan, and they both threw their guns over. Then, Lin Chen subtly positioned himself to shield Xiao Runan behind him. Without weapons in hand, Xiao Runan, as a woman, was still someone Lin Chen felt the need to protect, and he instinctively blocked her. But in Xiao Runan's eyes, this man was protecting her. Even though she was a police officer, she was still a woman. Seeing that the two were now unarmed, Andrew's smile grew even more pronounced. He aimed his gun at Lin Chen's heart, and bang! The gunshot rang out, causing Lin Chen to clutch his chest and kneel down. No! Xiao Runan shouted, rushing to his side to support the fallen Lin Chen. Lin Chen! Guan Yuer cried out, blaming herself for causing Lin Chen's death. She bit down on the hand that was gripping her neck. Andrew winced in pain, forcefully throwing Guan Yuer off the boat. Ah! Guan Yuer fell into the pitch-black sea. In that instant, Lin Chen quickly got up, leaping forward to Andrew, twisting both of his arms until they broke, and delivering a slap to his chin that dislocated it. The next second, Lin Chen jumped into the sea. This series of actions was completed in just 3 seconds. Xiao Runan, who had been supporting Lin Chen in sorrow, was momentarily stunned. She had just seen Lin Chen get shot in the heart, so why was he unharmed? Xiao Runan noticed a spent bullet on the ground and then looked at the handgun that had fallen from Andrew's hand. It was the same model. Golden bell shield, iron cloth shirt? This martial art came to Xiao Runan's mind. She stared blankly at Andrew, who lay at the edge of the deck with his arms and mouth twisted, and suddenly realized, rushing to the edge to look at the sea. The sea was turbulent, and it was night. Lin Chen and Guan Yuer had already vanished from sight. Xiao Runan took out her phone and called the maritime rescue team, urging them to come to this location as quickly as possible. She then handcuffed Andrew. In the vast sea, Lin Chen swam desperately towards Guan Yuer. He and Guan Yuer had fallen into the water just seconds apart, but the waves were too high, creating a distance between them. Guan Yuer was frantically splashing the surface of the water, and after swallowing a few mouthfuls of seawater, Lin Chen finally caught hold of her. She clung to him like a drowning person grasping at a lifeline, hanging onto Lin Chen. Can you swim? Lin Chen asked. It was only then that Guan Yuer realized it was Lin Chen who had saved her. Lin Chen, didn't you get shot? Just moments ago, she had clearly seen Lin Chen fall after being shot, yet he suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea to save her. Lin Chen had indeed been shot, but he had a golden silk soft armor under his clothes. Combined with his golden bell shield, the bullet had felt like a pebble hitting him, causing no harm at all. Lin Chen was also astonished by the golden silk soft armor produced by the system. Sister, given our situation, let's not discuss anything else for now. Lin Chen sighed, looking at the endless sea around them and the ship that was drifting further away. Guan Yuer slightly loosened her grip on Lin Chen and began to kick rhythmically. I can swim, I was just too nervous earlier. You can let go of me now. Guan Yuer felt a warmth on her face. Although the situation was very dangerous, the unusual sensation of being tightly embraced by the two of them still reached her. "Let's swim towards that ship first. Although it's not as fast as a boat, we have to give the rescue team a chance to find us," Xiaorunan said, having seen the two of them fall into the sea. As long as they swam in the direction of the ship, it would be easier for the rescuers to locate them. The two began to swim towards the cruise ship while they could still see it, but in the vast ocean, Lin Chen overestimated Guan Yuer's stamina. She soon could no longer swim. Lin Chen could only pull her along as they swam forward when suddenly, something vaguely appeared ahead. "What is that?" Guan Yuer was the first to spot the object floating on the water. As they swam closer, they realized it was a rubber lifeboat. Seeing the lifeboat, Lin Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If they continued to swim aimlessly, he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer, let alone Guan Yuer. But how did this lifeboat end up here? Was Xiaorunan that perceptive? In fact, this lifeboat was dropped by Andrew. The reason he and Guan Yuer appeared at the deck entrance at the same time was that he had gone to get this lifeboat. In the vast ocean, even if he jumped in, he wouldn't survive, but with the lifeboat, he could hold on until others came to rescue them. In the end, it was still a sacrifice for Lin Chen. But thankfully, Andrew's lifeboat prevented them from freezing to death in the sea. After climbing onto the lifeboat, Guan Yuer was already shivering from the cold. Lin Chen's clothes were also wet, so he couldn't give her his clothes. He could only take off his shirt, wring it out, and wait for the sea breeze to dry it. Damn! Lin Chen glanced at the lifeboat and couldn't help but curse. This lifeboat was not only manual, without an engine, but it didn't even have paddles. This was just a floating object. If they let the lifeboat drift with the waves, they wouldn't know where they would end up. However, it was better than being submerged in water. Lin Chen used his hands to paddle, straining to move forward, but a wave knocked him back. Guan Yuer beside him was already so cold that her lips turned pale, and she was trembling all over. Lin Chen's robust physique was holding up, but if this continued, Guan Yuer would freeze to death before the rescue arrived. He leaned over and pulled her into his arms. "Take off your clothes. Wearing wet clothes will make you feel even colder." Guan Yuer looked up at Lin Chen. She knew this wasn't the time to be coy, as they could lose their lives at any moment. "Don't worry, in this dark sea, I can't see anything." Lin Chen thought she was hesitating about being seen. Guan Yuer took off the wet dress, and Lin Chen's eyes widened at the sight before him. She wasn't being coy and once again nestled into Lin Chen's embrace. Earlier, through the fabric, she couldn't feel much, but now she sensed Lin Chen's warmth, and she felt much more comfortable. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh at Guan Yuer, who was so carefree. They lay down to reduce the area exposed to the wind. "Xiaolin, you look about my age, but why are you so amazing? You have master-level piano skills, no martial arts, and even bullets can't hurt you," Guan Yuer said, her curiosity about Lin Chen growing. "When I was a child, I met a mysterious old man on the back mountain of my hometown. He bestowed upon me a system that turned me into the impressive person you speak of," Lin Chen joked, half seriously. Guan Yuer rolled her eyes playfully. "If you don't want to say, then don't. What's so great about it?" Little did Guan Yuer dream that one day she would take the initiative to embrace a man she had known for less than a day, but she didn't seem to mind this feeling of holding Lin Chen. "Classmate Xiaolin, do you think we will die?" Guan Yuer suddenly asked with sadness. In the midst of the pitch-black sea, a sense of despair overwhelming her. Lin Chen gently patted her back with the hand that had slipped around her neck. "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, you won't die. The rescue team will be here soon. If you're tired, take a nap. When you wake up, we'll be saved." Guan Yuer's eyes grew increasingly dazed, her eyelids gradually drooping. She had been swimming for a long time and was already exhausted from not having rested. It had been too cold earlier, but now she felt the warmth radiating from Lin Chen, and drowsiness washed over her. Seeing that Guan Yuer had fallen asleep, Lin Chen also closed his eyes. It was better to sleep than to keep them open, and perhaps when he woke up, he would see the rescue team. The two of them fell into a deep sleep on the rubber boat, while on the ship, the troops had already arrived. The captain's team had been wiped out by mercenaries, and they could only bring another team from the Magic City to take over. Everyone was gathered on the deck, and Qin Ruolin was looking around for Lin Chen, but she couldn't find him anywhere. "Hello, police officer, I want to ask if you've seen a guy named Lin Chen, tall and thin, a bit handsome, wearing a casual suit with a white t-shirt underneath." Qin Ruolin approached Xiaorunan, who was directing the operations, and asked. Xiaorunan looked at the woman in front of her, who appeared pitiful and heart-wrenching. She was so beautiful that it was hard to think of any other words to describe her. Where did Lin Chen meet such a stunning beauty? And the woman who had just been thrown into the sea because it was too dark, she hadn't seen her clearly, only now realizing it was Guan Yuer. She was also a fan of Guan Yuer and couldn't believe she hadn't recognized her idol, just watching as someone threw her into the sea. "What is your relationship with Lin Chen?" Xiaorunan asked. I'm Lin Chen Sr., and I'm also an employee of his company. I came to this summit with him, but I didn't expect to encounter these events, she replied. She had come to the summit to broaden her horizons and make some connections, but now she hadn't accomplished anything and had dragged Lin Chen down with her. Oh, what kind of company does our savior run? A middle-aged man nearby also chimed in. They all knew that the person who saved them was named Lin Chen, but what he did would have to be checked later. They would remember this kindness. People gathered around, as they had all been somewhat aware of the situation, originally wanting to express their gratitude to Lin Chen, but they couldn't find him. Xiao Runan hadn't expected that Lin Chen could attract so much attention and concern. Lin Chen was fighting with the mercenary leader and successfully subdued the enemy, but he fell into the sea while trying to save a hostage from the enemy's hands. Everyone, don't worry, I've already contacted the Coast Guard and asked them to send a rescue team. Xiao Runan furrowed her brows, feeling that if the rescue team arrived, Lin Chen would likely be in grave danger, but she had no other options. Upon hearing that Lin Chen had fallen into the sea, Qin Roland slumped down, repeatedly muttering that it was impossible. Although she hadn't known Lin Chen for long, the times he had saved and protected her had forged a deep bond between them. In her mind, with his abilities that constantly exceeded her expectations, she believed someone as capable as Lin Chen couldn't just fall into the sea and die. The others, who had originally wanted to thank Lin Chen, also frowned inside, feeling a deep sense of regret. Lifeboat equipment. Lifeboat equipment. Qin Roland quickly grabbed Xiao Runan, murmuring, "Throw the lifeboat equipment down. As long as Lin Chen can grab one, there's still a chance to wait for the rescue team." "Where is the lifeboat equipment?" Qin Roland's words made Xiao Runan realize, and she hurriedly ran towards the rescue room. Xinyu followed her, and the three women arrived at the room where the life-saving equipment was stored, throwing everything out into the sea. During this time, Yu Qing and Shen Lizhan also arrived at the rescue room to help. They were very grateful for Lin Chen's rescue. If it weren't for Lin Chen, their fate would have been dire, and they might have even lost their lives. Now, with their savior's life hanging in the balance, they could only do their small part to help. Soon, others came to assist, and all the rubber boats were thrown overboard. A crew member rushed in to stop everyone, saying, "These supplies are necessary for emergencies, you can't throw them all away. Who will be responsible if something happens later?" Another middle-aged man shouted loudly, "Our savior's life is at stake, and you're telling me about necessary supplies? Isn't this the very moment of necessity? How much are these things worth? When we reach the shore, let your company come find me. My name is Qian Mingda. I'm Qian Mingda from Moto Securities. If there's anything to be responsible for, come find me." This crew member was the only remaining employee on the ship. He had escaped disaster by hiding in a room in the main hall to smoke. Later, he was discovered by Wang Jingda, who made him run errands, thus sparing his life. After all, the crew knew the ship's supplies best, and if they were all gone, finding food would be difficult. Soon, the rescue team arrived on the ship, and helicopters and rescue boats began their operations. Yang Yun and others also approached the ship, and upon hearing that Lin Chen had fallen into the sea, they took Qin Roland back to the small boat, arranging for others to send her back while they searched for Lin Chen's whereabouts at sea. They searched all night, and as the sun rose above the horizon, they still had not found any trace of Lin Chen and Guan Yuer. However, due to the pressure from the wealthy individuals of Modu, the rescue team could only continue their search. At this moment, Lin Chen was slowly waking up due to the sunlight. He noticed that the rubber boat had stopped rocking. Looking up, he realized that they had drifted to a small island without knowing when. Guan Yuer was also awakened by Lin Chen's movements. "Where is this? Have we returned to the shore?" Guan Yuer climbed up and surveyed the surroundings. "It should just be a small island," Lin Chen said, looking at the beach, which was small, while the other areas were rocky. Regardless, being on an unknown small island was better than being lost in the vast sea. His phone had fallen into the ocean, and now their only hope for rescue lay with the rescue team. Lin Chen and Guan Yuer put on their dried clothes, got off the rubber boat, and walked into the island. Due to the dense forest, Lin Chen couldn't immediately tell how big the island was. He could only walk around and assess the situation. Ding! Detected that the host has triggered the hidden task chain for survival on a deserted island. Ding! Option 1, survive simply on the island and wait for rescue. Reward, deserted island gift pack *1. Option 2, complete tasks in the order of the task chain. Reward, satellite phone, all attributes +1. Task chain? This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Could it be a series of tasks? After this task prompt, Lin Chen needed to make a choice before it would end. The reward of all attributes +1 was something Lin Chen had already chosen to ignore. His 2 attributes were already maxed out, and any increase would only apply to spirit and charm, which were of no use to him. In the past, prompts would disappear after completion, and only after Lin Chen finished a task would it evaluate which task he had completed. Now, this task actually required him to wait for his decision. Without hesitation, Lin Chen chose the second option. Although the first choice had a deserted island gift pack, it lacked rescue supplies. The satellite phone was the tool that could help them escape. Having that deserted island gift pack would mean living well on the island, but if they couldn't leave, it would be pointless. I choose the second one, Lin Chen thought to himself. Host selection task 2 activated. Ding! Task chain 1, find a suitable place to stay for the next few days. Reward, a military knife. Fortunately, the tasks in the task chain are not difficult, otherwise, it would be troublesome. However, even without the task chain, Lin Chen still needs to find a place, as he doesn't know how long he will be staying here. This place is so comfortable, I really want to stay here for a few days, Guan Yuer said, running barefoot on the beach. She had been involved in the entertainment industry since childhood and had never really traveled, constantly working. She also wanted to travel like others, to see the world. Although she had been to many places, the time spent there was always too short. Don't worry, we really can't leave here in the short term, so you can treat these few days as a vacation, Lin Chen said with a wry smile. He had no idea how many small tasks were in this task chain, nor did he know if the rescue teams could find their way here. After all, they were drifting along in their dreams, unaware of their current location, and not even sure which sea area they were in. Yay! That's great, finally I can have a good rest, Guan Yuer exclaimed excitedly. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile at her positive attitude. Despite the fact that they were struggling for food and water, she still managed to be so optimistic. He then asked Guan Yuer, are you going to follow me to find a place to settle down, or do you want to play by yourself first? Lin Chen needed to find a place to settle down to complete task 1, and after getting the military knife, his survival on the deserted island would be much easier. Guan Yuer quickly ran to Lin Chen's side and tugged at his sleeve, of course I'm following you. Although this place looks nice, who knows if there are any wild beasts around. Lin Chen chuckled lightly, and the two began searching around the island for a suitable spot. After wandering for a while, they finally found a location on a large reef at the beach. At this height, even if the island was submerged, there wouldn't be any water reaching them. Ding! Task chain 1 completed, find a place to settle down, reward, a military knife. The knife is in the crevice of the reef, please collect it yourself. Ding! Task chain 2 activated, build a shelter that can withstand most wind and rain, reward, waterproof lighter *10. Lin Chen looked at the only crevice on the reef, walked over, and reached inside. He quickly felt the handle of the knife and pulled it out. Guan Yuer looked at the military knife he had taken out in shock. How did you know there was a knife in there? It was obvious from Lin Chen's earlier actions that he knew there was a knife inside. I don't know, I saw something inside and just reached in to fish it out. I didn't expect it to be a knife, Lin Chen replied evasively. It seemed he couldn't just boldly take the rewards placed by the system next time. Lin Chen patted the reef. It was a massive rock that resembled a giant chair. They could use this rock to build a simple shelter. Let's go, we need to gather some materials to build a shelter. Otherwise, by nightfall, you might have to sleep on the rubber boat with me again, Lin Chen said as he picked up Guan Yuer and jumped down from the top. The only downside to this reef shelter was its height, which might make it inconvenient for Guan Yuer to go up and down. It seemed they would need to build a ladder, but there was no time to worry about that now. The two entered the jungle and divided their tasks. Lin Chen went to collect some soft grass and thicker branches, while Guan Yuer looked for larger leaves. As the saying goes, men and women working together is not tiring, and they quickly gathered the necessary items. Lin Chen even found some vines to use as ropes. As evening approached, they finally built a simple shelter, but Lin Chen, lacking experience, made it rather messy. He jumped down from the reef, deflated the rubber boat, and covered the top with it. At least it won't leak when it rains. After a busy day, Guan Yuer was so hungry that she felt a bit dizzy, having not even had a sip of water. The two of them had searched most of the island without finding a fresh water source. Lin Chen hurriedly set up this shelter to quickly complete the task and wait for the next one. Simple survival tools had been rewarded through the task chain, so the water source should be rewarded soon. Ding! Task chain 2 completed, built a shelter that can withstand most wind and rain, reward, waterproof lighter *10. Ding! Waterproof lighter *10 has been placed 20 meters into the jungle, under a towering tree. Please collect it yourself. Ding! Task chain 3 activated, successfully catch a fish for food, reward, location of the water source. Finally, it had arrived. It wasn't easy. Lin Chen had spent a whole day on these simple tasks. You rest here for a bit, I'll go look for wild fruits or other food, Lin Chen said as he jumped down from the reef. Guan Yuer knew her condition wasn't good, and even if she followed him, she wouldn't be of much help and might slow Lin Chen down, so she reminded him to be careful. When Lin Chen reached the big tree mentioned by the system, he indeed saw the lighter. He had passed by several times without noticing it. It seemed the system had conjured it out of thin air. However, since such an outrageous thing as the system existed, it wasn't surprising that a few lighters could be conjured as well. After putting the 10 lighters in his pocket, Lin Chen headed straight for the seaside. He didn't know if this was a deserted island. He had wandered through the jungle for so long without encountering a single wild beast. It could be that he hadn't entered any beast territory. After all, in this society, wild animals had become much rarer, and even when they were plentiful, they weren't often seen. The urgent task was to catch a fish to get information about the water source. Water is the source of life, and food would be dry without it. As long as the water source was resolved, everything else could come slowly. This was something he had learned from survival shows on deserted islands. Lin Chen found a branch, sharpened one end with his knife, and planned to imitate what he had seen online about spearfishing. The idea was great, but reality was cruel. When he reached the shallows, he didn't see a single fish. In desperation, Lin Chen had to take off his clothes and dive into the sea. Since the traditional spear fishing method wasn't working, he decided to swim in and catch one himself. He didn't even know which sea area this was. He couldn't see many fish even while in the water. No wonder the task chain required him to catch a fish. It was clearly a difficult task. Lin Chen surfaced to catch his breath and swam deeper again. Finally, among a cluster of reefs, he spotted a grouper. Unable to exert much strength in the water, he pushed his makeshift spear towards the fish, which didn't swim away, moving a bit as he prodded it. When he cornered the fish against the reef, he thrust the spear forward with all his might, piercing the fish through. Lin Chen returned to the shore with the spear. Although the fish wasn't big, it was enough to fill his stomach. By this time, it was completely dark. Lin Chen returned to the reef, took out the lighter, and during his free time in the afternoon, he had collected some dry grass, which was just right for roasting the fish. The taste was too bland, but it would have to do for a meal. He still lacked knowledge. Those deserted island stories always had people making salt. Where did you get the lighter? Guan Yuer, who had woken up from a nap, asked in surprise as she saw Lin Chen starting a fire to roast the fish. Under a big tree in the forest. There are so many strange things here, which means people have been here before. Maybe we'll be rescued soon, Lin Chen replied. He was right, he had indeed picked up the lighter under the big tree, but it was placed there by the system. Ding! Task chain 3 completed, successfully caught a fish for food, reward, location of the water source. Ding! The source of water is located on the other side of the island, and the route map has been transmitted to the host's mind. Ding! Task chain 4 activated, retrieve the water source within 1 hour, reward, full island map, countdown 00:59:59 damn, so urgent. Lin Chen quickly stood up. You eat the fish first. I suddenly remembered where there's water. Lin Chen jumped down from the reef and dashed into the forest, taking 2 steps at a time. While running, Lin Chen suddenly thought of a question. What would happen if he failed to complete the task chain midway? Ding! Task reset, restart, difficulty will increase. Damn, then I absolutely cannot fail. Lin Chen looked at the location of the water source in his mind. Even if he ran at full speed, it would take about 25 minutes, and there was no guarantee he wouldn't encounter any accidents during that time. Soon enough, Lin Chen encountered an unexpected situation. A wild boar weighing at least 400 pounds was glaring at him. Lin Chen stopped in his tracks, originally thinking there were no wild beasts on this island, but he didn't expect to see such a large wild boar. It seemed he was lucky to have found a safe place to settle, even if it was far from the water source and food. Indeed, nature is fair, there's gain and loss. The wild boar let out a roar and charged at Lin Chen. He didn't have time to tangle with this boar, so he grabbed a nearby tree and jumped several times to shake the boar off. Wash your neck clean and wait. Once I finish this little task, I'll come back to collect your life. The wild boar meat should be made into soup to dispel dampness. Lin Chen had already thought of how to cook the wild boar. To make soup, he needed fresh water. Finally, he arrived at the water source mentioned by the system, which turned out to be a massive waterfall. Lin Chen approached and took a sip of the water. It was sweet and refreshing. Now he had to think about how to bring this water back. Lin Chen looked at the bamboo grove nearby, quickly moved forward, and took out his military knife, chopping down the bamboo in a few strokes. He fashioned a container to carry the water back. This water source was too far from the shelter. It seemed he would have to consider moving closer to this area. Lin Chen found a vine and tied the bamboo tubes filled with fresh water together, strapping them to his back. He glanced at the time displayed by the system, 00:28:36. Only 28 minutes left. He had to hurry now, hoping not to encounter that wild boar with 4 tusks again. Lin Chen sprinted through the jungle, but he still saw that big wild boar. This time, it wasn't just one boar, there were 3 others of various sizes around it. He didn't have time to deal with these beasts, so he chose to take a detour, climbing a tall tree and jumping between the branches. Finally, with just 3 minutes left, he returned to the reef. Guan Yuer looked at the panting Lin Chen and the bamboo tubes in his hands. She mistakenly thought he was in such a hurry to let her drink water sooner, and her heart felt a bit touched. It's only been a day without water, it's not like you'll die of thirst. No need to rush so much. Guan Yuer stepped forward to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, quickly realizing that Guan Yuer had misunderstood, but he didn't feel the need to explain this misunderstanding. Drink up, some might have spilled on the way, but luckily I filled a few extra bottles. Lin Chen took the bamboo tubes from around his neck and handed them to Guan Yuer. I haven't eaten the fish yet, let's eat together. Guan Yuer took a sip of water, feeling revitalized. The two sat in front of the shelter, eating the tasteless fish and drinking the sweet mountain spring water. Aren't you afraid of me? Lin Chen suddenly asked. Guan Yuer was taken aback by the question. Why would I be afraid of you? Aren't we friends? Besides, you ended up in this situation because you wanted to save me. I'm grateful to you, how could I be afraid? Lin Chen pretended to smile wickedly and said, a lonely man and a woman on an island. Aren't you afraid I might do something to you? He. Lin Chen deliberately let out a laugh typical of a villain. Guan Yuer rolled her eyes. I believe you're not that kind of person. Although I have few friends, I can read people pretty well. Lin Chen pouted, feeling disheartened. He had originally wanted to see Guan Yuer's shocked expression, but it turned out she wasn't afraid of him at all. You can sleep here tonight, I'll sleep outside. Tomorrow I'll set up another shelter. Trust me, I don't trust myself. With a lone man and a woman together, even if he could restrain himself while awake, he couldn't control his instincts in the middle of the night. Guan Yuer smiled gently, saying nothing. She had guessed his intentions when she saw him laying extra grass outside during the day. However, being an innocent girl, she felt it was quite appropriate for Lin Chen to do so. She just wondered if it would be windy or rainy at night. If it rained, she could let him in to sleep. Guan Yuer felt sticky. For someone who bathed daily, not washing for 2 days was quite uncomfortable. Ding! Task Chain 4 completed. Retrieve water source within 1 hour. Reward, full island map. Time used, 57 minutes and 49 seconds. Simple map of the island has been transmitted to the host's brain. Ding! Task Chain 5 activated. Hunt a wild beast on the island. Reward, kitchenware gift pack. Phew! Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He had been flustered by the 4th time task, but fortunately, Task Chain 5 had no time limit, allowing him to rest well. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task. Reward, cruise ship Merdon *1, Film City Development Rights *1, ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the rescue of Shinya task. Reward, top-level hacking skills, 50% actual control of the dark web. Host, Lin Chen, strength, 10, constitution, 10, mentality, 8, charm, 9. The maximum attribute for ordinary people is 10. The host's values are normal among ordinary people. Vehicle, Pagani Huayra, Lamborghini Veneno, Merdon cruise ship. Mansion, Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1. Tangchenipin Building A, 33rd floor. Skills, mastery in martial arts, chess, marksmanship, sports, languages, master-level piano skills, singing, acting, top-level hacking skills, balance, 75,628,446,251. He transferred 2 billion to the company account, leaving him with over 7 billion. But this money was of no use. Water was more precious than anything in this place. Just as Lin Chen was about to sleep, he heard a series of system notification sounds, indicating that those people had successfully returned to shore. But how did I get the Merdon and the Film City development rights? Is it contract information? What I need now is someone to pick me up. Staying on this deserted island is useless, no matter how many external possessions I have. Lin Chen shook his head and sighed, closing his eyes. At the dock in Magic City, after a day of sailing, the Merdon finally returned to Magic City. Mayor Su Banning was waiting at the dock with many officials from Magic City. Such a major incident had occurred, and they had to offer the highest condolences to these entrepreneurs. Su Banning had originally been invited, but he didn't go. He knew their purpose was the Film City plan, so he avoided drawing attention. Little did he know that the Film City plan was just a facade, and the real intention was to rob these wealthy individuals. The wealthy entrepreneurs saw Mayor Su Banning and all walked towards him. Mayor Su, we have barely survived, but our savior is still lost at sea. I hope you won't easily give up on the rescue. An older entrepreneur led a large group to speak to Su Banning. We won't easily give up on any life. I've heard a bit about what you all experienced. We have already sealed off stock market trading at the first opportunity and are tracking funds going abroad. Rest assured, this matter will not just end like this. Su Banning assured everyone. Mayor Su. The two city leaders from Jiangcheng and Sucheng greeted Su Banning with awkward expressions. You two have worked hard, I'll arrange for someone to take you back. Su Banning nodded and said lightly. The two had originally accepted benefits from Wang Jingde to support him and wanted to win over these wealthy individuals, but they too had been deceived by Wang Jingde, and now they were leaving the dock with their heads hung low. The surrounding tycoons exchanged glances and said to Su Banning, Mayor Su, we have a matter to discuss. We wonder if you have time tomorrow afternoon? Su Banning paused for a moment and replied, of course, I do. You all should go back and rest well tonight. We will meet at the city hall tomorrow afternoon. Although he didn't know what these people wanted, they were the pillars of the Magic City, the creators of most of its GDP, and he could certainly make time for them. After they left, Su Feng came to Su Banning's side. Have you not found any trace of Shaolin yet? Su Banning asked. Su Feng sighed and shook his head. In the dark sea at night, it seems the odds are against him. I'll tell my sister about this. It's not easy to find a brother-in-law I'm satisfied with, and now he's lost at sea. Su Feng was unaware that Lin Chen was only taken to pretend to be Su Xiao's boyfriend, and he felt regret over Lin Chen's supposed death. After all, the only person he had encountered who could match him, or even suppress him a bit, aside from enemies, was Lin Chen. On a deserted island in the middle of the sea, on a large reef, the sea breeze howled towards the two people sleeping on the rock. The makeshift shelter they had just built was now swaying precariously, and Lin Chen hadn't expected the wind to be so strong at night. It seemed necessary to look for other locations in a different direction tomorrow. He closed his eyes and studied the simple map of the island. Lin Chen didn't quite understand what simple meant, as the map showed detailed markings of various areas, even the territory of wild boars. Was this really called a simple map? Their current location was indeed the safest but also the most barren part of the island. On the other side of the island, even the schools of fish along the coast were marked. With this map, his life here would be much easier. Lin Chen found the best location on the map, but it would take at least a day to cross the mountains with Guan Yuer. He was considering whether to go ahead and set up a shelter before bringing Guan Yuer over. After all, it would be night by the time they got there, and there wouldn't be any place to take cover. After thinking it over, Lin Chen decided to scout the area himself first. Looking up at the moon, even Lin Chen began to feel a slight chill. If he felt a bit cold, wouldn't Guan Yuer feel even colder? Turning his head, he saw Guan Yuer curled up, staring at him with wide eyes. Under the moonlight, their gazes met, and Guan Yuer mumbled something, but the howling wind was too loud for Lin Chen to hear her. Guan Yuer thought Lin Chen was deliberately ignoring her to make her uncomfortable, so she stood up angrily and walked over to him, grabbing his arm and pulling him towards the shelter they had built. What are you doing? Lin Chen asked, somewhat confused. Although it said that a woman's heart is as deep as the ocean, there should be some signs to understand what the other person is thinking, right? She was inexplicably angry and then dragged him towards the shelter. I'm so cold. I need your body heat to warm me up, is that okay? Guan Yuer said, her face flushed, both angry and embarrassed. Oh, you could have just said that directly. Why put on a long face for no reason? Lin Chen muttered. I did say it. You ignored me on purpose. You just want to make me uncomfortable. Guan Yuer pinched Lin Chen's waist. Ouch. I really didn't hear. The sea breeze was too strong just now. Even with his physique, he couldn't withstand a woman's pinching skills. The two lay in the makeshift shelter. Guan Yuer skillfully grabbed his arm to use as a pillow, wrapping around Lin Chen like an octopus. If her fans saw her like this now, their jaws would drop in shock. The goddess of the Jade Girl, actively hugging a man to sleep. How many fans' hearts would break? Guan Yuer debuted as a child star and had never been rumored to have any scandals, nor had anyone heard of her being particularly close to any male. As the night passed, more and more rescue team members arrived, but in this vast sea, finding two people was like looking for a needle in a haystack. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight shone through a gap in the grass on the roof of the shelter, illuminating the faces of Lin Chen and the two of them. Guan Yuer let out a soft murmur and slowly woke from her dreams. The unusual sensation at her knee made her look down, and upon seeing what was causing her discomfort, her face instantly flushed red. She spat softly and crawled away from Lin Chen. Lin Chen also woke up, sensing something unusual about himself, and quickly bent his body to alleviate the discomfort. The two tacitly refrained from saying much and washed up separately. When I went to fetch water yesterday, I found that the other side of the island is rich in resources. You stay here and wait for me today, I'll go check it out. See if I can find a better spot to set up a shelter, Lin Chen said to Guan Yuer. He planned to find a place today and complete the task chain. It was already the second day, and Lin Chen had no hope that the rescue team would find him. He could only rely on himself. How about I go with you? I'm pretty bored just waiting here, Guan Yuer said, not wanting to be alone staring at the sea. No way, that route is too dangerous. I encountered several wild boars yesterday. If I bring you along, I might not be able to protect you, Lin Chen replied. He couldn't take Guan Yuer with him yet. At least he needed to familiarize himself with the route first. Alright then, Guan Yuer said, a bit disappointed, but there was nothing she could do. She couldn't help with anything. Before leaving, Lin Chen jumped into the sea again and caught a few fish using the same method as yesterday. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Lin Chen headed towards the other side of the island, holding the military knife in his hand, planning to catch a wild boar to eat and complete the task. This time, Lin Chen didn't rush through the jungle but slowed down to survey the surrounding environment according to the map in his mind. He was puzzled as to why there were no wild animals in the area they were in, while other locations had various beasts and even wild fruits. Suddenly, he noticed some movement in the grass not far away. Lin Chen stared intently in that direction, and suddenly a red-feathered mountain chicken walked out from the bushes. The appearance of the mountain chicken excited him immensely. He couldn't guarantee the taste of wild boar meat, but mountain chicken meat was definitely delicious. The mountain chicken also saw Lin Chen and spread its wings to fly away. Quick as a flash, Lin Chen threw the knife in his hand, pinning the mountain chicken to a tree trunk, where it struggled a couple of times before going still. Lin Chen stepped forward, pulled out the military knife, and used a vine to tie the mountain chicken to his waist. Not hearing the system notification sound indicated that this mountain chicken did not meet the task completion requirements. He could only continue forward, and Lin Chen now had a bit of anticipation for that cooking utensil gift pack. A few days ago, he would never have imagined he would look forward to pots and pans. Lin Chen arrived again at the territory of the wild boars, and this time he was shocked to the point of being unable to move. The wild boar he encountered was more than half the size of the one from yesterday, lying there asleep. If yesterday's boar weighed 400 pounds, the one in front of him was at least over 600 pounds. A collision with this wild boar would be enough to take half a life from an ordinary person. Ding! The hidden task chain has been activated. Eliminate the wild boar king in front of you. Reward, bedding gift pack, seasoning gift pack. Damn, I have to deal with this pig. This wild boar, tough-skinned and thick-fleshed, would be a struggle even for him. Moreover, this is the wild boar forest on the island. If I kill the wild boar king, won't I be hunted down by the other boars? But Lin Chen couldn't think too much about it now. The wild boar had already noticed him and charged with a low growl. Lin Chen leaped onto a nearby tree, and the next second, the tree was knocked down by the wild boar king. What on earth has this wild boar been eating to grow so big? A tree that two people could barely hug was easily toppled by it. Lin Chen jumped down from the tree and delivered a powerful kick to the wild boar king, sending it flying, but it didn't seem to be hurt. It got back up and charged at him again. Lin Chen drew the military knife from his waist, which he had been using to chop wood these past few days. He wondered if it was still sharp. He quickly dodged to the side of the wild boar king and slashed at its body with the knife. The boar squealed in pain and turned to charge at Lin Chen. Lin Chen jumped back up into a tree, looking at the spot he had just slashed. A bright red gash indicated that the knife could still penetrate the wild boar's defenses. Lin Chen recalled the scenes he had seen in his childhood of slaughterhouses. It seemed that to kill a pig instantly, one had to stab it in the heart. This pig was so big, and the knife was so short, how could he reach the heart? Moreover, the wild boar was standing, making it impossible to stab from above. He could only attack from below. But there was no time to think about that now. He just needed to kill it, regardless of whether he hit the heart. Lin Chen gripped the knife and leaped down, driving the blade forcefully into the wild boar's back and dragging it across. A massive gash appeared on its back. The wild boar king reacted violently to the pain, its over 600-pound body crashing into Lin Chen and sending him flying. Lin Chen felt as if his insides were churning. If he hadn't maxed out his physique, an ordinary person would have been killed on the spot. He got back up from the ground and continued to dart around, slashing at the wild boar king again and again. He didn't know how long it had been, but finally, the wild boar king collapsed to the ground, motionless. Lin Chen sat down on the ground, panting heavily. There were other wild boars around, but they didn't dare approach. Lin Chen couldn't tell if it was his imagination, but he felt that these wild boars were actually afraid of him. Do beasts possess wisdom too? After resting for a while, Lin Chen got up, picked up the wild chicken he had thrown aside, and hung it back at his waist. He then approached the wild boar king, took a deep breath, grabbed one of its legs, and began to drag it back. With such a large wild boar, he could only drag it with great effort. He needed to return to the rocks to process the mountain chicken and the wild boar. The food he had worked so hard to obtain needed to be dealt with quickly, otherwise, it would spoil by the time he returned from exploring the other side. *Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task chain. You have eliminated the Wild Boar King in front of you. Reward, Betting Gift Pack, Seasoning Gift Pack. **** ding. Betting Gift Pack and Seasoning Gift Pack have been placed in the grass 30 meters into the jungle. **** ding. Congratulations, host, for completing Task Chain 5, Hunt a Beast on the Island. Reward, Kitchenware Gift Pack. **** ding. Kitchenware Gift Pack has been placed under a large tree 40 meters away from the jungle. **** ding. Task Chain 6 has been activated, migrate your residents. Move your residents closer to a water source. Reward, a set of knives. Another task completed. He wondered how many small tasks were in this task chain, but the rewards were all very practical items. Guan Yuer looked at Lin Chen in shock as he dragged the wild boar, which was bigger than 5 of her combined. Lin Chen tossed the Wild Boar King and the mountain chicken onto the beach and walked back into the jungle. Guan Yuer also climbed down from the rocks along the vines, looking at the giant creature in front of her with an expression of disbelief. Are you okay? Did you get hurt catching such a big wild boar? Seeing Lin Chen returning with a large bundle of items, Guan Yuer hurriedly stepped forward to ask. I'm fine, just got bumped a bit, feeling a little tight in the chest, Lin Chen said, rubbing his chest. The Wild Boar King's charge had indeed caused him some internal injury. Let me take a look. Guan Yuer, relieved to hear he was okay, reached out to tug at the collar of Lin Chen's shirt. Over the past 2 days, she had unknowingly developed a strong sense of dependence on Lin Chen, a feeling she herself couldn't quite understand. Lin Chen set down the bundles and opened the old-looking boxes. When the contents were revealed, Guan Yuer was shocked once again. Where did you get all this? She asked, covering her mouth. One box was filled with pots, bowls, and plates, all brand new. Another box contained bed sheets and a quilt, also brand new. The most extravagant was a small box filled with all kinds of food and seasonings. Where did you find these supplies? It's amazing that this deserted island has such things, Guan Yuer said in disbelief. In that grove over there, maybe someone used to vacation here, which is why these things are here. Lin Chen casually made up an excuse. There would be rewards later, so he needed a reason to get through this for now, and wouldn't have to explain every time in the future. That's great. With these things, we can eat well and won't have to eat that tasteless fish anymore, Guan Yuer exclaimed happily, bouncing up. Now it finally felt a bit like a vacation. At first, she thought she was resting on this deserted island, but after 2 days, life had felt more like a trial. If it weren't for Lin Chen, she might have starved or frozen to death by now. Lin Chen took out a soup pot. Since fresh water was running low, he could only use a bit of seawater to boil for killing the chicken. You boil this water, and I'll go get some fresh water, Lin Chen said, picking up the bamboo tube he made yesterday and running into the jungle. Indeed, moving was necessary. To fetch water, he had to run so far, and it would take nearly an hour to return at full speed. An hour later, Lin Chen returned with the water and saw Guan Yuer at a loss with the mountain chicken. It seemed she was also a young lady who didn't know how to handle a chicken. Lin Chen tossed the mountain chicken into the boiling water, then pulled it out and forcefully plucked all its feathers. He then took a knife to gut the chicken, removing its innards. After rinsing them with fresh water, he tossed them into the soup pot and began to cook. The boiling seawater was poured over the Wild Boar King, and he took out a military knife to start skinning it. These were things he had seen in the village as a child, so Lin Chen roughly knew how to handle them, though his technique was still quite crude, occasionally scraping off some of the pig skin. Guan Yuer continued to boil water on the side. For such a large wild boar, 1 pot of water was not enough. Just as the two were butchering the Wild Boar King, something shocking happened in the business world of Magic City. Magic City, City Hall. Among the entrepreneurs in Magic City, anyone with a bit of fame and financial power was present. Even Qin Wolin received an invitation to attend. Su Banning was hosting this exchange meeting, and it seemed that the purpose of this group of entrepreneurs was the same. Ladies and gentlemen, although this meeting was initiated by you, I also have something to say to all of you present, Su Banning spoke first. The surrounding murmurs immediately ceased, and all eyes turned to Su Banning. The matter of the cruise ship is already under investigation and interrogation. Wang Jingda has taken all the responsibility upon himself, but this operation is definitely not that simple. Therefore, the prosecutor's office has applied to freeze all the Wang family's assets and to control all individuals associated with the Wang family and the Wang Group. I believe it won't be long before we provide everyone with an explanation. As long as the government does not shelter the Wang family, that's fine. We will retaliate using legal means, said Xianzong from Moto Securities, clenching his fist in anger. Su Banning did not respond to him and continued with the second matter. There is also the issue of the Film and Television City project. Everyone was deceived onto the ship because of this project, and I also take responsibility for not finalizing a plan sooner. Jiangcheng and Sucheng have already entrusted the decision-making power to me, so today I will publicly present the plan. As soon as Su Banning finished speaking, the venue erupted into discussions again. Please calm down, everyone. Su Banning's slightly lowered voice brought silence back to the crowd. Our plan will still be decided through a bidding process, allowing everyone to submit bids. The original plan was to contract this project to a large company, which would then handle the bidding, but with the Wang family's incident, the drawbacks of this approach have also been exposed. It would be better for the relevant departments to split the project for bidding. Typically, government planning projects are handed over to a large enterprise, which then splits the projects for bidding. However, this film and television city project has too great an impact, and it is not something a single company can handle. The crowd exchanged glances, and finally, Xianzong stood up and said, Mayor Su, we have a consensus on this matter, but whether we can agree specifically depends on you, Mayor Su. Su Banning knew that proposing this plan would certainly meet with some opposition, so he did not show any surprise on his face. Xianzong, feel free to speak. We hope Mayor Su will continue with the first plan, with the leader being a company we will nominate. At that time, we will all support this company, Chen Mingde said, and everyone nodded in agreement, as this was their decision. Seeing that everyone was so united, Su Banning couldn't help but feel a bit curious. However, if it was still the Wang family, he would absolutely not agree. But logically, these people would want nothing more than to see the Wang family suffer, so it couldn't possibly be the Wang family. May I ask which company you wish to nominate? The company we want to nominate is a newly established firm, but its registered capital and strength meet the requirements, and that is Lin's Security Company. After Qianzong mentioned the company name, he looked at Qin Wolin beside him. It was clear that Qin Wolin was unaware. The security company had just been established, and the owner had gone missing. She originally wasn't qualified to attend this meeting, but these people had extended an invitation to her. Qin Wolin thought for a moment. She should pull herself together. When Lin Chen returns, she can give him an explanation, even though she wasn't sure if he would come back. When Xian Mingde mentioned their company name, Qin Wolin was stunned. Although she had been distracted earlier, it didn't mean she was unaware of the meeting situation. Su Banning wore a contemplative expression, as if he had never heard this name before. Xian Mingde continued, we do indeed have the intention of repaying a life-saving grace, but this company is also a bond between us, connecting everyone together. Upon hearing this, Su Banning immediately realized he was talking about Lin Chen's company. Thank you all for your kindness, but our Lin Security Company currently does not have the capability to take on this responsibility. After all, we have just formed and are still in the initial stages. Qin Wolin knew her company's strength. Although this was a great opportunity, she also had to consider their own situation. Lin Chen left her a substantial amount of funds, but she couldn't just squander it so casually. The film and television city was a major project, and she didn't believe she had the capability to manage it. President Qin, please rest assured, all of us will help you. As long as you take the lead, we will assist you in solving any issues that arise, Xian Mingde said earnestly. Su Banning nodded at this moment. Since it's Lin's security, it must be widely supported. After I adjourn the meeting, I will go revise the plan. Miss Qin, please rest assured, our government will also be responsible for part of the project. For such a large project, the government would definitely invest in its construction. Seeing everyone looking at her with anticipation, Qin Wolin felt a surge of passion within her. In that case, Lin's Enterprises is willing to take on this project. If any problems arise along the way, I hope everyone can lend us a hand. A single security company couldn't handle such a project, so she also planned to return and establish another company called Lin's Enterprises. This massive project was taken on without Lin Chen's knowledge, and it was also a way for the system to reward her. Meanwhile, on the nameless island, Lin Chen and his companion finally divided the wild boar meat in the evening, sprinkling some salt to prevent spoilage. They made soup from the mountain chicken and roasted a piece of wild boar meat for dinner, which was the most sumptuous meal they had since arriving on the island. Another busy day passed, and that night, thanks to the blanket, they didn't sleep holding each other again, but they did sleep together in the shelter. After all, being by the sea, without a shelter, they would be exposed to the sea breeze and dew. The next morning, as soon as Lin Chen got up, he left the rocks. He needed to change his position. Yesterday, due to the wild boar king encountered midway, he hadn't completed his task, and today he had to finish it. Originally, he thought this was just a small island, but after getting the map, he realized it was not small at all. There were even various wild beasts, which puzzled him. How long would it take for an island to give birth to so many contemporary wild animals? Or perhaps this was a place known to someone, and these beasts were brought here? Lin Chen arrived at another beach close to the water source. This beach was much larger than the previous one. He decided to set the location at the junction of this beach and the jungle. It was easy to gather materials and enter and exit, and he could also create a yard to dry food. From these task chains, it seemed unlikely he could leave quickly, so he had to prepare for a long-term battle. He planned to set up the house here in the next 2 days and then bring Guan Yuer and other things over. After 2 days of back and forth, Lin Chen finally completed the simple construction and relocation of his residence. The building didn't take long, but the moving work was the main task. There was so much wild boar meat that he had to make several trips. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing task chain 6, relocating residents to a place close to the water source. Reward, a set of knives. Ding! The knives have been placed in the kitchen box. Ding! Task chain 7 initiated, explore the surrounding environment of the residence, search for wild vegetables and fruits. Reward, a set of 3 building materials, cement, gravel, and red bricks. Damn! I just finished building my grass hut, and now I get rewarded with bricks. I have to rebuild. Lin Chen glanced at the empty space beside him. With these sand and stone bricks, he could certainly build a better residence, but it would require more manpower. He looked at Guan Yuer, who was wearing his white shirt and drying her gown nearby. A big star living this kind of life seemed quite content. A lonely man and woman became each other's support on this island, and their feelings were continuously warming up. Although they hadn't broken through that final barrier, many things were understood between them, and even in front of Lin Chen, she didn't hide anything. This aspect of Guan Yuer was quite endearing. She wasn't pretentious and didn't nitpick. When it was time to be generous, she wouldn't be petty. Take your time, Lin Chen sighed, recalling that they were still among the missing persons stranded on the deserted island, and he had no idea when this task chain would come to an end. Although life on this deserted island had become increasingly refined through his efforts, it was incomparable to the outside world. A week had passed without him realizing it, and he wondered if his family had received any news about him. Would Ji Mengxi be overly sad? Had Wen Ruxue returned from abroad? Had Chen Shanshan gone for training? Was Qin Wolin managing the company well? And what about his group of maids? Would they think he was dead and leave Yunlu Villa? Lin Chen shook his head, deciding not to dwell on these thoughts. He needed to focus on completing the task chain. Once he got the satellite phone, he could call Yang Yun to come and pick them up. Lin Chen walked back into the jungle, where there were many small animals. He planned to build a new house higher up to prevent flooding from rising tides and to keep wild beasts out. He wondered how many building kits the system would provide him. If there were enough, he could even create a large courtyard. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing task chain 7, explore the surrounding environment of the residence, search for wild vegetables and fruits. Reward, building kit, cement, sand, and red bricks. Ding! Task reward has been placed at the corner beach. Please collect it yourself. Ding! Task chain 8 has begun. Build a cement brick house. Reward, 1 box of men's clothing, 1 box of women's clothing. Did this system have nothing else to give him? He hadn't worn a shirt on this island at all. When Lin Chen found the building kit at the corner beach, he also discovered many tools nearby, a wheelbarrow, cement buckets, hose, and so on. This time, the reward was relatively user-friendly, otherwise, he would have had to make these tools himself. The materials piled up into a small hill, and a rough estimate suggested they could build a small house. When Guan Yuer saw the things Lin Chen brought back, she seemed numb to it. He often returned with items that were completely out of place in this island environment. After transporting the first batch of materials, when he returned to the corner beach, Lin Chen witnessed a miraculous phenomenon. The weight of the materials had not changed, as if they had been refreshed again. Seeing this, Lin Chen was overjoyed. This continuous supply of materials would allow him to build a larger residence and even a big courtyard. With Lin Chen's relentless work, he finally completed the basic residence within 3 days. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing task chain 8, build a cement brick house. Reward, 1 box of men's clothing, 1 box of women's clothing. Ding! Clothing rewards have been delivered to the host via drifting from the sea. Ding! Task chain 9 has begun. Build a housing courtyard and enjoy a beautiful life on the deserted island. Reward, a large medical package. Lin Chen! Lin Chen! Come quick! Just after hearing the system's prompt, Lin Chen heard Guan Yuer shouting loudly by the shore. He saw 2 large wooden boxes floating in the sea. These must be the 2 boxes of clothes rewarded by the system. Lin Chen leaped into the water, pushing the boxes toward the shore. When the boxes opened, Guan Yuer's eyes widened. Although she changed clothes daily and was currently wearing Lin Chen's shirt, who wouldn't want more clothes to change into? Great! We're so lucky! Guan Yuer exclaimed, joyfully hugging Lin Chen, completely unaware that her swaying movements had caught his attention. She jumped onto Lin Chen, happily embracing him. After a moment, she realized, her face flushed red as she jumped off him and quickly began rummaging through the clothes in the boxes. In the distant sea, a small ship was sailing. On board were a dozen or so blonde, blue-eyed foreigners, who were chatting among themselves. "Are you sure? Can we really find Dr. Miller's experimental base in that sea area?" A slightly older man said in a deep voice. "We can only confirm it's that sea, but we still need to search for the specific location slowly. The island is peculiar and can move at any time, making it impossible to find an exact spot." Another young man was reporting. "I hope this time we won't return empty-handed. Dr. Miller's experimental base, his achievements have only given us a glimpse, and our mercenary group has become the world's #1. If we can find all his research results, this world will be ours." The foreign man couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. "Yes, we still have 15 days until we reach that sea area," the young man beside him nodded. "Let everyone rest well. Once we find the island, we need to be on high alert." After giving this instruction, the man walked back to the cabin. On the other side of the ocean, in a small office building in the Magic City, Xiaorunan stood among more than 10 young men and women, with a middle-aged man in his 40s sitting at the front. Everyone looked tense, as if they were worried about something. "The top 10 mercenary groups in the world have appeared within our Huaxia's territory. Something big must be happening," the middle-aged man, Sun Yuqing, said heavily. "These people were all desperate outlaws, and if they went crazy, it would cause significant losses to Huaxia. I've already asked Xiao Tu to investigate the reason. We should know soon. However, these mercenaries haven't entered our Huaxia territory. Do we really need to be so on edge?" Xiaorunan said, confused. Sun Yuqing nodded seriously. "As long as they are around Huaxia, we need to keep a close watch. These madmen might do something that could panic the world. By the way, have we found that man who fell into the sea? Or has he already perished in the ocean?" They were in a branch of the Huaxia National Security Bureau in the Magic City, and Xiaorunan and this group were all part of the National Security Bureau. The police identity was just a facade for her. "No news. The sea rescue team has already withdrawn. It's highly likely he has sunk into the sea," Xiaorunan sighed. She had a good impression of Lin Chen, and she had already applied to bring him into the National Security Bureau. Unexpectedly, just as the higher-ups agreed, Lin Chen had already met his end in the ocean. "There's nothing we can do. No matter how capable a person is, falling into the vast sea makes survival impossible. It's just a pity for such a good seedling. If it weren't for this accident, he could have become a figure like the Cloud King," Sun Yuqing said softly. Upon hearing the name Cloud King, everyone present immediately became solemn. Although a few young people were unconvinced by this statement, they didn't dare to argue, as the person being evaluated was already dead, and there was no need to debate with a corpse. "Found it! Found it!" The door to the conference room was pushed open, and a girl with a doll-like face and an impressive figure rushed in. As she jogged in, her bouncy movements caught everyone's attention. "So reckless. As a member of the National Security Bureau, how can you be so uncomposed, getting all flustered over a little thing?" Sun Yuqing said with a darkened expression. Xiao Tu mumbled, "I'm not from your Special Operations Department, I'm just someone who does paperwork. What kind of composure do you expect from me?" The people around her couldn't help but chuckle at her demeanor. "Stop whispering and quickly tell us what you found out," Sun Yuqing said helplessly. Xiao Tu took out a stack of documents and handed one to each person. "The reason these mercenaries have come to the vicinity of Huaxia is that Dr. Miller is dead." "Dr. Miller?" Sun Yuqing couldn't recall the name at first, but something that could cause such a stir must involve a significant figure. He quickly realized who that person was. "Dr. Miller, the biological professor from M country?" Sun Yuqing asked in disbelief. This name was a source of trepidation for Huaxia. Years ago, his genetic experiments had created formidable warriors, and during that time, Huaxia had been under immense pressure. But soon after, he vanished without a trace, and now to hear his name again, only to find out he was already dead, was shocking. "Can you elaborate on why Dr. Miller's death has attracted so many mercenaries here?" Sun Yuqing felt that the situation was more complicated than it seemed. There must be something around Huaxia that was drawing these mercenaries in. It is rumored that Dr. Miller's research base is located in a certain sea area off the coast, on a mobile island where all his lifelong research materials are kept. Little Rabbit reported the information she had gathered. "I see, no wonder so many people have come. In the face of Dr. Miller's research achievements, it's not just these mercenary organizations that would be interested, even other countries would be eager to act." Sun Yuqing finally understood the truth, but his heart grew heavier. "That's right. The latest news is that M country and the European Union have already dispatched warships, publicly claiming they are conducting exercises in international waters. Little Rabbit presented another piece of paper. Upon hearing this, Sun Yuqing jumped up from his chair. Everyone, go to level 1 alert. Xiao Runan, contact the cruise company and have them send a few ships along with some professionals. The rest of you gather personnel and apply for equipment. I need to go to headquarters. Little Rabbit's second piece of news was significant and could potentially lead to a world war. Given the urgency, why not let the military dispatch warships? Ordinary yachts have no combat capability. Xiao Runan raised another question. Sun Yuqing shook his head. The military cannot intervene, otherwise, it could easily escalate into a world war. After saying this, he quickly left the conference room. Everyone rushed out to get busy, and Xiao Runan was also preparing to leave when Little Rabbit followed her. Sister Xiao, I have nothing to do here, let me come with you. Xiao Runan turned to look at her and nodded. The two of them got into a police car, which was Xiao Runan's official vehicle. In special situations, it could use its siren to clear the way, allowing them to reach their destination as quickly as possible. Little Rabbit, how did Dr. Miller die? Xiao Runan asked in the car. This question wasn't deemed necessary, so Little Rabbit hadn't reported it. After Dr. Miller's initial experiment was successful, he was taken into custody by the M-country government. Later, he escaped and established a research base on a small island, investing all his wealth and connections there. However, he kept a backup plan. No one besides him knew where that island was. Little Rabbit shared the information she had uncovered with Xiao Runan. Then how did he die? And how did people find out he had a research base? Xiao Runan asked, puzzled. That's because M-country captured his entire family and forced him to return. No one knew his route back. He seemed to appear out of thin air, and when his whereabouts were discovered, he was already at a dock in M-country. Little Rabbit paused before continuing. Dr. Miller was subjected to intense coercion and threats by the M-country authorities, with various methods employed, but he never revealed the location of the research base. He even refused to cooperate with M-country on the latest projects. In the end, after meeting with his family, he chose to take his own life. However, these events were exposed by someone with ulterior motives, and everyone became intensely curious about Dr. Miller's research base. One must know that Dr. Miller's initial experiments back then had already created a group of individuals who became the strongest beings among humanity, just like the number 1 god mercenaries. Upon hearing this, Xiao Runan's expression grew serious. She had heard of the god mercenaries, who were invincible and could handle any task. However, due to their exorbitant prices and unpredictable temperaments, few dared to engage with them. There was once a wealthy man abroad who hired the god mercenaries to defeat a rival force. The mercenaries exceeded their mission, but upon returning to the wealthy man, one of the mercenaries coveted his lover and ended up killing the entire family. Because of this, even though everyone knew the strength of the god mercenaries, no one dared to deal with them. When a madman goes crazy, even the employer can be killed. Collaborating with them could mean not only failing the task but also losing one's life. Dr. Miller's early experiment had already produced such formidable individuals. How powerful would the current experimental results be? It was unimaginable, and it seemed that the situation was quite severe. Little Rabbit, hold on tight, I'm going to accelerate, Xiao Runan said in a deep voice, pressing a button beside her. Suddenly, sirens blared on the street. With the situation so urgent, she had to speed up to complete the task assigned by Sun Yu. When she arrived at the cruise company, she was informed that all the large and small ships had already set sail, leaving only the large cruise ship, the Mare Don. Due to a recent accident, cleaning work was still ongoing, and this cruise ship had already been assigned to Lin Chen's Lin Corporation. To use it, she would need to obtain authorization from Lin Corporation. When Xiao Runan arrived at Lin Corporation, she found that they were still operating in the Jinmao building, and the floor belonging to Lin Chen had been completely renovated. Qin Wolin had met Xiao Runan before. The two had once tossed life-saving equipment into the sea together. Xiao Runan got straight to the point, stating that she needed to use the Mare Don for some confidential matters. After pondering for a moment, Qin Wolin replied, since it's requisitioning, I want to know which department is requisitioning it. We are a private enterprise and do not have the capacity to let you squander resources, so we will need to charge a fee for the requisition, based on the basic price. Qin Wolin, being a top student in business, instantly transformed into a shrewd negotiator. Xiao Runan had initially had a good impression of the beautiful Qin Wolin. After all, beautiful women often resonate with each other, and both of their names contained the character Ruo. However, upon hearing Qin Wolin's words, she was left speechless, feeling as if she saw Lin Chen's business persona reflected in her. We are requisitioning your cruise ship as the police of Magic City. What you mentioned is not a problem, but the process may take some time. Can you allow us to use it first? Once the process is completed, the requisition fee will be transferred to Lin Corporation's company account. Requisitioning private property inherently requires payment, so even if she was speechless, she felt no emotional response. Since the cruise ship hijacking incident, the Merdon had been jointly purchased by a group of wealthy individuals and given to Lin Chen, while the cruise company took on the daily maintenance of the ship. Qin Wolin's plan was to continue operating the Merdon through the cruise company, with Lin Corporation only collecting normal rent. Unexpectedly, before the execution could even begin, it was requisitioned. After receiving approval, Xiao Runan picked up an authorization letter and left. The entire world began to stir with the death of a man named Dr. Miller. At this moment, Lin Chen was still working hard for his little house. His current residence was no longer a thatched hut. He had built 2 rooms, a kitchen, and a living room. Although there would be no guests on the island, they still needed a place to rest. They couldn't just stay in their rooms all day. They even named this house Seaside Courtyard. Since Task Chain 9 had not given any hints about completing the task, and there was no standard for it, he felt lost and could only keep improving this Seaside Courtyard. One morning, while Lin Chen was building the outer wall, he suddenly heard a scream from Guan Yuer coming from the woods. He put down his tools and rushed in. When Lin Chen arrived in the woods, he saw Guan Yuer sitting on the ground, covering her long, snow-white legs, with some unknown wild fruits scattered around her. What happened? Lin Chen squatted down beside her. I was bitten by a snake. Am I going to die? Guan Yuer said in pain. She had wanted to help Lin Chen, who was busy every day, but after picking some unknown wild fruits, she was bitten by a snake on her way back. Lin Chen looked at the area Guan Yuer was covering, which was on her thigh. He had no experience with snake bites and could only resort to folk remedies. He pulled away her hand and used his mouth to suck out the poison from the wound. Guan Yuer felt her face flush from his sudden action, but she didn't push him away because he was saving her. After sucking a few times, Lin Chen felt dizzy himself and then started chewing on various herbs he found around. He immediately felt the dizziness fade away. The rumors were true. It was said that antidote herbs could be found near snake bites. Lin Chen applied the chewed herbs to Guan Yuer's wound and then picked more herbs according to his memory, stuffing them into her mouth. After doing all this, Lin Chen let out a long sigh. It seemed that he needed to get that medical package soon. For now, they had antidote herbs for the snake bite. If a viral cold or fever came next, there would be no cure. It should be fine now. Check if you feel any discomfort. Lin Chen squatted in front of her and asked. After eating the herbs Lin Chen gave her, Guan Yuer no longer felt dizzy. Much better. You're amazing, you even know how to treat a snake bite. Why not open a clinic when we get back? It would definitely be a booming business. After narrowly escaping death, Guan Yuer laughed lightly. Lin Chen picked her up and walked toward the seaside courtyard. I just got lucky. I had heard that where there are snakes, there are usually antidotes nearby. I didn't expect to be right. If I had been wrong, we would have been a pair of doomed lovebirds. Guan Yuer spat, recalling the scene of Lin Chen sucking her wound. Who are you calling doomed lovebirds? How shameless. We need to be more careful. Although our lives seem comfortable on the surface, our bodies can't take much strain. If we get sick, we won't even have medicine, Lin Chen thought about when he would complete Task Chain 9. Tasks without standards were the hardest to complete, and he had no idea when it would be finished. Back at the seaside courtyard, Lin Chen laid her on the bed. Although the poison was dealt with, it was better not to move too much just in case, to avoid speeding up the blood circulation and letting a small amount of poison reach the heart. I'm sorry. I wanted to help you with some things, but instead, I held you back, Guan Yuer said apologetically. Lin Chen waved his hand. It's okay. You've already helped me a lot. At least on this lonely deserted island, you've taken on a very important role, which is to be the person who talks to me. If he were alone, he would live like this, but life would be a bit dull. Although he had fallen to this point largely because of Guan Yuer, he had never blamed her. Rather than watching a beauty die before him, he preferred to wander this deserted island with her. Lin Chen went to the kitchen, preparing to make some chicken soup. The map in his mind indicated where the mountain chickens gathered, so every few days he would catch a fresh one to make soup. The kitchen was certainly well equipped. Lin Chen had a large pot there, boiling water as he began to process the mountain chicken. However, during the process, he noticed his heart was racing a bit. At first, he thought it was due to running around in the heat of the kitchen, but he quickly realized that his peak physical condition shouldn't be so fragile. That little bit of exercise shouldn't leave him breathless or even cause his blood to surge. Gradually, he felt something was off with his body, an awkward sensation rising. This heat had made it impossible for his brain to think normally, and he struggled to calm himself down to figure out what was happening. Lin Chen remembered that he hadn't eaten anything since morning, The only thing that had entered his mouth besides the water he fetched was those casually picked herbs. Could there be a problem with those herbs? Thinking of this, he hurried to the room. Guan Yuer had eaten those herbs too. If her symptoms were the same as his, it would mean the herbs were problematic, but he didn't know if the toxicity posed a life-threatening risk. When he pushed open the door, the scene inside made it impossible for him to suppress the fire within him. Guan Yuer's constitution wasn't as strong as his, and she had already succumbed. Her shirt had slipped off her shoulder, and she was writhing uncontrollably. When their eyes met, they both lost their last shred of reason and embraced each other. It was unclear how long had passed, but by the time the sun had begun to set in the west, the seaside courtyard finally fell silent. The two inside the room nestled against each other, without the awkwardness of having done something wrong, instead resembling the normalcy between lovers. "I'm sorry, I didn't know those herbs contained such things," Lin Chen said, wrapping his arm around Guan Yuer's shoulder. "Put, you don't look like you're apologizing at all. How can you hug me while apologizing?" Guan Yuer rolled her eyes. During their time together, they had become more than just a couple, though neither had broken that barrier. It was the unknown herb that had completely transformed their relationship. "I will treat you well," Lin Chen said earnestly. A bright red mark had already been imprinted on the white bedding. The once pure goddess of the entertainment industry had now become his woman, maintaining her innocence in that dark world, suggesting that Guan Yuer's background was not so simple. Lin Chen was no saint, nor a lovesick fool, but he would never force a woman. Guan Yuer tightened her embrace around Lin Chen's waist. "I don't regret it. In fact, I'm very happy. If I waited for you, this blockhead, to take the initiative, we might not see any change in our relationship even after leaving this island. From today on this island, you belong to me alone. I don't care how many women you have outside, here, you can only have me." Guan Yuer, "Okay, I promise you." Lin Chen also held her tightly, though he was a bit puzzled by her words. He didn't want to ruin the current atmosphere. After a while of entangled intimacy in the room, Guan Yuer continued to lie down to rest, having experienced these things for the first time, while Lin Chen went to finish the chicken soup he hadn't completed. Congratulations to the host for completing task chain 9, building a house and yard, and living a wonderful life on the deserted island. Reward, a medical gift pack. Ding! The medical gift pack is delivered to the host in the form of drifting at sea. Ding! Task chain 10 is now open. Explore the secrets of the island. Reward, a detailed map of the entire island. Is this wonderful life only considered after establishing a relationship with Guan Yuer? This dog system really has a twisted sense of humor. Is it not a wonderful life if that doesn't happen? But what does exploring the secrets of the island mean? Could there be other things on this island that he doesn't know about? Logically speaking, after all the back and forth during this time, he should have thoroughly explored this island. He knows exactly what is where, so what secrets could there be? Since the system has issued this task, it indicates that there is indeed a place on this island that he is unaware of, with unknown secrets. Anyway, there is no time limit, so he can take it easy and go slowly. In the days that followed, Lin Chen and Guan Yuer enjoyed a relaxed vacation. In the box of clothes sent by the system, there were various ancient Hanfu outfits, even bikinis. Every day, Lin Chen was treated to a visual feast, and their relationship grew closer. One day, they went to the water source to fetch water, and Guan Yuer wanted to take a bath under the waterfall, so she wouldn't have to carry water back to wash. Sitting nearby, admiring Guan Yuer's bathing figure, Lin Chen suddenly seemed to discover something and walked towards the water. Guan Yuer thought he wanted to wash too and beckoned him with her finger. Lin Chen approached Guan Yuer and looked at the waterfall. He always felt that the waterfall was too calm, with the water flowing down from above without the wave-like impact against the rocks, almost as if it were hollowed out. "What's wrong?" Guan Yuer noticed something was off in Lin Chen's expression. "Wait here for me, don't come over," Lin Chen said as he walked towards the waterfall, where the rushing water would sting upon impact. Lin Chen reached under the waterfall and reached out to touch the rocks behind it, only to find nothing. Then, to Guan Yuer's astonished gaze, Lin Chen slowly disappeared behind the waterfall. Passing through the waterfall, Lin Chen discovered an unexpected world inside, a shallow cave entrance with a steel door. To the right of the door was a password lock that glimmered with a hint of red light. This scene shocked Lin Chen. He had originally thought it was just an ordinary deserted island, but he didn't expect there to be such a door, indicating that someone had been here before. They had been on this island for over a month and had not seen any other people. Lin Chen stood in front of the password lock. It could be opened with a retina scan or a password. He tried to knock on the door, which was very hard, indicating that brute force wouldn't work. He had no idea what was inside or if anyone was there. If there were people, he certainly wouldn't let them off easily. After staying here for so long without coming out, they dared to monitor him. Since he couldn't get in, Lin Chen could only retreat for now. When Guan Yuer learned that there was a door inside and that there might be others present, her first reaction was to grab her clothes to cover her body. Although she wasn't completely naked, she felt that even showing her arms was too much in front of outsiders. She had thought that this island was just the two of them, so she hadn't paid attention to her usual attire. Now, hearing that there might be others, she was instantly furious. Those behind the door must not be good people. Don't worry, if there are people inside, I won't let them off easily for daring to monitor us. Lin Chen understood Guan Yuer's thoughts, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. After they returned to their seaside cottage, the system's prompt sounded at the right moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Task Chain 10, exploring the secrets of the island. Reward, a detailed map of the entire island. Ding! The precise version of the island map has been transmitted to the host brain, covering the simplified version of the map. Ding! Task Chain 11 activated. Eliminate all the God Mercenary group that arrived on the island. Reward, password to the experimental base gate. Ding! The God Mercenary group will reach the island's west coast in 23 hours. The God Mercenary group? The experimental base? He had heard about the top 10 mercenary groups in the world during a conversation with Yang Yun and others on the ship, and this God Mercenary group is ranked first. A total of 30 people, each one an elite, with even a third being war kings and military gods. Lin Chen had sparred with Su Feng and could roughly estimate that the strength of a military god is about 9 points, with a physique also around 9 points. Although not as strong as him, they are still the pinnacle of ordinary people, and the God Mercenary group actually has nearly 30 such individuals. However, the system has a bit of conscience, giving him nearly a day to prepare. The west coast is near those reefs, the place where Lin Chen and the others initially stayed. That area has no wild beasts, and there is still time to set up some traps. Another question is about Guan Yuer. Should she continue to stay in this seaside courtyard, or should he find another place for her to hide for a while? After thinking it over, he felt that this seaside courtyard was the safest. If Guan Yuer were to hide in the jungle, she might encounter other wild beasts or poisonous snakes. With him not by her side this time, her life could be in danger. Hiding in front of the waterfall's entrance is also unrealistic. It is clear that these God Mercenary group members are coming for the experimental base. Moreover, the task issued by the system is to eliminate all the mercenaries, which indicates that there are other unknown secrets within the experimental base. If there are beings or individuals more terrifying than the God Mercenary group inside, Guan Yuer would be in even greater danger. Lin Chen took out the golden silk armor from beside the bed. Since arriving on the island, he hadn't worn it. Due to the hot weather, he spent most of his time shirtless, and later, when he got clothes, he would occasionally wear them, but he never wore this golden silk armor. Yuer, put this on. Lin Chen handed the golden silk armor to Guan Yuer. With his own strength, he could deal with the opponent, and he had the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt, so the golden silk armor wasn't very useful to him, but it was different for Guan Yuer. If something unexpected happened, he would regret it for a lifetime. I don't want to, it's so ugly and shiny. Guan Yuer, unaware that mercenaries would arrive in a day and that they would be in great danger, mumbled her refusal. This is worn underneath. I can only feel at ease if you wear it. Lin Chen then speculated about the arrival of the mercenaries to her. Only then did Guan Yuer reluctantly put on the golden silk armor, and after wearing it, she was surprised to feel as if it had melded with her skin. This is called golden silk armor. Don't be fooled by its thinness and softness. It can even stop bullets. Lin Chen introduced this treasure to her. Is it the kind of treasure from martial arts novels? By the way, I remember seeing you get shot by that foreigner on the ship. It was this golden silk armor that protected you, right? Guan Yuer recalled seeing Lin Chen get hit but still being able to jump into the sea to save her. Yeah, I'm much more at ease with you wearing it. In the time to come, I need to go set up some traps. I sense that something unusual is happening here. Someone will definitely come, and we might be silenced here. To be on the safe side, it's better to set up some traps. Lin Chen went out with a hoe on his back and a sickle hanging at his waist. With only one day to set up traps, he also needed to return to rest and regain his strength. Lin Chen didn't know how many people the God Mercenary group would bring. Since there were only 30 of them, he needed to prepare traps as if facing 30 opponents. But no matter how many people come, he can't set many traps. Such things are only effective at the beginning. If he can't take out a few right away, it will become very difficult later on, and the other side will also become more vigilant, making it unrealistic to set other traps. The most important thing is to assess the terrain and figure out how to separate those mercenaries to take them down one by one. Lin Chen was busy until late at night before returning to the seaside cottage. According to the time given by the system, the God Mercenary group would arrive on the island at noon. After sharpening his military knife, he placed it at his waist, looked at the still sleeping Guan Yuer, leaned over to kiss her forehead, and then left. Lin Chen had a premonition that this should be the last task in the mission chain. As long as he completed this task, he could take Guan Yuer back with him. Even if the task wasn't completed, they could leave this place on the God Mercenary Group's boat or use the radio on board to contact Yan Yun and others. Overall, he had only one goal: to eliminate all of the other side. Although he didn't know them, if the roles were reversed, they would definitely kill him upon seeing him, so he couldn't let his compassion get the better of him at this moment. Under the blazing sun, the weather today was exceptionally clear, and the sun was as scorching as ever. A silver yacht docked on the west coast. Lin Chen hid in the branches of a large tree in the jungle, observing the number of people on the other side. Finally found them. A black man jumped off the boat with a submachine gun on his back, howling to the sky. They had been drifting at sea for almost 2 months, and if they continued, their spirits would break. Others also jumped off the boat one after another, 8 men and 2 women, a total of 10 people. Seeing this number, Lin Chen felt relieved. At least not all of them had come. 10 people were manageable. If 30 had come, it would have been tough. These were not the kind of mercenaries like the Arctic wolves. Each one was a formidable presence, and if he wasn't careful, he could be in danger himself. Most importantly, they had guns, and he hadn't reached the level of being invulnerable yet. After disembarking, the God Mercenary Group left a foreign woman to watch the boat, while the other 9 scattered to check if there were any anomalies on the beach. One person even used a radar device to detect something. After about 10 minutes, everyone returned to the middle-aged man and shook their heads, indicating that there was nothing unusual here. Let's move in. Miller is just an ordinary person. There must be a safe way to enter his experimental base, the middle-aged man said in a low voice, looking into the jungle. The mercenaries spread out and headed into the jungle, while Lin Chen also withdrew a bit, staying in the tree to observe their every move, seeking an opportunity for assassination. This group of people was armed with guns and had grenades hanging from their waists. If it came to a head-on confrontation, he would probably be wiped out in one encounter. No wonder they were the world's #1 mercenary group. As soon as they entered the jungle, they noticed signs that someone had been here. There are people on this island. Everyone be careful. Based on the traces on that rock outside, it seems someone has washed up on this island. If you see anyone, kill them without question. Bell, you stay on the boat. Having 2 people on the boat provides some backup, just in case, the middle-aged foreign man instructed. They still didn't know the identity of the people on the island. If the other side took advantage of their absence to steal the boat, their position would likely be exposed quickly. The leading mercenary was still clear-headed. If people from other countries found out, they wouldn't stand a chance against them. Although there was already 1 mercenary left on the boat, who knew if the people on the island had other means to take down their men? Better safe than sorry. As long as there were 2 people on the boat, if one was attacked, the other could send a signal to notify them. At this moment, Lin Chen also slapped his forehead. He hadn't expected the other party to leave people on the ship. Otherwise, wouldn't it have been easier to deal with the people on board? However, there were only 8 people left here now. Lin Chen simulated in his mind how to kill these 8 people but found that many plans were unworkable and could only wait for them to come deeper in. The mercenary team was slowly moving through the jungle, not missing a single clue. When they reached the pit Lin Chen had dug, they stopped. A foreign man crouched down, brushing aside the weeds to reveal the deep pit beneath. Such an obvious trap must be for hunting some kind of beast. One mercenary said as he leaned in. It could also be for hunting us. The man who discovered the pit said, then bypassed it and moved toward the next trap, clearing away the weeds. There were 3 such obvious patches of weeds, and just as he cleared the 3rd one, a snake sprang out from the grass and bit his neck. Damn it! The man quickly yanked the snake off and tore it in half. He then pulled out a syringe from his waist and jabbed it into his neck. The others nearby showed no surprise. Such things were commonplace for them. In the wild, they often encountered sudden snake attacks, so they always carried some anti-venom. This was Lin Chen's trap. The deep pit was meant to confuse them. When they let their guard down and became overconfident, the snake played a crucial role. However, he couldn't guarantee the snake would bite them. It was a gamble. Fortunately, the snake was effective and managed to bite the opponent. Although it didn't kill anyone due to the anti-venom, he was satisfied that the trap had worked. He had released many snakes in the area, enough for them to be occupied for a while. Lin Chen circled around, planning to first deal with the 2 people on the boat at the beach. There were too many people here, making it unsuitable to act. Lin Chen reached the seaside and plunged into the water, slowly approaching the other party's ship. At that moment, Belle, who had just been called away, had also arrived on the ship. Why are you back? The woman on the ship asked, puzzled. Colonel Maud is worried you might encounter an attack here, so he sent me back to help guard the ship, Bell said with a shrug, displeased. After all, Maud was the superior for this operation, and even if he was reluctant, he had to return to the ship. Isn't that great? You've been cooped up for over a month. Now you can let loose, the female mercenary said as she sat on Bell's lap. A wicked smile appeared on Bell's face as he picked her up and flipped her over. Hearing the commotion from the water, Lin Chen knew his opportunity had come. He quietly climbed onto the ship and saw the two people with their backs to him. A flash of cold light passed, and Bell's head fell immediately. The female mercenary sensed something was wrong and turned just in time for a knife to stab into her heart. After pulling out the knife, Lin Chen swiftly slashed at the female mercenary's neck, killing both mercenaries in an instant. God's mercenary corps, is that all? Lin Chen retracted his military knife, feeling somewhat incredulous. He had always felt suffocated by the title of the world's #1 mercenary, but now, having so easily killed two, they didn't seem so formidable after all. It seemed he had been under a psychological illusion, always thinking that being #1 in the world was impressive, but in reality, it was just that, these people were no match for him. Lin Chen had not yet realized that he had already reached the peak state of an ordinary person. The difference between 10 and 9 was like heaven and earth, not just a slight gap. After dealing with the two, Lin Chen jumped back into the sea and swam back to shore. He did not destroy the ship because, to him, this yacht was already his, who would destroy their own belongings. According to the timeline, they had already cleared the snakes and were about to enter the wild boar forest. The wild boar forest was where Lin Chen planned to understand them. Without guns earlier, he had to sneakily kill two of them, but now that he had picked up two guns, he could confront them head-on. With his marksmanship, taking down a mercenary with a single shot would solve the problem, and the mission suddenly became much simpler. Bang bang bang! The sounds of gunfire echoed through the wild boar forest as the mercenaries collided with the wild boars. Lin Chen leaped through the woods, and just as he approached the wild boar forest, a bullet grazed his shoulder. The mercenaries emerged from the surroundings, mocking him. I guessed from that snake in the weeds that the trap wasn't set for the beasts, but for us. Such an obvious camouflage trap couldn't possibly be laid for wild animals. A middle-aged foreigner stepped out from behind a large tree. Lin Chen instantly understood, those gunshots earlier were also a ruse to lure him out. He had been careless, this mercenary group indeed had some skills. How did you know we would come to this island? From the traces of these traps, they must have been set yesterday, and we were still far from here yesterday. The middle-aged man stared intently at Lin Chen. The trap was clearly aimed at those who would come in the short term, and he didn't believe it was mere coincidence. Lin Chen straightened up, rubbed his shoulder where the bullet had grazed, and showed a look of terror on his face. What is your purpose for coming to this island? I didn't know you would come. I was worried about being harmed by you, which is why I resisted. He wanted to know what was behind that door. The system had only given him the mission without explaining what was inside. You don't know what's on this island? Mode was taken aback. He thought the other party was from Dr. Miller's experimental base, but judging by their reaction, they seemed unaware that this was an experimental base. Why would I know? I drifted over from the sea and haven't figured out what's on the island yet, Lin Chen replied. Mode exchanged glances with the others. Regardless of whether what you say is true or not, take us to the center of the island. Even if the other party wasn't from the experimental base, they were more familiar with the island than they were, and if they encountered any dangers later, they could serve as cannon fodder. As long as you don't kill me, I will tell you everything I know about this island. I'm already too scared to move, so you don't have to worry about me causing you any harm, Lin Chen said in a panic, but a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Mode signaled two men with his eyes to support him, and just as the two were about to approach Lin Chen, he moved, drawing the two guns from his lower back. Bang bang! He shot the two men who were getting close, then quickly aimed at Mode and fired, but Mode rolled away to dodge. As soon as Lin Chen made his move, the remaining 6 quickly sought cover, and a gunfight erupted. Lin Chen held up a personal shield and fired wildly at the surroundings. The mercenaries, ranked first for a reason, managed to avoid his shots despite his marksmanship, taking cover in the most advantageous positions, with some even starting to spread out. Who the hell are you to dare oppose my god mercenary group? Mode was furious, not expecting to be outsmarted by someone he considered easily crushable. You can call me the Grim Reaper. Lin Chen smiled slightly, shooting at the tree trunk where Mode was hiding. Unfortunately, the power of the shot wasn't enough, otherwise, it could have penetrated and killed Mode directly. Lin Chen was also quite frustrated. Despite his quick reaction, he had only managed to kill 2, and there were still 6 left. Moreover, they had already spread out, making it difficult to kill them. He could only hide for now and look for opportunities to take them down one by one. There were still 6 of them left, and there would always be a chance to eliminate them. Lin Chen was just about to evacuate the area when he suddenly saw a mercenary run out from under a large tree, throwing a grenade in his direction. In that brief moment, Lin Chen fired a shot, hitting the mercenary squarely in the forehead. The grenade rolled to his feet and exploded violently. Taking advantage of the smoke from the explosion, the remaining 5 mercenaries scattered, no longer clustering together, while everyone activated their walkie-talkies. The enemy's marksmanship is very accurate, do not group together. Everyone find a good position and make sure to kill this person. Otherwise, we will be the ones who die. Emoto was unusually serious. The fact that the enemy could pinpoint his location just from his voice was a display of extraordinary skill. Now, 3 of their team had already fallen to the enemy's gunfire, and if they could deplete his ammunition, they could easily deal with him. Emoto devised a plan to use a feigned attack to exhaust Lin Chen's bullets, but relatively speaking, they didn't have much ammunition left either. Regardless, he shared the plan with everyone. At that moment, Lin Chen pushed the body off him and brushed off the dust. The previous explosion had been too close to dodge, so he had to use a corpse to shield himself from the blast's impact. Just as he stood up, he saw another grenade thrown in his direction from not far away. He quickly raised his pistol and shot at the grenade, which exploded in midair. This action gave Emoto an opportunity. He quickly signaled everyone to throw grenades to deplete Lin Chen's bullets. The sound of explosions echoed in the air, and the entire forest caught fire. He guessed the enemy's intention and shot through the hand of a mercenary who had just reached out to throw a grenade. A piercing scream rang out as Lin Chen dashed to the mercenary's position and blew his head off. The fire is too intense, we need to retreat. Emoto looked at the raging flames around them. If they continued to waste time, they would all be burned alive. The thick smoke, combined with the growing fire, caused everyone to scatter. The mercenaries could still communicate with each other via radio, all wanting to regroup, but due to their unfamiliarity with the island's environment, they couldn't determine their locations. At a small courtyard by the eastern coast, Guan Yuer heard the sounds of explosions and the billowing smoke, immediately recalling Lin Chen's instructions. If you notice anything unusual and I'm not around, hide in the haystack in the kitchen until I return. During this time, no matter what sounds you hear, do not come out. Thinking of this, Guan Yuer hurried into the kitchen. In that haystack, Lin Chen had long set up a place that could conceal someone. If not searched carefully, it would be hard to find anyone there for a while. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, Lin Chen was hunting the group of mercenaries. Through radio communication, Emoto learned that only 4 of the people he brought were left, making a total of 5 including himself. In such a short time since landing, more than half of them had already died, all at the hands of one person. If this got out, the reputation of their god mercenary group would be ruined. The so-called world's #1 mercenary group had lost 4 or 5 members to a single individual. Everyone, head east, let's regroup on the eastern coast, Emoto said into the walkie-talkie. Just as he finished speaking, a massive wild boar appeared before him. This was the same boar Lin Chen had encountered earlier, weighing around 400 pounds. More wild boars, each weighing about 200 pounds, began to emerge from the surroundings. Emoto didn't think much of these beasts and opened fire without hesitation. While Emoto was entangled with the wild boars, Lin Chen had already found the other members of the mercenary group and silently eliminated them, slitting their throats without a sound. In this forest, he was the strongest presence. Lin Chen was already familiar with this place, and with the precise map in his mind, he could tell what each tree looked like. As Lin Chen moved through the woods like a ghost, 3 more members of the mercenary group fell, leaving only 2 remaining. Lin Chen recalled the number of people who had disembarked, 8 men and 2 women. Now, only the middle-aged man and 1 woman were still alive. The middle-aged man was in the wild boar forest, while the woman was nowhere to be seen, most likely having fled without any intention of counterattacking him. The 3 men had all intended to kill him, which was why Lin Chen had pursued and killed them. The woman's whereabouts were currently unknown, so Lin Chen decided to deal with the middle-aged man first. When he arrived at the wild boar forest, the ground was littered with the corpses of wild boars, and Emoto stood there, covered in blood. After running out of bullets, he had taken out a knife and engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the wild boar herd. Killing so many wild boars in Huaxia, you'll end up in prison for a long time, Lin Chen said with a light laugh. Emoto glared at Lin Chen with bloodshot eyes and said fiercely, "You're quite capable yourself. Do you dare to put down your gun and fight me fairly?" Emoto had run out of bullets, and if Lin Chen used his gun, he could take him out in one shot, so he resorted to provocation, confident in his hand-to-hand combat skills. Lin Chen tossed his gun aside and stretched, saying, "Your provocation worked. I was just about to see what the world's #1 mercenary group is really like." A flicker of wild joy flashed in Emoto's eyes. As long as his opponent was unarmed, he could survive. Emoda's legs exploded with power as he charged at Lin Chen with lightning speed, aiming for a quick resolution. Lin Chen quickly extended a leg and kicked the approaching Emoda away. "So lacking in martial ethics, you can't even wait for me to toss my gun?" Lin Chen mocked, sensing Emoda's fear. It was quite an achievement to instill fear in a mercenary accustomed to bloodshed. Emoda was greatly shocked. Lin Chen's kick had left him gasping for breath. Such immense power was even greater than that of the strongest in their mercenary group. With that simple kick, Lin Chen shattered his inflated ego and turned to run in the opposite direction. Faced with such a monstrous opponent, continuing to engage would lead to his death in no time. At such a moment, escaping was the priority. Lin Chen sighed softly, picked up a handgun from the ground, and shot at Emoda. 2 bullets accurately struck Emoda's legs, causing him to kneel on the ground. Lin Chen walked up slowly. "I said I wanted to test your strength, why are you running?" Emoda revealed a crazed smile. "I've already sent a description of your appearance to headquarters. It won't be long before they arrive here. Just wait to face the wrath of our god mercenary group." Lin Chen chuckled, "With your level of skill, even if more of you come, you'll still be useless." Once he dealt with the remaining mercenary, his mission would be complete, and he would leave on their yacht. He didn't care whether the mercenary group came or not, he wouldn't be here anymore. "Who exactly are you, and what is your relationship with Dr. Miller?" Emoda's eyes shifted slightly. Since intimidation didn't work, he would try another approach to see if he could persuade Lin Chen to spare his life. "Who is Dr. Miller?" Lin Chen was taken aback. He had never heard that name. Could it be that the mercenaries came to this island for this doctor? Emoda was also stunned by Lin Chen's reaction. It seemed he really didn't know who Dr. Miller was. In that moment, Emoda felt like cursing. He had always thought Lin Chen was associated with Dr. Miller, preventing them from landing on the island and entering the experimental base. The result was not what he expected. Since it wasn't, why oppose them? They even killed all the members of their mercenary group. Maud suppressed the anger within him and forced a smile on his face that was more grotesque than crying. "It turns out to be a misunderstanding. We came to this island to find Dr. Miller. Since you don't know him, we have no grievances or enmities, just a misunderstanding. Ha ha ha. What kind of person is this Dr. Miller? What is your purpose for coming to the island? Speak honestly, and maybe I will let you go." The world's #1 mercenary group was searching for him. Perhaps he had some extraordinary qualities. Although killing them all would allow Lin Chen to obtain the password to enter that experimental base, he knew nothing about it and wouldn't know what to do once inside. It was better to understand the situation first. "Our mercenary group has business dealings with Dr. Miller. We came here at his invitation, but we encountered you as soon as we landed. We originally thought you were sent by a hostile force, which is why we engaged in conflict with you. Now it seems it was all a misunderstanding." Maud laughed, but Lin Chen saw the lie in his eyes. Moreover, the actions of the God mercenary group looked like an uninvited intrusion. Who comes armed, captures people on sight, and demands that others lead them? Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, and before Maud's smile could fade, he was already dead. Full of lies, not a single truth. Why keep you alive? Lin Chen retracted his gun and picked up the walkie-talkie next to Maud. Even if he wanted to spare the other party, the system wouldn't allow it. The mission of the system was to kill them all. If he spared their lives, he wouldn't be able to complete the task. He wanted to see if the last remaining female mercenary would contact Maud. The island was so big that finding one person wouldn't be easy. Lin Chen headed towards the east coast, wondering how Guan Yuer was doing and if she had hidden away. He decided not to search for the last female mercenary for now but to ensure Guan Yuer's safety first. If he accidentally ran into her, it would be troublesome. With that thought, Lin Chen hurried towards the seaside courtyard. Meanwhile, Guan Yuer was still hiding in a pile of grass in the kitchen of the seaside courtyard. At that moment, she heard footsteps entering the seaside courtyard, but she didn't dare to move recklessly. If it was Lin Chen, he would definitely call out to her loudly. Even if he didn't shout, he would know where she was hiding and would come in to look for her. The footsteps moved in and out, seemingly checking all the rooms, and finally arrived at the kitchen door. Just as she entered the kitchen, another set of footsteps sounded outside the seaside courtyard. The person at the kitchen door, hearing the noise outside, rushed in. Upon reaching the spot where Guan Yuer was hiding, they pushed aside the weeds and saw her inside. This person was the fleeing female mercenary. Originally, she had confirmed that this courtyard belonged to Lin Chen and intended to hide here to ambush him. She didn't expect Lin Chen to return so quickly, leaving her no time to find a suitable ambush position, so she could only hide temporarily. When the female mercenary saw Guan Yuer, a sinister smile appeared on her face. Lin Chen returned to the seaside courtyard and headed straight for the kitchen. Before he could enter, he saw the female mercenary holding Guan Yuer hostage as she walked out. Lin Chen's heart sank, his greatest fear had come true. However, at this distance, as long as the other party showed the slightest flaw, he could rescue Guan Yuer. If you don't want this woman to die in front of you, drop the gun, the female mercenary said, looking at the gun in Lin Chen's hand. Lin Chen tossed the gun aside and looked at Guan Yuer. Guan Yuer remembered what Lin Chen had taught her about how to react in such situations. Suddenly, she shrank down and slipped out of the female mercenary's grasp. Lin Chen took a quick step forward and kicked the female mercenary in the stomach. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The kicked-away female mercenary fired a shot at Guan Yuer, the bullet hitting her back. In the next moment, Lin Chen had already picked up the gun from the ground and fired 2 shots into the room, a round hole appearing in the mercenary's forehead. After shooting the mercenary dead, Lin Chen quickly walked to Guan Yuer's side. It hurt so much. Guan Yuer, knocked to the ground by the impact of the bullet, got up and mumbled. Hearing her words, Lin Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had given her the golden silk armor, otherwise, this bullet could have been fatal. Lin Chen lifted her clothing, revealing a red mark beneath her snow-white skin. The golden silk armor could block penetration, but it couldn't completely negate the force. It was normal for Guan Yuer's delicate skin to become red and swollen after being hit by a bullet. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Task Chain 11, eliminating the God Mercenary group that came to the island. Reward, password for the experimental base gate. Ding! The gate password is 142,857. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing all tasks in the task chain. Reward, all attributes +1, satellite phone *1. Ding! The satellite phone has been placed in the cabin on the west coast, now available for the host to enhance all attributes. As the system notification finished, Lin Chen felt a sharp pain throughout his body and fainted instantly. Lin Chen, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Before losing consciousness, he heard Guan Yuer's panicked cries. Lin Chen had a dream where he was in the sea, surrounded by countless people. Everyone was desperately swimming upwards, and his body was submerged, unable to rise or sink. No one could successfully swim up. No matter how hard they tried, they remained in place. Lin Chen wanted to try as well, starting to swim upwards with all his might, pushing through the water with his hands, and gradually moving up. After repeating the motion, he finally broke the surface of the water. Just as Lin Chen surfaced, he woke up in reality. Beside him, Guan Yuer was sleeping with her head resting on the bed, tears still on her face, as if she had cried a lot because of his unconsciousness. Lin Chen felt his body and discovered it had become light. There was no sense of gravity in his movements, and even his mind felt exceptionally clear. He called for the system and opened the character panel. Host, Lin Chen, Strength, 11, Constitution, 11, Mentality, 9, Charm, 10, the maximum attribute for ordinary people is 10. The host has exceeded the normal values among ordinary people. Vehicle, Pagani Huayra, Lamborghini Veneno, Merton Cruise Ship, Mansion, Yulu Mountain Villano. 1. Tangchenipin Building A, 33rd floor. Skills, Mastery in Martial Arts, Chess, Marksmanship, Sports Skills, Languages, Master Level Piano Skills, Singing Mastery, Acting Mastery, Top Level Hacking Skills, Balance, 75,628,446,251. Wow. Lin Chen looked at the attribute panel in shock. He had thought the maximum attribute was 10, so he wasn't very interested in the all attributes +1 task reward. He didn't expect it to continue increasing. With his current strength, he could probably kill that wild boar king with a single punch. After all, his attributes had surpassed the limits of ordinary people, so what kind of person was he now? Based on his guess, Su Feng was a war god in the military district, with a strength of 9 points, and an unknown constitution, likely also 9 points. Those from the God Mercenary group probably also had a strength around 9 points. It should be quite difficult for ordinary people to reach 10 points, so 9 points was already the limit. He had already been stronger than the war god, and now, those mercenaries in Su Feng's level probably couldn't withstand even one of his moves. Guan Yuer beside him let out a soft whimper and woke up. Seeing Lin Chen sitting on the bed, she pouted and rushed over. "You scared me to death. Woo woo woo. I thought you were going to leave me. How am I supposed to live alone?" Guan Yuer cried as she hugged him. Lin Chen quickly patted her back to comfort her. "I just fainted from exhaustion for a bit. I'm fine now. I'm all better." After calming Guan Yuer down, Lin Chen first went to the ship on the west coast to get a satellite phone. This time, crossing the entire island only took half an hour, whereas before it would take over an hour even at full strength. After his physique broke through 11 points, He could even hear the sound of air being sliced when he started running. Upon reaching the ship, the two corpses had long drifted away, and he found a satellite phone in the cabin. Lin Chen picked up the radio and dialed a number from memory. "Hello, this is Yang Yun." The voice on the other end made Lin Chen extremely excited. He had finally contacted the outside world. Although life on this deserted island had been relatively comfortable, he constantly missed returning to Magic City, reminiscing about its delicious food and the massage techniques of the maids. "It's me, Lin Chen." Upon hearing this name, there was a brief pause on the other end. Then an excited voice came through. "Brother Lin. That's great, you're alive. Where are you? I'll come to pick you up right now." For the past month, Yang Yun had not given up searching for Lin Chen. Although there was an order from Qin Roland, he also genuinely wanted to find Lin Chen. However, despite conducting a thorough search on every island, he had not found him. "I don't even know where I am. It's an island. I'll give you the coordinates from the GPS, but don't make it public. It's best if no one else knows. Bring the other brothers over. This island is a bit strange, and I need your help." Lin Chen did not plan to make a big fuss about returning, and there was an experimental base on this island. Although he didn't know what kind of experiments were being conducted, the actions of the mercenaries coming this way indicated that it was definitely not simple. "Okay, I'm currently at sea with Li Cheng and He Yun, and we'll head your way right now." Yang Yun glanced at the coordinates. With their yacht, it would take at least 3 days to arrive, and he couldn't understand how Lin Chen had drifted so far away. Fortunately, Qin Roland had insisted they keep searching for Lin Chen, otherwise, if they were in Magic City, it would take at least 10 days to reach Lin Chen's location. Under Yang Yun's remote guidance, Lin Chen steered the yacht back to the east coast. With this boat, he wouldn't have to run back and forth across the island anymore. Yang Yun also set the coordinates and hurried towards Lin Chen's location. He initially wanted to call Qin Roland to inform her but remembered Lin Chen's instructions and decided against it. When Guan Yuer saw Lin Chen returning on a boat, she immediately jumped for joy. Having a boat meant they could go back. However, she also felt a twinge of reluctance, as it was just the two of them on the island, and they wouldn't have this opportunity again after returning. After a moment of happiness, she began to feel down. Lin Chen noticed her mood and picked her up. "If you don't want to go back, we can stay here permanently." Guan Yuer knew this was unrealistic, but she was still very happy to hear Lin Chen say that. The two returned to their room and had another round of fun. Over an hour later, the two, dressed neatly, arrived at the waterfall, and Lin Chen protected Guan Yuer as they walked into the waterfall. "I didn't expect there to be such a place on this island. No wonder you could find so many things from modern society," Guan Yuer said in surprise, looking at the door ahead, attributing all of Lin Chen's system rewards to this place. Lin Chen didn't explain. Instead, he approached the password lock at the door and began to enter the code. When he finished entering the password, the door popped open with a ding. "How did you know the password?" Guan Yuer looked at Lin Chen in shock. The group of people just now knew that they were coming for this experimental base. Following me, they still had no idea what would be inside. Lin Chen cautiously looked at the lights that were turning on one by one inside. A 20-meter-long corridor came into view, and Lin Chen protected Guan Yuer behind him as he walked in. The corridor sloped downward, as if every step taken was heading downwards. After passing through the corridor, they arrived at a huge laboratory filled with large glass containers housing many animals. These animals were submerged in a green liquid, appearing to be dead yet not decayed. Most of the animals here were gorillas, which explained why Lin Chen had seen a section marked as a gorilla area on the map but had not encountered a single one. The two of them walked down the left corridor, growing increasingly alarmed. The first gorilla looked normal, but by the second one, it had developed tusks, resembling the curved tusks of a wild boar. The third gorilla not only had tusks but also a snake-like tail, the fourth had 4 tusks, and the fifth not only had tusks and a snake tail but had even transformed into a gigantic gorilla, nearly bursting the glass container. The sixth gorilla had fish fin-like appendages under its neck, and further back, there were all sorts of bizarrely shaped gorillas. "Is this what the so-called biology PhD is studying?" Lin Chen murmured. Guan Yuer, watching from the side, was also filled with fear and trepidation. What kind of experiment had turned these gorillas into such monsters? After they had walked halfway, they noticed that the gorillas behind were gradually returning to a normal appearance, and by the last glass container, there was a completely normal gorilla. However, they could sense a powerful strength emanating from this normal gorilla. "Lin Chen, what on earth is this place? These gorillas are so pitiful." Guan Yuer felt both fear and pity. Lin Chen shook his head and remained silent as he approached the computer in the central area. When they reached the center, a large screen above them suddenly displayed an image. A foreign man with a head full of white hair appeared on the screen, speaking in fluent English. I don't know who this experimental base will ultimately fall into the hands of. I originally wanted to destroy it before leaving, but this place is also the culmination of my life's work. I've decided to take a gamble, hoping that this base will be discovered by a kind person or country. Lin Shen looked at the man on the screen, guessing that this must be the Dr. Miller mentioned by the mercenaries. Fortunately, he had previously acquired a language proficiency skill, otherwise, as someone with poor English, he wouldn't have understood a word. Guan Yuer beside him also looked at the screen in shock, seemingly able to comprehend what the foreigner was saying. Dr. Miller continued, although this may sound like nonsense, let me give a brief self-introduction. My name is Miller, and everyone calls me Dr. Miller. I am a PhD focused on studying biological genetics. Years ago, the gene enhancement serum I developed was used by the country government for human experiments. In that experiment, out of 1,000 soldiers, only 1/10 survived. As Dr. Miller spoke, his expression turned somewhat sorrowful. 1,000 soldiers with only 1/10 surviving meant that 100 people had lived. 100 super soldiers were indeed a terrifying existence. The survival rate of human experiments was only 1/10. This was not the result I wanted, nor was it something I was willing to conduct. However, the country government disregarded this and even considered it a very successful outcome. In fact, this gene enhancement serum was indeed successful in some aspects. Those 100 individuals became super warriors, and even the strongest Marines were no match for any of them. To ensure the success of this experiment, I temporarily accepted the country's government's invitation and continued to invest my efforts. But the government of country was unwilling to let me continue my research, saying that maintaining the current situation was already quite good. They wanted to build the strongest army, with a minimum of 10,000 soldiers. According to past survival rates, for every 10,000 super soldiers, one would need to invest 100,000 soldiers, of which 90,000 would perish. Dr. Miller on the screen clenched his fists tightly, furious about this. I refused to continue such inhumane experiments and privately contacted a group of soldiers. They were willing to rescue me from the control of the government, but their condition was to receive the latest gene enhancement serum. I agreed, and they rescued me from country. I gave them 100 bottles of the newly developed gene enhancement serum. Initially, they didn't want me to leave, but considering my importance to the government, they realized that taking me with them would put them in greater danger, so they let me go. Later, I received news that a powerful mercenary group called the God Mercenary Corps had emerged in the world. They were the soldiers who rescued me. Their numbers also confirmed that the survival rate of the gene enhancement serum had increased to 1/3. This was great news for me, so I used all the wealth I had accumulated in my life to build this mobile island. When Lin Shen heard this, he had a strange expression. The so-called super soldiers had only that 9-point strength? How low was this threshold? What did a mobile island mean? Could this island actually move? Lin Shen suddenly recalled the coral area where he had fished at the beginning. He hadn't found it again later and had thought that the corals had been eaten by some large fish species. After all, he didn't understand the habits of corals, and one could say he didn't understand marine life at all, as his hometown was not a coastal city. Now it seemed that this island had been moving all along? If that were the case, then this island was incredible. Dr. Miller on the screen continued with his introduction. I have always opposed using humans for experiments, so after coming to this island, I released some wild animals onto it. I also used gorillas as my experimental subjects, gradually moving towards success. I even added genes from other organisms into the gene enhancement serum. The current serum is no longer the original version. I don't know what effects it would have on human experiments, as I haven't had the chance to find volunteers. The government has captured my hidden family, and now I have to go back. This return is fraught with danger, so I left this video. The experimental data should be accurate under my precise algorithms. If you want to try, you can take it from the laboratory on the right side. I hope you succeed. In country, I had a former assistant who was a genius. I heard he is now serving country, named Herland. You should pay close attention to this person. His talent is not inferior to mine. In the field of biological genetics, anyone who surpasses me in the future will surely include Herland. After Dr. Miller finished speaking, the video disappeared. Lin Shen looked towards the finished product room against the wall and was about to step over when Guan Yuer grabbed his hand. Don't go, I don't want you to become like those gorillas. Guan Yuer was afraid Lin Shen would use the gene enhancement serum. Lin Shen smiled and patted her head. Don't worry, this kind of thing has no temptation for me. I'm just going to take a look, I won't use it. As if joking, he was already powerful enough, using such things would only lower his status. Moreover, this foreign white-haired man's few words wanted him to take risks. Dream on. He was studying it to use for his people in the future. If it really worked and had no side effects, then it would indeed be a good thing. Guan Yuer tightly held his hand as they walked to the door, pressed the switch beside it, and the door opened automatically. The two entered the finished product room, and the temperature inside made Guan Yuer shiver. Lin Chen opened a freezer-like object, revealing dozens of test tubes filled with red liquid. This should be the gene enhancement liquid, just untested on humans. Lin Chen had no intention of taking it, so he left it there. He pulled Guan Yuer in another direction. After Lin Chen put the enhancement liquids back, Guan Yuer couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She was genuinely worried that Lin Chen would use this gene enhancement liquid. Although it sounded impressive, the results on those gorillas were terrifying. She didn't want Lin Chen to become such a monster. Fortunately, Lin Chen was rational enough not to let these illusory powers cloud his judgment. They reached a door, behind which was a staircase leading down. As they descended to the bottom, a booming sound reached their ears. The scene here shocked Lin Chen. The transparent glass around them revealed the outside view. They were already at the bottom of the sea. A propeller was spinning continuously around the island, which should be the reason the island could drift away. Dr. Miller was impressive, able to install jet propellers on such an island. According to him, this type of island was very dangerous because it wasn't deep enough and could easily break apart at sea. Dr. Miller had installed a stabilizer on the island, allowing it to move without being battered by the waves. One couldn't help but wonder how wealthy Dr. Miller was to transform this place into a mobile island. After looking around, Lin Chen and the others found nothing special and left the research base. There were places to live here, and even a lot of food stored. However, for them, it was still not as comfortable as living in a seaside cottage. They could gather fresh ingredients right on the spot. Guan Yuer didn't ask much about this place. In her view, even if she asked Lin Chen, he might not know, as he seemed to spend most of his time with her. 3 days later, Lin Chen's satellite phone rang. Yang Yun had arrived at the initial coordinates but hadn't seen the island Lin Chen mentioned. Because this island was constantly moving, albeit slowly, it had long since left its original location after 3 days. Lin Chen shared the location with Yang Yun and the others again. After another 2 days, they finally arrived on the island. Yang Yun excitedly hugged Lin Chen, saying, "Brother Lin, it's so good to see you safe. We were all very worried about you, especially President Qin. At first, she couldn't even eat and ordered us not to return until we found you." Li Qing also said excitedly, "President Qin? A woman?" Guan Yuer, filled with jealousy, stepped forward to ask. Li Qing suddenly felt a bit awkward and hurriedly greeted Guan Yuer, unsure of what to call her. It was obvious to anyone that a lone man and woman on this island for so long had a special relationship. "That's my senior sister, I hired her to manage my company," Lin Chen said, habitually ruffling her hair. Guan Yuer pouted. Although she knew someone as outstanding as Lin Chen couldn't possibly be single, she still felt uncomfortable. Lin Chen took the group back to the seaside cottage and cooked a meal for everyone. "I didn't expect Brother Lin to be stranded on a deserted island and still have hot meals every day." Truly, the strong never complain about their environment, Yang Yun joked with a hearty laugh. "Brother Yang, don't tease me. What has been happening outside lately? I don't even know how long I've been here. I've lost touch with society." Lin Chen shook his head and smiled wryly. "We're all part of a security company now. Besides searching for you at sea every day, we just go back for supplies. We don't have any news," Yang Yun replied. "However, a while ago, President Qin told me that your friend Officer Shao borrowed our cruise ship, seemingly to go out to sea for work. This was the only piece of news he remembered during this time. Everything else was deemed unimportant." Lin Chen furrowed his brows slightly, sensing that Shao Runan's trip to sea was somehow related to him and this island. It seemed that not only were those mercenaries eyeing this place, but even Huaxia had begun to get involved. Lin Chen shared his discoveries on the island and the matter of those divine mercenaries with Yang Yun. After hearing this, Yang Yun and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. 10 members of the Divine Mercenary Corps were wiped out by Lin Chen? That was the Divine Mercenary Corps, ranked number 1 in the world, a group of warriors per capita, and a third of them had been annihilated just like that? Looking at Lin Chen, it seemed he had done so without sustaining any losses himself. Previously, they thought Lin Chen was on par with Su Feng, considering him a very strong individual, but now it appeared they had underestimated Lin Chen's strength. Those 10 people were equivalent to 10 Su Fengs. Dr. Miller, I have indeed heard that name. Back in the day, he created a super soldier program in the M country, aiming to sweep the globe. Huaxia was also suppressed. If it weren't for King Yin stepping in, fighting 10 by himself and sweeping away the super soldiers that came to Huaxia, we might have been under M country's control by now. As Yang Yun spoke of King Yun, admiration sparkled in the eyes of the three. King Yun? Lin Chen had never heard this name before. From the looks of Yang Yun and the others, this King Yun seemed to be a powerful figure. He wondered how he compared to him. King Yun is the highest leader of Huaxia's National Security Bureau, and Su Feng is his disciple. According to Su Feng, even 10 of him wouldn't be a match for King Yun. You must know that Su Feng is already a war god in the military district, one of the top individuals in Huaxia's forces, Yang Yun explained. So formidable? However, 10 Su Fengs were still not his match. That point was still incomparable. Previously, he could achieve his attributes at 10 points, and now having broken through to 11 points, Su Feng might not even withstand a single move from him. It seemed that King Yun was probably someone with a physique of around 10 points. To reach the limit of an ordinary person without the help of a system, this King Yun was indeed a remarkable character. This island has been moving and is not easy to lock onto. That old man Miller has installed a shielding device on this island, making it undetectable by satellites. However, his gene enhancement liquid is still here, it's just that its credibility is uncertain. Otherwise, Brother Yang, the three of you could surpass Su Feng, Lin Chen said with a smile. Yang Yun and the others couldn't hide their excitement. The gene enhancement liquid, once used, could turn them into super soldiers. But Lin Chen was right, they were not experts in this field and didn't even understand the basics. If something went wrong, it would be a matter of life and death. Lin Chen led them into the experimental base, and they looked at the experimented gorillas, feeling a bit of fear. The changes in the gorillas here are part of Miller's experimental process. Based on my guess, Dr. Miller's latest research results are already different from the initial ones, Lin Chen said, glancing at the gorillas, which were beginning to exhibit various biological symbols, no longer just stronger in strength. After returning to the seaside courtyard, they discussed the matter of going back. Brother Lin, we should leave one person here, and the other two can take you and Miss Guan back, Yang Yun suggested. Lin Chen looked at Guan Yuer, who had also come to terms with things. This time had been enjoyable, but she had to return to reality. Seeing Guan Yuer nod in agreement to go back, Lin Chen pondered for a moment and said, leave two people, one can take us back, and the other can stay with them for mutual support. In the end, Yang Yun decided to take Lin Chen and the two of them back to Magic City, while Li Yun and Li Qing stayed behind to share updates and coordinates, as the island was constantly drifting. Lin Chen had just found the control room of the experimental base, where a trajectory was set. This island would only wander back and forth within a few sea areas and would not approach any continent. The ship of the God Mercenary Corps was left for them, and Lin Chen and Guan Yuer set off on their journey back to Magic City. 7 days later, Lin Chen finally returned to Magic City. Although life on the island hadn't made him look too haggard, once he set foot on land, he couldn't help but feel a sense of weariness. Since it was late at night when they returned, there weren't many people at the dock, and Lin Chen hadn't informed anyone about his return in advance. Only Guan Yuer called her agent, and a van was parked at the dock. Seeing the van, Guan Yuer looked at Lin Chen reluctantly and then hugged him tightly. Don't forget me, she murmured. Lin Chen was puzzled by her attitude. Ever since they boarded the return ship, Guan Yuer had been sullen. Now, she was saying something that sounded like a farewell. Moreover, her eagerness to leave confused him even more. She could have returned to Magic City to rest for a few days before contacting her agent, yet she wanted to leave the moment they disembarked. Fool, what are you talking about? You can come back to my place to rest first, and whenever you want to work, you can set off then, Lin Chen said, feeling her attitude was strange but not asking further. Guan Yuer shook her head in his embrace, then stood on her tiptoes and kissed him. They embraced and kissed, and the people around them did not disturb them. After a long while, they parted lips, and Guan Yuer took a deep breath of Lin Chen's scent before turning decisively to leave. Lin Chen was not a fool, he knew Guan Yuer must have her reasons, but since she didn't say anything, he wouldn't ask. However, that didn't mean he would ignore it. Once he returned, he would find someone to investigate Guan Yuer's situation to understand why she was acting this way. After Guan Yuer got into the van, it drove away from the dock. Lin Chen watched the taillights disappear at the intersection before retracting his gaze and sighed softly, Brother Yang, let's go. Take me back to Yunlu Villa. It had been over a month since he had been back, and he didn't know if the maids were still in his villa. Even if they had left, Lin Chen wouldn't blame them. In the van, Guan Yuer looked dejectedly out the window. A middle-aged woman beside her, seeing her expression, couldn't help but sigh, Yuer, I don't know what has happened to you during this time. But you need to understand your own identity. You didn't let us find you before, you should remember the conditions of the exchange. Guan Yuer had a positioning communicator on her, and her whereabouts had always been monitored by her family. Even on the island, they could easily bring her back, which was why she could maintain such a good mindset despite being stranded. While Lin Chen was busy outside, she had privately contacted her family and agreed to follow their arrangements after returning, in exchange for a month of freedom. Guan Yuer knew what the middle-aged woman was referring to but ignored her and continued to look out the window. The middle-aged woman continued, "Your birth has determined that you cannot decide on marriage matters yourself. How could I not feel sorry for you? I wish you could be like a girl from an ordinary family, free to love, marry, and have children. During the time you were missing, there will definitely be questions when you return to the clan. Have you thought about how to answer?" As someone who had been through it, she could see that Guan Yuer was no longer a naive girl. "Big Sister Hong, please stop. I want to be quiet for a while." Guan Yuer didn't want to pay her any mind, but Hong Jia kept chattering away, making it impossible for her to settle down. She also knew what awaited her at home, things she was unwilling to face, things she didn't want to confront. Her mind was filled with memories of her time with Lin Chen on the deserted island. At the same time, her heart ached a little. After all, she didn't know if they would ever meet again. Perhaps those moments were the happiest of her life, and she would never have the chance to experience them again. The middle-aged woman known as Hong Jia finally closed her mouth. In name, she was Guan Yuer's manager, but in reality, she was just someone sent by Guan Yuer's family to keep an eye on her every move. The chauffeur-driven car arrived directly at the airport in the Magic City, and Guan Yuer and her group boarded a private plane, not lingering in the Magic City for long. As the plane ascended into the sky, Guan Yuer continued to gaze out the window, her eyes revealing a sense of reluctance. At Cloud Mountain Villa No. 1 in the Magic City, Lin Chen stood at the door. It was already late at night, and there wasn't a single light on inside. He couldn't tell if it was because no one was home or if everyone was already asleep. Lin Chen stepped into the villa, and when he turned on the lights, he saw a tidy environment, not a speck of dust in sight. Just then, a door on the first floor opened, and someone stepped out. When the person inside the room saw Lin Chen, she screamed and excitedly rushed towards him. The girl who came out first was Yang Man. With Yang Man's scream, other doors opened as well, and everyone was still in the villa, not having left. Li Cheng and 6 maids, a total of 7 girls, all rushed into Lin Chen's embrace one after another. "Master, it's so good to see you back." Yang Man even started to cry. Lin Chen was deeply moved to see that everyone had stayed. Putting himself in their shoes, he thought that his employer was likely dead at sea, and he should have left long ago. He never expected they would still be here waiting for him. Li Qing noticed the surprise and emotion in Lin Chen's expression and explained, "At first, when we heard you fell into the sea, we all thought you were gone. I asked a few of them, but they insisted on waiting here for your return. If you really couldn't come back, they would wait until a year later to leave. During that year, they would always be yours." The girls felt that even if Lin Chen had truly died, they had to fulfill their duties. Lin Chen had paid them a year's salary, so they felt they should at least stay until a year had passed. Although their time with Lin Chen was short, each of them hoped and prayed that he would be okay, wishing for a miracle. "I told you, Master is a blessed person, he definitely wouldn't come to harm," Song Yu said happily. Lin Chen was also infected by the joyful emotions of these maids, and the disappointment from Guan Yuer's departure was swept away. He joked with the girls, "Since everyone is so happy, let's reward you all by playing in one room tonight." He picked up Song Yu in front of him and walked towards the room. The girls' faces turned slightly red, but they all followed along. That night was destined to be another sleepless one. The next morning, Lin Chen moved the 7 hands and feet pressing down on him aside and got out of bed. Everyone had completely relaxed last night, so they had all enjoyed themselves and put in a lot of effort. In the end, everyone was exhausted, while he was still full of energy, having pushed the limits of an ordinary human body. It seemed that the task reward from Su Weiwei wasn't that important anymore. Li Shui, still groggy, tried to get up to make breakfast for Lin Chen, but he comforted her to continue sleeping. The exertion from last night had left them all worn out, and Lin Chen wasn't so pretentious. He figured he could just grab a casual breakfast outside. He took the keys to the Lamborghini Veneno and stepped out. This car had been driven back by someone Li Qing sent. After all, Lin Chen had gone missing, and the car couldn't just stay at the dock. He still hadn't replaced his phone card and wondered if his family knew about his disappearance for over a month. If I had known, he would have at least reported that he was safe. Lin Chen arrived at the service center to replace his SIM card. Since he had a phone at home, there was no need to buy a new one. He just needed to have Mo Fan modify it at the Jinmao building. After inserting the SIM card, the message notification sound kept ringing, and he received many missed call notifications in the form of text messages. There were messages from Yi Munshi, Qin Roland, Su Xia, and his parents. With a pile of missed call notifications, Lin Chen first called home. At that moment, Chen Xiaoxian was crying inconsolably, having just learned yesterday that Lin Chen had drowned in the sea. Lin Chen had never been fond of calling home, and they thought their child had grown up and didn't need much attention, until a few days ago when Lin Chen's cousin was getting married. Chen Xiaoshan called Lin Chen to ask if he wanted to come back. However, after several days of unanswered calls, they finally found out from the school that Lin Chen was missing at sea. The school had intended to notify the family, but until the final outcome was determined, they didn't dare to inform them. When Chen Xiaoshan received the news, it was like a bolt from the blue, and she fainted instantly. When she woke up today, she immediately began to pack her things, intending to go to the Magic City to confirm whether her child was truly gone. Lin Quan, beside her, also had red eyes, looking absent-minded. At that moment, Chen Xiaoshan's phone rang. Initially, she didn't want to answer. She was in a hurry to go to the Magic City and had no mood to take other people's calls. But when she glanced at the screen, the name displayed made her drop the backpack she was holding. Lin Quan, hearing the commotion, followed her gaze to the phone, and the name on the screen made his hands tremble. The couple exchanged a glance and, with trembling hands, answered the call. "Mom, why did it take so long to answer? What are you doing?" Lin Chen's voice came through the phone, causing Chen Xiaoshan to almost drop the phone again. If Lin Quan hadn't caught it, it would have shattered on the spot. Sure, is that you? Is it really you?" Chen Xiaoshan asked, trembling. "It's me, Mom. I'm fine, I'm back at school now." Lin Chen sensed from Chen Xiaoshan's reaction that he must have been reported dead. At that moment, his parents were in shock. Fortunately, they called back immediately, or else the family would have been heartbroken, and if something had happened, he would regret it for a lifetime. After a moment of silence on the other end of the line, a scolding voice came through. "You little brat, what on earth happened? You made your mother cry all day, didn't you think to let us know sooner?" Although Chen Xiaoshan was scolding Lin Chen, her face was beaming with joy. Lin Quan was also smiling happily beside her. No news could be more important than this phone call. They had thought they would lose their child in middle age, and their hearts had already died. The couple even contemplated going to the underworld together. But because of Lin Chen's call, they felt alive again. As long as their child was safe, there was hope in life. "Mom, I accidentally fell into the sea. When I woke up, I was on a deserted island, and my phone fell into the ocean, so I couldn't let you know. The rescue team found me last night, and that's how I was able to come back. So, I called you as soon as I could." Lin Chen explained casually. As long as his family knew he was safe, there was no need to explain everything in detail. "It's good as long as you're okay, as long as you're alive." Lin Quan murmured. "No, I want to see you with my own eyes. Your dad and I are taking a car to the Magic City right now." Chen Xiaoshan still felt she needed to see her son in person. "No need. Isn't Hua Gu getting married in a few days? I'll come back then, and if you want to see me, we can video call. There's no need to come all the way here. You'll wear yourselves out. Coming from the countryside to the Magic City is already far, whether by bus or by car, it takes a lot of time and energy." He had just seen the wedding invitation his cousin sent him, so he could just go back when the time came. "Alright, let's video chat first. If I confirm you're fine, I won't come over." After hearing Lin Chen's words, Chen Xiaoshan hung up the phone and initiated a video call. Upon seeing that Lin Chen was indeed fine, her anxious heart finally relaxed. She reminded him a few times to come back early to help his cousin and then hung up. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. His relationship with his parents was a two-way street. They cared for him, and he felt for them, which sometimes led to arguments during their communications. Many family relationships in real life are like this, where parents care for their children, but the children, fearing their parents' hardships, continuously reject their care, resulting in a seemingly irreconcilable conflict between parents and children. Lin Chen looked at the invitation his cousin sent. Normally, he wouldn't need an invitation, but this cousin treated him well and showed him enough respect. His cousin, Lin Qinhua, was the eldest son of his uncle and was 5 years older than Lin Chen. Lin Qinhua had always been good to him since childhood. Despite the 5-year age gap, they were like brothers who shared everything. Now, Lin Qinhua worked at a branch of a listed company, and they had seen each other less often. He had originally planned to stay with him for a while during the summer vacation, but now that Lin Qinhua was getting married, it wouldn't be appropriate to go. However, Lin Qinhua was at an age suitable for marriage, so it wasn't surprising. Lin Chen then looked at other messages on WeChat. Yi Mingxi's messages had reached 99+. It started with sharing daily life, then moved to disbelief upon hearing Lin Chen's news, and finally returned to daily sharing. Lin Chen didn't reply to her. He planned to meet her later, and sending a message now was less meaningful than surprising her in person. When Ru Xue had only sent him an initial message asking what he was doing. There was a long period without any messages, and the last one was sent 3 days ago. "I can't believe you just left like that. I won't give up on finding you." Lin Chen felt very touched upon seeing this message. These women held a significant place in their hearts for him. Chen Shanshan also sent him 2 messages. The first said she had already set off for training in Country M. The second said she was already in training and would complete the course in 2 months, hoping to meet Lin Chen when she returned. After that, there were no more messages. It seemed she had heard about Lin Chen's death and understood that sending messages to him would be futile. Lin Chen's impression of Chen Shanshan was still stuck on the scene at the entrance of the Tangchenipin, so he didn't plan to reassure her and exited the chat interface. He didn't pay much attention to other messages and decided to visit the Jinmao building first before heading back to school. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Deserted Island Survival side quest. Reward, 1 billion cash. Dear customer, hello. Your Magic City bank card ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 1 billion yuan. Current balance, 175,628,446,251 yuan. A Deserted Island Survival side quest? I haven't heard of this task being issued. Suddenly, it was completed, and I received a reward of 1 billion. Lin Chen shook his head. As long as there was a reward, he wouldn't dwell on why this task existed. He had also heard from Yang Yun that the Film City project had been secured by the Lin Group, which was the company Qin Wolin established for him, and there would be plenty of places needing money in the future. Lin Chen drove to the Jinmao building. As soon as he entered the lobby, he felt all eyes on him. The gazes were filled with surprise and joy, making Lin Chen feel a bit bewildered. That guy is so handsome. He looks so familiar. Isn't he the melancholic piano prince who's been trending online? It seems so. The more I look, the more it resembles him. I didn't expect this melancholic piano prince to be even more handsome in real life than on camera. Melancholic piano prince? What is that? Lin Chen heard their whispers. Didn't they say he fell into the sea and died? How could he be here? Could it be a case of mistaken identity? Who cares? Let's take a photo first. If it really is him, he'll become a star soon, and if not, at least a social media influencer. It will be hard to get a signed photo later. Right, hurry up, let's take a picture with him. The piano prince isn't here to sign with a company to become an influencer, is he? I hope it's our company, then we could see him every day. He really is so handsome. The more I look, the more handsome he gets. Once Lin Chen's charm reached 10 points, it was enough to captivate everyone, regardless of age or gender. They would momentarily be stunned upon seeing him. Just as this group of women rushed towards Lin Chen, 2 security guards appeared beside him, quickly shielding him. Mr. Lin, please come with us, the guard said hurriedly. Lin Chen was confused but followed them into the elevator. Mr. Lin probably doesn't realize how famous he is now. Some of these people are employees of our building, and some are guests. We can't just chase them away, the guard explained. Famous? Why would I be famous? Lin Chen had no clue about this. It's a video where you play the piano and sing a song with Guan Yuer. That video was posted online and instantly went viral. Plus, it mentioned that you fell into the sea while saving a little girl. The guard found it strange too. Wasn't it said that Mr. Lin had gone missing after falling into the sea? How did he suddenly appear here? Falling into the sea was true, but he didn't save a little girl. Soon, Lin Chen figured out the reason. It must be that the Wang family's actions were suppressed from above. The kidnapping of all the wealthy in Magic City would cause social panic, so it wasn't made public. His cause of death was changed to saving a little girl instead of saving an entire ship of people. And the video of him singing with Guan Yuer was released, combined with the background of his sacrifice, instantly made him famous online. The guards didn't know much more, so Lin Chen didn't ask further. Arriving at the office, it already looked quite formal, but this place was clearly not suitable for the Lin Group's long-term operations. The receptionist was momentarily stunned upon seeing Lin Chen, then displayed her signature smile. Hello, do you have an appointment? Lin Chen shook his head, somewhat surprised. He had only been away for a month, and now it was so formalized that an appointment was needed. Then what brings you here? Or are you looking for a specific person in our company? The receptionist asked with a smile. I'm looking for Qin Wolin, or Mo Fong would be fine too. Lin Chen didn't expect to be stopped when returning to his own company, but since the other party didn't recognize him, she was just doing her job, and he had no reason to make it difficult for her. Okay, please register here first, then wait a moment in the lounge while I inform General Manager Qin, the receptionist said, handing him a notebook and a pen. After Lin Chen wrote down his number and Mr. Lin, he went to the lounge. Just as he sat down, his phone's WeChat notification chimed. Opening it, he found a group chat he didn't know when was created. The group chat was named Lin Group, and the group owner was Qin Wolin. This group chat was for company communication, and since they were all young people, they occasionally joked around, not as serious as one might imagine. When this group was created, Qin Wolin had added him, and although his fate was uncertain, he was still the boss of the Lin Group. The messages in the group made Lin Chen both amused and exasperated. Someone named Xiaoli sent a message, extra. A super handsome man just came to see President Qin. This message was clearly sent by the receptionist. However, one thing left Lin Chen speechless. Didn't the security guard say he was quite popular? How come the receptionist didn't recognize him as the famous melancholic piano prince? How handsome is he? Another person in the group asked. You can go see for yourselves. I haven't even gone to get him water yet. You can go pour him a drink and see if what I said is true. After this message appeared, within a minute, another girl came in with a cup of water. Lin Chen looked at her with a half smile and said thank you. After the girl who poured the water left, the WeChat group immediately reacted. Super handsome. Wow, he looks really familiar. The group erupted, everyone thinking of excuses to go take a look. Have you finished your work? Are you all just here to see a handsome guy? Xiaoli, what's the client's name? I haven't received any news about a client coming. As soon as Qin Wolin appeared in the WeChat group, everyone fell silent. President Qin, the client's name is Mr. Lin. He didn't leave a full name. He's in the lounge and said he wants to see you or Director Mo, Xiaoli replied in the group. Qin Wolin, who was in the office, was pondering which client had the surname Lin, but since the person was already at the company, it wouldn't hurt to meet him. Suddenly, she remembered that the person with the surname Lin also knew her and Mo Fong. Could it be the person she imagined? Qin Wolin quickened her pace toward the lounge. When she pushed open the door, a teasing voice reached her ears. So, President Qin, are you here to see how handsome I am? What came into view was a handsome face, adorned with a hint of a mischievous smile. Upon seeing this face, Qin Wolin felt a surge of excitement, standing frozen in place, unsure of what to do. Lin Chen opened his arms and smiled. It's been so long. Aren't you going to give me a hug? Qin Wolin walked up to Lin Chen and gently embraced him, murmuring, welcome back. Meanwhile, those outside who saw this scene through the glass were left in shock. The Ice Queen president of Lin Group, Qin Wolin, actually took the initiative to hug a man. Was this handsome enough to make the Ice Queen lose her composure? I asked Brother Young to keep it a secret. After all, this is a big deal, and I didn't want to come back and be surrounded by all those trivial matters. Qin Wolin was unaware that Lin Chen had already found his way back, which was why she was so emotionally stirred. If the media found out he was alive, he would be swarmed as soon as he disembarked, and the government would also send people to offer condolences. Too troublesome. After Qin Wolin released him, she shot him a glance. I won't create trouble for you. Couldn't you have given me a heads up? Lin Chen smiled but didn't respond. Let's go to the office to chat and take a look at how I've transformed your office. Qin Wolin led the way, and as they passed through the office area, everyone was watching them. Qin Wolin stopped and introduced, this is Lin Chen, the owner of Lin Group, and also your boss, including mine, not just a handsome client. After saying this, she took Lin Chen into her office, leaving everyone inside stunned. A boss so young and handsome? I just remembered. I thought this handsome guy looked familiar. Isn't he the melancholic piano prince who sang with Guan Yuer online? So he's actually our boss. Everyone quickly opened their computers to search for photos of the melancholic piano prince and found that it was indeed the same person. Wow! My boss is actually the melancholic piano prince. With such a handsome boss, we're in for a treat. Did you notice? The relationship between the boss and President Qin seems unusual. Could they be a couple? That would be quite normal. Handsome man and beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. Don't! I came to this company to pursue President Qin, and the boss got ahead of me. Then you can go to HR to handle your resignation. It's unacceptable to have someone with ulterior motives in our company. Wasn't it said that the melancholic piano prince fell into the sea? Maybe he was rescued, otherwise, how would he be here? The commotion caused by Lin Chen's arrival at the company left everyone too distracted to work, and they gathered to chat. In the office, two people sat on the sofa talking, Lin Chen sharing his experiences on a deserted island, when he suddenly remembered something and asked Qin Wolin, do you know any talented genetic biologists? I have a project that needs such talent. Qin Wolin walked over to the desk and opened some client files. I don't have any clients in that area for now, but I'll keep an eye out and let you know. The security company had started taking orders, and these client files were a result of Lin Chen's heroic actions, which had gained him fame in the wealthy circles. This office isn't big enough, let's buy another building for the office. Since we've established the Lin Group, we should go all out. Although this office floor wasn't small, it was still insufficient for a group-style company. He had just received a reward of 100 billion, which was just right for this. The security company can set up an office area, it's already mostly built and will be ready to move in soon. The veterans are temporarily staying there, so we don't need to buy another office building. For Qin Roland, saving money was essential, as there were many other expenses to consider. Lin Chen shook his head. It's different, the group's office area can't be compromised. Don't worry, I'll handle the financial matters. How's the Film City project going? Have you encountered any difficulties? Yang Yun had mentioned this Film City project to Lin Chen. Such a large project couldn't possibly go smoothly. Speaking of the Film City project, Qin Roland's face showed a hint of fatigue. The Film City is a joint effort of 3 cities, with a plan to invest 300 billion. We need to invest at least 150 billion, leaving 50 billion to cover potential funding gaps elsewhere, and we're currently looking for investors for the remaining 100 billion. Initially, the entrepreneurs in Magic City supported us as the main project force, assisting us. However, because Wang Jingde transferred the funds overseas, they haven't been recovered yet. With insufficient cash flow, we can only take on a 50 billion project, and for the rest, we have to find companies from other places to join. Qin Roland reported the current situation. A strange expression appeared on Lin Chen's face. Wasn't it just a money issue? For him, the simplest problem to solve was indeed the money issue. Ding! Detected residual issues from the host's ship incident, triggering a task. Ding! Option 1, solve the issue of the wealthy's funds stranded overseas, reward, Wine Group building. Ding! Option 2, ignore it and use all means to drive everyone out of the Film City project, reward, all funds of the wealthy stranded overseas in Magic City. Wow! Both options are great. The assets of those wealthy people stranded overseas in Magic City must be worth at least several hundred billion. But the Wine Group building is also something he needs right now. He just asked Qin Roland to buy a building, and now buying an office building doesn't seem appropriate. The Wang Group building perfectly meets his requirements. This system is a timely blessing. He wants both. Isn't this system deliberately making things difficult for him? It's really a dilemma. Seeing Lin Chen lost in thought, Qin Roland assumed this was a tough problem for him as well, so she spoke up, "Don't worry, I'll find companies from other places to join. The profits might be squeezed, but we have no other choice. There's no need to look for outside companies. I will handle this matter. Invite the entrepreneurs involved in the project to gather at Shuiyun Pavilion tomorrow night, and have Sheng Ping prepare a banquet. Even if there are no talents participating in the project, I can still take on this small Film City project. As long as it can be solved with money, it's not a problem for me." Lin Chen patted Qin Roland's shoulder and then transferred 30 billion to her to put her mind at ease. When Qin Roland saw the money, she was stunned. Chapter 135, the outcome of the Wang family. Lin Chen had already transferred 50 billion to her back and forth. This 30 billion was enough for her to handle the Film City project on her own. It seemed she had been a bit of a frog in a well, still worrying about money, not realizing Lin Chen could solve it so easily. Host, Lin Chen, Strength, 11, Physique, 11, Mentality, 9, Charm, 10, the maximum attributes for ordinary people are 10. The host has exceeded the normal values among ordinary people. Vehicle, Pagani Huayra, Lamborghini Veneno, Merton Cruise Ship, Mansion, Yulu Mountain Villano. 1. Tangshaniping Building A, 33rd floor. Skills, Mastery in Martial Arts, Chess, Marksmanship, Sports, Languages, Master-level Piano Skills, Singing, Acting, Top-level Hacking Skills, Balance, 1456284462251. Lin Chen looked at his account. After transferring 30 billion, he still had 140 billion left. After leaving Qin Roland's office, he went to the office where Mo Fong was. Mo Fong stayed behind to help Lin Chen, while Li Lan went to M Country to protect Shen Shanshan, and the others were taken away by Yang Yun. The experiments on the island were too important and could only be guarded by them for now. However, Yang Yun would return after sending people over. The security company had other matters for him to handle, and he also needed to train some trustworthy people for Lin Chen. Mo Fong was still working on the data, and there were 2 young assistants helping him organize it. Upon seeing Lin Chen, he excitedly stood up. "Brother Lin, you're finally back." He could hardly wait to show Lin Chen his work results. "Brother Mo, you've worked hard. If you need anything, just ask Roland, she will allocate funds for you." Lin Chen understood that doing intelligence work was the most costly. As long as it could be solved with money, he felt it was not a problem. "Brother Mo, there's a star named Guan Yuer. I want you to help investigate her family background." This was his main purpose for coming here. He still remembered how Guan Yuer looked before she left. She must have some unspeakable difficulties. Lin Chen had shown such strength in front of her, yet it still hadn't increased her confidence in him. "Okay, the data from the Magic City has been sorted out. We can proceed with this matter." Mo Fong readily agreed. "What's going on with the Wang family now?" Lin Chen suddenly remembered the culprit who had fallen into disgrace. Wang Jingde is already waiting for sentencing. He's likely to be sentenced to death without a doubt for colluding with foreign forces, kidnapping, murder, and commercial crimes. Even dying a few more times wouldn't be enough punishment. Although no evidence has been found linking the Wang family, they are not doing well either. Their funding chain has broken, and their properties are suffering huge losses. Their stocks are plummeting. The Wang Group has fallen out of the top 10 companies in the Magic City and continues to decline. After Wang Jingde's incident, Wang Tianfeng has stepped back in and is already selling off the Wang Group's assets in an attempt to save the family, but there's little hope. Mo Fong reported what he knew to Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded. After all, the Wang family was one of the 4 major families in the Magic City. A dying camel is still bigger than a horse. It wouldn't be so easy for them to collapse. Moreover, the Merton incident had not directly implicated them. In the end, it was still Wang Jingde who bore all the blame. Wang Jingde is going to be sentenced to death, and Qin Roland's tone can be considered as her revenge. The following Wang Tianfeng is also a toothless tiger, not to be feared. Do not take over any of the Wang Group's liquidated assets, even if they are very cheap, do not do it. At the same time, think of a way to spread some rumors, saying that the Wang family's foundation is not clean, and whoever takes over those assets will eventually have them reclaimed by the Huaxia authorities. Lin Chen has no intention of letting the Wang family off easy. No matter how down and out they are, he will step on them a few times. The first reason is to help Qin Roland take revenge, and the second is to take revenge for himself. If it weren't for the Wang family's conspiracy, he wouldn't have been stranded on a deserted island for so long. Mo Fong nodded. Even if Lin Chen didn't instruct him, he wouldn't easily let the Wang family off the hook. Suddenly he remembered something else. Brother Lin, you previously asked me to investigate the whereabouts of Li Jianfu and Li Tianzong. The father and son have already fled abroad. Li Jianfu has an account overseas with a lot of money in it, so it seems he has no intention of coming back. Now that they have left the country, should we continue to issue a bounty? Lin Chen thought for a moment and shook his head. No need. Now we are the Lin Group, exposed in the open, so we shouldn't do such things. I have handed over their evidence to Xiao Runan, let her people take care of it. Also, speaking of the dark web bounty, has the background investigation on the Shen family been cleared up? Lin Chen had interacted with a few people from the Shen family and felt that they were all skilled fighters, suggesting their identities and backgrounds were not simple. Speaking of the Shen family, Mo Fong immediately showed a difficult expression. The Shen family is very mysterious. Every time we investigate, the clues get interrupted, and they know we are investigating. They sent us a warning letter, telling us to stop. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. It seems the Shen family is indeed not simple. Mo Fong's investigation was already very discreet, yet they were able to detect it early. Then forget it, stop the investigation. I will personally check it out later. Xin Yu is still from his school, and he has saved her before, even if it wasn't voluntary. Next time he meets her, he can just ask her directly, a woman who attempted to assassinate him, yet the system won't let him kill her. He doesn't know which part went wrong. Mo Fong also once again showed Lin Chen his work results. He created a system hidden within a code that only he could access. Lin Chen felt there were areas for improvement and started operating it in front of Mo Fong. When Mo Fong saw the system improved by Lin Chen, his eyes nearly popped out. Clearly, a month ago, Lin Chen knew nothing about these hacking techniques, yet now his skills have surpassed Mo Fong's by so much. After patting him on the shoulder, Lin Chen left the company amidst many gazes. This time, he didn't encounter anyone in the elevator and headed straight to the Wen family, but he didn't see Wen Ruxue. It seems he couldn't give Wen Ruxue a surprise. He could only call her to tell her he was back. In Jiangchang, at the coastal dock, Wen Ruxue was negotiating with a cruise company, hoping to buy this gradually declining yacht company for 1 billion. However, the other party was asking for an exorbitant price, seemingly aware of Wen Ruxue's purpose in acquiring the company and the ships. Miss Wen, I know you have someone very important lost at sea, so you want to acquire our company to gather a fleet for the search, right? I won't say much. As long as you give me 2 billion, the ships and the company will be yours. I believe 2 billion should be no problem for the Wen family, one of the 4 great families of Modu. The other party was a middle-aged, portly man, seemingly confident that he had Wen Ruxue in his grasp. Wen Ruxue's expression was very grim. Only the people around her knew about this matter, so why did the other party also know? Such a small yacht company dared to ask for 2 billion, and there were hardly any ships. Even though the Wen Group is a large enterprise, it cannot afford such wasteful spending. But Lin Chen was still uncertain about life and death in the sea and couldn't wait any longer. Just as she was about to agree, the phone rang. Chapter 136, Yi Mingxi's despair. When Wen Ruxue saw the name of the caller, her hands trembled uncontrollably. She cautiously answered the phone. Ruxue, it's me. I've come back. I just left your company, and they said you were on a business trip. The magnetic voice on the other end made Wen Rushue burst into tears. Wait for me, I'm coming back right now. Wen Rushue couldn't wait to return to see Lin Chen. The chubby man on the other end quickly asked, Miss Wen, what do you mean by that? Let me be clear, our company has many people vying for it. If you don't make a decision today, I might sell it to someone else. He hadn't heard the content of the call, but seeing Wen Rushue's anxious demeanor, it seemed she wasn't planning to buy his company anymore. Wen Rushue turned to the man who had just made such a high demand. Mr. Wang, if someone can buy it at your price, I can offer you double that. Besides, I no longer need it. The person I'm looking for has returned. I'm sorry to have wasted your time. With that, she quickly left. Mr. Wang hurriedly shouted, Miss Wen, I was wrong just now. 10 billion is fine, let's sign the contract now. Wen Rushue ignored him and continued walking out. 8 billion, 7 billion is also fine. Miss Wen, please wait. The chubby man was nearly in tears. Had he known, he would have agreed to Wen Rushue earlier. His small company, lacking even a cruise ship and only having a few yachts, wasn't worth much. If Wen Rushue didn't want it, he might not even sell it for 1 billion. But he had sensed Wen Rushue's urgency, which was why he had made such a high demand, not expecting her to leave after answering a call. Now, even if the price dropped, Wen Rushue wouldn't buy the company anymore. She had initially planned to acquire a shipyard to find Lin Chen. Now that Lin Chen had returned, her Wen family enterprise had no related expansion plans, so she naturally wouldn't want it. Lin Chen had originally planned to meet Wen Rushue and then return to school, but seeing her eagerness to come back and meet him, he decided to postpone his return. He drove to the community where Wen Rushue used to live, which she had already bought. Although she spent most of her time at the Wen family home now, this place held memories of her and Lin Chen, so she simply bought it to return occasionally. 2 hours later, a graceful figure rushed in through the door and directly into Lin Chen's arms. The two embraced tightly. I don't want to be the president of the Wen Group anymore. I want to stay by your side. Wherever you go, I will go, Wen Rushue said, holding Lin Chen. This life and death separation made her see her true feelings clearly. She thought she liked her career, which was why she left Lin Chen's side to devote herself to it. Little did she know that after hearing the bad news about Lin Chen, she realized what was most important to her. She used to like her career because Lin Chen was there. When he was gone, her career became dull. Fool, I just went on a vacation. It wasn't that serious. Do what you love, and I will always be by your side. Lin Chen kissed her forehead. The two leaned on the sofa, sharing stories about Lin Chen's experiences on the island, including everything about Guan Yue, which he did not hide. When Rushue understood that Lin Chen had other women, she didn't compete or fight, as long as Lin Chen had her in his heart. Guan Yue, she's from the Guan family in Kyoto. Her family background is somewhat complicated. After everything you've been through, it might not be easy for her when she returns home. When Rushue, as a member of the Wen family, had some understanding of people and matters in Kyoto. Lin Chen also learned some basic information about Guan Yue from Mo Fong. I know, I've already asked Mo Fong to investigate. I won't let Yue suffer any grievances. Among all the beauties around him, Guan Yue had spent the most time with him, and her importance in his heart had grown significantly. The two of them had been entwined in this small house for an entire day, and it wasn't until the next day that Lin Chen left the community to head to school. Last night, Yi Mingxi had sent Lin Chen a message, which he only saw this morning. The emotions in the message made him feel somewhat uneasy. Senior, the cherry blossoms at the artificial lake will bloom tomorrow. I want to see them with you. But since you're not here, I've decided to go see them first and then find you to tell you how beautiful the cherry blossoms are. Lin Chen kept trying to call Yi Mingxi, but he couldn't get through. At that moment, he regretted it deeply. If he had known, he wouldn't have gone for the surprise. He should have told Yi Mingxi he was back earlier. Lin Chen rushed to school at breakneck speed. When he arrived at the school gate, the security guard, Old Wang, looked at him as if he had seen a ghost. Uncle Wang, I have an urgent matter. Please open the gate for me. Lin Chen hurriedly said to the security guard. The guard opened the gate, and Lin Chen's car sped away. Am I seeing things in broad daylight? The guard muttered. A few days ago, he had heard that Lin Chen had gone missing at sea, and for them, falling into the sea was basically the same as being dead. Lin Chen parked his car by the roadside of the artificial lake and quickly walked inside. It was just the right time for classes, and there were hardly any students around. Lin Chen saw a figure not far away slowly walking into the lake, with the water already up to her waist. Mang Mang! Lin Chen shouted loudly. The girl in the lake turned around, saw him, but didn't seem very surprised, murmuring, "Has the senior come to find me because he couldn't wait? I'll be right over." The girl was Yi Mingxi. She couldn't accept the fact that Lin Chen had perished in the sea and planned to follow him today. Seeing Lin Chen on the shore, Yi Mingxi thought she was hallucinating, believing that Lin Chen had come to find her because he couldn't wait any longer. Chapter 137. Setting a trap. Seeing that Yi Mingxi had no reaction and continued walking into the lake, he jumped directly into the water, pulling Yi Mingxi back to the shore and giving her a playful slap on her rear. "You can't even hear me calling you? Have you grown wings?" Hearing Lin Chen's voice, Yi Mingxi slowly came to her senses. "Senior? Is it really you? You didn't come from hell to take me away, did you? Meng Meng is willing to go with you." Yi Mingxi threw herself into Lin Chen's arms. Lin Chen playfully slapped her rear again and laughed. "What hell? Even if I really died, I'd go to heaven." Yi Mingxi felt the warmth in Lin Chen's embrace and finally confirmed he was real. She burst into tears. "It's so great that you're not dead, Senior. Meng Meng was ready to follow you." Lin Chen held her tightly, feeling heartbroken. "I'm sorry, Meng Meng. I'm back. There was a little accident, but the Grim Reaper couldn't take me away from you. Maybe I'm a bad person, after all, disasters last for 1,000 years. Pfft, Senior is not a disaster." Yi Mingxi's face transformed from tears to laughter. Lin Chen picked her up in a princess carry and walked towards the car. "You're soaked all over, there's no way you can go to class. Let's go back and change clothes." The two drove out of the campus to Wulong Villa, the one Lin Chen had bought for her. After a quick wash and changing clothes, they spent the entire day together. Lin Chen tirelessly recounted his experiences of being stranded on a deserted island, but this time he concealed the matter of Guan Yuer. Yi Mingxi was showing some signs of depression and couldn't be further stimulated. After a day of tossing and turning, Yi Mingxi fell into a deep sleep. Since Lin Chen's disappearance, she hadn't slept well. Lin Chen stepped out of the room, and it was already evening. "Tonight, I have arranged to meet those wealthy individuals at Shuiyun Pavilion, which is an important task to complete." Lin Chen drove to Shuiyun Pavilion, and by the time he arrived, the parking lot was already filled with luxury cars. The helicopters he had previously purchased at a high price were also out picking people up. Shang Ping had specially set up a large venue with a dining table that could accommodate 50 people. Based on Qin Roland's guest list, 50 seats were just about right. At the entrance, Shang Ping saw Lin Chen and excitedly approached him. "Mr. Lin, great to see you again." Lin Chen patted his shoulder. "You've worked hard." When news of his disappearance came back, Shang Ping didn't choose to abscond with the money, which shows he has good character. "I didn't expect you to fall into the sea and still come back alive. You really have a strong life." A pleasant voice came from behind, laced with a hint of sarcasm, relief, and teasing. Lin Chen turned around to find the speaker was Xingyu, who was also among the invitees. "Is this how you speak to your savior?" The person was someone who had attempted to assassinate him, and he wouldn't give her a good face. "Humph, no matter what, I have to thank you for saving my life, but there won't be any rewards. After all, I didn't ask you to save me." Xingyu huffed and walked into Shuiyun Pavilion. "This ingrate. If it weren't for the system issuing a task, I wouldn't have saved her." Lin Chen cursed inwardly. "I presume this is Mr. Lin? I'm Zhao Jipeng, and I also want to thank you for saving my dad." A young man following Xingyu smiled and expressed his gratitude to Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at the man before him. His surname was Zhao, so he should be from the Zhao family, and his father should be Zhao Li, who was with Shen Wanshan. "No need to thank me, it was just a small effort on my part. I didn't specifically set out to save your dad. He wasn't that altruistic. If the system hadn't issued the task, he would have been sleeping soundly in some room. Regardless, Mr. Lin is our family's savior. If you ever need anything, just let us know." Zhao Jipeng smiled and nodded at Lin Chen before following Xingyu inside. Soon, other entrepreneurs recognized Lin Chen and came forward to express their thanks. Not long after, Qin Roland also arrived. Dressed in a brown professional suit with a high ponytail, she walked with an air of confidence. "I've gathered everyone. These are the people linked to our Film City project. Everyone is here, no one is absent. But why did you want to bring them here? Are you looking to ask them for a reward?" Qin Roland said as she approached him. "Didn't you say there are many projects in their hands? I want to reclaim those projects. All the Film City projects will be handled by Lin's group without any other companies involved. I don't like having a rat's droppings in my soup." Lin Chen planned to use this as an excuse to help them resolve their overseas funding issues. If he said he would help them get their money back for no reason, they would become wary and even distrust him. Offering unsolicited favors is often a sign of ulterior motives. That's human nature. Although everyone wants free handouts, when something truly falls from the sky, they often hesitate to pick it up. Qin Roland frowned. This might not be so simple. Even if these people are grateful for your life-saving grace and willing to show you respect, when it comes to interests, everyone is the same, there are no personal favors. Lin Chen waved his hand, it's fine, let me handle it. Are the things you prepared ready? Let's go in together. What about brother Mo Fong? Lin Chen called for Mo Fong to bring over the dining supplies they would need later. President Sheng sent a helicopter to pick up Mo Fong. He still has some matters to finish up and should arrive shortly. The items are ready, but are you sure these things will be useful? Xin Wolin looked at the document bag in her hand with a puzzled expression. Lin Chen smiled and was the first to enter the Water Cloud Pavilion. Everyone had greeted each other at the door, and as soon as Lin Chen came in, they all stood up again to greet him. I didn't expect the Water Cloud Pavilion to also belong to Boss Lin. We are all able to sit here thanks to Boss Lin's rescue, so let's raise a glass to him. Xian Mingde was the first to stand up. Lin Chen also stood up from his seat and said, there's no need for that, everyone. It's just a small effort, and now we have all returned safely. I also want to raise a glass to everyone, thanking you all for believing in my Lin Security Company. Originally, Lin Chen just wanted to start a security company, but now he was pushed into starting the Lin Group, and the business was constantly expanding. Fortunately, he had found Xin Wolin to work for him, otherwise, with so many matters at hand, he would have been overwhelmed and might as well have closed the doors and enjoyed life. After everyone finished their drinks, Mo Fong arrived, and Lin Chen planned to get straight to the point about the purpose of their gathering. Actually, the reason for inviting everyone here is to discuss a matter. Whether you are willing to cooperate is entirely up to you, and there is no need to feel burdened. I will provide appropriate compensation to everyone. As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, everyone's gaze turned towards him. Chapter 138, I will help you retrieve your overseas funds, Boss Lin, just say what you need. We are all grateful for your life-saving grace, so we support you as the head of the Film City project. As long as the tasks are not too difficult, we will do our best to help you, Chen Mingde said, patting his chest confidently. Lin Chen smiled and said, that's right, what I want to talk about is the Film City project. I believe that after the incident with the Wang family, the funding chain has more or less encountered some problems, right? I would like everyone to return the projects to my Lin Group. I am a bit particular, for the projects I am responsible for, I hope we can handle them entirely ourselves to avoid any uncontrollable situations. As soon as Lin Chen said this, the room fell silent. Some people's faces even turned a bit ugly. The Film City was a major project involving cooperation among 3 cities, and it was bound to be profitable. However, since they had all experienced the events at sea, they were now severely weakened and unable to take on more projects. Therefore, they could only take on projects they were confident in, at least to earn some money back. Previously, when the Lin Group was introduced, it was primarily for the purpose of helping. As long as the Lin Group took on some projects and earned a bit, it could also make the Lin Enterprise prosper. But now, the Lin Group was being greedy, wanting to take all the projects. Boss Lin, you should know the total cost of this project. Can your Lin Security Company really handle it? One person couldn't help but ask. Moreover, they were no longer referring to the Lin Group but to the Lin Security Company. The implication was that they were just a security company. Where would they get the money to undertake a project? There's no need for everyone to worry about that. Why not wait until I finish speaking before asking questions? Lin Chen's gaze swept over the person who had just spoken, and that person immediately lowered his head. I know that everyone lost all their personal funds on the Modern ship. I don't know the exact amount, but I assume that what you transferred out was not just personal cash, but also misappropriated company funds, right? At that time, the mercenary Andrew had said something about buying life with assets. Some people with too few assets were directly killed. So many people subsequently transferred money from the company accounts to buy their lives. Everyone knew about this, and after Lin Chen exposed it, they didn't feel anything was wrong, but it had already caused serious impacts on their careers. I am not particularly talented, but I do have some skills in online methods. If I can help you retrieve your money from overseas, then as compensation, transferring the Film City project in your hands to me wouldn't be too much to ask, right? Lin Chen looked at these people and said. As soon as he spoke, everyone present could no longer sit still and stood up one after another. Xian Mingde, who was closest to Lin Chen, couldn't help but grab his hand and asked excitedly, "Is what you said true, Boss Lin?" As the head of a securities company, he dealt with a massive flow of funds. The Wang family had caused him to lose a significant amount of money. If it weren't for his connections, he would have already been relying on public assistance to survive. Now, hearing Lin Chen say this, even though he found it hard to believe, he couldn't help but hold a glimmer of hope. Lin Chen smiled at him and said, "Mr. Shen, whether it's true or not can be tested. Just give me the name and account number of your transfer account, along with that transfer information. I want to see the recipient's account." Xian Mingde immediately opened his phone and pulled up the transfer details. Lin Chen took a look and was astonished. They had transferred out 2 billion. Qian Mingde must have embezzled public funds to save his own skin. He had thought he was dealing with a respected elder, but it turned out he was just a cowardly and selfish person. At this moment, Mo Fong had already set up the computer he brought aside. Lin Chen asked him to bring the computer along for dinner. It was unrealistic to go and get another computer on short notice. Mo Fong's was a high-end machine that had cost a fortune. Lin Chen had acquired a skill in hacking, and it was precisely because of this skill that he dared to guarantee he could help them recover the money. After all, this money was still lingering abroad, and due to the official investigation, no one dared to accept it, leaving the funds to continue drifting in the network. However, over time, this money would be cleaned and completely lost overseas. Lin Chen aimed to retrieve it before it settled down. Qin Ruolin also found this to be an incredible matter. After all, specialized personnel had already been assigned to handle it, and it was said that hackers from all over Huaxia had been gathered to work on it, yet there was no clue or progress. Could Lin Chen, all by himself, really accomplish this? Lin Chen sat in front of the computer, his 10 fingers dancing across the keyboard, and the screen instantly transformed into a black interface, displaying a series of codes. He entered a few commands into the code, then input Qian Mingde's account, and the black screen began to flicker, continuously generating code. 3 minutes later, Lin Chen stood up from his seat. Done. Mr. Qian, you can check your account now. As soon as Lin Chen's voice fell, Qian Mingde's phone rang. After listening to the call, he exclaimed in excitement, "It's true, it's true. Thank you, Boss Lin, my money has really come back." On the other end of the line was the finance department of the securities company, informing him that a sum of 2 billion had been transferred back from abroad, and it was in the form of a refund, not subject to the scrutiny of the banking regulatory authority. As soon as this was said, everyone immediately gathered around. If this was feasible, they could forego the Film City project. The funds they had lost abroad were worth much more than the profits the Film City could bring. Boss Lin, I am willing to give up the Film City project as long as you can help me recover that money. With Qian Mingde's example, everyone rushed to get their money back. Everyone, don't rush. If you decide to give up the project, please sign the project transfer contract with Roland first, and I will handle the operations for everyone. It's still early, so you can think it over. After tonight, even if I have extraordinary abilities, I won't be able to help you recover that money, Lin Chen said with a smile. This statement was merely to pressure those who were indecisive to make a quick decision, but it indeed had a good effect, as everyone hurried to Qin Ruolin to sign the contract. Lin Chen originally wanted to teach Mo Fong how to operate it, but the series of procedures was quite complex, and he couldn't teach it in a short time. Moreover, it wasn't something necessary, so he decided to do it himself. Chapter 139, Wang's group building. Some indecisive people ultimately chose to transfer their contracts. They didn't have much money left, but they were even less willing to offend a capable and powerful Lin Chen over the meager profits from the film and television city. Among those present, only Xin Yu and Zhao Jipeng remained unmoved. After everyone signed the contracts and left with their funds that had been stranded abroad, Xin Yu walked up to Qin Ruolin and signed a contract. After signing, she turned to Lin Chen and said, "This is to repay your life-saving grace. The Xin family never owes anyone a favor. We have our own ways to reclaim those funds, so you need not trouble yourself." With that, she turned and walked out the door. Zhao Jipeng also approached with a smile and signed a contract. My old man has a temperament similar to those from the Xin family. This is one of the ways the Zhao family repays kindness. As I said, Mr. Lin, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can also come to the Zhao family. With that, he quickly followed out, seemingly trying to catch up with Xin Yu. After Zhao Jipeng left, the Rolls-Royce he was in pulled up beside him. "Where's Xiao Yu?" After getting into the car, Zhao Jipeng's smile faded, and his expression turned cold. "Young master, Miss Xin has already left in the Xin family's car," the driver reported as he drove. Zhao Jipeng's demeanor was now completely different, a shadow of gloom passing through his eyes, as if this was his true self. "Young master, what exactly is Lin Chen's background?" "I noticed Miss Xin seems to treat him quite specially," the driver said, oblivious to Zhao Jipeng's mood. Zhao Jipeng glanced at the driver, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. "Who told you to speak out of turn? Xiao Yu just wanted to repay a favor. Now that the favor is repaid, she won't have any further dealings with that Lin. Also, if it's not the right time to speak, just keep quiet." "True, you did transfer the project, right? What you did on that piece of land should be enough for that Lin to drink a pot," the driver said, laughing, completely disregarding Zhao Jipeng's earlier words. Zhao Jipeng turned his gaze to the window, ignoring the driver. The car stopped at the Zhao family's entrance. Zhao Jipeng got out and looked at the person who opened the door for him, making a gesture across his throat before walking into the house. Just as the driver parked the car and prepared to return to his dormitory, a cold glint flashed, and the driver's head fell. A shadow pulled out a cloth to wipe the knife in hand, muttering, "Young master hates people like you who have no sense of boundaries. Can't you just keep your mouth in check?" As a driver, always guessing the thoughts of the master, and even daring to joke around, this kind of person was not to be kept. Still at Shuiyun Pavilion, Lin Chen stretched and prepared to leave. This operation took him nearly 3 hours to complete. "Senior sister, let's go. I'll take you back," Lin Chen called out. Qin Wolin was organizing the contracts and replied without looking up, "You go ahead. I need to finish organizing these and take them back to the company to lock them up." These were important contracts and had to be treated with caution. Lin Chen didn't care about her words, pulling her along as they walked out. "Mo good, thank you for taking the materials back." Qin Wolin, being pulled out, couldn't help but roll her eyes and got into Lin Chen's car. "Has the company bought the house for you? Where did they buy it?" Lin Chen had promised to buy her a house, and this matter was entrusted to Li Qing. Qin Wolin shook her head. "I didn't buy a place, I rented an apartment in the nearby Binjiang community. Right now, I don't have the leisure to look at houses, and since I'm all alone, there's no rush to buy one. I'll just hold off for now." There are indeed several communities near Jinmao Building, although they can't compare to Tangchenipin, they are still prime real estate. Find a time to tell Li Qing your requirements and let her help you follow up. As the president of the Lin Group, how can I be living in a rented place? Qin Wolin smiled slightly. She found that statement quite flattering. "Let's go, I'll take you out for a late-night snack." Lin Chen passed by a roadside barbecue stall, parked the car, and got out. The two casually ordered some food and sat down to chat. "I didn't expect you to know so much. You managed to solve something that the entire Huaxia hacker team couldn't handle." Qin Wolin recalled what had happened that night and found it quite unbelievable. "It's not that I know everything, I just have a bit of knowledge in that area. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to help those people." Lin Chen was still pondering why the task was completed, but the reward hadn't arrived yet. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Choice 1, solving the issue of wealthy individuals' funds stranded abroad. Reward, Wine Group Building. Ding! The building will be awarded to the host through normal channels tomorrow, please be patient. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. With the Wine Group Building, there was no need to buy another place. Junior, I'm getting more and more curious about you. You're younger than me, yet you know so much. Ever since I saw you deal with the thugs on the ship, I developed a longing for martial arts. Can you teach me? Qin Wolin recalled Lin Chen's fluid fighting moves, her eyes sparkling. It's not that simple, but I can teach you some self-defense techniques. You need to exercise regularly. Self-defense techniques require strength. Lin Chen thought of some joint techniques in Huaxia martial arts that are quite suitable for women. Alright, it's settled then. When I have time, I'll call you over to teach me some self-defense. Qin Wolin said happily, already imagining herself as a heroine. As they enjoyed the barbecue, they chatted about amusing stories from campus, sharing many common topics since they attended the same school. Hey, pretty girl, how about you join us for a few drinks? An inappropriate voice interrupted from the side. 3 tattooed young men with bare torsos approached their table, adorned with dragon and phoenix designs. Lin Chen was no stranger to such scenes. After all, Qin Wolin was a top beauty with a score of 96. It would be strange if no one came to flirt with her. Qin Wolin seemed fearless, likely because Lin Chen was by her side. Weren't you going to teach me self-defense? You can demonstrate it for me now, Qin Wolin said with a smile. Her smile made the 3 tattooed youths stare in awe. Lin Chen shook his head and sighed. It was unusual for an employee to instruct the boss, but if the employee was exceptional, it was a different story. Chapter 140, the building is here, pretty boy, I want this seat. Hurry up and get lost, or I'll make you unrecognizable, one of them said, reaching out to pat Lin Chen's shoulder. Lin Chen sidestepped, extending his palm like a knife, striking the opponent's elbow joint. With a pull, the opponent's face slammed into the edge of the table, knocking him out instantly. Damn, this pretty boy dares to ambush my brother. The other two rushed forward, and Lin Chen turned his fists into hammers, smashing them directly on their noses, sending them flying. I tried it for you, this joint technique isn't suitable for self-defense. I'll consider other self-defense techniques. Lin Chen returned to his seat and said to Qin Wolin. Joint techniques still require strength. If faced with someone stronger, attacking their joints wouldn't be effective. The 2 people who were knocked away got up from the ground. You wait for me, you little white face. Although they were making threats, they didn't dare to go forward to rescue their unconscious companion. The 2 picked up their phones and made a call. Lin Chen, however, ignored them and continued eating his barbecue. Just as Lin Chen was finishing up and preparing to leave, several vans suddenly rushed over and stopped nearby. The two who had just been sent flying by Lin Chen walked up to the group and said something before marching forward. Lin Chen looked at the leader and felt a bit familiar but couldn't recall where he had seen him before. The leader only saw Lin Chen's profile and didn't see his face, thinking he was just some guy with a bit of skill. As the leader approached, the defiance on his face gradually turned to fear. Lin Chen finally remembered where he had seen the guy before. It was the scar-faced man that Senior Wang Kun had brought when he and Chen Shanshan were looking for a house. Yo! Long time no see. Who did you collect money from this time? What kind of lesson are you planning to give me? Lin Chen looked at him with a half-smile. The scar-faced man's face turned pale. Lin Chen had left a very deep impression on him. This was not just some guy with a bit of skill, but a highly skilled martial artist. Many of the people who came with him were the same ones Lin Chen had beaten up in that dark alley last time. Those people were frozen in place, while the two who had called them over were still confused and walked up to Lin Chen, saying, "Little white face, kneel down and crawl through my legs, and maybe we can go easy on you later." Slap! The scar-faced man slapped the speaker across the face, leaving him dazed. "What do you think you are? How dare you ask the sir to kneel? You kneel down right now, or tonight, I'll throw you into the river to feed the fish," the scar-faced man said fiercely. This turn of events left Qin Wolin stunned. She had thought she would see Lin Chen show off his skills again, but instead, the other side had turned on each other. The two immediately knelt down, and the scar-faced man approached Lin Chen, a fawning smile on his face. "I didn't expect these two idiots to offend you, sir. How do you want to deal with them?" Lin Chen looked at the ridiculous scene and smiled. "This has nothing to do with me, and we shouldn't know each other. How could I dare to give you orders? If there's nothing else, please step aside, we are leaving." Lin Chen stood up and took Qin Wolin away from the place. "Boss, that guy has already gone far," one of the henchmen said to the scar-faced man after Lin Chen drove away. The scar-faced man turned around and looked at the two kneeling on the ground. "Beat them up, and never let them contact us again. They almost got us killed, we can't keep such foolish teammates." Lin Chen had already left them with a shadow. If they offended him again, they might not be so lucky next time. Last time, their teammate Wang Kun had made them suffer, and although they realized they had been tricked after they had beaten the other side, so what? The other side was highly skilled, and they didn't dare to retaliate. After dropping Qin Wolin off, Lin Chen headed to Wulong Mountain Villa, where Yi Mengshi was still waiting for him to return. Lin Chen told her that he would be going back to his hometown in a few days for his cousin's wedding, where he would be the best man. Yi Mengshi initially wanted to go with him but didn't want to meet his family so soon. During this time, she had thought Lin Chen was dead, and she had lost her appetite, feeling very down and lacking confidence. Lin Chen had no idea what she was thinking and wouldn't actively ask Yi Mengshi to go back with him. The next morning, Lin Chen was awakened by a ringing phone. After moving the arm that was draped over his neck, he answered the call. "Junior, those entrepreneurs came to our company last night and said they wanted to thank you in person. Do you have time to come over?" Qin Wolin's distressed voice came through the phone. "Okay, let them wait a moment, I'm on my way now." Lin Chen had a rough idea of why this group of people was here. The system had mentioned last night that today he would be awarded the Wang Group building in a reasonable manner, and these people were likely part of that reasonable process. Yi Mengshi let out a soft sound and opened her eyes, seeing Lin Chen getting dressed. She asked, "Senior, are you leaving so early?" Lin Chen turned back and gently kissed her cheek. "I have some things to take care of, I'll come back to pick you up when I'm done." Yi Mengshi shook her head. "No need, I have to go too. The morning class is quite important, and I haven't attended in a long time. If I don't go, I'll fail." She stuck out her tongue after saying that. "Alright, then I'll wait for you. Let me take you back to school first, and remember to have breakfast when you get back," Lin Chen said, patting her head. The two hurriedly washed up, and after Lin Chen dropped Yi Mengshi off at school, he headed straight to the Jinmao building. Upon arriving at the Jinmao building, he had just gotten out of the car when he ran into an acquaintance. "Mr. Lin, long time no see, I thought I would never see you again." Chen Jia had just come to work, and accompanying her was another acquaintance of Lin Chen's, Gu Xiaoyu. Both of them were surprised to see Lin Chen again, having heard about what had happened to him recently. "Good morning. I didn't expect Xiaoyu to really sign with your company," Lin Chen said, looking at Gu Xiaoyu. "Ha? Xiaoyu, do you know Mr. Lin? I haven't heard you mention him before," Chen Jia said, surprised as she looked at Gu Xiaoyu. "I know him, Mr. Lin is my number one big brother," Gu Xiaoyu replied with a smile. "I have something to do, so let's chat later." Lin Chen called out and quickly walked into the building. On the way, Qin Wolin called him several times, urging him. The entrepreneurs were at the company, and no one could work normally. Xiaoyu, is he the Shuangmu Qinchai? Chen Jie gathered this information from their earlier conversation. Chapter 141, Descendants of the Royal Family. Yes, that's why I told you before that I couldn't find my number one big brother to help me with my livestream, Gu Xiaoyu said. After signing with the company, Chen Jie had asked her to contact her number one big brother for support, but Gu Xiaoyu said she couldn't reach him, as he had fallen into the sea. However, even if Lin Chen hadn't fallen into the sea, Gu Xiaoyu didn't have confidence that she could call him over, as Lin Chen's attitude towards her was quite average. You need to seize this opportunity. This number one big brother is very wealthy, and this building belongs to him. With his support, your live streaming career will surely thrive, Chen Jie said excitedly. She had been worried about how to deepen her connection with him, not expecting that he was actually one of her streamers, and now Lin Chen's popularity was at its peak online. If Lin Chen was willing to live stream for their company, it would instantly elevate her company to one of the top media organizations in the country. Gu Xiaoyu was slightly surprised, not realizing that the Jinmao building belonged to Lin Chen. Then you need to be mentally prepared. My number one big brother doesn't ask for anything from me, not even a single request. He just gives me gifts, and our relationship is just having had a meal together, Gu Xiaoyu said, shrugging her shoulders. Chen Jie was speechless. The Lin Chen in Gu Xiaoyu's description seemed to match her impression of him, as he wouldn't have much interaction even with a beauty like her. Chen Jie's eyes turned, seemingly coming up with another plan. Upon arriving at the company, Lin Chen looked at the crowd filling the office and immediately felt displeased. These guys didn't need to make such a big fuss just to express their gratitude. They could have sent a few representatives. Mr. Lin has arrived, someone shouted, and everyone turned to look at the door. Everyone is thoughtful, but my help comes with conditions, so there's no need for such formality. He still had to say some polite words, even though he knew they were influenced by the system to come and present rewards. Qian Mingde stepped out from the crowd. Mr. Lin, we are unable to repay your great kindness, so we have decided to give you a gift. Another person from the crowd handed a contract to Lin Chen. As expected, it was the transfer document for the Wang Group building, already printed with the name of the Lin Group as the recipient, just not yet stamped. What do you mean by this? Lin Chen asked knowingly. Qian Mingde and the others smiled. Our lives were saved by Mr. Lin, and the financial losses were also recovered thanks to you. If we don't show any gratitude, we won't have any face to stand in this magic city. Lin Chen's face showed a look of difficulty. Seeing this, Qian Mingde immediately added fuel to the fire. Please, Mr. Lin, accept our heartfelt gesture, otherwise, we won't be able to eat or sleep peacefully. If you refuse, we will stay here and not leave. Lin Chen sighed. Why go through all this, everyone? Since it's your heartfelt gesture, I will accept it. Wolin, please sign this contract. Thank you for your kindness, everyone. Qin Wolin took the contract and saw that the transfer involved a building, the Wang Group building. The transferor was the Wang Group, and the transferee was the Lin Group, but the Lin Group had not yet signed or stamped it. Qian Mingde explained with a smile, we went to the Wang family for an explanation. Wang Tianfeng is now like a toothless tiger, he can only half sell and half give us the Wang Group building. Qin Wolin looked at Lin Chen, and after seeing him nod, she took the contract into the office. Thank you all. Let me treat you to lunch. Lin Chen said with a smile. No need, we just came to return a favor. The gift has been given, and we should be leaving. Mr. Lin, let's gather again when we have the chance. Qian Mingde led the others out of the company. After this group left, the company became much quieter. Lin Chen walked into Qin Wolin's office. Senior, go ahead and take over the Wang Group, find a renovation company, and renovate the entire building. Also, change the rooftop sign to the Lin Groups. Qin Wolin stared at Lin Chen. Jr., I noticed you don't seem surprised by this gift. Did you know they would buy it for you all along? Although Lin Chen had just pretended to be reluctant, she could see that he had not been surprised at all. It seemed to be within his expectations. Sort of. I received news that these entrepreneurs united to buy the Wang Group's building. Anything that can bring these people together to buy is likely related to me, so I wasn't surprised. Lin Chen casually fabricated a lie to placate Qin Wolin. Qin Wolin nodded, somewhat convinced. I used to work there, and the interior is actually quite new. I'll go take a look and renovate where necessary. She also felt a bit like she was dreaming. A month ago, she was still working there, almost falling victim to the unspoken rules, unable to even enter the president's office, only able to find a spot outside to sit. Now, she had transformed into the president of the Lin Group, and that once unattainable president's office was about to become hers. All of this was thanks to the man in front of her, who had turned her from an intern nearly caught in the unspoken rules into the executive president of a 100 billion enterprise in an instant. Qin Wolin's gaze towards Lin Chen gradually became complex. She didn't understand why he valued her so much or why he was so good to her. Lin Chen did not notice the complex gaze of Qin Roland. After giving a brief explanation, he went over to Mo Fong. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Mo Fong quickly took out a document and said, "Brother Lin, I've got some preliminary results on what you asked me to investigate." Lin Chen immediately perked up. He had come to inquire about the progress of Mo Fong's investigation. He was always concerned about Guan Yuer, feeling a bit restless. Guan Yuer is from the Guan family in Kyoto, and the Guan family's background is quite prominent. They were part of the royal family before the establishment of the Huaxia. Royal family? So what? They are all remnants of the old era. Does the new era still care about these things? Surely these people aren't still clinging to the hope of restoring their kingdom? The Guan family is also one of the 4 major families in Kyoto. These royal families from the previous dynasty have strict traditional views. They can only intermarry within the royal families and cannot marry outsiders. It seems Guan Yuer has already been betrothed to another larger royal family, the Jin family, as part of an alliance. Chapter 142, one of the 4 major families in Kyoto, the Jin family. This Jin family has a wide range of influence, both in business and the entertainment industry, with many members achieving significant success. Therefore, the Jin family is considered the most powerful among the 4 major families in Kyoto. Guan Yuer has been betrothed since childhood to Jin Zhen, a young member of the Jin family, who is one of the candidates for the next head of the family. Mo Fong recounted the information he had gathered. The Jin family? The number 1 family in Kyoto, so what? Lin Chen sneered coldly. As long as they dared to touch his woman, even the King of Heaven wouldn't be able to save them. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Mo. Look into Jin Zhen for me, I want his detailed information. Lin Chen patted Mo Fong on the shoulder. Alright, we've already started a basic investigation, but there hasn't been much progress yet. I'll inform you once we have more information. Mo Fong nodded in agreement. Lin Chen left the Jin Trade Building. He had been back for 2 days and hadn't returned to the dormitory. His brothers probably didn't know he was back and might still be immersed in the news of his supposed death. In the top dormitory of Jiaotong University, Xiaolu, Fan Jianxiang, and Li Wuqi sat dejectedly on their stools, staring blankly. What's wrong? Are there no classes? Or did you all skip class? A teasing voice came from the doorway. The 3 of them turned their heads sharply to look outside, only to see Lin Chen grinning mischievously at them. Ghost! Li Wuqi shouted. Ghost, your sister. I'm alive and well. Are you hoping for my death so you can inherit my bed? Lin Chen laughed and scolded. Beast, is it really you? Xiaolu slowly walked forward, incredulous. Although someone had posted about Lin Chen's car appearing at school yesterday on the campus forum, this group of people had no mood to check the forum now. Of course, who else could it be? I'm back, and I didn't end up buried at sea as you wished. You must be very disappointed. Lin Chen laughed heartily. You bastard, I knew it. A disaster that lasts 1,000 years. How could someone like you die so easily? Fan Jianxiang punched Lin Chen, wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes. The 3 of them gathered around, asking what had happened. Lin Chen could only patiently explain once again about his ordeal on the deserted island. Yi Xueme has been crying every day, and you were on a deserted island honeymooning with the big star Guan Yuer. Did you tell her you were back? Li Wuqi asked. I met her a long time ago. You guys were the last ones I came to see. Are you touched? Lin Chen grinned cheekily. Damn, you really prioritize romance over friendship. I even cried for you in the middle of the night. Li Wuqi raised his middle finger. Lin Chen put his arms around them. To celebrate my return, I'm treating you all to a meal at the cafeteria tonight. Order whatever you want. This time, it wasn't just one person giving him the middle finger. All 3 fingers were raised in unison at him. Although they were disdainful on the surface, everyone still helped Lin Chen out the door. Even in the cafeteria, they had no intention of letting Lin Chen off easily. However, they didn't expect that Lin Chen was no longer the invisible person he used to be. He had gained quite a reputation at school, and after the buzz from the Merdon, he was even more popular than a rising star. The school cafeteria was suddenly packed, with many girls approaching him to flirt and ask for his number. Damn, I forgot that Beast is now an internet celebrity, able to perform alongside Guan Yuer. How come I never noticed how well you sing back at KTV? Li Wuqi said, shocked and speechless at the scene. They had seen the video circulating online, but just a moment ago, they had been so caught up in joy that they forgot about it. Well, just look at the audience, it's just you guys. I'm already doing pretty well just holding the microphone. Lin Chen scoffed. Beast, this isn't good. We should retreat, you handle this situation yourself. Fan Jianxiang saw the crowd preparing to rush over and quickly grabbed his plate to escape. Lin Chen was also feeling a headache. He had heard that he was popular now, but he didn't expect it to be like this. "Hey, Guan Yuer, what are you doing here?" Lin Chen exclaimed in surprise, pointing at the door. Everyone turned their heads at once but didn't see the Guan Yuer Lin Chen mentioned. By the time they realized it, Lin Chen had already slipped out through another door. Once outside the cafeteria, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Was this the trouble that came with being famous? No wonder those stars needed bodyguards. If they encountered a few crazed fans, they might just get eaten alive. It seems that Lin is quite troubled by this situation. A voice rang out beside him. He turned to find Su Weiwei smiling at him. "Oh, it's you. Long time no see." Lin Chen nodded and prepared to leave. Although Su Weiwei was beautiful, Lin Chen didn't have much fondness for her. She was a woman with a bit of cunning, and he had never been interested in that type. Seeing Lin Chen's attitude, Su Weiwei's expression turned a bit lonely, but she still mustered the courage to call out, "Lin, I know you don't really like me, but I still want to thank you." Lin Chen didn't stop, but he was pondering why she wanted to thank him. He had just been in a panic trying to escape the crowd and ended up near the principal's office. Just then, Lin Chen remembered something and decided to ask the principal. When he walked into the principal's office, the principal looked as if he had seen a ghost, but experience prevailed, and he quickly realized that this was a person, not a ghost. "I told you, Lin, good people have their own blessings. How could you lose your beautiful life in that vast sea? It seems my daily prayers to the heavens are indeed effective." The principal hypocritically stepped forward to embrace Lin Chen. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. This old guy was really something. "Thank you for your prayers, principal. I have a question. Do we have any professors in the school who specialize in biological genetics?" "Yes, the project I mentioned last time, the Excellence Program, is led by a professor in biological genetics. The student you designated, Su Weiwei, is also studying genetics there. By the way, why do you want to find this professor?" The principal looked at him with curiosity. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He didn't expect the school to have such talent. "I need to consult him about some academic matters. Can you give me the professor's contact information? Also, when did I designate Su Weiwei for this excellence program?" Lin Chen had no recollection of designating Su Weiwei. "Last time when I asked if you had any medical students to recommend, you said you only knew a girl named Su Weiwei, so that was you designating her." The principal recounted their previous meeting. Chapter 143. Gu Baichen. Lin Chen felt a headache. This principal was also a maniac of understanding. He could interpret this as him being designated, but that was not important. First, he needed to secure that professor of biological genetics. "I don't have the professor's contact information either. His temperament is eccentric, and he doesn't want to deal with anyone. He changes his phone number constantly. You can try to find Su Weiwei. She is currently Professor Gu's prized student and should have his contact information," the principal said. This principal was really incompetent. He didn't even have the professor's number and had to send Lin Chen to find Su Weiwei. Lin Chen left the principal's office and ran to the place where he had just met Su Weiwei, but he didn't find her. It seemed she had already left. Nowadays, he couldn't just wander around the campus openly. After being out for just a little while, those students had all followed him. Lin Chen could only return to the dormitory to disguise himself before coming out again. Back in the dorm, Xia Lu and the others looked at him with half smiles. "Our big star is back. So, how does it feel to be an internet celebrity?" Li Wuqi asked teasingly. "Anyone can be an internet celebrity if they want to. Do you have Su Weiwei's contact information?" Lin Chen changed into his school uniform, took a mask from Li Wuqi, and borrowed a pair of gold-rimmed glasses from Fan Jianxiang for his disguise. "Beast! Is having Yi Shuijie not enough? You still want to lay your hands on the school flower, Su? I know you've become handsome and rich now, but can you leave at least one school flower for us losers?" Li Wuqi pointed at Lin Chen in distress. Yi Mingxi had been taken away by Lin Chen, and Qin Wolin had also been lured away by him. Now he was eyeing Su Weiwei. "If you have her contact information, give it to me quickly, or stop talking," Lin Chen said, too lazy to explain to them. "How could we have the school flower's contact information? Besides, Su Weiwei doesn't just give her contact information to anyone. It's said that even when a stranger wants to add her as a friend, she doesn't agree. Only those who are close to her have her contact information," Fan Jianxiang said, showing an expression that suggested they were too naive. Xia Lu and Li Wuqi shook their heads, indicating they didn't have it either. So, Lin Chen had to go out and find it himself. Just as Lin Chen was about to leave after changing his outfit, a male teacher in his 30s arrived at the dormitory door. "Which one of you is Lin Chen?" The four of them turned their attention to the teacher. "I am Lin Chen. Is there something wrong?" Lin Chen took off his mask and looked at the teacher, who still had a whistle hanging around his neck, puzzled. I finally found you. I heard you were missing before and thought there was no hope. I saw you casually score a basket on the court last time, and I want to invite you to join our school team," the male teacher said excitedly, shaking Lin Chen's hand. Lin Chen quickly pulled his hand back. "This teacher, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I've never played basketball, and I'm not interested in the school team. You can go back, I need to head out." Lin Chen was not someone who enjoyed playing basketball, let alone joining any school team. "I won't mistake you. I represent the sports department to invite you to join us. With that gesture and strength, I can tell at a glance that you are an athlete. Think about it, and if you decide, give me a call." The teacher didn't press further and left a business card before departing. Lin Chen casually tossed the business card onto the desk in his dorm and walked outside. Now, there were crowds of people standing outside his dormitory building, and some were even holding up signs with Lin Chen's name on them. This left him feeling a bit bewildered. He wasn't a big star, yet there were people holding signs for him. If it weren't for the dormitory supervisor blocking the door, his dorm would have been surrounded by now. "Lin Chen, Piano Prince, please accept our admiration," a group of students shouted loudly. Lin Chen felt a bit of a prickling sensation on his scalp as he mixed in with a group of people leaving the dormitory. He was now heading towards the principal's office, having forgotten to directly ask the principal for Su Weiwei's contact information earlier, and now he had to run back to the principal's office again. Just as he passed the spot where he had encountered Su Weiwei earlier, he saw her once more. "Su classmate, just the person I was looking for. I didn't see you when I came here just now," Lin Chen said, taking off his mask and smiling at Su Weiwei. This statement left Su Weiwei a bit bewildered. The person who had just seemed indifferent to her was now saying he was looking for her? However, the main reason Su Weiwei was confused was that Lin Chen was just too handsome. Although his features hadn't changed, he looked significantly more attractive. "Lin classmate, is there something you need from me?" Su Weiwei asked, her cheeks slightly flushed. Lin Chen was somewhat inscrutable. He clearly didn't seem to care for her on the surface, yet he often helped her in secret. She still remembered what the principal had said when she was selected for the school's excellence program. "Little Su, our school's excellence program intends to recommend you first. This is designated by our benefactor for you to study. You know this person, it's Lin Chen, Lin classmate. You must thank him properly and not let down his good intentions." The principal had looked at Su Weiwei meaningfully, as if hinting at something, almost like a pimp. "I heard you are studying under a professor of biological genetics. Could you help me get an introduction? I have a project that requires a professor-level figure in biological genetics." Lin Chen's words pulled Su Weiwei back to her thoughts. "Sure, our lab is right next door. It doesn't smell very good inside, so I occasionally come out for some fresh air. But the teacher has a bad temper, so I can only help you meet him. Whether he agrees or not, I can't guarantee." Su Weiwei nodded in agreement. Ding! The system detects that the host wants to recruit Professor Gu Beichen, triggering a task ding. Option 1, recruit Professor Gu Beichen to your side. Reward, full control instructions for the experimental base island ding. Option 2, forcefully abduct Professor Gu Beichen. Reward, progress on the Helen Gene Research Gu Beichen? Isn't that the name of a domineering CEO? The full control instructions for the island are a good thing. After all, that experimental base is still operating automatically, and they have no control over its direction. But what is the Helen Gene Research progress? He didn't even know who Helen was, only that he was Dr. Miller's prized disciple. However, the system must have a reason for issuing these rewards. It might not be clear now, but he would understand sooner or later. "It's fine, you just need to help me with the introduction. I'll take care of the rest," Lin Chen said to Su Weiwei. Chapter 144, Successful Recruitment. Su Weiwei led him into the laboratory, and a 100-square-meter lab came into view. Having seen Dr. Miller's experimental base, he immediately felt that this place was quite shabby. He had donated a considerable amount of money. How could the school not set up a decent laboratory? In the lab, a figure in a white coat with a head full of white hair appeared in Lin Chen's sight. "Teacher, this is Lin classmate, our school's research project funding donor and also an investor in the excellence program." Su Weiwei introduced Lin Chen to Gu Beichen. However, Gu Beichen didn't even turn his head, nor did he respond at all, engrossed in his own work. Lin Chen and Su Weiwei could only stand at the back waiting for him to finish without disturbing him again. After about 5 minutes, Gu Beichen put down what he was working on and slowly turned around. Lin Chen was taken aback when he saw the other person's appearance. From the back, this person looked to be at least a 70-year-old man, but his face resembled that of a middle-aged man in his 40s. The bright, spirited gaze indicated that he was not actually in his 70s, and the full head of white hair seemed to be a result of years spent conducting experiments. Most importantly, this middle-aged man still looked quite handsome. Gu Beichen glanced at Su Weiwei, then Ly said to Lin Chen, "What do you want?" He had learned about Su Weiwei as a student, who had little interaction with others in the school. Even her friends in the dormitory were mostly female, and she had virtually no contact with male classmates. Now, with a male classmate appearing before him, the other party should be more than just a project investor. He might also be someone Su Weiwei had feelings for. For Su Weiwei's sake, he felt he should at least acknowledge the other person. Gu Beichen had high hopes for Su Weiwei's talent, so he was more tolerant of her. If it were any other student who dared to bring someone to disturb him, regardless of whether they were an investor or not, he would have kicked them out. "Hello, Professor Gu, my name is Lin Chen. I want to recruit you to our company." Lin Chen spoke directly, without any pretense. Lin Chen's straightforwardness left Su Weiwei dumbfounded, and even Gu Beichen, who usually remained unflappable, showed a momentary look of surprise. "You're very direct, so I'll be direct as well. I refuse." After saying this, Gu Beichen turned back to continue his work. Lin Chen knew it wouldn't be that easy. He had heard from the principal and Su Weiwei about Gu Beichen's somewhat eccentric temperament. If he could just casually persuade the other party to leave, it would be an insult to that peculiar temperament. For someone like him, Lin Chen had no choice but to try various methods. "Professor Gu, although I don't know your capabilities, I do have a project that requires a professor in biological genetics. The fact that you can be a professor indicates you have some strength. What can you research in such a rudimentary laboratory? If you're willing to come with me, I can provide you with continuous funding to support your research. I can offer you an initial fund of 10 billion. Lin Chen felt he had to test the waters slowly with someone like this. Generally, capable individuals tend to undervalue their own interests but place great importance on their careers. As long as someone is willing to fund their research, they will surely waver. Gu Beichen paused his actions. Seeing this, Lin Chen felt there was hope and continued, "I can also provide you with a huge laboratory, fully equipped, and even arrange a security team to ensure the safety of your research." Gu Beichen turned to look at Lin Chen. What kind of project could warrant such a large investment? Do you really have that much money? Gu Beichen felt a bit tempted. His research had been stalled primarily due to a lack of funding, which had hindered his work in genetics. However, he was not one to take the other party's word at face value. Lin Chen sensed an opportunity and smiled, "You don't need to doubt this. As long as you agree to come with me, I can transfer the money to your account first. You can leave with me after you receive the funds." Although 10 billion was quite a lot, the value of the genetic enhancement serum was far beyond that. Having a biological genetics professor could help him assess the potency and safety of that substance. He could dilute it and sell it as a health supplement, making a huge profit. Even if he didn't sell it, creating a few superhumans with that genetic enhancement serum would still be worthwhile. The terms biological genetics carried significant weight. As long as there were experts in this field researching already successful projects, they would surely uncover even more useful discoveries. A flicker of hesitation crossed Gu Beichen's eyes, but in the end, he returned to his post and continued working. "You can go back. I won't be anyone's employee. I am just myself." Although Lin Chen's offer was tempting, going to Lin Chen would mean losing his freedom, even the freedom to choose his own research. This was not a good thing for him. He understood well that in this world, everything comes with a trade-off. Damn, this guy really is hard to deal with. Lin Chen felt frustrated. He had offered such good conditions, yet the other party still refused. Lin Chen's eyes flickered, and he suddenly thought of a name. "Professor Gu, do you know someone named Herland? In the field of genetic biology, anyone with a bit of ability should know each other, right?" Upon hearing the name, Gu Beichen's hand trembled slightly. Lin Chen continued, "According to the information I have, Herland has joined the military of Country M to research gene enhancement fluids, like the ones Dr. Miller works on. As a professor of genetic biology, you should know Dr. Miller as well, right? If Herland succeeds in his research, it won't be good news for us in Huaxia. Although I am just a student, I have a security company that specializes in hiring veterans. My abilities are limited, but I still want to do something for Huaxia. That is my purpose." Gu Beichen had his back to Lin Chen, so he couldn't see the other person's expression. He simply gave up. People who are hard to deal with are the most troublesome. There are more than one professor of genetic biology in Huaxia. If necessary, he could just find someone else. Anyway, the task's reward wasn't particularly appealing to him, and it didn't matter if he couldn't complete it. He was about to leave the laboratory, intending not to waste any more time. "Wait!" Gu Beichen turned around and called out to Lin Chen, who was about to exit. "My conditions are that you cannot interfere with my research, nor can you make me abandon my current projects. I will also bring Su Weiwei as my assistant. You can communicate with the school about that." In the end, Gu Beichen agreed to Lin Chen's recruitment. Chapter 145, State City. Lin Chen nodded, no problem. My experimental base is in a relatively remote location. You can pack some things, I will come back in a week to take you there. At first, you need to keep it confidential, you cannot communicate with the outside world for at least a month. So make sure to explain this to your families, or else the police might come looking for me. Is your laboratory already set up? Why do you need to go off the grid? What is the specific reason? Gu Beichen didn't understand why Lin Chen was saying all this. What could be so secretive? You'll know when you go. Don't worry, it's just temporary confidentiality. Once you get there, whether to keep it confidential or not is up to you. If you don't trust me, you can ask the mayor of Modu, Su Banning, to learn more about me. After saying this, Lin Chen glanced at Su Weiwei and then left the laboratory. He casually mentioned Su Banning's name to increase the other party's trust. After all, it was unlikely that they would really go ask Su Banning. Gu Beichen actually designated Su Weiwei as his assistant. Could it be that they had some hidden secrets? However, Lin Chen didn't care. As long as Gu Beichen agreed, that was enough. He planned to return to his hometown tomorrow. His cousin's wedding was approaching, and he needed to see if there was anything he could help with, as well as prepare a wedding gift for his cousin. Once this matter was settled, he could focus on choosing a gift. After leaving the laboratory, Gu Beichen asked Su Weiwei, "Do you know this person?" Su Weiwei shook her head. "I've only met him a few times, but he has indeed donated a lot of money to the school. The funding for the excellence program also came from him. Moreover, he did it anonymously, which shows that his nature isn't bad." After a moment of silence, Gu Beichen said, "Regardless, since he has the capability, what's the harm in teaming up with him? There's nothing worth him deceiving me about. I just appointed you as my assistant without asking for your opinion. If you don't want to, you don't have to go," Su Weiwei said, shaking her head. "I don't have much time left. Following the teacher might increase my chances of survival. After all, only the teacher can find the cause of my illness, but due to research funding issues, there's no way to treat me." Gu Beichen nodded. "Don't worry, the reason I appointed you as my assistant is exactly this. As long as Lin Chen is willing to invest a large amount of money, as he said, I can change your genetic sequence in a short time and cure your brain disease." Su Weiwei looked towards the laboratory door and murmured, "Lin, you really are my benefactor." Lin Chen, who had just left the laboratory, sneezed and looked around. It had been a long time since his body had sneezed. Was someone talking about him? Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed task 1, recruit Professor Gu Beichen to your side. Reward, instructions for controlling the entire island of the experimental base. Ding! Instructions for controlling the entire island of the experimental base have been placed by the bed in the seaside courtyard of the island. Lin Chen? While still listening to the system's prompt, Lin Chen encountered a familiar face again. This time it was Su Xia who called out to him. "Teacher Su, long time no see." Lin Chen greeted with a smile. You haven't." Su Xia looked at him in shock. "I'm not dead. I ran into a fishing boat and got a ride back. Please say hello to Mayor Su for me. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving." Lin Chen waved and ran off. He had originally planned to drive away, but his car was surrounded and he couldn't get through, so he had to walk out of the school to catch a taxi to Yunlu Mountain Villa, handing the car keys to Li Cheng and asking her to arrange for someone to drive the car back. Meeting Su Xia was just right. He could use her to inform Su Banning and Su Feng that he had returned alive. Lin Chen made a call to Yi Munshi and Wenrushua, telling them he would be going back to his hometown for a few days. The maids helped Lin Chen pack his things, and Yang Man even suggested going with him to take care of him. He immediately refused. If he had a maid serving him all the time, his mother, Chen Xiaoshan, would definitely break his legs if she saw it. Lin Chen's hometown was in a rural area of the state city, while his cousin's wedding was held in the urban area of the state city, so Lin Chen headed straight to the city. It took 4 hours to drive from the Magic City to the State City, and he finally arrived at Lin Xinhua's new house. Lin Chen was driving a new Model G-Class, a car that Li Qing had just bought for him, which he planned to give to Lin Xinhua as a wedding gift. After parking the car in the basement, he took the elevator to the second floor. The main reason for buying a house on the second floor in the community was that it was cheaper. It seemed that Lin Xinhua's house had drained their family's savings. Lin Chen knocked on the door, and when Lin Xinhua saw him, he happily welcomed him in. "Did you take the bus or the high-speed train? Why didn't you call me to pick you up?" Lin Chen looked around the 100 square meter house, which had just been renovated and still had a strong formaldehyde smell. "It's fine, I'm grown up now. Am I afraid of getting lost?" "Brother Hua, how much did you buy this house for?" "The state city is a third-tier city, so the housing prices shouldn't be too high." "A little over $1 million. After bargaining, I finally bought it for 990,000. It's a new development, just renovated, and it drained your brother and uncle's savings. Lin Xinhua laughed heartily. Lin Shen took a tour around. It had 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, and the living room was quite spacious, making it suitable for a newlywed couple. Where are Uncle Bin and Aunt? Haven't they come over yet? It was strange that the parents weren't there for their son's wedding. They're hosting a banquet in the village tomorrow to treat everyone. I don't need to go back. Your uncle and aunt can handle it. I'll start setting up the wedding room, and since you're here, you can help me. You must be hungry since you just arrived. It's been a while since we've had a drink together. I'll order takeout. Lin Xinhua took out his phone to order takeout. Lin Shen went to tidy up the guest room himself, as he would be sleeping here tonight. The 2 brothers sat in the hall, chatting about childhood anecdotes and Lin Xinhua's work experiences. Currently, some department leaders valued him, but due to his simple background and lack of influential connections, it was problematic for him to advance. On the contrary, the leaders in his own department were unwilling to pay him any attention, not even looking at him directly. What's the name of your company, and what do you do? He only knew that Lin Xinhua worked for a listed company, but he didn't know the specifics. Zhou City Trust and Securities, affiliated with Magic City Securities Company. It's quite difficult to advance in this line of work unless you have connections or someone to help you, Lin Xinhua said, raising his glass and downing the beer in one go. Lin Shen could see his fatigue. Working in such an environment felt like walking on thin ice, and for someone like him without connections, it was a constant fear of offending others and failing to achieve anything. Magic City Securities? Lin Chen recalled Chen Mingda. Wasn't that old guy from Magic City Securities? He would call Chen Mingda tomorrow when he had some free time, as he had exchanged contact information with that old man before. Lin Xinhua also talked about how he met his current fiancée, Lu Yifan. They both went for interviews at Zhou City Company, but Lu Yifan was eliminated and had to go to another trust company. However, during the waiting period, they chatted and found each other pleasant, so they exchanged contact information, and later, their relationship developed into a romantic one. Lu Yifan was also from Zhou City, just not from the same county as them. Lin Xinhua showed him a photo. She had a conventional appearance, not particularly beautiful, but not unattractive either. The 2 brothers talked late into the night, not knowing when they fell asleep. The next day, the 2 men began to set up the wedding room, spending the entire day to finally arrange it simply. After a hard day's work, the brothers decided to go out for a meal. Lin Xinhua told him there was a newly opened place called Miss Tofu that served delicious tofu dishes, a small restaurant specializing in tofu-based meals. They arrived at a location where parking was difficult, a place resembling a food stall, with a simple sign. Inside, a girl who looked about 14 was busy clearing dishes. Lin Shen thought the little girl looked somewhat familiar, but only vaguely so. There were only 3 tables of customers in the restaurant, including them. However, the only one serving was that little girl, indicating there was another person in the kitchen cooking. The environment was simple but clean and tidy. This Miss Tofu has only been open for a little over a year. It's not very popular yet, but it's considered authentic cuisine. Let's make sure to try it well, Lin Xinhua said, handing him the menu. They ordered several signature dishes, and the waitress, the little girl, looked Lin Shen up and down. Big brother, you're really good looking, she said, winking at him before taking the menu back to the kitchen. By the way, you do seem to have become quite handsome. Is it because you've grown up? Lin Xinhua had sensed this for a while, but among men, it wasn't particularly stunning. He just thought Lin Shen had matured. I guess I have grown up. Lin Shen smiled, always feeling that the little girl looked familiar, resembling an old acquaintance. However, the little girl's appearance was constantly changing. Still in her developmental stage, he must have been mistaken. I heard that Miss Tofu was run by a girl around your age. The 2 sisters rely on each other. You're about to graduate from university soon. You might consider finding a girlfriend. Lin Xinhua also knew about his breakup with Yi. When Lin Shen was with Yi, their families were aware and would occasionally tease them about it. Lin Shen smiled and shook his head. Now, apart from money, he had more girlfriends. However, he didn't tell his cousin this, as it would be a bad example and could influence the soon-to-be-married Lin Xinhua. A little girl placed a dish on Lin Shen's table and then went to get him a bottle of drink. Big brother, you look really handsome, so I'm giving you a bottle of drink, the little girl said with a smile. Although she was still young, Lin Shen could tell that this girl was a beauty in the making. As long as she didn't grow up crooked, she would definitely be a stunning beauty with a score over 90. Thank you, little sister. What's your name? Lin Shen wanted to reach out and pat her head, but after thinking about it, he felt it wasn't appropriate and withdrew his hand. My name is Jiang Ningxue, I'm 13 years old. Big brother, do you have a girlfriend? Can you wait for me for 5 years? Jiang Ningxue blinked her big eyes. Lin Shen's expression was momentarily stunned, This little girl was truly unexpected in her words. Jiang Ningxue, that's a beautiful name. Your parents really know how to name you. Study hard, and Big Brother will wait for you in college. It was better not to pour cold water on the little girl's dreams. Throughout her growth, she would meet many outstanding people, and in 5 years, Jiang Ningxue would have long forgotten him. However, the name made him pause for a moment. Someone from his memories also had the surname Jiang. I was born on the last day of autumn when it snowed, so I'm called Ningxue. I don't have mom and dad anymore, just an older sister, and I'm not studying right now. I'm helping my sister in the store. Jiang Ningxue's expression was a bit lonely. Lin Chen gently patted her head. I'm sorry, Big Brother didn't know. Such a small, clever child was already working to earn money at the best age. But there were countless people in Huaxia in similar situations. Lin Chen didn't know what to say. Jiang Ningxue shook her head nonchalantly. It's okay, it's my choice. I don't want my sister to be so hard off. She's much more tired than I am. At that moment, there were no new customers in the store, and Jiang Ningxue had nothing to do. Lin Chen invited her to sit down and eat together, but she declined. After a while, Miss Tofu from the kitchen brought out the leftover dishes from Lin Chen's table. The moment Lin Chen saw Miss Tofu, both of them froze. His thoughts flew back to middle school, that youthful time. In the depths of his memory, there was that crisp and melodious voice. My name is Jiang Wanqiu. I was born on the last day of that autumn, so I'm called Wanqiu. Lin Chen, you like me. That's not okay, let's be good friends. Lin Chen, it's all your fault, because you confessed to me. I've had you in my mind all summer. Lin Chen, I regret it. I want to accept your confession. Is it too late? Lin Chen, I can make mapo tofu. Next time, I'll bring you some to try. Lin Chen, I'm going to Jiangqing to study. I don't know if we'll meet again. The end of first love should at least come with a first kiss. Smack! The scene froze at the moment they shared their first kiss. Ding! Detected a damaged beauty with a score above 90. Name, Jiang Wanqiu. Score, 98. Damaged, age, 21. Height, 165. Bust, 36C. Favorability, 95. This favorability score indicated that Jiang Wanqiu had never forgotten him, which made Lin Chen feel a bit ashamed. After Jiang Wanqiu left the state city, he met Yi during an exam, and over time, the memories of Jiang Wanqiu faded into the depths of his mind. He never expected that after 6 years, Jiang Wanqiu's beauty had grown to a score of 98. Chapter 147, First Love. Lin Chen immediately recognized the damaged version that the system mentioned. Jiang Wanqiu's face was marred by large scars from burns, covering her original beauty, making her look somewhat grotesque. Anyone who saw her like this would surely turn away in disgust. After a moment of shock, Jiang Wanqiu regained her composure, set the dishes down, and turned to leave. Wanqiu, long time no see. The moment Lin Chen called out to her, her back trembled violently, and then she choked out, You have the wrong person, I am not Jiang Wanqiu. Lin Chen stepped forward and smiled, If you're not, how do you know Wanqiu's last name is Jiang? Seeing that she couldn't hide from him, Jiang Wanqiu lowered her head, using her hand to push her hair aside to cover the burn scars on her face. It's been a long time. I didn't expect to run into you in the state city. Lin Chen placed a hand on her shoulder, turning her to face him, and gently pushed her hair back, saying with concern, What on earth happened? Jiang Wanqiu, like a startled rabbit, quickly pushed her hair back into place. Jiang Wanqiu was the same age as him. She should be in college now. Why was she here, running a tofu restaurant with her sister? So much must have happened. It's nothing, you eat first. I have things to do in the kitchen. Jiang Wanqiu broke free from Lin Chen's grasp and hurried into the kitchen, a tear sliding down her cheek. Lin Chen understood that she didn't want to see him and didn't press the issue. He turned to Jiang Ningxuang and asked, I'm friends with your sister. Can you tell me what happened between you and her? Jiang Ningxuang blinked her big eyes and asked, What's your name, brother? My name is Lin Chen. I'm your sister's classmate from middle school, a good friend. When Jiang Ningxuang heard this name, a look of realization crossed her face. So you're the Lin Chen that my sister often talks about. Lin Chen nodded, surprised that Jiang Wanqiu mentioned him frequently in front of her sister. Ningxuang, come in and wash the dishes. Jiang Wanqiu seemed unwilling for Lin Chen to know the reason and called Jiang Ningxuang away. Jiang Ningxuang stuck out her tongue and quickly ran into the kitchen. To her, her sister was the most important. Since her sister didn't want this brother to know what had happened, she wouldn't say anything. Lin Qinhua, who had been silent, also noticed that the restaurant owner was an old acquaintance of Lin Chen. Lin Chen had no appetite and kept staring towards the kitchen, where the two sisters remained hidden. He sighed, in this situation, even if he called for the bill, they wouldn't come out. He walked to the payment counter and scanned 1,000 yuan. It wasn't that he didn't want to give more, he was just afraid that if he gave too much, Jiang Wanqiu would be even less willing to see him. Hua Ge, you should go back, I probably won't be going home tonight. I'll just find a hotel nearby to sleep in. Lin China's relatives had all come over, and he wasn't used to squeezing onto a cot there. Okay, I'll transfer you the meal and hotel fees together, find a decent hotel. In Lin China's eyes, Lin Chen, as a student, had no money. The meal cost 1,000 yuan, and giving so much for 200 was just his cousin trying to help, but his ability was limited. No need, Hua-ge, I have money. I've done some small business with my classmates in college. I'm not a poor student anymore. Lin Chen was touched by his cousin Lin China's attempt to give him money. Even though he himself had little money left, he didn't want Lin Chen, still a student, to feel wronged. Lin Xinhua ignored what he said and transferred 2,000 yuan to him via WeChat before driving away. Lin Chen smiled wryly and shook his head, not accepting the transfer, waiting for it to automatically return. Leaning against a streetlight by the roadside, he watched the situation inside the restaurant. Jiang Wanqiu and her sister walked out of the kitchen, looking around but not spotting Lin Chen across the street. The two then began to tidy up, preparing to close the shop. Sister, don't you really like brother Lin Chen? Why are you avoiding him? Jiang Ningxuang asked innocently. Jiang Wanqiu touched the scar on her face and said, Ningxuang, with this appearance, I don't even have the courage to look him in the eye. He hasn't changed, he's still so sunny and handsome. I no longer deserve to stand by his side. Sister, I think brother isn't that kind of person. The way he looks at you has a sparkle, Jiang Ningxuang said, having a good impression of Lin Chen. She didn't think he was that shallow. What does a child know about sparkle? Hurry up and close the door, we still have to go back and study. This kind of life can only sustain us for a while. In the second half of the year, I'll send you to school, and I'll find a job, Jiang Wanqiu said, ruffling her sister's hair with a smile. Although the sisters lived a hard life, they did not neglect their studies. When they finished tidying up the tables and chairs and locked the door, both sisters saw Lin Chen standing not far away. Jiang Wanqiu sighed, knowing Lin Chen wouldn't give up easily. Ningxuang, when we get home, lock the doors and windows. I'll go out and chat with brother for a bit and then come back. At that moment, Lin Chen walked over, smiling as he said, Since I'm new to the city, can you let me stay for a night? Jiang Wanqiu looked at him with a complex expression, biting her lip as she replied, Let's go together. First, we'll take Ningxuang home, and I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Jiang Wanqiu decided to tell Lin Chen about what had happened over the years, hoping he would back off. She was no longer the carefree girl she once was, she had a sister to take care of. Okay. Lin Chen stepped forward, taking the bag from her hand and helping her carry it. Lin Chen followed the sisters to a village in the city, where they rented a stairwell apartment on the 8th floor. It was a simple one-bedroom apartment with moldy walls in the living room. Over the years, it was unclear what the sisters had gone through, living such a miserable life. Jiang Wanqiu vaguely remembered that although her parents were not wealthy, they were both working people. Ningxuang, go take a shower and rest early. I'll go out for a walk with brother, so remember to lock the doors and windows, Jiang Wanqiu said as she set down her handbag and walked out again. The two headed to Riverside Road, which was now decorated nicely for walking. Along the way, neither of them spoke, seemingly waiting for the other to break the silence. Once they reached Riverside Road, Lin Chen couldn't hold back and asked, What happened over the years? Jiang Wanqiu forced a bitter smile and shook her head. A lot has happened. I'm no longer the Jiang Wanqiu you knew. Chapter 148, Persuading Jiang Wanqiu. I went to school in Jiangqing for high school because my parents moved there for work. I studied hard in high school and earned a recommendation to Kyoto University, so I didn't have to take the college entrance exam. My parents were very happy and took me out to dinner, but since my sister had evening classes, she didn't go with us. My dad drank at dinner, and after feeling lucky, he drove us home. We had a car accident on the way, and the car caught fire. My parents died on the spot, and I was burned. Lin Chen clenched his fists. What was supposed to be a happy occasion turned tragic because of Jiang Wanqiu's father's drunk driving, ruining the family's happiness. Dad's drunk driving caused the accident, and the insurance company didn't pay out. I had to take care of my younger sister, so I chose to give up my studies. With the inheritance left by my parents, I returned to the city, intending to find a job to support Ningxuang's education. But with my appearance, no company was willing to take me in. Even as a dishwasher, no one wanted me. I could only use the money left by my parents to open a small restaurant because I've loved cooking since I was a child. At first, when others saw me like this, they were unwilling to come in and eat. Ningxuang was very understanding. She gave up her studies to come and help me. She was in charge of receiving customers outside, while I managed the kitchen. We barely managed to get by, Jiang Wanqiu said with a bitter smile. Lin Chen stepped forward and embraced her, causing Jiang Wanqiu to tremble slightly. With me here, everything will be all right. Thank heaven for letting me meet you again. The financial difficulties Jiang Wanqiu faced were nothing to Lin Chen, but the pain in her heart needed time and care to heal. He decided to bring Jiang Wanqiu and her sister to the big city, to take care of them and help them live a good life. Although Jiang Wanqiu was reluctant to leave the embrace, she had to push Lin Chen away. "Look at me closely, see if I'm still worth it? And you're just a college student. What can you do to help us? This is the money you just paid for the meal, take it. We don't need this little bit of money from you, and you need it yourself. Don't care about me anymore, your concern feels like a knife stabbing into my heart. I hope you can see me as a normal person, I don't need your pity," Jiang Wanqiu said frantically, tears streaming down her face. If she could, she wished she would never encounter Lin Chen again in her life. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Wanqiu in pain, standing there feeling somewhat at a loss. Jiang Wanqiu didn't feel happy to see him, instead, she felt inferior. Lin Chen's concern made her heart ache. In Jiang Wanqiu's mind, they were no longer equals. She was a severely burned disabled person, while Lin Chen was still a sunny, handsome young man. Lin Chen took a deep breath and walked in front of Jiang Wanqiu, who couldn't help but step back but was caught by him. "Wanqiu, do you trust me?" Lin Chen stared at her intently. Jiang Wanqiu, with tears on her face, didn't know how to respond. At such a time, what was the use of believing or not believing? This appearance would accompany her for a lifetime. Even if she had money for surgery, she could never return to her former self. "Although I'm a college student now, I've achieved financial independence. In the big city, I have a company and connections. I want to take you and Ning Shuang to the big city, find a good school for Ning Shuang, and I can also recommend you to study at Jiaotong University. If you care about your appearance, I can find the best doctors in the world for you. I just hope you can believe me," Lin Chen said sincerely to Jiang Wanqiu. Jiang Wanqiu, with tearful eyes, was somewhat surprised by Lin Chen's words, but she knew the Lin Chen from 6 years ago. He was not the type to make empty promises. She tore open her collar, revealing the large burn scars. "Lin Chen, take a good look at this disgusting body. Do you want it? No matter how you help me, I can't repay you, I can't even give you this body. Every day when I take a shower and look at myself in the mirror, I feel sick. Ugh." Lin Chen didn't let her finish, he stepped forward and embraced her, covering her mouth with his. At first, Jiang Wanqiu struggled fiercely, but gradually her struggles weakened, and tears continued to flow from the corners of her eyes. Lin Chen released her, apologizing, "I'm sorry, but I'm sincere. Don't think about these things, everything will be alright. Trust me, I can bring you endless hope. But I've become like this." Jiang Wanqiu was a bit shaken because she felt life was too exhausting. She was just a girl in her early 20s. Lin Chen embraced her again and softly said, "No matter what you become, you are the most beautiful in my heart. Let's transfer the shop in the next couple of days. The day after tomorrow, after I attend my cousin's wedding, I'll take you and Ning Shuang to the big city." Jiang Wanqiu did not respond to him, but she also did not push him away. The two embraced tightly like this. In Jiang Wanqiu's heart, no matter what Lin Chen said, she only cared about this moment of warmth. The two returned to Jiang Wanqiu's residence together, and Jiang Ningxuang was still awake. Seeing them come back, she hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Sister, did you and brother have a clear talk? Should I call him brother-in-law now?" Jiang Wanqiu's pretty face flushed, and she scolded, "Don't talk nonsense, just call him brother." Lin Chen looked at this younger sister with a doting expression. At such a beautiful age, she was following her sister to struggle for a living, and she deserved better. The room was where the two sisters slept, so Lin Chen could only lay a mat on the floor and sleep in the living room. Inside the room, the two sisters were whispering to each other. "Ningxuan, Lin Chen said he would take us to the Magic City. He can send you to school and can help me get into Jiaotong University. What do you think?" Perhaps because of the high level of affection, Jiang Wanqiu believed what Lin Chen said. She felt that if Lin Chen could say it, it meant he could definitely do it. "Really? That's great. Sister can finally go to university too," Jiang Ningxuang exclaimed excitedly. Jiang Ningxuang's reaction touched Jiang Wanqiu deeply. The first thing her sister cared about was not that she could go to school, but that her sister could go to university. Jiang Wanqiu hugged her sister tightly. "Ningxuang, we don't have much money left now. If we go to the Magic City, it might put a lot of pressure on brother. I plan not to go to school and find a job in the Magic City first to support you." Even if she agreed to go to the Magic City with Lin Chen, she also wanted to share the burden with him. The Magic City was a big city. It shouldn't be too hard for someone like her to find a job. Chapter 149, No Wedding Car Parade. "No, sister, my courses are relatively simple, I can self-study. It's more important for you to go to university first." Jiang Ningxuang seemed not to understand the economic issue of the two studying. She thought it was just her sister giving her the chance to study. If only one of the sisters could go to school, Jiang Ningxuang would definitely give that opportunity to her sister. Jiang Wanqiu patted her sister's head and smiled. "I'm not going to school, I'm going to work to earn money for you. What will you do if you don't go to school? No one in the Magic City dares to hire child labor. Jiang Ningxuan also realized this and didn't know what to say, so she could only hold Jiang Wanqiu tightly and fall into a deep sleep. Outside, Lin Chen also heard the conversation between the two sisters and wore a happy smile. As long as they were willing to go with him, everything else would be proven with time. When they got to the Magic City, they would know that their financial situation didn't require them to work for money. The next morning, Lin Chen opened his eyes and saw Jiang Wanqiu coming out with 2 bowls of noodles. The burn scars on her face were particularly prominent under the sunlight, which was the fundamental reason Jiang Wanqiu felt inferior and dared not face Lin Chen. Noticing that Lin Chen was awake, she hurriedly put on a mask. Lin Chen walked up to her and took off the mask, saying, "How can you eat breakfast with this thing on?" "No, don't look." Jiang Wanqiu lowered her head to avoid Lin Chen's gaze. She knew how she looked now. It was night last night, but now it was daytime. Even looking in the mirror would startle her. The hideous scars on her face were truly unsettling. "You don't need to be like this in front of me." Lin Chen reached out and gently touched the scars on her face. "Brother and sister are so lovey-dovey this early in the morning?" Jiang Ningxuan pouted as she came out of the room to tease them. Jiang Wanqiu's face turned slightly red, and she quickly ran away. Lin Chen smiled and asked Jiang Ningxuan, "Little Ningxuan, is there anywhere you want to go? Brother has time today, let's take you and sister out to have fun." Jiang Ningxuan's eyes lit up instantly. "I want to go to the amusement park. I want to eat McDonald's." Something as simple as McDonald's used to be, now felt like a luxury to her. "Alright, before tonight, I belong to you two sisters. After tonight, I have to go to my cousin's place. I'm the best man tomorrow," Lin Chen said, ruffling Jiang Ningxiang's hair. After finishing breakfast, they went out together to have fun. Jiang Wanqiu was still very self-conscious about her appearance, so she wore a hat and a mask. They had lunch at McDonald's, which Jiang Ningxiang wanted, and in the afternoon, they went to the zoo. The whole day was the happiest moment for the sisters in recent years. In the evening, Lin Chen initially wanted to take them out to eat, but Jiang Wanqiu refused. She owned a restaurant herself. Why would she go eat at someone else's? They went directly to the market to buy ingredients and returned to her rental apartment to cook. After they were full, Lin Chen had to leave. He needed to help at his cousin's place, as family members should be arriving soon, and he had to go back to greet them. "Tomorrow you can start packing. After I attend Brother Hua's wedding, I'll take you to the Magic City. If the store can be transferred, we'll transfer it. If not, we'll just leave it for the landlord," Lin Chen instructed. Jiang Wanqiu nodded. In fact, there had been discussions about transferring the store before, but she hadn't been interested at the time. Tomorrow would be a good opportunity to handle that matter. When Lin Chen returned to Lin China's new home, he found the living room filled with people, all wearing worried expressions. At that moment, Lin Quan and Chen Xiuxiang also saw him and hurried over to size him up. "You little rascal, why didn't you go home first and came straight here to your brothers?" Chen Xiuxiang patted his back hard. "Does Brother Hua need help? What's going on with everyone looking so glum?" Lin Chen asked, puzzled by their gloomy faces. "Sai, Brother Hua's wedding car has a problem. He had arranged for classmates to drive him, but they all just said they couldn't make it. Now they can only go to the hotel for a meal tomorrow. It was already a favor, so he can't blame them. Now he has to find a rental wedding car elsewhere, but where can you find one at this hour? They need to leave at 7 a.m. tomorrow to pick up the bride." Chen Xiuxiang explained the reason for their distress. "Oh, is that all? This is simple. I can handle it. It was just a wedding car. A phone call could solve it." "You little rascal, don't talk nonsense. Where can you find a wedding car at this hour? Everyone is worried here. Stop boasting." Chen Xiuxiang slapped his back again. "Mom, don't worry. I wouldn't joke about this. Brother Hua, I have a friend who does this. I'll make a call and ask him for help." Although Lin Qinhua was skeptical about his ability to solve it, he still nodded. Lin Chen stepped outside and made a call. "Shang Ping, arrange 10 wedding cars for me. I'll send you the location shortly. They need to be there before 6 a.m. tomorrow. As for the decoration of the wedding cars, you can handle that over there before coming. Otherwise, in this third-tier city, it's hard to find someone to do it at this hour." After hanging up, Lin Chen returned to the living room and informed everyone, "The wedding car issue is resolved, but it will take some time. It will definitely arrive before 6 a.m. tomorrow." Everyone looked at him in shock, and Chen Xiuxiang stepped forward, saying, "You can't joke about this. Are you sure it's really resolved?" Lin Chen smiled and nodded. "Xin Shou, who did you get to help?" Lin Bin asked, still doubtful. "A friend from the Magic City, he's handling it now. The wedding cars will definitely arrive before 6 a.m. tomorrow." Lin Qinhua also stood up and said, "As long as it's resolved, that's good. Even if Qin Shou can't manage it, we have no other channels to find a wedding car right now. I just called nearby wedding rental services, and they're all fully booked with no extra cars available. If the car doesn't arrive tomorrow morning, I'll need to trouble the elders to help drive their own cars to pick up the bride." Lin Shinhua's smile was somewhat bitter. He couldn't understand why his classmates and friends suddenly abandoned him. Lin Chen patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, your brother has never been unreliable. Just adjust your state and be the handsomest groom tomorrow." Lin Shinhua nodded. For now, he had no other choice but to trust Lin Chen. Everyone wasn't very convinced that a college student could have such impressive friends, but they didn't say anything and were all ready to take their own cars to pick up Lin Shinhua. A streak of fish belly white appeared in the sky, and everyone gathered back in the hall. They hadn't slept much all night, and those who were tired leaned against the sofa for a quick nap. Chapter 150. Picking up the bride. Lin Shinhua had also put on his suit and tied his tie. This set was a gift from Lin Chen. Originally, he wanted to wait for Lin Chen to go shopping together, but he didn't expect that Lin Chen had already bought it and even gifted him a set, which felt quite good in quality. "The car has arrived, everyone, let's go down and take a look." Lin Chen also wore a suit. After all, he was the best man for his brother and couldn't dress too casually. Both suits were bought by Li Qing. According to Lin Chen's request, they were low-key and not from big brands, so they were custom-made by a master tailor, costing nearly $1 million for just these two suits. Everyone followed along, half believing, to see what kind of car Lin Chen's friends had brought. Outside the community gate, 5 Rolls-Royces and 5 Bentleys were lined up in a straight line. Seeing this spectacle, Lin Chen couldn't help but close his eyes and slap his forehead. He forgot to tell Shang Ping not to be too ostentatious. A few Mercedes, BMWs, or Autos would have sufficed. Although the relatives who came down didn't recognize the brands, they could tell the cars were luxurious. "Ah Shou, what kind of car is this? It looks very luxurious." An elder relative stepped forward to touch one. Lin Shinhua was so shocked he couldn't speak. They didn't know what kind of cars these were, but he did. Each of these cars cost several million. This was a configuration that ordinary rental companies couldn't provide. Who exactly were his brother's friends? "It's just a car, don't worry about what kind it is. Hurry up and get in, we can't miss the time." Lin Chen pulled his cousin into the first car. When the driver saw Lin Chen, he quickly nodded and greeted. "Hello, Mr. Lin. We were sent by Mr. Shang. Just send me the location, and we can go." Lin Chen patted the dazed Lin Shinhua, who quickly came to his senses and gave the driver the location for picking up the bride. "Where did you meet such wealthy friends? These wedding cars are worth almost 100 million. Lin Shinhua finally couldn't hold back and asked in the car. "My brother isn't just studying at that university, he's done some small business, made some money, and met many friends. For my friend, these cars are just a drop in the bucket." Lin Chen casually made up an excuse. Lin Shinhua felt like he was dreaming. The frustration he felt when those friends cancelled on him last night was swept away in that moment. The brotherhood he had prepared was now left with only Lin Chen. "Don't worry, having me is enough. I've got all the tricks from your sister-in-law's group of friends covered." Lin Chen confidently patted his chest and guaranteed. "Ah, then I'll trouble you." Lin Shinhua finally showed a smile on his face from last night until now. As the wedding cars set off in grand procession, everyone on the street was shocked. They hadn't heard of any tycoon in the state city getting married. Using such high-end wedding cars was clearly not the usual kind of wealthy person. When the wedding cars arrived at the bride's house, the door was tightly closed, waiting for the groom to knock. In fact, when Lu Yifun's family saw so many luxury cars, they were also dumbfounded. Lu Yifun's parents even rushed into her room to confirm repeatedly whether Lin Shinhua was a wealthy person. The results are all the same, an ordinary family. Lin Shinhua got out of the car, adjusted his clothes and tie, and holding a bouquet of flowers, shouted at the door, "Wife, I'm here to pick you up." Inside the room, Lu Yifun couldn't help but blush at the shout, while her group of friends teased her with knowing glances. To enter the main door, one must first pass the parents' test. After making a vow to treat Lu Yifun well after marriage, the door was opened. Since Lin Chen was the only groomsman, there was no chaotic scene, though a few relatives from the village followed behind. Originally, these people didn't want to come, but upon seeing the wedding car, they all rushed to join in. This was a luxury car worth millions. Riding in it once could be bragged about for a lifetime. Lu Yifun's home was a 2-story self-built house. When they reached the staircase, 4 girls were already waiting. The first girl said loudly, "We're all here for Yifun's happiness, so we won't make it too difficult. But with just one groomsman, how can you accept our challenges?" Li Mei noticed that Lin Shinhua had only one brother in a suit by his side. Lin Chen stepped forward from behind. "Whatever challenges you have, bring them on, I'll take them all." The moment Li Mei and the other 3 girls saw Lin Chen, they were stunned. "Sunshine! Handsome! Lin Chen smiled slightly, and it captivated them all. What's the first challenge? Lin Chen walked up the stairs, waving his hand in front of the dazed Li Mei. Li Mei came to her senses, her pretty face instantly turning red. The first challenge is for you to add me on WeChat. Li Mei opened her phone, and the other three girls rushed over. Me too. Me too. The sisterhood challenge was easily passed by Lin Chen with his looks. Aren't you that melancholic piano prince from the internet? At first, Li Mei thought Lin Chen was just very handsome, but after looking a few more times, he seemed familiar. I guess so, a lot of people have been calling me that lately, Lin Chen smiled. This made all four girls scream, and they quickly asked their other friends to take pictures, rushing over to take selfies with him. Inside the room, the bride and another friend were also very curious about what was happening outside, wondering what could be so fun that it excited them all so much. Lin Qinhua found this scene unbelievable. He had seen that video online and initially thought the person in it looked a lot like his cousin, but he didn't pay much attention. He never expected that the popular piano prince online was indeed his brother, Lin Chen. Lin Qinhua arrived at the bride's door. Now it was the final challenge, and he had to answer the questions from the sisters inside to open the door. These questions were not something Lin Chen could help with. They were all about the couple's journey from meeting to dating. However, Lin Qinhua was very attentive to Lu Yifan and could answer each question. These sisters were likely very good friends of Lu Yifan and didn't ask overly tricky questions, allowing Lin Qinhua to enter easily. When Lu Yifan and her friends inside saw Lin Chen as the groomsman, they were also momentarily stunned. With his maxed out charm, no one could resist Lin Chen. Upon realizing that Lin Chen was the melancholic piano prince who had been trending online recently, they excitedly took photos with him. In the final segment, they had to find the bride's shoes. As long as they found the bride's shoes and helped her put them on, they could take her away. The groom couldn't search, only the groomsman could, and the so-called groomsman consisted of just Lin Chen, so he had to search alone. Chapter 151, Friends with Ill Intentions. Fortunately, the room wasn't large, but Lin Chen still couldn't find the shoes right away. He even searched the entire room but couldn't locate the missing shoe. After searching for a long time without discovering where the shoe was hidden, Lin Chen looked at everyone and noticed something unusual about Li Mei. Her hands were always crossed over her chest, never letting go at any moment. When Lin Chen accidentally bumped into her, she didn't lower her hands. Lin Chen stepped forward to take a look and noticed something red inside her dress, reaching out to grab it. He quickly pulled out a shoe from her embrace, but in the process, he touched a soft spot, causing Li Mei to gasp and turn beet red. Lin Chen certainly knew what he had just touched, but at that moment, any apology would only make things more awkward, so he simply pretended nothing had happened. After the bride-fetching ceremony, the remaining processes were all handled by Lin Qinhua himself, such as serving tea to his in-laws. From Lin Chen's observation, Lu Yifan's parents seemed to be quite friendly, at least the joy on their faces was genuine, and they didn't pick on Lin Qinhua. As Lu Yifan was an only child, her parents were naturally reluctant to let her go, resulting in a comical scene of them both crying and laughing. After receiving the bride, they headed to the State City Grand Hotel, where Lin Qinhua had booked the banquet long ago. Although hosting the banquet at the State City Grand Hotel was somewhat over budget for Lin Qinhua, he didn't mind spending the money to give Lu Yifan a beautiful wedding. At this point, Lin Chen had little to do. He initially wanted to bring Jiang Wanqiu and her sister to the meal, but Jiang Wanqiu refused to come no matter what. The specific reason was likely her concern that her appearance would cause trouble. Lin Chen followed his cousin to greet guests at the hotel entrance when suddenly a Mercedes-Benz pulled up, and a man of similar age to Lin Qinhua got out. Several other cars followed, and people got out of them as well. When Lin Qinhua saw these people, his expression changed slightly. These were his good friends, who had originally promised to be his groomsmen but had backed out the night before the wedding. Ah Hua, congratulations! The man driving the Mercedes said with a big smile as he approached. The others behind him looked somewhat awkward, congratulating him but not daring to meet Lin Qinhua's gaze. Thank you all for still finding time to come to my wedding banquet, Lin Qinhua said lightly. Although he was very angry with these people inside, he had asked them to come, and they were not obligated to do so. He was just disappointed in these so-called good friends. Ah Hua, don't be angry. These brothers didn't mean to skip out on fetching the bride, they were just called to drink with me, and after a few drinks, they didn't want to come fetch the bride anymore. After all, drinking and driving isn't good. The man in the Mercedes laughed heartily. The others looked even more awkward. It's fine, no one is obligated to help me. Let's go inside, the banquet is about to start, Lin Qinhua said with a smile. He didn't want to dwell on this unpleasant topic, but the Mercedes man was not ready to let it go. So how did you end up fetching the bride in the end? You didn't take a taxi, did you? If you did, that would be a first in history. Ha, The man in the Mercedes laughed loudly. Lin Chen felt like slapping him for that smug face, but Lin Xinhua patted his shoulder, signaling him not to act impulsively. Sorry to disappoint you, but my brother helped me solve the wedding car issue. Those black cars with the wedding stickers out front are my wedding car fleet. Lin Xinhua's words made the Mercedes man's laughter turn sour, as if he had just swallowed a fly. He had seen those luxury cars when he drove in, all adorned with wedding stickers. Today, Lin Xinhua was the only one holding a wedding banquet at the State City Grand Hotel, so what he said was likely true. How could he have the means to gather so many luxury cars? Ha! Ha! As long as it's resolved, I wonder what your brother does to be so wealthy. The man in the Mercedes forced a smile. In the Magic City, doing a small business, since you are a guest, just go in first and don't block the door here. As the saying goes, a good dog doesn't block the way, and we have other guests to welcome. Lin Chen wouldn't give the other party any face. The man in the Mercedes paused, snorted coldly, and entered the venue. As the few people following him passed by Lin Xinhua, they softly said, "Sorry, bro, that leader clearly has a grudge against you. The fact that your friends are breaking their promise and not coming to drive your wedding car is also related to him. Why do you still want to invite him to your wedding?" Lin Chen asked in confusion. Lin Xinhua sighed softly. His name is Lu Jincheng. He is my classmate and also the son of my current boss. He somehow found out about my wedding and asked me for an invitation. Moreover, he is my boss's son, so I can't not invite him. If I invite him, I have to invite his dad too. It's a headache. Lin Chen nodded in realization. So do you have any grievances between you? It's so obvious that he's targeting you, trying to ruin your wedding? Lin Xinhua fell into memories. It should be because when we were in school, the girl he liked me, so it turned out like this. So cliché? Lin Chen held back a laugh and didn't ask further. At the entrance, another middle-aged man walked in, and Lin Xinhua quickly went up to greet him with a smile. "Manager Lu, you're here." The man called Manager Lu didn't even say a word of congratulations, just grunted and walked inside. "This is my boss, Lu Zhibiao, the son of Lu Jincheng." After Lu Zhibiao entered, Lin Xinhua introduced with a bitter smile. These leaders and colleagues, not inviting them is not an option, but inviting them feels like they want to take advantage. This issue is quite troubling for someone like him, a worker in this class. Lin Chen patted his shoulder. This arrogant jerk won't stay in that position for long. I'll help you regain your dignity later, and make them lick your boots like dogs. Don't act impulsively. Although you've gained some skills now, the business world is different from ours. We who work in companies are not the same as you business people, Lin Xinhua advised, now believing Lin Chen's claims about doing business in the Magic City. It's fine, I'm not that foolish. Just wait and see. As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, a Magic City license plate Mercedes Maybach stopped at the hotel entrance. Lin Xinhua stretched his neck to see who the big shot was, still from the Magic City. A middle-aged man got out of the car, smiling as he headed straight for their location. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Lin, I rushed over as soon as I received your call." The visitor was Qian Mingde. When Lin Chen learned that his cousin worked at a subsidiary of Magic City Securities, he thought about helping Lin Xinhua. Coincidentally, he knew Qian Mingde, so he called him over to celebrate the wedding, allowing Lin Xinhua to make an impression on Qian Mingde. "Thank you, Mr. Qian, for coming all this way. Let me introduce you, this is my cousin Lin Xinhua, he works at the State City Trust. Hua Ge, this is Qian Mingde, a friend of mine from the Magic City. Mr. Qian should have some connections with you." Lin Chen smiled as he introduced both parties. When Qian Mingde heard that Lin Xinhua worked at the State City Trust, he immediately guessed Lin Chen's intention. However, being employed at the State City Trust indicated that Lin Xinhua's qualifications and education were not an issue. Helping him would be a small favor, and making Lin Chen owe him a favor would be the most valuable outcome. Lin Xinhua was shocked when he heard the name Qian Mingde, and after confirming Qian Mingde's appearance several times, combined with the fact that he was from the Magic City, the answer in his heart was almost certain. You are Mr. Qian from Magic City Securities." Lin Xinhua's voice trembled. "Ha, just call me old Qian. You're Mr. Lin's cousin, so let's be a bit closer. You can call me Brother Qian, and I'll call you Brother Hua." Qian Mingde pulled out a large red envelope from his pocket and handed it to Lin Xinhua. "Brother Hua, this is a small token from your big brother. Congratulations on your marriage, and I wish you 100 years of harmony." Lin Xinhua stiffened and involuntarily accepted the envelope, the weight of it bringing him back to reality. This big and thick envelope must contain at least 100,000 yuan. Lin Chen patted him, urging him to accept it. For Qian Mingde, this amount was just a drop in the bucket, and then he led Qian Mingde into the banquet hall. Since Qian Mingde was invited by Lin Chen, he didn't have a fixed seat, so Lin Chen brought him to the main table and sat down together. "Ah Shou, who is this?" Chen Xiaoxiang asked curiously when she saw her son bringing a middle-aged man to the table. "Mom and dad, uncle and aunt, this is a friend of mine from the Magic City. He happened to be on a business trip in the State City, so I invited him for a meal." Lin Chen casually made up an excuse to introduce him. Qian Mingde also greeted them warmly, but he felt quite puzzled inside. Lin Chen was worth billions, even trillions. Why did his parents appear so unpretentious? Moreover, from their conversation, it seemed they had no idea he was wealthy or capable, but he didn't say much and chatted casually with Lin Chen's parents. The table next to them was occupied by Lin China's colleagues, including his boss Lu Zhibiao, who was busy playing on his phone, disdainful of chatting with others, while his colleagues were too timid to speak. Lu Zhibiao put down his phone, feeling a bit impatient. It had been so long without any dishes served. How long would this meal take? At such a low-key wedding, he was even asked to be the witness. What a ridiculous dream. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he seemed to see someone he thought could never appear here. After rubbing his eyes to confirm, he stood up abruptly. Lu Jinchang at the adjacent table noticed his father's sudden serious expression and quickly asked, "Dad, what's wrong?" Lu Zhibiao ignored his son and walked straight to the main table. "Qian. Mr. Qian?" Lu Zhibiao asked cautiously. Qian Mingde was chatting with Lin Chen's father, trying to build a closer relationship, when he was suddenly interrupted, and his expression turned displeased. "Who are you?" "Mr. Qian, I didn't expect to meet you in this small place. I'm Lu Jinbiao, the securities manager at the State City Trust. I had the fortune to meet you when I followed General Wei to the Magic City for a meeting," Lu Zhibiao exclaimed, realizing it was indeed Qian Mingde, and he was overjoyed, quickly introducing himself. Qian Mingde thought for a moment and didn't recall hearing that name, so he nodded. "All right, little Lu, you can go back now. The wedding is about to start, so don't disturb others. We'll gather when we have time." Lu Jinbiao nodded and bowed in agreement, slowly retreating to his seat, but his gaze remained excitedly fixed on Qian Mingde at the main table. Qian Mingde actually said they would gather when they had time. Did that mean he had made a connection? What does Mr. Qian do? That person just now is my son's boss, and he wouldn't even acknowledge us when we greeted him. I didn't expect him to act so differently in front of Mr. Qian. Lin Bin was also curious about Qian Mingde's identity. They had heard Lin Xinhua mention before that his boss was arrogant and wouldn't even spare a word. He never expected to see such a fawning smile on his face in front of Qian Mingde. "I'm just an ordinary worker, nothing special. I'm just a guest here to attend your son's wedding today, so don't mind the rest." Qian Mingde waved his hand, not elaborating. As the wedding was about to begin, Lin Xinhua looked a bit distressed at the stage, and Lin Chen quickly went over to ask, "Brother Hua, what's wrong? Is there some kind of trouble?" Originally out of respect for my leader, I invited him to be the witness, and he agreed quite well at the time, but just now he backed out. The wedding witness is unwilling to go on stage, and he lost those wedding vows, so in the end, my dad can only go up and say a few casual words. Lin Xinhua was also very angry inside. The Lu father and son had been causing him trouble. Qian Mingde, who was following Lin Chen, heard Lin Xinhua say this and spoke up. "If Brother Hua doesn't mind, how about I be the witness?" Lin Xinhua was taken aback. Having Qian Mingde as the witness was absolutely sufficient. "Brother Qian, if you are willing, that would be perfect, but there are no wedding vows." Qian Mingde smiled slightly. "Isn't it just saying some good words? I'm quite good at this." Saying that, he picked up the microphone and walked onto the stage. "Hello everyone. My name is Qian Mingde. Today, I was invited by a good friend to this wedding. I hit it off with the groom at first sight, so I snatched the role of witness. If what I say later doesn't satisfy everyone, please bear with me. After all, this is my first time being a witness." Qian Mingde, as expected of someone in leadership, quickly drew everyone's attention to the stage with just a few words. Below, Lu Zhibiao's face turned green. Lin Xinhua actually knew Qian Mingde, and he had just come in and refused to be the witness. Had he already offended the other party? Under Qian Mingde's rhythm of speech, the wedding proceeded very smoothly without any further mishaps. During the toasting phase, since Lin Chen was the best man, he had to follow along. Seeing that Lin Chen had gone, Qian Mingde didn't sit still and hurriedly followed. When the toasting reached Lin Xinhua's classmates' table, Lu Jinchang predictably came out to cause trouble. At first, he threatened and lured away all of Lin Xinhua's friends who were driving the wedding car, and later told his dad not to be the witness, but none of this caused any changes to Lin Xinhua's wedding, which made him feel very displeased. He secretly decided that he must not let this wedding end smoothly. "Thank you all for coming to my wedding. I hope everyone can start a family soon. I'm looking forward to drinking your wedding wine." Lin Xinhua said happily. He was the first to get married among this group, and everyone was envious. Ah Hua, I'm not saying this to you. What kind of garbage wine is this? If you don't have money to get some good wine, just tell me, I can casually sponsor you some mutai to show off, Lu Jincheng said as he splashed the wine from his cup onto the ground. Slap! A loud slap echoed, and Lu Jincheng's figure flew out and crashed against the wall before stopping. Damn it, I've endured you for a long time. If it weren't for today being a joyous occasion, I would have broken your legs long ago. The one who struck was Lin Chen. Since the other party had repeatedly provoked him, he saw no need to hold back. This scene drew everyone around. On such a joyous day, Lin Chen ultimately couldn't help but take action. Chen Xiaoshan grabbed him. She didn't know what had happened and immediately scolded him. What are you doing? It's your brother's big day, and you're actually hitting someone. When Chen Xiaoshan learned the reason, she let go of Lin Chen and added, well done. Lu Jincheng got up from the ground, and the cheek that Lin Chen had slapped immediately swelled up. You dare to hit me? You're finished. Lin Xinhua, you're also finished. Dad, call someone for me. I want this kid's hands. Lin Xinhua, you won't be going to work starting today, I said so. Lu Jincheng shouted hysterically as he looked at Lu Zhibiao, who was walking over. At this moment, Lu Zhibiao turned his gaze to Qian Mingde, who was standing next to Lin Chen, gritted his teeth, and stepped forward to slap Lu Jincheng across the face. Lu Jincheng was stunned, and everyone in the room was shocked. I hit my son? What is this situation? Apologize to Shaolin immediately. It's their big day, and you're here causing trouble. Hurry up! Lu Zhibiao grabbed his son's collar and dragged him in front of Lin Xinhua. Lu Jincheng looked at his father, who had always been the most caring towards him and had never raised his voice, not understanding what had suddenly gotten into him. Dad, I was the one who got hit, and you want me to apologize? Are you out of your mind? Slap! Lu Jincheng received another slap. Apologize immediately. Lu Zhibiao said angrily. Forget it, you all can leave. Don't disturb my joyous day, everyone is so happy, and if you two aren't, why stay here? Manager Lu, I have worked diligently and have never made a mistake at work. If you want to fire me, please issue a formal termination letter. At this moment, Lin Xinhua didn't want to say much, it was just work, after all, and he could do it anywhere. He also knew that Lu Zhibiao's current attitude was entirely due to Qian Mingde. If given a bit more courage, Lu Jincheng wouldn't dare to fire him, but whether there would be future repercussions was uncertain. Shaolin, President Qian, I'm sorry, it's my poor discipline that has led this ungrateful child to do such a thing. I will teach him a good lesson when I get home. Seeing this, Lu Zhibiao could only apologize himself and took Lu Jincheng away from the scene. Qian Mingde made a phone call. Xiao Wei, is there someone named Lu Zhibiao in your unit? I find his conduct quite inappropriate. Should we have the audit department investigate? Lu Zhibiao, who had not yet left the entrance, stumbled at this remark, almost falling, but he didn't dare turn back to plead with Qian Mingde and could only seek out President Wei for help. I didn't expect the internal situation at the State Trust to be so chaotic. It seems we need to thoroughly investigate this branch, Qian Mingde grunted. At this point, the troublemakers had already left and the remaining friends lowered their heads in guilt. One of them stepped forward to apologize to Lin Xinhua. Awa, we are sorry for not being able to withstand Lu Jincheng's threats and temptations. Wishing you a happy marriage. They had no face to stay any longer and hurriedly apologized and left. Some of these people wanted to rely on Lu Jincheng, while others were coerced, but regardless, they felt they had wronged Lin Xinhua. After this little episode, everyone continued with the toasting process, and after an afternoon, the departing guests were dwindling. Lin Chen was also preparing to return to the Magic City and first informed his parents. Aren't you coming back home with us? Chen Xiaoshan looked at her son, who was in a hurry to return to the Magic City, displeased. Summer vacation is coming soon, I'll be back then, Lin Chen reassured with a smile. There was about a week left until summer vacation, and he planned to return home after that. Alright, take good care of yourself, and come back early when summer vacation starts, Chen Xiaoshan nodded, as her son was still a student and needed to prioritize his studies. After saying goodbye to his parents, Lin Chen approached Lin Xinhua. Brother Hua, I haven't given you your wedding gift yet. Lin Chen took out a red gift box from a backpack. Isn't this suit your wedding gift to me? Ha ha ha. Lin Xinhua laughed heartily, casually accepting the red gift box from Lin Chen. The smooth conclusion of the wedding made him feel incredibly relieved, and he had also regained some face from Lu Zhibiao and his son, plus he had met Qian Mingde. Although he was surprised at how Lin Chen knew Qian Mingde, he didn't ask further since his cousin didn't say anything. When Lin Xinhua opened the red gift box, he found a housing purchase contract and a key to a Mercedes. Lin Xinhua instantly sobered up, looking at him in disbelief. It's all real, not a blank check. The car is parked in the basement of your wedding house. I drove it back from the Magic City. I didn't let you drive it for the first time, huh? The house has already been bought, in a neighborhood not far from you. Lin Chen laughed heartily. This. Lin Xinhua was at a loss for words. Putting aside the housing contract, the key to the Mercedes wouldn't lie. No matter what, it should be at least several $100,000, and he hasn't even seen where this house is. His new house has just been renovated, and Lin Chen has sent him another set of housing. Don't worry, these things are just a drop in the bucket for your brother, take them. They are all things you really need. You can sell what you currently have and relieve some pressure. Lin Chen patted his shoulder. Since Mr. Lin has given a gift, I, as your newly recognized older brother, can't be without a gesture either. My gift might take some time. Brother Hua, be patient, this gift will definitely not disappoint you, huh? Qian Mingde chimed in from the side. Lin Xinhua wanted to refuse, but Qian Mingde and Lin Chen didn't give him a chance to decline and quickly slipped away. When Lin Xinhua returned to the basement of the apartment complex where his marital home was, he pressed the unlock button on the car key, and a black Mercedes-Benz AMG G63 flashed its lights. He skeptically pressed it again, and the black G lit up as expected. Lin Xinhua immediately slumped to the ground. This G was still a G63, not a G500. Just this car could be worth several of his marital homes. Chapter 154, Bringing the Jiang sisters back to the Magic City. Lin Xinhua, with weak legs, opened the car door, and the vehicle information was in the passenger seat. This was a car bought in full. He suddenly remembered that a few days ago, Lin Chen had asked him for his ID card. At first, he found it strange. It turned out he was preparing a gift for him. He was usually cautious about documents, but Lin Xinhua trusted his brother and handed over his ID without hesitation. As a result, he received this fully paid car and a set of housing. Remembering the house, Lin Xinhua quickly locked the car and ran back home. Inside the room, Lu Yifan was counting the red envelopes she had received. Seeing Lin Xinhua rush in, she quickly asked, "What happened? Is something wrong? Where's that red gift box?" Lin Xinhua searched through the things he brought back from the hotel. Lu Yifan took it out from beside the bed. "It's here, I haven't looked inside yet. This seems to be from your brother." Lin Xinhua opened the gift box and took out the purchase contract for the house, and Lu Yifan was also curious about what made her husband so anxious. When she saw it was the purchase contract, she was momentarily stunned. When Lin Xinhua opened the purchase contract, it read Li Junhaoding. The couple exchanged glances, their hearts unable to calm down for a long time. "I remember a few months ago when we passed by there, we said it would be great to live there in the future. I didn't expect it to come true so quickly," Lu Yifan exclaimed. "No, these things are too valuable, I have to return them to him," Lin Xinhua frowned. Lu Yifan nodded. Although the house was great, they couldn't accept it as a couple. Ding dong! Lin Xinhua received a message on his phone, sent by Lin Chen. It meant for him to accept these gifts. Well, he didn't need these things now, and he wasn't developing in the state city, so they were useless to him. The fact that he knew Qian Mingde indicated that he was doing quite well in the Magic City, so Lin Xinhua didn't need to worry and could accept them with peace of mind. Lin Xinhua smiled wryly and shook his head. His brother understood him well, knowing he was reluctant to accept, and sent a message to persuade him. Just as he was about to reply, a call from the state city came in. "Is this Mr. Lin Xinhua? This is the personnel department of the State City Trust. Based on your performance, the headquarters has a very positive view of your work abilities. We are promoting you to the position of manager of the securities department. You can transfer after you return from your wedding leave." The words on the other end of the phone made Lin Xinhua pinch himself. The pain reminded him of what Qian Mingde had said when he left, that his gift would take some time and would not disappoint him. He never expected that a mere position transfer would elevate him from a securities officer to the position of department manager in an instant. His next step could very well be the general manager of the State City Trust. This was a rapid promotion. "May I ask where the original department manager, Lu Zhibiao, has been transferred to?" Lin Xinhua recalled his direct superior, Lu Zhibiao. Lu Zhibiao is under investigation for suspected illegal activities and has been suspended pending an audit department investigation. Regardless of the outcome, he will no longer be able to work at the State City Trust, the voice on the other end patiently informed Lin Xinhua. Upon hearing this news, Lin Xinhua felt a rush of exhilaration. He never expected that just 3 years after graduation, he would be promoted, receive a raise, become a manager, marry a beautiful wife, and reach the pinnacle of his life, all thanks to his cousin, who was still in college. Lin Xinhua felt deeply grateful to his cousin. His life had undergone a tremendous change since his cousin's arrival. At that moment, Lin Chen had already picked up Jiang Wanqiu and her sister and was on his way back to the Magic City. Coincidentally, the wedding car procession was also heading back to the Magic City, so they wouldn't need to find another ride. A couple of days ago, he had asked Li Qing to buy a house in a community close to the city center, planning to settle the sisters there. With summer vacation approaching, he intended for them to start school after the break. Lin Chen followed the address Li Qing had given him to the Yujing Banshan community, and upon finding the house number, he realized that Li Qing had purchased a villa. Zhang Wanqiu and her sister hesitated to enter the villa before them. Such a place had once been beyond their reach. "This will be your home from now on, let's go inside together," Lin Chen said, taking one of their hands and leading them in. The furniture and facilities inside had been arranged by Li Qing as quickly as possible, and nothing was lacking. Lin Chen, did you buy this? Or is it rented?" Zhang Wanqiu asked in disbelief, looking at the large villa. "I bought it, but I don't live here often. I spend most of my time at school since I'm still a student. Go pick a room, there are plenty of them, and I don't have a fixed room. You can choose whichever you like," Lin Chen smiled. "What kind of business are you in? This place must cost at least several tens of millions," Zhang Wanqiu exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. Lin Chen took her small hand. "That's why I told you not to worry about burdening me. Just focus on your recovery. Summer vacation is coming soon, and I'll help you and Ning Shuang with your enrollment procedures before September." Zhang Ning Shuang needed a household registration to attend good schools in the Magic City, but Zhang Wanqiu didn't. She just needed to inform the principal of Jiaodong University. After witnessing Lin Chen's financial power, Zhang Wanqiu's anxious heart finally settled. They had arrived in a Rolls-Royce, and through the conversation between the driver and Lin Chen, they learned that the driver was also one of Lin Chen's employees. With such a luxury car and living in a villa like this, it seemed she really didn't need to go out and work odd jobs anymore. However, this only intensified her feelings of inferiority, and she even regretted coming to the Magic City with Lin Chen. Chapter 155, Solving the Zhang Sisters' Education Problem. You both study hard, learn your skills, and come help me. I lack trustworthy people around me, and you are the ones I trust the most, so you don't need to feel burdened. I consider this as nurturing talent for myself. Lin Chen winked at Zhang Wanqiu, fully aware that she would feel disheartened, which is why he said these words to comfort her. However, it still had some effect, and Zhang Wanqiu's gaze became more resolute. The only repayment she could offer was her future dedication to Lin Chen. Zhang Wanqiu even thought that once her sister grew up a bit more, able to live independently or get married, she would commit suicide. Her previous life felt completely hopeless to her. The two sisters went to choose and tidy up the rooms, and Zhang Wanqiu even prepared a room for Lin Chen. Although Lin Chen said she wouldn't stay there often, Zhang Wanqiu still went ahead and tidied it up. Lin Chen had Li Qing find a maid to deliver fresh ingredients every day, and the fridge and snack cabinet needed to be regularly stocked. Anything nearing expiration had to be dealt with. It was essential to ensure that the supplies inside were sufficient and not expired. After staying at Zhang Wanqiu's for a night, Lin Chen left early the next morning to return to school and find the principal. Upon learning that Lin Chen wanted to admit someone to the school, the principal immediately showed a difficult expression. Given Lin Chen's donation amount, it wouldn't be a problem to secure a few more university spots. The principal was worried that if he opened this door, more people would be pushed in later, so even if he wanted to agree, he had to show that he was reluctantly complying, making Lin Chen feel that getting someone into the school wasn't an easy task. "Principal, rest assured, I won't just push anyone in. My classmate is named Zhang Wanqiu, she's from my year. You can check the list of students who were recommended to Kyoto University 3 years ago, her name is definitely on it." Lin Chen thought the principal hesitated because he believed Zhang Wanqiu hadn't even taken the college entrance exam and thus couldn't be a quality student. Upon hearing this, the principal's eyes lit up, and he immediately started operating the computer. Indeed, he found her name on the list of recommended students for Kyoto University that year, and he instantly beamed with joy. Talents are something every school competes for, and having a recommended student from Kyoto University come to their school was quite an honor. Although it was 3 years ago, she was still an exceptionally gifted individual. "Lin, don't worry. I'll go to the Education Bureau right now to retrieve this student's file and prepare a special admission notice for her. However, she can only start from her freshman year. That shouldn't be a problem, right?" "Of course, that's no problem. She hasn't attended university yet. What else would she study if not freshman year?" With this matter settled, it was one less thing to worry about. There was another sister, Ning Shuang, who had dropped out in the second year of middle school, but it had only been half a year, so it wasn't too long. "Principal, I have another sister who needs to attend middle school. Is there any school you could recommend?" Lin Chen thought the principal, being part of the Education Bureau, should know a bit more about this. After a moment of thought, the principal said, the Shanghai Foreign Language School is a good option. Although it's private, it requires a Shanghai household registration, and the tuition isn't cheap. The tuition not being cheap wasn't a concern for Lin Chen. The main thing was that she could get in. What about the household registration? Now, getting into school was a matter complicated by household registration issues. I'm not sure about the specifics of the household registration. It shouldn't be difficult for you, just find someone to look into it. The principal was unclear about these matters, so the rest was left for Lin Chen to handle. Lin Chen thought it made sense. Household registration was relatively straightforward, and he could have Li Qing take care of it. Jiang Wanqiu's admission was basically settled, they were just waiting for that admission notice. By September, Jiang Wanqiu would be able to start school. Lin Chen drove to the Jinmao building, only to find that the Lin Group's floor was already empty. After making a phone call, he learned they had moved to the Wang Group building. Lin Chen arrived at the former Wang Group building, which was now the Lin Group. The sign on the roof had already been changed to the Lin Group. Currently, there were fewer employees inside, and the security team was provided by a security company. Qin Wolin's office was on the top floor and was currently being renovated. Originally, Wang Jingda's office contained many unsightly things, and Qin Wolin didn't want to use it without a complete renovation. Lin Chen arrived at Mo Fang's information department. Mo Fang did not follow Yang Yun and the others to the security company because he could provide better value here. Brother Lin, just in time, I have a situation to report to you. Mo Fang had originally planned to call Lin Chen but happened to see him walk in from outside. What situation? Lin Chen surveyed the information department. It was just a bit short-staffed, but everything else seemed fine. We can't clarify the information on Jinjun. Every time we investigate, we encounter obstacles, but we received some news. In half a month, Jinjun will be engaged to Guan Yuer, but this news is still very discreet and hasn't leaked out. They probably want to keep a low profile. After all, Guan Yuer is a national goddess, and her engagement to someone else would cause quite a stir. Mo Fang's words made Lin Chen, who had just picked up his teacup, crush it in his hand. A glint of killing intent flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, and a cold aura gradually emanated from him. Specific date and location, Lin Chen said coldly. The date is July 18th, at the Kyoto Grand Hotel, Hall 4. Mo Fang hurriedly replied. Lin Chen stood up and left Mo Fang's office, pulling out his phone to make a call. Professor Gu, are you ready? We're about to head to your future laboratory. Lin Chen had a plan in mind. He would first visit the Guan family to see if he could use cash to resolve the engagement issue. However, this method was likely unfeasible, as they weren't short on money and were quite stubborn, unwilling to easily agree due to their ancestral teachings. Then he would have to resort to force. Since he needed to act, he would require manpower. Currently, the veterans from the security company were of average strength, and he hadn't cultivated his own trusted aides yet. The only ones he could rely on were Yang Yun and a few others. He needed to expedite the research on whether the gene enhancement liquid would work. If it did, he would have Yang Yun and the others take it. There were only half a month left, and he wasn't sure if he would make it in time. He could only take Gu Beichen over to have a look first. If it really came to it, even if he was alone, he would dare to confront the four great families of Kyoto. Upon arriving at the dock, Gu Beichen and Su Weiwei were already waiting there. Where is this experimental base of yours? Why come to the dock? Gu Beichen asked, puzzled. You'll know when you get there. But if Professor Gu regrets it now, it's not too late. Once we board the ship, it will be too late to turn back, Lin Chen said with a smile. Humph. Gu Beichen snorted and boarded the ship, while Su Weiwei nodded at Lin Chen and followed behind. Chapter 156. I've actually been watching you for a long time. After everyone boarded the ship, only Yang Yun and Li Qing were on board. The others were on that island. This was a relatively large yacht, and Lin Chen had specifically arranged for a few to facilitate travel between the laboratory and the Magic City. Professor Gu, classmate Weiwei, we may have to spend the next few days on the ship. If you feel any discomfort, please let me know in advance. It would take several days of sailing to reach their destination, and not everyone could handle being on a boat without getting seasick. If it weren't for Lin Chen's improved physical condition, he would also be throwing up non-stop. Gu Beichen ignored Lin Chen and found a room for himself, closing the door. I'm a medical school student. When you told us to wait at the dock, I already prepared seasickness medication, Su Weiwei said to Lin Chen from the side. Why are you willing to follow this old man as an assistant? Did he offer you a salary? Lin Chen assessed Su Weiwei, who was wearing a white dress, the same outfit she had worn when they first met, looking fresh and ethereal, as if she were untouched by the mundane world. The teacher can help with my condition. I want to get better as soon as possible, Su Weiwei said, her eyes a bit forlorn. She woke up every day now with her memory starting to fade, indicating that her time was running out. Can your brain cancer still be treated through biogenetics? Lin Chen asked curiously. Little did he know that this question left Su Weiwei's eyes wide with shock. How do you know I have brain cancer? Even my family doesn't know about this. Damn, that was careless. Lin Chen's eyes shifted slightly as he thought about what excuse to use to brush it off. Where exactly did you find out that I have brain cancer? Su Weiwei pressed on. This was something utterly unbelievable to her. Lin Chen took a few steps back, then suddenly stopped, causing Su Weiwei to bump into him, her soft body colliding against his chest. Lin Chen steadied her and said with deep affection, "Forget it, I won't hide it from you anymore. In fact, I've been paying attention to you for a long time. I've had a crush on you since freshman year, and I got the information about your illness from a doctor." Why would the doctor tell you? Su Weiwei was bewildered. She never expected Lin Chen to say such a thing. Weiwei, I feel very insecure, so I've always acted indifferent in front of you. I'm afraid you would reject me. I once did something that would scare and disgust you. I followed you. That day, I happened to see you go to the hospital, so I followed you there. Eventually, I learned about your brain cancer, and I was heartbroken. Over the years, I've used all my connections just to find a way to cure you, but I've come up empty. I know that when I say this, you'll distance yourself from me. If I hadn't let it slip today, this secret would have stayed in my heart for a lifetime. Su Weiwei was at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. Lin Chen's acting skills had reached a level of mastery, and the sense of brokenness he portrayed, combined with his overwhelming charm, made Su Weiwei's heart ache. Lin Chen grasped her small hand. Now that I know Professor Gu can cure you, that's truly wonderful news. I will do everything I can to help you. You don't need to feel burdened. Once you recover, I will disappear from your sight forever. Someone like me, who has done something as disgusting as stalking, doesn't deserve to be in front of you. After saying this, Lin Chen sadly released Su Weiwei's hand and walked towards the cabin, leaving Su Weiwei standing there, at a loss. She didn't know whether Lin Chen was telling the truth or not, but his expression didn't seem like he was lying. Once in the control room of the cabin, Lin Chen wiped the sadness off his face. This was just an excuse he made up, and of course, it was also to ensure that Su Weiwei wouldn't really cling to him in the future, so he belittled himself to nothing. However, the fact that Su Weiwei mentioned Gu Beichen might have a way to cure her brain cancer was something that intrigued Lin Chen. Brother Yang, this yacht is much faster than the previous one. How long will it take to reach our destination? Lin Chen asked Yang Yun, who was beside him. About 3 days, depending on the island's route. We can only reach it if it's in the closest position, Yang Yun replied. The island was constantly moving, but Yang Yun had managed to figure out its trajectory. Will there be many ships in the sea recently? Lin Chen recalled the information he had received on this trip back. Nowadays, the waters were filled with all sorts of shady characters, not only mercenaries but also some state-level operations. Lin Chen felt a sense of crisis. These people were clearly after the experimental base on the island. If the island were exposed, with Yang Yun and the others' strength, they really couldn't defend that place. He didn't dare to gamble on whether others would fail to find the island. After all, the God mercenary group had successfully landed. Yes, many. We often encounter them, and some even have ill intentions. Too lazy to go back for supplies, they directly attack nearby ships. However, they haven't killed anyone. They probably want the other party to go back and replenish their supplies, then come back for them to rob, Yang Yun said with a serious expression. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. He didn't expect this Dr. Miller to have opened the age of exploration, with everyone wanting to go out to become pirates. These people had started moonlighting as pirates. Isn't it chaotic? Don't the Coast Guards manage this? Yang Yun shook his head. It's just too chaotic, and this area is international waters. No country can manage it. In the following days, Gu Beichen and Su Weiwei only came out of their rooms during mealtimes. Every time Su Weiwei saw Lin Chen, her cheeks would flush, and she would lower her head without speaking. Lin Chen also stopped pretending, returning to his previous indifferent demeanor. How much longer until we reach the experimental base you mentioned? Why is your experimental base overseas? Gu Beichen had some guesses, but he wasn't entirely sure. After all, the most sensational event in the field of biological genetics recently was the death of Dr. Miller, who left behind an experimental base on an island overseas. Gu Beichen even suspected that Lin Chen didn't have an experimental base at all and was just taking him to the island where Dr. Miller was. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, but speculation wasn't necessarily fact, so he held back his anger and asked about the itinerary. We'll arrive in half a day's time, don't worry, I won't fool you, Lin Chen said while eating. Brother Lin. Gu Beichen was about to say something when Yang Yun suddenly shouted loudly from the cabin. Lin Chen frowned slightly. Yang Yun's shout meant something was happening, so he put down his bowl and chopsticks and hurried downstairs. "What's wrong, Brother Yang?" At this moment, Yang Yun looked serious as he gazed ahead. Following his gaze, Lin Chen saw a yacht of similar size to theirs blocking their path not far ahead. Chapter 157, Encountering the Arctic Wolf Mercenaries again. Is it our turn to encounter some resource thieves? Lin Chen looked at the yacht ahead, where several burly men with blonde hair and blue eyes, and even some with darker skin, were playing with guns. The boat ahead was motionless, seemingly unable to move forward. "Brother Yang, do we have any guns?" In Huaxia, owning a gun is prohibited, but they had confiscated quite a few weapons on the island, and Yang Yun and the others only needed to buy ammunition. "We have guns, but why don't we just go around them? Their boat can't move, we can avoid a confrontation," Yang Yun asked, puzzled. Lin Chen shook his head. "We can't let them live. This area is very close to the experimental base, they might find our location soon, and if word gets out, it will bring us endless trouble. Besides, just because their boat sounds like it can't move doesn't mean it actually can't. From their mocking expressions, they probably want to play a game of chase." Yang Yun immediately understood. He took out several guns from under the control panel. It was impossible to travel on the sea without some means of self-defense. Lin Chen took one of the guns and tucked it into his jacket, then walked out, telling Gu Beichen and Su Weiwei to hide back in their room as he passed the dining area. Two people who were completely defenseless were not suited for this kind of situation. Seeing Lin Chen and Yang Yin come out with guns, the other party's gaze momentarily froze. They were pretending their boat had run out of fuel, but in reality, they still had plenty. They were just enjoying the thrill of the hunt. So they deliberately stopped here, waiting for the other boat to try to escape, at which point they would chase after it to create psychological pressure. However, they didn't expect that the two on Lin Chen's boat would act unpredictably and charge straight at them. It gave them the impression that they were the prey, leaving them momentarily stunned. As Lin Chen got closer, he saw another group of foreign men with blonde hair and blue eyes, counting a total of 11. "Are you out of fuel? Do you need help?" Lin Chen communicated in English. Gu Beichen and Su Weiwei, hiding in the cabin, were surprised by Lin Chen's fluent English and his boldness. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the other party had ill intentions, yet Lin Chen approached them, and this rich second generation's English was quite good. The other party grinned. Regardless of what these two were up to, they had over 10 people, while the other side only had 2. Even if they had guns, they wouldn't be a match for these men. "Yes, our fuel has run out, and now we want your ship. You have a choice, jump into the sea or be killed by me." A foreigner licked his lips, a cruel smile spreading across his face, as everyone on the ship raised their guns. "I came to help you. How can you do this? What country are you from? I will report this and have you face legal consequences." Lin Chen shouted angrily. Yang Yun beside him couldn't help but applaud Lin Chen's acting, playing the role of a naive rich kid to lower their guard. Upon hearing this, the others burst into laughter. "Let me tell you, we are from the Arctic Wolf Mercenary Corps, and the laws you speak of have no effect on us." "Arctic Wolf? What a coincidence!" Lin Chen's expression turned strange. It seemed that the ones he killed on the Merton were just a part of the Arctic Wolf mercenaries. "I can give you the ship, but you must let us go and not harm us." Lin Chen put on an act of anger and helplessness. This amused the Arctic Wolf members, who exchanged glances filled with amusement. "Fine, bring the ship closer. You come aboard my ship, and we'll leave on yours." The Arctic Wolves were thoroughly captivated by Lin Chen's performance. They planned to lure him over for some fun. They thought he was just an inexperienced rich kid. The moment the ships drew near, Lin Chen struck. He leaped onto their ship, his gun seeming to come alive, each bullet hitting its mark, some in the forehead, others in the hands holding guns. In an instant, Yang Yun hadn't even raised his gun, and out of the 11 Arctic wolves, only 3 were left moaning on the ground. The others had been shot through the forehead. This was the first time Yang Yun witnessed Lin Chen's strength, leaving him utterly astonished. One of the remaining men swung a punch, but Lin Chen kicked him away and followed up with a shot. Lin Chen approached one of the surviving men, crouched down, and asked, "What is your purpose here? How did you find this place? Which organization are you from? How could you pretend to be a fool and catch us off guard?" The foreign man glared at him, enduring the pain. Lin Chen shot him in the head, killing him instantly. "Now it's my turn to ask you, not the other way around." He then moved to another man, crouching down to ask the same question. Having learned from the previous encounter, this one quickly begged for mercy and began to explain. "We heard that Dr. Miller's experimental base is in this sea area, with no specific destination, just drifting around looking for supplies. As mercenaries, we hope to become super soldiers like the God Mercenary Corps. Spare my life, and I'll take this ship back and never come looking again." The mercenary pleaded for his life, but the next second, gunfire drowned out his pleas. In less than 2 minutes, everyone was dead. Lin Chen would not let them leave alive. If they accidentally found that experimental base, it would be trouble. Brother Yang, Brother Li, check this ship for anything useful. After searching thoroughly, burn it to avoid any complications, Lin Chen instructed Yang Yun and the others. After returning to the ship, Gu Beichen emerged from the cabin, his cold gaze fixed on Lin Chen. He had witnessed the scene where Lin Chen killed the others. Although they were not good people, Lin Chen's decisive nature in killing made him feel a bit fearful. Was such a cold-blooded and ruthless person really a good partner for cooperation? You can't be an ordinary student. I heard what that group said. They are mercenaries, yet they were wiped out in an instant by you. Who exactly are you? What exactly do you want from me? If you don't say it, I'll jump into the sea and kill myself. Gu Beichen shouted loudly. In the cabin, Su Weiwei was still vomiting uncontrollably. It was her first time witnessing a murder up close, and the nauseating feeling wouldn't go away. Now, she was pale, her eyes filled with a hint of fear as she looked at Lin Chen. I originally planned to tell you when we reached our destination, but we should be arriving soon, so it's fine to tell you now, Lin Chen said, glancing at Gu Beichen before finding a stool to sit on, ready to inform him about the research base. Chapter 158, Gene Enhancement Liquid Research. If I'm not mistaken, Professor Gu should have guessed our destination by now, Lin Chen asked in return. Gu Beichen remained silent, just staring at him. The research base I'm talking about is Dr. Miller's research base. But we're not going out to search for it, we know where it is, and I've even been there for over a month. Lin Chen's words made Gu Beichen's pupils tremble. Gu Beichen suddenly stood up from the stool. You really found Dr. Miller's research base? A look of surprise appeared on Gu Beichen's face. This was the first time Lin Chen had seen an expression other than indifference on him. Whether it's true or not, Professor Gu will know in a few hours. That's why I asked you to keep the itinerary confidential. This matter is far-reaching, and if outsiders find out, this research base might not be able to be kept safe, and even our lives could be in danger, Lin Chen said with a smile. What's in the lab? Are Dr. Miller's research data still there? Gu Beichen asked several questions in quick succession. Lin Chen smiled and said, Professor Gu, there's no need to rush. We'll be there soon. Once we arrive, you can see for yourself. Once Gu Beichen learned that it was Dr. Miller's research base, he became extremely excited, eagerly anticipating their arrival, asking every 10 minutes how much longer it would be, which annoyed Yang Yun to no end. 3 hours later, they arrived at the research base. Among the 7 people, except for Mo Fong and Li Lan who were not there, the other 5 were all on the island. Without Lin Chen's permission, they wouldn't disclose anything about the island, so naturally, there were no other people present. Lin Chen instructed Yang Yun to take Gu Beichen and Su Weiwei to the research base while he headed to the seaside cottage. This was a house he had built himself. Although he had only been away for a few days, he already felt nostalgic for the place. As soon as he entered, he vaguely seemed to see the figure of Guan Yuer. Lin Chen shook his head. This was not the time for reminiscing. He went inside and took out the control instructions for the entire island. It contained methods for controlling the island's movement and even planning routes. Holding the control instructions, Lin Chen also went to the research base. Upon entering, he saw Gu Beichen, whose hair was a bit disheveled, his eyes filled with excitement as he continuously studied a pile of data. Lin Chen handed the control documents to Yang Yun. He couldn't stay there all the time, so he needed to provide them for use. Professor Gu, please stop your research for now. There will be plenty of time to show you later. Let's first discuss the main purpose of why I brought you here, Lin Chen said, patting Gu Beichen on the shoulder. Reluctantly, Gu Beichen put down the materials in his hands, and Su Weiwei beside him also looked at Lin Chen. Let me first explain what I know about this place. I believe Professor Gu is aware that Dr. Miller's research is focused on gene enhancement. By the time I arrived at this research base, Professor Miller had already developed the gene enhancement liquid, but the survival rate was only 1 in 3. However, after coming here, I don't know if he has improved this issue, so I need you to study the enhancement liquid left by Dr. Miller and see what the current survival rate is and whether there will be any side effects. Lin Chen took out a bottle of red liquid. Gu Beichen took the enhancement liquid, frowning slightly and said, this enhancement liquid cannot possibly be without side effects, and I noticed that the experimental subjects around here seem to have completely altered their genetic sequences. I can conduct tests, but we need experimental subjects for the experiments. This gorilla will do. Lin Chen nodded. There was no problem with the experimental subjects. Although there were few gorillas outside, it didn't mean there were none. It was a bit cruel, but there was no better way. I need time. How long will it take to understand the side effects and survival rate of this enhancement liquid? After drifting at sea for 3 days, there were still 12 days left until Guan Yuer's engagement banquet, and he had to resolve the matter of the enhancement liquid before then. Counting the time spent at sea, he had at most 9 days left. 3 days. Provide me with the experimental subjects, and I will give you a response within 3 days. A glint flashed in Gu Beichen's eyes. He had already gained a preliminary understanding of these genetic enhancement liquids from the research materials he reviewed earlier. Alright, speed up the process. If you need anything, just tell Brother Yang and the others. I'll go out and catch some experimental subjects for you. 3 days of data analysis and then using the experimental subjects for testing was indeed not difficult for professionals. Lin Chen left the experimental base. The map of the island was still fresh in his mind, and he was quite familiar with it. Ding! Host urgently needs manpower. Triggering options. Option 1. Use the genetic enhancement liquid researched by Dr. Miller to successfully create 1 super soldier. Reward. Island radar shielding. Option 2. Use the genetic enhancement liquid researched by Dr. Miller to create 3 super soldiers. Reward. Island radar shielding. Genetic enhancement liquid strengthening formula. This task is quite powerful. It's passively completed, requiring no effort on his part. As long as he waits 3 days, Gu Beichen will be able to use the genetic enhancement liquid after understanding its components and conducting clinical trials with the experimental subjects. Moreover, with the existing radar shielding on the island, adding another system-provided one would make the island incredibly safe. As for the other strengthening formula, Lin Chen didn't pay much attention to it. He still didn't know the situation with the current one, let alone strengthening it. Lin Chen went outside and caught a few gorillas, apologizing to them, hoping they could survive this experiment and become super gorillas. In the next 3 days, Lin Chen and Gu Beichen stayed in the experimental base, waiting for the analysis of the research data. Su Weiwei was also assisting Gu Beichen, but whenever she occasionally saw Lin Chen, her cheeks would flush slightly. Ha ha ha, it worked! Dr. Miller is truly a giant in the field of biological genetics. He is simply amazing. 3 days later, Gu Beichen's laughter echoed through the experimental base, drawing Lin Chen's attention from the underwater scenery. Lin Chen entered the laboratory, where 3 gorillas were in iron cages. Gu Beichen had injected these 3 gorillas with the genetic enhancement liquid yesterday, and they were still unconscious. However, their vital signs were normal, and all data indicated they were in a good state. That's why Gu Beichen was so excited and laughing, and Lin Chen also smiled. As long as these gorillas wake up and are observed, the safety of this genetic enhancement liquid could be confirmed. Chapter 159, Genetic Enhancement Liquid Success. Gu Beichen excitedly said to Lin Chen, according to this data, the survival rate of this genetic enhancement liquid is 100%. The side effects that could cause death due to genetic enhancement have been eliminated. However, what other side effects there might be will depend on the subsequent condition of these gorillas. Lin Chen nodded, suddenly noticing that the fingers of the gorillas began to move, showing signs of waking up. Gu Beichen also noticed and hurried over. The 3 gorillas gradually regained consciousness, and Lin Chen observed that they had become much more robust, their arms filled with strong muscles. When they opened their eyes, one could even see intelligence and humanity reflected in their gaze. This astonished Lin Chen. Was the gene enhancement serum really that powerful? It had transformed animals into something resembling humans. The 3 gorillas climbed down from the experimental bed and approached the iron bars, sizing them up before suddenly baring their teeth and reaching out to tear the bars apart. Step back! Lin Chen grabbed Gu Beichen by the collar and pulled him back. On the other side, Su Weiwei was so shocked that she couldn't move, staring blankly at the gorillas emerging from the bars. One gorilla displayed a human-like smile and reached out a hand towards Su Weiwei. If that force struck her, she would be left crippled, if not dead. Just as the palm was about to touch Su Weiwei, the gorilla was sent flying back, crashing into the railing and getting stuck, unable to escape. Lin Chen stood in front of Su Weiwei, astonished by the strength of the 3 gorillas, who had managed to tear the iron bars apart with their bare hands. The other 2 gorillas, seeing their companion being struck, roared and charged at Lin Chen. With 2 loud thuds, the other 2 gorillas were also sent flying, getting stuck at the iron bars and roaring in frustration. Lin Chen stepped forward, his gaze icy as he stared at the 3 gorillas, ready to take decisive action against them. The 3 gorillas seemed to sense the killing intent emanating from Lin Chen and immediately clasped their hands together in a gesture of supplication, hoping for mercy. This human-like behavior shocked everyone present. If you want me to spare you, then you better behave, otherwise, I will kill you immediately, Lin Chen warned, scanning the 3 gorillas with his eyes. The 3 gorillas stuck at the iron bars nodded frantically, as if they understood Lin Chen's words. Lin Chen appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was shaken. He hadn't expected that after the gene enhancement serum, these 3 gorillas had become intelligent enough to understand human speech. Moreover, the strength they had just displayed was at least that of a human with an 8-point power level. Since you can understand, then go back to the bed and lie down, let Professor Gu examine you. Lin Chen pulled each of them out from the iron bars and tossed them onto the experimental bed. Behind him, Gu Beichen looked at Lin Chen as if he were a monster. Su Weiwei's eyes also sparkled with a strange light. Lin Chen's heroic act of saving her left a deep impression on her, one she might never forget, that imposing figure. Have you already injected the gene enhancement serum? You're so powerful. Gu Beichen looked at Lin Chen in shock. No, I don't even care for that stuff. Hurry up and check their bodies, I feel they should be more than this, Lin Chen said, frowning as he looked at the three gorillas. Gu Beichen nodded and walked over to attach instruments to the gorillas, drawing their blood. The gorillas behaved very well throughout the process, showing no signs of aggression. They were still somewhat fearful of Lin Chen and were quickly subdued. Half an hour later, Gu Beichen excitedly said, their genes are still changing, and their strength is becoming even more powerful. Currently, no other negative effects have been found. We can proceed with human clinical trials. The three gorillas removed the instruments from their bodies and walked up to Lin Chen, seemingly waiting for his command. You stay in this laboratory. After Professor Gu finishes observing, you will be released. Lin Chen waved his hand, indicating they should find a place to stay. The three gorillas following him was quite intimidating. If the gene enhancement serum is problem-free, can it be perfectly replicated? There's not much of the gene enhancement liquid left that Dr. Miller left behind. Lin Chen looked at Gu Beichen and asked. It's not a big problem, it just needs time. Dr. Miller left detailed information. As long as we follow the steps, we can still make it. Let me draw a tube of your blood for research to see if there's anything special, Gu Beichen said, having just seen Lin Chen display his prowess and now wanting to take advantage of him. Lin Chen initially wanted to refuse, but after thinking it over, he decided to contribute to the project and allowed him to draw the blood. After drawing Lin Chen's blood, Professor Gu got busy. Lin Chen also needed to talk to Yang Yun and the others about the clinical trial situation to see if they were willing to be the first test subjects. Thank you. Just now, Su Weiwei said, her eyes sparkling with a strange light as she thanked Lin Chen while passing by. Lin Chen shook his head. It was just a small effort. Once the gene enhancement liquid research is completed, I'll have Professor Gu focus on your condition. Okay. Su Weiwei smiled brightly. Lin Chen found Yang Yun and the others outside the experimental base and directly explained his thoughts to them. Brother Yang, this gene enhancement liquid has caused deaths in the past. Although no other side effects have been discovered now, we can't guarantee that there won't be any issues. Whether you all want to become test subjects is entirely voluntary. Yang Yun and the others exchanged smiles. Brother Lin, you don't need to say more. We've been waiting for this day. We received salaries from Brother Lin, yet we haven't stepped up when Brother Lin faced danger, which has made us feel quite ashamed. Moreover, as soldiers, even retired ones, we all have the heart to become super soldiers. We are all willing to accept this experiment. Seeing that they were all willing, Lin Chen felt a sense of relief in his heart. In that case, let's go one by one. Brother Li Qing will go first, and Brother Yang may need to be pushed back a bit because there are other matters that require your attention. Yang Yun was the backbone of their group of 7 and also the person Lin Chen relied on to coordinate them, so there were still many things that needed Yang Yun to follow up on. Huang Chang, being agile and the one who gathered intelligence in Yang Yun's small team, originally formed the intelligence department with Mo Fang but was called away by Yang Yun. He stepped forward first, requesting to go first. He knew this was a dangerous matter, and it could even lead to death. If any side effects were discovered in himself, it could prevent the other brothers from suffering. Chapter 160, The Special Abilities of Super Soldiers. As the only woman in the team on the island, Xiao Lu also competed with Huang Chang, both having the same idea. In the end, it was still Yang Yun who called off the competition and let He Yun go first. Everyone entered the laboratory, where Gu Beichen had already prepared a separate isolation room. As the gene enhancement liquid was slowly injected into He Yun's body, he also fell into a coma, and the fluctuations caused by his breathing gradually diminished. If it weren't for the instruments indicating he was normal, one might think He Yun had already died. The heart rate monitoring device showed that He Yun's heart rate was continuously decreasing, and everyone nervously watched the instrument in front of them. Just as the heart rate dropped to 0, it gradually returned to a normal rate. He Yun slowly regained consciousness, appearing unchanged, as if he had just taken a short nap. How do you feel? Yang Yun asked nervously. He Yun extended his hand and clenched his fist, a strange feeling surging in his heart. I feel a continuous source of power surging within me, as if I could kill a tiger with this punch, He Yun said excitedly. Lin Chen frowned slightly. The early effects of the gene enhancement liquid indeed enhanced strength, But this was already the later stage, and those test subjects in glass jars indicated that Dr. Miller must have added other genes, as such a small change couldn't be the only outcome. Brother try punching my palm. Lin Chen extended his hand. He-Yun was taken aback. In his mind, Lin Chen was just an ordinary person. Even if the God Mercenary Corps was wiped out, it relied on marksmanship, not physical strength, so he hesitated. Give it a try. Even if you become a super soldier, you might not be able to hurt Brother Lin, Yang Yun advised from the side. With Yang Yun's encouragement, He-Yun jumped off the experimental bed and swung his fist at Lin Chen's palm. Lin Chen sensed that He-Yun was not using his full strength and urged him to go all out. When He-Yun saw his fist strike, Lin Chen remained completely unmoved, which shocked him. Even though he hadn't used all his strength, it was still considerable. An ordinary person would be half dead or worse from such a punch, yet Lin Chen didn't even furrow his brow. He-Yun retracted his fist and then exerted all his strength, swinging his fist again at Lin Chen's palm. The result was the same. Lin Chen stood firm, but he also gauged He-Yun's strength. It barely reached 9 points, slightly weaker than Su Feng. Originally, He-Yun's strength should have been between 7 and 8 points, but after using the gene enhancement liquid, he barely broke through to 9 points, which meant the gene enhancement liquid wasn't as formidable as imagined. He-Yun was bewildered. He had used all his strength, yet the result remained unchanged. Nearby, Li Cheng and Yang Yun were stifling their laughter. They had witnessed Lin Chen's might before, although not often. They knew he was stronger than Su Feng, but they were unsure how he compared to the King of Clouds. Lin Chen looked at Gu Beichen, who understood his confusion. From my observations, the effects of the gene enhancement liquid are long-lasting. It doesn't exhaust all its effects so quickly. I call this effect evolution. This evolution doesn't end quickly. Over time, the effects will become more pronounced. Just wait and observe the changes tomorrow. Gu Beichen had learned from the gorillas that these changes didn't happen overnight. Lin Chen nodded. Then brother, he should stay in the lab for now. Let Professor Gu observe you, and inform me of any progress later. There was still plenty of time to observe carefully. Gene enhancement was unprecedented, with no successful examples to reference, relying solely on time for observation. In the following days, Yang Yun and the others underwent gene enhancement as well. Lin Chen initially wanted to advise Zhou Lu against undergoing this gene enhancement, as it was a different experiment for female subjects, and he worried it might affect her health or even her ability to bear children. It was obvious to anyone that Zhou Lu and Yang Yun were a couple. Even if not considering Zhou Lu, he had to think of Yang Yun. However, Zhou Lu told him that she had lost the right to become a mother during a skirmish at the border, so he needn't worry. After everyone in Yang Yun's team had injected the gene enhancement liquid, a phenomenon appeared in He-Yun, who had been the first to inject it. After retiring, He-Yun had become a chef at a restaurant, so he was responsible for the meals on the island. One day, while chopping vegetables, he zoned out and accidentally cut his finger with the knife. Although it didn't hurt, He-Yun instinctively pressed on the finger to prevent bleeding. At that moment, he noticed there was no wound on his finger, only a shallow white scratch. This was a knife he sharpened daily, and he could chop through bones effortlessly. Given the force he had just used to chop vegetables, he should have at least cut his finger. After thinking it over, He-Yun decided to try again and swiftly dragged the knife across his hand. The result was the same, only a shallow mark remained, and his finger was unscathed. This discovery left him puzzled, and he hurried to the lab to find Gu Beichen. At this moment, Lin Chen was also with Gu Beichen. After hearing He-Yun's discovery, he immediately asked him to try again. The result left them dumbfounded. Lin Chen and Gu Beichen exchanged surprised glances. Could this be the effect of the gene enhancement liquid after modification? Lin Chen took out several knives and tried them on He-Yun, but none could pierce his skin. TSK, this is truly amazing. Does this mean that brother He-Yun won't be able to get injections in the future? Lin Chen exclaimed in wonder. If it weren't for the pressing time, as they were about to set off back to the Demon City, he would have wanted to take out a gun to see if He-Yun was invulnerable to knives and bullets. This should be the effect of Dr. Miller incorporating animal genes into the gene enhancement liquid. This skin hardening might come from the genes of wild boars and snakes. Gu Beichen took out a needle and aimed it at He-Yun, and as expected, the needle bent and couldn't penetrate. He then asked He-Yun to adjust his mindset to see if he could control the degree of skin hardening. After studying for a long time, He-Yun finally managed to control the softening of his skin, but in his daily life, his skin remained hardened, and softening required his own strength to control. Lin Chen wasn't sure if everyone was like this, so he gathered everyone together to try cutting their skin with knives. Chapter 161, Kill Jinjin. Except for He-Yun, everyone else could be cut by sharp blades, which puzzled Lin Chen and Gu Beichen. Gu Beichen then took everyone into the laboratory and drew blood from them for research on this different evolution. After a day of research, Gu Beichen reached a conclusion: evolution is an improvement based on each person's body, just like the same gene enhancement liquid, where everyone gains different abilities. Hyun's ability was skin hardening, which could be practiced to control the degree of hardening. However, the others had not yet discovered any other special abilities. During the examination of their bodies, Gu Beichen made a discovery that could even shake the entire medical community. Xiao Lu, who had originally suffered from uterine damage and lost her fertility, had now fully recovered after the injection of the gene enhancement liquid and could give birth normally. This significant discovery led Gu Beichen to another thought: what would the children of two people who had received the gene enhancement liquid be like? Would they be born with extraordinary strength or special abilities? The more Gu Beichen thought about it, the more excited he became, hastily urging Xiao Lu and Yan Yun to have a child, which immediately darkened their faces. If someone else had said this, they would definitely have been beaten up by the couple. Who would want their child to be treated as a research subject? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing choice 2. Using the gene enhancement liquid developed by Dr. Miller, create 3 super soldiers. Reward: Island Radar Shield, Gene Enhancement Liquid Strengthening Formula. Ding! The radar shield has been strengthened. No one can search for this island in the sea with the naked eye. Current technology cannot capture any traces of the island. Ding! The gene enhancement liquid strengthening formula is the host's blood. After strengthening through system attributes, the genes have received epic level enhancement. The so-called formula requires my blood? Damn, this dog system has set its sights on me. As soon as Lin Chen heard the system's reward notification, Gu Beichen rushed out in a hurry. I found a compatible substance in your blood. With your blood factor added to the gene enhancement liquid, it can take the gene enhancement liquid to the next level. They can even receive another injection, allowing them to evolve again based on their current abilities. Gu Beichen excitedly said while pulling Lin Chen. Lin Chen had just received this news, so he wasn't particularly surprised by Gu Beichen's words. He could only draw a few tubes of blood from him, and for the sake of his project, Lin Chen could only grit his teeth and accept it. I want to prioritize injecting Wei Wei with the gene enhancement serum modified with your blood factors. This serum might completely cure her brain cancer, Gu Beichen said to Lin Chen. Lin Chen did not refuse. He had already promised Su Weiwei to treat her, and this was also one of Gu Beichen's requests. A few days later, Lin Chen, along with Li Qing, Hyun, and Huang Chang, set off on the road back to Magic City, as time was running out. Upon returning, they would head straight to the airport to fly to Kyoto. Lin Chen needed to visit the Guan family first. Although he knew the chances were slim, he had to try to see the outcome. In the following days, Huang Cheng's special ability was discovered, agility, with incredible speed, and his body became light as well. If he hid in the shadows, even Lin Chen would find it hard to detect him. It suited Huang Cheng's original profession perfectly, and he would even make a good assassin. Li Qing's special ability was still unclear for now, but Xiao Lu's had already been uncovered. During a fishing trip, she discovered that she could stay underwater for a long time, as if all the pores in her body were providing her with oxygen. This ability made Lin Chen envious. Being able to breathe underwater was an incredible concept, even more impressive than Superman. However, Xiao Lu's ability was also limited. She could only stay underwater for about an hour. On the way back, they did not encounter any mercenary bandits, and the number of drifting ships outside gradually decreased. It seemed that most people had given up searching. However, it was still not very safe on the island. They needed to find a new place to move the experimental base back to the mainland. Otherwise, even if the island was safe, they would have to spend several days each time they came over, and by then, the opportunity would be lost. After returning to the dock, Lin Chen and the others headed straight to the airport. Li Qing had already prepared the tickets. Since he had never flown before, he had not thought about buying a private jet. Now he felt he should buy one for convenience in traveling. Even if he didn't use it, Xin Roland, who was busy every day, would need it. Li Qing had bought first-class tickets for Lin Chen and the others. It was Lin Chen's first time on a plane, and if it weren't for the few people beside him guiding him, he might have made a lot of blunders. After sitting down, Lin Chen closed his eyes and contemplated his plans for Kyoto. Hey, what are you doing here? You're not following me, are you? A voice came from beside Lin Chen. He opened his eyes to find that Xinyu was sitting next to him. What a coincidence! Xinyu looked at him with a face full of suspicion. What a coincidence! Lin Chen nodded at her, ignoring her comment. What are you going to Kyoto for? Xinyu knew that the other party couldn't possibly be following her since she had decided to go to Kyoto on a whim. Her ticket was bought just 2 hours ago. Lin Chen couldn't have been so lucky to buy a ticket next to her right after she decided to go. What are you going to Kyoto for? Xinyu asked after sitting down. It would take several hours to get to Kyoto, and the journey itself was quite tedious, so having someone familiar to chat with was nice. To elope, Lin Chen replied, closing his eyes again. Xinyu pouted. She thought Lin Chen was just making up a random excuse because he didn't want to tell her. And you? What are you going to Kyoto for? Lin Chen countered. To kill someone. Xinyu crossed her arms and leaned back in her chair. Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide and turned to look at her. Because after Xinyu said to kill someone, the system's task notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Detecting that the beauty's looks exceed a score of 90, this mission is fraught with danger, triggering a choice. Choice 1, ignore it, do your own thing, let Xinyu fail and die, eliminate the experimental base's radar shielding, exposing the island's location. Choice 2, help Xinyu assassinate Jin Jin, reward all attributes +1, a courtyard house next to the Forbidden City in Kyoto. Damn, dog system, don't go too far. This isn't a choice, it's forcing me to help Xinyu. Eliminating the radar of my experimental base, can that base still be used? Gu Beichen's life would be lost. However, even if the system didn't pressure him, Lin Chen would still choose the second option, because the person Xinyu wants to assassinate is Jin Jin, the one who is about to get engaged to Guan Yuer. Chapter 162, The Expelled Young Master of the Guan Family. If you need help, just say the word. After Lin Chen said this, he closed his eyes again, pondering what kind of grudge Xinyu has against Jin Jin. Could it be a bounty from the dark web? That shouldn't be the case, the Yang family couldn't be under a bounty, so the Jin family should be even less likely. Lin Chen's words left Xinyu stunned. What does helping mean? Does he really believe he's going to kill someone? The two didn't talk much along the way, and after arriving in Kyoto, they went their separate ways. Lin Chen watched Xinyu's departing figure and said to Huang Cheng behind him, Brother Huang, go follow Xinyu, find out where she's staying, and come back. We'll wait for you at the Kyoto Grand Hotel. Huang Cheng nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly dashed out like a ghost. The three of them hailed a taxi and headed to the Kyoto Grand Hotel. On the way, Li Qing received information sent by Mo Fong, but since there were others in the car, he didn't speak. As soon as they entered the hotel room, Li Qing raised his hand to block Lin Chen and He Yun. He then began to examine the room, pulling out a listening device from a flower pot. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. Was this listening device specifically placed in their room, or did it exist in all rooms? Lin Chen signaled to Li Qing to check other rooms for similar devices. As expected, all rooms had that kind of listening device. The group left the Kyoto Grand Hotel without drawing attention. They arrived at a cafe to plan their next steps. The Kyoto Hotel actually has those things. I wonder if reporting it would be useful, He Yun murmured. But Lin Chen noticed another issue. Why did Li Qing sense something was off as soon as he entered? When Li Qing heard Lin Chen's question, he pondered for a moment and said, I think it might be my special ability. As soon as I enter a room, I feel like I'm being watched. The closer I get to that listening device, the stronger the feeling. Lin Chen looked at He Yun beside him, who shook his head, indicating he didn't have that feeling. It must be Li Qing's special ability, as even he, whose attributes far exceed those of ordinary people, didn't notice anything unusual. However, how to discern this ability is still unknown. This should be considered a self-ability that can turn misfortune into fortune. It's both useless and impressive at the same time. The effects of the gene enhancement liquid haven't been fully absorbed by you yet. These abilities will continue to evolve, so pay attention and test them out. Lin Chen found the gene enhancement liquid quite fascinating, as it could develop different special abilities based on each person's physique. Li Qing and He Yun nodded, feeling excited. They seem to have superpowers now. The situation at the Kyoto Grand Hotel should be related to the engagement banquet in a couple of days. The Jin family is quite cautious and wants to investigate all the guests in the hotel, even wanting to know their intentions. We can't stay in that hotel anymore, it would be inconvenient to talk. Lin Chen speculated about the purpose of those listening devices, of course, not ruling out that it could also be due to other matters prompting such surveillance. Li Qing opened his phone and said, Brother Lin, Mo Fong has some movements and investigations on his side as well. The Guan family has an illegitimate son named Guan Jibin, who is older than Guan Yuer and is the legitimate eldest son of the third generation of the Guan family, making him Guan Yuer's half-brother. However, the illegitimate son is not favored in the Guan family and has not been included in the family tree because he is the son of Guan Yuer's father, Guan Shan, with an ordinary woman. In their words, his bloodline is considered impure. Although Guan Jibin lives in the Guan family, he has no feelings for them. In fact, he harbors more resentment. If the Guan family were to fall, he would be the first to applaud. Yet, Guan Jibin treats Guan Yuer very well. Since childhood, she is the only one who calls him brother. This has allowed Guan Jibin, who has lived in darkness all his life, to find a ray of light. When it came to Guan Yuer marrying Jin Jin, Guan Jibin opposed it, but in the end, he was beaten and kicked out of the house. After hearing this information, Lin Chen understood that this was Mo Fong's suggestion for them to find Guan Jibin to understand the situation. He hadn't expected that Guan Yuer had such a caring brother. Brother Mo Fong must have other suggestions, right? Let's hear them. Lin Chen noticed that Li Qing was still looking at the information on his phone, indicating there was more to discuss. Li Qing continued, there's a contact number for Guan Jibin here. Mo Fong has already contacted him in advance, but he didn't mention our purpose, he just said he could help him. The rest we can decide after we meet whether to collaborate with Guan Jibin. Lin Chen took out his phone and dialed the number. The phone rang twice before it was answered. This is Guan Jibin, who is this? I'm the person Mo Fong mentioned. Does Mr. Guan have time to meet? Lin Chen said into the phone. After a moment of silence, Guan Jibin replied, are you in Kyoto? I'll send you an address, come over. After hanging up, Lin Chen received a location message, and the three of them headed there directly. When they arrived at the location, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. It turned out to be a vegetable market, and Guan Jibin had arranged to meet him upstairs in this market. The three of them followed the floor number provided and found the door already open. Inside was a modest two-bedroom apartment, about 60 square meters in size. Guan Jibin was sitting at a simple tea table brewing tea. When he saw Lin Chen, his expression momentarily froze, as if he recognized who Lin Chen was. So it's you. Guan Jibin's first words upon seeing Lin Chen were, you know me? Lin Chen immediately felt it was a redundant question. With the popularity of his videos with Guan Yuer online, Guan Jibin, who cared so much for his sister, must have seen them. Guan Jibin didn't answer him and continued brewing tea. Lin Chen didn't ask anything further and simply surveyed the room. Mr. Guan is quite the recluse. Living in this market has its own charm, doesn't it? Suddenly, a woman with a prominent belly walked in carrying 2 bags of vegetables, and Guan Jibin's gaze softened. Honey, you didn't tell me we had friends over. The woman smiled and greeted Lin Chen and the others. This is my wife, Chen Limei. This is Lin Chen and his friends. Guan Jibin introduced them. Please enjoy some tea while I go cook. Let's have lunch together. Chen Limei said warmly as she carried the vegetables into the kitchen. Let's go to the rooftop for some fresh air. Guan Jibin led Lin Chen upstairs, while Lin Chen asked He Yun and Li Qing to stay inside. The two walked to the rooftop, and Guan Jibin took out a pack of Double Happiness cigarettes from his pocket, handing one to Lin Chen. It was quite ironic for the young master of a century-old family to smoke a $10 pack of Double Happiness. It seemed that this young master had no status at home, not even pocket money. Ever since my wife got pregnant, I've been coming up here to smoke. Chen Limei is my wife, something even the Guan family doesn't know, not even Yuer. Compared to the cold Guan family, I spend more time here, but to keep the Guan family from finding out, I can't linger too long. I know why you're looking for me, and I'm willing to help you, but only in the shadows. I'm about to become a father, and I need to think about my wife and child. Guan Jibin took a deep drag on his cigarette. Previously, he had impulsively opposed this marriage, only to be beaten up afterward. During the beating, what he thought about more was his wife Chen Limei and their unborn son. Lin Chen lit the cigarette Guan Jibin had handed him, took a deep breath, and said, "We initially planned to stay at the Kyoto Hotel, but found every room was bugged. To avoid alarming the snakes, we left. My plan is to visit the Guan family first to see if I can persuade the person in charge there. Even if it means trading my entire fortune for Guan Yuer's freedom, I'm willing." Guan Jibin sneered coldly, "Don't dream. Even if you have 100 billion, this matter is impossible to succeed. The old hardliners in the Guan family value bloodlines above all. Just because I have half a bloodline that isn't from their so-called royal clan, I'm treated worse than a servant in the Guan family." As he spoke, he took off his jacket, revealing scars all over his body to Lin Chen. "These are all inflicted by my closest people. With a family like this, I advise you not to waste your time. Think of other plans. As long as you need, I can provide you with the information you require. Moreover, the Guan family has been declining in recent decades and urgently needs to form a marriage alliance with the Jin family. This is not just about money, it's about power." Guan Jibin showed him the abuse he had suffered in the Guan family since childhood. Lin Chen also knew that going to the Guan family was not feasible. Since it wouldn't work, they would have to resort to force, but he still needed to inform Guan Yuer first. "I can't find any information on Jin Jun. Do you have any data or information about him?" Lin Chen knew nothing about Jin Jun, and Mo Fong's investigations were always interrupted. "I'll take you to a place tonight, it's Jin Jun's stronghold." Guan Jibin didn't know much about Jin Jun either, but everyone in the circle knew a place he used to expand his connections. The two set their plans for the evening and headed downstairs. Since they were already there, it shouldn't be a problem to have a meal at the brother-in-law's house. When they reached the floor where Guan Jibin lived, they found a few people lying in the corridor. Guan Jibin immediately recognized them as people from the Guan family and rushed toward the room. Inside, Li Cheng and He Yun were brewing tea, and Huang Cheng had arrived at some point, while Chen Limei was busy in the kitchen, completely unaware of what had happened outside. When Guan Jibin burst into the kitchen, Chen Limei looked at him with a puzzled expression. Upon realizing his wife was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief and closed the kitchen door again. "What happened?" Lin Chen asked as he walked in. "A group of people just came wanting to get in." Li Qing sensed their ill intentions and wouldn't let them in. Then they started fighting, and in just a few moves, they were down. "They really can't take a hit," He Yun said, rolling his eyes. Ever since they became super soldiers, they had been craving a good fight, but the outcome was disappointing. "Sure enough, I couldn't escape the attention of the Guan family. I thought that being a recluse in the city would keep me unnoticed, but now they've come knocking at my door, and I realize just how ridiculous I am," Guan Jibin said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. "Aren't the Guans not fond of you? Why are they looking for you?" Lin Chen asked, puzzled. "It must be my so-called cousins. They don't want me to live comfortably. They feel uneasy if they don't bully me at least once from childhood to now. When I was in school, a girl liked me, and they drove her to suicide. They want me to live in pain." Guan Jibin clenched his fists. These members of the Guan family are truly vile, taking pleasure in Guan Jibin's suffering. After all, he is the eldest son of the third generation, living such a pathetic life. Guan Jibin calmed himself and looked at Lin Chen. "I originally didn't believe you had the ability to rescue Yuer, but it seems you have many capable people around you. Then I won't be needed. I must take Li Mei and leave this place." With that, he went inside to pack his things. "If possible, come with us to a place to stay. After this matter is settled, follow us to the Magic City. I will make arrangements for you, and such things won't happen again," Lin Chen said, feeling a sense of obligation as a brother-in-law, especially for Guan Yuer's sake. Guan Jibin stared at him intently and then nodded heavily. "All right, as long as you can help me escape this life and protect my wife and child, I can work for you like a beast for the rest of my life." Hearing this, Lin Chen felt a pang of sadness for him. The young master of one of the four great families in Kyoto, yet he had no one to trust at home and could only trade his labor for the safety of his wife and child. Lin Chen patted his shoulder and said, "No need for that. I have a deep relationship with Yuer, so I should call you brother as well. Pack your things, just take the essentials, leave everything else behind. Also, you need to prepare to talk to your wife. She probably doesn't know about your situation." Chen Limei had finished cooking, and everyone had a casual bite to eat. Lin Chen left He Yun with Guan Jibin while he took Li Cheng and Huang Cheng to leave first. Miss Xinyu was staying at a house. I observed for a while, and besides her, there was no one else. Lin Chen had sent him to follow Xinyu, and he returned after watching for a long time. "Let's find a place to stay near Xinyu, then look for a residential house, whether to rent or buy, to use as our residence for this period." Lin Chen found a hotel nearby, and this time, they didn't encounter any listening devices. Soon after, He Yun brought Guan Jibin and his wife over, and they began to divide tasks. Lin Chen and Guan Jibin would go to Jinjin's headquarters, Huang Cheng would continue to follow Xinyu and report any developments to him immediately, while He Yun stayed at the hotel, partly to protect Chen Limei. Chapter 164, King Club. Guan Jibin brought Lin Chen to a place called King, a nightclub. The first floor was the bar entrance, the second floor was KTV, the third floor was a casino, and above the fourth floor was a hotel. This is the networking center for Jinjin's people. To enter, one person has to pay a 10,000 yuan entrance fee, but beautiful women don't have to. Do you see that? Women just need to stand in front of that device, and their score will be measured. Only those with a score of 80 or above are qualified to enter. He pointed to a screen the size of a computer monitor at the bar entrance. A girl dressed flamboyantly stood in front of the screen, and after 5 seconds, the screen displayed the number 78, followed by the entire screen lighting up red. A security guard-like person said something to the girl, and she left in disappointment. "As long as your looks don't score at least 80 points, you can't enter. And even if you pass the looks test, there's still the body test. Do you see that S-shaped door at the entrance? Girls can only enter through there, whether facing forward or sideways, as long as they can get in. If you can't get in, then I'm sorry, you have to leave." Guan Jibin pointed at the small door, which was at most 30 centimeters wide. The threshold for this bar was quite high. The two walked toward the main entrance, and a security guard stretched out his hand to stop them, indicating they needed to pay a 20,000 yuan entrance fee on the side. Lin Chen turned to Guan Jibin beside him. "What are you looking at me for? I don't have any money." Guan Jibin shrugged. Lin Chen was speechless. He thought this young master of the Guan family could just show his face, but it turned out he still had to pay 20,000 yuan. After paying and entering the bar, they saw all kinds of handsome men and beautiful women. It was said that they even offered male escort services. After all, some strong women were also connections that Jin Jin needed to curry favor with, and many of these handsome men were popular young stars, as the Jin family had made their fortune in the entertainment industry. These young male stars were all cultivated by the Jin family's company. The two sat down at a table, and a bartender came over with a menu to ask what they wanted to drink. Lin Chen flipped through the menu. Because the lighting was very dim, the menu was quite large. On the first page, it stated that spending 1,000,000 yuan would make you a VIP of the King Club. Goodness, 1,000,000. Wasn't this just a place for Jin Jin to maintain connections? It felt more like a money-making scheme. He even thought about starting one himself. Guan Jibin casually ordered a drink, sending the waiter away. Even that casually ordered drink cost 88,888 yuan. Aren't you curious what benefits come with this 1,000,000 yuan VIP? Guan Jibin asked with a smile. Lin Chen looked at him, waiting for him to explain the purpose of this VIP status. The VIP can find the waitstaff of this king bar. As long as you have your eye on a girl who is present, you can tell them. Then they will give you a room card for upstairs, and when you're done having fun and ready to sleep, the woman you just noticed will already be in your room's bed. They will drug her, and after you're done, Jin Jin's people will handle the follow-up, so you don't have to worry about her calling the police or causing trouble. Wow! That was indeed impressive. Many of these women came in to play for their vanity. After all, there are no standards for looks, yet this bar had a scoring system. As long as you could successfully enter this bar, you were recognized as a beauty. Women with vanity, after being drugged, would also be relatively easy to handle. The Jin family's business was so vast that they could casually promise things. Some people wanted money, others wanted fame, and those women would then not cling on. There are many dark dealings here, yet it can still be so famous in Kyoto. One can imagine how powerful the Jin family's influence is. Guan Jibin's eyes revealed bitterness. Opposing the Jin family made him feel like an ant. Is this 1,000,000 yuan VIP status something you can do every time you come? Lin Chen wondered if someone would just get a VIP and come here to play every day. Did you forget the entrance fee? And once you're in, you can't not spend, otherwise, where would you sit? These are all VIP booths, and the minimum consumption starts at 50,000 yuan. No matter how you calculate it, Jin Jin won't lose out. Guan Jibin grinned. The entrance fee was 10,000 yuan, and the cheapest drink inside was 58,888 yuan, which was nearly 70,000 yuan. Just coming once would cost at least 70,000 yuan, so it certainly wasn't free. Looking at the various men and women in the venue, some were already unable to contain themselves in the booths. The system hadn't sounded any alerts, indicating that none of the people inside had looks that scored above 90 points. Suddenly, Lin Chen seemed to see a familiar figure, but the nightclub was too dim for him to be sure if he was mistaken. Oh, isn't that the illegitimate son of the Guan family? He actually has money to come in here. He must be here to pick up bottles for cash. Ha! A distasteful voice rang out nearby. Lin Chen and Guan Jibin turned to look at the speaker simultaneously. A young man with ash-gray hair and black earrings stood there, followed by 3 other men. Upon seeing this person, Guan Jibin's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth, saying, Yang Ming'en. Hearing this name, Lin Chen suddenly found the person in front of him somewhat familiar. He resembled the deceased when winking a bit. Since the other party's surname was Yang, combined with the rumor that a nephew looks like his uncle, this kid should be from the Yang family. This Yang Ming'en was probably the younger brother of Yang Lian. Lin Chen waved his hand to call over a waiter and ordered a luxurious package worth over 1,000,000, giving the VIP spot to Guan Jibin. Can the VIP make the idle people leave our booth? Lin Chen asked. Yes, sir, every VIP is unique. The waiter nodded. Lin Chen signaled to Guan Jibin, who then instructed the waiter to drive Yang Ming'en away. Yang Ming'en coldly smiled. There are distinctions among VIPs, but this is Jin Xiao's territory, so I won't do anything to you. Why should you be afraid? After saying that, he turned and left, staring at them from a nearby booth. It seems I shouldn't have brought you here personally. I'm just a target for bullying in this circle, and my actions might backfire on you, Guan Jibin said with a bitter smile. If it weren't for Yang Ming'en spotting him, Lin Chen wouldn't have to waste over 1,000,000. Chapter 165, Jin Jin, it's fine, there's no such thing as free intelligence gathering. Lin Chen waved his hand. To rescue Guan Yuer from the family marriage, he would be willing to go bankrupt. After he ordered the luxurious package, many girls came to their booth. Lin Chen welcomed them all, letting them sit down and drink. The girls were all beautiful, but none were stunning. In the middle, a girl who seemed to be a star approached. Lin Chen remembered her. She wasn't very famous, but he had seen her in many dramas. In those dramas, she always played the obedient girl, but unexpectedly, she was quite uninhibited in this king club. After observing the first floor, he prepared to go to the third floor, which was quite audacious for a casino in Kyoto. Just as he stood up to go to the third floor with Guan Jibin, he suddenly spotted a girl at Yang Mingen's booth. He saw a girl wearing a sparkling dress, heavily made up, sitting at Yang Mingen's booth, her eyes scanning the surroundings as if searching for someone, seemingly distracted. Lin Chen saw Yang Mingen toss a small pill into her drink and hand it to her. She didn't even look and just drank it. Lin Chen was speechless. This heavily made up woman was Xin Yu. Since Xin Yu was here, it meant Huang Chang was nearby as well. This was supposed to be a dark web killer, yet she had no sense of caution. Xin Yu couldn't possibly be unaware of the dealings in Jin Jin's place. Being so reckless, she dared to drink any random drink. You go back first, I have other matters to handle. Lin Chen patted Guan Jibin's shoulder. Guan Jibin knew he was just a burden here. Although being surrounded by beautiful women felt good, he wasn't that lecherous. He stood up and left the bar. Lin Chen sent a message to Huang Chang, asking him to take Guan Jibin back first, as Yang Mingen had also signaled his companions to follow after Guan Jibin left. Lin Chen saw Xin Yu leaning back on the sofa, eyes closed, but he did not act rashly. Yang Mingen beside her wore a triumphant smile, whispering a few words into the ears of the two girls beside him. The two girls lifted Xin Yu and headed towards the elevator. Lin Chen followed them in. It seemed Yang Mingen would wait a while before going up. He couldn't follow Yang Mingen into the elevator, or he would be recognized. The elevator arrived at the 7th floor, and the two girls brought Xin Yu into a room. Taking advantage of their inattention, Lin Chen slipped in as well, hiding inside the wardrobe. Fortunately, the wardrobe in this guest room was large enough, otherwise, he would have had no place to hide. After placing Xin Yu on the bed, the girls left the room. Lin Chen did not go out. He wanted to wait for Yang Mingen to come in, as he still had some questions to ask him. 10 minutes later, Yang Mingen opened the door and walked in, looking at Xin Yu on the bed with a wicked smile. Just as Yang Mingen's hand was about to touch Xin Yu, she suddenly opened her eyes. Grabbing Yang Mingen's wrist, she twisted it and pinned him to the ground. "Dare to drug me? You must be seeking death," Shen Yu exclaimed angrily. "You filthy woman, I advise you to let go of me, or you won't know how you die later." Yang Mingen threatened, unaware of Shen Yu's identity. Of course, even if he knew she was from the Shen family in the Magic City, he wouldn't care. "Cut the crap, where is Jin Jin?" Shen Yu stepped on Yang Mingen's neck. Lin Chen in the wardrobe guessed that Shen Yu might be pretending, so he hadn't gone out to test it. Now, seeing this, it was indeed an act. Yang Mingen winced in pain. "I'll call young Master Jin over, just let me go." Shen Yu released her foot, and Yang Mingen went to the head of the bed to pick up the phone, pressing a red button. Suddenly, the alarm outside rang, and heavy footsteps echoed from outside. Lin Chen slapped his forehead, making a face of disbelief. Shen Yu was really too naive, getting tricked by Yang Mingen so easily. "You dare to deceive me." Shen Yu realized this and kicked Yang Mingen against the wall, the tremendous impact causing him to faint. The door opened, and a group of bodyguards in black entered. There were more than 10 of them, completely blocking the hallway of the room. Behind them came a man in a floral shirt, wearing sunglasses even at night. "Who are you? Dare to cause trouble in my club?" As soon as the man in sunglasses spoke, both Lin Chen and Xin Yu guessed he was Jin Jin. Jin Jin had a male and female bodyguard by his side, both of whom Lin Chen considered formidable figures. He had instinctively thought about whether to just eliminate Jin Jin right there to avoid future troubles, but through the wardrobe's gap, he saw that everyone had a gun on them. With nearly 20 people in this confined space, he had no confidence in taking them all out in an instant. A single mistake could get him shot to pieces. Shen Yu did not respond to Jin Jin. Instead, she took out a dagger from her pocket and lunged at him. The woman beside Jin Jin reacted quickly, engaging in combat with her. Lin Chen had felt Shen Yu's strength. She was slightly stronger than an average person, but not by much, excelling in speed rather than strength. Jin Jin's female bodyguard was a bit stronger than Shen Yu, and within moments, Shen Yu's clothes were slashed, leaving her panting heavily. As she gasped for breath, sweat dripped from her forehead, smudging her heavy makeup. Shen Yu wiped her face with her clothes, revealing her stunning beauty, which made Jin Jin momentarily stunned. "I didn't expect you to be such a beauty, but you look somewhat familiar. You're from the Shen family in the Magic City, aren't you?" Jin Jin recalled Shen Yu's identity upon seeing her appearance. Shen Yu did not answer him, her killing intent growing stronger. "Humph, a family raised by my Jin family dares to attack its master. It seems the Shen family wants to rebel. Don't kill her, just control her. I want to send her to a big shot tomorrow. There's a special drug that's perfect for this fierce woman." Jin Jin chuckled coldly. No matter how beautiful she was, for him, obtaining the position of the head of the Jin family was the most important thing. Right now, he was just one of the candidates, and there were plenty of competitors. Xinyu knelt on one knee, not because she was begging for mercy, but because that drink had indeed taken a toll on her. It wasn't as severe as she had imagined, but it had drained most of her strength. Just as she was in despair, preparing to stab herself with a dagger, the wardrobe door was kicked open. A figure swiftly dashed through the crowd, and Jin Jin was knocked back by a tremendous force, flying out. While everyone was focused on Jin Jin, that figure picked up the kneeling Xinyu and leaped off the balcony, misstepping to the 6th floor, jumping repeatedly until they successfully reached the 1st floor, disappearing into the night. Chapter 166, Dark Web Agent. In the Huaxia region, the figure was Lin Chen, who had kicked Jin Jin as he rushed out, sending him flying. The force was no joke. It had broken several of Jin Jin's ribs, knocking him unconscious. Xinyu was astonished to see that it was Lin Chen who had saved her. "How did you end up in there?" Xinyu asked, surprised. She hadn't seen Lin Chen surrounded by beautiful women at the King Bar. The despair she felt melted away upon seeing him. She had fought against Lin Chen before and knew his strength. As long as she escaped, it meant she was safe. "I was having a great time at the bar, and then I saw you being taken up by 2 girls. We've known each other, so I couldn't just watch you get drugged without doing anything," Lin Chen said indignantly, as if he were angry that Xinyu had interrupted his fun. "Cough, cough. Quickly, take me to this place." Xinyu pulled out a phone from somewhere and opened the map. Lin Chen glanced at it. The location was Xinyu's destination. He quickly hailed a cab and headed that way. In the cab, Xinyu was already acting strangely, clinging tightly to Lin Chen and twisting her body incessantly. The unusual sensation coming from her body made Lin Chen restless. Fortunately, the taxis in Kyoto were relatively fast. Lin Chen held Xinyu without even opening the door, jumping directly over the courtyard wall. He brought her to the bathroom, filled a basin with water, and pressed her head under the water to help her regain some consciousness. Lin Chen was familiar with this state. She had been drugged, and it seemed that Yang Mingyan's drug was more than just a sedative. Once Xinyu regained a bit of awareness, she rushed into the room and took a small white pill from her suitcase, swallowing it down. Her flushed face gradually returned to normal. The rising and falling of her chest from rapid breathing slowly calmed down. Lin Chen stepped forward and picked up the small jar of pills. TSK, how amazing. What kind of pill is this?" Xinyu ignored him, took her clothes, and walked into the bathroom. After changing into casual clothes, she came back out. "This is an antidote pill, similar to a fast-acting heart-saving pill. After taking it, it speeds up the body's metabolism and awakens the immune system. Although it's called an antidote, it's very harmful to the body," Xinyu explained to Lin Chen, considering that he had saved her. Lin Chen curled his lip and tossed the small pill back. This so-called antidote was essentially a small pill that overdraws life to enhance the body's detoxification function. He had no interest in such a pill that was comparable to poison. "You don't seem surprised by what just happened. Did you already know my identity?" Xinyu stared at Lin Chen and asked. "The Xin family, one of the 4 great families in the Magic City. You came to kill me before, I remember that," Lin Chen said casually. Xinyu recalled the first time she had tested Lin Chen, when he had punched her in the chest. Then she thought about the ride back in the taxi, where she had been holding onto him the whole time, and her face suddenly flushed with a hint of red. "Since you know it's me, why have you saved me time and again?" Xinyu couldn't understand Lin Chen's actions. She was someone who wanted to kill him, yet he had saved her twice without holding a grudge. "If I encounter someone in need, I help. If I want to save, I save. There's no particular reason, and you don't need to think I have any ulterior motives," Lin Chen shrugged. He didn't want to save her. It was just a task assigned by the system. Xinyu looked at him with suspicion. She really didn't believe that Lin Chen would save her without any ulterior motives. Could it be that Lin Chen liked her? Xinyu had already begun her self-strategy. In her view, she really had nothing that Lin Chen could covet, except for herself. "Since you have nothing else to do, I'll take my leave." Lin Chen stood up, ready to leave. His hotel was nearby, and he had chosen to stay close so he could keep an eye on Xinyu. If he hadn't been there at the scene, Xinyu might have already fallen victim to a terrible fate. But with Huang Cheng following her, she might have been notified in advance. "Wait!" Xinyu called out to him, and Lin Chen looked at her in confusion. "Since you've already helped me, why not help me a bit more? I will pay you for your help, just tell me what you want, I need your assistance." Xinyu looked at Lin Chen with piercing eyes. He already had a task to help Xinyu, so since she had brought it up, he could agree. "Any request is fine?" Lin Chen looked Xinyu up and down, thinking that her family could control the dark web and had many assassins. Perhaps they could be of use to him? However, this condition probably wouldn't be useful to Xinyu. He would need to talk to the head of the Shin family. Xinyu's face flushed as Lin Chen's slightly aggressive gaze lingered on her. She thought he might ask for something like her as a person. Xinyu gritted her teeth. Anything is fine. Lin Chen sat down on the stool next to Xinyu. I'll bring up my requests once I've thought them through. For now, tell me about your situation. Why do you want to kill Jinjin? Xinyu suddenly turned to look at him. You know Jinjin? She had thought Lin Chen had just happened to encounter her and was hiding to save her, but now it seemed that Lin Chen also knew this Jinjin. Perhaps he had other motives. I know of this person, but not much. Lin Chen had no intention of revealing his own matters to Xinyu, fearing she wouldn't be grateful enough. Xinyu stared at Lin Chen for a long time, then said softly, our Shin family is actually an affiliated family of the Jin family in Kyoto. We have always relied on the Jin family's support. To put it bluntly, we are like a dog raised by the Jin family in the Magic City. Do you know about the dark web? The Jin family has obtained the agency control rights for the Huaxia region. The Jin family is responsible for the dark web operations and agency in Huaxia, but they usually don't manage it. It's all handled by our Shin family. Just like the last time I tested your skills, we were actually assessing your combat power. If your combat power was strong, we would lower your bounty, as assassins sent out from the dark web often get killed in return, which is bad for our reputation. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. He had guessed that the Shin family was related to the so-called dark web, but he hadn't expected the Jin family to be the main operator of the dark web in the Huaxia region. Now he understood why Yang Lian's bounty couldn't be posted. The Jin family and the Yang family were allies, so how could he allow his allies to be put on a bounty list? And the Shin family, responsible for operations, was merely a worker. Chapter 167, Zheng Tian arrives. Isn't that great? Although you are an affiliated family, the Jin family has never put pressure on you, right? And most people should be unaware of the relationship between your Shin family and the Jin family in Kyoto. Why do you want to kill Jinjin now? Lin Chen was somewhat puzzled. The Jin family was, after all, the master of the Shin family, and now the eldest lady of the Shin family actually wanted to assassinate the eldest son of the Jin family? What a load of crap! Xinyu couldn't help but curse. Originally, the head of the Jin family was supposed to manage and contact our Shin family directly, but now the competition for the head of the Jin family has intensified, and the head has begun to divide his powers. He handed over the management rights of our Shin family to Jinjin, and the first thing Jinjin demanded after taking over was for me and my aunt Shin Lizhan to come to Kyoto as top mates to serve some important figures to him. How dare he make such a demand of me, even setting his sights on my aunt? If I don't kill him, who should I kill? Xinyu clenched her fists in anger. Shin Lizhan? Upon hearing that name, Lin Chen suddenly remembered the charming and graceful young woman he had encountered on the Merdon. To be honest, if that beautiful woman were to tempt him, he wouldn't be able to resist. In his eyes, although Shin Lizhan was not as beautiful as Xinyu, the allure of a mature woman was something Xinyu could never compare to. What do your family members say? Did they agree or refuse? Upon hearing Lin Chen's question, Xinyu immediately looked dejected. They neither agreed nor refused. But I know they will agree. Before I escaped, they had already taken my aunt under control. I got the news first and ran out. Once I kill Jinjun, my aunt and I won't have to fulfill the obligation of coming to Kyoto to be those maids. Even if my family punishes me, it will be my own business. Xinyu bit her lip as she spoke. What's your plan? Lin Chen changed the subject. Xinyu quickly regained her focus and said, tomorrow is Jinjin and Guan Yuer's engagement ceremony, in the No. 4 banquet hall of the Kyoto Grand Hotel. I plan to disguise myself as a waitress and find an opportunity to kill him. Lin Chen pondered. His kick earlier should have severely injured Jinjin, and the engagement ceremony might not even go smoothly tomorrow. Sure enough, as he expected, Mo Fong called to inform him that Jinjin's engagement banquet had been postponed for 3 days. Having his ribs broken, recovering in 3 days would be impressive. He must have used all sorts of good things to be able to get out of bed. The engagement banquet has been postponed for 3 days. You can plan again and see if there are any better options. According to your plan, even if you can kill him, you won't be able to leave the scene. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen said to Xinyu. Xinyu looked at him in surprise. How do you know the engagement banquet has been postponed? As an intelligence expert from the Shin family, although she was acting alone, she had arranged for her people to notify her. Just as she finished speaking, her phone rang, and a message arrived on her phone. Xinyu picked it up and saw that it was indeed the notice of the engagement banquet's postponement. You have 3 days, think carefully if there are any other methods, or see if you can find out where Jinjin is now. If Jinjin is attacked, the Jin family will search for you all over Kyoto, so be careful. Lin Chen did not answer Xinyu's question and left the place. As soon as he stepped out, Wang Chan walked out from a corner. Have you found out where Jin Jin has been moved to? After he had taken Xinyu away from the King Club, Wang Chang had just sent Guan Jibin back and returned to the club. Lin Chen had asked him to keep an eye on Jin Jin's movements. He had thought about killing Jin Jin too, but it wouldn't solve the fundamental problem. Without Jin Jin, there would still be other members of the Jin family who would be engaged to Guan Yuer, and the ultimate solution still lay in the Guan family. A glint of sharpness flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, and a killing intent slowly surged from his body. Jin Jin has been moved to the Jin family's private hospital, which is heavily guarded, and outsiders can't get in at all. Moreover, the Jin family has already ordered a thorough search of Kyoto to find Xinyu's hiding place. The Shin family has already been summoned and should be on their way. Huang Chang reported the information he knew to Lin Chen. With Xinyu causing such a stir, the Shin family's situation had become even more difficult. Xinyu might not have considered this aspect, but there was no time to worry about that now. When Lin Chen returned to his residence, Guan Jibin handed him a piece of paper. This was a list of those from the Guan family who were qualified to inherit the family business, which Lin Chen had previously asked him to compile. Combined with Mo Fang's information, the personnel were basically accurate. He was about to start on other plans. The on-site wedding snatching was merely to delay the engagement time, and now that the engagement had been postponed, he could take other actions. Has the person arrived? Lin Chen looked at Li Qing. He had asked Mo Fang to find someone in the Magic City and bring him to the capital. Mo Fang said the other party will arrive tomorrow morning. He had to use a lot of persuasion, even promising many benefits in your name before they finally agreed. Li Qing nodded and said. After a night of silence, the next morning, a young man in a black robe stood at the door of the residence. This person was Zhang Tian, who had crossed paths with Lin Chen several times. Originally, Zhang Tian had followed the Li family, but after they fled abroad, he was detained for investigation. Since no criminal facts had emerged against him, he was released. Previously, he had only protected the Li father and son and had not committed any violent acts, which Lin Chen had always appreciated, prompting him to have Mo Fang investigate Zhang Tian's detailed information. Zhang Tian, a highly talented disciple of Wudong Mountain, had come down the mountain to train and met his lifelong love, Su Liping. She was a simple and pure woman. Because of this woman, he was expelled from Wudong Mountain and, after coming down, hoped to live a stable life with his beloved. However, a car accident nearly cost him his love. In that accident, his beloved Su Liping was severely injured and remained in a coma. Zhang Tian searched the world for famous doctors but found no solution, relying solely on enormous nutritional expenses to keep Su Liping alive, which was why he was frantically making money. What Zhang Tian needed most right now was money, as the daily nutritional costs to maintain Su Liping's bodily functions were astronomical. Lin Chen made an offer. He would cover all of Su Liping's nutritional expenses, for as long as she could live, as long as Zhang Tian was willing to work for him. At the same time, Lin Chen would use all his abilities to find a doctor who could cure Su Liping. Chapter 168, The Guan Family Candidate Elimination Plan. Before Zhang Tian arrived in the capital, Lin Chen had already asked Yang Yun and his wife to bring Su Weiwei back. Su Weiwei was not weak in medical care. She, along with Yang Yun and others, transferred Su Liping to the experimental base, which had excellent medical conditions. Perhaps the gene enhancement liquid could save Su Liping. After Zhang Tian completed the tasks Lin Chen assigned in the capital, he could go directly to the experimental base. Let's see if you've made any progress during this time. Lin Chen waved to Zhang Tian. Previously, Zhang Tian's strength had reached a power attribute of 9, and Lin Chen had to exert all his efforts just to barely keep up with him. Zhang Tian put down his backpack and threw a punch at Lin Chen's chest. Lin Chen extended 2 fingers to block Zhang Tian's attack. Zhang Tian was immediately stunned. He recalled their first confrontation when Lin Chen was slightly weaker, but now he could block his attack with just 2 fingers. Zhang Tian retracted his fist, picked up the backpack he had just dropped, and turned to leave. Where are you going? Lin Chen asked, momentarily taken aback. You're already so strong. What need do I have to stay here? Zhang Tian's words were concise. He had originally thought Lin Chen needed his skills, but now realizing the other party's strength had become terrifying, he wondered what purpose he would serve by staying. It was completely useless. Lin Chen smiled slightly and said, Don't worry, I called you here for an important task, not to protect me. To put it bluntly, with my strength, you aren't even qualified to protect me. I just need manpower, and there aren't many I can trust. I hope you can have a place in the future. Hearing this, Zhang Tian walked back over. The group entered the small courtyard that Lin Chen had just purchased, which would serve as their temporary base in the capital. In the future, there would be a place to stay in the capital as well. Although Xinyu had a task to deliver to the Sihiyuan, it wouldn't yield rewards for a while, and he didn't plan to expose that location either. Lin Chen handed the documents in his hand to Zhang Tian, but as Zhang Tian was about to open them, he pressed down on the documents. This task requires you to kill someone. If you can accept that, then you can look through these documents, Lin Chen said with a serious expression. Zhang Tian stared at Lin Chen, and after a long while said, as long as you can guarantee Pinger's safety and find a way to cure her, I would go through fire and water for you. Zhang Tian opened the documents, which contained information about the second and third generation male members of the Guan family. There were 4 men in the second generation, and if Guan Jibin was excluded, there were 7 in the third generation. Lin Chen's plan was to make these people either dead or insane, forcing them to find Guan Jibin to return and take up the position of the Guan family head, thus fundamentally solving the problem. From these documents, decide for yourself who should die, who should be maimed, and who should go mad. I want them to be unable to care for themselves even if they don't die. You can figure out the specific plan on your own, no one will help you. After you finish all this, go to the Tian City port, and a ship will take you away. Lin Chen took a small backpack from a drawer and tossed it to Zhang Tian. Inside is 500,000 in cash. Since what you're doing now isn't convenient for using money, you can use this cash freely. Don't take too long to complete this task, at most 7 days. If you haven't gone to the Tian City dock by then, the ship won't wait for you. Lin Chen finally reminded him, and Zhang Tian picked up the 2 backpacks, took the pile of documents, and turned to leave without saying another word. At night, in the Guan family's Sihiyuan, a figure moved through the darkness and arrived at Guan Yuer's room. Go away, I don't want to eat. Guan Yuer's voice rang out. Upon hearing this, the shadow smiled and gently closed the door before walking to Guan Yuer's side. At that moment, Guan Yuer looked a bit haggard, sitting by the window and gazing at the moon outside, seemingly reminiscing about the past. I didn't bring you any food. Upon hearing this voice, Guan Yuer quickly turned around and saw a mischievous smile. Tears immediately slipped from the corners of her eyes and fell into the embrace of the newcomer. You've been back for so long, why haven't you sent me a message? You bad person. Guan Yuer pounded her fists against Lin Chen's chest. I know everything about you. Aren't I looking for a solution? Don't worry, I won't let my woman marry someone else. Lin Chen wiped the tears from Guan Yuer's face. Guan Yuer stepped away from his embrace, shaking her head as she said, it's useless. This is the Guan family's illness. It's already beyond cure. Unless I'm not a member of the Guan family, there's no other way. I can only accept my fate. I'm very happy that you can come to see me. At least, I won't have any regrets. Guan Yuer had thought about ending her life, but she still wanted to see Lin Chen one more time. Now that she had seen him, the desire for death in her eyes grew even stronger. Lin Chen also noticed the loss of her will to live in her gaze and quickly hugged her tightly. Don't think like that, there's nothing I can't solve. At worst, I'll take you away to our seaside courtyard. Just give me a little time. I'll also attend the engagement banquet in 3 days, and I will take you away openly. Lin Chen did not tell her about his plan regarding the Guan family. Sometimes knowing too much could be detrimental. Although he learned from Guan Jibin that Guan Yuer did not get along well with her cousins, they were still family. If she knew that Lin Chen's plan was to eliminate all the second and third generations of the Guan family, leaving only Guan Jibin, what would she think? I believe in you. If you can't take me away, then I have my own ways, Guan Yuer said, closing her eyes in Lin Chen's embrace. The two talked about many things in the room. The events of the past few days were rather mundane, mostly revolving around what had happened on that island. After Guan Yuer fell into a deep sleep, Lin Chen took advantage of the night to leave the Guan family home. 3 days later, at the Kyoto Grand Hotel, numerous luxury cars were parked outside. One of the candidates for the head of the Jin family was getting engaged, and all the prominent figures in Kyoto had come. Inside a Mercedes parked outside, Lin Chen and Shin Yu were sitting together. Did you see that? So many people. Are you sure you can kill Jin Jin? Lin Chen looked at Shin Yu beside him. Shin Yu bit her lip. Aside from this plan, she had no other options left. In the past 3 days, many things had happened in Kyoto. Among the 4 second-generation members of the Guan family, 1 died in a car accident, 2 suffered sudden heart attacks, and the last one was left in an unknown state, having gone mad. The entire second generation of the Guan family was wiped out, and those with keen eyes knew that a dragon had crossed the river to target the Guan family. Even the National Security Bureau had intervened in the investigation, but there had been no progress so far. Chapter 169, The Abduction of the Bride. Now everyone was on edge, not knowing when they might suddenly be targeted. Many sought additional bodyguards, and the security companies in Kyoto were overwhelmed with orders, even having to call in bodyguards from other cities. I don't know who's causing trouble at this critical moment, creating such a big mess. The difficulty of assassination has at least increased tenfold. Shen Yu said angrily. Lin Chen, beside her, wore a strange expression. He was the root cause of all this. If he hadn't sent Zheng Tian out to execute that plan, the entire wealthy circle wouldn't be living in such trepidation. Let's find another opportunity another day. At this engagement banquet, every guest has brought bodyguards. If you dare to act, you probably won't make it out that door. Moreover, I heard the Jin family sent someone from your Shin family. I don't know who it is. If you act, aren't you afraid that person from the Shin family will be implicated? Lin Chen's words further shook Shen Yu's resolve. After a long contemplation, Shen Yu looked at Lin Chen and said, "Help me kill him." Lin Chen was speechless. Why did this woman think he would be willing to help her kill someone? I know your purpose in coming to Kyoto is for Guan Yuer, so you must have your own plan. You just need to help me kill him, Shen Yu said, her eyes fixed intently on Lin Chen. Impossible. Killing someone is not like fighting. Under everyone's gaze, I won't do such a thing. How about this? I'll create an opportunity for you. When the engagement banquet starts, I'll draw everyone's attention. As for how you proceed, that's up to you to decide. If something goes wrong, don't run outside. Do you see that blue Bentley? The driver has already been replaced with my person. After you act, hide in the trunk of that car as quickly as possible, and he will take you away. Lin Chen shook his head, refusing her, and explained to her the extent of his help. After hearing Lin Chen's words, Shen Yu's eyes lit up. If it really went as Lin Chen said, her chances of success would greatly increase, and she would likely be able to escape unscathed. Thinking of this, her once desperate heart suddenly revived, and she couldn't help but kiss Lin Chen on the cheek. Thank you. I'll go prepare now. In Lin Chen's bewildered expression, Shen Yu quickly opened the car door and, wearing a mask, entered the hotel through another door. Entering the hotel, Shen Yu's face was flushed. She didn't understand why she had impulsively kissed Lin Chen just now. It seemed everything was a bit beyond her control. Lin Chen also came back to his senses, chuckling silently and shaking his head at this damn charm. He stepped out of the car, with He Yun following him into the hotel, while Huang Chang remained in the shadows. Li Qing had been assigned to be the driver of that car, providing cover for Shen Yu's retreat. In the know. For banquet hall, the engagement party had already begun. As the lights dimmed in the venue, preparations were underway for the ring exchange ceremony when the main door of the banquet hall was suddenly pushed open. Everyone's attention was drawn to the abruptly opened door as Lin Chen strode in with He Yun. Since Lin Chen had intentionally avoided the surveillance cameras at the King Club, Jin Jin did not recognize him at first. At that moment, Jin Jin was wrapped in bandages, struggling to speak, but the engagement party could not be delayed any longer. It concerned the Gu family's future. If it dragged on, the opportunity for a marriage alliance with the Gu family might be snatched away by other Jin family members, significantly diminishing his influence. Although this marriage alliance seemed like the Gu family was aligning with the Jin family was equally coveting the Gu family's assets. Who are you two? A member of the Jin family stepped forward to inquire. With so many families and entrepreneurs in Kyoto, not everyone could be recognized, so he dared not offend anyone outright. Lin Chen ignored him and walked straight to Gu Yuer. You're late. You almost got engaged to someone else. Lin Chen smiled as he took the engagement ring from her hand and tossed it aside. Who are you? Do you know this is the engagement venue for our young master of the Jin family? A Jin family member stepped forward, speaking sternly. Lin Chen had just thrown away Gu Yuer's engagement ring, which was a direct slap in their faces. We're not getting married. My woman, Lin Chen, do you dare? Lin Chen's sharp gaze swept around, and a chill suddenly rose in the air. Gu Yuer looked at Lin Chen with concern, wanting to say something. Lin Chen tightened his grip on her hand and whispered in her ear, "Trust me, let me handle this." Hearing this, Gu Yuer immediately felt reassured and looked at her mother and grandfather beside her. I like Lin Chen, I will only marry him in this life. I will not get engaged to Jin Jin, Gu Yuer said firmly. Gu Yuer, do you know what you're saying? The elder of the Gu family, Gu Weilai, shouted sternly. Jin Jin, supported by someone, stepped forward and said softly, Yuer, is there something bothering you? After our engagement party, let me take you on a trip. Lin Chen looked at Jin Jin, and a female server had appeared in his previous position. Lin Chen recognized her as Shen Yu, discreetly drugging Jin Jin's drink. Young master of the Jin family, Gu Yuer and I are in love, you should not force her. I'm not just here to snatch a bride, I'm also here to inform you to find someone else for the marriage alliance. And Gu old man, you are Yuer's grandfather, and I will respect you. I will come to propose in a couple of days. Let's end it here today. Lin Chen waved his hand and pulled Gu Yuer towards the exit. Humph, my Jin family has never suffered such humiliation. Come, break his hands and feet. A middle-aged man who resembled Jin Jin stepped forward. This man was Jin Xian, who had been conversing with others in a small room within the banquet hall, and he was also the father of the day's protagonist, Jin Zhen. Hearing the commotion outside, he came out and saw the scene before him. Two figures rushed towards Lin Chen from behind Jin Xian. Lin Chen stepped back, pulling Gu Yuer with him, while He Yun stood in front of them, delivering a powerful punch towards the two figures. Two figures simultaneously threw punches, and after their four fists collided, He Yun remained unmoved, while the two opponents staggered back a few steps, clutching their hands in shock as they stared at He Yun. They were both top bodyguards carefully selected by the Jin family, and they never expected to be defeated in less than one round by a single person. The two drew daggers from their pockets and charged at He Yun again, slashing at his arms with the blades. The light of the knives flashed, but He Yun's arms bore no marks. Instead, he seized both of them by the neck and flung them away. Chapter 170, The Arrival of the Cloud King Impenetrable. He's a martial artist, everyone, attack him. Jin Xian's face was grave, and the bodyguards who had been maintaining order around them surged forward. Guan Yu, do you know what you're doing? Do you want to ruin the Guans? Your uncle's funeral hasn't even been held yet, and I've dropped everything to come here, yet you dare to break off the engagement. Guan Weilai shouted angrily. He had already suffered greatly in the past few days, 4 sons, 1 gone mad and 3 dead. This was undoubtedly a conspiracy against the Guan family. Guan Weilai had no time to grieve. The engagement between Guan Yuer and Jin Zhen was of great importance, and other matters could only be postponed, but he never expected that something would still go wrong. Guan Yuer cast a cold glance at Guan Weilai, the grandfather who had treated her as a tool since childhood. In the entire family, only Guan Jibin had ever made her feel like family. Her parents treated her as a tool, one that was constantly packaged to increase her value in the future. So when she heard that her father had gone mad, her emotions did not fluctuate. It was as if he were a stranger. Her mother, too, was like a puppet, never saying anything, and even now stood coldly to the side, offering no words of advice or reprimand. Since I was young, I've been like a puppet, at your beck and call. Whatever you want me to do, I must do. No one cares about what I like or dislike. In your eyes, I am just a valuable commodity. Only by following your path can my value be maximized. But today, I'm sorry, your value has backfired, and I will no longer accept your control, Guan Yuo exclaimed. Guan Weilia's face shifted between green and purple as he shouted to the people behind him, attack. Kill the men directly, I'll take responsibility for anything. Break Guan Yuo's legs, without legs, let's see how she runs. The bodyguards of the Guan family charged forward. Although He Yun was now a super soldier, he lacked systematic martial arts training. 2 fists could not match 4 hands, and it was still up to Lin Chen to take action. Lin Chen glanced at Xin Yu's position. This Xin Yu was not a fool. Not only had she poisoned Jin Zhen's drink, but a small silver needle had also appeared in her hand. When Jin Zhen had retreated earlier, pretending to assist him, she had stabbed the needle into his neck. The needle was so fine that even Jin Zhen had not noticed he had been pricked. After doing all this, Xin Yu looked at Lin Chen with a complex expression and then quietly left the scene. Once Lin Chen saw that Xin Yu had safely exited, he pulled Guan Yuer behind him. Facing the oncoming attackers, he held nothing back. With one strike, he took down one person, and as more people rushed in, the number of those lying on the ground increased. Everyone present watched in terror. This man was a monster. So many carefully selected bodyguards, yet not a single one could withstand a second strike. As the bodyguards fell one after another, Jin Zhen slowly retreated, raising his glass to drink it all in an attempt to mask his nervousness. Lin Chen looked at this scene with a strange expression. He had thought Xin Yu's plan was unreliable when he saw her poison the drink, yet he never expected Jin Zhen would actually drink it. Now Jin Zhen was poisoned on top of poison, and it was too late for him. He just didn't know how long it would take for the slow-acting poison Xin Yu used to take effect. Stop! A voice that Lin Chen found somewhat familiar rang out as a man and a woman walked in through the main door. The man appeared calm and unruffled, with graying hair at the temples, likely in his 40s, handsome, and exuding an air of having seen through the world. The woman was someone Lin Chen recognized well, even having deep connections with her, Xiao Runan. The Cloud King! That's the Cloud King! Someone in the crowd shouted, and the scene instantly erupted with excitement. With the Cloud King here, that kid won't last long. Just watch, the Cloud King is the strongest in our Huaxia. No matter how strong that kid is, he won't be a match for the Cloud King. I didn't expect the Jin family to have even invited the Cloud King. The one next to the Cloud King must be the granddaughter of the old Xiao from the courtyard, right? Indeed, a tiger father has no dog daughter. She looks like a woman who won't be outdone by men. The Cloud King? Upon hearing this name, Lin Chen couldn't help but look at the middle-aged man in his 40s. At this age, he had become the strongest presence in Huaxia. According to Lin Chen's assessment, he must have at least 10 points in strength and 10 points in physique. Xiao Runan and the Cloud King approached Lin Chen, and Jin Xian and Guan Weilai also stepped forward. They had been hesitant to approach earlier for fear of being killed by Lin Chen, but now that the Cloud King was present, they felt safe. The Cloud King has arrived. I apologize for not welcoming you properly, Jin Xian and Guan Weilai said respectfully at the same time. The Cloud King nodded slightly and turned to look at Lin Chen and He Yun. Could you two do me a favor and refrain from fighting? The Cloud King said calmly. Lin Chen grinned. Then can you let them give me a favor and allow me to take Yuer away? Jin Xian and Guan Weilai both shouted, no way. The Cloud King may not know, but I have no enmity with this person, yet he disrupted my engagement banquet and even tried to abduct my fiancée. I asked the Cloud King to uphold justice. Jin Zhen, now emboldened, stepped forward to speak. The Cloud King glanced at Jin Zhen, seemingly seeing something. You should be in the hospital right now, not here. Jin Zhen thought the Cloud King was referring to his broken rib. My fiancé is about to be taken away. A mere injury is nothing to worry about. Seeing that Jin Zhen did not heed his advice, the Cloud King said no more and turned to Lin Chen. I owe these families a favor. Can I leave it at that? Lin Chen coldly smiled. It's them who won't let me go. The Cloud King still maintained his calm demeanor. Leave the girl behind, and you can take your people and leave. Although the Cloud King's words were plain, those around felt a strong sense of pressure, as if he was not negotiating with Lin Chen but commanding him. Xiao Runan stepped forward to persuade. Lin Chen, just go. The Cloud King wants to preserve this marriage. You won't be able to take Guan Yuer away. She had met Guan Yuer once and guessed that Lin Chen and Guan Yuer must have had some story after falling into the sea, which was why Lin Chen was so reckless in coming to Kyoto to snatch a bride. No one can stop me from taking Yuer away today. If you don't believe it, feel free to try. A glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. One move, if you can take my move, I will leave and no longer concern myself with this matter. The Cloud King had sensed a powerful aura emanating from Lin Chen in that brief moment. Lin Chen extended his hand and beckoned him. The Cloud King threw a straight punch at Lin Chen. This punch had no technique, no frills, and to the onlookers, it seemed like a mountain crashing down on Lin Chen. Chapter 171, shocked by the Cloud King, Lin Chen also returned a punch, and the two fists collided, releasing a surge of energy that pressed down on everyone present. The Cloud King took a step back, while Lin Chen only retreated half a step. This exchange of punches left Lin Chen's heart in shock. His attribute had broken through to 11 points, while this Cloud King was at most 10 points. He didn't expect such strength. Although he was still not a match for him, the gap in power was no longer as exaggerated as heaven and earth apart. This indicated that the Cloud King before him was also on the verge of breaking through to 11 points. To become the number one expert in Huaxia, he truly was not just a name without substance. For the first time, the expression on the Cloud King's face showed fluctuation. That punch just now actually made him feel that he was not Lin Chen's opponent. How many years had it been since he felt the presence of a strong enemy? Back when the M country produced a bunch of super soldiers, they were not even his match. He never expected to feel the presence of a formidable opponent in a young man just over 20 today. Teacher! A deep voice rang out, and Su Feng rushed in through the door, respectfully approaching the Cloud King. Teacher, Lin Chen has helped the troops a lot. If he hasn't done anything too outrageous, can we let him off the hook? Su Feng's words stunned everyone present. Who was Su Feng? The god of war of the Southern Military District, the Cloud King's prized student, the son of Su Banning from Magic City, and the grandson of Old Su. Even he was pleading for Lin Chen, so it seemed that Lin Chen was not as simple as imagined. The expression on the Cloud King's face returned to calm, ignoring Su Feng's words, and turned to leave the banquet hall. Lin Chen also took Guan Yuer's hand and left the place. Only Su Feng stood there in confusion, looking at Xiao Runan beside him. Senior brother, the teacher is not Lin Chen's opponent. Your arrival just happened to give the teacher a way out. Xiao Runan's words left Su Feng petrified on the spot. After Lin Chen left, the faces of the Jin family members darkened. Everyone here was someone of significance in Kyoto, and now that the Jin family had such a scandal, they would become a joke in this circle. Put! Jin Zhen, beside them, was so furious that he spat out a mouthful of black blood and fainted. How could it be black blood? Quick, take Zhener to the hospital. Jin Xian shouted anxiously. At the Kyoto Grand Hotel, in a domestic car, the Cloud King was already seated inside, and Su Feng and Xiao Runan also climbed into the car. Have you investigated the background of this Lin Chen? The Cloud King asked with his eyes closed. I did some investigation. He comes from an ordinary family and has always been unremarkable. However, in the past few months, he suddenly became a nouveau riche, and his abilities are extremely formidable. He was able to evade a sniper and single-handedly wiped out 60 members of the Arctic Wolf mercenary group on the Merton. Xiao Runan recounted the information she knew. I only know he is my sister's boyfriend, but I'm not so sure now. I had a brief encounter with him, but it was quickly stopped by the old man. His strength is not as strong as mine, but his agility and skills are indeed better than mine. Su Feng recalled his experience with Lin Chen. The Cloud King shook his head and slowly opened his eyes. You are mistaken, his strength is even greater than mine. Although we only exchanged one punch, I can guess the outcome. Within 3 moves, I will surely lose. Impossible! Xiao Runan and Su Feng shouted in unison. In their minds, the Cloud King was the strongest person in the world. How could a young man in his 20s be stronger than him? I have accepted this fact myself. Why must you dwell on it? Investigate this person's background and character carefully. With him around, I can retire peacefully. The Cloud King smiled slightly, as if Lin Chen's appearance had relieved him significantly, a hint of fervor appearing in his eyes. Su Feng and Xiao Runan fell silent together, as the person they had always believed to be the strongest had conceded in such a manner, which had a tremendous impact on their beliefs. On the other side of Kyoto, in Jin's hospital, Jin Xian collapsed to the ground upon learning that his son Jin Zhen had died from poisoning. He only had one son, and he was the favored candidate to become the head of the family. He originally thought that with his son's rise, he would soon become the one in power in the Jin family, but now he had received such terrible news. Sir, we found something. A bodyguard from the Jin family rushed over with a tablet. Jin Xian quickly looked at the video inside. He saw a female server with her back to the camera, and it was unclear what she had done. Then, as Jin Zhen was backing away, the female server helped him a bit. According to the doctor's estimate of the poisoning time, this female server is the only one who had contact with the young master, and the hotel said this server is not from their establishment. Hearing the bodyguard's explanation, Jin Xian shouted angrily, "Investigate! No matter if it's through official channels or any other means, I want to know who this person is that killed my son." One of the bodyguards looked like he wanted to say something but chose to remain silent upon seeing Jin Xian's expression, perhaps hoping to find a better opportunity to take credit later. On the other side, Lin Chen brought Guan Yuer to their temporary residence in Kyoto. Xinyu was already there. Li Qing had brought her because Xinyu said she wanted to see Lin Chen. The two arrived at the door, and Xinyu spoke up, "Lin Chen, can you help me with one more thing?" Seeing Xinyu's tearful expression, Lin Chen couldn't bear to refuse. "Speak. What is it that makes you plead with me like this?" Xinyu wiped her tears. "I just received news that my aunt, Shen Lizhen, has come to Kyoto, and now she is locked up in the King Club. I beg you, please help me rescue her. My abilities are limited, and I'm afraid I'll be caught before I even get in." Xinyu regretted it deeply at this moment. She had thought that after killing Jin Zhen, the Jin family would retaliate against the Shen family, but she couldn't think of that anymore. As long as she hid well when she acted, the other side wouldn't have evidence to catch the Shen family in the act. However, she didn't expect that her first assassination attempt would fail, and the Shen family actually sent Shen Lizhen to Kyoto. If it had been a man, he would have just been beaten up. But Shen Lizhen was a woman, and there were too many ways a woman could be harmed. As a woman herself, Xinyu was extremely fearful of this, which is why she pleaded with Lin Chen to help her rescue her aunt Shen Lizhen. "I understand. I will do it. For now, you all leave Kyoto. I will stay behind to rescue your aunt. The Jin family will not let this go easily, so to be safe, you should all leave this place and go to Tian City. Li Qing will take you to the dock in Tian City to leave the mainland, and Guan Yuer and her siblings should first go to Mo City." Lin Chen called everyone out, and they split up to act. Chapter 172, The Origin of the Cloud King. Guan Yuer reluctantly hugged Lin Chen. "Why don't you come with us?" Lin Chen kissed her forehead. "I will be back soon. I have other matters to attend to. The 3 big brothers will protect you on the way." Lin Chen nodded to Li Qing and the others. 2 cars drove towards Tian City and Mo City respectively. With their protection, Lin Chen felt much more at ease. As for why he didn't let the Guan siblings go to Tian City together to take a boat to the experimental base, it was because he had just received a piece of news from Mo Fan that made him decide to send them back to Mo City first. After everyone left, Lin Chen also prepared to go to the King Club to rescue Shen Lizhen. Just as he stepped out, he saw Xiao Runan standing at the entrance looking at him. "Where's Su Feng? Why didn't he come with you?" Lin Chen looked around and found only Xiao Runan. "Senior brother has already returned to the military district. He asked me to tell you that the Su family needs an explanation from you. While flirting with Su Xia, you also came to Kyoto to snatch a bride. Senior brother wants you to think carefully. Don't try to play both sides and harm his sister." Xiao Runan glared at him. Although the Cloud King said that Lin Chen was a stronger presence, the two had been familiar with each other for a long time and were not constrained by each other's strength. "Don't you know what my relationship with Su Xia is? We pretended to be a couple right in front of you." Lin Chen waved his hand. He only had a superficial understanding of Su Xia. They were not close. Initially, he had only agreed to be her fake boyfriend to attend classes freely, and because the system had issued a task. If the Su family needed an explanation, they could just ask Su Xia. Xiao Runan was aware of this, so she didn't dwell on the matter any longer. Shall we talk? She had come to find Lin Chen for a task. Please come in. Lin Chen stepped aside and invited Xiao Runan in. Even though he was pressed for time, a moment wouldn't make much difference. Moreover, he estimated that Jin Jin should have already passed away, and the Jin family would surely be in turmoil. For a while, Shen Lizhan wouldn't be in any danger. Once they sat down inside, Xiao Runan spoke first. I came with a mission. Actually, the police is just my surface identity. I have another identity as a member of the Huaxia Security Bureau. We protect Huaxia from all special incidents and carry out some secret missions. We hope to invite you to join the Huaxia Security Bureau. With your strength, it won't be long before you can become a guardian deity of Huaxia. Lin Chen curled his lips. I'm not interested. Huaxia is my homeland, and I naturally want to contribute what I have. But that doesn't include dedicating myself entirely to Huaxia. That would be too exhausting for me. Heroes and guardian deities are just titles. Bearing such a title would make life very burdensome. I'm only in my early 20s, and there are so many things in this vibrant world that I haven't experienced yet. He just wanted to be a free person. If he were given the title of a guardian deity of Huaxia, with his personality, it would become a heavy burden, and everything would have to revolve around Huaxia. Xiao Runan seemed to have guessed that Lin Chen would refuse. She took out a red document from her pocket. The Cloud King anticipated that you would refuse and asked me to give you this. Honorary Director of the Huaxia Security Bureau. You won't be working in the Huaxia Security Bureau, it's just a nominal position, with no burdens and no workload. However, you will enjoy the same rights and provisions as the director, with only one requirement. When Huaxia faces a major crisis, we need you to step up and help us. That's fine, and I don't even need this document. Even for your sake, I would help you. Lin Chen returned the document. The title of Honorary Director of the Huaxia Security Bureau sounded impressive, but to him, it seemed to serve no purpose other than adding a burden. Keep it. It will come in handy someday. You don't have to worry that we will trick you or force you into anything. As long as you are unwilling, who can force you? We aren't that foolish to bind you with such tricks. Xiao Runan pushed the document back in front of Lin Chen. Xiao Runan felt very happy about Lin Chen's words. He was willing to help the Huaxia Security Bureau, mostly for her sake. Lin Chen nodded and accepted the document. What is the relationship between the Cloud King and the Jin family? Why is he standing up for them? Lin Chen looked at Xiao Runan and asked. He was actually quite displeased with this so-called Cloud King. If it weren't for his strength being greater than the Cloud King's, today might have turned out very differently. The teacher is also a relative of those former royal families, just a branch. Xiao Runan's words stunned Lin Chen for a moment. He didn't expect that the Cloud King was actually from a family like the Jin family. When the teacher first began to make a name for himself, the people from the Jin family had their eyes on him, going to great lengths to be good to him, but he coldly rejected them. The Jin family then resorted to other means to get close to the teacher's father. Before his death, the teacher's father made him swear to the heavens that he would do his best to help the Jin family, the Guan family, and other former royal bloodlines. The teacher didn't want his father to die with his eyes closed, so he agreed. Over the years, the Jin and Guan families have become one of the four great families in the capital, largely due to the teacher's influence. In every field, they would receive green lights and leniency. Many matters were overlooked. Xiao Runan sighed softly. She was a person who hated evil, yet because of this reason, she couldn't act against the Jin family, which was ironic. After hearing this, Lin Chen suddenly understood why Jin Jin's King Club dared to be so brazen and lawless. It turned out that everyone turned a blind eye to their actions because of the favor owed to the Cloud King. Lin Chen's opinion of the Cloud King worsened. He actually condoned the Jin family's harm to so many people, showing that the Cloud King was not necessarily a good person. Tell me about it. How did you survive after falling into the sea? Xiao Runan looked at Lin Chen. Previously, when Guan Yue returned, their Huaxia Security Bureau had sent someone to inquire, but they got no results. Now she wanted to hear how Lin Chen would explain it, as they had gone out to sea for about a month with no gains. Lin Chen and Guan Yue had already agreed on their story. They drifted to an island, struggled to survive for a while, and were finally rescued by a passing ship. Chapter 173, The Drugged 95-Point Beauty. However, Xiao Runan's question reminded Lin Chen of something. At that time, Guan Yue had said something strange, as if she knew she wouldn't be stuck on the deserted island forever, as if she could be rescued at any moment. As long as Guan Yue is there, as long as you don't die in the sea, you will definitely be rescued. I just found out not long ago that the people from the Guan family all have a locator inside their bodies, which also serves a communication purpose. When Xiao Runan went to the Guan family to inform them of Guan Yuer's death, she learned this news, which confirmed that both Lin Chen and Guan Yuer were alive. Fortunately, that island was moving, so even if the Guan family knew the locator's position at that time, they might not be able to find it again. However, before the next visit, they needed to find and remove the locators from their bodies. Thinking of this, Lin Chen quickly made a call, instructing them to go to Motu and immediately go to the hospital to have the locators removed, or to do it at a hospital on the way. Otherwise, once the Guan and Jin families colluded, they would be in danger. Lin Chen didn't have time to chat with Xiao Runan anymore. He needed to finish his business and return. Although Li Cheng and the others were now strong, he couldn't be sure what the other side might do. After sending Xiao Runan away, he quickly left. Not long after they left, a group of men in black burst in with guns, led by Jin Xian. Search! Not a single ant should be let go. Jin Xian gritted his teeth and said. He had investigated and found that the person who killed his son was coming this way, and based on the search, he had locked onto this location. There was also news that Lin Chen, who had taken his daughter-in-law and slapped the Jin family in the face, was nearby, indicating they were all in cahoots. Sir, there are reports that the assassin has left Kyoto and is heading south, said a bodyguard-like person after finishing a call. Jin Xian's eyes gleamed with malice. Gather the men, no matter where they go, find them for me. Alive or dead, I want to see them. Whether it was Lin Chen or the killer who murdered Jin Xian would never let them go easily. At this moment, Lin Chen had already arrived at the entrance of the King Club. It was daytime, and it looked like an ordinary building. However, the establishment operates 24 hours a day. Now that the owner of this club has passed away, it continues to function as usual. After paying the entrance fee, he walked into the club, where no one would pay much attention to him, making it easier for Lin Chen to move around. He bypassed the first 3 floors and went directly to the 4th floor and above. If Shen Lizhen was trapped in this club, it could only be in one of these guest rooms. However, with so many rooms, checking each one would take too much time. Suddenly, the elevator doors opened, and 2 girls were helping another girl out. This was yet another victim of drugging. Girls were taken away at all hours in this club. Lin Chen didn't want to get involved. His priority was to rescue Shen Lizhen first. Ding! Detected a beauty with a score above 90. Name, Tian Chensi, score, 95, age, 21, height, 168 centimeters, bust, 36D, favorability, 88, ding. Detected a beauty with a score over 90 is in danger. Triggering options, option 1, ignore her and let her fend for herself, reward tags, scumbag, cold-blooded, heartless, bah. Option 2, save the beauty, reward location of Shen Lizhen, damn. Is the dog system deliberately insulting me? You dare to issue such a task reward, aren't you ashamed? This is truly the worst reward ever given, just a piece of information, compared to the other option, which is a barrage of insults. Lin Chen realized that whenever the system detected a beauty with a score above 90 in danger or difficulty, it would always issue a task forcing him to help her. This system shouldn't even be called a choice system, it should just be called a pickup system. But even if the reward was meager, he had no choice, he still had to go save her. Rather than aimlessly searching for Shen Lizhen, it would be better to do a small favor and directly obtain information about her. However, it was strange why this beauty named Tian Chensi had such a high favorability towards him. He didn't even know this girl. Lin Chen thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out, so he decided to stop thinking about it. He quietly followed them and noticed that after being drugged, these women were supported by 2 other girls to the guest rooms. He didn't know if it was to avoid being caught or if these useless girls didn't even have the strength to support themselves. Just like last time, Lin Chen took advantage of the door opening to slip inside. After the 2 supporting women left, Lin Chen approached the bed and looked at the drugged woman. She appeared pure and sweet, wearing a loose white t-shirt, sports pants, and sneakers, with an indentation in her hair, indicating she had been wearing a hat. A beauty with a score of 95 was indeed different. This ordinary outfit looked quite good on her. The name Tian Chensi felt familiar, but he couldn't recall it clearly. Perhaps the name Chensi was just too common. The girl on the bed, Tian Chensi, slightly moved her eyelids, seeming to be waking up. Lin Chen calculated the time. The man who had drugged her should be coming soon, so he hid in the corner. 2 minutes later, the door opened, and a young man stumbled in. When Lin Chen saw the man who entered, a strange expression appeared on his face. He had only rescued beauties from the King Club twice, and both times he encountered the same person. This man was Yang Ming-en, who had drugged Shen Yu last time. He didn't expect to run into him again. However, Yang Ming-en had a good eye. Both times he had chosen exceptionally beautiful girls, which must have been luck, considering Shinyu's makeup last time was not great, making it hard to tell she was a top beauty. "You. Who are you? What do you want?" In a daze on the bed, Tian Shensi seemed to have realized her situation, her eyes slightly opening, her whole body unable to move. Yang Ming'an walked over with a smug smile. "Beautiful girl, you don't need to care who I am right now. Soon, I will be your husband." Ha ha ha. As Yang Ming'an laughed, he began to take off his clothes. Suddenly, a hand patted his shoulder, and the smile on his face abruptly stopped. Yang Ming'an jumped forward, dodging out of Lin Chen's reach, turning to see who it was. "Who are you? Don't you know this is the Jin family's territory? Such a lack of manners, leave quickly, and I won't pursue it." Yang Ming'an knew that anyone daring to disturb him in this guest room at this time and place was definitely not here for good intentions, so he could only feign calmness and see if he could intimidate the other party. Chapter 174, Tian Shensi. Lin Chen smiled slightly at his words. "Are all of you from the Yang family so idle? Causing trouble for good women in broad daylight." Lying on the bed, Tian Shensi seemed to sense a glimmer of hope, reaching out her feeble hand to grasp Lin Chen's clothing, weakly saying, "Save. Save me." In this hazy moment, she seemed to see the person who often appeared in her dreams. Lin Chen looked at the girl whose eyes could barely open, her body weak, and softly said, "Don't worry, with me here, this scoundrel can't touch you." Ah! Hearing this, Yang Ming'an grabbed a nearby chair and shouted as he charged at Lin Chen. Lin Chen turned and executed a spinning kick, sending him crashing against the wall, unconscious. Lin Chen stepped forward, placing a foot on Yang Ming'an's thigh. The already fainted Yang Ming'an was jolted awake by the pain, letting out a piercing scream before fainting again. Yang Ming'an had harmed many good women, confiscating his tools would hopefully make him more restrained in the future. Lin Chen picked up Tian Shensi and walked towards the door. In her daze, Tian Shensi seemed to see Lin Chen's figure but couldn't stay awake. Her eyelids felt incredibly heavy, and she struggled to open her eyes but couldn't. She wanted to see if the person in front of her was indeed the one she knew. This time, Lin Chen chose not to jump out the window. In such places, it was common to see men carrying women around, and when they saw each other, everyone would share a knowing smile. Lin Chen left the King Club openly carrying Tian Shensi, without being stopped by anyone. Since Tian Shensi still had the effects of the drug, and possibly other substances in her system, Lin Chen initially intended to take her to the hospital for a stomach wash, but she stopped him at the hospital entrance. "No, I can't go to the hospital, something will happen. Take me somewhere else, I just need to rest a bit." The system's task completion notification had not sounded, indicating that Lin Chen's task was not yet complete, so he could only listen to Tian Shensi and not take her to the hospital. He carried Tian Shensi to a hotel. This mid-range hotel was common in Kyoto and wouldn't attract attention. After placing Tian Shensi on the bed, he immediately noticed that her body was flushed red. He had no method for this kind of rescue without going to the hospital. Lin Chen called Su Weiwei, the only medical personnel he knew. However, Su Weiwei couldn't determine Tian Shensi's symptoms or which drug she had been given over the phone. Finally, through Gu Beichen's introduction, he contacted a medical professor. Lin Chen explained the current issues he faced and asked if there was another way to resolve it without going to the hospital. First, take off her clothes and pour some cold water on her to see if you can lower her body temperature. If her skin gets redder and her temperature rises, then you'll have to resort to traditional methods to help her, otherwise, she could burst a blood vessel and die. The medical professor's solution left Lin Chen in silence. The medical professor recalled a type of forbidden drug upon hearing Lin Chen's description. If it was indeed that drug, then Tian Shensi would be in danger. He certainly knew what the so-called traditional methods were, but it felt a bit like taking advantage of someone in distress. He had encountered several people who had fallen victim to his opportunism before, and deep down, he was not very willing to do these things without the other party's knowledge. Lin Chen thought for a moment and decided he had to try. After all, the mission was not yet complete. If Tian Shensi were to die from an explosion of blood vessels, then his mission would be considered a failure. "You've been poisoned with a narcotic. I will attempt to detoxify you, but this process may be a bit intrusive. However, if we don't resolve this, your life will be in danger." Tian Shensi still had some awareness, so it was necessary to at least greet her. "Okay, thank you." Tian Shensi's condition was worse than before. Her blood surged, her body felt hot, and she was twisting uncontrollably. Lin Chen carried her to the bathroom and removed her clothing. The pure white skin now had a hint of redness, making Lin Chen unable to resist looking a few more times. There was not an ounce of excess flesh on her body, which made Lin Chen feel parched. He quickly turned on the faucet and poured cold water over Tian Shensi, and her slightly reddened skin became even more flushed. Lin Chen hurriedly took her out of the bathroom and dried her off. The medical professor had said that if cold water had the opposite effect, he needed to dry her off quickly, and only traditional methods could save her. What kind of narcotic did the King Club use to have such a strong effect? Lin Chen cursed under his breath. If he didn't do something soon, Tian Chensi would burst a blood vessel. Miss, cold water can no longer alleviate the effects of this narcotic. Only traditional methods can resolve this. If you are unwilling, I won't touch you, but you will die. Lin Chen felt he had to ask her first. Although he was not a good person, he wouldn't take advantage of someone in distress unless he couldn't help himself. After Lin Chen finished speaking, he looked at Tian Chensi, who had completely lost her rationality and could not respond. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and decided not to care about her willingness anymore. 2 hours later, Tian Chensi was still in a deep sleep, while Lin Chen had already left the hotel. Tian Chensi should be safe now, as the system had already rewarded him for completing the mission. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing option 2, saving Tian Chensi. Ding! Reward, location of Shenlizhen, King Club basement. Ding! Additional reward, a piece of information. Jin Xian has learned that Jin Jin was killed by Shin Yu of the Shin family and is currently heading to the King Club to kill Shenlizhen in a fit of rage. The system might have felt embarrassed to give such a small reward, so it sent Lin Chen an extra piece of information. This was also why Lin Chen chose to leave without waiting for Tian Chensi to wake up. Confronting the now-crazed Jin Xian head-on was not a wise move. Besides, he didn't even know if Yang Ming'an had woken up yet. If he had, going to the King Club now would make him recognizable, complicating his actions. However, with how heavily he had stepped, it should take at least half a day for Yang Ming'an to wake up. Chapter 175, The Rising Star of the Film Industry, Tian Chensi. Regardless, Lin Chen had to hurry to the King Club to bring Shenlizhen out. Although the system had not issued a mission, he couldn't bear to let such a beautiful young woman perish like this. Shortly after Lin Chen left, Tian Chensi in the hotel slowly began to wake up. The soreness throughout her body, combined with a hint of red on the sheets, proved that what had just happened was not a dream. Tears streamed from the corners of Tian Chensi's eyes. It was her first time at a bar, and fearing for her safety at night, she had chosen to go during the day. Unexpectedly encountering such a situation in broad daylight, in her memories, the drinks were all brought to her by friends, indicating that it was her friends who were harming her. In her moment of daze just now, Tian Chensi saw the man who took her first time. Although somewhat blurry, she could roughly recognize his outline, but now she was unsure whether that outline was an illusion or real. If she were to see him again, Tian Chensi was uncertain if she would recognize him. She recalled the man's words to her, that if she didn't resolve this, she would die a violent death. At that time, she had no way to think clearly or respond. If she were still sober, she probably wouldn't have chosen to let him save her. To her, this was more important than life itself. Tian Chensi struggled to crawl out of bed, dressed, and limped out of the hotel, calling someone to pick her up. A van arrived in front of Tian Chensi, and a middle-aged woman in the car looked at her with heartache. As someone who had been through it, she could tell at a glance what Chensi had experienced. If Lin Chen were there, he would recognize that this middle-aged woman was Li Hua, who had once said on the Merdon that she wanted to sign him as a star. Chensi, you foolish girl. I've told you many times, most of your current resources were snatched from Dai Yujiao. She sees you as an enemy, yet you always treat her as a friend and listen to her, going to bars with her, Li Hua said, looking exasperated. Seeing Tian Chensi crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom, Li Hua couldn't bear to scold her any longer. Inside, let's go to the police station, submit the evidence, and get Dai Yujiao locked up. Hearing this, Tian Chensi was startled and quickly grabbed Li Hua's hand, shaking her head desperately. No, don't call the police. I was actually saved. But Dai Yujiao drugged me. If I hadn't gone through this, I would have died. The one who took my first time was saving me. We can't call the police. Li Hua's face turned furious as she scolded. I've never heard of doing such a thing to save a life. You need to have some sense, okay? If this continues, you'll suffer a lot. Tian Chensi's face turned pale. Yes, this was all Lin Chen had said. She did feel something was off, but whether she would die was still uncertain. After hesitating for a moment, she chose to believe what Lin Chen had said. Sister Hua, it should be true. I really felt terrible at that time. The other party had used other methods, but they didn't work, and in the end, it had to be that way. Moreover, he was trying to save me, and I agreed. Li Hua looked at Tian Chensi's naive expression and felt a headache. This girl was a gem she had discovered in recent years, and in just a few years, she had become a rising star. Tian Chensi's acting talent was the highest Li Hua had ever seen, and she was beautiful with a great figure. The only flaw was her overly simple and naive personality. She had always protected Tian Chensi well, but today, she happened to be going out to discuss a role with a famous director, a major female lead project. In just a few hours, Tian Chensi had gotten into trouble. As for Dai Yujiao, she was from the same company, under different agents. Li Hua was very capable, and with Tian Chenxi's talent, the company had directed many resources towards her, which led to the resentment of Dai Yujiao, a veteran in the company, who then set a trap to ruin Tian Chenxi. Unexpectedly, all of this was disrupted by Lin Chen, but it wasn't completely ruined. At least Tian Chenxi's first time was indeed gone. Whether it's true or not, you'll know if you come with me to a place. Li Hua thought that since Tian Chenxi was unwilling to call the police, she couldn't force her, but she could preserve other evidence, such as the fact that there would definitely be residues in her body after being drugged. Since not much time had passed, they could find someone to test her blood and preserve the evidence. Her ex-husband happened to be a professor in the medical department, so asking him to help draw some blood for testing was not a problem. Li Hua drove this car into Kyoto University, where her ex-husband Wang Jun was a professor in the medical department. They divorced due to incompatible personalities, but even after the divorce, they still interacted like family. After learning about Li Hua's purpose, Wang Jun drew blood from Tian Chenxi for examination. It was discovered that there was indeed a hallucinogenic drug present in Tian Chenxi's body, and through analysis, it was found that this drug had no antidote. Even gastric lavage at the hospital would not help. The only way to completely eliminate it was through traditional intimate relations. If not resolved, death was certain. This drug is a banned substance from Country M. How did it flow into Huaxia? Wang Jun murmured. How could a drug that was banned even in the chaotic Country M be so rampant in Huaxia? Both Li Hua and Tian Chenxi were shocked, not expecting that this drug could truly be lethal. What a vicious hallucinogen. At that moment, Tian Chenxi confirmed that Lin Chen had not lied to her. She would indeed die. Do you remember who saved you? Was there a photo taken or something? Li Hua quickly asked, worried that if the person who saved Tian Chenxi had ulterior motives, it would surely ruin her career. Tian Chenxi shook her head. I was under the influence of this drug, in a daze, and couldn't see clearly, but I could make out a rough outline. I just don't know if that was my own illusion. In that hazy moment, she saw the person who saved her, resembling a man from a video she used to love watching, whom she admired for playing the piano. The man in that video was Lin Chen, the melancholic piano prince who sang duets with Guan Yuer. It was because he looked somewhat like him that she doubted whether she had mistaken him for someone else and created an illusion, but she didn't voice these thoughts. Wang Jun, on the side, fell into contemplation, recalling that a few hours ago, someone claiming to be a friend of Gu Beichen had called him to inquire about how to treat someone who had taken a hallucinogenic drug. The symptoms described by that person matched those of the drug Tian Chenxi had taken, but he kept this to himself. Li Hua furrowed her brows. This situation was troublesome yet not too troublesome, provided that the person who saved Tian Chenxi was not a bad person. I will keep a close eye on this matter and suppress this information. You should take some time to rest and adjust your state. Director Li has already cast you as the female lead, so take some time to read the script thoroughly. Chapter 176, Rescuing the Beautiful Woman. Shen Lizhen. Tian Chenxi sat in the car heading home, looking out the window, reminiscing about the figure that had originally appeared in her mind. The more she recalled, the less certain she was whether she had created an illusion at that moment. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had successfully entered the King Club. From the situation inside the club, it seemed that young Ming-En had not yet awakened, otherwise, the atmosphere would not be so calm. However, the stairs leading to the basement were guarded, making it not so easy to get in. The door to the basement faced the bar hall, and with 2 security guards down, it would stand out. But Lin Chen couldn't afford to think too much about that now. He approached the 2 bodyguards and quickly knocked them out under their astonished gazes. He then swiftly opened the door and tossed the 2 bodyguards inside. Although this scene went unseen by others, the people waiting at the basement stairs would soon notice their absence. Lin Chen hurried down into the basement, which had no elevator and could only be accessed by stairs, with just this one entrance. Inside the basement, there were many rooms, as if it were a prison. Lin Chen pushed open these doors one by one, finding people locked inside. It seemed this place was still used by Jinjin to hold captives. He didn't care who the other person was, nor did he have the habit of helping the enemy close the door behind him. He opened room after room and finally found Shen Lizhen in the last room, her hair slightly disheveled. We meet again, but I didn't expect it to be under such circumstances, Lin Chen said with a smile, leaning against the door. Shen Lizhen looked at the person standing at the door, confused about why he was here. Why are you here? Are you also one of the Jin family? To her, this was the only possibility, otherwise, why would she see Lin Chen on the Jin family's territory? Now is not the time to get tangled up in these questions. Let's hurry and leave. I'll explain everything once we're outside, Lin Chen said, pulling Shen Lizhen along as he quickly headed for the exit. Meanwhile, many bodyguards had already rushed down the basement stairs. Lin Chen pulled out a baton he had just picked up and struck down those rushing at him while moving upward. The people he had mistakenly let go earlier were now desperately rushing outside. The bar was instantly thrown into chaos, but Lin Chen didn't stop and headed straight for the door. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw a large group of cars rushing over from a distance. These must be Jin Xian's men. Lin Chen didn't want to confront this madman directly. He quickly picked up Xin Lizhan and jumped out to the side, running into a corner. As soon as Jin Xian's men stopped their cars, they pulled out submachine guns and opened fire on the entrance of the King Club, shooting down both guests and those who had just escaped. This scene shocked Lin Chen, who had just left not far away. This was Kyoto. How could they shoot so openly without causing social panic? Jin Xian was most likely insane. Jin Xian, arriving a few seconds late, was unaware that Lin Chen had just left. He had received a call saying that the basement door had been opened and that those who had been imprisoned by Jin Xian had escaped. From a distance, he saw the chaotic entrance of the club and immediately ordered everyone to shoot, not sparing anyone, taking full responsibility for any mistakes. Now that his son was dead, the position of family head was no longer his concern. Once others took power, his fate wouldn't be any better, so he decided to go mad once and for all. He had to kill the one who murdered Jin Xian. Crazy! Crazy! Jin Xian dares to shoot in Kyoto, he's doomed, and the Jin family will be implicated, Xin Lizhan murmured beside him. Lin Chen glanced at the blood-soaked entrance of the club and turned to pull Xin Lizhan away quickly. They arrived at a parking lot where he had previously arranged for a car to be bought. He drove away from Kyoto. The Jin family dared to do such a thing. It wouldn't be long before the entire city of Kyoto was under martial law, and leaving would not be so easy then. Lin Chen drove south with Xin Lizhan, arriving in Tian City where he found a hotel to temporarily stay. He booked 2 rooms in the hotel, and after eating, he returned to his room to wash up and sleep. Just after finishing his shower, Lin Chen heard a knock on the door. When he opened it, he saw Xin Lizhan standing at the door in a bathrobe, a hint of white barely visible at the collar, extremely tempting. "Shall we chat?" Without waiting for Lin Chen's consent, Xin Lizhan walked into the room. "What are we chatting about at this hour? Aren't you worried about me losing control as a lone man and a woman?" Lin Chen teased as he closed the door. "So, why did you save me? You've been saying we need to hurry and escape all this time, and now you can finally tell me, right?" Xin Lizhan sat on the edge of the bed, crossing her legs, her fair thighs exposed to the air, and a flash of darkness within the bathrobe caught Lin Chen's eye. This enchantress! Lin Chen cursed inwardly. Xin Lizhan's mature charm was continuously radiating, and he was starting to lose control. Lin Chen walked over to her side, leaning against the edge of the table. "Since you want to know, I'll tell you. I was entrusted by Xingyu to go to that place to save you. Jin Xian of the Jin family has gone mad because your niece killed Jin Xian, so now the entire Jin family is in chaos." Lin Chen's words left Xin Lizhan stunned, her mouth agape. When Xingyu left the Magic City, she had told her that she was going to Kyoto to kill Jin Xian. In Xin Lizhan's view, killing the heir to the Jin family in Kyoto was nearly impossible. She had advised Xingyu not to go, but Xingyu didn't listen and went to Kyoto anyway. Just 2 days later, they received a message from the Jin family asking the head of the Xin family to come to Kyoto. Since Xin Lizhan was already supposed to go to Kyoto, they sent her. As soon as she landed, she was locked up in the basement of the King Club by the Jin family. It was only now that Xin Lizhan realized why she had been captured by the Jin family. She never expected that Xingyu had really killed Jin Xian. "How did you kill Jin Xian? With her strength, it's absolutely impossible." Xin Lizhan looked at Lin Chen, feeling that this man must be involved in the matter. "I helped her attract everyone's attention and arranged an escape route for her. The rest was all her doing," Lin Chen shrugged. Chapter 177, The Beautiful Woman's Gratitude. "Why are you willing to help you? What is your relationship?" Xin Lizhan looked at him suspiciously and pressed on. "No relationship, at most we are just alumni. I helped her for other reasons, not because of any romantic feelings. I won't tell you the specifics. There's one more thing, I sent Xingyu to the dock to catch a boat to leave. She shouldn't be coming back to the Magic City for a while. What about you? Are you going with her or returning to the Magic City?" Lin Chen wanted Xin Lizhan to choose for herself, whether to escape or stay, which was also one of the reasons he remained in Tian City. Xingyu had killed Jin Xian, and Jin Xian had completely gone mad. The fact that he dared to shoot in the street just proved that he was reckless. Next, the Xin family would have to face the Jin family's retaliation, and returning to the Magic City would undoubtedly be fraught with danger. Xin Lizhan fell silent. She also wanted to escape that unfeeling family, but rationally she couldn't do that. No matter what, she had to return to face the consequences of Xingyu's actions together with her family. Xingyu was still young, and there were many days ahead, but someone had to take the blame for this incident to appease the Jin family's wrath, otherwise, the Shin family would cease to exist. As expected, the Jin family had already begun to take retaliatory actions against the Shin family. Although returning would be perilous, there were reasons she couldn't leave the Magic City. Shin Lizhan worried that if she escaped, the Jin family's revenge would fall on her loved ones. As long as Yor is gone, I can't leave. Shin Lizhan shook her head dejectedly. Lin Chen didn't try to persuade her, he wasn't a saint. Since she had chosen not to leave, there was no need to force her. Alright, I'll take you back to the Magic City tomorrow. You should get some rest now. Lin Chen pointed towards the door, indicating for Shin Lizhan to leave his room. Shin Lizhan stood up from the bedside, untied the robe's sash, and opened the robe. When Lin Chen saw what was inside the robe, his nose felt warm, and he almost had a nosebleed. You saved me and you were on the Merdon, and now you've saved us again in Kyoto. I don't know what your intentions are, but I, Shin Lizhan, don't want to owe anyone a favor. Right now, I don't have anything of value to offer, except for this body that hasn't been touched by a man, which I suppose is worth something. Ahem, you should cover yourself, I'm not that kind of person. Lin Chen coughed twice, forcing himself to remain calm. The gaze was fixed tightly on the scenery within the bathrobe. Shin Lizhan smiled slightly and slowly walked towards Lin Chen. Although I'm older than you, I take good care of myself, and I've never been touched by a man. From what I understand, no one can resist my charm. If there is, then he's not a man. Not a man. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen reached out and wrapped his arms around Shin Lizhan's waist, pulling her into his embrace, grinning as he said, whether he's a man or not, you'll find out soon enough. Are you sure you can handle the consequences of provoking a man? Shin Lizhan rolled her eyes playfully and continued to provoke. If it's just talk, how would I know if I can handle it? I only have one request, if you touch me, you can't go and harm Yor anymore. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened as he turned Shin Lizhan's body and pushed her against the table. With a soft cry, the battle immediately commenced. After a night of silence, the intensity of the fight left the entire room in disarray. In the morning, the two drove towards the Magic City, Shin Lizhan's cheeks still slightly flushed, but her expression had turned cold. Last night was a one-time thing. From now on, we owe nothing to each other. Don't think about having another time with me. To be honest, I'm a lily. A strange look appeared on Lin Chen's face. From the events of last night, it seemed this lily quite enjoyed herself, and it didn't seem like she had any aversion to men. However, Lin Chen had long suspected Shin Lizhan was a lily. Yu Qing from the Magic City was also a lily. The information about Yu Qing in the secret documents of the Wen family mentioned her relationship with Shin Lizhan, so Lin Chen was not surprised. So heartless? You weren't like this last night, but I respect your choice. If you want to have a friendly match with me in the future, I'm open to it. Lin Chen replied with a smile, secretly deciding to have someone protect Shin Lizhan. In the past, it didn't matter to Lin Chen whether she lived or died because she was just Shin Lizhan, but now it was different. Shin Lizhan was his woman. Bah, dream on. Don't even think about it. I'll tell you, I felt terrible last night, even uncomfortable. Don't get too sentimental, Shin Lizhan said, her pretty face flushing as she scolded him repeatedly. Ha, women. She didn't even know who was so eager to start the second round of battle right after the first round ended last night. If it weren't for Lin Chen's extraordinary physique, which had long surpassed the limits of an ordinary person, he would have been exhausted last night. At least today, his waist would definitely be sore. Beside him, Shin Lizhan recalled last night's events, repeatedly trying to push those thoughts out of her mind. The two quickly returned to the Magic City, and after Lin Chen dropped Shin Lizhan off, he went to find the Guan siblings. Lin Chen had Li Qing arrange for some houses for them to live in. On one hand, Lin Chen felt a headache. There were too many women, and he had separated them all. Now he could hardly remember which woman was in which neighborhood. Yi Mingxi was in one place, Wen Ruxue in another, the Jiang sisters in another, he himself and those maids in one, and Shen Shanshan hadn't even been accounted for yet. Now there was also Guan Yuer. He didn't know when he could gather all these women in one place to live together. When Guan Yuer saw Lin Chen, she rushed into his arms without hesitation. Guan Jibin also walked over to thank Lin Chen. Without him, Guan Jibin might still be hiding in the capital, or worse, some irreversible tragedy might have already occurred. Lin Chen looked at the bandages on the siblings' shoulders, knowing they had removed the positioning communicator from the Guan family. However, he was unsure about Zhang Tian's plans. Several days had passed, and soon it would be the 7-day deadline. After spending a night with Guan Yuer, Lin Chen took the time to visit the Jiang sisters. The next day, Lin Chen took Guan Yuer out to sea. The small courtyard by the seaside held their memories, and Guan Yuer wanted to go back and take a look. Moreover, calculating the time, Xinyu should be arriving there soon. Xinyu's mission had not given any hints, which likely meant it was not completely successful yet. This time, he did not bring Guan Jibin along, as Lin Chen had other plans for him. While still on the way, Lin Chen received a satellite call from Yang Yun. Brother Lin, Zhang Tian has arrived, but he has been shot and his wounds are already infected. There are no medical facilities here. Professor Gu said to use the gene enhancement liquid to boost his immune system and help him overcome this crisis. We dare not make a decision on our own, so we called to ask you. Chapter 178, Watchtower Island. Use it, we must save him. Lin Chen did not hesitate. If Zhang Tian could reach such a state under normal circumstances, using the gene enhancement liquid would surely elevate him to the level of the Cloud King. With such a talent by his side, he wouldn't have to do everything himself. He just didn't expect Zhang Tian to arrive on the island so quickly, which meant he must have completed his mission a few days ago. But why hadn't he heard any news from the Guan family? Lin Chen thought for a moment. It could be that the Guan family suppressed the news, or perhaps Zhang Tian had not completed his mission. All of this would have to wait until Zhang Tian woke up to find out. Another day passed, and Lin Chen and Guan Yuer finally arrived at the island. By the way, we haven't named this island yet. What do you want to call it? Guan Yuer suddenly remembered that every time they mentioned this island, Lin Chen referred to it as the experimental base. Such a large island didn't even have a name. You think of one. I'm terrible at naming things. Just look at the name my parents gave me, and you'll know how poor our family's naming genes are, Lin Chen said, ruffling Guan Yuer's hair. Speaking of his name, Guan Yuer couldn't help but chuckle, and after a moment of thought, she said, let's call it Watchtower Island. We used to watch for rescue ships passing by here, and with your name having guard in it, this name fits perfectly. Watchtower Island, though a bit rustic, was acceptable. Having a name would make it easier to refer to. The two arrived at the experimental base, where many people were already present. The three who had originally followed Lin Chen to Kyoto were there, along with Xin Yu. When Xin Yu saw Lin Chen and Guan Yuer walk in, a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. Where's Zhang Tian? Has there been any improvement after the gene enhancement liquid injection? Lin Chen looked around but did not see Zhang Tian. Brother Zhang is currently in the experimental ward. Professor Gu has injected him with the gene enhancement liquid, and his condition has improved somewhat. He is still in a coma, but his bodily functions have been stimulated and are recovering. He may not wake up in the short term. Professor Gu said he was close to death. We don't know exactly what happened to him that caused him to lose so much blood and faint, Yang Yun said, leading Lin Chen to an experimental ward. Inside, Zhang Tian was lying on the bed, surrounded by instruments. It seemed he wouldn't wake up anytime soon, and it was unclear what had happened to him to cause such severe injuries. Did he end up in a hard fight? Yang Yun spoke up to clarify for Lin Chen. Brother Zhang has several gunshot wounds. From the items on the boat, it appears he handled the bullets himself. He drifted at sea for too long, leading to an infection. When we found him, he was unconscious on the boat. If it weren't for Qiu Lu's daily habit of checking the control room for the surrounding situation, he might have already died. It seemed Zhang Tian had encountered a very dangerous situation in Kyoto. Everything would be clear once he woke up. Lin Chen arrived at Gu Beichen's laboratory, where Gu Beichen looked like a mad scientist, unkempt with a scruffy beard and heavy dark circles under his eyes, completely immersed in his research, unaware that Lin Chen had entered. Professor Gu, your health is the foundation of revolution. If you keep this up, I'm worried you'll collapse from exhaustion, Lin Chen said, but Gu Beichen didn't turn to look at him. Lin Chen wandered around the lab, but he couldn't understand any of the equipment. Indeed, every field has its own expertise. Suddenly, Gu Beichen turned around, his eyes gleaming with excitement, startling Lin Chen. You're back just in time. I'm close to success. Hurry and give me some of your blood. Gu Beichen exclaimed, grabbing Lin Chen's arm with enthusiasm. Lin Chen helplessly extended his hand. Go ahead, but don't take too much, otherwise, I'll feel drowsy. Since what Gu Beichen was doing was beneficial to his plan, Lin Chen didn't hesitate to provide his blood. Su Weiwei, standing nearby, took out the blood-drawing tools and began to assist Lin Chen. Lin Chen observed Su Weiwei and noticed her pale complexion and somewhat dazed expression. Has your condition worsened? Why do you look so unwell? Lin Chen asked with concern. Su Weiwei shook her head. It's fine, just that my memory fragments are starting to blur. Some things take a long time to recall. Lin Chen glanced at Gu Beichen, as if inquiring why he wasn't helping Su Weiwei with her issues. Don't look at me. If your blood was sufficient, I would have completed it long ago. I'm just a little short now. If you leave me more blood, I'll quickly create an upgraded gene enhancement serum, and then I can treat Weiwei. Gu Beichen waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, I'll stay on the island during this time until you're cured. No matter how much blood you need, I'll provide it, Lin Chen said with a reassuring smile. Su Weiwei nodded with a smile, then seemed to remember something and asked, "Are Guan Yuer and Xin Yu both your girlfriends?" Lin Chen's smile froze, and he shook his head. Guan Yuer is, but Xin Yu is not. He wouldn't hide the truth about Guan Yuer, nor would he about anyone else. A lie requires countless other lies to support it, and he had no intention of hiding anything from Su Weiwei. A straightforward answer was enough. Upon hearing Lin Chen's response, Su Weiwei silently nodded and said nothing more. The amount of blood drawn this time was considerable, and Lin Chen felt a bit dizzy from the loss. After the blood draw, he left the research base and returned to the seaside cottage to sleep. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of helping Xin Yu assassinate Jin Jin. Reward, all attributes +1, a courtyard house next to the Forbidden City in Kyoto. Ding! The purchase contract for the courtyard house next to the Forbidden City in Kyoto has been sent to the host's office in Modu. Ding! All attributes have been enhanced. The enhancement process is relatively lengthy, forcing the host to sleep. Just as Lin Chen lay down, he heard a series of notification sounds and then fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long it had been when he woke up to Guan Yuer's voice calling him. Opening his eyes, he saw Guan Yuer looking furious. "You knew that drawing so much blood would weaken your body. Why did you let them do it?" Guan Yuer scolded. Seeing Lin Chen unconscious, she was extremely anxious. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head. "It's fine, it has nothing to do with the blood draw. A short sleep is all I needed. I feel great now." The enhancement of all attributes had completely dispelled the fatigue he felt from the blood draw. Chapter 179, Zheng Tian's Special Ability, Host, Lin Chen, Strength, 12, Physique, 12, Spirit, 10, Charm, 11, the maximum attribute for ordinary people is 10, the host has exceeded the normal values among ordinary people. Vehicle, Pagani Zonda, Lamborghini Veneno, Merton cruise ship. Mansion, Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1, Tangchen Ipin Building A, 33rd floor. Skills, Mastery of Martial Arts, Mastery of Chess, Mastery of Marksmanship, Mastery of Athletic Skills, Mastery of Languages, Master-level Piano Skills, Mastery of Singing, Mastery of Acting, Top-level Hacking Skills. Balance, 14212844625. His spirit has reached the peak of an ordinary person, and everything else has far surpassed the limits of an ordinary person. Now his strength has become even more powerful, and his physique has become exceptionally robust, even allowing him to go back and continue having blood drawn. "Brother Lin, Zhang Tian has woken up, he wants to see you." Yang Yun walked in from outside but saw Lin Chen being scolded by Guan Yuer, and quickly retreated. Lin Chen sat up from the bed, pulled Guan Yuer into his arms, and kissed her passionately for a few minutes. Afterward, Guan Yuer shot him a resentful glare, tidied her clothes, and walked out. Lin Chen went to the laboratory, where Zhang Tian was no longer in the experimental ward but was throwing punches at a strength testing machine. Upon seeing Lin Chen arrive, he swung a punch at him, but Lin Chen simply extended 2 fingers to block it. Seeing this, Zhang Tian retracted his hand. "I thought I was stronger than you now, but I didn't expect you to easily block me," Zhang Tian said, somewhat disappointed. Lin Chen smiled. "You are indeed strong, stronger than most people, but I am different from you." That punch earlier made him feel Zhang Tian's strength at 10 points, which was already the limit for an ordinary person. He didn't expect a gene enhancement serum to instantly elevate Zhang Tian to a level akin to that of the Cloud King. "Why have I changed so much? What did you do to me?" Zhang Tian was confused. He had been gravely injured and near death, yet upon waking, he felt a tremendous energy within his body. "That's a secret, but there's no need to keep it from you. It's a type of gene enhancement serum that, once injected, will enhance your physical skills and improve your various attributes. We still don't know if there are any side effects." Lin Chen thought there was no need to hide this from Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian fell silent, unsure whether it was a silence of contemplation about the gene enhancement serum or a silence of trust in Lin Chen. "Come on, tell me what kind of crisis you encountered that almost killed you." Since Zhang Tian was fine and had made some progress, Lin Chen was now more curious about whether his mission had been completed. "The mission has been fully completed. 3 of the 2nd generation of the Guan family are dead, and 1 is insane. The entire 3rd generation of the Guan family has been wiped out. I found them during a Brotherhood gathering and set them all on fire. However, this news should have been suppressed by the Guan family, so no one outside knows. My injuries were sustained when I went in to finish them off after setting the fire, and I was shot a few times by those bodyguards of the Guan family while escaping," Zhang Tian reported on the mission. Just then, Lin Chen's phone rang. It was Mo Fong calling. "Brother Lin, the Guan family has sent someone and taken away Guan Jibin and his wife. Send someone to follow them, but don't alert them," Lin Chen instructed before hanging up. As expected, the Guan family had found Guan Jibin. Previously, Mo Fong had investigated Chen Limei's background, which was simple, but there was one strange point. She had appeared suddenly. Originally working in Jiangcheng, Chen Limei had suddenly come to Kyoto and, by coincidence, met Guan Jibin, becoming his wife. So Lin Chen kept a close eye and did not let Guan Jibin come to the island, instead settling the couple in Modu. Now that Guan Jibin had been found, it meant that Chen Limei was likely someone sent by the Guan family. However, since Guan Jibin had returned, it indicated that his plan had succeeded halfway. It just needed a little more time. After a while, he would deal with it, and the issues with the Guan family would be resolved. What a coincidence, that group of the third generation of the Guan family was all together when you burned them. From what I understand, the Guan family members shouldn't be that united to hold such a gathering, right? Lin Chen suddenly remembered what Zheng Tian had just said about the Guan family brothers gathering, which sounded like a joke. How could a big family have a united brotherhood? I asked Mo Fong for help and investigated what they currently desired. Using hacking techniques, I sent messages to their phones, luring them to a place to catch them all at once. I was a bit careless, though. Those people brought bodyguards who were watching from a distance. When they saw the fire, they rushed over, and we met in a narrow space, which is why I got hurt. Zhang Tian touched the wounds on his body, which had already turned into scars. Lin Chen nodded, then seemed to think of something and asked, "The gene enhancement liquid gives everyone a special ability. What is yours?" The gene enhancement liquid carries a special animal trait gene, Xiao Lu's ability to breathe underwater, Li Qing's perception ability, He Yun's skin hardening, and Huang Cheng's agility. There was also Yang Yun, who had recently discovered his ability of enhanced vision and hearing. Zhang Tian should also have a special ability. It was just unclear if he had developed it. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Tian said, "There is one special place. When this ward was still dark, I could see all the objects clearly, as if it were daytime." Night vision? It sounded a bit useless, but if Zhang Tian were to become an assassin in the future, it would still be very useful. Your ability should be night vision, allowing you to see clearly at night. If you can make good use of this, the title of the world's #1 assassin will belong to you. Adapt well to your new ability, and in a few days, go to Kyoto to wrap things up and take out the old man of the Guan family. Lin Chen patted his shoulder and then left the laboratory. Just as he stepped out of the lab, Xinyu stopped him, her eyes filled with resentment. "How long do you plan to keep me locked up?" After arriving on the island, Xinyu initially felt it was magical and was in awe of witnessing many miracles. But after a few days, she found herself with nothing to do and no one to talk to. Occasionally, she would try to chat with Su Weiwei, but she was busy assisting Gu Beichen. "I'm not keeping you locked up. You can leave whenever you want. I'm just helping you escape from Kyoto. Now that you're safe, I'll have someone send you back to the Magic City tomorrow." The mission was complete, and he no longer needed to protect Xinyu. No, I can't go back like this. Can you let me inject that gene enhancement liquid too?" Xinyu had seen the power of the gene enhancement liquid, and when she saw Qiu Lu able to stay underwater for hours, she admitted she felt envious. "No!" Lin Chen rejected her without a second thought. The gene enhancement liquid was his private property. Who was Xinyu to him? To put it nicely, she was an alumnus. To put it bluntly, she was still an enemy. Why would he give this gene enhancement liquid to an enemy, helping others become strong? He wasn't that foolish. Why not? "I can give you money, a place, assets. I can give you whatever you want," Xinyu said excitedly. "Do I look like someone who lacks money? What I lack, you can't provide. The gene enhancement liquid is for my own people. You are from the Shin family, and you were here to assassinate me before. Why would I enhance the strength of my enemy? Pack your things, I'll take you back to the Magic City tomorrow. Because of you, the Shin family should also be in a precarious situation now." Lin Chen instinctively reached out to pat her shoulder but suddenly realized that Xinyu was not like Yang Yun and the others. He silently withdrew his hand and turned to leave. Xinyu stood there biting her lip, unsure of what she was thinking, her hands clenched into fists and then relaxed. Lin Chen went to Gu Beichen's laboratory, and before he got close, he heard him excitedly shouting, "It worked! It worked!" This phrase had probably been the one Gu Beichen said the most during this time. Lin Chen walked in quickly, and Su Weiwei, who was beside Gu Beichen, had red-rimmed eyes. This was the gene enhancement serum developed to save her, and now that it had been successfully formulated, it was the best news for her. "Since it's successful, let's hurry and have Weiwei inject it," Lin Chen said immediately after entering. Upon hearing this, Gu Beichen suddenly withdrew his excited expression, and hesitation appeared on his face. "The effect of this gene enhancement serum has been strengthened using your blood, but we don't know the specific results yet. There are no clinical trials or test subjects. If we rashly inject Weiwei and something goes wrong, we won't even have a rescue plan." Gu Beichen's concerns were not unfounded. After all, it was a modified gene enhancement serum, and who knew if it had been improved or worsened? How about we catch a few gorillas to test it? Lin Chen suggested after a moment of thought. Gu Beichen shook his head. Gorillas are not humans, their bodily organs and functions are not as complex as those of humans, especially for something targeting the brain. Even if we experimented on gorillas, we wouldn't be able to see the effects. Su Weiwei stepped forward. Teacher, just inject it directly. There are no test subjects available for experiments, and my condition has already worsened. Even if I don't inject it, I probably won't live much longer. Gu Beichen and Lin Chen turned to look at her simultaneously, and Su Weiwei had a determined expression. She really couldn't wait any longer. Today, she didn't even know when she had arrived at the laboratory. The last moment she remembered was washing up before bed last night, and the next instant, she found herself in the laboratory today. This unknown experience filled her with fear. She didn't know if one day she would wake up in the sea or never wake up again. Gu Beichen gritted his teeth. Then I'll go prepare right now. He turned and left the laboratory, knowing that Su Weiwei was already critically ill and might not have many days left. Aren't we going to wait a bit longer? At least we should test it on a gorilla first, right? Lin Chen looked at the increasingly emaciated Su Weiwei. No, waiting any longer is meaningless. The teacher also said that we can't see the effects of the gorilla experiment. We can only use me as a test subject. Su Weiwei shook her head with a smile. Lin Chen looked at Su Weiwei's gradually pale face and finally sighed. Good luck, it must succeed. Su Weiwei smiled brightly and walked up to Lin Chen to hug him. This action startled Lin Chen. Their relationship shouldn't have reached this level yet, and he instinctively reached out to push her away. Don't move, let me stay like this for a while. This might be the last time I can do this. Given that my life and death are uncertain later, let me quietly stay like this for a moment. Su Weiwei's voice stopped his hand from pushing her away. Lin Chen slowly lowered his hand and stood there. After a few minutes, Gu Beichen came over and said he was ready. Only then did Su Weiwei release Lin Chen and walk towards the experimental observation room. Lin Chen watched the experiment proceed, leaving only after Su Weiwei fell into a deep sleep. This upgraded gene enhancement serum had a stronger effect, but the time needed for the body to adapt had also increased. He didn't leave the experimental base but stayed in another room, ready to know immediately if anything unexpected happened. Just as Lin Chen closed his eyes waiting for the results, a system prompt suddenly rang in his mind. Congratulations, host, for completing choice 2. Use all means to cure Su Weiwei's brain disease while making her fall in love with you. Reward, +1 mental point, mastery of medicine, and indestructible kidney. Ding! +1 mental point has been added to the host. Ding! The diamond kidney has been implanted into the host's body. Host, Lin Chen, strength, 12, physique, 12, spirit, 11, charm, 11. The maximum attributes for ordinary people are 10. The host has exceeded the normal values among ordinary people. Vehicle, Pagani Huayra, Lamborghini Veneno, Merton cruise ship. Mansion, Yunlu Mountain Villa No. 1, Tangchen Ipin Building A, 33rd floor. Skills, mastery in martial arts, chess, marksmanship, athletic skills, languages, master-level piano skills, singing proficiency, acting skills, top-tier hacking techniques, medical expertise, balance, 142128446251. A wealth of medical knowledge suddenly flooded Lin Chen's mind. When he heard the notification sound, he knew that Su Weiwei had been cured, and Gu Beichen's gene enhancement serum had indeed succeeded. Lin Chen suddenly realized that with so many skills he had mastered, his brain still felt more than capable. Could this be the benefit of enhanced spirit? Ding! The increase in spirit attributes can help the host better integrate these skills. So that's it. He had been wondering what other benefits the enhancement of spirit attributes had besides improving his mental state. However, Su Weiwei's task had taken quite a long time. Lin Chen had originally given up, but unexpectedly, after several months, it was finally completed. And he had even completed option 2. When did this girl fall in love with him? Lin Chen quickly walked to the experimental ward where Su Weiwei was located. At this moment, all the instruments were showing optimal conditions, and Gu Beichen was unsure if anything unexpected would happen, insisting on staying in the ward. Chapter 181, The Last Heir of the Guan Family. Professor Gu, go take a rest. Su Weiwei is already fine, she should wake up soon, Lin Chen said as he patted Professor Gu. He hadn't had a proper rest in a long time to speed up the research process. Gu Beichen looked at him with suspicion and disdain. How do you know it's successful? Weiwei hasn't woken up yet. Could it be that your expertise in this area surpasses mine? Lin Chen smiled but did not answer, pushing Gu Beichen out. You're the only genetic biologist here. If you collapse, this experimental base will be in ruins. Go rest. I'll keep an eye on things. After pushing Gu Beichen away, Lin Chen sat back in the position Gu Beichen had just vacated, waiting for Su Weiwei to wake up. Since the task had indicated completion, it meant that Su Weiwei was not far from waking up. Lin Chen cared for Su Weiwei but did not have deep romantic feelings. He simply hoped that Gu Beichen's academic legacy could be passed on. A genetic biologist was still not enough for him. He hoped Su Weiwei could learn real skills and stand on her own, so he wouldn't have to keep looking for others. The experimental base in Magic City had already begun construction, underground at the security company's site. He planned to invest heavily in creating a better experimental base and move everything back. The security company's location could also provide protection. They were all his people, and if anyone had ulterior motives, the defenses would be solid. At this moment, Guan Yuer walked in from outside and came to Lin Chen's side. "Will Weiwei be okay?" Lin Chen pulled her into his arms. "Don't worry, my sixth sense is very accurate. She's already fine and will wake up soon." The girls on the island who were of similar age were Xinyu, Su Weiwei, and Guan Yuer. The three of them got along well, even trending towards becoming good friends. Xinyu also cared about Su Weiwei, but she had been hiding somewhere recently, possibly worried about being sent back to Magic City by Lin Chen. Guan Yuer herself had few friends, and now having girls of similar age as friends, she had even abandoned Lin Chen these past few days. "By the way, Yuer, your brother and sister-in-law were captured by the Guan family. I forgot to tell you." Upon hearing this, Guan Yuer suddenly stood up from Lin Chen's embrace. "Why was my brother found? Are he and my sister-in-law okay? Why are you telling me this now?" "Don't worry, your brother is fine. Being captured this time might even be a good thing for him. If you don't believe me, go find brother Yang Yun and ask him for a satellite phone. You can call and check." He hadn't informed Guan Yuer earlier because the situation was still uncertain. Guan Yuer rushed out. The bond between the siblings was strong, filled with mutual concern and worry for each other. In Kyoto, at the Guan family ancestral hall, Guan Jibin was kneeling on the ground, while Guan Weilai stood beside him, his face filled with anger, questioning Guan Jibin. "Did you cause the deaths of all your uncles and brothers? Why is it that everyone else is in trouble, but you are fine?" Guan Jibin's gaze was icy as he looked at the pregnant woman behind Guan Weilai. That woman was his beloved wife, Chen Limei. He never expected that the person he trusted the most was actually sent by the Guan family to monitor him. The moment he learned the truth, his heart shattered, and he felt there was nothing left to pursue in life. His memory lingered on a few nights ago when Chen Limei tearfully told him that she was sent by the Guan family to watch over him. As soon as she finished speaking, a group of bodyguards from the Guan family burst in, abducting him and taking him directly to Kyoto. Throughout the journey, he couldn't believe what was happening, but by now, he had begun to accept this reality. Guan Jibin said with a bitter smile, "Whether they live or die has nothing to do with me. Did the woman behind you not tell you whether I did this? Go ahead and kill me, just pretend that I killed all those people." Guan Weilia's face turned pale. According to his investigation, it seemed that this matter was indeed unrelated to the bastard in front of him. He had also found out the identity of the real killer, a Wudong disciple named Zheng Tian. Previously, he had been following a real estate tycoon in the Magic City, which made it impossible for him to find a connection and understand why they were targeted by the Guan family. Now, his beloved son and grandson were dead, leaving only a grandson he had never looked at properly, one with impure blood. Guan Weilai struggled to calm his breath, took a few deep breaths, and then forced a smile as he walked over to help Guan Jibin up. "Grandfather isn't blaming you, it's just that our relatives have all suffered and died. In a moment of sorrow, I spoke these foolish words. Now, it's just the two of us left to rely on each other. You should collect yourself and learn some knowledge. In the future, only you can inherit the position of family head," Guan Weilai said sadly. If it weren't for the Guan family's emphasis on bloodline, he would rather pass the position to someone outside the family than to Guan Jibin. A flicker of disgust crossed Guan Jibin's eyes as he shook off Guan Weilia's hand and walked outside, not even glancing at Chen Limei. A flash of anger appeared in Guan Weilia's eyes as he turned to Chen Limei and said, "You can go back now. The money I promised you has already been transferred to your account. Go back to your hometown, take your child with you, and never show up again. The bloodline of the Guan family can only be of pure royal descent. Your child has no right to the surname Guan." Chen Limei's face turned pale, and she hurriedly stepped forward, saying, "I don't want the money. Let me stay by Bin Ji's side. I'll return the money to you, I just want to be with him." In the end, Chen Limei still loved Guan Jibin, but with the elders of the family still in Guan Weilia's hands, she had no choice but to compromise. "Humph, dream on. How could the Guan family allow a lowly woman like you to enter? I will choose another woman for Jibin to marry. Someone, throw this woman out." Originally, Guan Weilai wanted to kill Chen Limei, but the current Guan Jibin was not easy to control. Keeping Chen Limei alive was far more valuable than killing her, so he decided to spare her life for now. After leaving the ancestral hall, Guan Jibin received a call from Guan Yuer. They briefly exchanged information over the phone, relieved to know each other's situation, and after reminding each other to stay safe, they hung up. On Watch Island, just as Guan Yuer left the experimental ward, Su Weiwei slowly regained consciousness. Lin Chen helped her sit up against the bed. Su Weiwei's eyes were dazed, but upon seeing Lin Chen, her confusion gradually turned into affection, and she directly embraced him as he helped her up. Weiwei, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback by the sudden hug and quickly asked. Chapter 182, Amnesiac Su Weiwei Weiwei? Is my name Weiwei? Su Weiwei murmured, her eyes filled with confusion. Hearing this, Lin Chen quickly pushed her away, grabbing her arms and looking at her. What's wrong? You don't remember your own name? Could it be that the treatment caused Su Weiwei to lose her memory? But if she had lost her memory, why was she hugging him? Could it be a form of amnesia syndrome, where she only felt close to the first person she saw? Lin Chen was filled with questions. Su Weiwei shook her head. I don't remember anything, but when I see you, I feel very happy and close. As she spoke, she reached out to hug him again. Lin Chen quickly pressed her hand down. Although being hugged by a beautiful woman felt nice, this was not the time to take advantage of the situation, so he hurriedly called for Gu Beichen. Gu Beichen, who had just fallen asleep, was called awake again and rushed to the experimental ward. Upon seeing Su Weiwei awake, he was overjoyed, but when he learned that she might have lost her memory, he anxiously searched for the instruments. Using the data from the instruments and asking a few questions, Gu Beichen concluded that Su Weiwei had lost all her memories. This should be a side effect left after treating her brain cancer. The use of gene enhancement fluid for brain cancer treatment is unprecedented, and I can't be sure if her memory will recover. Gu Beichen frowned. What he thought was a perfect gene enhancement fluid had now shown side effects after treatment, which was quite a troubling matter for him. Never mind, memories can be recreated as long as the person is treated well. But why does Weiwei only feel close to me? This question puzzled Lin Chen. He and Su Weiwei had not spent much time together, and it was just as confusing to him why Su Weiwei would fall in love with him. Gu Beichen shot him a resentful glance. Isn't it because this girl has fallen for you? Before she was injected with the gene enhancement fluid, you were the only one in her mind. That feeling, even if she forgets everything else, remains. Gu Beichen huffed. It was strange that he, her teacher who had been with her day and night, was treated like a stranger, while Lin Chen, who had only visited a few times, became the most important person in her subconscious. This girl has been tormented by brain cancer, suffering every moment in the struggle to survive against the disease. When you appeared before her with hope, her heart opened a door for you, transforming her gratitude into love. Although Gu Beichen was an eccentric scientist, he had some insight in this regard as someone who had been through it. Lin Chen turned to look at Su Weiwei, who appeared pitiful and confused about everything around her. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and walked in front of Su Weiwei to examine her closely. As Su Weiwei looked at his approaching face, she leaned in to kiss him. However, Lin Chen was distracted by something else. He remembered that Su Weiwei had a scar on her jawline, which had now disappeared, and her skin had become delicate and flawless. Can the gene enhancement fluid repair skin damage? Lin Chen turned around and asked Gu Beichen. Gu Beichen was also unclear about this function. The previous gene enhancement liquid seemed to lack this capability. If it really could, then they could research this aspect further. Lin Chen quickly called Zhang Tian, whose wound had only recently been inflicted, making him a perfect candidate for another test. Gu Beichen injected Zhang Tian with another dose of the gene enhancement liquid. Since he had already received one injection, Zhang Tian did not faint this time and remained conscious to feel the changes in his body. A miraculous scene unfolded on Zhang Tian. The areas where he had been shot were undergoing subtle repairs, and in the blink of an eye, the bullet holes vanished as if he had never been shot at all. Zhang Tian let out a long howl towards the sky, feeling himself filled with power, even becoming lighter. Lin Chen and Gu Beichen did not expect that a second injection of this modified gene enhancement liquid would yield such significant results. It seemed that after Lin Chen's blood components were improved, this gene enhancement liquid had become even more perfect. However, Lin Chen also learned some good news. The current gene enhancement liquid could repair diseases and skin injuries. This meant that Zhang Wanqiu's burns could be treated. Professor Gu, both test subjects are fine. We can begin mass production of this batch of gene enhancement liquid. Brother Yang, we might need you to return to our security company for a while to select some good candidates, trustworthy ones, to inject with this gene enhancement liquid, Lin Chen instructed everyone. With these gene enhancement liquids, he could build a powerful team. Currently, the experimental base in Magic City was not ready, and there was no need for Gu Beichen to pack up early. It would take at least until after the summer vacation to be prepared, and then Gu Baichen could pack up. He also needed to go home. Nearly a month of summer vacation had passed, and Chen Xiuxiang had been calling him every day urging him to return. There was nothing urgent to deal with next, and going home to cultivate oneself was also a good thing. Moreover, he did not know when the retaliation from the Jin and Guan families would come. Although Xiao Runan had told him she would restrain their actions, these madmen could do anything when they went crazy. It was safer for him to return home. Once he trained a few more super soldiers, he wouldn't have to worry about his parents' safety. The next day, Lin Chen planned to take Guan Yu and Xin Yu back to Magic City, but Xin Yu still hid away, refusing to return. Su Weiwei, on the other hand, wanted to cling to him and refused to stay behind. Guan Yu also wanted to return to Kyoto because Guan Weilai had promised not to force her to marry anyone from the Jin family, allowing her to make her own decisions about her marriage and career. Guan Yu wanted to stand by her brother's side, and when she learned that Guan Jibin had been betrayed by Chen Limei and captured, she immediately realized her brother was very sad. The only concern Guan Jibin had in this world was for Guan Yu and Chen Limei, and now only one remained. Lin Chen let Xiao Lu accompany Guan Yu back. After 2 enhancements, Xiao Lu's strength was no less than anyone else's. He originally wanted Guan Yu to also receive the gene enhancement liquid, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. After all, the gene enhancement liquid might have side effects, and Guan Yu was not a combatant, so it was unnecessary. As for Xin Yu's unwillingness to return, he would not worry about her. She wouldn't starve on this island. However, Su Weiwei's clinginess was giving him a headache. She kept wanting to stick to him and wouldn't leave his side. Guan Yu frequently felt jealous about this, but once she learned that Su Weiwei had amnesia, her jealousy quickly turned into sympathy. After returning to Magic City, Guan Yu and Xiao Lu were set to go to the airport to catch a flight. Take good care of Weiwei, but don't overdo it, otherwise, I won't let you off easily. Guan Yu waved her fist at him. Chapter 183, Returning to hometown. After sending off Guan Yu, Lin Chen took Su Weiwei back to school first. It was summer vacation, and there were hardly any students on campus. He needed to find the principal to get Su Weiwei's information, but he had to drop her off first. Otherwise, if he brought a girl home, what if his family misunderstood? Yi Mingxi had also gone home, and Lin Chen felt quite guilty towards her. He hadn't spent much time with her lately, and Yi Mingxi was his official girlfriend, the girl who had liked him when he had nothing. Su Weiwei was from Su City, and since he had to pass through Su City to get home, he could drop her off on the way. Su Weiwei couldn't even remember her own name now, let alone any memories of her parents' home. Lin Chen searched for a long time before he finally found Su Weiwei's house. To his surprise, there was no one at her home, and the neighbors said they didn't know anything either. This left Lin Chen a bit confused. He called Su Weiwei's parents using her phone, but it was turned off. It seemed that he couldn't return her after all. With Su Weiwei having lost her memory, he had no idea what the situation was. He didn't know what was going on with Su Weiwei's family. Her parents were unreachable, and she had no siblings. It seemed she was an only child. Moreover, she had very few friends, so Lin Chen could only take her back to his hometown. Su Weiwei had no idea Lin Chen was taking her home. If she had known, she might not have been willing. They rushed back, and by the time they arrived home, it was already past 10 at night. Lin Chen looked at the faint light in the small building and felt an overwhelming sense of warmth. Lin Chen's hometown was in Huaxian, a mountainous and watery rural area in the state city. Originally, Lin Quan and Chen Xiuxiang had been working hard in the East City, running a small business. Later, when Lin Chen went to university, they felt their child had grown up and decided to live the life they wanted, returning home to grow tea and enjoy a slower pace of life. They produced and sold their own goods, and their life rhythm slowed down. Without the pressure of raising children, they earned what they could. They had been working hard to save up some money for Lin Chen's future wife, but now that Lin Chen was making money on his own, they could relax even more. When Chen Xiuxiang opened the door and saw her son return, her face lit up with joy. But the next moment, when she saw Su Weiwei behind Lin Chen, her expression froze. It wasn't that she was unhappy, she just couldn't understand how such a beautiful girl could be with her son. She even suspected that Lin Chen had brought her home from somewhere. Su Weiwei looked timid, tightly gripping Lin Chen's arm like a child. Who is this young lady? Chen Xiuxiang asked as she let them into the house. This is Su Weiwei, my classmate. She had some trouble and lost her memory, so she doesn't remember anything. I wanted to take her home, but there was no one at her place, and I couldn't find her parents, so I had to bring her here for now. I'll take her back home to check on her later, Lin Chen explained to Chen Xiuxiang. Hearing this, Chen Xiuxiang breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she wasn't a girl Lin Chen had abducted, it was fine. If Lin Chen knew what his mother was thinking, he would definitely be speechless. What mother thinks her son is a kidnapper? No, I don't want to go home. I just want to stay with you, Su Weiwei said, her eyes misty as she looked at Lin Chen. Little Su, we won't go back. Just treat this place as your home. It's so late, you can sleep in that brat's room tonight, and I'll tidy it up for you tomorrow, Chen Xiuxiang said, pulling Su Weiwei's hand. Su Weiwei realized that the person in front of her was Lin Chen's mother, and she felt less scared. Thank you, Auntie. She said I can sleep in my room. Where do I sleep? Lin Chen asked, puzzled. This house only had 2 floors, with a total of 4 rooms, one for his parents, one for him, one empty, and the other a storage room. Did it mean he had to go to the county town to find a hotel to sleep? You can sleep on the floor in the living room. Chen Xiuxiang glanced at Lin Chen. Lin Chen was speechless. It felt as if he wasn't her biological child. Sleeping on the floor was fine. It wasn't like he hadn't done it before. Chen Xiuxiang cooked a bowl of noodles for the 2 of them, and after eating, they each went to bed. In the hall, while Lin Chen was sleeping on the floor, he vaguely sensed someone crawling into his blanket in the middle of the night. He opened his eyes to see Su Weiwei had snuck in, and he quickly carried her back to her room. Throughout this back and forth, Su Weiwei didn't wake up. It seemed she was sleepwalking. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, otherwise, it would have been hard to explain to his mom in the morning. The next morning, before the sun had a chance to rise, Lin Quan called Lin Chen to go pick tea leaves on the tea mountain. Lin Chen had returned this time with a car sent by Shang Ping. He didn't drive himself because he didn't like to draw attention. It was fine to be flashy outside, but at home, it was better to keep a low profile to avoid unnecessary troubles. The father and son arrived at the tea mountain, and as they looked around, the entire mountain belonged to them. Lin Chen had only been here as a child. Back then, it was overgrown with weeds, but his parents had taken good care of it over the years. With such a large mountain, wouldn't it be a bit wasteful to only use it for tea? Lin Chen pondered whether to build a farmhouse here. When he shared this idea with Lin Quan, it was immediately rejected. Lin Quan sighed and said earnestly, "This is the village, things here are the most complicated. They can accept everyone being mediocre, but they can't stand anyone becoming very wealthy. If you build a farmhouse, some ill-intentioned people in the village will keep reporting you, or they might block your way because a small stretch of road belongs to them. Just don't get involved with that. It's simpler to keep things low-key in the village." In Lin Quan's view, it didn't matter how rich you were outside, you couldn't create differences in the village. They had ways to ruin your plans. Lin Chen shrugged upon hearing this. He was aware of these matters. Growing up, he had been influenced by many things, and to put it bluntly, it was envy of the rich. Some villagers treated the entire village as their own. If you touched anything in the village, it was like going against them or affecting their feng shui. Lin Chen didn't want to make things difficult for his parents. He could just pack up and leave his hometown, but his parents chose to live here. Offending these villagers wasn't a good thing. "Since we won't do the farmhouse, can we rebuild our house? That 2-story building was built when I was born, over 20 years ago. And the place is so big, we could make the house larger and more comfortable." Lin Chen wanted to tear down the house and rebuild it. Although 20 years wasn't very long, the materials used back then were quite poor, and the interior was moldy everywhere. Chapter 184, Changing Cars. This is possible. Wait until you finish your summer vacation. If we tear it down now, we won't have anywhere to live. Lin Quan nodded. He had also considered rebuilding the house. Even if Lin Chen hadn't brought it up, he was already planning it. The father and son chatted back and forth while picking tea, while Chen Xiuxiang was at home sorting through the leaves they had picked, with Su Weiwei helping beside her. During this process, the smile in Chen Xiuxiang's eyes grew more pronounced, as if she had already regarded Su Weiwei as her daughter-in-law. As noon approached, Chen Xiuxiang took Su Weiwei into the kitchen to cook. When Lin Chen and his father returned, they happened to catch a warm meal. After lunch, Lin Chen lay on a lounge chair in the yard. It had been a long time since he felt so peaceful. Ever since he got the system, he had been busy with one task or another. This kind of life was a return to the most original simplicity. "You little rascal, the room is tidied up. Take your dad's car to the county town and buy some furniture. Remember to get good quality, otherwise, the smell will be too strong." Chen Xiuxiang came out of the house and transferred 20,000 yuan to Lin Chen's phone. Lin Chen returned the money. "I have my own money, and what good can this 20,000 buy?" He stood up from the lounge chair, took Lin Quan's Toyota car keys, and left. This brat, not even taking Weiwei with him. Just because he has money, he thinks he's something special. "With money, you're still my son," Chen Xiuxiang scolded. Lin Chen took his father's car keys and walked out directly. Su Weiwei hadn't even reacted yet, as she originally wanted to go along. Lin Quan's car had been bought for 6 or 7 years, and aside from the horn not working, everything else was fine. It was just right to go to the county town this time to get the old man a new car. It was impossible to let Lin Quan change the car himself. When it came to being frugal, Lin Quan was quite diligent. In the past, when the kettle at home broke, it had to be propped up with a toothpick at the switch to boil water normally. Lin Chen found it troublesome and bought a new one. As a result, the new one was put away by Lin Quan, who insisted on using the broken kettle until it was completely unusable before he would use the new one. The same went for the car. Unless it was scrapped, he would never change it. Now that he had the means, it was only reasonable to force the old man to get a new car. Lin Chen drove the car into a Land Rover dealership. Mercedes and BMW were too flashy and not suitable for the village, while Land Rover was relatively low-key, at least not so ostentatious. Since he arrived in a beat-up Toyota, no salesperson was willing to approach him when he entered the showroom. To those salespeople, someone driving a beat-up Toyota probably couldn't afford a good car and might just be there to test drive and show off. After walking around the store, a timid girl finally approached him. "Hello, sir, are you looking to buy a car?" Lin Chen looked at the girl in front of him, who appeared somewhat lacking in confidence, then glanced at the group of salespeople behind her, who were whispering and secretly laughing. It was as if they were saying that the girl was wasting her time, unable to even identify a customer. "I want to buy a car that can go off-road in the mountains and also be suitable for daily city driving. Please introduce me to some options." Lin Chen nodded, feeling speechless that buying a car would still lead to being looked down upon. What era was it now? Those who appeared to have more might actually have less. The girl smiled, took out a business card, and handed it to Lin Chen. "I'm the salesperson Li Chao, happy to serve you. May I ask your surname, sir?" Lin Chen assessed the girl named Li Chao. She was around 80 points in looks, not particularly beautiful, but not unattractive either, just average. She was likely a new salesperson, not well regarded by the older employees, and some were even whispering and laughing at her. "My surname is Lin. Do you have any cars in stock? I want to drive one away today, so please introduce me to some models that are available." Land Rover's cars were all SUVs, which were better suited for driving in the village. Small cars were too prone to scraping the bottom. Moreover, old Lin often had to drive on mountain roads, so getting him a good off-road SUV was more appropriate. "Mr. Lin, please follow me. Land Rover's off-road performance is quite good. What is your budget? I can recommend based on that." Li Chao led Lin Chen to a reception room and handed him a car brochure. "No budget, any price is fine, mainly the performance has to be good." Lin Chen flipped through the brochure. From the pictures, these cars looked quite large, but seeing the actual vehicles was what mattered. "This Range Rover Evoque is one of our best-selling models, and there's a discount now, around 300,000 after tax. It's a 2.0T, meeting daily needs," Li Chao said, sitting next to Lin Chen and pointing to a picture in the brochure. A faint fragrance wafted into Lin Chen's nose, and he couldn't help but inhale it. "No, this one is too small. The one outside looks good. Introduce me to that model." He had already set his sights on that car as soon as he walked in. Compared to other models, that one is quite rare. Li Chao followed Lin Chen's finger and saw that he was pointing at a Land Rover Defender, momentarily taken aback. "That's a Land Rover Defender, and we happen to have one in stock, but the price is quite high. With the top configuration and some fees, it will cost 2 million. Although Li Chao was somewhat skeptical that Lin Chen could afford that car, she patiently introduced it to him. "Hey, isn't that a beast? Come to the 4S shop to pick up girls? Quite discerning, huh? You know the girls here are usually pretty wealthy." A teasing voice rang out from the side. Lin Chen turned to see a man in 4S shop sales attire, looking at him with a mocking expression. After a moment of recollection, Lin Chen remembered this was his middle school classmate, Zhang Hexing. Once a school bully, Zhang Hexing had spent his middle school days hanging out with street youths. He had once blocked Lin Chen on the way home after evening study sessions, intending to beat him up because he couldn't stand Lin Chen getting too close to Zhang Wanqiu. Just then, Lin Chen's cousin, Lin Xinhua, and a group of friends happened to be nearby having a late-night snack and saw Lin Chen being cornered. Lin Xinhua and his friends beat Zhang Hexing up, and the next day, Zhang Hexing dropped out of school and never returned. "So it's you. What do you want?" Lin Chen said flatly. He wouldn't show any good face to someone he had conflicts with in his youth. "Ha, no need to be so cold when meeting an old classmate. I'm also a sales representative here at the 4S shop. If you want to buy a car, I can introduce you. Who knows, I might even give an old classmate a discount," Zhang Hexing sneered. In Zhang Hexing's view, how could a college student like Lin Chen afford a Land Rover? He must be here to show off and pick up girls. When Lin Chen arrived, Zhang Hexing had just come out of the restroom and overheard his colleagues joking about a guy who drove a beat-up Toyota, and no one wanted to attend to him. Li Chao went, and they all laughed at her for not being able to recognize a customer, wasting time on someone who clearly couldn't afford anything. To them, driving a Land Rover was considered mid-range. Only those who drove cars worth over 200,000 were seen as serious customers. Out of curiosity, Zhang Hexing approached to take a look, only to find out that the person was his middle school classmate. Zhang Hexing clearly remembered this classmate, who had once caught Jiang Wanqiu's eye. Since Jiang Wanqiu had always been close to Lin Chen, he couldn't stand it and gathered a group of street youths, planning to beat Lin Chen up on the way home after evening study sessions to keep him away from Jiang Wanqiu. Little did he know, Lin Chen's cousin Lin Xinhua was nearby with friends, all older and in greater numbers, and they turned the tables on him, leaving him too scared to return to school, ultimately dropping out. Lin Chen, on the other hand, became well known after that, with everyone aware he had an older brother and many friends near the school, making it so no one dared to bully him again. No need, Miss Li Chao can introduce me. Lin Chen waved his hand. Buying a car comes with commissions. He would rather give that commission to the newly acquainted Li Chao than to this so-called old classmate. Zhang Hexing sneered coldly, I see you have no money and are just here to show off and pick up girls. Security, throw this fraud out. Zhang Hexing shouted to the entrance, simultaneously taking out his phone to record the moment Lin Chen was thrown out. He had already thought of a title for the post to share in the class group, making Lin Chen feel utterly humiliated. Coincidentally, a classmate was getting married in a few days, and it would be perfect to mock him in person. He just didn't know if Lin Chen would dare to show up. Two security guards walked in, looking at Lin Chen and Zhang Hexing. Although they were security, they needed to understand the situation before driving away a customer, otherwise, they could lose their jobs. Moreover, these guards were already annoyed with Zhang Hexing, who looked down on them, often treating them like doormen and even had the audacity to insult them directly. They are willing to come over for the company's benefit, not to support this guy. Lin Chen coldly smiled, is this how your 4S shop receives customers? The two security guards quickly understood the situation. The other party was not the kind of scammer Zhang Hexing described, and they hurriedly called the manager. A slightly overweight middle-aged man with a receding hairline jogged over from the back of the store. Before he could stop, Zhang Hexing spoke first, Manager, this person is my middle school classmate, very poor, and should still be a college student. He definitely didn't come to our store to buy a car, but to hit on our new salesgirl and show off. The manager glanced at Zhang Hexing and asked Li Chao, can you explain what happened? He knew Zhang Hexing's character. Although he was of poor character, he was quite popular among the wealthy women in their 50s and 60s, and had brought in quite a bit of business for the store, so he turned a blind eye to his ways as long as there were results. Manager, I was looking at cars with Mr. Lin, and suddenly brother Zhang popped up saying Mr. Lin wanted to place an order and was offering him a discount for an old classmate. Mr. Lin disagreed, and he called Mr. Lin a scammer and had the security throw him out, Li Chao explained, while Zhang Hexing's face darkened. You little bitch, you must have taken a liking to this pretty boy. Since you dare to slander me, what are you? Do I need to compete with you for customers? Can't you see I'm mocking him? Zhang Hexing was furious. He didn't expect this woman to be so unreasonable as to state the facts in front of everyone. Slap. A loud slap echoed. Everyone present was stunned. The one who was slapped was Zhang Hexing, and the one who slapped him was the store manager. At that moment, the manager's face darkened. This kid dared to insult his sister. He originally wanted Li Chao to gain some experience, so he hadn't publicly acknowledged their relationship in the store. I forgot to tell everyone, Li Chao is my sister, my real sister. I didn't mention it in the company because I wanted her to gain experience. But Zhang Hexing, you dare to call my sister a bitch? Pack your things and get out immediately. Manager Li said angrily. The expressions of the other employees changed as they recalled whether they had bullied Li Chao. After a brief moment of shock, Zhang Hexing, unwilling to give up, said, I brought so much business to the store, and you, a manager, can just fire me? I want to see the big boss and report you for bringing your relatives into the company. Hearing this, Manager Li's lips curled into a cold smile, looking for the big boss? Go ahead, do you know who the big boss of this store is? It's my and Li Chao's father. If my dad finds out you called his precious daughter a bitch, you'll be in for a worse fate. Zhang Hexing's face darkened. He had just poked the boss's nest. With a cold snort, Zhang Hexing glared at Lin Chen and ran off in disgrace. After the farce ended, the other salespeople wanted to get on good terms with Li Chao, but she turned around and closed the door to the meeting room. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, let's continue. Are you interested in that Defender? The price is a bit high. Li Chao seemed unaffected by what had just happened and continued to recommend to Lin Chen. After this farce, Lin Chen had no mood to look anymore. I won't look anymore. Just that Defender will do. Give me the price for the available car, and I'll pay in full. I want to drive it away now. You all think of a way. Lin Chen tossed the brochure aside. Li Chao was momentarily stunned, then filled with joy. Although her family was also wealthy, this was the first deal she had closed since starting work, and she had done it without relying on anyone. Mr. Lin, please wait a moment, I'll go prepare the contract. Li Chao ran off to find the manager. After a while, the manager and Li Chao walked in together. Mr. Lin, I apologize for the unpleasantness that just occurred. This Defender is the top spec 5.0T model, and it costs around 2.1 million after tax. I'll take the liberty of making amends and offer you a discount, so let's settle on 2 million. Lin Chen took out the exclusive card from Magic City Bank. When Manager Li saw this supreme card, he was momentarily stunned, his face filled with shock. He had been worried that his sister might be deceived, so he came personally to oversee the transaction. He claimed it was to give Lin Chen a discount, but in reality, he wanted to see if the other party was genuinely interested in buying. Although Zhang Hexing was a jerk, Manager Li still took his words to heart. Chapter 186, Classmate's Wedding. If he weren't a rich second generation, who could afford to buy a Land Rover while still in college? Moreover, he had heard that Lin Chen had come in an old Toyota, so it was likely he didn't have the money to buy it. But upon seeing the card in Lin Chen's hand, he realized it was a card that even their father didn't qualify for. Li Chao, keep Mr. Lin company while I handle some procedures. I'll let Mr. Lin drive the car away shortly. Manager Li excitedly took the card. Wait, please help me trade in that Toyota outside. Just give me cash for it, and I'll hand it over to my old man. Lin Chen thought for a moment and decided to trade it in altogether to get some cash back. Otherwise, even if he bought a new car, Lin Quan wouldn't drive it. Half an hour later, Lin Chen drove the Land Rover Defender out of the dealership and headed straight to the furniture store. He spent over 200,000 buying some beds, wardrobes, and other furniture. When he drove the car back home, Lin Quan was dumbfounded. His old Toyota had been traded for a Land Rover. That Toyota had accompanied him for many years, and he had developed feelings for it. If he had to choose between the two cars, he would definitely still pick the Land Rover. What man wouldn't like a Land Rover? Dad, I traded your Toyota for 30,000 yuan, and it's in the car. You decide whether to hand it over to Mom or keep it as your private stash. Lin Chen winked at his father. As a man, how could he not have some private money? Ahem. There's no 30,000 yuan, you traded my Toyota in to offset it. You little rascal, wasting money on such an expensive car. This car must cost at least several hundred thousand. Lin Quan coughed a couple of times, then walked around the new car, climbed inside, and took out the 30,000 yuan to tuck it into his pocket. Both he and his wife knew that Lin Chen was making money now, and his transfers to them were usually in the hundreds of thousands or even millions, but they had saved it all for their son's future wedding. Lin Chen was afraid of scaring them, so he never transferred too much at once. Now that Lin Chen had directly bought a new car, they weren't too surprised, they just complained about him spending money recklessly. You go to the T-mountain every day, and that Toyota has no power. Every time you reach halfway up the mountain, you have to stop and walk. This car will save you a lot of effort. You can drive right to the tea garden entrance, making it convenient for you to preserve the tea leaves after picking them. Now that the car was bought, the couple didn't say much more. Not long after, the furniture delivery arrived. Tonight, Lin Chen had a room to sleep in and wouldn't have to sleep on the floor anymore. Just as he sat down to sip some tea, he suddenly discovered he had been added to a classmate group chat named Huang Jiatsai's Wedding Classmate Group. Huang Jiatsai was a classmate from middle school, and they had been quite close back then. However, after high school, it seemed Huang Jiatsai had gotten someone pregnant and dropped out to work, leading to less contact between them. But why was Huang Jiatsai only getting married now? His son should be starting elementary school by now. The group already had over 30 people chatting enthusiastically. Ah Kai, you dropped out in your first year of high school and became a dad, and now you're finally getting married, but you're still ahead of us, huh? Exactly. Most of us are still in college, we can't contribute much to your wedding gift. The protagonist Huang Jiatsai also spoke up. I'm not collecting any fees, I just hope old classmates can gather together. Oh, brother Kai has struck it rich. Not even collecting fees. I remember Kai got someone pregnant when we were in our first year of high school, and now he's getting married. Could it be a different person? As soon as these words were spoken, the group fell silent, with no new messages coming in. A few minutes later, Huang Yukai said, everyone remember to arrive early tomorrow noon, you'll know when you get there. Lin Chen glanced at the messages in the group, chose not to speak up, and privately messaged Huang Jiatsai to congratulate him. Are you back? Remember to come for the wedding banquet tomorrow noon, it's been years since we last met. Let's have a good drink then. Huang Jiatsai quickly replied to Lin Chen's message. Sure, I'll definitely be there. Lin Chen responded. It was summer vacation, and he had plenty of free time. Meeting old classmates was a good plan. At night, Lin Chen lay in bed, flipping through the contents of his medical knowledge in his mind, looking for anything related to memory recovery. There were many acupuncture methods in his medical expertise that could treat brain injuries, but he wasn't sure if they could restore memory. Combining his medical knowledge with his understanding of gene enhancement fluid, he felt that Su Weiwei's amnesia should only be temporary. With the continuous repair from the gene enhancement fluid, she would soon be able to recover her memory. Suddenly, Lin Chen's phone rang. He picked it up to see it was Qin Wolin calling. "Where are you?" As soon as the call connected, Qin Wolin spoke directly. "Where else can I be during summer vacation but at my hometown? What's up?" Lin Chen sensed a serious tone in Qin Wolin's voice. "There are some issues with the Film City project. I investigated, and it seems the Zhao family has caused some problems for us in that project. It looks like we've been set up by them." "Zhao family?" Lin Chen recalled the young man Zhao Li, who had a fake smile. "There are many residents in that Zhao family's project, and many of them are new houses. It seems they are preparing to become stubborn residents. The Zhao family originally promised them a sky-high compensation, but now that the project has been handed over to us, we have to pay that exorbitant amount for them to move." Qin Wolin sighed. The business world was indeed full of deceit, smiling on the surface while stabbing you in the back. "I understand. I'll go back to handle it in a couple of days. Don't overwork yourself, we have plenty of people to deal with this kind of thing. Make sure to rest." Lin Chen had heard from Mo Fong and others that Qin Wolin seemed to be a workaholic, always working and often staying in the company. "Well, just as I've wrapped up my current tasks, I plan to take a few days off. Where's your hometown? Is there anything fun to do?" Qin Wolin asked while stretching. "My hometown is in the state city. Apart from its beautiful mountains and rivers, there doesn't seem to be much else to do." Lin Chen realized he wasn't very familiar with the attractions in the state city. "State city? It seems our company has a few small projects over there. Let's go to the state city. See you tomorrow." With that, she hung up the phone. Lin Chen stared at the phone for a moment, wondering what "see you tomorrow" meant. Was Qin Wolin coming over tomorrow? Oh well, if she comes, she comes. Qin Wolin was his excellent employee, an important presence for making money in the future, and he would have to show her hospitality in the state city. Chapter 187, Class Reunion. Just as Lin Chen was about to put down the phone and sleep, Yi Mingxi's video call came in again. The two occasionally chatted via video call before bed. "Senior, I have a surprise for you." On the other end of the video, Yi Mingxi, dressed in cute cartoon pajamas, said happily. "What surprise? Are you going to have a video chat with me?" Lin Chen looked at her with a mischievous smile. Yi Mingxi's face flushed, and she retorted, "What are you thinking? I bought a high-speed train ticket to your city, and you'll see me tomorrow. Are you happy? I've packed everything, and I'll stay with you until the end of summer vacation, then we'll go back to school together." Yi Mingxi pointed the camera at the suitcase beside her. Lin Chen was taken aback. How come all these women came to find him just as they had agreed? "Of course I'm happy. What time will you arrive tomorrow? I'll come to pick you up." Lin Chen sighed inwardly. He wasn't worried about Qin Wolin, he was more concerned about Su Weiwei's current state. However, Yi Mingxi was so understanding that she should be able to comprehend it. Fortunately, Qin Wolin was just his employee, not his girlfriend. Otherwise, their home would turn into a battlefield tomorrow. "You don't look very happy," Yi Mingxi said, noticing Lin Chen's calm expression on the video call. "How could that be? I'm very happy. It's just that I've been running around to several places today, and I'm a bit tired," Lin Chen quickly explained. "All right then, get some rest early. We'll meet tomorrow." Yi Mingxi hung up the video call, still somewhat doubtful. The next morning, Lin Chen went to the county town and bought some beds, tidied up the house, and cleared out the storage room. It seemed that rebuilding the house was an urgent matter. 2 guests were coming today, so the place had to be prepared. When Chen Xiuxiang heard that 2 guests were coming today, she helped tidy up the house as well. By noon, Lin Chen changed his clothes and got ready to go out. Huang Jiatsai's wedding banquet was at noon, at the State City Grand Hotel. "Take Weiwei with you to the wedding. You can't just go out to have fun every day without taking her along," Chen Xiuxiang said, stopping Lin Chen, who was about to go out alone. "It's my classmate's wedding, it wouldn't be appropriate to bring Weiwei. After all, Su Weiwei wasn't his girlfriend, and it wouldn't mean much to take her along. It might even lead to misunderstandings." "What's wrong with that? Weiwei is such a beautiful girl, would it embarrass you or something?" Chen Xiuxiang slapped Lin Chen's back. "All right then, let's go. Weiwei, I'm taking you to enjoy a meal at the State City Hotel," Lin Chen said to Su Weiwei, who was standing nearby. The two of them got into the new car Lin Chen bought yesterday and drove to the State City Grand Hotel. Upon entering the hotel, they saw a poster, Huang Yukai and Zhou Wenna happily tied the knot, second floor banquet hall. Zhou Wenna? Wasn't she supposed to be called Ping, the one who had a child with Huang Jiatsai? It seemed they had indeed changed partners, which was why they were holding a banquet. Lin Chen and Su Weiwei arrived at the second floor banquet hall, and Huang Jiatsai recognized him at a glance. I didn't expect you to become so handsome now, Huang Jiatsai exclaimed, surprised. They hadn't seen each other for several years, and both had gone through a process of growth and change. Congratulations! Wishing you 100 years of harmony. Lin Chen handed over a red envelope containing 99,999. Although he had money and could have packed more, a larger amount would be too ostentatious and unnecessary. Huang Jiatsai was also surprised by the large red envelope Lin Chen gave. Other classmates usually just gave around 200 for a meal. This must have at least 100,000 inside. Come in and sit down. After I finish the formalities, we can catch up properly. Huang Jiatsai led Lin Chen inside. When Huang Jiatsai saw Su Weiwei behind Lin Chen, he was completely stunned. Beautiful. So beautiful. Who is this? Huang Jiatsai looked at Lin Chen with a hint of jealousy. This is my friend Su Weiwei. She's here to have some fun with us. Is it all right if I bring her in to enjoy a meal? Lin Chen smiled. Of course, no problem. Please come in, Huang Jiatsai replied, regaining his composure. As they approached their classmates' tables, everyone suddenly turned to look at Lin Chen. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, the two attracted everyone's attention. Lin Chen? A classmate called out hesitantly. Although Lin Chen still had the same features, he looked incredibly handsome overall. Coupled with Su Weiwei by his side, they might be the best-looking couple in the state city. Hello everyone, it's been a while. Lin Chen greeted everyone with a smile. Wow, you've become so handsome. You look just like that melancholic piano prince who went viral online a while ago. One female classmate exclaimed. Yeah, it really does look like him. No way, it's just that they're both handsome in a similar way, the classmates murmured among themselves. Hello, classmate, I don't remember such a beautiful classmate. Which one of you has gone through the transformation of a girl becoming a woman? A boy with slicked back hair approached Su Weiwei and asked. Lin Chen turned to look. He had a bit of an impression of this boy, who used to be even more of a school bully than Zhang Hexing. However, while Zhang Hexing caused trouble everywhere, this guy was more low-key, and many people acted like bullies at school just because they knew him. Lin Chen's impression of him wasn't because he was a bully, but because his name was quite memorable, Wu Gengshui. At that moment, Zhang Hexing was also following behind Wu Gengshui, glaring at Lin Chen with resentment. He had seen Lin Chen get out of a Land Rover Defender at the entrance, a car he recognized from his previous job, so he immediately identified it as a new vehicle. It seemed that Lin Chen was indeed wealthy. He wasn't just showing off to impress girls that day. When asked, Su Weiwei quickly hid behind Lin Chen. Lin Chen swatted away Wu Gengshui's gradually extending hand, saying, "This is my friend, not your classmate." Wu Gengshui winced in pain but didn't show it on his face. A flicker of coldness flashed in his eyes. Lin Chen, after all these years, your temper is still as fiery as ever, Wu Gengshui said. Back in middle school, everyone feared him, except for Lin Chen, who ignored him. Wu Gengshui couldn't do anything about it because Lin Chen's brother, Lin Xinhua, had many friends around the school. If Lin Chen was bullied, those people would come to the school. Although Wu Gengshui was a bully back then and had a brother who was a social youth, he couldn't compete with the number of friends Lin Xinhua had. Moreover, even Wu Gengshui's brother had advised him not to provoke Lin Chen, or he might not be able to protect himself. I didn't expect that after so many years, your skin has grown thicker, Lin Chen said coldly with a smile. Wu Gengshui was also one of those who pursued Jiang Wanqiu back then, always acting aloof at school while scheming behind the scenes. Lin Chen never liked him. Chapter 188 Wu Gengshui Humph. Now Wu Xiao's status is different. Although we're all college students, Wu Xiao was already the operations director of the 8 Square chain hotel. His monthly income just from his name is over 100,000, Zhang Hexing flattered from the side. So what? Are you going to stay at his hotel because you have nowhere else to go? Lin Chen scoffed. Zhang Hexing couldn't even flatter properly. The 8 Square chain hotel was a budget hotel, to begin with, and even if someone was a high-level executive there, it wouldn't make them seem impressive. The surrounding classmates looked like they were trying to hold back laughter. They hadn't truly entered society yet, so they had no concept of what these so-called executives were like. However, Wu Gengshui's family seemed to have some real power. He had heard that many battlefields and quarries were relatives of his family. The lobby manager of the State City Grand Hotel is Wu Xiao's uncle. Akai's wedding banquet was booked thanks to Wu Xiao, and he even got a discount for Akai. Can you do that? Zhang Hexing continued, unconvinced. Lin Chen coldly smiled, pulled out a chair beside him, and sat down with Su Weiwei. Seeing this, Zhang Hexing and Wu Gengshui didn't pursue the matter further and returned to their seats. The wedding soon began, and Lin Chen noticed a little boy around 6 years old sitting at the main table. That must be Huang Jiakai's son. Most of the classmates knew about Huang Jiakai dropping out of school back then, but many were unaware if the current bride was the one who caused him to leave. Have you heard? The one marrying Kai isn't the one who had his child before. Ah, I was wondering, after all these years, why they would still hold a banquet. I heard that woman cheated, and then they broke up. They weren't of age and didn't get a marriage certificate, so marrying too early isn't necessarily a good thing. Then how did this woman come into the picture? Not sure. Why don't you ask them about their love story later? I won't ask, you ask. Who dares to bring up an ex during a wedding? Lin Chen listened to the whispers beside him. It seemed his guesses were correct. Huang Jiakai's wedding today was indeed not with the one from the past, but what had happened in between was unclear to everyone. As the wedding ceremony proceeded, everyone saw the bride, who seemed slightly older than Huang Jiakai. After the ceremony, Huang Jiakai brought the bride over to their table to toast. Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to come. However, this year there's a regret. Our school beauty Jiang Wanxiu didn't come. I tried to find her, but couldn't. Huang Jiakai, slightly tipsy, swayed as he spoke. When Jiang Wanxiu was mentioned, the attendees fell silent. It was no surprise she had dazzled the entire school during her teenage years. Look for Lin Chen. Back in middle school, they were the closest. They were always together. The image of Lin Chen and Jiang Wanxiu, inseparable during classes, surfaced in everyone's memories. Ha, you don't know. After Jiang Wanxiu transferred, Lin Chen immediately became close with He from another school. I heard they ended up together. Why isn't He the one he brought back this time? Did you get dumped again? Zhang Hixing scoffed, having just learned this from Wu Gengshui, intending to expose Lin Chen's true colors to the woman beside him. Lin Chen didn't respond. He indeed met He during a third-year exam, and after getting to know each other, they ended up together. It wasn't surprising to their classmates, but he felt no need to elaborate. Let's not talk about that. Come on, let's drink. If we get a chance to meet Jiang's school beauty again, we can have another reunion. Huang Jiakai noticed the atmosphere was off and quickly changed the subject. Everyone sat around, exchanging words and drinking, their spirits starting to lift. Suddenly, a classmate spoke up. Kai, tell us about your love story with your wife. Everyone's curious about it. As soon as the words were out, the mood shifted, and the laughter faded. This fool had dragged them into an awkward situation. Huang Jiakai waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing serious. Can't old classmates joke around? Wen Na, you take Ming Ming home first. I want to catch up with my classmates. He asked his bride to leave. We can catch up another day. Today is your important day. How can you leave the bride alone? Everyone urged. Huang Jiakai waved his hand again. It's fine. We're an old couple now. One night doesn't matter. After saying goodbye with a smile, Zhou Wenna took Huang Jiakai's son and left. The large banquet hall was left with just these 3 tables of classmates. My old classmates must be curious about these things. I'm Huang Jiatsai, and I'm not afraid of embarrassment. If you hear about it from someone else, it might be embellished, so I might as well tell you all myself. Huang Jiatsai had a bit too much to drink, his face flushed, and his speech slightly slurred. That's not true. Why would we be curious about such things? Yeah, you're so happy today, we're all envious. Don't think too much about it. Come on, drink. Let's not talk about that. Although they wanted to know, they pretended to brush it off, as if to say, you can share if you want, but don't blame us. We didn't ask you to talk about those things. Back when we just started high school, Li Yinping came to me and said she was pregnant. At our age, we didn't understand these things at all. We each went home to talk to our parents, and in the end, we decided to have the baby. Neither of us would continue studying, we would just go out to work. In their eyes, no matter how much education you get, it's better to start working early. A nostalgic light flickered in Huang Jiatsai's hazy eyes. What Huang Jiatsai said was indeed the truth. In this place, most parents thought this way. Because people from their generation generally hadn't received much education, yet many had become wealthy. To them, getting rich was about fate, not about how much education you had. In fact, Lin Chen's parents had a similar mindset. Initially, they just wanted Lin Chen to get a diploma and didn't require him to achieve any specific degree. The elders in these areas held more traditional and rigid views, allowing children to study to prevent them from engaging in other bad activities. For them, school was like a daycare. Chapter 189, Huang Jiatsai's past Li Yinping was pregnant, so she stayed home to take care of the baby. I found a job as a courier and just kept at it to make a living. A few months after the baby was born, Li Yanping said she wanted to go to nursing school. Her cousin worked at a hospital, earning a good salary with great benefits. Hoping for a better future, I agreed to let her go, supporting her through 2 years of nursing school. After she graduated, she indeed got a job at a hospital, albeit a small clinic, but it was stable. Everyone felt this was quite good. It was a perfect start. Both husband and wife had jobs, and they were young with a son. For the time being, it was much better than being a university student stuck in a corporate job. However, when Huang Jiacai reached this point in his story, his expression began to dim, as if this seemingly perfect beginning was the tragic start of everything that led to today. Everything started when she went to work. Because of her diploma issues, she couldn't get into a big hospital and could only find a job at a clinic, which her cousin had introduced her to in Sioux City. I was working in the state city, helping to take care of the child. Unfortunately, long-distance relationships always have problems. She couldn't stand the loneliness and cheated on me, finding a man wealthier than me. She casually told me she wanted to be with another man, and the child would stay with me. She wanted to restart her life. Although Huang Jiacai had remarried, he felt a wave of sadness every time he thought of this. I went crazy looking for her, even quitting my courier job to work in Sioux City while searching for her. I even went to her parents' house, but they completely ignored me. Because we were too young and hadn't registered our marriage, we weren't considered a legal couple, so reporting it to the police was useless. I stayed in Sioux City for 2 years and finally found Li Yanping at a medical beauty institution. When she saw me, the disgust and disdain in her eyes made me realize that we could never be together again. She was dressed in luxurious clothes, her big belly showing that she was pregnant with someone else's child. The medical beauty institution was opened by her current husband, who was also the boss of her previous small clinic. After seeing her, I completely lost hope. Observing her current life, I knew I was no longer worthy of her. Huang Jiacai sighed, and the classmates around him frowned slightly. Hearing his experience made them feel somewhat uncomfortable. But this was also reality. Among these classmates, there were quite a few female students who, from their perspective, felt that Li Yanping's choice was not wrong. She had found another man who could provide her with a better life. However, I also met Wenna in Sioux City. Although she is 10 years older than me, our souls resonate, and she has helped me start a business in Sioux City, which can be considered a new path in life, Huang Jiacai said, a smile once again lighting up his face as he spoke of Zhou Wenna. Moreover, Li Yanping isn't doing so well now. The couple committed crimes and are both in prison. Looking at it now, it seems like fate has its own plans. Ha! Everyone was shocked, originally thinking that Li Yanping had started a wealthy life after leaving Huang Jiacai. They didn't expect such a twist, with the couple now in jail. Li Yanping's husband was illegally selling banned drugs, the kind you might imagine, running a clinic for research purposes, which is why he was so wealthy. Li Yanping's medical beauty institution was a place for transactions, and they even organized the trafficking of good women. Now, they are facing either the death penalty or life imprisonment. They probably won't see her again in this lifetime. Huang Jiacai understood what shocked them. So what business are you in now? Let's see if we have any opportunities for cooperation. Wu Bengshui spoke up from the side. I'm in logistics, mainly international shipping. Wenna has a client in M country with a large import and export volume every month. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to host a banquet in this state hotel. Huang Jiacai laughed heartily. Although he felt a bit sad when talking about his first marriage, he was now happy, successful in his career, newly married, and had a son. Although the money wasn't much, it was stable. Wu Bengshui nodded. I also have some relatives in trade. We can arrange a meeting to see if there's a chance for cooperation. Huang Jiacai smiled and nodded. He knew Wu Bengshui had many relatives in various industries. After Huang Jiacai finished his story, everyone returned to the previous atmosphere, continuing to drink and chat about funny incidents from the past. After a few more rounds, everyone drank even more, and some classmates had already slumped over the table, asleep. Wu Bengshui also staggered over to Su Weiwei, wearing a self-satisfied smile. Beauty, let's add each other on WeChat. Our Wu family has people in many fields in the state city. I'll take you to tour our family's businesses. Wu Bengshui slowly reached out his hand towards Su Weiwei, preparing to place it on her shoulder. Just as Lin Chen was about to intervene, Su Weiwei pushed him away even faster. Having injected gene enhancement fluid, Su Weiwei's strength was not something an ordinary person could compare to, and Wu Bengshui was directly sent flying. Several tables were overturned before he finally stopped, lying on the ground and vomiting, spilling out the alcohol. The people around, witnessing this scene, instantly became more alert. Many were surprised that Su Weiwei had only given a light push. How could this girl have such great strength? Or was Wu Bengshui trying to pull a fast one? Young Master Wu, Zhang Hexing, who had long been mingling in the streets and had a relatively good alcohol tolerance, remained sober and hurried over to help Wu Gengshui up. Wu Gengshui got up from the ground, glaring fiercely at Lin Chen. In his dazed state, he thought Lin Chen had made a move. After all, he couldn't believe a girl could have such strength. After being pushed like that, he had vomited quite a bit of the alcohol in his stomach and was now more sober. Lin Chen, how dare you push me? This grudge is settled now. If you don't kneel and apologize to me today, I won't let you leave this hotel. Everyone looked at Wu Gengshui with strange expressions. Many had seen Su Weiwei make the move, yet he directed his anger at Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at him as if he were a fool, and then Zhang Hexing whispered something in Wu Gengshui's ear, prompting him to shift his gaze to Su Weiwei. What's going on? A man in a suit walked in from outside. Upon seeing him, Wu Gengshui quickly clutched his chest and said with a sobbing tone, Uncle Changxing, over here. I've been hit. The person who entered was indeed his uncle, the manager of the State City Hotel. Chapter 190, Mr. 1. This is a misunderstanding. Wu Changxing frowned, taking in the chaotic surroundings, and immediately believed Wu Gengshui's words. Who hit my nephew? Step forward, let him hit back, and then kneel to apologize before you can leave. Wu Changxing was also a tough character. Without asking for details, he believed that anyone who dared to lay a hand on a member of the Wu family deserved no mercy. TSK, is there really still such lawlessness in today's society? This is truly eye-opening. Lin Chen stepped forward. After all, this incident was sparked by him, and it was Su Weiwei who had pushed Wu Gengshui. Wu Changxing coldly asked Lin Chen, are you the one who hit my nephew? Lin Chen shrugged and replied, I didn't hit him, but you can consider it as if I did. Seeing the other party's attitude, Wu Changxing realized that Lin Chen would not apologize honestly. He took out a walkie-talkie from his waistband. Get the security team in here, to the second-floor banquet hall. Gengshui, give me some face, we're all classmates here. Let's just clear up any misunderstandings. Huang Jiaocai stepped forward to mediate, as everyone was here for his wedding today, and it would be embarrassing if things escalated. Jiaocai, since it's your wedding today, I'll give you face and won't beat him up. Just have Lin Chen come over and kneel to apologize. Lin Chen coldly smiled. What are you? Do you really think you have the right to make me apologize? Was Wu Gengshui's brain kicked by a donkey? The one who pushed him was Su Weiwei, yet he wanted Lin Chen to apologize? Even if Lin Chen had truly hit him, he would never apologize to him. This classmate, I advise you to think carefully before you speak. The power of the Wu family is not something a little brat like you can withstand, Wu Changxing said with a dark expression. A group of security guards rushed in from outside, standing behind Wu Changxing. Oh, I want to see who dares to retaliate against the chairman of our Lin group. A pleasant voice rang out from the entrance of the banquet hall. Two graceful figures walked in at the door, one wearing a brown pleated skirt and a white short-sleeved shirt with a black bow tie at the collar, her slightly curled hair tied up, knee-high white socks, and sneakers radiating youthful energy. The other exuded a powerful aura, dressed in a black dress that reached her knees, with black stilettos, resembling a wealthy heiress from a TV drama. The appearance of these two beauties made everyone in the banquet hall, except for Su Weiwei, instantly pale in comparison. Lin Chen looked at the two girls and smiled. How come you two came together? These two women were Yi Mengxi and Qin Ruolin, who had contacted Lin Chen last night, saying they wanted to find him. However, Lin Chen had no idea how they had ended up together. Senior said she was coming to find you for business, and asked if I wanted to join, so I returned my ticket and came with her, Yi Mengxi said as she hugged Lin Chen's arm. Seeing this, Su Weiwei quickly hugged Lin Chen's other arm, looking angrily at Yi Mengxi. Senior, isn't this Weiwei? You and her. Yi Mengxi was momentarily stunned upon seeing Su Weiwei. I'll explain later when we get back, she has her own situation. Lin Chen also felt a bit of a headache at such a scene. They were unaware that all of Lin Chen's classmates present were left in shock, their jaws nearly dropping. The chairman of the Lin Group? Isn't Lin Chen's surname Lin? Could it be that this Lin Group belongs to him? And these three top beauties, aside from the mature-looking girl, the other two seemed to be vying for Lin Chen's attention. What on earth is going on? Even if he is handsome, it's impossible for so many beautiful women to be openly competing for him. Qin Ruolin also walked over to Lin Chen, turning to look at the Wu family uncle and nephew. If I'm not mistaken, the sand brick factory, quarry, and hotel industry in the State City mostly come from your Wu family, right? Starting today, the Lin Group in Magic City will terminate all businesses associated with the Wu family as suppliers for our Lin Group. Although Wu Changxing was shocked by the beauty of the woman before him, he was even more astonished by her audacious words. Humph, you little girl have quite the audacity. Aren't you afraid the wind will blow your tongue away? I've heard of the Lin Group in Magic City, a rising company that independently secured the film and television projects in 3 cities. Unfortunately for you, many suppliers in Magic City have already placed orders with our Wu family. If you're going to impersonate someone, at least find someone we don't know to fool us. At your age, you're probably too young to even be an intern at the Lin Group. Wu Changxing snorted coldly. Since someone from the Wu family was in that industry, they naturally heard about some emerging enterprises. How could such a powerful group be shut out by a little girl's words? Since the Lin Group's statement has no effect on you, how about I add the Wen Group? Another graceful figure walked in through the banquet hall door. Yet another top beauty, dressed similarly to Qin Roland in a white professional suit. Her stunning face left Lin Chen's classmates numb. Wu Changxing seemed to have a bad premonition, feeling that the person before him looked somewhat familiar. Who are you, girl? Why are you spouting nonsense? When Ruxue stepped in front of Lin Chen and shot him a glare before turning to introduce herself. Wen Ruxue from the Wen family in Magic City. This name struck Wu Changxing like a bolt from the blue, making him feel a bit weak in the knees. He might not know the Lin Group, but he certainly knew Wen Ruxue from the Wen family. Because the hotel in the state city was owned by the Wen family, and he, Wu Changxing, had to plead with many to get a position there to learn. The State City Hotel had no ties to his Wu family, they just wanted to enter the high-end market and learn from the State City Hotel. Another goal was to connect with the Wen family and the Wen Group. The Wen Group had a wide reach, and once connected, there would be endless business opportunities. He never expected to see the current chairman of the Wen family, Wen Ruxue, in person today. And why did he know that this person was not an impersonator like Qin Roland? Because all employees under the Wen Group had to recognize the chairman. Although he hadn't seen her much, combining the rumors about Wen Ruxue young, beautiful, and decisive in her actions, he was certain that the person before him was indeed Wen Ruxue. Wife. Director 1, this is a misunderstanding. Wu Changxing forced a smile that looked worse than crying, and the security guards behind him immediately stepped back. Chapter 191, Bringing the Ladies Home. Wen Ruxue addressed Lin Chen's classmates, saying, I sincerely apologize for the awkward scene at your wedding. The State City Hotel is under my Wen Group, and since you are friends of Lin Chen, consider today's banquet as a gift from me and Lin Chen to you. There's no need to pay for the banquet. Wen Ruxue spoke to them with the demeanor of Lin Chen's wife, leaving this group of classmates even more bewildered. No need. That's too polite. My wedding is already over, and this doesn't count as causing a scene at my wedding. Besides, we are all classmates. With something like this happening, I didn't play a mediating role. Huang Jiaocai quickly refused. Yes, you must. Wen Ruxue's tone seemed impossible to refuse, and Huang Jiaocai had nothing more to say. Also, you have been fired. The Wen Group, like the Lin Group, will no longer cooperate with any suppliers connected to the Wu family. Wen Ruxue turned and pointed at Wu Changxing. Wu Changxing collapsed to the ground, while Wu Gangshui turned pale. Lin Chen broke free from the arms of the two women and approached Wen Ruxue. Why are you here too? You didn't even give me a heads up. Wen Ruxue glanced at Yi Mengxi and Su Weiwei behind him. Did I disturb your little embrace? I happen to have a project in the state city, so I came to find you. I thought I was giving you a surprise, but it turns out you surprised me instead. Wen Ruxue looked at him with a half-smile. Ahem. Let's go, we can talk about it later. Lin Chen coughed twice. With 4 women present, he didn't know whom to pull along, so he took the lead and walked out. The other classmates, seeing the farce, found no reason to stay and followed him out. When they reached the hotel entrance, a shocking scene unfolded. Qin Roland and Wen Ruxue stood next to a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, while Wen Ruxue stood beside a sports car. People on both sides turned to look at Lin Chen, wondering which car he would get into. Lin Chen took the car keys from his pocket. I'll drive, you all follow me. I'll take you back to my house. Lin Chen hurried to the car he had arrived in, and Su Weiwei followed him into the vehicle. Yi Mengxi also abandoned Qin Roland and ran to Lin Chen's car. 3 cars left the State City Grand Hotel, leaving the classmates at the entrance dumbfounded. I felt the scene inside the hotel was surreal, but I didn't expect this outside to be even more unreal. Lin Chen, what kind of luck does he have to be surrounded by so many rich young ladies? That Rolls-Royce just now is worth at least 10 million, and that sports car is even more outrageous, a limited edition Pagani Huayra, over 20 million. Weren't Lin Chen's parents said to have returned to their hometown to grow tea? Is growing tea that profitable now? Yeah, Lin Chen is also driving a 2 million Land Rover. Although it's not as good as those two beauties, it's still a luxury car. Envying Lin Chen every day, having so many top-tier beauties around him is such a happy thing. I didn't expect him to be a college student and already so far ahead of us. This gathering of classmates, brought together by Huang Jiatsai's wedding, ended amidst a flurry of astonishment. Lin Chen took everyone back to his home. When Chen Xiuxiang saw several beautiful women arriving again, she was so shocked she couldn't speak. Among them, Yi Mengxi boldly declared herself Lin Chen's girlfriend. She had already accepted Su Weiwei as her daughter-in-law, and with another Yi Mengxi appearing, she suddenly felt that having a man with multiple wives might not be so bad, provided that man was her son. On the way, Yi Mengxi had learned about Su Weiwei's amnesia and immediately felt sympathy for her. She no longer competed with her out of jealousy. Instead, the two quickly became good friends. Lin Chen lay on a lounge chair at the door, taking a short rest, when Qin Ruolin handed him a document. It contained information about project loopholes transferred from the Zhao family. There were over 20 households listed, and the Zhao family had initially promised each of them 50 million in relocation fees, along with a 100 square meter apartment in the Magic City area. Lin Chen looked at this unreasonable promise, clearly a trap set for the Lin Group. Our project team went to negotiate, but these people had a terrible attitude, insisting they had already been promised and refusing to change. They said if we didn't meet their demands, they wouldn't move at all. These more than 20 households, just the promised cash alone amounts to over $1 billion, not to mention the houses in that magical urban area, which will take away several hundred million. This group of people is just daydreaming. I'll handle these matters when I get back, just leave them be for now. Let's have some fun here for the next few days. Anyway, the project is already settled, it's just a few mouse droppings that haven't been dealt with. Lin Chen set the documents aside. Qin Ruolin nodded and went to find Yi Mengxi and the others. At that moment, Yi Mengxi and Su Weiwei were following Chen Xiuxiang to pick vegetables. In the countryside, most of the vegetables are homegrown, and they had never experienced it, finding it quite novel. After Qin Ruolin left, Wen Ruxue moved a stool to sit beside him. I didn't expect your home to be so simple and unadorned. I thought it would at least be a large estate with several acres of land. Wen Ruxue looked at the ordinary two-story building. I'm just an ordinary person. Besides being a bit handsome, I didn't expect you to come here. You're a busy female CEO, coming to this remote place of mine. Lin Chen took her hand. Marry a chicken, follow a chicken, marry a dog, follow a dog. Who told me that I've already decided on you for this life? Even if you lived in a pigsty, I'd still come. Wen Ruxue said with a smile. Lin Chen pulled her into his arms and slapped the part of her behind that was sticking out. I'll tell my mom you said my house is a pigsty. Wen Ruxue exclaimed, a blush flashing across her face. If you want your mother-in-law to dislike me in advance, then go ahead and say it. You're the one who maintains the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship, not me. Wen Ruxue said, leaning against Lin Chen's chest. Ruxue, thank you. Wen Ruxue knew what Lin Chen was thanking her for and shook her head, saying, I was only with you for a transaction, so I have no right to criticize your flirtatiousness. As long as you leave a small spot for me by your side, that's enough. When Wen Ruxue saw Yi Mengxi, Su Weiwei, and Qin Ruolin beside Lin Chen, she didn't make a scene but calmly made concessions. When they arrived at Lin Chen's house, Yi Mengxi was the first to introduce herself as Lin Chen's girlfriend, while her introduction was simply as a friend. How she wished to introduce herself as Lin Chen's girlfriend in front of his parents too. But she didn't want to make things difficult for Lin Chen, and since she was older than him, from what she knew, Yi Mengxi was the one who would commit to Lin Chen first. Chapter 192, Mistakenly Eating Qin Ruolin. Come to my room tonight, and I'll make it up to you. Lin Chen leaned close to Wen Ruxue's ear with a mischievous smile. Absolutely not. Wen Ruxue's face flushed, and she raised her small fist to punch his chest before standing up and leaving his side. That night, regarding the housing arrangements, Lin Chen's two-story house had already cleared out the storage room. Qin Ruolin and Wen Ruxue shared a room, while Yi Mengxi and Su Weiwei shared another, and Lin Chen had one to himself. Before sleeping, Yi Mengxi would occasionally sneak glances at Lin Chen with her playful little eyes. Lin Chen dared not look back. He had already made plans with Wen Ruxue in the afternoon. What if the two women bumped into each other? As it turned out, Lin Chen was overthinking. Neither of them came to his room, and he slept soundly until dawn. The next day, Lin Chen took them through many activities unique to the countryside, fishing in the mountain ponds, picking fruits, and even going into the mountains for a picnic. Everyone had a great time, and the few days quickly passed. Qin Ruolin and Wen Ruxue were preparing to leave Lin Chen's house. They were both busy people, and it was rare for them to take a few days off to relax, but their phones were almost blowing up. Now, even if they didn't want to leave, they had to. If they stayed any longer, the company would be paralyzed. In these few days, because of the luxury cars parked in front of Lin Chen's house, people in the village occasionally came to inquire, wanting to see if Lin Quan had suddenly become wealthy. Later, after learning that Lin Chen's friend had come to visit him, very few people came to the door. As long as the Lin family father and son weren't thriving, it was fine. At night, Chen Xiuxiang prepared a big meal and even found someone from the village to get a bowl of homemade wine. It had a slightly sweet taste. This kind of wine was usually drunk by women for beauty and skincare. Lin Chen and his father watched as Chen Xiuxiang and the other women drank together, while the two men had no wine to drink and were busy cleaning the dishes and frying some snacks. Although this wine was sweet on the palate, it had a strong aftereffect, and soon Yi Mingxi was out cold. Su Weiwei was quite relieved. She took Yi Mingxi back to the room to rest, while Lin Quan also took Chen Xiuxiang back to his room. Only Qin Ruolin and Wen Ruxue remained, the two female CEOs competing against each other. Lin Chen saw that he couldn't persuade them, so he went to take a shower and prepare for bed. When he finished showering and came out, the dining table was already empty. He went to the two women's room and found one woman lying on the bed, already asleep, then returned to his own room to see another one lying on his bed. Lin Chen saw the figure in his room and smiled mischievously, when Ruxue had indeed come to his room the night before she left. For the past few days, he had been hinting and making it clear, but when Ruxue was unwilling to go to his place at night because the room was too small, and any sounds would be heard by others, so she refused no matter what. After drinking tonight, things were indeed different. In the end, she couldn't bear to leave just like that. Lin Chen gently closed the door, humming a little tune. He had to clean up the mess on the dining table first and give Wen Ruxue some time to recover. It was easy to feel nauseous after drinking, and if she threw up on him, it could leave a shadow. Lin Chen tidied up the dining table, did a simple cleanup, checked the time, turned off the lights, and walked into the room. He didn't even turn on the lights in the room. To him, this dim environment could enhance the mood. Lin Chen quickly stripped down and dove into the bed, embracing the slightly warm body from the alcohol. MMM. A soft nasal sound came from the person in his arms, and Lin Chen leaned down to kiss her. The person in his arms trembled slightly and instinctively responded. The process continued until the most critical moment. As when Ruxue beside him let out a painful moan, Lin Chen felt something was off, but caught up in the moment, the pink atmosphere filled his brain, and he didn't think about what was wrong. This battle was exhilarating and lasted until the early hours of the morning, and the two finally fell into a deep sleep. Although Lin Chen's physique had surpassed that of ordinary people, he still needed sleep. The next morning, Lin Chen slept until noon before getting up. Only at home could he let go of everything and relax his body and mind. Wen Ruxue, who had been beside him last night, had already left. Lin Chen walked out of the room to find his parents, Su Weiwei, and Yi Mingxi sitting at the dining table, ready for lunch. He didn't see Qin Ruolin and Wen Ruxue, and upon asking, he learned that both had left early in the morning. Lin Chen felt quite regretful. Had he known Wen Ruxue would leave so early, he wouldn't have kept her up so late last night. After lunch, Lin Chen planned to change his clothes and go out. Huang Jia had just called, asking Lin Chen to visit his branch office in the state city and thank him for waiving the meal expenses last time. As Lin Chen entered his room to change clothes, he noticed a red mark on the mattress through the reflection in the mirror. Lin Chen lifted the sheet covering it, and on the white sheet, there was a patch of red. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen was stunned. This mark hadn't been there last night because he had just changed the sheets before taking a shower. It must have appeared after sleeping last night, and he was quite familiar with this red mark, having experienced it with a few people before. But wasn't Wen Ruxue's mark gone long ago? Lin Chen sat on the edge of the bed, recalling what had happened last night. The initial awkwardness, the cries of pain, and from the feeling of it, that was simply not Wen Ruxue. He just hadn't thought it through at the time. If that wasn't Wen Ruxue, then who was it? In this room, the only ones he had been involved with were Su Weiwei and Qin Ruolin. When he saw Su Weiwei at dinner earlier, she seemed fine, so that left only Qin Ruolin. Did he mistakenly take advantage of a drunk Qin Ruolin last night? Lin Chen slapped his forehead. The more he thought about it, the more he felt this possibility was quite high. No wonder she had run off early in the morning without a word. She probably didn't know how to face him either. Or was it that Qin Ruolin had gone out to report it? Lin Chen quickly took out his phone and opened Qin Ruolin's message window. After thinking it over, he finally sent a message. "I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you last night. Are you okay?" Lin Chen sat on the edge of the bed waiting for Qin Ruolin's reply. After more than 10 minutes, Qin Ruolin finally replied with 4 words. "Driving, talk later." Seeing those 4 words, Lin Chen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. At least she was willing to respond, which meant there was still room for maneuver. It seemed he needed to return to Magic City soon. If Qin Ruolin, in a fit of anger, decided not to see him again, he would have to find someone else. Chapter 193, Hidden Mission. The mystery of the warehouse in State City. After changing his clothes, Lin Chen took Su Weiwei and Yi Mingxi out with him. They both wanted to go out for a walk. Staying at home playing farm games every day was getting a bit boring. Huang Jiacai's branch office was in the center of State City. When they arrived, they found it was a large factory filled with stacked goods. Next to the entrance of the factory was a small office, and Huang Jiacai was already waiting for them at the door. Huang Jiacai intentionally or unintentionally glanced behind Lin Chen, and Lin Chen immediately understood his meaning. Your intentions aren't pure, are they? It seems you're calling me over, but actually, you're eyeing Qin Wulin and Wen Rushua, right? They both went back and didn't come along, so you're disappointed. Lin Chen teased. Huang Jiacai was now a businessman, and it was understandable that he wanted to connect with the two CEOs of major companies. If he could get in touch with these big enterprises, he could make a fortune quickly. Huang Jiacai awkwardly scratched his head. I definitely called you over for you, but I just wanted to see if I could get President Qin and President Wen to come along too. Come in, I'll brew a pot of your dad's tea for you. A couple of days ago, Huang Jiacai bought over 100 pounds of tea leaves from Lin Quan, directly transferring 100,000 yuan to him. This meant that Lin Quan's tea was worth 1,000 yuan per pound. However, Lin Chen had already given Huang Jiacai a red envelope of 100,000, so Huang Jiacai essentially used that money to buy Lin Quan's tea leaves, giving it back to Lin Chen in a different sense. Entering Huang Jiacai's office, Zhou Wenna was busy recording something from a pile of documents. Upon seeing Lin Chen, she quickly came over to greet him. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your support of our couple, Zhou Wenna said gratefully. Lin Chen waved his hand. We're all on the same side, no need to say that. Can we go take a look at your warehouse? Lin Chen looked at the towering warehouse and felt curious about Huang Jiacai's transportation business. What kind of goods required such a large warehouse, filled to the brim? Sure, let's go, I'll show you around. Huang Jiacai stood up, signaling Zhou Wenna to accompany Su Weiwei and Yi Mingxi while he took Lin Chen for a tour. Su Weiwei and Yi Mingxi weren't that interested anyway, so they didn't follow. Huang Jiacai led Lin Chen through the rows of shelves. These are basically all goods from Wenna's big client, only a small portion is from clients we developed later, Huang Jiacai introduced, seemingly proud of having such a capable wife. Is it from the U.S.? What do they do, and why is there so much freight coming to Huaxia? Our Huaxia should have strict controls on imports, Lin Chen asked curiously. That client is quite impressive, they have all kinds of goods. There are ingredients, equipment, electronics, digital products, and even clothing. Every time we transport to Huaxia, after completing the process, we help them ship to other countries. Moreover, we are also responsible for delivering the items they purchase in Huaxia to Country M. The reason I called you over this time is actually Wenna's idea. Her client wants to collaborate with major enterprises in the Magic City. After all, the Magic City has a port too. If the two female CEOs can work with us, we can also facilitate communication between the side of Country M and the CEOs. Lin Chen nodded in approval upon hearing this. He understood a bit about these matters. After all, this is a big client, with such a large volume of transport, it's no wonder Huang Jiacai keeps expanding. No problem, I'll have them contact you later to see if there are any areas for collaboration. Huang Jiacai immediately became excited and put his arm around Lin Chen's shoulder. He knew Lin Chen's words would have a significant effect on those two CEOs. The two walked to the end of the warehouse, where Lin Chen noticed a large room separated behind it, and some foreigners were coming in and out. Do you have foreign employees here? Lin Chen looked at Huang Jiacai in confusion. These are inspectors sent from Country M, about 10 of them, stationed here long-term. Every time goods arrive, they are responsible for counting them, and more will come after a while, Huang Jiacai said, smiling and greeting the foreigners. As two foreigners passed by Lin Chen, he slightly furrowed his brows. Killing intent. This group of people exuded a sense of killing intent. After Lin Chen's physique was enhanced, he had a better understanding of some inexplicable feelings. The aura from these people was very similar to that of the God Mercenary Corps and the Arctic Wolf Mercenary Corps he had encountered before. If they were just ordinary inspectors, why would they have such an aura? Ding! Hidden mission triggered. Mystery of the State City Warehouse, ding. Option 1, investigate the origins of the foreigners in Huang Jiacai's warehouse, understand their specific purpose, reward, 100 billion cash, ding. Option 2, investigate the origins of the foreigners in Huang Jiacai's warehouse, eliminate them, reward, 100 billion cash, automatic gene enhancement liquid manufacturing machine. Indeed, there was a problem, a hidden mission was triggered. The reward surprised Lin Chen. An automatic gene enhancement liquid manufacturing machine would allow Gu Beichen to conduct other research without wasting time on producing gene enhancement liquid. Akai, the tour is done, I should head back. My mom is waiting for us to have dinner, Lin Chen said to Huang Jiakai. Why the rush? I've already booked a room at the restaurant, let's eat first and then leave, Huang Jiakai insisted, not letting him go. Lin Chen had no choice but to follow him to dinner. After the meal, he took Su Weiwei and Yi Mingxi back home and immediately called Mo Fong. Help me investigate a company, Jiawan Import and Export Trade Company, Ltd. Its headquarters is in Sioux City, and there is also a branch in State City. This company might be a bit complicated, so be careful in your investigation, don't alert the snake in the grass. Okay, there have indeed been some foreign mercenaries appearing in the country recently. It seems that those mercenaries around Huaxia have come to the country in another way, and no one is going out to search for Dr. Miller's experimental base anymore. Mo Fong reported some recent anomalies. Let the brothers pay attention to safety, Lin Chen instructed before hanging up the phone. He recalled some details from his meeting with Huang Jiakai. For now, he couldn't see anything wrong, but since the system issued a mission, there must be something abnormal, and those who looked like mercenaries were definitely guarding something. In the evening, after dinner, Mo Fong called. Brother Lin, it turns out that the Jiawan Import and Export Company has some issues. Mo Fong's opening line left Lin Chen speechless. If there were no problems, why would you investigate? It was precisely because there were issues that you were sent to investigate. Chapter 194, Navy SEALs on the surface, it's not apparent. I combined information from various sources and made a guess. The Jiawan Company is connected to a major company in M country. Although it doesn't show on the surface, their routes and products, along with the items transported in and out, combined with some information from the dark web, led to the discovery that behind that company in M country, there are shadows of the M country government. Mo Fong's tone was somewhat grave, as if the Jiawan Import and Export Trade Company was not simple at all. Go on. I visited the Jiawan Company's warehouse today and found more than a dozen foreigners inside. They had an air of mercenaries about them. It was clear that something unusual was going on, especially since the system had issued a hidden mission. Foreigners? Brother Lin, I'll send you some photos. Take a look and see if any of the foreigners you saw match these. If they do, then the purpose behind this company becomes quite chilling. Mo Fong sent several photos to Lin Chen's phone. In total, there were over 100 photos, and Lin Chen indeed found some of the foreigners from the warehouse in Huang Jiatsai's photos. Then it's confirmed. These 160 individuals are veterans from the Navy SEALs who retired last month. The M country Navy SEALs have a total of over 100 teams, and these 10 teams applied for retirement simultaneously. Now they suddenly appear in Huaxia. They definitely didn't come through regular channels, which is why they are hiding in the Jiawan Company warehouse in the State City. It was obvious they hadn't come through proper channels, otherwise, how could the high-ranking officials in Huaxia allow such special forces to enter? Navy SEALs? Lin Chen had heard of them. In movies, the most impressive characters often came from the Navy SEALs, the strongest special forces unit in M country. Mo Fong continued, according to our investigation, we could only find this information. We can't determine their purpose or what exactly they are transporting. However, it seems the Huaxia National Security Bureau has also sensed something off about their company and has sent people to Sioux City for a covert investigation. After all, Navy SEALs are not ordinary people. A group of them sneaking into Huaxia must have some ulterior motives. I will continue to investigate. Okay, I understand. Tell the brothers investigating to stay safe. Did Brother Yang bring back the stuff for you? The stuff Lin Chen referred to was the gene enhancement liquid. Due to Mo Fong's work nature, he was unwilling to go to Watch Island, so Lin Chen asked Yang Yun to bring the gene enhancement liquid back for him to inject. He brought it. I'll inject it after I finish this matter. By the way, there's news about that thing you asked me to pay attention to last time. Previously, Lin Chen had asked Mo Fong to keep an eye on the Jin family in Kyoto, the Guan family, and the Shin family in Magic City. Jin Xian from the Jin family has been detained. They submitted many assets to barely suppress that shooting incident. After the Guan family heard about it, they reduced their dealings with the Jin family. To dare to carry out a terrorist shooting in Kyoto, even if the Jin family can still exist, they are severely weakened. With Jin Xian captured, the Jin family is too busy to care for themselves, and the Shin family has temporarily not faced any retaliation from the Jin family, so they are also recuperating. The Jin family was in crisis due to Jin Xian's impulsiveness. The Shin family wouldn't have any trouble for now, but even if there were, it was none of his business. He was only focused on the two siblings from the Guan family. What about Guan Jibin? How is he doing? Lin Chen thought of Guan Jibin being betrayed by his wife. That feeling must be quite painful. He has now become the prized possession of Guan Weilai, being arranged with various teachers to teach him corporate courses every day. They even set him up for blind dates, but Guan Jibin hasn't cooperated at all. This is similar to what Lin Chen knew. Usually, he would also call Guan Yuer to ask about her recent situation. At this moment, Guan Yuer had returned to the company to do her own work. With Guan Jibin's current state, her companionship was of no use, he could only rely on himself to get through it. Moreover, the entire Guan family regarded Guan Jibin as the sole heir, and they were too busy protecting him to even think about harming him. It seemed that Zhang Tian's actions could slow down. There was no need to eliminate Guan Weilai so quickly, and that Chen Limei has been sent back to Su City. We have already dispatched people to protect her to prevent Guan Weilai from taking action. But from the looks of it, she seems to want to return to Guan Jibin's side. Should we help her? Mo Fong continued. No need, just protect her. We'll find an opportunity later. Right now, we can't help. Guan Jibin's heart is like dead ashes. Without something to stimulate him, he won't forgive Chen Limei. Lin Chen quickly refused. After knowing the information, he hung up the phone, watching the lights in the room go out, and quietly ran out of the house. He wanted to check the warehouse to see what these retired Navy SEALs were really up to. Did Huang Jiatsai and his wife know anything? If they did, then this couple would have suspicions of treason. That would be a serious issue. Lin Chen had a decent impression of Huang Jiatsai and didn't want him to take a wrong path. He and Huang Jiatsai had been good friends in middle school, and based on Huang Jiatsai's previous character, Lin Chen felt he wouldn't do such things. However, in recent years, Huang Jiatsai had gone through a lot, and it wasn't surprising that he had changed. But all of this still needed investigation. Under the cover of night, Lin Chen arrived at the warehouse of Zhaowen Trading Company again. The warehouse door was not closed, and the cameras on both sides were still rotating. Lin Chen estimated that if he wanted to rush in without being filmed, there was only a 1-second gap when both cameras would not capture the entrance. With the presence of Navy SEALs, they didn't even need to close the warehouse door. They were truly confident. Lin Chen observed the rotation frequency of the two cameras, seized the moment, and quickly dashed into the warehouse. Once inside, Lin Chen found that there were no cameras in the warehouse. He guessed that perhaps the items inside couldn't leave any traces, which was why there were none, making it easier for him to move. The office he visited during the day was now dark. Huang Jiatsai and his wife were not there, so the warehouse only contained those Navy SEALs. Lin Chen quietly approached the lit area, and before he got close, he overheard some conversations. He could tell there were 3 people inside, speaking in a very obscure language. If it weren't for Lin Chen's proficiency in languages, he really wouldn't have understood what they were saying. Do you feel it? Yeah, someone has entered. Don't make a sound. We communicate in this local indigenous language so outsiders can't understand. If we hadn't buried the vibration alert in advance, we wouldn't have noticed someone coming. It seems the other party is skilled. We need to be careful. Miss Ale, you slowly walk over and take out the thermal imaging gun to locate the other party. Lardy, let's move towards the door and act quickly once we find the position. The people inside were deploying their plans right in Lin Chen's ear, and he listened with a strange expression. They thought he couldn't understand, so they spoke openly. However, the other party was indeed one of the most powerful special forces in the world. Even with Lin Chen's stealth, he was detected, seemingly due to a vibration alarm through the ground. No matter what, this caution left Lin Chen far behind, and he was also proficient in the local language. If it weren't for his system reward granting him language proficiency, he might have been completely oblivious even with a gun pointed at him. Since the other party had discovered him, there was no need for him to hide any longer. Lin Chen swiftly entered the room, and before the others could react, he landed a punch on one man's face. The struck man flew back, his head hitting the wall, knocking him unconscious. Lin Chen had already held back a bit. Otherwise, the man might have had his skull shattered by that punch. The other two, just as they were starting to react, had their hands and feet broken by Lin Chen. Although the opponents were elite special forces, Lin Chen could no longer be described as human. Unsurprisingly, there were only 3 people here, the others were nowhere to be found. Lin Chen looked at the 2 foreigners lying on the ground, howling in pain, and asked, "Where are the others? Where did they go?" The blonde, blue-eyed foreigner glared at him fiercely, showing no intention of answering. Lin Chen coldly smiled, "If you don't speak, I'll just wait for them here. The Navy SEALs are nothing special." Upon hearing Lin Chen mention the Navy SEALs by name, their eyes widened in shock. They shouted in standard English, "Who are you? How do you know our identity? Is there a traitor among us?" "No, that's impossible. We are all loyal." The barrage of questions and self-talk gave Lin Chen a headache, and he slapped the foreigner. "When did it become your turn to ask me questions? Answer if you can, or die." Lin Chen cursed, suddenly letting out a scream that startled him. "Humph, our Navy SEALs are not cowards. If you want to kill, then kill," the foreigner said with arrogance, and Lin Chen casually twisted his head off, then squatted down beside the second person. This one was also tough, and in an instant, Lin Chen snapped his neck as well. The last one, named Lardy, had already woken up while Lin Chen was interrogating the second one. Seeing the ruthlessness of his opponent, he realized that if he didn't do something soon, he would meet his end right there. When Lin Chen grabbed his head, Lardy quickly said, "Your Excellency, feel free to ask any questions. Lardy will answer without reservation." Just as Lin Chen was about to twist his neck, he paused. He had thought they were all tough nuts, and it would be better to just kill them all. He didn't expect the last one to be a soft touch. "What is your purpose for coming here?" Lin Chen withdrew his hand from Lardy's neck. "We were ordered to come here, our work has not yet begun, and we are not clear on the specifics." Lardy said this, but a glimmer of amusement flashed in his eyes. The next moment, Lin Chen twisted his neck. What use was someone who knew nothing? Moreover, Lin Chen could see from the other's eyes that he was trying to deceive him. Lardy guessed that Lin Chen was completely unaware, so he wanted to use lies to trick him. Who knew Lin Chen wouldn't play by the rules? Since you don't know, then die. After taking care of these 3 American special forces, Lin Chen began to search the room. He had already startled the snake in the grass. If he didn't find some clues, this trip would have been in vain. Lin Chen saw a room filled with computer equipment. He had no time to study it carefully, so he used his hacking skills to send all the documents and data to Mo Fong for him to sift through, then smashed all the computers. After doing all this, Lin Chen left the warehouse and went up to a high building outside. He wanted to see how many people from that group had gone out and what their reaction would be upon discovering that their teammates had been killed. Lin Chen had not been waiting long when 3 business cars pulled up at the warehouse entrance. A total of 13 foreigners got out of the cars, along with a Chinese woman, who was none other than Huang Jiatsai's newlywed wife, Zhou Wenna. When Lin Chen saw Zhou Wenna, he realized that these matters were definitely related to her, but fortunately, Huang Jiatsai was not present. There were still 13 foreigners left, and with the 3 Lin Chen had killed, that made a total of 16 people. It seemed that, as Mo Fong had said, this was one of the groups involved. 10 minutes after these people entered the warehouse, Zhou Wenna walked out, glanced around, and drove away in one of the cars. Lin Chen quickly followed. With his current physique, he could run as fast as a car. Zhou Wenna's car drove into a village, which Lin Chen recognized as Huang Jiatsai's hometown. He was surprised that he still lived in his old home and hadn't bought a place closer to the city. From Huang Jiatsai's actions of opening a branch office in the warehouse, it didn't seem like he was short on money. Either he was unwilling to waste it, or he didn't know how much he had. After Zhou Wenna parked the car and entered the house, Lin Chen leaned against a wall nearby, listening to their conversation inside. "Huang Jiatsai, it's so late, what could be so important that you have to go in person?" "Zhou Wenna, those foreigners haven't adjusted to the time difference. They work at night and want me to find that inventory information for them." "Huang Jiatsai, what exactly are those foreigners doing? You haven't told me." "Zhou Wenna, they're here to inspect the goods, just like those third-party companies. I told you before, but you didn't believe me." "Huang Jiatsai, alright, then hurry up and get some sleep. We have to report to customs tomorrow morning." Outside, Lin Chen fell into deep thought. From their conversation, it seemed that Huang Jiatsai was unaware of the situation, but it still needed further observation. Lin Chen prepared to leave and wait for Mo Fong's news on the decryption. Suddenly, he sensed that someone else was also watching Huang Jiatsai's house, and he quickly walked in that direction. Around a corner, a jade fist accompanied by a delicate shout came at him. Chapter 196, Xiao Runan arrives. Lin Chen transformed his fist into a palm, catching the opponent's fist and pinning them against the wall. As the movement stopped, Lin Chen recognized the person who had thrown the punch without any hesitation, and the person he was holding down also recognized him in an instant. Xiao Runan, Lin Chen. They both recognized each other simultaneously. "What are you doing here?" they asked in unison. Xiao Runan sighed in relief, patting her heaving chest, while Lin Chen, illuminated by the moonlight, swallowed hard at the sight. When Lin Chen approached earlier, she thought she had been exposed. After all, those were Navy SEALs, and she had decided to risk her life. She never expected it to be Lin Chen, and seeing him made her heart finally settle. "I'm here to investigate a case. What about you?" Xiao Runan looked at Lin Chen. "A case? What case? You're right in front of my classmate's house. Why do you think I'm here?" Lin Chen shrugged. "Classmate? Which one? Huang Jiatsai or Zhou Wenna? It can't be Huang Xiaoming, right?" Xiao Runan teased. Huang Xiaoming was Huang Jiatsai's son, and she wondered what kind of twisted humor led him to name his son that. "Huang Jiatsai was my best friend in middle school. What case are you investigating him for?" Lin Chen vaguely guessed the reason for Xiao Runan's presence. Not entirely him, but his company, Jiawan Import and Export Trading Company. "We suspect this company is involved in espionage activities." Xiao Runan did not hide this from Lin Chen. Suddenly, Lin Chen stepped forward quickly and covered her mouth. Xiao Runan seemed to realize something and stood still. Inside the window, Zhou Wenna appeared, surveying the situation outside. Lin Chen and the others were just out of sight, huddled together. After looking around and finding nothing unusual, Zhou Wenna left the window and returned to her room. "The person has left. Can you let go of me now?" Xiao Runan pouted. The two had gotten too close to avoid the gaze from the window, causing some part of Xiao Runan to be squished out of shape. Lin Chen picked her up and jumped a few times, leaving Huang Jiatsai's home. "Let's find a place to talk. There's nothing interesting here anymore, no need to keep watching." Lin Chen glanced at Huang Jiatsai's house, where the lights had all been turned off. Xiao Runan nodded. She had come to check for any unusual activity and didn't need to stay there any longer. The two walked towards Lin Chen's home. To avoid exposing themselves, Lin Chen hadn't driven. He could run faster than a car at full speed, and his stamina was strong enough that driving wasn't necessary. "Is there something fishy about Jia Yuan Company?" Lin Chen asked on the way back. "There have been many strange phenomena in Huaxia: rampaging animals, illegal drugs. The origins of these things point to Jia Yuan Trading Company in Sioux City. We sent people to investigate in Sioux City, but found nothing. Jia Yuan Company has a branch in the state city, and I was sent here to investigate whether they would conduct secret operations at the new company," Xiao Runan revealed, believing Lin Chen was one of her own. "Illegal drugs?" Lin Chen looked at her in confusion. "There are strict controls over drug imports into Huaxia. How did these things get in?" Xiao Runan nodded and continued. "Not long ago, Jin Xian went crazy, right? All assets under Jin Xian and Jin Zhen were liquidated, and when we traced it back to the King Club, we found that kind of illegal drug. It's something banned in M country, yet it has flowed into Huaxia and is widely used by the Jin family. Following some clues, we traced it back to your classmate's company. Have you heard that 10 members of the M country Navy SEALs applied for retirement at the same time?" Since Xiao Runan hadn't hidden anything from him, he decided to share what he knew. "I've heard about it. It caused quite a stir in the Special Forces community because each member of the SEALs is a top-tier soldier forged through blood and battle. Is this related to them?" Xiao Runan knew Lin Chen wouldn't ask such questions without reason, indicating that these members were involved. There was a small group of SEALs residing in Jia Yuan Company's warehouse in the state city. I was discovered when I went in tonight, killed 3, and I should have already alerted them. They will likely evacuate overnight, but as long as Zhou Wenna is around, they will eventually be found," Lin Chen said calmly. He had considered eliminating everyone, but there were too many of them. Even with his exceptional skills, it was impossible to take down 13 people in an instant. It was better to clarify their intentions first and then act. "What?" Xiao Runan's voice rose several decibels. She quickly took out her phone and walked aside to make a call. After chatting for a few minutes, she returned. The simultaneous retirement of 10 SEAL members must mean they have another mission. Their loyalty to M country is unquestionable. It seems there's a shadow of the M country government behind this. This matter is not that simple. And you, what were you doing there? You've alerted them. How will we find them in the future? Xiao Runan glared at him angrily. Lin Chen shrugged. How would I know? I just felt something was off and wanted to see what those foreigners were up to, and then things escalated. Xiao Runan was not surprised that Lin Chen could kill members of the SEAL team. Even the Cloud King was no match for Lin Chen, so how could mere Special Forces soldiers possibly escape from his hands alive? Forget it, I've already sent someone from the Bureau over. For now, you should keep a low profile. I'll stay at your place for a few days, and we'll leave once the personnel arrive. Xiao Runan sighed. Sure, I happen to have an extra room at my place, Lin Chen replied. He had originally planned to bring Xiao Runan home anyway, especially since Qin Ruolin and Wen Ruxue had left, freeing up a room. Yi Mingxi and Su Weiwei insisted on sharing a bed, and he couldn't quite understand their mindset. Besides, he and Xiao Runan were friends, and she was a decent person. With her youthful looks, he would be heartbroken if she fell into the hands of those bad people. When they arrived at Lin Chen's home, Xiao Runan looked surprised at the ordinary two-story building. You're so rich, yet you live in a place like this? You're too stingy. You can't even bear to buy your parents a nice house. Lin Chen was speechless. Didn't he want to? It hadn't even started yet. His father was waiting for him to finish his summer vacation before planning to rebuild the house, and now that it was torn down, they had nowhere to live. You talk too much. Hurry up and come in. Be quiet, don't wake my parents. Lin Chen pulled her into the house. By the time Lin Chen got home, it was already late at night. After settling Xiao Runan, he went to bed. The next morning, Xiao Runan, who didn't have a habit of sleeping in, got up around 7. When Chen Xiuxiang saw another beautiful woman in the house, she was completely stunned. What on earth had her son experienced outside? Why were so many beautiful women coming to find him? When Chen Xiaoxiang learned that Xiao Runan was a police officer, she couldn't calm down for a long time. Even a female police officer couldn't resist her son's charm. Lin Chen was still in a dream when his mother pulled him up. What's going on with that Xiao Runan outside? She wasn't here last night. How did she suddenly appear in our house? Did you sneak out to do something while we were all asleep? A barrage of questions from Chen Xiaoxiang instantly woke Lin Chen from his stupor. It's nothing. She came to the state city for a mission and had nowhere to go, so I let her stay at our house. Don't think too much about it. We're just friends. Lin Chen sighed inwardly. His mother always worried about these things, afraid he didn't have a girlfriend and also afraid he had too many girlfriends. She was really overthinking it. After Lin Chen explained, Chen Xiaoxiang reluctantly left his room, still somewhat doubtful. At that moment, Mo Feng's call came in. Lin brother, we've already looked into the information you sent last night. It turns out there is indeed support from the U.S. government behind this. The data shows that these goods include the transport of various illegal drugs, which are being transported in very subtle ways, and then transferred through Huaxia to other surrounding countries. Just illegal drugs? Then there was no need for the SEAL team to execute this. It couldn't be that simple. Lin Chen expressed his doubts to Mo Feng, who smiled and said, of course, it's not that simple. Lin brother, you must have heard of Herland, right? These illegal drugs are Herland's failed products, and the main purpose is to transport the gene enhancement liquid he developed to India, where the population is the largest and can be used for human experiments. The more Lin Chen listened, the more confused he became. Was it really worth going through such a big hassle just for human experiments? Mo Feng didn't let Lin Chen ponder for too long and continued, Herland is a prized disciple of Dr. Miller, his skills are on par with Dr. Miller's, but one thing is certain, this person is too extreme. Holland's gene enhancement liquid is also extremely extreme. During the experiments, it could create terrifying monsters, and the wealth lost would be that of Country M. However, Country A is just one of their experimental sites. Other banned drugs are also being tested in our Huaxia. I believe the Huaxia Security Bureau has noticed this as well. The drug used in the Gene family's King Club came through this channel. The Huaxia Security Bureau indeed noticed, but they haven't figured out the ins and outs of it yet. The people from the Huaxia Security Bureau have already come to my side. Continue speaking, share your speculations and investigation data together. I will combine it with my findings to discern the truth of the matter. Lin Chen always felt something was off about Mo Feng's investigation, but upon careful thought, it seemed quite reasonable. I suspect that Holland's research funding is too high, so they export these banned drugs to exchange for research funds. As for conducting experiments abroad, besides worrying that failed experiments might produce monsters, there's also the fact that Country M wouldn't let Holland leave, which is why they transport it this way to other places. The higher-ups in Country M are also worried about another Dr. Miller emerging, which would lead to another financial loss. At this point, Mo Feng suddenly remembered something and asked, Brother Lin, did you notice anything unusual about the seals you encountered? Lin Chen recalled, there didn't seem to be anything unusual since he had taken them down before they even reacted. According to a piece of information from the dark web, those 10 groups of retired SEALs underwent Holland's experiments, and it said that some of them have succeeded. This means that among those 10 groups, some have become super soldiers. Mo Feng said heavily. Super soldiers. Lin Chen murmured. If they were just super soldiers, he wasn't worried because he had them too. Among Yanyan 7, except for Li Lan, who was far away in Country M, and Mo Feng in Magic City, all had already become super soldiers. Moreover, he had a Zhang Tian under him, an existence even stronger than a super soldier. We don't need to worry about these for now. I've implanted a tracking system in their computers. I'll send you the code. If a signal appears, let me know in time. Before leaving last night, Lin Chen had smashed those computers, but before doing so, he had implanted a tracking signal in each one. As long as those mainframes are powered on, their location can be determined. Lin Chen bet they wouldn't be willing to discard those computers. After all, they had already been smashed, and in their view, the parts inside could still be used, pieced together to function again. The contents inside were still very important to them. Moreover, Lin Chen found that the components in those computer mainframes were rare and high-end, not something they would casually throw away. Alright, I will keep an eye on this. Zhang Tian has already taken people to the state city. That 10-man team hasn't used the gene enhancement liquid yet. If you think they qualify this time, Brother Yang will arrange for them to use the gene enhancement liquid. These people have a clean foundation, are loyal and righteous, and can be entrusted with important tasks. Of course, the final test still needs to be overseen by you. Last night, Lin Chen had called Zhang Tian over, not expecting him to bring a security company team along. This was just right. With them around, he wouldn't have to do everything himself. Originally, Zhang Tian had been waiting in Kyoto for Lin Chen's order to take down Guan Weilai. However, given the current situation, it seemed Guan Weilai didn't need to die just yet. Such a talent would be a waste to leave idle. He might as well call him over to help. After hanging up, Lin Chen walked out of the house. Just then, Xiao Runan walked in from outside, looking for him. "Thank you for your hospitality, but I have to leave. The people sent from above have arrived, and I need to go meet with them." Lin Chen didn't say much. Xiao Runan had her own organization. Lin Chen preferred to act according to his mood, and the two of them were not suited to work together. Chapter 198, The Origin of Zhou Wenna. After finishing lunch, Lin Chen dropped Xiao Runan off at the entrance of a guest house in the State City. He then went to the State City Grand Hotel, where he found Zhang Tian and the others, who had just arrived at the hotel as well. The State City Grand Hotel was owned by Wen Ruxue, and staying there was free for anyone. Since they were all people who would fight alongside him in the future, it was only natural to provide them with the best accommodations. Lin Chen entered the hotel room and surveyed the 10 people besides Zhang Tian, 6 men and 4 women. Each of them bore scars of varying sizes on their bodies and faces. However, they were considered relatively intact. Lin Chen also insisted on training the female soldiers. After all, sometimes protecting the beauties around him required female soldiers. As for those like Guan Yuer, who were unwilling to use it, he didn't want to give them the gene enhancement serum until it was completely successful and confirmed to have no side effects. "Hello, boss." The 10 greeted Lin Chen in unison. Lin Chen quickly waved his hand. "You all were once people who defended the country. No need to be so vulgar, just call me Lin Chen." Being called boss made him feel uncomfortable, sounding like a fat, wealthy tycoon. "Let's call you young master." Yang Yun and the others discussed it with me. "We can't keep calling you brother, as it would undermine your authority in front of these people. From now on, everyone will call you young master," Zhang Tian said from the side. Lin Chen wanted to refuse, but seeing Zhang Tian's serious expression, he held back. Young master was better than boss, after all. Lin Chen looked at everyone and said, "This operation is our final test. As long as you pass this test, I will grant you a new life." The 10 showed no visible reaction, but their eyes sparkled with excitement. They had witnessed Zhang Tian's strength, and knowing that he had become such a powerful figure through the company's training made them yearn for the same. Just as Lin Chen finished speaking, his phone in his pocket rang. It was Mo Fang calling. It seemed they had found a lead on the other party's whereabouts. "Young master, they are using computers. Those people are currently in Wannan County of the State City." Wannan County? Lin Chen knew about it, as he had attended high school there, and Huang Jiakai had also dropped out after studying for a year at Wannan High School. Wannan County was at the intersection of several cities. It used to be a no man's land, and even in the current peaceful era, it was more chaotic than other places. When Lin Chen was in high school there, he had heard many stories about the disorder. "You will split into 3 groups. One group will stay in the State City to observe the warehouse of Zhao Wen Company. Another group will go to Huang Jiakai's house to keep an eye on Zhou Wenna's movements. The last group, led by Zhang Tian, will head to Wannan County. Remember to conceal yourselves well and do not act rashly. If anything happens, prioritize your safety." After arranging everyone, Lin Chen called Huang Jiakai to invite him out for tea. Half an hour later, the two met at a tea house. "Jiakai, what did your wife do before?" Lin Chen asked straightforwardly. "What? You have so many beautiful women around you, and you're setting your sights on my wife?" Huang Jiakai joked. "Ruxue and Roland want to know the specific strength of your company, whether the transportation industry is stable enough, and if your client base comes from your wife. So, it's not unreasonable for me to ask." Lin Chen shrugged. He didn't have the surname Chao, so why would he be interested in someone else's wife? "No problem, not a single problem," Huang Jiakai replied excitedly. All along, the clients of his company had been in the hands of Zhou Wenna, and he didn't have a single decent client. Huang Jiatsai was eager to break through, which also served as a proof to himself about his wife, so he was working hard to find clients. "I met Wenna during a delivery. I was delivering documents that had to be signed in person, so I knocked on her door. At that moment, Wenna was tearful and looked terrified, which made me realize something was wrong. I secretly went downstairs to call the police, then ran back to her door to knock, saying I needed to use the bathroom, buying time. In the end, the police arrived, and she was saved." A look of reminiscence appeared in Huang Jiatsai's eyes as he continued. "After the police rescued her, we learned she had encountered a home invasion, and the intruder had sinister intentions. Luckily, I was outside knocking and saying some lewd things to distract the intruder, successfully buying time. The intruder thought he had found a kindred spirit. That's how we got to know each other, and later we gradually had more interactions. Lin Chen listened in silence. He had only asked what Zhou Wenna used to do, not about their love story. Huang Jiatsai had a strong desire to share, just like at the wedding banquet last time, rambling on about his ex-wife. Wenna is a returnee, and she doesn't have many friends in the country. Her parents are both deceased, and she has no relatives here, all alone. Hearing this, Lin Chen interrupted, returnee? From where? Huang Jiatsai, suddenly interrupted, lost the happy smile on his face and replied unhappily, country. She went there with her parents when she was young, and after her parents died in a car accident, she was left alone. That's why all our clients are from country. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's face showed a look of realization. It was almost certain that Zhou Wenna was sent from country, and this fool didn't even know he was just a chosen one to help her disguise her identity. She just finished her master's degree there and wanted to stay in Huaxia for a while because her childhood memories were all about Huaxia. Originally, she wanted to revisit her old haunts and then return to country, but who knew she would meet me and never go back, completely becoming a Huaxia woman. Huang Jiatsai's face once again radiated happiness. Seeing his expression, Lin Chen roughly understood that Huang Jiatsai was unaware of the situation and had been used by Zhou Wenna, but ignorance was not enough to absolve him, as the crimes they committed together were too serious. Alright, I'll talk to those two presidents and see about the collaboration. Lin Chen had gathered the information he wanted and didn't linger any longer. Huang Jiatsai looked bewildered. They had only exchanged a few sentences, and now Lin Chen was leaving? But as long as they could reach a collaboration, everything else was trivial. Remember to say a few good words for me, and I'll treat you to a big meal. Huang Jiatsai shouted from behind. Chapter 199, Su Weiwei recovers memory. When Lin Chen returned home, he found Lin Quan had gone to the tea mountain, and Chen Xiushan had taken Yi Mingxi to the vegetable garden. Only Su Weiwei was at home, preparing meals. When she saw Lin Chen come back, a sweet smile appeared on her face. You're back. Dinner will be ready soon. Uncle, Aunt, and Meng Meng should be back shortly, so go wash your hands first. Lin Chen enjoyed this feeling, this sense of ease and carefree existence. You must have recovered your memory by now. Lin Chen suddenly blurted out. Su Weiwei's hand, which was cutting vegetables, trembled slightly, and the knife cut her finger. A strange scene unfolded. After cutting her finger, blood oozed out, but the next moment, the wound healed rapidly. Lin Chen looked at this scene in astonishment. This healing ability was too strong. Could this be Su Weiwei's special ability? Su Weiwei put down what she was holding, rinsed the blood off her fingers with clean water, and turned to Lin Chen with a calm expression. How did you know I regained my memory? Lin Chen smiled slightly. Because you haven't been clinging to me anymore, and the way you look at me has changed from dependence to something more complex. So I guessed you must have regained your memory. But I wasn't sure, just asked casually, and it turns out I was right. I regained my memory a few days ago. The gene enhancement liquid cured my brain cancer, but it left a gap in my brain's sponge tissue. However, after digesting the gene enhancement liquid for a while, it helped me replenish that sponge tissue, and my memory came back along with a special ability to heal physical injuries, Su Weiwei said as she turned back to continue chopping vegetables, recounting these events in detail. It's good that you regained it. I was planning to take you back to see Professor Gu after a while to see if there was a way to help you recover your memory. Lin Chen nodded, not surprised by the miracles created by the gene enhancement liquid. You're so eager to help me regain my memory. Don't you miss the me who was amnesiac and would cling to your arm, even climbing into your bed at midnight? Su Weiwei looked at him with a half-smile. Cough cough. Of course, I'm doing this for your own good. Losing all your memories from the past 20 years is very unfair to you. Those memories should be quite important to you, right? Don't you feel it's a pity to lose them? Lin Chen coughed a couple of times, realizing that Su Weiwei knew everything. Alright, you can go out. It smells like oil smoke in here. Now that my memory has returned, I should leave. Once I finish this meal, I'll pack my things and go. Su Weiwei's expression turned a bit forlorn. The reason she hadn't told Lin Chen about her regained memory was that she felt at home here and was reluctant to part with this atmosphere and environment. But ultimately, it wasn't hers. Now that her memory had returned, there was no reason to stay here any longer. Lin Chen looked at her in confusion. Leave? Where are you going? School hasn't started yet. Are you going home? By the way, speaking of going home, the last time I took you back, there was no one at your house. Later, when I tried to call your parents with your number, I couldn't get through. What was going on? Lin Chen recalled the last time he took her home, and it seemed like Su Weiwei's parents had never looked for her. Su Weiwei's hand stopped chopping vegetables again, and she sighed softly. I haven't seen them since I went to college. My parents favor boys over girls. After they had my younger brother, they never looked at me again. I went to college on my own, and all these years, my tuition and living expenses have been supported by scholarships. When I got brain cancer, I even felt it was a kind of relief, but I wanted to see if I could create a miracle. If I could be cured, at least this life wouldn't be lived in vain. Such parents exist? Lin Chen thought about his own parents, who cared for him meticulously, as if everything revolved around him. Although they hadn't been financially well off, they had done their best within their means. It's okay, you can consider this place your home. My mom likes you a lot. Why don't you be my godsister? Let my mom take you as her goddaughter, Lin Chen said to comfort her. No! Su Weiwei quickly refused, her sharp voice startling Chen Xiuxiang, who had just entered, causing her to rush into the kitchen. What's wrong? What's wrong? You little rascal, what are you doing here? Did you bully Weiwei? Chen Xiuxiang twisted Lin Chen's ear without distinguishing the situation. Tear, how could I bully her? Who knows why she reacted so strongly? I just suggested. Lin Chen's words were cut off as Su Weiwei hurriedly covered his mouth. Su Weiwei didn't want Lin Chen to say it out loud. She was worried that if Chen Xiuxiang really brought it up, she wouldn't know how to refuse. And as soon as she raised her voice a little, Chen Xiuxiang hurried in to check on her, which moved her deeply. However, she didn't want to be Lin Chen's little sister. If possible, what she truly wanted was to be Chen Xiuxiang's daughter-in-law. That's why she reacted so strongly. How could she be a sister and then also be a daughter-in-law? What are you guys doing? Yi Mingxi peeked her head in to look at the two of them. Su Weiwei quickly let go of her hand, her pretty face slightly flushed as she walked out. I don't know, maybe they took the wrong medicine. Lin Chen wiped his mouth. Su Weiwei had just been cutting chili peppers, and now he felt a burning sensation around his lips, so he hurried to the bathroom to wash it off. When Lin Chen came out after washing his face, he saw everyone already sitting at the dining table eating. Su Weiwei kept her head down and didn't look at him, while Yi Mingxi's gaze wandered between the two, feeling that something was off, but she couldn't pinpoint what it was. After dinner, Lin Chen left home and headed to Wan'an County. Zhang Tian had just called. They had been stopped by a group claiming to be from the National Security Bureau, preventing them from leaving Wan'an County. Moreover, someone recognized Zhang Tian as a suspect in a recent case in Kyoto and was about to take action to arrest him. As a result, Zhang Tian was seriously injured, and seeing the situation was not right, he had already led his men to retreat from that place. Now they were blocked again by the National Security Bureau and could only call Lin Chen to explain the situation and ask whether they should take action against these people. The people from the National Security Bureau were likely reinforcements sent by Xiao Runan, and Lin Chen didn't want to make enemies without necessity. Lin Chen arrived at an entrance to a sand field in Wan'an County, where Zhang Tian and his 3 companions faced off against 6 men. Zhang Tian, I've already investigated your background. Not only are you the prime suspect in the Kyoto murder case, but you also dare to injure our National Security Bureau personnel. Surrender immediately, or don't blame us for being rude. One of the men shouted loudly. Zhang Tian coldly smiled, ignoring the other's words, and walked over when he saw Lin Chen approaching. Stop! If you take another step forward, we'll take action. They had just witnessed Zhang Tian's skills and knew they were no match for him, but they were unwilling to let him leave just like that. Lin Chen walked over. Where is Xiao Runan? Why isn't she here? She knows our identities, go find her to verify. Don't waste time on us. Hurry up and do what you need to do. Who are you, and why do you know our team leader Xiao? Even if you know her, what does it matter? The law applies equally to everyone. Team leader Xiao cannot protect you. The man who had just threatened Zhang Tian shot a sharp look at Lin Chen. Lin Chen was speechless. What kind of question is that? Just call and ask. This young man must be crazy to want to achieve something. Lin Chen rummaged through his pocket and took out a small red booklet, tossing it over. At that moment, 5 more people arrived behind them, seemingly members of another team. Lin Chen hadn't planned to use this thing, but he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble, so he had to give it a try. The man took the red booklet and opened it, his eyes widening in shock as he read the words Honorary Director of the National Security Bureau, Lin Chen. His expression gradually turned furious. The head of the National Security Bureau was the King of Clouds, and this young brat actually dared to claim he was the honorary director. Everyone immediately captured these people for daring to impersonate members of our National Security Bureau. The man shouted angrily. Seeing the other party's anger, Lin Chen felt uncertain himself. Could it be that Xiao Runan was playing him? Did this position not even exist? But now he had no time to verify the truth. These people were already rushing over to tear him apart. Zhang Tian, knock them all out and throw them into the sand pile, but don't hit too hard. Lin Chen gave a brief instruction, and Zhang Tian transformed into a fleeting shadow, disappearing from the spot. There were a total of 11 people on the other side, and they couldn't hold out for even 2 minutes before all being knocked unconscious by Zhang Tian. In fact, the other 3 members of Zhang Tian's team hadn't even reacted yet when it was all over. After dealing with these people, Lin Chen called Xiao Runan to inform her of the situation. 10 minutes later, Xiao Runan arrived in a Great Wall Cannon pickup truck, and upon seeing her colleagues sprawled on the ground, she couldn't help but slap her forehead. "Don't worry, they're all fine. My people know how to handle things. And is this idea of yours a prank?" After I showed it to them, they got even angrier and immediately wanted to tear me apart. Lin Chen tossed back the little red book that was the honorary director's ID. Xiao Runan caught the small red book and threw it back at Lin Chen. "This ID is real, it's just that this matter hasn't been reported internally yet. After all, you're young and have already reached a position equal to that of the Cloud King, which many people will find hard to accept. Plus, I didn't expect you to use it so soon. I was looking for an opportunity to report it internally. Now that this blunder has happened, we can't avoid reporting it." Xiao Runan suddenly remembered something and looked at them with confusion. "What are you doing here? And how did you get into a conflict with them? Our security personnel wouldn't neglect their mission for other matters." Lin Chen feigned ignorance. "Your people insisted on capturing us, claiming we were suspects and demanding we surrender. We came here because we found out that those Navy SEALs had moved over to the side and wanted to take a look." "Suspects?" Xiao Runan scrutinized the group, her gaze pausing on Zhang Tian for a moment before she guessed the reason for the conflict. "As long as you didn't leave any evidence back then, I can't interfere with other matters, but you are being too reckless. The person who caused trouble not long ago is still being kept around. Do you really think we are pushovers?" Xiao Runan rolled her eyes at Lin Chen. She had inquired with the Cloud King about this matter. Zhang Tian's actions were instigated by Lin Chen, and the Cloud King had advised him to ignore it for now. Although it was unfair to the Guan family, those people were not good either. Lin Chen smiled but did not respond, turning to lead everyone away from the scene. It was not surprising that Xiao Runan knew Zhang Tian was the one who had committed a crime in Kyoto not long ago. Zhang Tian had been determined to die at that time, so he hadn't been overly cautious. However, he hadn't been caught with any key evidence, which was also why Lin Chen dared to take him around. The main reason was that Lin Chen had no one else to use, so he had to take the risk. After Lin Chen and the others left, Xiao Runan stood by, waiting for these people to wake up. As soon as they regained consciousness, they quickly surveyed their surroundings and, upon seeing Xiao Runan, were about to report. "All right, enough. I know what's going on. The ID you saw is real, it was issued by the director, but it hasn't been reported internally yet. Since you know now, remember this, Lin Chen is the honorary director of our Huaxia Security Bureau and has equal authority to the director." Xiao Runan said sternly to them. The young man who had been shouting at Lin Chen earlier now wore a face of disbelief. "No! Impossible! I don't believe it. What qualifications does he have to stand equal with the director? He's just a young punk. I want to file a complaint. It must be you privileged kids messing around." Slap! A resounding slap landed on his face. Xiao Runan glared at him with anger and shouted, "This is the director's decision. If you can't accept it, get out of my team. The Security Bureau is a disciplined organization that doesn't need people like you." This young man had been parachuted into the Security Bureau, and Xiao Runan had long been displeased with his behavior, always acting like a leader, supposedly because of his provincial governor father who had specially inserted him into the team. Once back, let someone eliminate him. A person who always stirs up trouble might end up causing his own demise. "You, Xiao Runan, I will report you to the higher-ups, just you wait." The man angrily turned and left. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had already arrived at a residential house with Zhang Tian and others. "So, any discoveries?" Lin Chen asked Zhang Tian. "Yes, there are other members of the SEAL team here, we almost got discovered. They live in the building across from us. I've told the 3 of them to stay put while I observe and track, so it's not so easy to be found. The other group is all cloaked in black robes, so I can't see their faces, but the aura they emit makes me feel a bit uneasy," Zhang Tian said with a serious expression. Chapter 201, Genetic Warriors or Genetic Monsters? Lin Chen recalled what Mo Fang had said earlier, that some members of the SEAL team had injected themselves with Herlin's gene enhancement serum. This group might be those who had injected it, and he wondered just how powerful Herlin's serum was if even Zhang Tian felt a sense of dread. "Tonight, you come with me to take a look. Bring weapons for them, but you guys stay back and be careful." Lin Chen thought it best not to sit idly by. Since he had already figured out their purpose, it would be better to eliminate this group and complete the mission. As night fell, Lin Chen and Zhang Tian prepared to investigate the place where the group was staying. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the building, accompanied by sounds of fighting. "Not good, it must be Xiao Runan's group." The only people with the same objective here were those from the Security Bureau, and they were no match for the SEAL team. Lin Chen hurriedly ran up the stairs. Several corpses lay on the stairs, all dressed and looking like members of the security bureau. Lin Chen rushed up to the floor where the others were, and in the darkness, he saw a 2-meter-tall figure gripping Xiao Runin's neck and lifting her high. As Lin Chen got a clear look at the figure, he was shocked to see it was a foreigner covered in scales. At that moment, the creature noticed Lin Chen, licked its lips, and was about to crush Xiao Runin when Lin Chen dashed forward, kicked it away, and saved her. The creature that Lin Chen had kicked away got back up, a hint of fear in its eyes. In its formidable body, it had always felt invincible, yet just now, it had sensed it was on the brink of death. Just from being kicked, its powerful body was in turmoil, and green liquid oozed from its mouth, hissing as it smoked. Lin Chen held the discarded Xiao Runin and laid her down on the ground. She coughed violently, having been choked just moments before. After finally catching her breath, she glared fiercely at the scaled monster. Lin Chen, he killed all my people. Please, help me avenge them. Xiao Runin pleaded, her voice trembling with sorrow. Lin Chen reached out to wipe the tears from her eyes and softly said, "Don't worry, I won't let him leave here alive." Lin Chen stood up, looking at the cloaked monster before him. This floor had only this one monster, and the security bureau members had almost been wiped out by a single individual. "Young master, let me handle this," Zhang Tian said eagerly, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Lin Chen shook his head, "A beautiful woman is asking for help. I must do this myself. You go check elsewhere. We haven't seen them leave, so see if that group is still in this building or if they found another way out." Zhang Tian ran to the other side, feeling a bit gloomy. The monster looked at Lin Chen as if facing a great enemy, speaking in broken Chinese, "Your strength is impressive, but our captain is even stronger. If you are willing to join us, we can help you enhance your power further." Lin Chen coldly smiled, "Enhance further? With your immature gene enhancement liquid? To become something like you, neither human nor ghost?" Upon hearing Lin Chen mention the gene enhancement liquid, the monster's expression changed drastically, quickly asking, "Who are you, and how do you know our secret?" The news about Helen's research on the gene enhancement liquid, which had already seen preliminary success, had been sealed off, and generally, no one could know about it. Yet this person saw at a glance that he had injected the gene enhancement liquid. "You think you can hide such trivial matters? Are you ready? You must die here today." Lin Chen scoffed. In truth, Lin Chen was just bluffing. He had no idea whether the other party's gene enhancement liquid was mature or not. To him, if one couldn't look like a normal person, it was immature. The monster removed its black robe, exposing its entire body to the moonlight, revealing scales all over and 2 slightly protruding horns on its head. Lin Chen felt goosebumps. What kind of gene had been integrated to result in this appearance? The monster also had a long, snake-like tongue flicking out of its mouth. With a push of its feet, it charged quickly towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen stepped back with his right foot, fists clenched at his waist, and as the opponent approached, he shouted, "Bajiquan!" A sound like something being pierced echoed as Lin Chen's fist, with all his strength, penetrated the monster's body, his fist passing through its abdomen, leaving behind green liquid. "Ha! Ha! You will die too," the monster said with great difficulty before collapsing. Lin Chen pushed the dead monster away from his hand, his entire arm sizzling with smoke. The monster's green blood was corrosive and highly toxic. Xiao Runin quickly stood up and came to Lin Chen's side, watching as his skin was continuously corroded and then repaired. Lin Chen reached out to stop her, warning her not to get close. This kind of potent poison would corrode an ordinary person to nothing. Fortunately, Lin Chen's physique was extraordinary, allowing for automatic repair, though it still left pockmarked, pus-filled wounds on his hand. What kind of monster has Helen's gene enhancement liquid created that even I can't recover immediately? Lin Chen cursed inwardly. His physique could already be described as abnormal, ordinary poisons had no effect on him, and he had reached a point of being immune to all toxins. Had he known, he wouldn't have used so much strength. Now, it would take him several days to fully heal these pockmarked wounds. "Young master, there's no one here, but on the first floor, I saw a newly dug underground passage. We must have been discovered. They didn't want to complicate things, so they dug underground to escape. What about you?" Zhang Tian reported after surveying the area, suddenly noticing Lin Chen's entire arm had become terrifying. "It's fine. Just be careful when fighting these people in the future. Their blood contains deadly poison. My wounds will be fine in a few days." Since the other side had already escaped, there was no need to stay here. He needed to find a place to clean his wounds and buy a sleeve to cover up, otherwise, if Chen Shoushang saw him, he would have to explain himself again. Lin Chen instructed Zhang Tian to gather the team members from the other 2 locations. The current opponents were not something these people could handle. Zhang Tian could follow Zhou Wenna. They would eventually find the traces of those people. If worse came to worst, they could directly capture Zhou Wenna and interrogate her severely. However, with such a spy, his severe interrogation might not be effective and could even cut off the clues to find the other party. Chapter 202, Su Weiwei's special ability. Lin Chen brought Xiao Runan back home. Along the way, Xiao Runan occasionally glanced at Lin Chen's arm in the moonlight, her eyes filled with regret, guilt, and sadness. Because of her wrong choice, the members she had brought over were all wiped out, leaving only her behind, aside from a high-ranking official's son who had left early. Being reprimanded was minor. The loss of so many lives would haunt her for a lifetime, and it had nearly cost Lin Chen his entire arm. Lin Chen shook his arm and comforted her. "My arm is fine, it will heal in a few days. You can't blame yourself entirely for your colleagues' deaths. No one knows why they were able to sense your arrival early, and fortunately, they retreated, leaving only one person behind. Otherwise, you might have been dead too." Lin Chen had also pondered how the other side knew they were being observed. However, with two parties investigating this group, no one knew which side had made a mistake that led to their exposure. "Why have you been pursuing this group of Navy SEALs? Although your help has been invaluable, we are unaware of your actions, which puts both sides in a passive position. At some point, you might expose yourselves, which could lead to us being implicated as well," Xiao Runan said. She knew she couldn't blame Lin Chen for this, but she wanted to understand his true intentions. "This is the state capital, my hometown. I won't allow these people to exist here. And I can assure you, your exposure is not caused by us. If it were, you should be thanking me. With your group, if you encountered those mutated special forces, you would have been torn apart in an instant." Lin Chen snorted coldly. He had intended to comfort her, but Xiao Runan's suspicion that they were the cause of the current situation infuriated him. Xiao Runan lowered her head, her voice choked with emotion. I'm sorry. I don't want to blame you, but I don't know what to do. I failed my comrades, I couldn't protect them, and I also let their families down." As she cried louder, Lin Chen pulled her into his embrace, softly reassuring her, "Don't worry, I will avenge them. If I let those responsible leave alive on my turf, I won't bear the surname Lin." The two returned to Lin Chen's home, and a distraught Xiao Runan went straight to her room. Chen Xiuxiang asked curiously, "What happened to Xiao Nan? Why does she look so sad? And what happened to your arm? A big man like you wearing a sleeve at this hour?" Lin Chen quickly dodged Chen Xiuxiang's reaching hand and said, "It's nothing. She lost a relative and didn't get to see them one last time before the cremation, so she's very upset." Lin Chen fabricated a lie on the spot. Chen Xiuxiang nodded, somewhat convinced. "Then you should go comfort her." Lin Chen waved his hand. "No need, I've already comforted her. She'll be fine in a while." After saying that, he hurried back to his room, worried that Chen Xiuxiang would see his arm. Meanwhile, Su Weiwei noticed something was off with Lin Chen. After he entered his room, she followed him in. "What happened to your hand?" Su Weiwei asked, noticing what seemed to be bloodstains on the edge of his sleeve. "You came at the right time. Help me get some disinfectant to clean it up," Lin Chen said, suddenly remembering that she was from the medical team, which would be much better than him handling it. He had just passed by a pharmacy and bought a few bottles of disinfectant. Although these injuries weren't life-threatening, he still felt disgusted not cleaning them. When he removed the sleeve, the wounds were still oozing white pus. The poison was quite potent, even his constitution had yet to recover fully. Seeing the wound, Su Weiwei rushed forward to grab his arm, but Lin Chen caught her with his other hand. "Don't touch it, it's highly toxic." Su Weiwei ignored him and directly grabbed his palm. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded before Lin Chen's eyes. His arm accelerated in speed, repairing the corroded wounds. Within minutes, they scabbed over, fell off, and transformed into normal skin. Not a single scar was left. What's going on?" Lin Chen was so surprised he couldn't find his words. Su Weiwei, her face a bit pale, said, "This is my special ability. Not only can I heal myself quickly, but I can also help others heal. I just discovered it this morning." Meng Meng had a scratch on her arm, and when I gently touched it, the scratch disappeared. "But it takes a toll on my stamina. I feel really tired now." Lin Chen hurriedly helped her sit down. "Wow, this ability is incredible. It's almost like Tsunade from that animated series, able to self-repair and heal others. A super healer." Lin Chen was extremely excited inside. With such an unreasonable healer around, life was guaranteed. The abilities from the previous gene enhancement liquid only applied to oneself, but now it could be used on others. He wondered if Zhang Tian could do it. The new gene enhancement liquid had only been injected into Su Weiwei and Zhang Tian. Xiao Runan has also suffered some internal injuries. Once you rest, help her heal too. We encountered foreign special forces who have injected gene enhancement liquid. You must have heard of a biologist named Herland while following Gu Beichen. There was no need to hide this from Su Weiwei, especially since she had been with Gu Beichen, he could ask her if she had any insights or if Gu Baichen had mentioned anything about Herland. Herland! Su Weiwei exclaimed. Lin Chen looked at her in confusion, not understanding why she was so surprised. Even if she had heard of him, there was no need to react like that. Herland is Professor Gu's senior. They both worked as assistants under Dr. Miller, but Professor Gu is Chinese, so Dr. Miller often kept things from him. Professor Gu felt he couldn't learn anything more by staying, so he left. Later, I heard that Dr. Miller and Herland fell out, but I didn't expect these two, master and apprentice, to be researching gene enhancement liquid. Su Weiwei shared what she knew with Lin Chen. Right, but their gene enhancement liquids are quite different. Dr. Miller's is relatively perfect. As for Herland's, it can't be said to be unsuccessful. At least, the blood from those injected nearly ruined my arm. Those who have injected the gene enhancement liquid have become like monsters. Their bodies are covered in scales, and their blood is a highly toxic corrosive substance. Lin Chen nodded and said, Chapter 203, Injecting Gene Enhancement Liquid into Xiaorun and Su Weiwei fell into deep thought. The phenomenon Lin Chen described was something Professor Gu had also noticed. It was due to the gene enhancement liquid not being neutralized. She pondered what could cause a person to become animalistic and not approach perfection. I just remembered. Herland's gene enhancement liquid must be missing a crucial herb. It's only found in southern China, called the neutralizing herb, Jining Z. Dr. Miller was able to completely resolve the animalistic genes of the gene enhancement liquid because he obtained this herb by chance. Su Weiwei suddenly exclaimed as she recalled something. Gu Baichen had mentioned this neutralizing herb to her. At that time, Gu Baichen had lamented that this gene enhancement liquid belonged solely to their China, because the most important herb could only be found in China. Upon hearing about Jining Z, Lin Chen remembered that it was the same thing his mother used to soak in liquor. This common plant was actually a crucial element in the gene enhancement liquid? Lin Chen quickly called Mo Fong, check if any of the transported materials include a herb called Jining Z. Herland may not yet know of the existence of this herb, so he must not be allowed to find out. The previous transport documents did not include this golden cherry fruit, but this batch's purchase order does, and the quantity is not large. This batch should currently be in the Javan warehouse in the state city. Mo Fong checked all the information, including details about this batch of goods, and then saw the golden cherry fruit that Lin Chen mentioned. Lin Chen quickly hung up the phone and called Zhang Tian, instructing them to burn down the Javan warehouse, completely destroy it. Ding! Mission triggered. Option 1, prevent Herland from obtaining the key herb, golden cherry fruit. Reward, Herland gene enhancement liquid formula. Option 2, prevent Herland from obtaining the key herb, golden cherry fruit. Protect Xiaorunan's life. Reward, all attributes +1, Herland gene enhancement liquid formula. Protect Xiaorunan? Could it be that she has other thoughts now that might lead to her death? He wasn't interested in Herland's gene enhancement liquid formula, he was more intrigued by the all attributes +1. After several increases in all attributes, he could take down even the max-level mutated special forces with a single punch. If he continued to increase, wouldn't he become a superhuman? He was curious about this change. Lin Chen left the room and walked to Xiaorunan's door. Just as he was about to knock, the door opened. Xiaorunan's expression was calm, devoid of the initial sadness, as if she intended to go out. Where are you going? Lin Chen asked, puzzled. My comrade died because of me. I can't just sit here doing nothing. I need to go find those people's whereabouts. The teacher is already on the way here, Xiaorunan said flatly. The King of Clouds is coming? Even if the King of Clouds came, he might not be a match for that group. There were dozens of seals who had injected the gene enhancement liquid. Although it was unclear if the original 13 had also injected it, the newly emerged group must have more animal-like monsters. Lin Chen's eyes shifted slightly, then he gritted his teeth and said, You go back to your room and wait for me. I'll get something for you. Although Xiaorunan didn't know what Lin Chen was planning, she obediently returned to her room. Even if she was going to leave, it wouldn't hurt to wait a moment. Lin Chen ran back to his room and took out a bottle of gene enhancement liquid from the box he had brought back. He had brought back several bottles, planning to inject Jiang Wanqiu, but since he had come back to his hometown, he hadn't used them yet. Now that he had a mission to protect Xiaorunan, it would be better to give her the gene enhancement liquid, at least to give her the ability to protect herself. Su Weiwei saw this scene and understood what Lin Chen was about to do. She remained silent and chose to bring Yi Mingxi back to her room. After all, Lin Chen would be alone with Xiaorunan in one room, and it would be bad if Yi Mingxi misunderstood. Lin Chen arrived at Xiaorunan's room and took out the gene enhancement liquid. This is the gene enhancement liquid. After you inject it, your physical fitness will greatly increase. At least in the upcoming operation, you will have the ability to protect yourself. But I'm not sure if this thing has side effects. It might cause you to die at an unknown time. You should consider whether to use it. Xiao Runan suddenly stood up from the bedside, looking at the gene enhancement liquid in Lin Chen's hand. Gene enhancement liquid, is it the research result of that Dr. Miller? Did you find Dr. Miller's experimental base? Xiao Runan said in shock. That was something the Huaxia Security Bureau had mobilized various departments to search for months without success. She never expected Lin Chen had found it long ago and even obtained this gene enhancement liquid. It seemed definitely related to that incident when he fell into the sea and went missing. This is a long story, but I believe you deserve to know. The gene enhancement liquid in my hands has been improved. It is now more perfect than what Dr. Miller researched. Lin Chen nodded and said, I want to inject it. I want to take revenge for them. I need power. Xiao Runan's eyes were filled with hatred, and Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh at the sight. He wasn't sure if it was right or wrong to inject her with this gene enhancement serum. If he didn't let her use it, she might run out into the night and could very well die out there, which would mean his mission had failed. Even for the sake of his all attributes plus one reward, he had to inject her with this gene enhancement serum. Today we encountered gene warriors. They were members of a SEAL team who had injected the Herlin gene enhancement serum. However, that was an unsuccessful gene enhancement serum, which turned those people into monstrous beings that were neither human nor beast. Because of that gene enhancement serum, you won't stand a chance against that monster, Lin Chen said as he twisted open the gene enhancement serum and grabbed Xiao Runan's arm. Will I become as strong as them after I inject it? And how do you know so much about it? Xiao Runan asked, looking up at Lin Chen in confusion. I don't know, the final effect of this gene enhancement serum is still a mystery. I can't tell you how far you can go. However, those who have used this gene enhancement serum will have a special ability, which is random and depends on your own exploration, Lin Chen said as he injected the serum into Xiao Runan's arm. Xiao Runan wanted to ask more, but her eyelids kept drooping, and a wave of drowsiness hit her, causing her to fall asleep instantly. Lin Chen covered her with a blanket, turned off the lights, and closed the door, letting her sleep well. The first injection of the gene enhancement serum usually made one fall asleep, and it wouldn't be long before she woke up. However, Xiao Runan was exhausted today and would likely sleep until tomorrow morning. By then, they would know the effects. Chapter 204, Electric Eel Gene Ability. In the night of the state city, a firelight ignited, and the entire city was filled with the sound of fire truck sirens. The warehouse of the Jiawan Company was completely consumed by flames, and Huang Jia sat slumped at the entrance of the warehouse, staring at everything turned to ashes, feeling utterly defeated. Beside her, Zhou Wen's eyes sparkled with intensity, lost in her thoughts. Meanwhile, the true culprit was sleeping soundly at home. Many people were sleepless due to the fire, and Zhou Wen couldn't understand what in the warehouse was so essential that it had to be burned. As dawn broke, Lin Chen got up first, having not yet observed if there was anything unusual after Xiao Runan injected the gene enhancement serum. The others in the house were still asleep, so Lin Chen pushed open Xiao Runan's door. A scene that made Lin Chen's nose heat up came into view. Xiao Runan was preparing to change her clothes, having just removed her garments when Lin Chen walked in. Both of them froze, and the next moment, as Xiao Runan was about to scream, Lin Chen quickly stepped forward and covered her mouth. Don't shout, it's not dawn yet, everyone is still sleeping, Lin Chen hurriedly whispered. Xiao Runan's face turned crimson, and Lin Chen looked down to find that his other hand had unknowingly landed on her towering peak. Misunderstanding. I'll let go of you, but you mustn't shout, Lin Chen said as he removed his hand from her peak, casually grabbing it before letting go. Xiao Runan's face turned even redder, a mix of shyness and anger. Lin Chen awkwardly laughed. It was a reflex, I really didn't mean it. Xiao Runan glared at him angrily. Have you seen enough? Get out. Do you want to grab again before you leave? Lin Chen hurriedly ran out the door. The earlier scene replayed in his mind. Xiao Runan's figure was truly stunning, and he couldn't shake the image from his thoughts. It was quite the aftershock. A few minutes later, Xiao Runan reopened the door, glaring at him fiercely. Lin Chen sheepishly walked back in. I just came to check on you. I wanted to see how you were doing after the injection. Who knew you would be changing clothes in the middle of the night? Shut up. You still dare to say that? Xiao Runan's face flushed again. It was the first time in her life that she had been treated this way by a boy. Although her personality was carefree and boyish, she was still a girl. She then waved her arms, saying, I feel like I'm full of energy right now. How about we have a fight? At that moment, Xiao Runan only had the impulse to beat up Lin Chen. Lin Chen, completely unaware of her intentions, nodded and said, Sure, it's a good opportunity to test your strength. The two of them quietly made their way to an open space outside. Xiao Runan took the initiative and threw a punch at Lin Chen's face. Lin Chen extended his palm to catch her fist. It wasn't very strong, but after catching it, he felt a tingling sensation in his hand. Seeing that she couldn't hit Lin Chen, Xiao Runan quickly switched to a whip kick aimed at him. However, Lin Chen also caught her leg with his arm, putting them in a somewhat ambiguous position. "Let go of me," Xiao Runan said, flustered and annoyed. Lin Chen suddenly had an idea and shook his head. "If you want to get free, you'll have to do it yourself. I won't let go." Suddenly, Lin Chen felt a tingling sensation from both her hands and feet. Although Xiao Runan was getting more and more angry, that tingling feeling was becoming stronger. Just as Xiao Runan was trying to break free with all her might, Lin Chen let go of her, causing her to stumble and nearly fall. Frustrated, she swung her fist at Lin Chen again, but he dodged to the side. "Wait! I just discovered something about your body," Lin Chen quickly called out to stop her. Xiao Runan retracted her fist, realizing she couldn't hit him anyway, and asked, "What did you discover?" Lin Chen circled around her with interest, grabbed her arm, and pressed his body against hers from behind, hugging her. "Try again, use all your methods to break free." As Xiao Runan struggled to escape, the sensation emanating from her made Lin Chen feel that tingling sensation again, and he laughed heartily. "I didn't expect your special ability to be this. I wonder if it's considered good." Xiao Runan looked at him in confusion. "What special ability?" Lin Chen realized that Xiao Runan seemed unaware of the special ability she had just used, so he explained, "Your special ability is to discharge electricity. I noticed that under intense emotional fluctuations, you can emit electric currents from your body. At first, I didn't know what it was, but after trying a few more times, I realized it was electricity." "Electricity? Why would it be electricity? Does that mean I have a superpower?" Xiao Runan said in shock. Lin Chen thought for a moment. Dr. Miller's gene enhancement serum used genes from many animals, and everyone awakened different abilities, but they were all related to those animals. As for animals that could generate electricity, it seemed that besides electric eels, there were no other animals with such abilities. It was a bit strange that Dr. Miller even mixed in the genes of electric eels. Electric eel, this gene enhancement serum contains the genes of electric eels, so you have a similar ability to them. If you practice more, see if you can control this discharge freely. Then you really will have a superpower. Lin Chen thought of that tingling sensation and his eyes sparkled with excitement. If someone were to date Xiao Runan, getting shocked from time to time would probably be unbearable. Besides himself, no one else could withstand her ability to discharge electricity. Did that mean he would have to reluctantly accept her? The two of them then tried to spar a few more times, discovering that Xiao Runan still couldn't release her electricity freely. However, her strength was gradually increasing, already reaching a power attribute of 9 points. This was right after she had injected the gene enhancement serum. At this rate, she might even reach 10 points, achieving strength comparable to her teacher. It seems that this gene enhancement serum varies from person to person. Lin Chen and Xiao Runan practiced outside for a long time, and it wasn't until Su Weiwei came to call them back for lunch that they realized it had unknowingly become noon. The two returned home and feasted heartily. By the end of the morning, Xiao Runan had initially mastered the method of discharging electricity, which took quite a bit of energy. After lunch, Xiao Runan received a call from King Yun, who had already arrived in the state city. According to Xiao Runan, the other members of the Huaxia Security Bureau were no match for their opponent, so only King Yun could personally intervene, and he brought Su Feng along. Chapter 205, Encountering a Crisis. Lin Chen did not follow Xiao Runan to meet King Yun. After all, they were from the same department, and Lin Chen was not part of their group. If it weren't for Xiao Runan's connection, Lin Chen wouldn't even want to deal with them. However, Xiao Runan still brought King Yun and Su Feng back to Lin Chen's house. When Lin Chen saw the two of them, he was speechless. Two people from the agency came to the state city on a business trip and had to stay at his house? Didn't Huaxia arrange a guest house for them? King Yun appeared calm and collected, savoring the tea leaves grown by Lin Quan, making smacking sounds with his mouth. Su Feng stood awkwardly to the side. Not long ago, when he returned to the Su family, Su Xia had confessed to him that Lin Chen was her student, whom she had asked to pretend to be her boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Su Feng was furious, not because Su Xia had found someone to pretend to be her boyfriend, but because he was angry that Su Xia wasn't genuinely becoming Lin Chen's girlfriend. He had even ordered Su Xia to make sure she became Lin Chen's girlfriend. Now, a man who could become the honorary director of the Huaxia Security Bureau and was acknowledged by King Yun as being stronger than him, such a man should not be let go, right? Moreover, after meeting Lin Chen, no one else could catch Su Feng's eye. Brother Lin, I heard from Su Xia about your situation. Actually, Su Xia is quite good. If you get to know her better, you'll understand. My old man and the old master also think highly of you, so why not put in a little more effort? Chen Xiuxiang, standing nearby, was bewildered. Another Su Xia? When did her son become so sought after? And why did these two seem to show a bit of respect towards her son? Lin Chen smiled and did not answer, changing the subject. I wonder what instructions you two have for me. Our place is small, and we don't have extra space for you to stay. How about I arrange a guest house for you in the county? King Yin nearly choked on Lin Chen's words, as he thought Lin Chen actually believed they were there to crash at his place. Cough, cough, Director Lin, please don't misunderstand. We are not here seeking shelter, we just want to understand the current situation. I heard from Runan that you saved her, and we want to know more about the opponent's background and some specific information, King Yin said after clearing his throat. Lin Chen looked at Chen Xiuxiang beside him. Mom, you and Dad take Meng Meng and Wei Wei to the county to walk around, buy some groceries, and get some fruit since we have guests for dinner. These matters were not suitable for family ears, and Chen Xiuxiang understood that her son wanted to send them away. However, what did that handsome old man just call her son? Director Lin? What position did her son hold? Chen Xiuxiang felt as if she were dreaming, but she pulled Lin Quan along and headed outside, also calling for Yi Mingxi and Su Weiwei. Once they left, Lin Chen spoke up. Director Yun, first of all, I am not part of your department, and I have not agreed to join. So you don't need to call me Director Lin, just call me by my name. Secondly, dealing with this group of people is something I can choose to do or not. It's only because they have come to my hometown and the incident involves my friends that I am willing to intervene. Lin Chen made his stance clear, not wanting these people to think they could use him or command him at will. The Cloud King nodded, I understand this. We have no intention of forcing Director Lin. Your honor as a director has already been communicated internally, and such blunders will not happen again. But aren't you helping a friend? Why would you want to burn down your friend's warehouse? Lin Chen waved his hand, you don't need to know about this. I have my own reasons for doing this. If you want to know something, just ask Xiao Runan. I've told her everything I know. Asking me is the same as asking her. Xiao Runan nodded beside him and then recounted the information Lin Chen had given her. The other party was a member of the SEALs, had injected the Helen gene enhancement serum, and had highly toxic substances in their blood, among other details. After hearing this, the Cloud King and Su Feng fell silent. They had heard of the name Helan and naturally knew that the other party was researching gene enhancement serums. The Cloud King sighed, it's a pity we couldn't find Dr. Miller's Island, otherwise, our research in the field of genetics would have made a significant leap. Upon hearing this, Xiao Runan trembled slightly, glanced at Lin Chen, but said nothing. She knew that Dr. Miller's experimental base was already in Lin Chen's hands, and after hesitating for a moment, she still chose not to speak up. That was something Lin Chen had found, even if she told the Cloud King and the others, if Lin Chen was unwilling, they wouldn't be able to go there anyway. There was no need to let that matter sour their relationship. Moreover, Lin Chen's identity and strength were no longer something they could easily manipulate. In fact, there were many things they still needed to rely on him for. The situation is clear now. I won't participate in your next actions, and don't expect me to. Let's have a simple meal tonight. You came all this way, I can't just let you go without feeding you. Lin Chen wanted to issue an eviction order, but his character wouldn't allow him to be that ruthless. His implication was to let them stay for a meal and then leave. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Chen's phone rang. He took it out and saw it was a call from Yi Mingxi. Senior, hurry, come save Sister Weiwei. Yi Mingxi said, her voice trembling with tears. Lin Chen's heart sank, and he stood up from the chair. What happened, Meng Meng? Where are you now? Lin Chen felt a wave of panic. Yi Mingxi was out with his parents, and now that she was calling, did that mean his parents were in danger too? I don't know where this is. I'm with Uncle and Auntie, but Sister Weiwei pushed us away. She's in danger now, that bad guy is chasing her. Senior, hurry! Yi Mingxi cried. Lin Chen vanished from the room in a flash, running towards the county town while calling Mo Feng. Locate Su Weiwei's phone, quickly! Lin Chen couldn't help but shout. He didn't know what had happened to Su Weiwei and the others, and there was no time to think or speculate. Mo Feng, sensing Lin Chen's urgency, didn't dare to breathe and quickly operated the computer. Young master, Miss Su is at the intersection of the passenger station in Huaxian County. But the location is starting to move, and it's moving quickly, Mo Feng reported. Keep track of Su Weiwei's location and report to me at all times. As Lin Chen sprinted, he soon spotted Yi Mingxi and Lin Quan's couple. Chapter 206, surrounded meanwhile, at Lin Chen's home, the Cloud King and others saw Lin Chen rush out and quickly urged Su Feng to drive after him. Dad, Mom, Meng Meng. What happened? Lin Chen anxiously asked as he reached his parents. The three were still in shock, and upon seeing Lin Chen, they quickly grabbed his hand. Hurry! Call the police! Weiwei is being chased by a monster. Shen Xiaoshan didn't realize her son was also very strong. The only thing she could think of was to call the police. "Mom, don't panic, tell me what happened." Lin Chen quickly comforted. Su Weiwei's position was constantly shifting, indicating that she was still safe, and she had been modified with gene enhancement fluid, making her difficult for ordinary people to handle. Lin Chen needed to know what had happened first, then ensure that his parents were not in any other danger before he went to rescue Su Weiwei. "Just now, we were driving to the market to buy some groceries when suddenly a person in a black robe appeared in front of the car and smashed it with a punch. That person even ripped off the car door, trying to grab your mom, but Weiwei kicked him away. The person who fell to the ground revealed a scaly appearance all over, looking like a monster. Weiwei told us to leave quickly and called you, saying she was going to fight that monster," Lin Quan said, glancing at the already battered car beside them. Lin Chen followed his gaze to the recently purchased Land Rover, now with a dented front and the car door lying on the ground. When Weiwei saw we weren't leaving, she led the person away. That monster seemed very interested in Weiwei and ignored us to chase her. As a man, Lin Quan was relatively less panicked. A monster, covered in scales. Wasn't that just like those seals? Why would they attack his parents' car? Had he been exposed? Xiao Runin and the others arrived at the scene, and Lin Chen turned to them. "Help me take my parents and Meng Meng back. I need to go somewhere. We'll talk about everything when I return." Lin Chen looked at his phone. Su Weiwei was moving in that direction, and he was about to run that way. "Wait, I'll go with you. I'll drive, it'll be faster." "Teacher, senior brother, you take Lin Chen's parents back. Let us use the car first." Xiao Runin took the car keys from Su Feng. Lin Chen thought for a moment and then got into the car. He needed to conserve some energy, as he might encounter at least a dozen top special forces soldiers who had injected the gene enhancement fluid. Su Feng and Yun Wan were slightly taken aback. Wouldn't it be better for them to go instead? Why was Xiao Runin going along? "Fenger, take them back and protect them well. I'll follow and see what's going on," Yun Wang instructed before also getting into the car. Lin Chen placed his phone in front of the car, and after Xiao Runin glanced at it, she stepped on the gas and sped off. At the same time, Lin Chen made a call. "I've asked Mo Feng to share the location with you. Come to the position I sent you as quickly as possible." The vehicle quickly weaved through the county, arriving at a newly planned area intended for high-tech parks, still under development. Lin Chen saw a woman being chased in the distance, and more black-robed figures were emerging nearby, surrounding Su Weiwei. "Don't get out of the car yet. I'll have Weiwei come to you in a moment. You take her away." A cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. These people dared to toy with him, and it was just the right time to complete the task. This place was relatively remote and wouldn't cause a social uproar. The black-robed figures also noticed the approaching car, and a smirk of success appeared on their faces. Lin Chen rushed over, kicking one of the black-robed figures who was about to get close to Su Weiwei away, shielding her behind him. "Now, tell me, what is your purpose in luring me here?" Lin Chen said calmly. He had felt something was off from the beginning. Why were they so intent on chasing Su Weiwei? Upon arriving here, he realized it was to draw him in. "Your strength is indeed formidable. No wonder Bayard died at your hands." A person who seemed to be their leader stepped forward. Lin Chen surveyed the area. There were a total of 15 black-robed figures, clearly another squad of those mutated special forces. Suddenly, several jeeps came from the distance, and Zhou Wenna was the first to get out of the car, followed by the 13 former members of the SEAL team who looked relatively normal. "If I'm not mistaken, you were the one who killed 3 of us the first time we entered our warehouse, right?" Zhou Wenna stepped forward to look at Huang Jiatsai, her classmate and good friend. "What I'm curious about is how you knew it was me. I shouldn't have been caught on any surveillance footage," Lin Chen retorted. "It was me who told them." A voice came from one of the cars, and a man whom Lin Chen had met once stepped out. Lin Chen's impression of this man was from yesterday, when he had a conflict with Zhang Tian and the others, a member of the Huaxia Security Bureau. Why were they here? The man sneered. "Are you still curious why you came up empty-handed in Wannan County? I informed them in advance." A cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. This man had actually betrayed his compatriots, causing the deaths of dozens of Huaxia Security Bureau personnel. "So it was you. So it was you. Li Ruiz, I will kill you." Xiao Runin ran down from the car, her eyes bloodshot. She never expected that the person who betrayed them would be one of their own. Just because of some quarrels, he had defected and caused the deaths of many colleagues in the Security Bureau. "Oh, team leader Xiao is here too? I did it, so what? Today, none of you will leave here. Who will know it was me? I will only be seen as the hero who survived this operation." Li Ruiz laughed heartily. Xiao Runin charged forward, but Lin Chen grabbed her. Killing the opponent was just a matter of raising a hand, but with so many people watching, now was not the time to act. Runin, take Wei Wei back. Leave this to me, I will definitely bring back his head for you, Lin Chen said softly. Su Weiwei was not a combatant, she would only be a burden here. No, I must kill him myself. Xiao Runin's eyes were red, filled with hatred. I won't leave either, I can help you now. I fought them just now, I'm no longer the weak woman I used to be. Su Weiwei also refused to leave. With so many people, they couldn't let Lin Chen face them alone. Seeing that the two women were resolute, Lin Chen sighed and protected them behind him. Chapter 207, The Battle of the Genetic Warriors Survivor Hero? Who gave you that title? Me? Yun Wang arrived late, her expression calm, but her eyes were filled with anger. She never expected that the person responsible for the complete annihilation of her Huaxia Security Bureau team would be one of their own. Yun Wang. Li Rui's looked at the person who got out of the car in terror. No one could instill fear in him except for Yun Wang, the legendary figure. In the eyes of these people, Yun Wang was an invincible existence. Quick, quick, we have no chance with Yun Wang here. Li Rui's frantically climbed into the car, ready to escape. He was grabbed by a special forces soldier and thrown to the ground. Zhou Wenna looked at him disdainfully. Yun Wang? So what? The legend was before Dr. Helen successfully developed the genetic enhancement serum. The current Yun Wang is no longer a legend. Zhou Wenna took a few steps forward. I was curious why you, Jiatsai's classmate and good friend, would target us. Now it seems you are also one of the Security Bureau's people. Since the mystery is solved, let's not waste time. Eliminate everyone, leave no survivors. Zhou Wenna turned and got back into the car, driving away. Just as Zhou Wenna was about to leave their sight, a sudden crash was heard, and her car was flipped over. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. His people had finally arrived. When he realized that the other side was numerous, he called over Li Qing, He Yun, and Huang Chang from the Magic City. The one who had just overturned Zhou Wenna's car was He Yun. Zhang Tian also arrived with them, and the ghostly figures of Huang Chang and Zhang Tian darted among the 13 Special Forces soldiers, instantly killing them all. These 13 should not have received the gene enhancement injection yet, which allowed them to maintain their normal human form, indicating that they were just ordinary Special Forces soldiers, not mutated ones. The Cloud King watched the skills of these people, his gaze sharpening. 2 people, in the blink of an eye, had eliminated 13 Navy SEALs. Even he could not achieve such a feat in such a short time. Their ghostly figures were so swift that if he hadn't been a bit distant, he wouldn't have been able to see anyone over there at all. He Yun returned holding the overturned car, casually tossing it aside. The several-ton vehicle felt like a toy in He Yun's hands. His strength was extraordinary. Not only was his skin hardened, but his power had also greatly increased, making him the second strongest after Zhang Tian. The 15 black-robed Special Forces soldiers showed no reaction upon seeing the other 13 dead. Instead, they removed their black robes, revealing their monstrous forms, even licking their lips, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Leave no one alive. We can't let this group of beasts escape. A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He had great confidence in Zhang Tian and the others, and with himself on the side, it was the perfect opportunity to test their strength. All were soldiers who had injected the gene enhancement liquid. Now it was time to see who was stronger. Zhang Tian charged forward first, exchanging blows with one, sending the opponent flying. His strength was likely the strongest after Lin Chen, and in the next moment, He Yun also punched another one away. Lin Chen watched the scene, surprised by He Yun's power. It seemed He Yun had undergone a second injection, further enhancing his strength, now matching Zhang Tian. The Cloud King beside them was filled with shock, quickly replaced by excitement. The strength of these individuals was overwhelming. With them around, he felt even more confident in protecting Huaxia. Initially worried about whether he could face the numbers, he no longer had to worry with these helpers. The Cloud King excitedly charged forward, joining the fight. Xiao Runin glared fiercely at Li Rui's, who was slumped on the ground, and rushed towards him. She had to take revenge herself. Li Rui's had to die. Xiao Runin, you can't kill me. My dad is about to become the chief executive of Hong Kong. Even if I commit a crime, you have no authority. Li Ruai scrambled to his feet in a panic. Xiao Runin's eyes turned red as she kicked him to the ground. Li Rui's had a point. Hong Kong was special in Huaxia, being a special administrative region. If what Li Ruai said was true, and his dad was about to become the chief executive, then they would be considered Hong Kong people. The departments of Huaxia had no jurisdiction over them and could only send him back to Hong Kong for the local government to judge. At that moment, Xiao Runin couldn't care less about that. She unleashed a brutal beating on Li Rui's. Just as she was about to kill him, she pulled back her hand. Deep down, she couldn't bring herself to commit such a disciplinary violation. No matter how much she hated him, she had to control herself. If she killed him, the consequences would affect the Cloud King and even her family. But if she didn't kill him, once he returned to Hong Kong, he would surely be released without charges, perhaps just under a different name, continuing to live freely outside. Xiao Runan felt very unwilling, clenching her fists. Li Rui's, now spitting blood and missing a few teeth, saw Xiao Runan stop and laughed maniacally. Do you dare to kill me? I don't want to drag your family down, just let me go. I'm about to become a person from the special zone, and I'm the son of the chief executive. You could also consider being my lover. I will forgive you. Ah! Lin Chen appeared in front of him, stepping on his knee, the sound of bones shattering drowned out by his scream. Lin Chen grabbed his neck and threw him towards the group of monstrous special forces in the distance. One of them saw the object flying towards them and directly reached out, piercing him through. Li Rui's died on the spot. Members of the Huaxia Security Bureau encountered a formidable enemy. The entire army was wiped out, leaving team leader Xiao Runan rescued by the Cloud King, Lin Chen said from the side. Upon hearing this, Xiao Runan trembled. She was still too rigid. Lin Chen patted her shoulder. Keeping such a person alive is a disaster. Just kill him. You can easily make up an excuse, right? Go stay with Wei Wei. You probably can't handle these opponents. Just protect yourself. After saying this, Lin Chen quickly joined the battlefield. The 15 opponents were engaged in a back-and-forth fight with his 4 companions, and no one had died after a long time. If this continued, their side might run out of stamina first. After all, there were more of the opponents. After the Cloud King joined the battle, he realized he had underestimated the strength of He Yun and the others. These mutated special forces had an incredibly tough exterior. His strength could most severely injure them, but with so many opponents, he hadn't had the chance to deliver a fatal blow before another one charged at him. Some even spat venom, corroding large areas of his clothing. If it got on his skin, it would definitely cause festering. Chapter 208, Lin Chen joins, battle ends. Lin Chen flashed forward, smashing one person's head with a punch. In the moment when those around were still in shock, he appeared next to 2 others, taking them down with a punch and a kick. After the last lesson, Lin Chen controlled his strength, ensuring that the opponent's blood wouldn't splatter everywhere, or he would have to find Su Weiwei for treatment again. After Lin Chen joined the battle, 3 opponents died in just a few seconds. The Cloud King and Zhang Tian took advantage of their opponents' momentary daze to swiftly strike them down. However, both of them came into contact with the opponent's blood, and their hands began to sizzle and smoke, their skin starting to rot. After Lin Chen joined the battle, 5 opponents instantly fell. Now, only 10 people remained desperately holding on. The leader, Andra, sensed that the situation was dire and signaled for a retreat. Lin Chen coldly smiled. Run? If I let you escape, how will I complete my mission? The leading Special Forces soldier realized retreat was difficult and let out a roar, his muscles violently swelling. He transformed into a monster resembling a lizard. Lin Chen was stunned by this scene. Wow, a Gene warrior that could transform, and it looked even uglier. You deal with the others, I'll play with this big monster. Lin Chen cracked his knuckles. These Gene warriors were no match for him, but he wondered if this one was a bit stronger, at least strong enough to exchange a few moves with him. Andra was the leader of this group, originally possessing a super absorption ability, capable of high-quality absorption of the gene enhancement liquid given by Helland, and was the only one here who could achieve a second transformation. After the second transformation, speed, defense, and strength all saw significant increases. When Lin Chen kicked, it only made the opponent take a few steps back. Although Lin Chen didn't use his full strength, it still surprised him. Andra's strength was already stronger than an ordinary person with 10 attribute points. Lin Chen even felt that the opponent had surpassed 11 attribute points. Helen indeed had exceptional qualities. Although it turned people into something inhuman, the strength was several levels higher. Lin Chen suddenly punched him away. Since the test was complete, he wouldn't waste any more time. The remaining mutated special forces had mostly been killed, leaving only this one in front of him. Just as Lin Chen was about to finish him off, Andra quickly ran towards Xiao Runan. Earlier, Lin Chen had been too casual and had kicked the opponent in Xiao Runan's direction. At that moment, Xiao Runan and Su Weiwei were standing together, and when they saw Andra rushing over, they were instantly stunned. Oh no! Lin Chen realized his carelessness upon seeing this scene and hurriedly ran over. However, he was much farther away than Andra, and no matter how fast he was, he couldn't outrun Andra. Just as a cruel smile appeared on Andra's face, about to reach Xiao Runan, a flash of electricity flickered in Xiao Runan's eyes. She let out a delicate shout and punched Andra in the chest. At first, Andra didn't care. How much strength could a woman have? He didn't even want to dodge, bracing himself to take Xiao Runan's punch with his chest. Little did he know, the moment her fist connected, a massive current surged into his body. Ah! Andra screamed in agony, his body sizzling and smoking. In no time, he had turned into a charred husk, while Xiao Runan fainted. Lin Chen held the unconscious Xiao Runan in his arms, looking at the charred Andra in front of him with a sense of dread. Fortunately, during the initial tests, Xiao Runan hadn't unleashed such powerful electricity, otherwise, he might have turned to ash as well. Su Weiwei quickly grabbed Xiao Runan's wrist. As a member of the medical team, she knew some traditional Chinese medicine and could check pulses. She's fine, just a bit exhausted. I can treat her injuries, but I can't restore her strength. Let her sleep for a while, Su Weiwei said, placing her hand down. What just happened? King Yun approached, his face filled with shock. Just now, it seemed he had witnessed the arrival of a thunder god from Xiao Runan. Zhang Tian and the others were equally astonished. They had also injected gene enhancement serum, but they didn't have such outrageous skills to be able to discharge electricity and directly char the opponent. Was this Pikachu? That's Xiao Runan's special ability. I'll explain it to you later. Lin Chen carried Xiao Runan to the car, asking them to take her back first, as he still had some loose ends to tie up. Lin Chen walked over to the car that Yun had overturned, gently pushing it back upright. Inside, Zhou Wenna still had blood on her head. She had witnessed all the battles just now and now looked at Lin Chen in fear. Those were all members of the SEALs who had undergone gene enhancement, yet they had been taken down by Lin Chen and his group as if they were nothing. Although fear was evident in Zhou Wenna's eyes, there was also a hint of calmness. Can you not tell Jia Kai? He knows nothing. I hope I can still be a beautiful existence in his heart. Zhou Wenna pleaded with Lin Chen. Lin Chen shook his head. What you've done, he has a part in it. He can't escape punishment. I will plead for him, trying to get him a shorter sentence. A trace of desolation flashed in Zhou Wenna's eyes. Although she had married Huang Jiakai to use him, she had genuinely fallen in love with him during this process. Now, having reached a dead end with no way out, she only hoped to protect Huang Jiakai. After all, he truly knew nothing. Lin Chen ripped the deformed car door off and threw it outside. I won't kill you, don't worry. The next steps will be handled by the Huaxia Security Bureau. How far Jiakai goes depends on your confession. Lin Chen helped Zhou Wenna out of the car. If it weren't for Huang Jiakai's sake, he wouldn't care about her life or death. Zhou Wenna smiled bitterly and shook her head. It's useless, I only have 2 minutes left. If you want to know anything, just ask. Why? Lin Chen looked at her in confusion. We have all had chips implanted in our brains by the government of Country M. After these people die, it will take at most 10 minutes for Country M to notice. Once they realize, they will find ways to contact me. If they can't reach me within 10 minutes, they will activate the explosion mode and blow up my brain, Zhou Wenna said with a grim smile.